Just got the nature-type fruit and ended up handcuffed? What a hellish start. Brothers, who understands? I opened my eyes and found a pair of handcuffs on my wrist and a collar around my neck. I was completely confused what was going on. Suddenly, a voice popped into my head. System prompt. The host has consumed the nature-type Devil Fruit Hurricane Fruit. Current mission. Escape the pirate ship. Reward. Random anime female companion. Did I just cross over? Am I in the world of One Piece? I was about to curse this glitch setup when I heard nature-type Devil Fruit, and I immediately felt excited. But the system insisted on replaying the scene of me eating the fruit. Ugh, that taste was something else. It was worse than canned herring. After managing to suppress my nausea, I finally understood the situation. I was in the North Sea, captured by a human trafficking group, and it was on the Don Quixote family's ship. The captain is Hyena Bellamy, the guy who got knocked out by Luffy with one punch. Looking down at myself, I saw an 18-year-old body, black hair and eyes, and as for looks, I was as handsome as you guys watching. What a lucky start. Nature type. I was overjoyed in my heart. But when my gaze fell on those handcuffs, I couldn't smile anymore. The Sea Prism Stone, a thing specifically designed to counter devil fruit users. As long as I can get these handcuffs off, turning into an element should allow me to escape in no time. Right, Bellamy? Easy to deal with. But as I touched the collar around my neck, I broke out in a cold sweat. This is a celestial dragon's slave collar. If I resist, it will explode, and only advanced hockey can remove it. Brothers, who understands this feeling? Holding a trump card but being tightly bound. The nature-type Devil Fruit allows users to transform their bodies into corresponding natural elements, making their bodies intangible. This is called elementalization. Elementalization can nullify physical attacks, non-hockey attacks, and most energy attacks at the same time. The user can create natural elements through their body to become incredibly powerful attacks. Nature-type Devil Fruits are considered the strongest type compared to Paramecia and Zoan. If I get transported to Sabati Archipelago and run into a master of hockey, my abilities won't be enough. I must escape now. I surveyed my surroundings. There were axes and long knives hanging on the wall, almost mocking me. You think we can't escape, so you left these here on purpose, huh? I gritted my teeth, feeling furious. System, can you help me unlock these cuffs? I tentatively called out, but the system ignored me. Fine, I can only rely on myself. I was about to kick the big guy next to me awake when I suddenly noticed a piece of white paper floating in through the crack of the door. In this dimly lit room, that white paper was blinding. I froze at that moment. Who slipped this white paper in? Is it a trap from the enemy? Or is someone trying to help me? Could someone be watching at the door the whole time? What secret does this paper hold? Can I use it to unlock the handcuffs and collar? If Bellamy finds out I'm awake, will he shoot me on the spot? Want to know how Lingfeng escapes with the Hurricane Fruit? Hit that follow button for the next thrilling episode. The paper floating in from outside turned into a person. I was so scared I didn't dare to breathe, watching as the white paper kept floating in, one after another like a printer, and finally whoosh it formed into a human figure. A fragrant smell wafted over, accompanied by a hoarse voice. Phew, this ability is quite useful. That I squinted and looked. Wow, pink short hair, a white suit, and a figure so good it almost burst the clothes. Turns out it's a girl wearing a Navy Justice cloak. She walked to the wall, picked up an axe, and shushed me, raising her hand to smash. Crack. The Sea Prism Stone handcuffs broke, and the sound was surprisingly quiet. Her strength was perfectly controlled. This collar is a bit tricky. She lifted my chin with her finger, inspecting the slave collar around my neck. Navy lady, what's the situation now? I couldn't help but ask. She'll keep it down. She placed her index finger on her lips, her voice hoarse and a bit alluring. I barely transform into paper. To sneak over would be bad if I got discovered. Brothers, who understands? Transforming into paper? Isn't that Conan's paper fruit? How did it become a Navy ability? Once the handcuffs broke, a rush of energy surged through me, my heart racing. Is this the power of the Hurricane Fruit? It felt like there was a storm living inside me. Phew, no need to be so excited, right? Your heartbeat is loud enough to shake the walls. She didn't even turn back as she smashed the handcuffs of other slaves. Just to be clear, I won't accept any confessions. I was completely stunned. Excited my ass. Who's trying to confess? Your thought process is too jumpy. I was just nervous. That's good. I don't like relationships with a big age gap. She continued smashing the locks. Does she have too high an opinion of herself? Who wants to date you, hey? I was mentally complaining. My name is Bellin, Navy Headquarters Colonel. She finally turned around. Lingfeng. Dock worker. I casually lied. Dock worker? She frowned. You can get captured and sold for that. Really? I was rescued after a shipwreck. I said half truthfully. I couldn't tell her I had crossed over. Phew, I'll take your word for it. Bellin glanced at my collar. But your situation isn't looking good. I believe Colonel Bellin must have a way. I quickly flattered her. If you keep complimenting me like that, I still won't accept any confessions. She shot back. Who wants to confess to you, hey? I finally couldn't hold back and shouted. That's good. She glanced at me sideways. You stay here or go negotiate with Bellamy to get that collar off you. After saying that, she whoosh transformed back into white paper and floated out through the door. I looked at the still unconscious slaves on the ground and sighed. Sigh, I still can't just leave them be. She saved me after all I have to follow and see. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, huge water columns erupted from the pitch-black sea. Cannonballs came crashing in like crazy, and with splinters from the ship cabin flew everywhere. Some cannonballs came rushing in like wild beasts, while others fell onto the ship's tail, creating massive water columns, and a few more exploded on the front, sending up towering sprays of water. Who fired those cannons? Can Bellin handle Bellamy? Will my first real battle with the Hurricane Fruit go well? Want to know what happens next? Hit that follow button for the reveal. The collar exploded? I wasn't hurt at all. Bellamy and the pirates were left dumbfounded. What is this? Elementalization? A nature-type user? Brothers, who understands? My whole body felt like it turned into a wisp of green smoke, disappearing from the spot and slowly reappearing. The edges carrying a faint green wind trace. Super cool. Bellamy's face turned pale, all his previous arrogance vanished. Damn, a kid picked up randomly is actually a nature type. I secretly chuckled. Luckily, you haven't learned to use hockey, or else my act would have backfired. Now, can you hand over the key? I squinted and asked him, if you dare to make a move, those slaves will blow up. Bellamy was still putting on a brave front. Is that so? I smiled wickedly and instantly vanished from the sail. The next second, the sea was in turmoil. The wind was so fierce that the water seemed to be boiling, and the waves were taller than the ship. With a loud crash, a giant wave slammed against the ship, causing the wooden planks to creak and groan. On the dark sea, a black tornado shot up into the sky, sucking the entire ship into it. This is the power of the Hurricane Fruit. Bellamy screamed in fear, and her body was lifted by the wave. Just then, a gentle breeze caught her. When the wind died down and the waves calmed, I landed on the deck holding Bellamy, and when I looked down, Bellamy and those pirates had long been swept away. Bellamy was about to speak, when suddenly I heard a ding in my mind. System notification. Current side quest completed. Main quest triggered. Main quest. Form a pirate crew. Recruit 9 anime characters as crew members and develop into a Yonka-level force. Reward. Randomly recruit 1 female anime character as a companion. I was dumbfounded. A Yonka-level force? And I have to recruit 9 crew members? Bellamy looked at me in a daze, frowning. You, a dock worker, are actually a Logia user? I felt incredibly awkward. Who would have thought my casual lie would be exposed so quickly? Come back to the Navy with me and explain clearly. A user like you can't go down the wrong path. Bellamy reached out to grab me. How could I go with her? I activated my elementalization and turned to escape. Countless sheets of paper chased after me. Luckily, she didn't have hockey and couldn't stop me. Brothers, who do you think I will draw my first lottery? Is it from One Piece or from some other anime? Is she strong? Will she be a capable assistant for me? Want to know who the first crew member is? Hit follow, and it'll reveal it next time. I flew all night and finally landed on a deserted island, exhausted and collapsed on a beach. I opened the system panel and couldn't help but laugh. Name, Lingfeng. Physique, 13 average person level. Devil Fruit. Hurricane Fruit 10 developed. Hockey, all 0. Swordsmanship, 6 powers. All 0. Crew, 110. This panel is as empty as a blank sheet of paper. I mocked myself. Better hurry up and draw a lottery. At least get someone strong. The moment I clicked yes, my heart was in my throat. A bunch of anime goddesses flashed through my mind. Misaka Makoto, Android 18. I came. Give me a strong one. Please don't let it be a weakling. A purple light flashed, and a girl walked out of the magic circle. Purple pupils, black hair. The ends of her bangs are purple, and she has a mint-colored butterfly hairpin on the back of her head. She wore a black uniform with a butterfly wing-patterned haori over it, and a Nichiren blade hung at her waist. What the heck? Shinobu Kocho. I laughed out loud. The insect Hashira, a master of poison. If she can kill demons, dealing with pirates should be a piece of cake. Are you a servant of Doma? Shinobu suddenly drew her sword, her purple eyes fixed on me, very alert. No, you misunderstood. I quickly waved my hands and explained about my crossing and the system. She tilted her head and, after listening, murmured softly, crossing. System. Pirate world. That look was just too cute. Once the system notification arrived, she finally understood, sighed. I was just about to reunite with my sister and parents. My heart sank as I realized she had just finished off Doma. Your sister must hope you live well. I quickly comforted her. This world has no demons, but there are worse guys than demons, and we need experts like you. Shinobu looked up, a familiar smile returning. You're right, if I get to live again, I can't let my sister down. Welcome aboard. I reached out to her to ate that moment. The system chimed again. Please name the pirate crew. I looked at Shinobu's butterfly-like Haori and remembered my Hurricane Fruit. Brothers, what should we name this pirate crew? The Hurricane Butterfly Crew, or Insect Storm Crew? Shinobu's poison combined with my Hurricaneitois, that sound awesome. Want to know what we will encounter next? Hit follow, and I'll reveal it in the next episode. Typhoon Pirates. As soon as I finished typing the name, the system chimed. Pirate crew established, reward. Physique 5, a surge of energy filled me, and all the fatigue from flying all night vanished. Shinobu suddenly asked with a bright smile, Captain Lingfeng, where's our ship? A pirate needs a ship, right? Oh no, I completely forgot about that. I slapped my forehead. I was so focused on escaping that I didn't even steal Bellamy's ship. What about the money? We need berries to buy a ship, right? She added with a smile like a little fox that I was at a loss for words as slyness. No wonder she's the insect Hashira. Well, we could just steal one. We are pirates after all, I said stubbornly, but my heart was racing. Just then, Shinobu pointed at the sea. Look! In the distance, a shabby sailing ship was drifting, and a sea king was opening its mouth wide to swallow it. Spare them. I transformed into a whirlwind and rushed over, kicking the sea king away for dozens of meters. Then I used the wind to push the small boat towards the shore, and Shinobu's eyes lit up. The power of this world is amazing. On the ship lay an unconscious boy. I carried him down, and Shinobu checked. Severe hunger and fatigue, but he's fine. She cut open some fruit to feed him, and after coughing, the boy woke up and shouted, Help! Save us! Don't rush. Take your time. I handed him the fruit. The boy's name was Link, and after gulping down a few bites, he finally revealed the truth. A group of pirates had come to their town, initially saying they would leave after resupplying, but then they started peddling a miracle drug that claimed to enhance physical strength, which could be exchanged for food and water. Weak residents in the town tried it, and it actually worked, but when everyone wanted to buy it, the pirates said, except for children, everyone else has to pay more. The residents were unhappy, and the pirates just sneered. Before long, those who took the medicine started convulsing and going insane, desperately seeking more medicine, offering all their possessions in exchange. Soon, the entire town was like this, enslaved by the pirates, with all their earnings going to the pirates, and the food and water were consumed by the pirates first. Brothers, who understands? This is no miracle drug, it's clearly poison. The pirates' actions were too despicable, treating people like livestock. I clenched my fists, and Shinobu's smile also turned cold. What exactly is this medicine made of? Is there still hope for Linkstown? Could just Shinobu and I take on that group of pirates? Want to know how the Typhoon Pirates' first strike will go? Hit follow, and in the next episode, we will take down that pirate's lair. Chapter 6, Poison Wolf Pirate Group System Prompt. Task Completion Reward, Physique 20, 1 System Lottery Chance, Random Navy 6 Style Technique, Unlocked Swordsmanship Talent Skill. A system notification sounded in Lingfeng's mind. Such a generous reward also indicated that he had to take on this mission. It seems that those pirates used addictive drugs to control your little town. Lingfeng squinted his eyes, feeling extremely disgusted by the actions of this pirate crew. Sister Rin, if you could get access to those drug formulas, could you create an antidote or a suppressive agent? Lingfeng pondered for a moment and asked Butterfly Ninja. Although I have previously been making poisons to kill demons, I still have some insights into potions, and I think I can give it a try. Butterfly Ninja contemplated for a while and then said to Lingfeng, let's go. Lingfeng was about to pull Link up to set off, but the latter shrank back, looking at Lingfeng in disbelief. With just the two of you, it's impossible to subdue that group of pirates. There are more than a dozen of them, Link said with some fear. We should go find a navy for help. Before Link could finish, Lingfeng smiled and raised one hand. Suddenly, a violent hurricane erupted around the deserted island, whipping up towering waves of seawater. Several blue water tornadoes connected to the sky, making it look as if the surrounding seawater was about to engulf the island. Seeing this, Link's legs went weak with fear, and even Butterfly Ninja opened her mouth slightly, staring in amazement at the surroundings. The scene was like the most terrifying tsunami disaster in nature, accompanied by a raging hurricane. Such a miracle seemed divine. The power of nature was truly terrifying. Lingfeng smiled again, lowering his hand, and the howling wind around them dissipated. The water columns that had been lifted also fell heavily, creating huge waves that crashed against the shore. Link and Butterfly Ninja were left dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend that this was Lingfeng's power. A natural type Devil Fruit, perhaps, Link murmured, and for the first time, Butterfly Ninja gained some understanding of the power system in this world. So without further ado, let's set off. Lingfeng smiled and led the two into the small, dilapidated boat. Link took out a compass, trembling as he pointed in the direction, ready to take them over. The three sat in the small boat, and Lingfeng made sure Link confirmed the direction. Then, a strong wind pushed the boat, which had been swaying unsteadily, now speeding across the sea like a motorboat. At this moment, in the North Sea, in the town of Stoffen. This town was originally filled with the fragrance of wine. The outskirts of the town were vineyards, and there was even a statue of Bacchus, the god of wine, at the town's entrance. In the bustling market area, both sides of the main street were lined with pink houses, and at the center of the market stood the town hall building, engraved with inscriptions about wine. There were outdoor bars everywhere along the street. This town was once full of romance and a laid-back atmosphere, where visitors could casually find an outdoor bar to sit down, chat with locals, and enjoy the fine wines. It is said that the town's builder, Bacchus, sold his soul to a demon for a bottle of fine wine in one of the taverns here. However, at this moment, what was once a romantic town was now in shambles. Everywhere were slaves locked in collars and chains, and behind them, a group of fierce pirates with wolf tattoos was driving them. The crowd was constantly working and moving. Any sign of laziness would result in the pirates mercilessly whipping them, leaving them with no dignity. The eyes of those people were vacant, as if they had long become accustomed to this treatment, without even the will to resist. Only when they completed their slave work and the pirates brought out a syringe did their eyes fill with fervor, crawling toward the pirates regardless of everything. Please, give it to me quickly. I've completed my work for today. Please, Pirate Lord, I beg you for the quenching. Me too, Pirate Lord. I've finished my work ahead of time. Please give it to me. Many people saw someone take the lead and rushed toward the pirates, all clamoring for the pirates to share the drugs with them. Huh, it's still daytime, and we have a large shipment to transport night. You finished already? Work harder for us. We will naturally give you the quenching later. As for now, lie down on the ground obediently. Don't provoke me. However, the pirates disdainfully kicked them to the ground, and the crowd gasped in shock. The pirate captain was even more arrogant, stepping on a slave's head. I am the infamous pirate Luffy, with a bounty exceeding 15 million berries. It is your honor to work for me, you bunch of useless trash. Luffy was tall and imposing, his face fierce, and he stomped hard on the slave's head, looking like he was the king of the world. Ha ha! The quenching obtained by Captain Luffy is truly a treasure. Yes, we, the Poison Wolf Pirates, effortlessly subdued a town. Soon, the North Sea will undoubtedly belong to us. The Poison Wolf Pirates. Captain Luffy is truly impressive. Soon you will easily surpass those pirates like Doflamingo and become an even more troublesome existence than the Seven Warlords. The surrounding pirate minions laughed arrogantly, clearly very pleased with the current situation. The slaves around them all lowered their heads, although they wanted to resist. They could only think of the filthy appearance they would have when their drug cravings hit, and they gritted their teeth in silence. Children hiding in the corners clenched their small fists and rushed out, gritting their teeth. Bastard pirates! You scoundrels, hand over the antidote. Exactly. Despicable and shameless. The children shouted, yelling at Luffy. Huh? Little brats dare to shout at me? Luffy's massive body moved like a small mountain. The sun shone on him, casting a huge shadow over the children, looking extremely eerie and terrifying. If it weren't for the fact that you little brats can't handle the weight of the quenching, I would have injected you all already. You dare to shout here. After saying that, Luffy kicked out, sending a few children flying. They clutched their stomachs, in pain and anger, lying on the ground with eyes full of fury. Speaking of which, there was a little brat who sneaked away earlier. Huh? Just right. You little brats are of no use anyway. Luffy stroked his bearded chin, a vicious light flashing in his eyes as he looked at the children, and slowly said, Since that's the case, I'll just throw you all into the sea to feed the fish, so as not to waste the food of the town. Chapter 7. The Terrifying Power of the Hurricane Fruit. Upon hearing this, the townspeople were filled with panic. No, please, these children are innocent. Yes, spare them. The residents pleaded for the children, sweat pouring down their faces, fearing that if they angered Luffy, he would directly toss the children into the sea. Do I need you to teach me how to do things? Get lost. Luffy opened his large hand and grabbed the hair of a slave who was holding onto his foot. The latter struggled in pain, but Luffy punched him hard in the face. You are just tools for me to work to death. Get away. Luffy's punch made the slave's face cave in, bloodied and lying on the ground, life unknown. The other slaves didn't dare to make a sound, all lowering their heads in silence. Ha ha ha! Although they were angry, They did not dare to resist. The surrounding pirates laughed heartily at this scene, feeling extremely pleased. The children were filled with rage, but also looked fearfully at the pirates, clenching their fists, knowing they were no match for the overwhelming strength of the pirates. What bunch of bastards! Just as the pirates were laughing wildly, a mocking voice came, startling them. Who is it? The pirates quickly drew their weapons and flintlocks, vigilantly scanning the surroundings, but they had not noticed anyone appearing nearby. 15 million trash? Just this? The voice continued, and as the mocking words fell, a cyan figure slowly appeared in front of the children. Who are you? A little brat dares to speak like this to Captain Leifu. Just wait until I tear your mouth apart. Several pirates shouted angrily, furious at Lingfeng's audacity. He, looks like you are the little brat's reinforcements? Leifu smiled as he looked at Lingfeng, immediately guessing the other party's identity. That's right. He told me you were worth 15 million berries. I thought you were some tough character. I didn't expect you to only rely on poison to control others and even attack weak children. What a complete scum. Lingfeng appeared very disappointed and disdainfully said, Bastards, dare to speak to me like this. Hearing Lingfeng's words, how could the arrogant Railfo tolerate it? What are you all waiting for? Attack! Kill him! Railfo roared, giving the order to attack. No problem, Captain. You slaves, come at him too. Kill him. Upon hearing Captain Railfo's command, the pirate lackeys immediately grabbed their weapons and charged at Lingfeng. Although the slaves were extremely unwilling, they had no choice but to follow the pirates. Bang! 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 A few gunshots rang out, and several pirates sneered, clearly having hit Lingfeng with their aim. This little brat is really... Railfo sneered. But before he could finish speaking, he was shocked to discover. So I say, you bunch of trash are not worthy. The children behind Lingfeng were taken away by a petite figure, while he remained standing in place, unmoved. The bullets passed directly through his body, but did not cause him any injury. The blood that should have flowed did not appear. Instead, the spots where the bullets penetrated were left with faint azure wind marks. What? Hey, natural type ability user. No, impossible. The pirates exclaimed in shock, while the slaves looked on in amazement at this scene. A natural type ability user. How could that be? Even Reirfu looked at Lingfeng in astonishment, his eyes filled with disbelief. However, Lingfeng would not give them much time. A whirlwind gathered, transforming into a massive azure wind ball, rushing towards the pirates in front of him. Boom! The wind ball exploded, and violent wind blades erupted. Countless azure wind blades wreaking havoc, enveloping the surrounding pirates. Countless screams erupted as the pirate minions were pierced through by these wind blades, blood gushing forth as they fell lifelessly to the ground. Damn it! Hey, you bunch of slaves! Get in front! The remaining pirates, seeing this scene, were even more terrified and pushed the residents in front of them, trying to use them as shields. The residents looked at Lingfeng in fear. They knew the power of a natural-type devil fruit. As long as Lingfeng made a slight move, he could slaughter them all. But Lingfeng was not a villain. How could he harm these innocent residents? He still needed to complete his side quest. Lingfeng smiled faintly, and his whole person transformed into a gust of wind, disappearing from the spot. Seeing this, Reirfu secretly exclaimed that it was not good and was just about to make a run for it. Lingfeng's body appeared behind him like a ghost. Reirfu instinctively threw a punch, but his massive fist passed right through Lingfeng's body. Damn nature type! Reirfu roared angrily. Lingfeng sneered, summoning a terrifying whirlwind around his arm, and then punched directly at Reirfu's face. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted, and Reirfu felt as if he had been struck by a speeding train, his entire body flying backwards. The gale once again turned into a raging wind, directly condensing a blade of wind along its flight path, severing his hands and feet. The piercingly tragic screams echoed, causing the pirates and slaves below to tremble all over. Don't worry, he won't die. Lingfeng then directly kicked down with the power of the raging wind, forcefully striking it against the ground. Bang! Railfur's massive body sank directly into the ground of the small town, his huge figure embedded in the stones, rolling his eyes back, clearly already unconscious. Lingfeng lightly descended in front of him, a faint azure wind appearing behind him. He looked expressionlessly at Reirfu in the pit, and then raised his head to glance at the other pirates. No, don't come over. You killed us. These useless ones are beyond saving. The surrounding pirates trembled in fear, even clutching the townspeople directly, holding their guns and knives towards them, using them to threaten Lingfeng. Rest assured I won't kill you. As long as you hand over the drug and formula called Chiming to me, I will let you go, Lingfeng said expressionlessly upon seeing this. Really? Really? Don't believe him. Lingfeng was also very impatient. These bastards actually dared to threaten him. His face became extremely grim, and his eyes were filled with malice. The azure whirlwind behind him surged into the sky, reaching the heavens. I said, either hand over the formula, and I will spare your lives. Or, right now, die here along with everyone in the town. Chapter 8. Refining the antidote. Lingfeng's terrifying declaration sent shivers down the spines of the pirates. They certainly did not want to die here for nothing. Looking at the unconscious railfoe, several remaining pirates trembled and knelt down. Please spare us. Sir, we'll provide the drug formula right away. Yes, it was that guy railfoe who forced us to do this. We didn't mean it. A group of pirates begged loudly, their disgusting faces making Lingfeng want to vomit. When they oppressed the townspeople earlier, they were not this weak. However, Lingfeng was only speaking out of anger. He would not actually kill these residents along with them. Otherwise, he would fail the mission and it would all be for nothing. So what are you waiting for? Do I need to urge you? Lingfeng impatiently said to the pirates, who quickly pointed to a pirate ship in the harbor and explained that the formula was on the ship. It's up to you now, Sister Rin. Lingfeng shouted to the side, and a petite figure quickly disappeared, leaving the children looking at each other in confusion. Who exactly are these two? Lin Ku comforted the other children, his heart shocked as he looked at the disappearing butterfly ninja and the Lingfeng in front of him. Why are there so many monsters in the North Sea? Our luck is really too bad. The pirates whispered, and Lingfeng sneered. He knew that in the North Sea, there were a few very famous, troublesome figures. In this timeline, there are a few future supernovas in the North Sea who have not yet become famous. But each of them is a difficult character to deal with. Trafalgar Law, Basil Hawkins, X Drake. These three supernovas all come from the North Sea. Moreover, the Don Quixote pirates also made their debut in the North Sea. The most terrifying part is the Vinsmoke family, which is Sanji's family, has also rampaged in the North Sea. Not only that, but even in the Navy, two admirals with Logia-type Devil Fruits, Akainu and Kizuru, also come from the North Sea. Lingfeng was born in the North Sea, where strong competitors are abundant, and he must face various tricky opponents. Hand over all the enlightenment you have on you. Lingfeng pondered for a moment and said to the pirates. Yes, the pirates replied one after another, no one daring to speak against Lingfeng. A Logia-type Devil Fruit user could practically walk sideways before reaching the Grand Line. The pirates trembled as they handed the injector to Lingfeng, who accepted it with a smile, but that smile sent chills down their spines. Before long, Butterfly Shinobu quickly returned to the spot and nodded to Lingfeng. Sir, can we leave now? A pirate asked Lingfeng tentatively upon seeing Butterfly Shinobu had obtained a formula for the Chiming. They feared that Lingfeng would change his mind and kill them after getting what he wanted. Of course, I always keep my word. Lingfeng grinned ferociously, then transformed into a gust of wind, constantly weaving through the pirates. He injected all the Chiming serum in his hand into their arms. Now you can leave. Lingfeng's figure returned to the original spot, smiling at the pirates and saying, What have you done? Oh my God. He injected us with that damn poison. Help! I don't want to die. The pirates screamed in panic, becoming utterly frantic, clearly aware of the potency of the injection. Now you all get out of here. Lingfeng raised his hand, and a violent wind swept them up, then directly threw them into the sea. I said to let you go, but I never said I wouldn't give you a beating. Lingfeng's voice was like that of a malevolent spirit, echoing in the ears of the pirates. You damned! Before the pirates could utter any harsh words, they were forcefully pushed down into the sea by a terrifying pressure of wind. They struggled frantically to surface, but were firmly held down by the wind pressure, as if a dreadful gravity was pressing down on their heads, preventing them from breaking the surface to breathe. Enjoy the effects of the poison, you scum, ha ha ha. Lingfeng laughed wildly, showing no goodwill towards the vicious pirates who controlled the residents with poison. He did not kill them quickly. Instead, he wanted them to experience the agony of drug withdrawal, the kind of suffering worse than death. The residents around him were also stunned at this scene. They never expected this young man to be so ruthless, taking such extreme revenge on these pirates. Now it was time to unveil the miraculous aspect of this awakening. Lingfeng ignored the fearful gazes of the surrounding residents and approached Butterfly Shinobu. How is it, Sister Shinobu? Can you concoct an antidote? Lingfeng asked Butterfly Ninja, who was also staring intently at the white paper in her hands, seemingly deep in thought. Please, I beg you, big sister, you must create the antidote. Yes, we beg you. Link, hearing Lingfeng's words, directly ran to Butterfly Ninja's side with the children, pleading. "Don't worry, I'll do my best," Butterfly Ninja said gently. Her stunning beauty combined with her smile, causing the faces of the children to flush slightly. "Sigh, a boy killer. Huh, Sister Ninja." Lingfeng shook his head and smiled helplessly. At this moment, the townspeople were also cheering, not expecting that Lingfeng single-handedly annihilated the Poison Wolf pirate group. Not only that those pirates who died, and those who survived, were injected with poison just like the others. This kind of revenge was truly satisfying. "Little brother, we owe it all to you." "Yes, what should we call you, little brother?" "Just call me Lingfeng. This is Miss Butterfly Ninja." Lingfeng greeted them with a smile and reassured them that the antidote would be refined soon. The gloomy atmosphere in the town immediately dissipated, and many residents took out wine from their homes and started spraying it around. The town of Stoffen was once again filled with the aroma of wine and the sound of cheers, as the previously oppressive atmosphere was swept away with the arrival of Lingfeng and his companions. As for Lifer, Lingfeng directly instructed a few people to tie him up, planning to exchange him for a bounty with the Navy later. Butterfly Ninja then asked the townspeople for various medicinal herbs and requested a medical room to begin preparing the antidote. Seeing the town return to its former lively atmosphere, Link also relaxed from his earlier tense mood. Lingfeng was now in a joyful commotion with the residents, everyone laughing and celebrating together, as food and drinks were continuously brought outside by the residents. An outdoor banquet unfolded right away, and the music next to the bar started playing again. The entire town was filled with a lively atmosphere. Link watched Lingfeng's figure with admiration shining in his eyes. "One day, I too will become a person as strong as you." Chapter 9, Another Lottery. The second crew member is actually. The joyous banquet lasted until midnight, and Butterfly Shinobi successfully crafted the antidote. As long as she had the formula, making the antidote wasn't too difficult for her. The residents lined up one after another for Butterfly Shinobi to give them injections. Everyone maintained order, no cutting in line. Lingfeng has now become the order maintainer, and the residents of the town are giving him friendly smiles. Butterfly Shinobi quickly completes the task, and as time passes by bit, with the last resident receiving the antidote, both Lingfeng and Butterfly Shinobi let out a sigh of relief. "By the way, what exactly is this chiming?" Lingfeng looked at the somewhat exhausted Butterfly Ninja and felt a bit of sympathy. It was just a matter of using materials that could numb the nerves and accelerate blood circulation, but it would make the injected person addicted. Once the effect wore off, the blood in their body would crave it, driving the brain into a state of madness. Butterfly Ninja said to Lingfeng, her brow furrowing, clearly disgusted by this drug. System prompt. Side quest completed. Physique 20. 1 system lottery chance. Random move from the Navy 6 forms. Unlock swordsmanship talent skill. Along with Butterfly Ninja's explanation. Lingfeng's side quest was also completed. Lingfeng hurriedly opened the system panel and looked at his attributes. Name, Lingfeng. Physique, 38. Devil Fruit. Hurricane Fruit. Development level, 12. Armament Hockey, 0. Not activated. Observation Hockey, 0. Not activated. Conqueror's Hockey, 0. Not activated. Swordsmanship, 10. Acquired Gale Sword Technique. Navy 6 styles. Gale Foot, Beginner. Learned, Current Crew, 110. Lingfeng then opened the introduction to the Windsword Path and couldn't help but laugh. Indomitable Spirit. Quickly moving grants a wind shield. The faster you move, the faster you gain sword intent. When the sword intent value is fully charged, an invisible wind shield automatically forms to protect you. Live to die. Wind type damage increases. The more extreme your own state, the greater the bonus. Steel Cutting Slash. A quick slash can be unleashed forward, or a tornado slash can be used to knock enemies back. Wind Barrier. A wind barrier is created around you to block incoming attacks, capable of stopping any flying projectiles and ranged attacks. Forward Slash. Quickly dart behind the enemy to deal wind blade damage. Gale Annihilation Slash. Transform into countless wind avatars to deliver terrifying sword energy slashes to the enemy. Lingfeng looked at these skills and couldn't help but chuckle. Well, now he's become a Storm Sword Master. Lingfeng put away the panel and was very satisfied with the rewards from this side quest. So, without further ado, let's prepare for the draw. Lingfeng looked around at the residents who had already passed out, and the sleeping Butterfly Ninja slumped over the table, then left the spot alone. He went to a hidden corner and opened the lottery system of the system. The system prompted, "Do you want to draw a character?" Once drawn, the system will bind and cannot be refunded. Hearing the system's prompt sound, Lingfeng excitedly clicked yes. Ding! starting to draw the second companion. As the system's prompt sound faded, countless anime characters flashed through Lingfeng's mind. Countless cute and sexy two-dimensional girls passed through his mind, leaving him dazzled. Soon, the system quickly fixed on an image. A golden light flashed, and as Lingfeng looked at the image the system had fixed on, his mouth slightly opened in disbelief. He saw a girl walking out of the light, with shoulder-length brown hair and brown eyes, wearing a Tokuwadai JK uniform. The girl had a naturally pretty face that didn't need makeup, and as she walked out of the light, electromagnetic sparks flickered around her. "Misaka Makoto," Lingfeng exclaimed, "this second lottery draw is really amazing." He directly pulled out the railgun. How could this not excite him? Huh, where's this? Misaka Makoto covered her eyes, vigilantly staring around. Billy no, hello railgun. Lingfeng smiled and went up to greet her, but to his surprise, Misaka Makoto directly took out a coin and fired an electromagnetic cannon that whizzed past Lingfeng's side. Boom! Lingfeng was stunned in place, also taken by surprise. Calm down, calm down. Lingfeng wanted to cry, but had no tears. He could only quickly let the system instill knowledge of the pirate world into Misaka Makoto, and then explained it from the side. Misaka Makoto held her head, looking around in disbelief. Are you saying that I came from Academy City to this world full of pirates and navies? Lingfeng nodded and gestured for Misaka Makoto to look around at the surroundings, and he gave her a hint through the system. Although Misaka Makoto still found it hard to believe, the existence of the system, along with the current situation, forced her to calm down. Fortunately, she had a naturally kind personality and was easy to talk to. After seeing that Lingfeng had no hostile intentions, she began to engage in conversation with him. Are you saying you want me to join your pirate crew? Misaka Makoto asked playfully, crossing her arms. Yes, but don't worry, we won't do anything bad. We can't ruin Kuriko's reputation, right? Lingfeng smiled and brought out Shirai Kuriko, the disciplinary committee member. Well, Kuriko would definitely say something like, how could you join a pirate organization, my dear sister? Misaka Makoto also smiled, but she was somewhat curious about Lingfeng knowing about Shirai Kuriko. He should have some understanding of us. He previously said the same thing as my sister. The voice of Shinobu Kocho came from behind, and the two turned around to see her approaching with a smile. Well, how should I put it? I didn't know a bit about your affairs. It's all thanks to the system, haha. Lingfeng chuckled. He had also come from another world and had previously explored various anime, so he was very familiar with the stories of these two girls. Well, since he was here, he might as well accompany them on an adventure. Otherwise, being alone in this world could be quite dangerous. Misaka Makoto also agreed with a carefree attitude, which was in line with her style. Lingfeng smiled, shook hands with Makoto, and said, welcome to the Gale Pirate Crew. You're joining us, but what else with that title for me? It's a nickname everyone has for you, I mean your fans and the like. Huh, I have fans. Yeah, plenty of them. Oh really, tell me, what do they think of me? The sparks dancing at your fingertips are my unchanging faith. Only my railgun will last forever. Chapter 10. The Pirate Flag Completed. The next morning, Stoffen Town. After being rescued by Lingfeng and the others yesterday, the town had returned to its usual operational mode. To thank Lingfeng, the townspeople not only gave him plenty of fine wine, grapes, and food, but also gifted him a merchant ship. It was a medium-sized, two-masted sailing ship, about 20 meters long, with a tall main mast and a foremast. Sturdy canvas sails billowing into a powerful arc under the wind. A brand new two-masted sailing ship quietly docked at the harbor, allowing Lingfeng to breathe a sigh of relief. Looks like I won't have to rely on the fruit to fly me around anymore, Captain Lingfeng. Butterfly Shinobu said with a smile, while Lingfeng scratched his head, feeling a bit shy. Ahem, you see, the ship is now in hand, Lingfeng said somewhat sheepishly, while Misaka Makoto beside him looked around curiously at the sailboat. Wow, I've never seen a ship like this in Academy City. It's so cool. Misaka Makoto exclaimed in admiration. Haha, we'll be able to sail it soon. Lingfeng smiled and was very satisfied with his new boat. However, do you know how to sail? The three of them suddenly asked in unison, and then they all froze. The three had no choice but to temporarily learn the basics of sailing from the residents of the town. But sailing was not something that could be learned quickly. The three could only grit their teeth and cram a lot of sailing techniques into their minds, memorizing them by rote. As the captain, Lingfeng naturally had to record all these nautical experiences and skills. Afterwards, he inquired about the routes to enter the Grand Line and the nearest naval base. Not only that, but he also wanted to ask where he could get a good knife, since he had unlocked the swordsmanship talent skill, but still didn't have a suitable weapon, which was quite unreasonable. Fortunately, Several sailors and workers in the town had been sailing out at sea and were well informed about the nearby routes. They generously gave Lingfeng a map of the local waters and even provided him with a compass. They also told him that before entering the Grand Line, there was an island called Soda where an auction would be held soon, and there might be famous sword for sale. Lingfeng quickly thanked him, then bid farewell to the townspeople with a few days of crammed navigation skills. Before leaving, Link vowed to Lingfeng that he would become a strong warrior like him and protect his own town when the time came. Lingfeng smiled and patted his head, then took the two girls away from the small town filled with the aroma of wine. Lingfeng boarded the new ship, looking at the canvas above, and smiled at Butterfly Ninja and Misaka Makoto. What do you think? How should we design our pirate flag? Misaka Makoto and Butterfly Ninja were taken aback for a moment. Neither of them had knowledge in this area, and they couldn't come up with an answer right away. How about making a frog ties? Misaka Makoto said excitedly, her eyes sparkling. Lingfeng felt a bit troubled. If his pirate flag ended up with a frog's head on it, he would really be laughed at. Is that not good? Misaka Makoto felt a bit down, while Shinobu Kochu clapped her hands and suggested again. How about carving a butterfly? That would look great. Lingfeng's feet softened, and he almost fell. We are pirates. We need to have some momentum. If we were butterflies, that would be too gentle. The two girls shook their heads in helplessness upon hearing him, indicating that they couldn't come up with a good idea. Oh, it's not that I don't want to do this, but there will be other members in the future. If we do it your way, the members who join later will definitely be a bit unhappy. Lingfeng looked at the two girls with a hint of disappointment and quickly explained. It's decided then. Let's do it this way. Lingfeng thought of his devil fruit ability, along with his own name, and began to apply dye to the canvas. A blue pattern resembling the Sharingan served as the background, with a white skull printed on top and two knife patterns crossed to form an X, piercing through the skull's face. This would be the flag of the Swift Wind Pirates from now on. Lingfeng worked hard for half a day, and with the help of the system, he easily completed the rendering of the pirate flag. The pattern behind it resembled a continuously spinning blade of wind, and with the embellishment of two swords, this pirate flag was filled with a murderous aura. It seems that boys' aesthetics are indeed different from ours, Butterfly Shinobu said expressionlessly. Lingfeng is indeed still a Chinibu boy. Misaka Makoto also commented with an expressionless face. Ahem, it's settled then. Let's name this ship Swift Wind. Lingfeng felt a bit awkward, but as his pirate flag was completed, the system prompt sound followed. Ding! The Gale Pirate Crew flag is complete. Current members 310. Reward physique 10. Please try to complete more side quests to draw characters to become your crew. Although it's a small reward, it's better than nothing. With the completion of the pirate flag, Lingfeng and his companions officially began their adventure journey to the Grand Line. However, before that, they needed to head to a small island called Soda Island. This small island is the only stop before entering the Grand Line from the North Sea, and many pirates and merchants traveling from the North Sea to the Grand Line would stop here for supplies. Lingfeng held the permanent compass of Solta Island and began his first sailing experience. Previously, he had been propelled forward by the wind at his back on the pirate ship, but he realized that he couldn't sustain this forever with his own strength. At this moment, seabirds occasionally flew by, calling out as they soared through the sky, diving into the sea and emerging with fish in their beaks. A splash and ripples spread out layer by layer, gradually fading away at the horizon where the sea meets the sky, disappearing along with the birds. The hurricane sailed with the sea breeze, like a small knife cutting through the vast surface of the ocean, which resembled a gigantic sapphire. As the beautifully curved hull glided over the water, it stirred up waves that resembled shattered jade and exquisite flowers, creating a stunning sight. The deep blue sea and the vast sky seemed to merge into one, like a massive, pure blue gemstone, calm and serene, refreshing the spirit. Lingfeng and the other two also felt how insignificant they were in front of the vast ocean. Lingfeng retracted the power of the Hurricane Fruit, took a deep breath, and walked to the front of the ship's helm. He placed both hands on the seemingly spinning steering wheel and immediately felt a strong force transferring from the wheel into his palms. He quickly exerted his arms to stabilize the wheel, but he didn't expect the wheel to be extremely flexible. This time, he used a bit too much strength, and as he pushed hard, the wheel spun wildly and began to turn left again. With these two shakes, he clearly felt the ship underneath him swaying from side to side to the extent that his body leaned with it. Misaka Makoto and Kochu Shinobu both staggered a bit, turned to look at Lingfeng, and couldn't help but laugh. Hey, Captain, you can't do this. Yeah, how are you going to take us on an adventure like this? Lingfeng listened to the laughter of the two, feeling quite embarrassed. The actual situation of steering was completely different from the theoretical knowledge. What a hassle. System, why don't you teach me? Chapter 11. Exchange for Rewards. Fortunately, the system seemed to have heard his plea and quickly sent a prompt. System prompt. When steering, don't use too much force because the steering wheel is flexible and delicate. It controls the direction of the boat's movement, so you need to use finesse. Lingfeng hurriedly obeyed, applying a bit of strength with his arm, and sure enough, the helm steadied in the palm of his hand, no longer swaying. The previously unruly ship also became much more stable, which made Lingfeng feel delighted. Is that it? It's quite simple. However, at that moment, a gust of sea breeze blew in, unfurling the sails. The wind hit the sails, and no one was adjusting their angle and position. With no one controlling the sails, the enormous sail's surface swayed and changed angle under the force of the wind, making the entire ship rock like a drunken man, staggering and weaving. Lingfeng became even more flustered, as the loss of control over the sails meant that the immense force of the wind directly impacted the helm on the steering platform. Lingfeng felt an immense force suddenly pulling him to turn in one direction. He gritted his teeth and stubbornly pulled the steering wheel to adjust the ship back to its original course. However, just as he managed to change the ship's direction slightly, the angle between the sail and the wind shifted, causing the sail to be blown to the other side. Caught off guard, Lingfeng was abruptly pulled to the right by the steering wheel, resulting in a full right turn. The ship began to veer off in another direction. The moving sail made it impossible for Lingfeng to control the steering wheel. At one moment, he was forced into a full left turn by the wind, and at another moment into a full right turn, leaving him in a state of utter confusion. In fact, sailing is quite similar to driving a car. If the ship drifts to the right, you turn the steering wheel slightly to the left. If it drifts to the left, you turn it slightly to the right. However, the difference between sailing and driving is that the helmsman must possess keen and extensive nautical experience. They need to know where the wind is blowing from and how strong it is, regardless of the sail's position. They should be able to react immediately by adjusting the steering wheel to control the sail's position and the ship's forward direction. Lingfeng was sweating profusely, while Makoto Misaka and Shinobu Kocho were also swaying side to side due to the bumps. For a moment, the scene was quite hilarious. Lingfeng took a deep breath and began to slowly familiarize himself with the skills, unleashing the abilities of the Hurricane Fruit. As soon as the wind direction changed, his helm would shift accordingly, as if he had a premonition, allowing him to sense in advance how the wind would tease the sails over the ocean. Accompanied by initial clumsiness, Lingfeng gradually mastered the technique of steering. He rotated the helm, sometimes turning it 3 notches to the right, and, at other times, 1 notch to the left. Although the sails were still changing, the ship's body slowly stabilized. So that's how it is. After Lingfeng mastered the technique, he realized that to control the ship, he had to imagine himself as one with it, constantly attuned to the direction of the wind. Fortunately, he possessed the power of the natural hurricane fruit, and the wind on the surface of the sea felt as familiar as his own body, making it easy for him to sense it. In a brief moment, he perfectly grasped the skills of navigation. It felt pretty good. Lingfeng was somewhat excited, feeling like a man who had just bought a new car and couldn't wait to drive it. Misaka Makoto and Shinobu Kocho were also surprised to find that the previously swaying ship had become so stable under Lingfeng's control. Such a learning speed was truly impressive, even for a genius student like Misaka Makoto. It seems this guy really has the qualifications to be a captain, Misaka Makoto said with a smile to Shinobu Kocho. Yes, he indeed has a kind of charm that makes people admire him unconsciously, Shinobu Kocho replied with a smile as well. And the two of them began to do the work of sailors on the ship. At this moment, with the help of the system, Lingfeng was continuously inputting various nautical knowledge into his mind. Knowledge about different sails, such as square sails, fore and aft sails, half sails against the wind, and full sails with the wind, as well as how to raise sails and tie knots, was all memorized. After a few days of calm sailing, the three of them finally arrived at Sulta Island, following the map and the compass. The few days of peaceful sailing had become somewhat monotonous for the trio. Although they had already mastered a fair amount of sailing techniques, having just the 3 of them on board made it a bit boring. However, soon, Butterfly Shinobu spotted the distant harbor and excitedly said to Lingfeng, "Look, we have arrived." Lingfeng and the other person turned their heads in the direction of the sound and saw a bustling port. The commercial port of Sulta Island has very relaxed maritime defense measures to attract numerous merchants to dock and invest. Here, as long as you pay, even if you're a pirate, you can easily blend in. You only need to pay docking fees based on the size of the ship and the depth of its draft. The port is surrounded by a forest of sailboats, ranging from small windsurfing boards to large commercial vessels as big as castles. However, the most peculiar sight is a yellow submarine adorned with a pirate flag featuring a yellow, smiley face-bomb design. Lingfeng's eyes narrowed. He recognized this pirate ship. Such a unique flag and pirate ship could only belong to Trafalgar Law, known as the Surgeon of Death. Who would have thought he would encounter a future supernova here? Lingfeng looked at the busy port in the distance, feeling a bit excited about meeting Luo. Could it be that he also came for the auction? Lingfeng thought to himself. The three of them appeared on the deck, although their pirate flag had already revealed their identity. Lingfeng quickly handed a bag of money to the port manager. The people on this small island would never let such an important place be handled by the Navy. Otherwise, the economic source of their small island would be greatly reduced. Lingfeng subtly inquired about the location of the naval branch here, and the port manager mistakenly thought he was trying to evade the Navy's pursuit, so he told him. Little did he know that Lingfeng directly used wind to lift a bloody sack behind him and walk straight towards the naval branch with the two women. All the workers stared in shock at this scene, keenly sensing that this was a natural-type devil fruit user. The bustling and lively port fell into an unprecedented silence, as merchants disembarking from merchant ships stopped in their tracks, pointing at Lingfeng and the two women under the scorching sun. The dock workers, some still carrying cargo that they hadn't had the chance to put down, stood dumbfounded, mesmerized by Lingfeng's incredible power, even forgetting their own work. Lingfeng ignored the shocked gazes of the island's residents and directly headed towards the naval base. He asked the two women to wait outside for him, in case a battle broke out later, so they could quickly withdraw. As soon as he entered the naval base's wanted poster office, he attracted the attention of countless Navy soldiers. This guy, I can feel a terrifying wind-based power. Could he be the natural devil fruit user that Bella mentioned? The Navy soldiers whispered among themselves, seemingly aware that Lingfeng had already gained fame among the Navy in the North Sea. The next word from Lingfeng confirmed this. This is Railfo, with a bounty of 15 million berries, captain of the Poison Wolf Pirates. Chapter 12. Two Demonic Blades, Ghost Cry, and Nether Flame. A bounty of 15 million for Railfo. It is said that this guy stole the gene drug that the Vinsmoke family had researched and failed with, and then went into hiding. I didn't expect this kid to catch him. The Navy soldiers discussed animatedly, clearly having heard of Railfo as well. Upon hearing their words, Lingfeng suddenly realized. So, Chiming was a failed drug developed by the Vinsmoke family. No wonder it was so vicious. Lingfeng thought to himself, but on the surface, he remained calm. The naval staff quickly opened the burlap sack, and the moment they did, they gasped in shock. He dead. Rare few hands and feet had been severed by Lingfeng to prevent him from dying too quickly. Lingfeng had even injected him with 2 doses of Chiming to ensure he wouldn't bleed to death. However, now he was still dead. Does that mean we want to get paid? Lingfeng frowned and asked, clearly not wanting to come here for nothing. Please wait a moment. Shortly after, the Navy staff brought out 3 bags, each containing 5 million berries. This is Rail's bounty, a total of 15 million. Lingfeng did not take the bags with his hands. Instead, he used the wind to lift the 3 bags of coins and walked out of the Navy branch without looking back. Before Lingfeng could reach the door, someone called out, "Wait, is that you, Lingfeng? I don't know if you're interested in joining our Navy. With the power of your natural-type devil fruit, it seems like promoting to Admiral is just a matter of time." Several Navy officers stopped Lingfeng and extended the invitation. Navy? Not interested. Lingfeng walked out of the door without looking back. He initially wanted to join the Navy, but his main system task wouldn't allow it. After Lingfeng refused, he left directly with Misaka Makoto and Kochu Shinobu. Seeing his departure, the Navy officers said nothing more and instead went to a Navy office. Rear Admiral Drake. Lingfeng did not accept the Navy's invitation. Ungrateful. Does he think that just because he possesses a Logia-type Devil Fruit, he can look down on the Navy? Drake said with a sneer, clearly displeased with Lingfeng's rejection. At this time, Drake had not yet left the Navy, nor had he become a pirate. The young people of this era all possess exceptional skills, and it's inevitable that they are proud and arrogant. Moreover, the Navy is currently shorthanded. With the onset of the great age of pirates, more and more pirates are flooding into the Grand Line, making the Navy's forces somewhat insufficient. For someone like Lingfeng, who possesses a powerful devil fruit and currently has a clean background, he is a talent that the Navy greatly desires. However, Lingfeng's rejection made Drake feel a bit uneasy. If Lingfeng chose to become a pirate, it would be very detrimental to the Navy. Previously, A pirate named Ace obtained the Logia-type Mera Mera no Mi and became famous worldwide, with a bounty of 550 million berries. I hope this guy just wants to be a bounty hunter, Drake murmured as he watched Lingfeng's departing figure through the window. At this moment, Lingfeng directly divided 3 bags of money equally among them. The 3 discussed and decided that Lingfeng would go check out the auction, while the other 2 would go procure some clothing, food, and fresh water. They agreed on a meeting time and then parted ways. Lingfeng casually found a passerby to ask for directions and arrived at the auction site on the island, in a street filled with extravagance. Merchants and nobles were bustling about. The dockworkers and commoners from the slums would never come here. The surroundings were incredibly luxurious, with buildings that were 2 to 3 stories high. Occasionally, Navy personnel could be seen passing by on the street, while some pirates could only disguise themselves and bribe the security at the entrance of the auction to gain entry. Lingfeng was not yet wanted at this time. He swaggered towards the entrance of the auction. "Stop. Do you have entry qualifications?" A security guard directly blocked Lingfeng's way. Without showing any signs of panic, Lingfeng discreetly slipped some money to him. The security guard pretended to check Lingfeng's bag and then allowed him to enter. Oh, what a cruel island. Lingfeng walked into the auction house slowly and unhurriedly, knowing that the reason he could blend in so easily was because the Navy had definitely given some instructions. The place was a mix of all sorts, and there were bound to be quite a few pirates and bounty hunters among them. If trouble broke out during the auction, a conflict between the 2 sides would be inevitable. At that time, the Navy could just surround the entrance and capture all the pirates in one fell swoop. Meanwhile, the wealthy elites on the island would also gain a considerable income. It could be said to be a win-win situation. Lingfeng chuckled a few times as he entered the bustling auction hall with the crowd. The auction venue was a resplendent building, filled with a throng of people and exceptionally lively. Upstairs in the hall, there were isolated VIP rooms. Although not many, those who could enter were surely people of status. As the crowd surged in, the auction began. However, it mostly featured jewelry and similar items, along with permanent pointers and some maps of the Grand Line. Lingfeng didn't take it to heart. However, some other pirates and bounty hunters found these items quite necessary, so the atmosphere of the auction was very lively. As the auction gradually reached its climax, the organizers also took out their most prized treasures. On the auction stage, a woman instructed 2 staff members to bring up a table covered with a black cloth. "Now, let's present the 2 most precious items of this auction." The woman lifted the black cloth, revealing a sword rack on the table, with 2 large swords placed on the upper and lower levels of the rack. Lingfeng squinted his eyes and immediately recognized that one of the swords was indeed the onigiri used by Trafalgar Law. Both swords were relatively long, resembling the type of a wild katana. The sheath of the onigiri was adorned with small cross patterns from top to bottom, primarily in black, with a furry guard on the tsuba, handguard. At the top of the sheath, several sword tassels decorated with ropes were tied. Overall, it was very slender, while the other sword, although not as long as the onigiri, had a black sheath engraved with dark red flame cloud patterns, with a black wrapping around the handle. And its tsuba was also flame-shaped. Even before drawing the swords, one could sense a terrifying demonic aura emanating from them. Countless pirates and bounty hunters sat up straight. Although they didn't know the origins of these 2 swords, if they could get their hands on them, their strength would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. Law, hidden in a corner, had a cold gaze, fixating intensely on the onigiri. Clearly, his purpose for coming was for this. "Everyone, the finale treasure of this auction is here," the woman announced. "These 2 swords are both demon blades. The longer one is called onigiri. Although it doesn't have a rank, it is still a top-quality sword. As for this one, it belongs to the category of the Great Cutlass 21, and it is also a fearsome demon blade called Ming Yen." Chapter 13. Seizing the Demon Blade. As the woman's words fell, a wave of gasps erupted in the auction hall. Now let's start the bidding. Onigiri is valued at 20 million berries, and Ming Yen is valued at 50 million berries. "I want the onigiri. I'll bid 20 million. I'll bid 30 million. I'll bid 35 million. The bids began to rise, but strangely, no one was bidding for the other demon blade, Ming Yen. Lingfeng found it strange. Logically speaking, one of the Great Blades 21 works should be very sought after, so why was no one bidding? Could it be because of the cursed blade's reputation? Lingfeng thought to himself, knowing that the cursed sword in the pirate world would bring misfortune. The cursed sword is the most malevolent and difficult to wield among all famous blades. When the demonic energy within the sword is strong, it can even control a person's mind and take the life of its wielder. However, The more dangerous the sword, the more spiritual it is, and the power it contains is even more terrifying. I want the Ming Yen. I bid 50 million. A tall and fierce pirate stood up and shouted in a deep voice. Where did this lowly refugee come from? Do you think you can afford it? A mocking voice came from a box upstairs, followed by another bid. I bid 70 million. The tall pirate's expression turned very ugly upon hearing this. But before he could say anything, another voice from a different box called out a bid. Hey, hey, hey. I bid 100 million. The auction hall instantly fell silent. This bid clearly exceeded everyone's understanding. Although the Greatsword 21 is extremely rare, 100 million has obviously surpassed the limits of these pirates and bounty hunters. Even Lingfeng was somewhat surprised. The main issue was that he couldn't afford it. His entire fortune was only 15 million, not enough to compete with these people. However, the voice from that box sounded somewhat familiar. Could it be them? Lingfeng secretly became vigilant, as that classic laughter reminded him of a rather troublesome enemy. In the corner, Luo's expression also changed dramatically, and his body trembled involuntarily. If no one bids, the ghost cry and dark flame will. Before the woman could finish speaking, suddenly, the tall pirate raised both hands, and his palms opened like a robot, emitting terrifying laser cannons that shot in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, chaos erupted in the auction hall, with countless people screaming in panic, and the alarm bells rang out. Ha, little ones, bring those two knives over here. The tall pirate laughed triumphantly, and some surrounding pirates also got up, their palms emitting lasers just like the pirate. He, I didn't expect there would be remnants of Vinsmoke here. Doflamingo really didn't send me to the wrong place. The voice from the private room sounded again, and Luo and Lingfeng understood the true identity of the person. Don Quixote family S. Treble, the user of the sticky fruit. Arlo Slaughterhouse. Luo couldn't sit still anymore and directly used the powers of the ope fruit, instantly creating a transparent special field that enveloped the auction hall. In an instant, the two demon blades were transferred to his hands, and in the original place of the knives, two pebbles appeared. He, Luo, you little brat are indeed here. A huge figure draped in a blanket-like cloak with circles jumped down from the second floor, wearing small sunglasses with a snot hanging halfway down, and hair that was short on top and glue-like hanging down. Not only was he barefoot, but he also wore shackles on his feet, with a scruffy mustache on his upper lip and sparse teeth, looking extremely disgusting. This person was indeed Treble, a core member of the Don Quixote family. Seeing this, Luo ignored him and quickly escaped toward the outside of the auction hall. However, those pirates would not let him do as he wished, and the laser cannons from their palms bombarded Luo's back relentlessly. Luo used the powers of the ope fruit again, teleporting himself to another location. You can't escape, Luo. Treble shot out viscous brown, slippery liquid secreted from his body at a distance, forming a spherical sticky chain that was thrown directly toward Luo's position. Damn! Luo cursed inwardly. Facing so many opponents, and with his current incomplete mastery of the ope fruit's power, it would be very difficult to escape. At this moment, however, Lingfeng made his move. He lifted his foot in place, summoning a sharp wind slash that cut through Treble's sticky chain. There's actually a Logia-type Devil Fruit user here. Treble, being an old hand, immediately recognized Lingfeng's fruit ability. Luo, give me the dark flame. Lingfeng ignored him, and instead quickly flashed towards Luo's direction. Luo glanced at him, gritted his teeth, and threw one of the Ming Yen knives to Lingfeng. System prompt. Weapon obtained. Wind blade technique can be used. The moment Lingfeng grasped the demon sword Ming Yen, the system prompt sound followed. At that moment, the navy outside rushed over, and the group of pirates behind, along with Torpole who was watching from the side, surrounded Lingfeng and Luo. Meanwhile, Misaka Makoto and Kochu Shinobu were buying supplies at various shops in the street. After purchasing a lot of clothes and fresh water, they were preparing to head to the dock when Misaka Makoto suddenly noticed a group of refugees in a corner being captured by a gang of pirates. They were stuffing the refugees into burlap sacks and dragging them into a nearby cart. Misaka Makoto and Kochu Shinobu quickly leaned against the wall, ready to rescue them. However, to their surprise, the pirates seemed to have some kind of sensing ability. Each of them scanned the wall where the two were hiding with eyes that resembled robots. Penetrating the wall like infrared rays and detecting the two, a group of pirates opened their mouths, revealing cannons inside, and fired directly at their location. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, thick smoke billowed, and the wall was blown apart. Misaka Makoto and Kochu Shinobu quickly retreated, but the sound of cannon fire still echoed through the black smoke. The thick smoke and long-range cannon attacks made it impossible for them to accurately locate the pirates, and taking advantage of this opportunity, the gang drove the cart away. At this moment, Misaka Mikoto used her electromagnetic cannon to fire into the black smoke, but the pirates had already escaped, heading into the distance. Chase. Misaka Mikoto took the lead and pursued them. As a concerned citizen, she couldn't just stand by and watch. Kochu Shinobu followed suit, unable to watch the refugees being kidnapped by the pirates, especially those pirates who looked strangely robotic. Kochu Shinobu, petite and agile, flickered through the air, landing on the rooftops of the buildings on both sides of the street, quickly keeping up. Misaka Mikoto also tore off a piece of magnetic board, placing it under her feet, using electromagnetic force to levitate herself. The two swiftly chased after the pirates' cart, relentlessly pursuing them. Chapter 14. The Curse of the Demon Sword Ming Yen. Boom, boom, boom. The large auction house was filled with the sounds of explosions as countless pirates and bounty hunters fought together, with smoke filling the surroundings, creating chaos. He. Are you Lingfeng? I heard from Bellamy during the report that a kid with wind-type Devil Fruit powers defeated him. Torpole said, staring at Lingfeng with eyes that seemed to want to swallow him whole. I say, how about joining Doflamingo's family? With your strength, becoming a cadre would definitely be easy. However, Lingfeng ignored him entirely, lowering his head to look at the demon Sword Ming Yen. Even without drawing the sword, he could feel a chilling power emanating from it, along with a burning sensation coming from the blade. I say, how dare you ignore me? Torpole suddenly became furious, instantly flinging the slime secreted from his body towards Lingfeng and Luo. Luo immediately unleashed the power of his surgery fruit, preparing to escape. However, wind barrier. Lingfeng stepped forward, drew out the demon blade Ming Yen, and swung it forward, instantly generating a wall of wind in front of the two, blocking all the slime. What is this? Torpole was somewhat surprised, not expecting Lingfeng to have developed the devil fruit ability so skillfully. The other pirates, seeing this, also began to attack from a distance, firing their cannons from their palms, while some pirates took out flintlock guns, continuously bombarding the wall of wind in front of Lingfeng. However, those attacks seemed to vanish into thin air the moment they hit the wind wall. Impossible. What kind of ability is this? A natural type ability user is indeed troublesome, the pirates exclaimed, gritting their teeth as they looked at Lingfeng behind the wind wall. Law was also shocked as he watched Lingfeng's back, not expecting him to be so powerful. However, the existence of the wind wall was short-lived, and it gradually began to dissipate. It seems your ability doesn't last long, kid. Torpole and the pirates sneered, waiting for the wind wall to end, preparing to capture Lingfeng and seize the demon blade. But at this moment, Lingfeng furrowed his brow, seemingly unconcerned about his surroundings. He lowered his head, looking at the demon blade Ming Yen in his hand, deep in thought. The blade of Ming Yen was black, with red chaotic blade patterns on the side, looking extremely eerie and sharp. The entire blade was about 1.2 meters long, very slender. However, after being drawn, a strange black flame began to spread over the blade. And not only that, it quickly spread towards Lingfeng's arm. The sudden black flame surprised Lingfeng, but he did not panic. His body quickly elementalized, and the black flame did not harm him. However, this scene astonished those around him, thinking that Lingfeng was about to launch another technique, and they all watched him warily. Lingfeng, you need to be careful. That Ming Yen can burn its owner alive. If you can't control it, I advise you to let go quickly. Law reminded Lingfeng from behind, which was also why this demon blade was rarely auctioned. Otherwise, with his abilities, he wouldn't have chosen the inferior demon blade, Ghost Cry. However, Lingfeng was unconcerned. He unleashed the full power of the Hurricane Fruit, and the black flame on him was instantly fanned into a stronger blaze. This is truly a demon blade that perfectly complements me. Lingfeng grinned ferociously as he raised his head, looking at the pirate and Torii pole in front of him, slowly lifting his knife. The dark flames are like the wind, always accompanying me. The knife in Lingfeng's hand instantly transformed into a shadow, gathering the black flames from his body, unleashing an extremely sharp and terrifying sword energy that slashed forward. Steel slash, a dreadful black flame tornado, like a terrifying hurricane sweeping up from hell, erupted in an instant. Countless pirates stared in shock at the black flame tornado ahead, and before they could escape, they were directly swept into it. Save me! The pirates screamed in horror, and even Torii pole looked in surprise at the scene before him, not expecting Lingfeng's attack to be so terrifying. This is not good. Tori stopped his lewd laughter, transforming his body into slime and preparing to retreat. His slime could be ignited, and if it were caught by Lingfeng's black flame tornado, he would likely meet his end. However, how could Law let him have his way? Slaughterhouse. Law's palm faced the ground, creating a constantly rotating vortex beneath it. The hollow white typhoon-like whirlpool directly enveloped Torpal's body and a nearby black flame tornado. He instantly swapped one pirate from the black flame tornado with Torpal, as if they had teleported, exchanging their positions. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, as Torpal's body was instantly ignited and countless slimes exploded, transforming his massive body into a shriveled, tiny old man. Lingfeng originally wanted to deliver a finishing blow, but a system prompt interrupted his attack rhythm. System prompt. Side quest triggered. Resolve the alchemical experiment location on the island and regroup with companions. System prompt. Task completion rewards. Physique 30. 1 system lottery chance. 1 random move from the Navy's 6 styles, and a random reward of 1 wind-based swordsmanship talent. Lingfeng was taken aback for a moment, but quickly reacted. It was his 2 companions who triggered the side quest on this island. Luo, I'm leaving first. Take care. Hope to see you again. Lingfeng has always been decisive and immediately turned to walk out of the auction venue. Luo nodded at Lingfeng. He had originally planned to take revenge on Don Quixote da Flamingo, and now that he had the chance to kill one of his subordinates, he would not miss this opportunity. However, at that moment, the Navy outside surrounded the area. Major General Drake rushed in with his men and arrested all the pirates. Lingfeng transformed into a gust of wind, instantly sweeping past the heads of the Navy. However, a white figure intercepted him. Lingfeng was originally able to surpass ordinary people through elementalization, but upon seeing the person before him, he came to a halt. Before him stood a tall and robust man with well-developed muscles. He wore a white checkered coat, sunglasses, and had short black hair, staring at Lingfeng with a blank expression. Virgo. Lingfeng vigilantly stared at Virgo in front of him, who was capable of using armament hockey and could attack the physical form of a Logia-type Devil Fruit user. Luo looked at Virgo leading the Navy in and felt a sense of despair in his eyes. After all, he knew the terrifying strength of Virgo. Compared to the lecherous Torai Bull, this man possessed extremely formidable combat abilities. Virgo looked at Lingfeng and Luo, expressionless, and said, Luo, long time no see. Chapter 15. Gale's Severing Slash. At this moment, on the other side, Misaka Mikoto and Kochu Shinobu were chasing after a group of pirates, constantly engaging in a pursuit on the narrow streets. However, Kochu Shinobu felt somewhat powerless at this moment, not because her strength was insufficient, but because the pirates seemed to have been transformed into semi-mechanical bodies, making it difficult for her to launch long-range attacks. On the other hand, Misaka Mikoto was different. She continuously pulled out coins and shot them as electromagnetic cannons at the pirates, trying to make them stop. However, due to the presence of refugees on the carriage, she couldn't directly blow it up, so she could only intimidate the opponents this way. But the pirates attacked the 2 of them recklessly, making them extremely irritated. What should we do? This is not a solution. Misaka Mikoto hovered on a metal plate and shouted to the jumping Kochu Shinobu beside her. It seems we have to capture them ourselves. Kochu Shinobu quickly jumped and said in a low voice, but their attacks are hard for us to withstand. Misaka Mikoto gritted her teeth and said, while manipulating the metal plate to dodge a laser cannon shot from the pirates. Damn it! Misaka Mikoto was extremely frustrated. With her abilities, subduing this group of pirates should have been very simple, but because the other side had hostages, she couldn't act recklessly. Let me give it a try. Kochu Shinobu jumped into the air, her whole body as light as a butterfly, and then instantly disappeared into the air. Breath of insects. Dance of the bee's fangs. True elegance. She suddenly soared above the carriage, as if teleporting, then quickly descended and thrust down. The terrifying power even tore the surrounding air apart. Although Kochu Shinobu's strength was relatively weak, the force of her downward thrust and piercing strike was very strong, enough to penetrate rock. The pirates on the carriage looked up and saw that Kochu Shinobu had directly sliced open the back of the carriage, severing the connection with the horses in front. Good opportunity. Seeing this, Misaka Mikoto quickly manipulated the metal plate beneath her feet and rushed directly toward the carriage. Thunder Strike Gun. Misaka Mikoto's bangs flickered with arcs of electricity, and a blue-white light gun shot out straight, reaching beside the carriage in an instant, taking down the pirates within the straight-line distance. Zzzzzzee. The sound of electricity continuously emitted as the pirates, due to their mechanical modifications, experienced a short circuit in their bodies, being directly incapacitated by Misaka Mikoto. Are you all okay? Kochu Shinobu and Misaka Mikoto helped the refugees down to prevent them from getting hurt. However, the group of refugees had been injected with sleeping gas and had fallen unconscious. Not only that, but it seemed they were also strapped with bombs. These insane bastards. Misaka Mikoto unleashed an electromagnetic wave, short-circuiting the device connected to the bombs. It seems they want to take these people somewhere. Kochu Shinobu frowned as she looked at the incapacitated pirates. Then let me take a look. Misaka Mikoto rubbed her shoulders and directly used her hacking ability to invade the bodies of the pirates whose heads had also been modified. Although there was a password access restriction, Misaka Mikoto easily hacked into the remote control system. She searched for information, and not long after, her expression turned grim. It seems they intend to take these people somewhere to conduct some experiments. Misaka Mikoto's face darkened as she spoke. This reminded her of the terrifying experiments conducted in Academy City using their clones. Then let's go take a look. Otherwise, the refugees on this island might still be in danger. They might end up like these pirates, no longer even human. Kochu Shinobu's gaze was also extremely cold, recalling the scenes in her own world where demons rampantly slaughtered humans. Let's go. The two exchanged nods, said no more, and, relying on the location information hacked by Misaka Mikoto, headed towards the laboratory. Outside the auction house, Lingfeng confronted Virgo, and he also began to take things a bit more seriously. The Navy with their armed color hockey, just right, let you know that even with hockey and natural abilities, it's not something you can challenge casually. Lingfeng raised the Mingyan blade in his hand, remaining silent as he struck towards Virgo with a single slash. Steel slash. An incredibly terrifying sword aura surged directly towards Virgo, but the latter remained unfazed, placing a bamboo stick horizontally in front of him, with armed hockey enveloping his entire body. However, it was clear that he underestimated Lingfeng's Gale swordsmanship, as the fearsome wind-based slash left scars on his bamboo. What? Virgo was shocked, not expecting that Lingfeng could confront him head-on without using armed hockey. He. Lingfeng let out a cold laugh, then immediately unleashed his ultimate move, the Gale's absolute slash. In an instant, countless wind-based clones charged rapidly towards Virgo's body, striking with him at the center. Several wind clones, following the trajectory of a hexagram, quickly advanced and pierced through his body. Iron block. Virgo still chose not to dodge, arrogantly preparing to take the hit. He believed that Lingfeng did not have haki and therefore did not need to use Soru. Unexpectedly, the sound of blade energy continuously tearing through flesh rang out, leaving the surrounding navy in awe and shock. Even Virgo himself couldn't believe that. With his haki activated and using iron block, he was actually breached by Lingfeng. Only Lingfeng knew that after the Gale's absolute slash, the weapon would inherently have armor-piercing effects. Although the system did not explicitly state it, Lingfeng understood that such a hidden buff must exist. Sure enough, Virgo's arrogance backfired, and he was directly injured by Lingfeng. Lingfeng leaped over Virgo and directly executed the forward slash. He was like a man of the wind, quickly darting back and forth among the Navy crowd, looking so joyful. The joyful windman, as the name suggested. At this moment, Virgo was filled with immense anger. He had actually been injured by a little brat who didn't even know how to use haki. Bastard. Virgo wrapped his entire body with haki, and the bamboo in his hand began to spin rapidly, preparing to deliver a fierce blow to Lingfeng, who was weaving through the crowd. Captain Virgo. No. Drake stopped him, knowing that once Virgo used this move, countless Navy soldiers would also suffer. Get out of the way. Virgo ignored him, and the amiable, graceful demeanor he usually displayed vanished completely. At this moment, he had revealed his true character, becoming extremely cruel and ruthless, even willing to kill his own subordinates without hesitation. He disregarded Drake's obstruction and charged straight toward Lingfeng in the crowd. However, Lingfeng coldly laughed upon seeing this, his gaze icy and a sinister smile on his lips. Come on, Virgo, let the Navy see how disgusting your true nature is. Chapter 16. The Great Battle with Virgo. Virgo's body shot toward Lingfeng at high speed, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into several black lines and disappeared from his original spot. Shave. Virgo finally began to take things seriously, and the Navy's 6 styles started to be unleashed one by one. Gale. Lingfeng smiled faintly, standing in the midst of the naval crowd, his left hand open, forming a vortex of wind in his palm. Suddenly, a hurricane formed, centered around him, drawing the surrounding Navy officers towards him with its powerful winds. "Help! Help me! Admiral Virgo, save me!" The Navy personnel cried out in desperation, trying to break free, but how could they, like ants, escape from the overwhelming force of the hurricane? "Come on, Virgo!" Lingfeng laughed loudly, then used countless naval soldiers as a shield wall. As long as Virgo wanted to attack him up close, he would have to cross over the bodies of these sailors. "You little brat! You should call me Mr. Virgo." Virgo roared in anger, his body enveloped in a layer of black hockey, and he swung the bamboo stick heavily. "No, Commander Virgo!" Drake shouted anxiously, but Virgo paid no attention to the lies of the sailors and continued to do as he pleased. Bang! The navy surrounding Lingfeng was directly sent flying by a stick. Lingfeng laughed maniacally, transforming into a whirlwind and retreating a distance. "Ha ha 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 ha! You pathetic dog of Doflamingo are just so disgusting." Lingfeng's words caused Virgo's expression to change drastically, and then he became extremely furious, using the moon step to quickly catch up to Lingfeng. Just like that, "Virgo, go ahead and kill the Navy men. Can you guess what the Navy admirals will do to your master?" Lingfeng transformed into a raging wind, constantly flickering his figure. Although Virgo used the shave technique, Lingfeng kept treating the surrounding Navy as obstacles, blocking his pursuit. "You bastard kid!" Virgo roared in anger, frantically smashing the Navy soldiers. Countless small Navy soldiers were sent flying by his blows, spitting blood and falling around the two of them. "Commander Virgo, is this the Navy? The justice of a Navy? So you're an undercover agent for the pirates." Drake looked at the frenzied Virgo, his eyes filled with disappointment. He never expected that the Navy officer he had always admired was actually an undercover agent for the pirates. The usually gentle demeanor was all fa-ade. This scene caused a tremendous shock to Drake's heart, instantly shattering his beliefs. "Ha ha ha! Virgo, just a friendly reminder, if you keep entangling with me, your colleague Tory Pole will be burned to death by my underworld flame." Lingfeng dodged Virgo's pursuit while laughing loudly. "What?" Virgo's expression changed drastically. Although he was brutal and ruthless, he was very loyal to the Don Quixote pirates, treating his companions like family. And he would show extreme brutality towards those who betrayed the family. "Keep chasing me. I have plenty of time." Lingfeng's figure stopped, and the sudden halt generated a powerful wind pressure that caused the surrounding buildings to collapse. He raised the demon, Sword Ming Yin, and once again summoned a black flame tornado towards the auction venue. "Woohoo! Toolable D." Lingfeng continuously used the steel slash, and the entire block was directly enveloped by several black flame tornadoes. "Look at your Navy Vice Admiral. He only cares about the safety of the pirates. And he doesn't give a damn about you Navy subordinates and the civilians." Lingfeng sneered and said that Virgo was now in a dilemma. Continuing to chase Lingfeng would only delay him, while Torbel's life and death were uncertain at the auction venue. Lingfeng was also quite upset. If it weren't for the fact that he hadn't learned armament hockey yet, he could have taken this waste down with just 2 strikes. "I'll remember you, Lingfeng, right?" Virgo dropped a harsh remark and used shave to disappear from the spot, heading towards the auction venue. "Next time we meet, it won't be that simple, Virgo." Lingfeng sneered and said, while the remaining Navy and pirates around him looked at him in fear. The buildings around began to collapse, and the crowd started to flee in all directions. In an instant, the scene was chaotic with explosions and flames everywhere. Smoke filled the air, and Lingfeng directly concealed himself within it, grabbing a few previously modified pirates. He knew in his heart that these pirates should be related to his side quest. "Where's your group's base?" Lingfeng stepped directly on the tall pirate, with the Mingyan knife pressed against his neck, and straightforwardly asked, Don't kill me. Then speak quickly. I'll talk." Although the pirate had been arrogant before, seeing Lingfeng's overwhelming strength, he immediately revealed the alchemy research base on the island. Human experimentation? Could it be that? Lingfeng listened to the information provided by the pirate, his eyes narrowing slightly, and he had a rough idea in his mind. "Hey, take me." Lingfeng had just lifted his foot when he suddenly noticed that the tall pirate's eyes seemed to emit countless beams of red light, and his body began to twitch strangely. Bang! The pirate's body exploded directly, and the other modified pirates around him also exploded in unison, turning into countless fragments. "Remote control?" Lingfeng murmured, then turned into a gentle breeze and disappeared from the spot. At this moment, in a hidden steel base on Soda Island, a young man in a white lab coat was staring at an electronic screen, releasing the switch beneath it. "It seems this place can't be hidden anymore." The man adjusted his glasses and muttered expressionlessly to himself. Bang! Just as he finished speaking, The iron door outside the control room was blown to pieces by an electromagnetic cannon. Two petite figures entered his control room along with the dust. "Are you the owner of this laboratory?" Misaka Makoto coldly asked the bespectacled man in front of her. "Strange? Why didn't the guards or the screens detect you?" The young man calmly pushed up his glasses and asked unhurriedly. "Are those guards? I put them to sleep with poison." Shinobu Kocho shrugged and said. "As for the electronic devices, I made them all malfunction." Misaka Makoto also reached into her pocket and pulled out a coin, saying, "Interesting, really interesting." The young man stared at the two of them, his eyes filled with fervor. "If I could transform you into artificial humans as well, it would surely add to my strength." His greedy gaze swept over Misaka Makoto and Shinobu Kocho, his tone brimming with excitement. "I think you should just give up." At this moment, Lingfeng's voice came from the dark passage outside. "What? You are clearly just." The bespectacled man asked in surprise upon seeing Lingfeng's figure. "You underestimate the speed of the wind too much." Lingfeng slowly walked into the control room and approached her two companions. Seeing that they were both fine, she let out a sigh of relief. How convenient. A nature element ability user, exactly what I need." The bespectacled man snorted coldly, showing no signs of fear. "Huh. No wonder he's a mad researcher belonging to the illegal research team ADS, still talking like this." Lingfeng's words instantly changed the man's expression. "Impossible. How do you know?" the man asked in surprise, thinking that Lingfeng and the others didn't even know about the existence of ADS. "Huh. You underestimate me too much. Although I don't know your name, it's clear that you're not doing as well as Beijiao Punk, Caesar Clown, Vince Smoke Judge, or Quinn." Lingfeng said with a cold smile. The bespectacled man was filled with disbelief upon hearing the names Lingfeng mentioned. "Who exactly are you?" However, in response to the man's question, Lingfeng completely ignored it and instead asked back, "So, who are you? Their little brother?" Lingfeng stared at the man, clearly curious about his identity as well. Since he knows about ADS, how could he not know my name? "Listen carefully. My name is Walter Burt, a top scholar of ADS." Walter shouted excitedly, clearly very proud of his name. "This top scholar is living in obscurity in the North Sea?" Lingfeng scoffed disdainfully, having no good feelings towards a madman before him. Moreover, as far as he knew, none of the notorious figures in the illegal research team ADS from back in the day were good people. The genius Vegapunk was the most mysterious, having once researched the blueprints for life and was considered the most dangerous existence by the world government. Now he was working for them. That bastard Caesar Clown collaborated with Don Quixote da Flamingo to create artificial devil fruits and even conducted giantification experiments on children. As for Quinn, he joined the Yonko Kaido's pirate crew and became one of the three calamities, enjoying having his subordinates report to him using the latest trouble rankings, yet looked down on all of them. And then there was Vince Smoke Judge, who, in his quest to revive the glory of the Vince Smoke family, resorted to any means necessary, even modifying his own children and forcing his wife to undergo surgery, believing that what he did was not wrong. In short, they were all capable individuals, but just as insane as madmen. What do you know, brat? Vegapunk once had us all gasping for breath, and after the team disbanded, Judge researched the lineage factor and developed modified humans, which pushed my dreams further. Walter trembled as he spoke, clearly very confident in his research. But that guy rejected me over a disagreement regarding my masterpiece and established Germa 66 on his own. If it weren't for my help, would he be where he is today? Could he dominate the North Sea? Walter grew more agitated as he spoke, even raising his head to shout at the ceiling. "I don't care about your past. Hand over the research results to us and to our beautiful canon sister, and I'll spare your life." Lingfeng impatiently interrupted him, directly drawing out the demon sword and threateningly said, "Hee, little brat, do you think I would come unprepared for your arrival?" Walter sneered a few times, then quickly pressed several buttons on the console behind him. However, I forgot to tell you, this lady beside me can disable any electronic device. Lingfeng smiled and pushed Misaka Makoto beside him, who shot him a glare. "Don't keep calling me that name." "Okay, Peiji, you're still calling me that. Got it. Peiji, do you want to know what it feels like to be electrocuted?" Walter stared dumbfounded at Lingfeng and Misaka Makoto. He had been so confident before, but now he looked completely bewildered. He had thought that the short-haired girl with brown hair had a devil fruit ability, but he didn't expect her to directly use electromagnetism to disable all his equipment. "But I'm not really interested in this experimental research," Misaka Makoto said somewhat helplessly to Lingfeng. "Just take it. If any modified humans appear later, you can help them." Lingfeng directly switched to persuasion mode, afraid that the canon's sister wouldn't agree. "Well, since you put it that way, fine." Makoto felt a bit helpless. while Shinobu Kochu smiled behind Lingfeng, and that gaze made Lingfeng shiver. Impossible! It's impossible! Walter shouted, having researched for many years. Although he had always kept a low profile, he was also waiting for the moment to restore his reputation. His former colleagues had already made names for themselves, but he was still dreaming in the North Sea. Now, he was disturbed by 3 little brats. How could he accept that? Don't come over. If you come closer, I'll commit suicide. Walter shouted frantically, pulling out a small knife and pressing it against his throat, signaling Lingfeng not to approach him. Ziz. However, Mikoto directly fired an electric shotgun, paralyzing him. Sigh, there are always these arrogant idiots who think they have everything under control, not realizing they're just clowns. Lingfeng signaled Misaka Mikoto to go check the electronic equipment to see if there were any refugees still locked inside. It's so complicated that I can't remember it even if I look at it. Misaka Mikoto covered the control panel with electronic signals, looking at a pile of data, and felt quite overwhelmed. Keep it up, Lingfeng said with a smile, and then checked the other electronic screens. It seemed that there were no other refugees left. Lingfeng sheathed the minion blade at his waist, sighed with relief, and said, "Let's go. That group of Navy might arrive any minute now." Lingfeng asked Misaka Mikoto to print out the information and then left the control room. "What about this person?" Misaka asked Lingfeng as she was leaving. "So many refugees have been modified by him. What do you think?" Lingfeng remained expressionless, not turning back as he unleashed a whirlwind. Suddenly, the entire experimental base was swept away by the hurricane, beginning to collapse. "Let's go." Lingfeng left the control room without looking back, and the other 2 girls also glanced back before following closely behind. Once they left the cold experimental base, the massive building behind them collapsed. Walter's unrealistic dreams were thus shattered by the 3 of them. Accompanied by their departure, the system's notification sound followed. System notification, mission completed, rewards, physique 30. 1 system lottery opportunity, 1 random move from the Navy 6 styles, and a random wind-type swordsmanship talent. Chapter 18, First Bounty and Unexpected Companions. System notification, acquired Navy 6 styles, finger gun, wind-type swordsmanship, breath of wind. A strong wind blew as Lingfeng took the 2 girls away from the collapsing research base. He then opened the system panel to check his attributes. Name, Lingfeng. Physique, 78, Devil Fruit. Hurricane Fruit, development level, 15. Awakening occurs at 100. Armament Hockey. 0 unlocked. Observation Hockey. 0 unlocked. Conqueror's Hockey. 0 unlocked. Swordsmanship. 50. Obtain Gale Swordsmanship. Breath of Wind. Swordsmanship can be upgraded when a value reaches 100. Navy 6 styles. Basic learned of Gale Foot. Basic learned of Finger Pistol, 26. Current crew, 310. Lingfeng quickly opened the skill description for Wind Breathing. Wind Breathing. First form, Dust Whirlwind / rapidly closes in on the target, leaving behind spiraling wind blades that shred the ground. The attack is accompanied by a powerful shockwave. Wind Breathing. Second form, Claw Keho Wind. Slashes forward to unleash 4 claw-shaped wind blades, dealing area damage. Wind Breathing. Third form, Clear Gale Wind Tree. Instantly unleashes 3 wind blades centered around oneself. The last 6 forms of Wind Breathing are not unlocked. Note, the last 6 forms require an increase in swordsmanship to unlock. Lingfeng looked at the newly acquired swordsmanship, feeling very excited. The breathing technique could significantly enhance his physical abilities. Moreover, with an expert like Shinobu Kocho nearby, he could ask her for guidance later on. Lingfeng turned off the system panel and transformed into a whirlwind, rushing towards the dock with his 2 companions. Sure enough, when the 3 of them arrived at the dock, they found it surrounded by a dense crowd of Navy soldiers. Moreover, in the distance on the sea, Navy warships were already closing in. Clearly, the Navy was prepared to capture all the fleeing pirates in one sweep. Lingfeng smiled and transformed into a hurricane, charging straight towards his ship, the Gale. Boom! A massive whirlwind swept through the port, knocking the surrounding Navy off balance. "It's him! Capture that pirate! Don't let him escape!" The Navy shouted in unison, clearly not willing to let go of a natural element user like Lingfeng easily. If he were to escape and grow stronger, he would undoubtedly become the Navy's #1 enemy in the future. Lingfeng and his 2 companions landed directly on the deck of the Gale. He instructed Misaka Mikoto to lift the anchor with her electromagnet, preparing to leave the port. Then he swiftly cut the rope that was tied to the iron post at the port, and the Gale lost its last point of support. With the help of the wind, it slowly began to move. Just as he was about to steer away, a loud bang suddenly echoed, boom. A cannonball came crashing towards the gale. Lingfeng smiled faintly and swung his sword. Wind barrier. A massive wall of wind instantly appeared around the gale, enveloping it. Boom, boom, boom. The Navy's warships and the port's artillery continuously bombarded Lingfeng's pirate ship, but all were blocked by the wind wall. Time to slip away. Lingfeng sheathed his sword and walked slowly to the ship's helm, preparing to set sail. The once silent port was now filled with the sound of cannon fire as the Navy rushed in, ready to approach Lingfeng's pirate ship. Suddenly, a white vortex formed into a space, and Law's figure appeared, continuously swinging his sword, cutting the surrounding Navy into pieces. Hurry up, Captain Lingfeng. Law appeared from the nearby submarine pirate ship, and the crew of the Heart Pirates also emerged one by one. I didn't expect you to be so loyal. Lingfeng smiled, but Luo looked tense, clearly still wary of Virgo's earlier appearance. Let's go. Lingfeng raised his hand, and the entire ship, the Swift Wind, surprisingly floated up. The surrounding Navy ships were left dumbfounded. This guy is indeed a tough character. Keep firing. The Navy shouted angrily, but the Swift Wind soared away like a spaceship, flying towards the distant sea. Chase after them. The Navy turned their ships, but suddenly discovered that the previously calm sea had erupted into a violent hurricane, with waves crashing down like tides, directly overturning the Navy ships in the water. Luo and the others quickly piloted their submarine to escape, and the expressions of the Navy turned extremely grim. Put a bounty on them. Yes, and also inform the Navy headquarters that Virgo is an undercover agent for the pirates. They can handle Doflamingo's identity as a warlord themselves. Understood. The naval commander at the port issued commands, his eyes still fixed on the Swift Wind, which had already turned into a small black dot in the sky. His gaze icy cold. Damn pirates. One day I'll catch you all. However, they did not notice that Drake, who usually charged to the front, had vanished without a trace. After several rounds of escape, Lingfeng finally piloted the Swift Wind out of the Navy's entanglement. Virgo was removed from the Navy. Drake had defected, and the news of Lingfeng being wanted immediately appeared in the World Economic News. The news was spread by seagulls around the world, and for the first time, Lingfeng had a bounty placed on him. A first bounty of 300 million berries. The Navy really thinks highly of me. Lingfeng smiled, looking at the wanted poster in his hand, which clearly depicted him facing Virgo while wielding the demon sword Ming Yen. The bounty number below the image also pleased him greatly. Clearly, being wanted for the first time came with such a reward, indicating that his strength was quite recognized. That's because you're a natural type ability user, otherwise it would be so high. Just as Lingfeng was looking at the newspaper, a low voice sounded behind him, and a figure stepped out from the cabin. It was none other than Drake. Is it really okay for a former Navy to become a pirate? Lingfeng turned around and squinted at Drake. He knew that if Drake continued to stay in the Navy, he would become the captain of the Navy's secret special forces. Sword. What is the difference between pirates and the Navy? Drake's tone was somewhat heavy, clearly disappointed about the fact that Virgo was an undercover pirate. If you continue down this path, you might have a great future ahead. So I'll ask you one last time. Are you sure you want to follow me? Lingfeng looked at Drake with a serious expression, knowing that the latter would later join the Four Emperors Kaido's pirate crew as an undercover Navy officer. However, for now, his fate was to be changed by himself. But if you're the kind of pirate who kills innocents indiscriminately, I will personally kill you. Chapter 19, Lottery. New partners. Don't worry, he's not that kind of person. Misaka Makoto walked over and said to Drake. That's good. After Drake said that, he fell silent. Joining the Swift Wind pirate crew, he was completely disillusioned with the Navy. Although it seemed unfair to the protection he received from Admiral Tsuru back in the day, he wanted to uphold his own sense of justice. He could see that Lingfeng was not that kind of ruthless pirate. Although he seemed crazy, he had his own principles. All right, welcome to the Swift Wind pirate crew. Lingfeng was also a bit excited, not expecting to recruit a user of an ancient-type Devil Fruit, which would definitely become a great help to him in the future. So, partners, I will leave for a while. Lingfeng found an excuse to leave Drake's sight. He needed to go into the cabin to draw lots. Such a scene shouldn't be seen by the newly joined Drake. After all, he was just one of them now, and precautions were necessary. Lingfeng couldn't wait to walk into the cabin, lock the door, and then open the system panel. The system prompted, do you want to draw a character? Once drawn, the system will bind it, and it cannot be refunded. As the system's prompt sound came, Lingfeng excitedly clicked yes. Ding, starting to draw the third companion. Accompanied by the sound of the system prompt, countless anime characters flashed through Lingfeng's mind. Numerous cute and sexy two-dimensional girls flashed in his mind, making Lingfeng dizzy once again. Soon, the system quickly focused on a picture. Lingfeng smiled slightly upon seeing the image. The system's pointer stopped on a picture of a cute girl with blue hair. And then a blue light flickered as a petite figure stepped out from it. A cute girl with blue hair, dressed in a black and white maid outfit and wearing white stockings, slowly emerged from the light. Her short blue hair was cut to the neck, with bangs covering her right eye, and her pupils were the same blue color as her hair. Rem, the third companion summoned by Lingfeng, was none other than the adorable maid from Re:0, starting life in another world, Remington. Although Drake also became Lingfeng's companion, he was not summoned by the system, so he didn't count towards the system panel's numbers. Here, I only remember taking a nap. How did I end up in this place? Rem stepped out from the light, looking around and then at Lingfeng, and asked in a somewhat dazed manner. Remchan, welcome to this world. Lingfeng smiled, very satisfied with the companion he had drawn, because Rem was not only cute, but also very versatile in household chores. The other two were hopeless when it came to cooking, and Rem's arrival was just in time to become the chef on this ship. Who are you? Rem looked at Lingfeng with some caution, thinking he might be a member of a witch cult. However, after noticing that he didn't carry the scent of a witch, she gradually let her guard down. My name is Lingfeng, and I'm the captain of this ship, the Gale. Lingfeng smiled, and along with the system, began to impart the knowledge of this world to Remington Pirates, Navy. Rem seemed a bit stunned, clearly at a loss. It's okay, you'll adapt slowly. Cool me. Let me introduce you to the companions. Lingfeng smiled, knowing that after being summoned, everyone would feel a bit uneasy and even find it hard to believe. Well, all right. Rem looked at Lingfeng, still unsure if it was real, but could only follow him out of the cabin. Everyone, our new partner has arrived. Lingfeng led Rem out of the cabin and onto the deck, addressing the other three. You brought out a maid in no time? Misaka Makoto, who was on lookout duty at the observation deck, asked in surprise upon seeing Rem behind Lingfeng. Another innocent girl, just like us, brought over by Lingfeng. Shinobu Kocho said with a smile as she looked at Remington maid. Your taste in things is really... Drake, seeing the adorable Rem, was also a bit shocked, not expecting Lingfeng to have such a preference. What are you all talking about? Please don't misunderstand me. Lingfeng shook his head helplessly, too lazy to comment on them, and directly introduced Rem to his three companions. Hello, my name is Remington. Although Rem was a bit reserved, she soon accepted the fact that she had been summoned. She saw the blue ocean surrounding her, blending with the sky, and the pirate ship beneath her feet. Fortunately, with the system panel present, Rem was able to accept her current situation. You don't need to worry about your sister. With Subaru Natsuki here, you can rest assured. Lingfeng noticed a hint of worry in Rem's eyes, realizing that she was still concerned about her sister. Do you know her? I mean, Ram, right? She looks just like you, only with different hair and eye color. Lingfeng smiled and said to Rem, fortunately, I didn't summon her, otherwise I wouldn't help her regain her magic. Lingfeng said with some relief, and Rem remembered that there were others around her sister, which eased her mind. Seeing that she seemed to relax, Lingfeng announced that Rem would be the ship's chef from now on. Huh, I want to try cooking too. Misaka Makoto said somewhat reluctantly. You have a nerve to say that after I asked you to buy something? Lingfeng said irritably. I seem to have forgotten at that time. I was too focused on the chase. Misaka Makoto said somewhat sheepishly. You know, right? We still had money. Now the money is gone. Lingfeng was very pained at that moment. Well, don't blame her too much. I was also. Shinobu Kocho came out to smooth things over, awkwardly touching her head as she spoke. You'll drive me crazy one of these days. Lingfeng sighed. Earlier, when the two of them were chasing that group of pirates, they left the fresh water and food they had bought behind. Not only that, but they also lost the money that was supposed to be divided among the three of them. Lingfeng wanted to cry, but had no tears. He had worked hard to earn 15 million, and now only a third was left. Well, money, we can earn it again later. Exactly. If it really doesn't work, we can tie you up and hand you over to the Navy, then we'll have money. All right, there's that way too. You guys are so creative. What about me? You can escape by yourself, and then we'll tie you up again and hand you over. After a few rounds, we'll have money. Are you trying to exploit a bug here? The three of them were quarreling with each other, while Drake shook his head repeatedly, feeling like he had boarded a ship full of fools. Rem looked at the quarrel among Lingfeng and the others, and the tension in her heart finally dissipated completely. She lifted her head, gazing at the sky, as the sea breeze blew her bangs, revealing her blue eyes, the same color as the sky. Sister, it seems I will have to stay here for a while. Chapter 20. Entering the Grand Line, the swift wind was sailing on the calm sea. Lingfeng was looking at the map and compass, directing the course. Soon, they would reach the Red Earth continent, and, after passing through the doldrums, they would enter the Grand Line through Reverse Mountain. Once they entered the Grand Line, it would mean that Lingfeng's adventure was officially beginning. The doldrums of the Grand Line were generally impassable for ordinary ships, so the usual way to enter or leave the Grand Line was to go through Reverse Mountain. Reverse Mountain had a total of water channels arranged in an X shape, with water flowing in from 4 sides and out through one. The 4 slanted edges were the waterways flowing in from the 4 seas, which converged at the mountain's peak and then flowed out through a horizontal waterway, leading to the Grand Line. Lingfeng looked at the map and knew he was getting close to his destination. In the past few days, Rem's arrival had brought some order to their previously chaotic sailing life. Her housekeeping and cooking skills were as perfect as ever. The kitchen was under Rem's control, while Shinobu had transformed the medical room, researching various medicines and improving the formula for the poison, chiming. As for the storage room and breeding room, they held dry goods, alcohol, seasonings, and herbs, among other things. Misaka Makoto had turned the accounting room into a workshop, occasionally researching some high-tech items and working on the overall transformation of the pirate ship. She also renovated the entertainment room for everyone to relax in during their free time. The top of the second floor was transformed into a bathroom, restroom, and laundry room. A small storage room was separated out in the restroom and laundry area to store daily bathing items, etc. The library was also where everyone drew maps of the sea. Next to it were the dressing room and separate bedrooms for men and women. As for the highest floor, it housed the lookout tower and a gym. Drake had been working out and keeping watch here, and his previous experience as a Navy officer made him quite adept at it. On the deck and the outer area of the kitchen, Lingfeng had developed a layer of soil and lawn, planting a few grapevines to commemorate the first island he had visited. With the renovations over the past few days, everyone had been very busy, but thanks to the support of Misaka and Lingfeng's systems, it wasn't too difficult to manage. Drake had initially been shocked by how Lingfeng managed everything, but Lingfeng brushed it off by saying it was Misaka Makoto's special ability. However, these renovations had made the originally just a merchant ship pirate ship take on a unique style of its own. The bow had been modified to feature a mark resembling the Sharingan, which fit perfectly with his pirate flag. However, there was no way to add a cannon port, as they were still sailing. But with Misaka around, it didn't matter much without a cannon port. During these days, not only was he transforming the ship's body, but he was also maintaining the course and studying breathing techniques with Shinobu. In the world of Demon Slayer, where Shinobu originally came from, the members of the Demon Slayer Corps used a technique called total concentration breathing to enhance their physical abilities to combat demons, which had capabilities far beyond those of humans. Its main function was to strengthen lung capacity, allowing the blood to absorb a large amount of oxygen in a short period, significantly increasing physical abilities and temporarily granting them the same physical capabilities as demons. The higher realm of total concentration breathing is total concentration constant, which allows one to maintain focus on their breathing even while asleep. Mastering this technique is the minimum requirement to approach the strength of the Hashira. Shinobu had already mastered this breathing technique, so Lingfeng was continuously practicing as well. Fortunately, the system had helped him unlock the wind breathing technique, and his physical stats were very high, making it relatively easy for him to learn. Additionally, it was worth mentioning that when he used the breathing technique, his curse blade, the Dark Flame Demon Blade, changed color in response to the wind breathing style he adapted to, turning green. This made the originally black cursed blade somewhat out of place when using wind breathing. Therefore, Lingfeng planned to acquire a few famous swords once they enter the Grand Line, to correspond with his different skills. Lingfeng maintained his full concentration as he gazed at the distant sky. Although it was morning, large dark clouds sharply divided the blue sky, creating a hazy view in the distance, resembling an uncertain journey ahead. Turning back, the azure sky was as pure as a piece of blue crystal, without a trace of impurity. Look, it's the Red Earth continent. Drake's voice interrupted Lingfeng's thoughts. He jumped down from the observation platform and handed him a telescope. Lingfeng took a look and indeed saw a massive red mountain in the distance that seemed to reach the sky. Seeing the Red Earth continent with his own eyes was far more shocking than seeing it in the anime. He wondered how the merman hero Fisher Tiger managed to climb such a mountain and how much hatred and determination to save slaves he must have had in his heart. Lingfeng, for a moment, was filled with a myriad of emotions. Attention! We will be sailing upstream soon. Everyone get ready! Lingfeng shouted loudly, and the others were already prepared. As they approached the Red Earth continent and reached the waterway of the upside-down mountain, everyone felt their boat accelerating rapidly. then speeding towards the high mountains of the Red Earth continent. Everyone stood on the boat, gripping the railing tightly to avoid being blown away by the airflow. Watching the boat continue to surge upwards, everyone felt very excited. Then the boat rushed to the highest point. An inertia caused it to soar high before plunging back into the water, descending at an even faster speed. They smoothly passed over the Red Earth continent and then rapidly descended downwards. Lingfeng was originally a bit worried about encountering Laboon, the giant whale, which might block their pirate ship. However, fortunately, Laboon did not seem to appear. After arriving at Twin Gorges, Lingfeng stopped the ship and began to look for Dr. Kuroka's, the former ship's doctor of the Pirate King. Lingfeng needed to get a log pose from him. Without a log pose in the Grand Line, it would be like seeking death. The geomagnetism, celestial phenomena, ocean currents, and air currents in the Grand Line are all chaotic, making it very difficult to confirm one's position, let alone find islands. The sailing techniques and experiences from the four seas are unreliable. Only the log pose and permanent pose are trustworthy. Lingfeng and the others searched for a long time and finally found Dr. Kuroka's basking in the sun under a small coconut tree. However, at that moment, a group of pirates was surrounding him. "Hey, old man, hurry up and hand her over. That stinky woman stole our treasure. Do you want to keep it all to yourself? Yeah, if you don't call her out, don't blame us for being rude. We'll just take care of that whale right away. That big whale, its meat should last us a long time, right? Ha 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 ha." The pirates surrounded Kuroka's, and in the distance was the whale Labu, caught in a huge fishing net. Although it had many scars on its head, it was adorned with a crooked pirate flag. Chapter 21. The Little Thief's Best Friend? It seems that Luffy and the others have already passed through here. Lingfeng looked at the crooked pirate flag pattern on Labu's head and couldn't help but chuckle. Afterwards, they quietly followed along, and from a distance, Lingfeng saw a woman with short purple hair hiding behind Kuroka's. The woman was dressed in a tight black suit that accentuated her perfect curves, and she had an extremely beautiful face, with large eyes that revealed a hint of cunning. "I didn't steal your treasure. I found it first, and you just took it." "Huh? You dare to retort? What my Black Crow pirates set their eyes on, you little girl think you could just snatch it." Several pirates sneered, their gaze towards the woman filled with greed. "Karina? She's actually here?" Lingfeng recognized the identity of the purple-haired woman at a glance. Karina was once Nami's best friend, and they were caught while stealing from a treasure hunter's vault. Later, she abandoned Nami and escaped. However, it wasn't that she abandoned Nami to flee, but rather that she became bait for the treasure hunters to ensure both of them could survive. Just when I needed a navigator, one has come to me. Lingfeng smiled as he looked at Karina, hiding in the distance behind Kuroka's, already making plans in his mind. Hey, a bunch of big guys being so fierce toward a girl? However, before Lingfeng could say anything, the enthusiastic citizen Misaka Mikoto had already rushed forward and spoke to the group of pirates. "Huh, where did this little brat come from? Oh, not bad looking. TSK. Little girl, coming to the Grand Line at such a young age? You wouldn't be some captain's little lover, would you? Ha ha, are you talking about that little brat over there?" The pirates, who called themselves the Black Crow Pirates, mocked Misaka Mikoto, and upon noticing Lingfeng not far behind her, they sneered at him as well. However, before they could finish, Misaka Mikoto sighed, electricity crackling around her, clearly ready to give this group of pirates a good shock. "Wait a minute, Sister Cannon." Lingfeng interrupted her directly. Mikoto was stunned for a moment, and the flickering arcs of electricity around her disappeared. "I said, ladies, isn't it a bit excessive to speak disrespectfully to the little girl, and even snatch her treasures?" Lingfeng walked up with a smile and looked at the few pirates, saying, "Hey kid, do you want a hero to save the beauty? Get lost. The Grand Line is not a place for little brats like you to wander around. Wait, you look a bit familiar." Just as a few pirates were about to mock Lingfeng, their expressions suddenly changed as they began to size him up from head to toe. "Wait, you can't be that rookie pirate with a bounty of 300 million, can you?" It seems like it is. No mistake about it. I saw in the newspaper today. It's definitely him." The pirates who were previously arrogant now trembled all over, looking at the smiling Lingfeng ahead. Their legs started to soften. "Gentlemen, why not let it go this time for my sake?" Lingfeng remained composed, smiling as he spoke to the pirates. "Humph, you say to let it go. Will it really be let go? So what if there's a bounty of 300 million? Our Black Crow pirates have long risked our lives to be pirates. Are we going to be intimidated by a little brat like you? That's right. The Navy must have made a mistake. This little brat looks like he couldn't possibly be worth 300 million. The captain of the Black Crow pirates glanced at Lingfeng a few times, then looked at the petite butterfly, Shinobu, and Rem behind him. Aside from Drake, The other three women looked like fragile girls who could easily be pushed over. Instantly, the morale of the Black Crow pirates surged. After all, what kind of storm could a few girls stir up? Moreover, Lingfeng didn't look particularly strong, so they confidently believed that the Navy must have miscalculated the bounty. Let's capture these little brats and hand them over to the Navy later for a hefty reward of 300 million. Ha, the captain is right. Charge at them, boys, and bring that maid over here to serve me well later. Aye, Captain. Woohoo. Let's go. The pirates shouted, and compared to their earlier fear, seeing that Lingfeng and the others seemed to pose no threat, their confidence grew. Hey, that's why you need to have some insight when you're out here mixing it up. Lingfeng sighed, feeling somewhat helpless towards this group of idiots. He slowly raised a hand and pointed forward. In an instant, a thin blue light shot through the massive bodies of the pirates like a beam. Finger gun. Puffed. Suddenly, the sound of bodies being pierced rang out, and crimson blood splattered around the twin gorges. Don't worry, they won't die, just a small wound. Before the group of pirates could react, Lingfeng cruelly laughed and said, "It's up to you now." Lingfeng waved his hand to stop Drake, allowing the other three women to take action. Thus, electric sparks wildly flickered around Miss Sakamikoto, striking down a large group of pirates. Shinobu Kocho leaped up with her petite figure, transforming into several butterflies, confusing the pirates' eyes. By the time they realized what was happening, they were already riddled with wounds, blood flowing freely. Meanwhile, the seemingly gentle and cute Rem took out a meteor hammer, a spiked iron ball connected by a chain, and began swinging it, smashing the pirates into a bloody mess. Colokas and Karina stared dumbfounded at the three women in front of them, while Drake looked equally shocked at his companions. Thankfully, they hadn't provoked them. Drake silently rejoiced, while Lingfeng shook his head helplessly. He wasn't some rich young master, and the women around him were not defenseless at all. On the contrary, each one of them was incredibly powerful. The once arrogant Black Crow pirates were instantly wiped out by Lingfeng's three female companions. Although they left some survivors, the psychological trauma they experienced was indelible. They were probably thinking right now, where am I? Who am I? Is this really the Grand Line? I can't even defeat a girl who looks so weak and petite. Men and women are inherently equal, yet you seem to believe that women are weaker, even judging opponent's strength based on their size. I must say, you worthless fools. Even if you enter the Grand Line, it would only be to meet your doom. Moreover, a group of you occupying a woman's treasure and flaunting your power is truly disgusting. I think even you idiots know who one of the current emperors, Bigo, is, right? Lingfeng coldly laughed as he stepped over the group of pirates lying on the ground, his tone filled with sarcasm. They were also women, and moreover, one of the four emperors. So, what reason did they have to look down on others? Chapter 22. The Deal with Colokas. Lingfeng finished speaking and ignored them. Walking ahead, he drew his knife, and with a swing, several wind blades cut through the fishing net on Labu's body. That group of pirates even used an electric net. No wonder such a large whale like Labu was immobilized by them. Lingfeng turned to look at the group of pirates, his gaze cold. With a single slash, a black flame whirlwind swept the Black Crow pirates into the distant ocean. Lingfeng sheathed his sword without even looking. Then he sized up Colokas and Karina. "Old man, with your strength, this bunch shouldn't be a problem for you, right?" Lingfeng smiled and said to Colokas, after all, the latter was once the ship's doctor on the Pirate King's ship, so he must have some strength. "Huh, are you the new natural type ability user from the North Sea?" Colokas replied without engaging with Lingfeng's words. "Yes, absolutely," Lingfeng shrugged and said, glancing at Karina behind him, who was also curiously observing Lingfeng. "Is that so? What an impressive little guy you are, being offered a bounty of 300 million right after debuting." "It seemed you're just like that guy," Colokas remarked, and Lingfeng knew who he was referring to. "After all, Ace has your captain's bloodline." Lingfeng smiled, and Kuluokas was taken aback for a moment. Lingfeng ignored him and walked in front of Karina, extending his hand. "By the way, Karina, it must be difficult for you to navigate the Grand Line alone. Why not join us and become my navigator?" Karina was also taken aback by Lingfeng's invitation. After all, she had always acted alone, and the only partner she had collaborated with in the past was Nami. However, the two had parted ways for some reasons later on. Lingfeng also knew that with her strength, she could only rely on her intelligence to survive in the Grand Line. Later, she even allied herself with Desoro and became the diva of the world's largest entertainment city. However, what she was really after was the 500 billion berries on Desoro's ship. "How about it, Karina? Or should I call you Little Vixen?" Lingfeng said to Karina, who also widened her eyes, clearly reminded of someone by this title. "Do you know Nami?" Karina put aside her delicate demeanor, stepped out from behind Coloca's, and asked Lingfeng, "Did you see the pirate flag on that whale's head? Although it's a bit crooked, Nami is on that group's ship." Lingfeng pointed to the top of Lab's head and said, "Ah, those guys, they were just causing a ruckus with Lab earlier. But I'm very grateful to that Straw Hat Kid." And Coloca's, although he didn't know how Lingfeng got such information, still said. But then he fell silent, smiling with a glimmer of light in his eyes, because he believed that the Straw Hat Kid and his crew might be the ones Roger was waiting for. And that straw hat is the legacy of the Pirate King. "How about it, Karina?" Lingfeng asked again, clearly admiring this intelligent woman with rich nautical experience. Karina hesitated. She was someone who liked treasures and money, enjoying the thrill of stealing. However, she also knew that relying solely on herself would eventually lead to failure on the Grand Line. So after a moment of hesitation, she made up her mind to agree. "All right, I'll join." Karina's answer relieved Lingfeng, giving him more confidence for the upcoming adventures on the Grand Line. "By the way, Coloca's, I have something to discuss with you." "What is it? How about we make a deal?" "Oh, go ahead, I'm listening." Coloca's, being a crew member of the Pirate King's ship, looked at Lingfeng calmly. Although Lingfeng had a lot of information, it was clear that Coloca's didn't think the latter had anything he could offer. "Give me a record pointer and teach my companions your medical skills. In return, I can tell you about Laboon as companions. For what I know, one of them is still alive." Lingfeng made a request that put Coloca's in a difficult position, while also offering him an irresistible temptation. Before Coloca's could say anything, Labu excitedly shouted out loud. Labu let out a roar that stirred the sea, creating waves that crashed against the red Earth continent. You know the news about the Rumbar pirates? If you're not lying, I can give you the medical books and a log pose." Coloca's was also very excited, as that was a crew he had searched for throughout the Grand Line without success, and one of them was still alive. This was incredibly important news for his beloved Labu, who had been his companion for decades. His medical skills and log pose were nothing compared to Labu. The Rumbar pirates had been wiped out, leaving only the afro-headed Brook alive, but in an incredible way. Lingfeng spoke of Brook's former pirate crew with a somewhat heavy tone. The others quietly listened as Lingfeng recounted the past of the Rumbar pirates. "So it was like this. Those guys." Kuroka's, after hearing Lingfeng's story, also expressed his emotions, while the others, including the Cannon sisters, remained silent. They looked at Labu, who had quieted down in the distance, feeling a pang of sadness in their hearts. Labu's big eyes were already filled with tears, seemingly unwilling to accept this reality, sinking deeply into the sea, perhaps with its intelligence comparable to that of humans. It had already thought of this, but just refused to accept it. "However, you mentioned that one person is still alive. What does that mean? What is this incredible way?" Kuroka's was silent for a moment before asking Lingfeng. "Brook ate the Yomi Yomi Nomi, so he didn't truly die. He came back to life after death, but turned into a skeleton. Moreover, he was trapped in the Devil's Triangle, and his shadow was taken by Gecko Moria under the moonlight. Therefore, he cannot return to meet us for the time being." Lingfeng explained in detail Brook's current situation to avoid any misunderstandings from Coloca's. Well, Coloca's didn't know what to say, but at least the Rumbar pirates still had one member left, which could be considered a silver lining. "But don't worry, as far as I know, the Straw Hat Kid will encounter Brook, and when that happens, he will definitely return here with the Straw Hat Pirates to fulfill the promise with Laboon." Lingfeng smiled mysteriously and said to Coloca's, "How do you know? Could it be that you?" Coloca's hesitated, clearly wanting to ask if he had traveled through time, because Lingfeng seemed to know him very well, and he also appeared to be quite informed about this world. After all, as far as he knew, there was such a thing as the Time Devil Fruit. "It's not what you think. In any case, trust me, I won't lie to you." Lingfeng finished speaking and fell silent, believing that Coloca's was a trustworthy person. Chapter 23. The First Island of the Grand Line. Coloca's was silent for a while before walking into the small house. It wasn't long before Dr. Coloca's came out, holding a large wrapped book and a permanent record pointer. Lingfeng hurriedly took it, while Coloca's waved his hand and jumped directly into the water. Presumably to look for the Sad Lab, Lingfeng handed the medical manuscript to Shinobu Kocho, and then passed the log pointer to Karina. The group intended to say goodbye to Coloca's, but after waiting for a while without seeing anyone, they decided to leave. Back on the ship, Lingfeng instructed Karina to steer as they began to sail in the direction of the pointer. Meanwhile, Shinobu Kocho, holding the medical book, furrowed her brow and silently walked towards her infirmary. The rest of the crew remained silent as well, as the memories of the Rumbar pirates and Laboon were quite sorrowful. However, with the voyage across the sea and the arrival of new companions, everyone's mood gradually eased. Following the direction of the log pointer, they maintained their usual daily routine, sailing at a leisurely pace. After about a week, they finally spotted an island. However, this island was a bit strange, as there were many ships in the harbor, with a variety of vessels, most of which were pirate ships. The dock was filled with fierce pirates and strong dock workers, giving off a very prosperous vibe. Lingfeng and the others docked the boat and walked directly onto the island. This time, there was no need to pay any docking fees, and there were no guards, so they easily made their way onto the island. When Lingfeng and the others first arrived, they began to inquire about the island. After some investigation, they finally learned about the origins of this island. Named Tease Fire Island, it is rich in various gunpowder and firearms, which is why many pirates come here to purchase different weapons and ammunition to enhance their armed resources. The weapon trade here is highly profitable, attracting many pirate crews and some very esteemed nobles. Due to the presence of these nobles, the Navy finds it difficult to take control of the island. However, how could the world government ignore such a dangerous island? Therefore, the government dispatched more powerful nobles to unify numerous noble families, ultimately leading to the strongest noble controlling the island, creating an entity similar to a merchant association. The pirates managed the trade and transport of various illegal areas, such as war-torn countries and dark forces, while the nobles handle the legal aspects, including transactions with the Navy and the world government. A delicate balance has been achieved between the two sides. With so many interests at stake, Tease Fire Island has attracted a large population and various forces. Lingfeng and the others walked into a small town on the island, and even the name of the town, Hero Town, was a sarcastic choice that left them both amused and bewildered. Moreover, this town was incredibly prosperous and quite large. Its commercial street was even more vibrant than that of the previous old island. Luxurious restaurants were everywhere, and Lingfeng and the others had not had much to eat due to limited supplies. Therefore, they decided to enter a restaurant and treat themselves to a good meal. As they walked into the restaurant, a polite waiter greeted them and handed over the menu. With Lingfeng's savings of 5 million berries, having a feast was definitely not an issue. He was not shy about it and told everyone to order whatever they wanted. Soon, delicious dishes were served, and they began to eat heartily. The ladies were relatively composed, but Lingfeng and Drake started to devour their food without any regard for their image. During the meal, they also learned that the island's largest auction house would hold its monthly auction tomorrow, although they were not sure what items would be auctioned. Hearing about the auction excited Lingfeng. Perhaps there would be some treasures at the auction house. He thought to himself that he might. With this thought, Lingfeng felt a sense of anticipation. However, he couldn't help but think about stealing, especially since he was poor, with only 5 million berries to his name. All right, now there were only a little over 4 million left, since a lavish meal had cost him over 100,000 berries, which made Lingfeng feel even more heartbroken. However, he found out that the scale of the auction on this island was quite impressive, and there might be devil fruits, famous swords, and so on. This made Lingfeng even more energized. After all, if he could get a devil fruit for his crew, it would be perfect. Although there was no need to mention the cannon sister, Butterfly Shinobu had relatively low power, and if he could get her a devil fruit, it might significantly enhance her combat ability. Even if Butterfly Shinobu wasn't suitable for it, Rim and Kalina could also consume it. After all, devil fruits were great items. Lingfeng and the others exchanged glances, and after leaving the restaurant, they first bought a lot of supplies. Fresh water and food materials were essential, and they also bought some clothing. They quickly spent nearly 5 million, but fortunately, Karina still had some savings, as she had obtained some treasures earlier and had 50 million berries after selling them. However, Lingfeng felt embarrassed to spend her money and decided to just take it along tomorrow to the auction as a precaution. Karina reluctantly handed the money to Lingfeng, who assured her that he wouldn't lose it. This time, he would personally keep the valuables and shot a glare at the cannon sister and Butterfly Shinobu, who both felt a bit guilty. By the time everyone returned to their ship, it was already dark, so they went to bed early to prepare for the auction the next day. Early the next morning, Lingfeng carried a box of money and headed straight to the auction site with everyone. Only Karina stayed on the ship to watch over it, ready to set sail and assist them in case anything happened. When they arrived at the auction site, they found many people queued at the entrance, as the auction was set to start on time. Before they could line up, several men wearing sunglasses and suits walked out, appearing to be very professional security personnel. "Welcome to the auction. May I ask what your spending limit is?" One of the men politely inquired of Lingfeng. "I don't know about the spending limit, but I have enough money with me. If I see something I like, I can definitely put out over 50 million. Lingfeng casually replied. A few security personnel also nodded, then gave a few instructions and led Lingfeng and the others through a small side door. After confirming the amount of money Lingfeng brought, the security personnel became even more respectful and escorted the group directly into the auction hall, straight to the VIP room. Lingfeng and the others walked into the private room, where some people were already present. However, with their entrance, a chubby man dressed in gold and silver, whose eyes gleamed with greed, stared intently at the three women beside Lingfeng. He particularly favored the petite woman, and he enjoyed using his large, overweight body to press down on those very small women to satisfy his perverse desires. So many exquisite little girls, and this kid actually brought 3 in. Chapter 24. The conflict in the private room. The chubby man's name was Andrew, a well-known noble in this small town, rumored to have connections with the celestial dragons. The room was dimly lit, and since Andrew was fixated on the 3 women beside Lingfeng, he did not notice that Lingfeng was the recently famous bounty pirate. His greedy gaze was insatiable, and he gestured to a bodyguard beside him to approach Lingfeng and his group, inviting them over. This bodyguard appeared to be a giant, standing about 3 meters tall. If the private room hadn't been spacious enough, he wouldn't have fit in at all. The others present expressed their disgust at this scene. After all, Andrew had a penchant for beautiful young girls and often exaggeratedly bid on some at auction, and it seemed he'd set his sights on the women beside Lingfeng. Before the giant bodyguard reached Lingfeng, Drake, acting like the most loyal guard, intercepted him. "What do you want with our captain?" Drake, having been a Navy man, had a very strict sense of hierarchy. Ever since Lingfeng became his captain, he had been very aware of his position. "Get lost, it's none of your business." The giant bodyguard's voice was deep, and he waved his hand to push Drake aside. However, who was Drake? He had consumed the ancient dragon fruit, and the bodyguard's hand was firmly gripped by Drake, unable to move. "What?" The giant bodyguard was taken aback. Although Drake was strong, he still seemed insignificant compared to the giant. He tried to pull back his arm, but Drake's grip was like a vice, holding his arm tightly as a tremendous force surged through. "You are the one who should get lost." Drake's eyes were fierce as he forcefully swung the bodyguard to the side. Bang! The giant bodyguard's body flew like a cannonball, crashing into the nearby wall. The private room erupted in gasps, and the distinguished guests scrambled to escape. What happened? Security personnel from the auction rushed in, loudly inquiring about the commotion. Seeing this, Andrew was also terrified. He didn't expect that the bodyguard he had hired at a high price would be so easily defeated. "It's them. They're causing trouble." Andrew pointed at Lingfeng and his group, playing the victim. However, Lingfeng seemed oblivious to the chaos around him, engrossed in watching the auction below, showing no concern at all. The girls glared angrily, for how could they not know what the chubby man was thinking? He was even trying to play the victim. "Sir, causing trouble is prohibited in the auction. Otherwise, your auction eligibility will be revoked, and you will be asked to leave." Several security personnel surrounded Lingfeng and the others, their expressions cold as they spoke. "Sorry, my companions just had a little misunderstanding with someone. It's not a big deal. Thank you for your concern." Lingfeng finally turned around at this moment, took out some money from the box, and threw it over. "This is my compensation. I am new here and do not understand the rules. I hope you can give me some face." Lingfeng slowly stepped out of the shadows, and the others in the private room, including Andrew, turned pale at the sight of his face. He is Lingfeng, the recently famous pirate. A super rookie with a bounty of 300 million. Andrew had kicked a hornet's nest this time. Serves him right for always finding that fat guy unpleasant. Damn it. He thought he could ride on the coattails of the celestial dragons. "Shoo, keep it down. Are you out of your mind? How dare you talk about the celestial dragons?" Cough, cough. The whispers around him reached Andrew's ears, but he had no mind to care about anyone else at this moment. When he saw Lingfeng grinning at him, cold sweat broke out all over his plump body. "I'm sorry. My bodyguard is drunk. I'll fire him immediately, and I'll take care of the compensation." Andrew quickly assessed the situation. At this moment, if he dared to say anything harsh, even with the protection of the celestial dragons, it would be hard for him to leave safely. After all, these new pirates with bounties over 100 million were ruthless and extremely powerful individuals. They wouldn't care about any rules. He heard that previously, a guy called Luffy had beaten one of the 7 warlords, Crocodile, in Alabasta, with a bounty that shot over 100 million. He wasn't even one of the 7 warlords, and with Lingfeng's bounty of 300 million, if he angered the latter, this group of fierce pirates might do anything. Given this, it was best to behave, or they might have to ask him to leave. The security personnel saw that neither side seemed to want to escalate the conflict and, after receiving some money, left with a few harsh words. Lingfeng glanced at Andrew and then ignored him. At this moment, Andrew swallowed hard, disregarding his bodyguard who had been smashed into the wall, and scurried off to another private room. But how could he swallow this humiliation? Once he left the private room, he took out a din-din mushi and quietly spoke to someone on the other end. Then he once again put on a sinister expression and walked into the next private room. Meanwhile, in the control center of the auction, the person in charge, Pied Man, watched the footage from the din-din mushi in the private room. He stared at Lingfeng's back and picked up the din-din mushi to give a few orders. At this moment, Lingfeng was still unaware that their group had already been targeted by several factions. Lingfeng and the others quietly stayed in the private room, while the rest had mostly left, with very few people remaining. After all, no one wanted to be around a dangerous pirate like Lingfeng, who had a bounty of over 100 million. Only a young woman dressed in a black robe with a hood, making it impossible to see her appearance or age, and a man in a suit smoking a cigar were left. Lingfeng glanced at the two people, one of whom he recognized. That was Capone Beach, who would later become a supernova alongside Drake. As for the woman, Lingfeng sensed a subtle but palpable aura of danger about her, a feeling that reminded him of a certain secret special forces unit within the One Piece world, the world government's direct secret intelligence agency, Cypherpol. Lingfeng no longer glanced at the two, but instead focused on the auction that was about to begin. After this brief interlude, it wasn't long before the auction started. The back rows were nearly filled with people, and the private boxes were also occupied by quite a number of guests. A host dressed in a tuxedo and wearing a hat made his entrance. Shortly after, sensing the timing was right, the host cleared his throat. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the monthly auction. Without further ado, the first item for bid today is everyone's favorite and most common type of firearm. We have guns ranging from 10,000 pieces to 100 to 300 cannons with no reserve price. So let the bidding begin. Chapter 25. The booming auction. After the host's introduction, many attendees gasped in surprise. As expected from the gunpowder-famous Tessa Fire Island, starting with such a large number of firearms and cannons, anyone who wins the bid could probably conquer a country. However, the distinguished guests in the private boxes seemed less interested in these items, while the crowd below was fiercely competitive. As the bidding voices continued to rise, just as the host was about to bring the hammer down, a deep voice emerged from behind Lingfeng. I bid 60 million berries, all included. Capone Beach, puffing on a cigar, made the crowd below freeze momentarily. After all, they had only bid up to 30 million berries, while Capone had doubled that amount. 60 million once, 60 million twice, 60 million 3 times. Sold. The host brought down the auction hammer, and this batch of weapons was secured by Capone, who then elegantly poured himself a glass of red wine. After finishing his cigar, he took a slow sip, looking quite refined. Haha, truly deserving of being a mafia godfather. His love for firearms is remarkable. Lingfeng knew about Capone's devil fruit ability, so he was not surprised by his bidding. With the completion of the first transaction, the following auctions became extremely intense, with various weapons, treasure maps, and rare materials continuously appearing at the auction. Among them, Lingfeng helped Drake buy a western sword and a 4-blade axe, spending almost 20 million berries. If Karina were here, she would probably be heartbroken. Drake happily accepted the items, but Lingfeng had little interest in them. He wanted to see if there would be any devil fruits or famous swords appearing. Seeing the atmosphere in the venue becoming more and more heated, the host took advantage of the momentum to present a mysterious treasure. Next, this item. No, it should be said, this type was definitely rare, so esteemed guests who liked it should not miss out. The host built up the suspense, and then the staff pushed up a fish tank covered with a black cloth. This is the mermaid we recently captured. It could be said to be the most precious mermaid from Fishman Island. The starting bid is 100 million berries. The host lifted the black cloth, revealing a mermaid inside a sealed fish tank, half human and half fishtail, looking terrified at everything outside. I bid 100 million, 130 million, 1 million. The fishman is mine. Some pirates and nobles with deeper desires started bidding, their frenzied desire and greedy eyes making it seem like they wanted to swallow the mermaid whole. Meanwhile, Andrew in the adjacent box was swallowing hard, his greed nearly piercing through the sealed fish tank on stage. The desires he had previously directed at the girls around Lingfeng were now all prepared to be unleashed on this mermaid. I bid 300 million. Suddenly, the surroundings fell silent. Most people recognized Andrew's voice, and many knew that this fat man had connections with the celestial dragons. With Andrew's bid, no one dared to raise their prices for a moment. Andrew was feeling very pleased. The fear he had felt from Lingfeng earlier had completely vanished, and he was swelling with pride again. He intentionally placed his bid in relation to Lingfeng's bounty, subtly hinting that no matter how arrogant Lingfeng was, he was just a casual auction away from the price of a mermaid. Andrew was extremely pleased, his inner desire wanting to vent on the mermaid right away. And the frustration he had felt for being suppressed by Lingfeng and others was now completely relieved. The host was about to drop the hammer when Lingfeng's voice came from a box. 400 million. The auction hall erupted in surprise. No one expected someone to dare to raise the bid at that moment. Although Andrew was disgusting, there were hardly any on the island who would dare to oppose him. Sir, do you have that much money? The host asked loudly, looking at Lingfeng in the box. Yes, why? Don't believe me? Lingfeng squinted and asked. He deliberately raised the bid just to irritate Andrew next door. As for the fact that he initially claimed he could produce 50 million, no one knew how much money he actually had. Although he didn't have that much money, so what? At worst, he could cause a scene at the auction house. What could these people do to him? Moreover, if he didn't raise his bid again, the 3 girls beside him would probably be fuming. Given the context of human trafficking in this world, especially involving women, their inner anger was understandable. I bid 500 million. At this moment, Andrew was once again provoked by Lingfeng. The latter repeatedly embarrassed him and went against him, which made Andrew start to feel angry as well. Mainly, he had already called someone to come and help him regain his dignity, so he felt bolder now. All right, it's yours. Lingfeng no longer made a bid. Then he pressed his hand down, signaling Cannon's sister and the others not to be too excited. We are pirates. We don't necessarily have to bid. We can just find an opportunity to snatch the mermaid later. Lingfeng lowered his voice and spoke to the few people behind him. This eased the anger of Cannon's sister and the others quite a bit. Otherwise, they would probably have resorted to fighting. Originally, the mermaid had some hope of being bought by such a handsome man like Lingfeng, but upon seeing that she was ultimately purchased by a fat pig like Andrew, her face immediately turned ashen. Her eyes dimmed, and her previously anxious expression became numb. Although Andrew had successfully bid on the mermaid, the excess money he had to spend made him very unhappy. This also increased his hatred towards Lingfeng. In his beady eyes, which were thin due to his obesity, there was a gaze filled with resentment directed at Lingfeng. After the small climax of this auction, the next items were merely valuable but not rare goods, along with a few human slaves. However, the main event was finally approaching. The last 3 items on the auction block caused the entire auction to erupt in excitement. The first item was a book. The host directly introduced it, stating that this book contained the shipbuilding techniques of the world's greatest shipwright, Tom. This caused the nearby pirates to gasp and riot, as a powerful pirate ship would allow them to sail more safely in the Grand Line. Lingfeng was also very interested in this book, but the starting bid exceeded 50 million, leaving him helplessly sighing due to his lack of funds. In the end, an old man bought it for 270 million. However, the pirate forces surrounding the old man were terrifying. He was surrounded by his crew, which made some pirates with ulterior motives suppress their thoughts of robbery. As for the second item, it indeed lived up to Lingfeng's expectations. Chapter 26, Devil Fruits, and multiple forces. The host instructed his subordinates to bring up a table with 2 glass-sealed cabinets on it. Inside the cabinets were items that everyone in the pirate world was familiar with, devil fruits, and there were 2 of them. The auction hall instantly erupted, with everyone greedily staring at the 2 devil fruits, wishing they could snatch them up and eat them right away. It is well known that while devil fruit users are rejected by the sea and restrained by sea prism stone, once they gain the powerful abilities of a devil fruit, they can instantly transform from a weakling into a powerful being. The skins of the 2 devil fruits were covered in spiral patterns. The one on the left was black-purple, resembling a round cantaloupe. The one on the right was square-shaped like a block, but the grass leaves on it were uneven, one side short and the other long. The crowd could only stare, unable to help but swallow, eagerly waiting for the host to call out the price. The host wasted no time and directly set the starting price at 100 million berries, with no upper limit. I bid 100 million for the left one. I bid 150 million. I bid 200 million for the right one. In an instant, the atmosphere became extremely heated, but some pirates could only watch helplessly, as the starting price was so high that many, including Lingfeng, could not bid. Just behind Lingfeng, the mysterious woman suddenly spoke up. I bid 500 million for the left one. Her cold voice rang out, causing the crowd below to fall silent. No one expected a devil fruit to reach such a high price. Does she know what ability this fruit possesses? How could she be so generous with her bid? Lingfeng glanced sideways at the woman behind him, then looked down at the devil fruit, lost in thought. However, after the woman bid 500 million, many people decided not to raise their bids anymore, each calling out bids for another devil fruit that was still at 300 million. Soon after, the other fruit was auctioned off at a high price of 450 million berries to a burly man with a face covered in scars, clearly a ruthless pirate. Lingfeng glanced at the pirate and secretly memorized his appearance. He didn't want to provoke the woman behind him recklessly, especially since the former had come prepared and clearly knew the ability of this devil fruit. Therefore, he decided not to make an enemy of this woman and prepare to snatch another devil fruit. Now, the last auction item is about to appear. Are you all ready? The host smiled, saying that today he would make a fortune, as devil fruits are rare finds. I won't waste time and will present the item directly. The host pushed a cage onto the stage, inside which was a small monkey with a black and gold stick on its back. Everyone, do you see this? Don't be surprised or confused. This monkey is the result of a monkey fruit that the stick has consumed. So do you understand? The host smiled at everyone. This, an object eating a devil fruit? So, does that mean this little monkey has strong combat power? Who knows, could it be a scam? The audience began to question, but the host remained calm and said to them, this monkey can defeat a 100-person pirate crew all by itself, and it possesses a mysterious power that allows it to arm itself, turning completely black, and it has even fought against nature-type ability users. As the host finished speaking, everyone gasped in shock. Only Lingfeng's pupils continuously contracted because he knew what this power was called. Armament hockey. This monkey actually learned armament hockey? Lingfeng found it hard to believe, feeling instantly inferior to a monkey. A lot of effort had been expended to capture it, and countless resources had been used. Moreover, they had specially implanted a chip in it, so whoever bought it would obtain the remote control to manipulate it, and it would have no way to resist. After the host finished speaking, he fell silent, allowing the audience to digest this information slowly. This item, for now, would not have a starting bid. Those interested could come to me privately to negotiate a price later. Thus, today's auction came to an end. The host instructed his subordinates to push the cage away, and the others, unable to react in time, watched anxiously as the monkey struggled in the iron cage, each already formulating their own plans. Meanwhile, Andrew, in a private room on the second floor, heard that the monkey could rival nature-type ability users, and his eyes gleamed with greed. Lingfeng, wait until I buy this monkey. Let us see how you compete with me. Andrew hurriedly left the private room, intending to bring the mermaid and the monkey together, ready to make Lingfeng suffer a bit. On Lingfeng's side, the mysterious woman in the private room was preparing to take over the devil fruit, while Capone leisurely left to retrieve his own weapons. Lingfeng stood still, his mind racing with thoughts. If I can snatch this monkey, maybe the system will help me unlock the armed color hockey. Plus, I could teach it to the other crew members on my ship. But I also really want that devil fruit. What should I do? Lingfeng's eyes flickered continuously, and the others glanced at him, roughly knowing what he was thinking. However, Lingfeng was unaware that outside the auction, several familiar faces were already waiting for him. At the entrance of the auction, two men and a woman stood quietly aside. One of the men wore a helmet with a round lens mask, with stitched scar lines on either side of his eyes, dressed in a dark blue long trench coat. The other man wore a heavy yellow long coat and had a somewhat overweight build. The last woman was dressed in a maid outfit, had long black hair, and her bare legs were eye-catching. She wore a mask and was smoking. The three were members of the Don Quixote family's spade group, Gladius, Buffalo, and Baby Five. The auction's organizer, Pidman, had connections with Don Quixote Doflamingo, and they had business dealings. When the latter heard that Lingfeng was also present, he immediately sent several corps members to capture him. Even the officer, Pika, personally came, although he was not on site at the moment. The Don Quixote family was clearly giving Lingfeng face, as all members of the spade group came in person. Furthermore, on the other side, at Andrew's house, the Celestial Dragons also sent several powerful spy members. The former wanted to bid for that monkey, but when the Celestial Dragons informed him they were coming to collect money, he hurried home out of fear. Of course, these members were not there to help Andrew regain face. They were just there to transport the heavenly gold that Andrew needed to pay to the Celestial Dragons. Thus, the Celestial Dragons sent a few CP organization members to escort it. On this island, Andrew volunteered to deliver the heavenly gold to the Celestial Dragons, making them view him favorably and allowing him to do some intimidating things under their banner. Chapter 27. 3 side missions in the luxurious living room of Andrew's mansion. 3 members of the CP organization also arrived. They were also 2 men and a woman, all dressed in black suits, looking extremely capable. One of them was the woman from Lingfeng's private room, but Andrew did not notice her. By now, she had changed clothes and was unrecognizable. Where's the money? The woman, clearly the officer of the three, stepped forward and asked coldly. Her name was Anna, and the reason she hadn't helped Andrew earlier was that she disapproved of this fat pig's penchant for humiliating little girls. If it weren't for work, she would have kicked this scum to death long ago. Wait, I'll get it right now. Andrew didn't dare to delay and immediately ordered a few maids to fetch it. Heh, you certainly know how to enjoy yourself. Anna sneered a few times. This fat pig used maids who were just young girls, showing how depraved he was. No, I. At this moment, Andrew was sweating profusely. He didn't dare to act rashly in front of these people. I saw Doflamingo's subordinates were also on this island, so I think a fight might break out soon, a man reported to Anna. Their CP3 personnel were scarce, just the three of them, but each was an elite. Focus on escorting the money. Let's avoid getting involved in other matters, Anna said. The auction of the fruit was a command from above, as that fruit was precisely the silence fruit of Corazon from years ago. In the hands of spies like them, this fruit could play a significant role. However, Doflamingo's subordinates also appeared, and they might be there to retrieve this devil fruit. After all, Corazon was his brother. But what Anna didn't know was that their visit was related to Lingfeng. I hope nothing goes wrong. Anna took a deep breath and looked at the darkening sky outside. Clearly, a storm was about to arrive. At this moment, Lingfeng and the others also exited the auction hall, and just as they stepped out the door, the system's prompt sounded. System prompt. Side mission 1 triggered. Uncover the historical truth of Hero Town. Subdue the town as your firepower support island, and acquire the gunpowder technology of Tessa Fire Island. System prompt. Side mission 2 triggered. Escape the Don Quixote family, seize the devil fruit and shipbuilding technology, and take the heavenly gold from CP3. Mission difficulty extremely hard. Proceed with caution. System prompt. Side mission 3 triggered. Capture the little monkey and have it join the Swift Wind Pirate crew as a pet on the ship. System prompt. Completion reward for mission 1. Body 50, 1 system lottery chance, 1 remaining Navy 6 style technique. Reward of Wind System Sun Wheel Sword, and an increase in swordsmanship value. System prompt. Completion reward for mission 2. Fruit development level 20, 1 system lottery chance. Navy 6 style can be upgraded. Unlock wind release ninja technique. Open he knife and see through the world, and reward with random eye techniques. System prompt. Completion reward for mission 3. Unlock armament hockey. 1 remaining Navy 6 style technique, and reward with enhancement value. Note, crew members can complete side missions on behalf of the host, and will receive a portion of the enhancements. The continuous system prompts left Lingfeng stunned. In an instant, his head buzzed, and he didn't know how to react. 3 side missions? The rewards are quite substantial. Lingfeng quickly calmed down. The reward for the 3 side quests were all excellent, and each one could strengthen him, especially the second one. If he could complete it, his strength would be significantly enhanced. Originally, it would be nearly impossible for him to complete all 3 by himself. But the system specifically noted that his crew could also help him with the tasks. The first task was relatively simple, so he would let Rem and Drake handle it. The second task was marked as extremely difficult, so it seemed he would have to deal with it personally. As for the third one, he would assign it to Butterfly Shinobu and the Cannon Sister. Butterfly Shinobu had potions, and the Cannon Sister could disable the chips, so it shouldn't be too difficult. Lingfeng immediately made a decision. Although he didn't know why the Don Quixote family was there, he quickly summarized the 2 tasks and explained a meeting time. Before everyone could split up to take action, a few black spheres shot directly toward them. Lingfeng was quick and decisive, drawing his blade to create a wall of wind that blocked all the spheres. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of gunfire came, still blocked by the wall of wind. Lingfeng summoned a gust of fierce wind, scattering everyone. Go quickly. Leave this to me. Lingfeng knew that the people from the Don Quixote family had arrived. Without any hesitation, he made a decisive move. Sister Pao and the others nodded and quickly dispersed according to their assigned tasks. Not bad, kid. Gladius's figure slowly emerged. He was very angry that his previous attack had missed, and his hair had burst through his hat, revealing a hairstyle like a super scion. Quite handsome. Huh, young man? How about marrying me? Baby, 5 glanced at Lingfeng and suddenly spoke. Be careful with what you say, or the young master might kill you, Baby 5. Buffalo's voice also came through, and Lingfeng looked up to see the latter's hairstyle spinning like a propeller, locking onto him in midair. Heh, you think highly of me. Huh, so many people came all at once. Lingfeng smiled, not expecting that after multiple conflicts with Doflamingo, they would send a bunch of people to trouble him. You have angered both Toripole and Virgo. What do you have to say for yourself? Gladiolus looked at Lingfeng, saying angrily. As soon as he finished speaking, He began to touch different parts of the ground with both hands, setting several detonation devices over a large area. As he finished setting them up, the touched areas of the ground began to expand, and when they reached maximum size, the ground would explode like a balloon. The terrifying explosion would flatten everything in the surrounding area, and the debris from the floor, buildings, and trees would be propelled towards Lingfeng at terrifying speeds due to the shockwave from the explosion. This move was his pride, the blasting rock. Baby, 5 leaped onto Buffalo's body, wearing an eye patch and aiming her sniper rifle at Lingfeng, continuously firing. Boom! 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 Suddenly, the street was filled with countless explosions, and the small town was thrown into chaos, shocking the numerous pirates and nobles who had just come out of the auction hall. Bastard! Trying to rob me? The old man who had auctioned shipbuilding technology was furious, thinking he was being robbed, and immediately commanded the pirates around him to fight back. Thinking of robbing me of my devil fruit? Another vicious pirate sneered, directing his men to engage in battle with the old man's group. The misunderstanding among the crowd began with Lingfeng's attack, and in an instant, fighting and explosions erupted everywhere. Some pirates took advantage of the chaos, preparing to rob the nobles and residents. In a brief moment, this grotesquely prosperous small town turned into a terrifying zone of madness. Chapter 28. Cruelty and historical truth. At this moment, the hero town seemed to have awakened from its slumber. Filled with the sounds of battle and explosions under the overcast sky, countless pirates roared, venting their inner desires, destroying and plundering everywhere. The nobles fled in panic, while several soldiers on the island marched in formation, their armor clanging as they took up weapons to protect the nobles and civilians, fighting alongside them against the pirates. Cries, roars, and the sounds of weapons clashing filled the air. The pirates had long been envious of the incredible profits on this island, especially since the nobles were particularly greedy, causing dissatisfaction among them. Now that chaos had erupted, they seized the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. At this time, in Andrew's mansion, he had just sent away Anna and others from scene 93 when a distinguished guest arrived, the island's greatest noble, Duke Layman. He had been thinking about enjoying some time with the mermaid he had just auctioned, but Duke Layman's arrival left him in shock. Duke Layman's face was ashen, filled with rage as he glared at Andrew, questioning why such a riot had suddenly broken out in the town and how it was related to the person he had previously clashed with. Why didn't you report this pirate to me sooner? Why did you handle it yourself? Behind Duke Layman stood 4 individuals, each exuding a powerful aura, their cold stares fixed on Andrew. If he said anything wrong, they would rush in and kill him. Others don't care if you're a Celestial Dragon's lackey, and the Celestial Dragons wouldn't go to war for a sycophant like you. Your Grace, I actually sent someone to handle him. Andrew didn't know that while he was just away at home, the outside world had turned upside down, completely unaware of the chaos. It seems that ever since you connected with the Celestial Dragons, you've become increasingly muddled, Layman said, his cold gaze growing more sinister as he looked at Andrew's sweating fat face, filled with disgust. Andrew dared not speak further. The sudden outbreak of fighting in Hero Town shocked the guards of Test Fire Island. They even sent a request for support to the Navy, causing Duke Layman to lose face. From now on, you will be stripped of your noble status. Handle it as you see fit. You 4, go capture that pirate named Lingfeng and hand him over to the Navy. Layman ignored Andrew and directly instructed the 4 behind him. They nodded and quickly disappeared from the room. Andrew was left in disbelief. He couldn't imagine that he had been demoted to a commoner in a single day, which meant he could never connect with the Celestial Dragons again. How could the Celestial Dragons possibly associate with a lowly commoner? From now on, he would be just an ordinary resident of the small town. And having offended so many people, he trembled with fear. After Layman finished speaking, he left Andrew's mansion, which would no longer belong to him. The nearby lowly maids looked at Andrew with joy, relieved that they no longer had to endure the torment of this fat pig. What? How is this possible? Andrew was despondent, then covered his face with his hands, looking around at the few maids with a mad expression, lunging at them viciously. It's impossible. It can't be. I must be dreaming. The maids screamed in terror at his crazed appearance, fleeing in panic. But how could they escape the strength of his fat body? He grabbed one of the Lolas, his twisted expression staring at her, as he said with a sickly smile, "Hey, we will always be together. You are all mine and can never escape." Ha ha ha. Andrew was completely mad, tearing at the maid's clothes, unable to accept the disparity in his identity, ready to vent this madness and anger on these weak women. Just as the little girl was struggling and screaming in despair, Andrew's expression twisted further, his breathing growing heavier. Rem could no longer watch. An angry voice called out, and Rem broke through the window, smashing a meteor hammer into Andrew's back. With a thud, Andrew's back was smashed to a pulp, his body flying like a meatball from the impact. Bang! Andrew slammed against the wall, the pain in his back causing him to scream wildly. It hurts. It hurts so much. Andrew's fat body twisted in agony, while Rem's eyes were icy, revealing only her left eye, with blood splattered across her face. She tilted her head slightly, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Andrew. Wait! Drake rushed in at that moment, holding several guards, calling out to stop Remington. The previous 4 were quite strong, and he had thought they would expose their whereabouts. But they had managed to infiltrate. What? Rem looked at Drake expressionlessly, the meteor hammer still spinning in her hand. First, let us ask him some questions. We mustn't forget the mission the captain entrusted to us. Drake threw a few henchmen out, signaling for the little girls to escape, then walked up to Andrew, who was crying from the pain and still writhing in agony. It's you. At this moment, Andrew was no longer as arrogant as he had been during the auction. He never expected that a petite maid like Rem could send him flying with a single blow. He cried on the ground, disregarding his injuries, repeatedly bowing his head and hoping that Rem and the others would spare him. First, tell me the history of this town and what's going on with the gunpowder technology here. Drake's gaze was equally cold. He had a strong aversion to someone like Andrew. I will tell you. At this point, Andrew was no longer concerned about anything else. Fearing for his life, he quickly divulged everything he knew. It turned out that many years ago, Tess Fire Island opened a trade route that was supposed to belong to the Grand Line, re-establishing several island routes. Because the Grand Line has a total of 7 routes, each with a certain number of islands. Choosing one route meant that the nautical path could only be selected at the initial upside-down mountain, and once sailing began, it could not be changed. This led to the island being raided and invaded by countless pirates, with even the port being plundered, causing it to fall into decline. However, the legendary blacksmith Linus's gunpowder technology revitalized the town, not only driving back the pirates, but also bringing freedom and peace, as well as enormous profits, earning him the title of hero. The town was named Hero Town in honor of this great blacksmith. This action also made the island and the town the focus of more attention, leading to numerous forces infiltrating the area. With the emergence of pirates and nobles, the civilian hero Linus, who was supposed to belong here, was imprisoned and forced to forge gunpowder and firearms day and night. Now, some remnants of Linus's forces were preparing to overthrow these nobles and pirates and make a comeback. This was the entire historical truth of Hero Town. Chapter 29, Breath of the Wind. Where is the blacksmith being held? After hearing this, Drake asked the crucial question. Andrew hesitated and was unwilling to speak. He knew that if he revealed this information, he would soon be killed. It seems you still have some backbone, but I wonder how long you can hold out. Drake sneered a few times. He had learned some interrogation techniques in Navy, and dealing with a worthless person like Andrew was perfectly suited to him. Drake whispered a few words in Rem's ear, and she nodded, then swung her meteor hammer, smashing all of Andrew's right fingers. Andrew screamed like a slaughtered pig, his entire fat body trembling as he fainted. Meanwhile, Drake couldn't help but sneer, pulling out a syringe that was a new type of stimulant given to them by Butterfly Shinobu, known as blood spring. Once injected, it would cause the blood throughout the body to boil, not only stimulating physical potential, but also accelerating the heartbeat, allowing the user to temporarily forget the pain. She had specifically removed any addictive substances from it, making it akin to adrenaline. Just for chicken. After Andrew was injected, he slowly woke up, realizing his heart was racing faster, as if it were about to leap out of his chest. Speak now, or else our game has only just begun. Drake continued to sneer, slowly crouching down and pulling out the 4-blade axe that Lingfeng had just bought for him, swinging it heavily toward Andrew's head. Bang! The floor was smashed, and Andrew's dazed mind suddenly cleared, causing him to scramble to his feet in fear. The next swing wouldn't be so easy to dodge. Drake fixed his icy gaze on Andrew, making him tremble all over. I'll tell you. Linus is working in the underground workshop of Duke Ramen-S mansion. There's a passage leading to the underground port inside, where he specifically smuggles arms. Andrew no longer dared to keep secrets, fearing that Drake would chop him down with an axe. Was that so hard to say? Drake put away the axe and nodded to Remington. Andrew watched in horror, trembling as he repeatedly bowed his head, begging for mercy. His fat head making a thudding sound against the floor, his face a grotesque mix of snot and tears. Drake left without looking back, while Rem tilted her head, Her cute action paired with her emotionless gaze, making her look like a beautiful maid doll. She lifted her foot and kicked Andrew away, then swung her meteor hammer directly toward his groin. A piercing scream erupted, followed by a spray of crimson blood that splattered on her Rem's maid outfit and her pale face. Yet she remained expressionless, delivering another strike against Andrew's fat arms and legs. Even with the blood spring injected, Andrew could not withstand Rem's terrifying follow-up attacks, quickly losing consciousness. Just a day before, Andrew had enjoyed wealth and connections, but now he was killed for coveting Lingfeng's crew members. Not only that, but before his death, his noble status was also stripped away. Rem explored the mansion, freeing various imprisoned little girls and the earlier mermaid, and after completing these tasks, she quickly vanished within the mansion, setting it ablaze and burning the house down. Homes destroyed, lives lost, status and wealth stripped away, and enduring cruel torture before death. Andrew faced the most terrifying revenge for offending Lingfeng. At that moment, in the town, Lingfeng looked at the Don Quixote family before him, and something instantly came to mind. The person in charge of the auction. At this moment, Lingfeng could guess that the person in charge of the auction, Pied Man, must have informed the Don Quixote family of his whereabouts. He should have thought of this when he saw the slave trade. Previously, he had offended their cadre, and they must have come out from Dressrosa, searching for his trace within the Grand Line. Since that's the case, it's time to make a big fuss. Lingfeng faced so many strong enemies without fear. In fact, he felt a hint of excitement and thrill. At this moment, some of the miscellaneous pirate groups that Andrew had previously arranged also blocked Lingfeng's retreat. The leader of the pirates ignored the members of the Don Quixote family and took the initiative to attack. After all, Lingfeng was a pirate worth 300 million, and they wouldn't be afraid of anyone from the Don Quixote family. After all, money and treasure are what pirates love the most. If they were always afraid, they might as well stay home and farm instead of going out to be pirates. Lingfeng had nothing to say to these minions and directly drew his sword to attack. Capture him, the pirates shouted. However, Lingfeng transformed into a blue spiral storm, directly passing through the crowd of pirates ahead. Breath of Wind, first form, Dust Whirlwind Slash. Lingfeng quickly approached Galadius, leaving behind swirling wind blades capable of easily cutting through the ground, accompanied by powerful wind shockwaves that sliced the pirates in his path into pieces. With just one move, half of the pirates were already gruesomely dead, some cut in half, while others were tragically sliced into several pieces. This caused the remaining pirates to stop in their tracks, fearfully staring at Lingfeng, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Galadius, watching Lingfeng charge towards him, began to swell up, as if turning into a balloon. At this moment, any external attack would cause him to explode, annihilating all enemies within a certain range and shooting out millions of explosive strands. However, Lingfeng had already anticipated this scene, transforming into a whirlwind and flying up into the sky. A hurricane continuously swirled around Lingfeng's body as he charged directly toward Buffalo and Baby, 5 in the sky. Breath of Wind, third form, Clear Gale Wind Tree. Lingfeng held the minion knife, a wisp of white breath escaping from the corner of his mouth. Centered around himself, he instantly swung out 3 blades of wind, enveloping Buffaro's body. What incredible speed! Buffaro exclaimed in shock, his hands and feet transforming into propellers. Then unleashing a strong wind like a typhoon, colliding with Lingfeng's wind blades. Lingfeng took advantage of the moment of the strike, quickly kicking out with his legs in a whirlwind kick towards Baby, 5 on Buffalo's body. Spinning weapon attack. Buffalo spun his body at high speed, enhancing Baby 5's attack power. Weapon transformation. Scythe Woman. Baby 5's legs transformed into scythes, grabbing the chains on Buffalo's body, using inertia to block Lingfeng's whirlwind kick. This back-and-forth exchange stunned the pirates below, who momentarily forgot they were still fighting the guards, all eyes fixed on the battle between Lingfeng and the Don Quixote family. This scene clearly surpassed their usual understanding. Chapter 30. Sniper. Inside the auction hall of Hero Town, the person in charge, Pied Man, had locked the monkey in an iron cage, preparing to take it away to a safe place to avoid the chaos. Outside, pirates and soldiers were battling each other, and he had evacuated everything from the auction hall. The little monkey was constantly banging on the iron bars of the cage, but the cage made of sea prism stone couldn't be broken, leaving it to struggle angrily inside. "Be quiet, you little beast." Pied Man kicked the cage and cursed. He changed into a black trench coat and put on a hat, moving towards another safe exit surrounded by guards. It's not a good habit to mistreat small animals. Suddenly, a voice startled Pied Man. Who's there?" Pied Man looked to the nearby exit, where it seemed two figures were waiting for him. However, the response was a surge of high-voltage electricity, causing several guards and Pied Man to tremble before collapsing to the ground. The figures of Misaka Mikoto and Shinobu Kocho slowly emerged. With Misaka's ability, they had already surveyed every corner of the auction hall, and sure enough, they caught the organizer. With Piedman's fall, the cage rolled out, and the little monkey was very excited, realizing it might regain its freedom. Misaka Mikoto's hand crackled with electricity, easily shattering the cage. The little monkey jumped and excitedly climbed onto Misaka's shoulder. Wait, don't get too excited. Misaka Mikoto smiled at the little monkey on her shoulder, while Shinobu Kocho took the opportunity to check it out, noticing it was very weak. It seemed it hadn't eaten anything for a while and was somewhat malnourished. With signs of being beaten, Shinobu Kocho carefully observed the little monkey's body. Although it was a bit scared, it could sense that these two had no ill intentions. These guys are really despicable. Misaka Mikoto's gaze turned icy as she looked at Pied Man and the others on the ground, unleashing another round of high-voltage electricity. Zzz. After dealing with them, she lifted her head, taking a deep breath as she looked at the auction hall. You take it for treatment first. As for whether it will follow us, we'll see. After all, we can't force it to be a pet. Misaka Mikoto gestured for Shinobu Kocho to go first. She still had things to do. Shinobu Kocho didn't hesitate either. After having partnered once before, the two seemed to have a silent understanding. Shinobu Kocho picked up the little monkey, which had a sly smile, reminiscent of a mischievous grin. What can I do with you? Shinobu Kocho lifted it up and cradled it, quickly leaping towards the dock. Meanwhile, Misaka Mikoto was surrounded by crackling arcs of electricity, with dust and iron sand swirling around her feet, forming into a giant of lightning. Soon, it transformed into a lightning giant that directly crushed the entire auction hall. The pirates and guards still fighting outside were stunned, their eyes nearly popping out as they witnessed a giant glowing with electric arcs suddenly descend. The giant was surrounded by a grayish haze, with many lines resembling fabric patterns crawling on its body, feeling like thin arcs of electricity, and its appearance was devilish. Misaka Mikoto stood atop the giant's head, like a deity controlling it. Everyone gaped in terror at this scene, trembling all over. What is that? A giant? Is that girl's devil fruit ability? Run! Now, not only the pirates, but even the civilians and nobles began to flee, none daring to linger any longer. Lingfeng heard some movement not far behind him, and turned to take a look, smiling slightly. Sister Cannon is getting serious. Just as Lingfeng said this, on a tower in Hero Town, a sniper dressed in jungle combat gear locked onto him. The beautiful sniper's pupils were continuously contracting. This person was Knight, one of the 4 guards of Duke Ramen. It seemed that, like Duke Ramen and Andrew, he particularly liked beautiful women among the 4 guards. Apart from the captain, 3 were female: Sniper Knight, Swordsman Yin, Dungeon Fruit user He, and Captain Rin. Should we leave the bodies to the Navy? That should count, right? Knight mumbled, quickly taking a few breaths before holding her breath and beginning to control her heartbeat. The slight tremor of the sniper's scope disappeared, and the red crosshair was aimed at Lingfeng's head, her long index finger gently resting on the trigger. Bang! The bullet left the shell, accelerated through the spiral grooves, and exited the barrel. Unlike before, this gun's bullets were made of sea prism stone. A wave of air surged from the muzzle, and the smoke and fire from the gunpowder burst out. The sea prism stone bullet's tail trailed some smoke as it flew through the air at high speed, breaking through layers of airwaves, heading straight for Lingfeng's head. At that moment, just after finishing his previous sentence, Lingfeng suddenly felt all the hair on his body stand on end, a sense of unprecedented danger sweeping over him. Instinctively, he flew to the side a bit, and the bullet grazed closely past his shoulder. Although he could have elementalized, this time he truly felt the danger of the bullet whizzing by. Sea prism stone bullets? There's a sniper. Lingfeng instantly reacted, and the sniper Yi also paused for a moment, as it was his first time missing. Interesting, Yi muttered to himself, continuing to aim at Lingfeng, who of course wouldn't foolishly stand still. His body was surrounded by swirling winds as he charged towards the Don Quixote family. At this moment, Anna and the others from CP3 took advantage of the chaos in the small town to prepare to evacuate with the celestial gold. However, coincidentally, Pico was waiting at the dock for news from his companions. He was originally here to set up the last line of defense to prevent Lingfeng from escaping, having heard that the latter was a user of the Hurricane Fruit, so he couldn't let him get close to the ocean. Fortunately, Karina was clever. She had already moved the ship to a safer distance and even covered the pirate flag. Otherwise, if Pika saw Lingfeng's pirate ship, he would probably come over and smashed it with a punch as a stone giant. When Anna saw Pika, she also stopped for a moment. Pika, seeing Anna and the others, didn't he care at that moment. His target was not the silent fruit, and he didn't he know about it. However, Karina quietly approached the dock, not wanting to wait to die on the ship. When she saw Anna and her companions transporting boxes, she knew there must be treasure there. As the saying goes, the skilled are bold, and she didn't know what was happening on the island. Relying on her years of thieving experience, she threw several smoke bombs towards the harbor. This immediately made Anna and her companions highly alert, thinking that Pika was up to something. Coincidentally, at that moment, the lightning giant transformed from Cannon Sister descended like a natural disaster demon from afar, making them think it was Pika's fruit ability. The Don Quixote family truly had brotherly loyalty. Anna sneered a few times, now convinced that Pika was here to snatch the devil fruit, leading to a complete misunderstanding. Chapter 31. The Giant of Thunderversus. The Giant of Stone Anna ordered her 2 colleagues to spread out, while Pika, seeing smoke bombs coming from all directions, thought it was Lingfeng and the others doing. He instantly sank into the ground, hiding within the rocks beneath his feet. Boom! Suddenly, the small island began to shake as if it were experiencing an earthquake. The ground around started to writhe and incline, then rose high, transforming into a massive stone giant. The ground on the island cracked continuously, houses collapsed, and the entire small island was now in ruins, with most of it becoming part of Pika's stone giant. The residents of the island cried out in despair, while the pirates and nobles, who were already fleeing to leave on their ships, found the giant even more terrifying than Cannon Sister, who looked only slightly smaller. Oh God, save us. This must be the punishment of the gods. Damn it. Don't block me. Get out of the way. The nobles and pirates were in despair. Anyone seeing such a massive stone giant would feel powerless. That was not something an ordinary person could deal with. Even Zoro only managed to overwhelmingly crush Pika after 2 years of training under Mihawk. But on this small island, aside from Cannon Sister and Lingfeng, there probably wasn't anyone who could match Pika. Anna was also extremely shocked. Looking at Pika before her, she realized that her previous training and opponents were so trivial. She now understood why CP9 and CP0 were so powerful. It turned out there were truly such terrifying monsters in this world. Quick, let us retreat while he is not fully formed. Anna decided quickly, stepping into a moonwalk in her high heels, continuously adjusting her position in the air, ready to retreat with her colleagues while holding the boxes. However, Karina was still not giving up. Although she had nearly been buried under the rubble of the house, the thought of treasure stirred her innate nature to seize the opportunity. She was still calculating how to get the black box from Anna and her colleagues. Just then, Butterfly Shinobi leapt over from a distance, surprised to see the stone giant. But she had seen ghosts before and wasn't too shocked by the sight of a giant. Butterfly, I'm over here, Karina called out a few times, while Butterfly Shinobi jumped in the air holding a little monkey, and so did Anna and the others. Lingfeng as companion, Prepara 2D. Pika had already spotted Butterfly Shinobi and knew she was Lingfeng as companion, immediately throwing a punch at her. However, his voice was too funny. If it weren't for the current crisis, Butterfly Shinobi and Anna would have almost burst out laughing. But the giant's punch was terrifying. As it came crashing down, they could feel an incredibly oppressive wind, making it difficult for Butterfly Shinobi and the others to maintain their form in the air. Not only that, he used stone prison, creating 2 horizontally positioned stone pillars on either side of the airborne group, with dozens of stone spikes protruding from the circular surfaces of the pillars, forming a container to imprison them, and quickly moving the 2 horizontal stone pillars towards the center to crush them. In this way, Butterfly Shinobi and the others had no way to dodge. They could either fall into the crumbling ground below or jump up to avoid it. But the group didn't have enough time to evade. In a moment of desperation, the little monkey in Butterfly Shinobi's arms, which had been thin and frail, began to rapidly swell up like a balloon. After a few seconds, it had transformed into a massive gorilla, muscles bulging. It turned black, armed with haki all over its body, and the stick on its back continuously thickened. Then, with a heavy swing, it smashed both stone pillars to pieces, doing that left its already weakened body even more drained. Originally, it intended to continue attacking, but feeling completely exhausted, it was hit by Pika's punch. Bang! The monkey, transformed into a gorilla, blocked one punch for Butterfly Shinobi and the others, but soon reverted to its little monkey form, spitting blood as it flew away. Just as it was about to be slammed into the ground, Karina reacted quickly, her agile body leaping up to tightly hug the little monkey, using her own body to withstand the terrifying impact. Her back scraped heavily against the ground, leaving a bloody mark, instantly turning her smooth back into a bloody mess. Creak! The little monkey weakly glanced at the unconscious Karina, its gaze becoming dazed, before it too fell unconscious. Karina! Butterfly Shinobi called out anxiously, quickly jumping towards Karina's direction, but Pika's attack followed closely behind. The stone giant threw another punch, and Butterfly Shinobi looked back in midair, finding it somewhat difficult to deal with such a large opponent. Moreover, the latter was made of stone, lacking flesh, rendering her poison useless. Butterfly, jump down. Just when Butterfly Shinobi was at a loss, Mikoto Misaka's voice came through. Butterfly Shinobi looked up and saw another giant of thunder approaching, raising its arm and making Canon's sister's classic pose. The thunder giant, made from dust and iron sand, rubbed against its body, continuously accumulating energy, and then used this accumulated electricity to fire iron sand bullets as if they were electromagnetic cannonballs. Bang! The enormous electromagnetic cannon directly shattered Pika's giant stone arm, and Butterfly Shinobu quickly descended, landing beside Karina and the little monkey. The ground around them was constantly cracking, and it looked like they were about to fall into the gaps. Butterfly Shinobu didn't have time to save them, but Anna used Shave to quickly pick up Karina and the little monkey, then used Shave combined with Moonwalk to leave the crumbling rocks. Phew, thank you. At this moment, Anna entrusted Karina to Butterfly Shinobu, her expression cold, saying nothing, but looking at Pika and Misaka Mikoto. She knew that if it weren't for the little monkey's selfless rescue and the electromagnetic cannon shot from the sister, even the three of them would have probably struggled to escape Pika's punch. Take care of yourselves. I'm leaving, Anna said coldly, then used Shave again, disappearing from the spot. The three of them continuously used Shave and Moonwalk to escape the port, preparing to find a ship to leave, which also meant that Lingfeng side mission 2 would be difficult to complete. However, this also had its advantages. If Lingfeng really snatched the Celestial Dragon's heavenly gold, then the ones coming for him would be CP0 and the Marine Admirals. With his current strength, it would definitely be hard to resist. Moreover, he was now facing attacks from all sides, let alone the heavenly gold. Even the Devil Fruit and shipbuilding technology would probably be difficult to seize. At this moment, Lingfeng was constantly looking for the sniper's position, while he occasionally took cold shots, as the Sea Prism stone bullets forced him to divert his attention. Moreover, the Gladius trio was like an unshakable piece of gum, constantly obstructing his steps. On the other side, Ye's remaining three teammates watched this scene and did not intend to intervene, using a din-din mushy to let Yi continue sniping and harassing Lingfeng's actions, waiting for both Lingfeng and the Don Quixote family to suffer losses before they acted. Chapter 32. Slaughter Duke Ramen was currently holding a telescope on a towering clock tower, observing the battle in the distance. Although it was quite far away, due to Pika's fruit ability and the sister's ability activation, he still felt considerable vibrations from time to time. Next to him, the sniper Yi was lying at the window of the clock tower, constantly aiming at Lingfeng's figure. Strange, it seems like that guy can dodge my sniping every time. Could it be that he has companions warning him? Yi muttered to himself, and this thought reminded Duke Ramen beside him. Yi, check if his companions are around. Ramen raised the telescope and asked Yi, who was lying in front. Only that knife-wielding girl and the one controlling. The lightning giant? Yi kept one eye closed while the other focused on the scope, capturing Lingfeng's figure in the distance. Aren't the maid and the other young man around? Ramen also confirmed with the telescope and immediately picked up the din-din mushy to call the captain of the guard, Shin. Boroboru. With a clicking sound, the usually taciturn captain of the guard, Shin, answered the din-din mushy. Go check on Linus in the dungeon. If there are any of his remnants or others, eliminate them all. Duke Ramen's voice came through, and Shin replied lightly before hanging up the din-din mushy. I'll leave this to you. I'm going to check the situation in the dungeon, Shin said to the swordsman Yun and the dungeon fruit user He beside him. The two nodded, and Shin transformed into a strange black water, quickly disappearing from the spot. At this moment, Lingfeng was constantly changing positions in the air. Originally, with the ability of his Hurricane Fruit, he had always been attacking opponents from a wide range and long distance. However, now, because of the sniper, he had to stick close to the three members of the Don Quixote family to avoid exposing himself to the sniper's sight. This situation couldn't go on like this. Lingfeng slashed out two steel-cutting flashes, and the black flame tornado swept towards Bahafalo. The latter used a gust of wind to tear open a gap in the black flame tornado, and then Baby 5 on his back transformed into a gun-wielding woman, continuously shooting at Lingfeng. Lingfeng directly slashed out a wall of blades, blocking all the bullets. At this moment, he didn't dare to carelessly elementalize. If he overestimated himself, and a sniper bullet came from a distance, he would be in big trouble. It's still better to honestly block the ranged attacks. Lingfeng quickly dashed towards the ground, watching the pirates fleeing in the distance, his mind already made up. The old man and the vicious pirate had already taken advantage of the chaos to escape in different directions. Lingfeng's first target was to kill the pirate and seize the devil fruit. However, this would inevitably allow the old man to escape from the other side. But he wasn't too worried, as he saw two giants engaged in a chaotic battle near the dock, making it impossible for anyone on this small island to leave. Lingfeng took a few steps forward when he suddenly felt the walls beside him begin to expand continuously. He knew it was a grand explosion show of Galadius's explosive rocks. However, this time he directly elementalized, thinking you can blow up whatever you want. The walls around him burst open like balloons, leveling everything in the surrounding area, including the walls and ground. Moreover, the debris from the walls, as well as the fragments of buildings and trees on the ground, were propelled towards Lingfeng by the intense shockwave generated by the explosion. A vacuum zone was instantly cleared around Lingfeng, but he remained completely calm. As an elemental being, he wouldn't suffer any harm at all. Bang! Sure enough, after he transformed into an elemental form, a bullet made of Hailu stone shot towards him. Lingfeng was already prepared. With a cold laugh, he transformed into a fierce wind and disappeared from the spot, the bullets failing to hit him. Wind-severing slash. In an instant, Lingfeng transformed into countless wind clones, rapidly advancing to strike at Galadius's body. Still centered around his own body, several wind clones followed the trajectory of a hexagram, swiftly passing through. Galadius's body began to expand continuously, and Lingfeng, tired of the former's pursuit, directly used step forward slash combined with breath of wind. Lingfeng let out a low roar. Galadius thought that if he used his full body explosion again, Lingfeng would not attack him. But that was only because his companions had not gone far before. Now it was time for slaughter. Lingfeng swiftly swung his knife, hacking up and down as the black flames on the Mingyan knife spread out. The long knife sliced through the air, emitting a terrifying wail, while the black flames engulfed and devoured Gladiolus. No! Buffalo and Baby 5 exclaimed in surprise, quickly descending to offer help. However, Lingfeng ignored them. Although not using elementalization would cause the black flames to burn him, and he could also be sniped, the risk was worth it for the chance to slay an enemy. Poochie! Blood splattered as the black flames instantly engulfed Gladiolus's entire body. Just as his massive form was about to explode, Lingfeng directly slashed out a circular wall of wind around him. Wind barrier. Gladiolus, after being attacked, did not make any sound as he was completely blocked by the wind wall. Lingfeng struck again with his second sword strike, and the head of Gladius, with its super scion-like hair, was instantly severed by Lingfeng. Breath of the wind, second form, claw, Kafu wind. Lingfeng exhaled a breath of white mist, and the black flames on the Mingyan blade instantly extinguished, transforming the blade into green knife patterns. He then swung forward, unleashing four claw-shaped wind blades, directly shredding Galadius into pieces. No! Baafaro let out an angry roar and dove rapidly towards Lingfeng. Without looking back, Lingfeng executed the third form of the clear gale wind tree, instantly slicing out 3 wind blades centered around himself, and finally enhanced their dispersion with the power of the Hurricane Fruit. Spear of wind. Lingfeng raised his finger and continuously shot out small blue wind blades towards Bahafluo. Then, to prevent being sniped, his figure disappeared again from the spot. Bahafluo had no choice but to rotate the propeller on his head to counter the high-pressure storm attack directed at the ground, blocking Lingfeng's slashes and finger guns. Forward slash. However, Bahafluo automatically moved not far in front of Lingfeng, entering the range of the forward slash. The latter quickly appeared behind him, stepping on his body and directly slashing at Baby 5 with a knife. Weapon transformation. Sword girl. Baby 5 transformed into a blade, colliding with Lingfeng's sword. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing rang out, sparks flying high, and Baby 5's high heels nearly sank into Bahafluo's back. Lingfeng's power is indeed too strong. How can one block it solely with their own strength? So heavy. Baby 5 clearly couldn't withstand Lingfeng's slash, and seeing this, Buffalo immediately started shaking, trying to throw Lingfeng off. It was too late. Lingfeng let out a sinister laugh, using his free left hand to exert powerful wind pressure against the back of the Ming Yen knife. The surrounding wind began to swirl and rise, forming a black flame tornado centered around them, blocking the sniper Ye's line of sight. Baby 5 let out a muffled groan as her fair knees directly knelt down, and Bahafro's body sank, clearly about to fall. If you withdraw with Pika now, I can spare your lives. The wind around Lingfeng constantly exerted pressure, and the sharp blade of the Mingyan knife was about to sever the sword formed by Baby 5's body, blood instantly spilling from the blade. At this moment, Lingfeng only needed to exert a bit of force to kill the two of them. Chapter 33, One Blade. However, he was somewhat wary of Pika's power. Although he himself was not afraid, he still had companions here, and not everyone possessed the power of a natural-type devil fruit like him. You must be dreaming. Baby 5, transformed into a sword, shouted angrily. With her companion just killed right before her eyes, how could she possibly retreat now? Then die. Lingfeng exerted strength again, and the blade continued to cut downwards. Before he could bring the blade down, a gunshot rang out. Bang! A bullet from a sniper rifle hit Lingfeng's shoulder, and he was knocked back by the powerful inertia, falling off the back of the buffalo. Lingfeng quickly reacted and transformed into a gust of wind, rapidly moving away into the distance. Fortunately, he triggered the indomitable passive skill, and an invisible wind shield protected him momentarily. Otherwise, that shot would have likely blown through his shoulder. It was the first time he had activated the passive wind shield skill, which heightened his inner vigilance to the maximum. How did this happen? Lingfeng covered his shoulder. It was his first time being injured. Clearly, he couldn't imagine that even surrounded by the black flame tornado, the enemy sniper could still locate his position. However, not far from where Lingfeng was, the swordsman Yin covered his right eye, and it seemed that countless eyes appeared among the dark clouds in the sky, looking down at Lingfeng's figure. Furthermore, they reported Lingfeng's coordinates to Yi. One must say that their cooperation was perfect. Not only that, but Yi had also modified the sniper rifle at that moment. This sniper rifle was not an ordinary firearm. It had been forged by the blacksmith Linas and then further modified. Not only had its accuracy and effective range been enhanced, but the recoil had also been reduced. It could be said that the muzzle, barrel, rifling, scope, and grip, among other components, had all been modified. Moreover, the Hailu stone bullets were unaffected by the abilities of the users and still caused the original damage. Coupled with Yun's ability to overlook Lingfeng, standing still on the back of Buffalo and competing with Baby 5 was practically a live target. If it weren't for the strong wind deflecting the bullet's path, he would have been shot in the head just now. He had to find the sniper's position. Otherwise, the side quest could not be completed. Lingfeng covered his shoulder, sheathed his knife, and constantly changed positions to find cover. Then he took out the blood-spraying syringe and plunged it into the side of his neck. This thing takes effect quickly when injected into the vein. The veins quickly began to swell, and Lingfeng's heart started to race. The gunshot wound on his shoulder was manageable because the passive skill wind shield had absorbed some of the impact. Otherwise, he would have likely lost his entire shoulder. As the blood spring was injected, the pain began to fade, and a layer of crimson filled Lingfeng's pupils. Damn it, just don't let me find you. Lingfeng cursed softly, feeling very annoyed at the sniper hiding in the shadows. At this moment, Lingfeng looked at the buffalo and Baby 5 in the distant sky. They had already gone to search for the body of Gladiolus. Lingfeng had temporarily lost their trail, and it was estimated that they wouldn't catch up in the short term. Lingfeng took a deep breath, tore a piece of cloth, and wrapped it around his shoulder. Then he transformed into a wisp of blue wind, continuously wandering through the ruined buildings around him. The unyielding spirit continued to trigger, and his sword intent value rapidly filled up as he moved. Soon, an invisible wind shield automatically formed around him again. However, every move he made was watched by the swordsman Yin, although the sniper Yi was temporarily unable to shoot because Lingfeng was concealed by cover. Yun and He had already quietly approached him. Although Lingfeng is a natural ability user, the weapons they both use are modified with seafloor stone. Although both of them are ability users, the part of the weapon closer to the outer end has been added with seafloor stone, while the part they hold has not been modified. Thanks to Linus's masterpiece, their combat power has been significantly enhanced. Lingfeng sensed the murderous intent around him and became secretly vigilant. The cage of death, a square barrier expanded outward, enveloping Lingfeng, and even someone with his natural abilities could not escape from the barrier. Lingfeng immediately, but at the moment of a slender sword suddenly lunged toward his throat. Lingfeng could feel that this sword was also modified with Hailu stone, and he could only draw his sword to block. Ding! A powerful slash came, causing the young swordswoman Yin to stagger back a few steps. She was momentarily stunned, not expecting Lingfeng to still possess such immense strength after being shot. Lingfeng also examined the in front of him. She was dressed in light armor and had short blonde hair, looking somewhat similar to Saber at first glance. "Who are you?" Lingfeng had some suspicions in his heart, but he still asked, "Who sent you to kill me?" Yin didn't waste any words, and the slender sword in her hand stabbed straight towards Lingfeng's shoulder. Seeing Lingfeng injured, this ruthless woman prepared to pursue the victory. However, Lingfeng directly used the first type of dust whirlwind slash, transforming it into a blue spiral wind blade that rapidly approached Yun's body. Yin seemed unwilling to retreat or escape. A dungeon barrier suddenly emerged from beneath their feet, blocking Lingfeng's advancing body. Damn it! Lingfeng shattered the dungeon barrier with a single strike. At that moment, Yin leaped into the sky, thrusting the downwards with great force. Countless strands of fine sword energy enveloped Lingfeng, who now had two choices. One was to elementalize and dodge past, but the latter sword would definitely hit him. The other was to use the steel slash and confront it head-on. Lingfeng chose the second option without hesitation. He thrust his long sword forward, and countless black whirlwinds surged towards the sword energy in the air. Whoosh! The dense sword energy flew past Lingfeng's cheeks, neck, and the sides of his arms. The wind shield was triggered again, but the shallow wind shield couldn't withstand much damage, and several deep wounds instantly appeared. Blood splattered from the wounds, but he paid no attention to it. The black whirlwind sword energy directly enveloped the clouds. Prison. A cold voice came from outside the cage barrier, stopping Lingfeng's black whirlwind sword energy. At this moment, Lingfeng suddenly transformed into a gust of wind, changing his attack target and directly rushing in front of He. His long knife turning into a dazzling light as he struck down. The square barrier was by Lingfeng's blade, leaving He in shock. The Fury Wind Slash carried an armor-piercing buff, and now the Mingyan knife, under the influence of this buff, could absolutely cut through most defensive skills that lacked arm hockey. Moreover, his passive skill from death to life was triggered, increasing wind damage. The more extreme his own state, the greater the bonus. With a whoosh, the Mingyan knife slashed across He's chest, and Lingfeng, embodying the gust of wind, brushed past her. Where the Mingyan knife passed, the wind was as sharp as the finest weapon, shattering the barrier into fragments. "No!" Yin screamed, unable to comprehend how powerful Lingfeng's close combat ability was. That instant slash was terrifying. They had thought Lingfeng could only rely on the abilities of the natural-type Devil Fruit and would never be able to break through this cage of death. But they did not expect his swordsmanship to be so exceptional as well. He collapsed to the ground with a thud, a large pool of blood staining the ground beneath her. How is this possible? He, dressed in a black suit, wore an expression of disbelief, her clothes completely soaked in red blood. Earlier, she had thought that she and Yin could easily kill the injured Lingfeng, but unexpectedly, in just an instant, he could take down one of them. He was already on the brink of death, soon to perish. However, before Lingfeng could deliver the finishing blow, Yin charged towards him like a madwoman. Lingfeng charged forward with a knife, while He lay on the ground, struggling to pull out dual pistols loaded with Hailu stone bullets, and managed to shoot at Lingfeng with his last breath. The overwhelming bullets forced him back, and Yun's sword energy attacked once again. Lingfeng continuously transformed into a fierce wind and retreated, using a wall of wind to block the bullets and sword energy. His own situation was also not optimistic. Although he had injected himself with blood essence, the constant movement and fighting had caused his wounds to keep bleeding, and the makeshift bandage on his shoulder was not very effective. If he didn't quickly resolve the situation, he feared he would be the first to fall. Bang! Lingfeng reacted extremely quickly, transforming into a physical form to dodge to the side, as a sniper bullet struck the ground beneath his feet. The sniper Yi had also arrived by this time, having seen her companion's life card continuously burning. Sure enough, she spotted through the scope that one of her companions was on the verge of death. Her shoulder trembled as she lay down with her sniper rifle, aiming and shooting at Lingfeng without pause. Damn pirates, you will pay for this. Chapter 34. Instant Kill and Snatching the Devil Fruit. Lingfeng felt the trajectory of the bullets in the wind, slicing through with a knife to create a wall of wind that isolated the surroundings. "I found you." Lingfeng detected the source of the bullet shot and let out a sinister laugh. The female swordsman Yin, behind him, suddenly lunged at him with her slender sword, but he didn't even glance back, turning around to slash down with his blade. His earlier pretense of weakness was merely to force the sniper to reveal their position. Otherwise, the latter would be like a bothersome fly, constantly distracting him. With a splatter, blood sprayed forth, and Yin stared at Lingfeng in disbelief as her left shoulder was cleaved in two down to her right lower abdomen, resulting in an instant kill. The black-clad figure lying on the ground watched this scene, his hands that held dual guns finally dropping weakly, his gaze becoming vacant, and his last breath fading away. Night, watching through the scope as her two companions were killed, trembled uncontrollably, tears streaming from her open eye, her fingers shaking as she prepared to pull the trigger. But Lingfeng's figure had already vanished from the scope. Not good. Just as Night thought about hiding, Lingfeng had already descended upon her like a whirlwind. I've been looking for you for a long time, little girl. Lingfeng's cold gaze locked onto Yi, who was hiding behind the wall, and he struck down with a knife. In a panic, Yi raised his sniper rifle to block, but Lingfeng's instant shadow cut down on the rifle, and the immense force made Yi kneel down. The strike was briefly blocked, which surprised Lingfeng, but upon realizing that the sniper rifle could load sea prism stone bullets, he understood. He then kicked out a gale foot slash aimed at Ye's body. With a puff, he hastily leaned aside, but it was still futile. His abdomen was carved away by the gale foot slash enhanced by the wind fruit's power, and his intestines spilled out. Lingfeng once again slashed down with a knife, directly targeting Yi Bai's neck. The black flames surged, and he instinctively raised one hand while covering his stomach with the other. Lingfeng used his palm to unleash a vortex wind, pulling the sniper rifle towards him, and then cut through Ye's arm and throat with a single stroke. Blood gushed out wildly, and Lingfeng's expression remained cold. The wind in front of him blocked the rain of blood, preventing the crimson liquid from touching his body. Thud! Ye's eyes quickly lost their color, and his body fell heavily to the ground. With Lingfeng's Hurricane Fruit combined with his swordsmanship, this sniper had no ability to resist once he was up close. With Ye's death, Lingfeng breathed a sigh of relief. This trio was indeed quite powerful, and it had even left him with some marks. Lingfeng looked at the corpse continuously being burned by the black flames, then sat down beside it, leaning against the wall of the ruins. He took out a bottle of water and some jerky and started eating. Although his physical stats had increased significantly, the prolonged battles and injuries had considerably reduced his stamina. Moreover, he found that using the Hurricane Fruit's ability for super large-scale attacks severely drained his energy. This was likely a drawback of his fruit's ability, mainly because he hadn't fully developed its potential and couldn't compare to the powerful beings in this original pirate world. No wonder fruit abilities need to be properly developed. Otherwise, relying solely on the system would make facing stronger enemies quite challenging in the future. Some devil fruit abilities are very strong, but if the user hasn't developed them well, they're usually quite weak. On the other hand, some devil fruits may not have impressive abilities themselves, but if the user can play around with them creatively, they can become very powerful. Lingfeng leisurely ate dried meat and drank water, contemplating the development of the devil fruit's abilities in his mind. It was hard to believe that right beside him lay a girl's body, sliced in half and still burning, yet he could still eat. This scene nearly made Duke Ramen, who was observing from a distance through a telescope, wet himself. He had seen fierce pirates before, but this was the first time he encountered such cruel and bloody ones. Trembling, he prepared to head to his underground port. As the town's dock was no longer an option, he intended to go out and avoid the heat. Lingfeng quickly finished the jerky and gulped down a bottle of water. He looked at the black sniper rifle in his hand and actually liked it quite a bit. If he had any companions who used guns in the future, he would let her use it well. Lingfeng slung the sniper rifle over his shoulder, preparing to search for the target of his side mission. He ate something and drank some water, rested for a while, and re-bandaged his shoulder and burned arm, which helped him recover quite a bit of strength. Then, he transformed into a gust of wind and soared into the sky. In the distance, it seemed that Bafaro and the others were still looking for his figure, but Lingfeng had already covered the area around the ruins with traces of black flame whirlwinds, making it unlikely for them to find him anytime soon. Lingfeng picked up the sniper rifle and used the scope to observe everything in the distance. He was looking for the pirate who was auctioning the devil fruit. Soon, he spotted a group of pirates fleeing in the opposite direction of the dock, towards the sparsely built northern area. After all, the two giants at the southern dock were too conspicuous. Even though Lingfeng was so far from the dock, he could still occasionally feel the ground shaking. Lingfeng put away his sniper rifle and transformed into a blue whirlwind, flying towards the pirates. He quickly caught up with the group of pirates who were desperately fleeing. In midair, he unleashed a black fire dragon whirlwind, directly engulfing the group of pirates. The hurricane, filled with black flames, spun rapidly in the air, its speed increasing and its range expanding, approaching the pirates. The pirates, still feeling clever for escaping in the opposite direction, suddenly sensed a gust of wind behind them, accompanied by a terrifying heat. Before they could turn around, they felt their bodies engulfed in flames. And then the entire world began to spin. Their bodies were continuously sliced, and finally, they fell heavily to the ground, plunging into darkness and losing consciousness and life. Lingfeng flew quickly, directly unleashing the gale, severing slash at the pirate in the center. Poochie Poochie. Before the pirate could react, he was shredded by countless wind-based clones. Lingfeng grasped a silver box in his hand with a swift motion. Run. This guy is a devil. Please, don't kill me. Don't kill me. The captain is dead. Run. The pirates, seeing Lingfeng descend like a god of death, were already fleeing for their lives. Upon witnessing their leader being killed, they dared not resist any longer. The pirate had some strength, but he was caught off guard by Lingfeng's gale, severing slash. It was like playing League of Legends without vision, getting caught by Malphite's ultimate, and then Yasuo, following up with his own. You wouldn't even have time to flash or use your Zonias. He could produce over 100 million berries to prove his capabilities, but unfortunately, Lingfeng didn't waste any time and instantly killed him with a single slash. Tell me where the old man selling shipbuilding technology went. Lingfeng held a box in his hand and slashed with his knife, stopping the fleeing pirates. He coldly asked the surrounding pirates, that old guy, seems like he headed towards that noble's residence. Yes, it's called something like ramen. Yes, that's right. That's the name. The pirates spoke one after another, afraid that if they spoke too slowly, Lingfeng would slash them with his knife. Location. Lingfeng uttered 2 words, and the pirates all pointed in unison to a direction in the east, telling him that the house was easy to recognize, just off the coastline, not far away. With a lighthouse nearby, Lingfeng transformed into a gust of wind and left the spot directly. The pirates didn't dare to breathe a word until the whirlwind created by Lingfeng disappeared, and then they began to move their feet to escape into the distance. Lingfeng transformed into a fierce wind and soared into the sky. He picked up the sniper rifle and, through the scope, scanned the coastline. Soon, he discovered a luxurious mansion next to the lighthouse. Lingfeng put away his sniper rifle and held the Mingyan knife as he flew towards the mansion. He knew that the 3 girls sent to kill him earlier were likely subordinates of Duke Ramen, and his inner resentment surged wildly. Duke Ramen, is it? Nice to meet you. Chapter 35. The Ability of the Fruit of Patience. At that moment, in the underground harbor of Duke Ramen's luxurious mansion, 2 groups of people were confronting each other. One group was the noble guard team led by Captain Run, while the other consisted of craftsmen dressed in rags, their bodies smeared with soot. Among the latter group, the leading man was burly and muscular, sporting a thick beard and short hair, with a face smudged with dirt that exuded a strong masculine aura. He held a hammer in his hand and was the legendary blacksmith of this small island, Linus. Behind Linus, a group of craftsmen wielded hammers and wooden sticks as weapons, glaring fiercely at the guards. Linus, it's still not too late for you to surrender, Ren said in a detached tone, and with his cold gaze, the people behind Linus couldn't help but tremble. They knew the terror of the man before them, but this was their hard-won chance at freedom. How could they let it go? Surrender? You told me before that as long as I forged weapons for you, I could protect this town, but what have you done? Linus tightened his grip on the hammer, his eyes filled with endless fury as he roared. How many pirates have you brought to occupy this island? You talked about protecting the residents. And what happened? You secretly colluded with that bastard Ramen and must have made a fortune. The more Linus spoke, the angrier he became. When he was captured and defeated, Ramen spoke sweetly, promising that as long as he obediently forged weapons, he could protect the town's safety and even apply to the world government to make most of the town's residents nobles. Otherwise, the remaining pirates would occupy the island, allowing the ordinary residents of the town to perish. After all, he had been captured and imprisoned. For the safety of the town, he had no choice but to agree, even if it meant being exploited as labor. For the sake of the town's residents, he willingly endured this suffering, deserving of the title of hero. However, being imprisoned by the 4 great guards in a barrier for years, he knew nothing of the outside world and thought of going on strike in protest, but Ramen threatened him using the town's children. After the threats, he was deceived with photos, being told that some of the town's children had already been sent to noble schools, urging him to work hard and not think too much. Left with no choice, he could only obey them, living a life of endless work day and night. Until just now, when the barrier that imprisoned him suddenly disappeared. He prepared to escape, and see what had happened to the town. However, as soon as he came out, he encountered Run and the guards charging over. And to make matters worse, those workers were remnants of Linus's faction, but they were stopped by Rin just as they were about to rescue him. Since that's the case, don't blame me. Rin didn't like to waste words and transformed into a stream of black water that quickly moved across the ground, soon approaching Linus and the others. Swish, swish, swish. Holding dual daggers, he ruthlessly slaughtered those around Linus like a merciless Grim Reaper. Stop! Linus reacted and swung his hammer at Rin, but the latter's speed as black water was far too fast for him to contend with. In an instant, screams filled the air and blood splattered everywhere. Linus's expression became extremely grim, but he had no way to fight back. Combat was not his strong suit. Haha! As expected of the guard captain. These trash craftsmen still dare to resist? TCH, but they actually managed to slip in amidst the chaos. The guards were puzzled. After all, how did the barrier at the external passage suddenly disappear? Do you even need to ask? Yun and He must have been killed. Run returned to human form, standing in the center of the crowd, speaking in a tone devoid of any emotion, as if those dead teammates were not his own. Only he knew the pain in his heart. Therefore, he vented all this anger on the group of craftsmen. However, before he could continue to reap the lives of these craftsmen, a scream seemed to come from the back of the guard team. Everyone turned to look and saw Drake and Rem holding Duke Ramen hostage, slowly walking towards the center of the group. Let them go, Drake said coldly to Run while holding Ramen. Hurry, save me. Let it go first. Ramen had originally wanted to take advantage of the chaos to escape through the underground harbor, but happened to run into Drake and Rem hiding here, getting caught red-handed. Rin remained silent. Although he was deeply pained by the death of his teammates, his master was being held hostage, and no matter how capable he was, he couldn't act. Come here, Rem shouted to Linus and the others. The latter exchanged glances and quickly ran towards the two of them. However, at that moment, a group of pirates charged in from behind. Get out of the way, don't block the road. Oh, isn't that Duke Ramen? Ha ha, look at him being held hostage, it's hilarious. Don't meddle in our business, we're leaving first. This group of pirates was the same one that had auctioned Tom's shipbuilding technology, led by an elderly man with sharp eyes and a calm demeanor. Clearly having investigated the information about Ramen's mansion, they chose to escape from this side, intending to seize a ship and safely leave this chaotic island. You can't get away, Rin said lightly, and the old man glanced at him but didn't stop. I said you can't get away. Rin then reached his hands to the ground, and instantly, several black water seals appeared on the surface, connecting the black water to the feet of the pirates, causing them to stop in their tracks. What did you do? I can't move. Me too. Rin slowly stood up, and the black water coiled around the group of pirates led by the old man like a venomous snake. I told you not to move. Didn't you hear me? Drake was furious at this moment. He didn't expect Rin to dare to use his devil fruit ability at such a time. Although he didn't know what fruit Rin had eaten, the current scene made him very uneasy. Exactly. You idiot, don't meddle in this. Let me get safe first. Ramen gritted his teeth in anger, wishing he could slap Rin twice and scold him. But it seemed he didn't understand the current situation. You noisy old dog. Do you still dare to bark here? My teammates have all died because of your orders. Do you understand? Now, you will go down to accompany them. Run, no longer able to maintain his previous indifferent expression, twisted his face in anger as he threw out the ashes of 3 burnt life cards. Ramen's selfish and disdainful attitude towards the guards drove him completely mad. He quickly clasped his hands together, and the black water on the ground began to flow rapidly. Instantly, the group of pirates entangled in his black water transformed into shadowy figures, appearing as if they were painted in ink from a distance. Next, let this selfish old dog and you bunch of bastard pirates know just how powerful this ink fruit really is. Chapter 36. The deal between Capone and Ramen. What are you doing? Stop. Ramen looked at Run in terror as he activated his fruit ability. Although he was still being held by Drake, he began to tremble uncontrollably. You'll know soon enough. Don't you like to use us as tools? I'll let you taste the same flavor. Rin sneered coldly, and the ground around him was almost entirely covered in black ink. Not good. We need to retreat, Drake said to Rem, who nodded cautiously. But how could Rin let them have their way? He sent the pirates completely covered in ink rushing forward. Clearly, he could manipulate those entangled in the ink. This must be one of his fruit abilities. Countless shadowy figures made of ink charged toward Drake, Linus, and the others, while the old man, who still had some strength, quickly jumped through the air and landed near the group. Not only that, but the ink on the ground transformed into black mist, beginning to spread and obscure everyone's vision. Fall back into the tunnel. Drake decisively ordered, preparing to guard the passage. Otherwise, they wouldn't know where the enemy would attack from. The black mist quickly enveloped the underground port, obscuring everyone's sight. The ink figures rushed forward, and everyone grabbed their weapons to engage in battle. In an instant, the sounds of clashing weapons and screams echoed from the black mist, sending chills down the spines of those who had not been manipulated by the ink. "Everyone be careful. Don't spread out," Drake shouted, slashing down one ink figure with his sword, but the figure only paused briefly before the inky wound covered itself, continuing to charge at him. "Damn it, those he controls won't suffer fatal injuries and will keep fighting," Drake shouted, and the others around him realized the same thing. Bang, 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 bang. Rem swung her meteor hammer, smashing all the ink figures surrounding her. The black ink splattered everywhere, making her already blood-stained, maid outfit even dirtier. "This isn't a solution, Drake," Rem calmly said as an ink figure charged at her. She raised her foot and kicked it to pieces. A demon horn slowly appeared above her head, and she emanated a faint glow. Seeing this, everyone gathered around her, forming a circle to face the terrifying ink figures in the black mist. Strangely, Ren had not yet appeared, seemingly needing to stay in place to control the black mist and the ink figures, unable to leave his spot. "Quick, protect me. If you do, I'll make you all nobles. I can give you money." At this moment, Ramen disregarded his noble status and begged Rem and the others. However, the others couldn't care less about him, leaving him on the outermost edge to fend for himself. "You filthy commoners, let me in. I am the most esteemed noble on this island. As long as you protect me, you can have anything," Ramen continued to shout, but the others were too busy fighting the ink figures to pay him any mind. "Hey, noble, once you're dead, you'll be nothing." Ren's voice came from the center of the black mist, his cold tone sending chills down their spines. "You ungrateful wolf. If I hadn't rescued you, 4 little brats from the slums, you'd still be begging for food." Ramen was now hysterical, fear twisting his face, completely losing any trace of noble demeanor. "Yes, it's true that we owe our lives to you, but you haven't forgotten how you've treated us." Run roared, and the surrounding black mist surged wildly as the ink figures charged at the encircled group like madmen. Drake and the others could only rely on the faint glow emitted by Rem to gauge the enemy's attacks, and in a short burst, many among them suffered injuries. "You commoners are born to be driven by us nobles. What's wrong with treating you as tools?" Ramen had now completely lost his mind, his expression twisted beyond recognition, and in extreme fear, he had lost all reason. "Then you can be my tool too," Ren's voice echoed, and Rem gasped as she saw the black ink surging toward them. In the next moment, they would also be controlled like the ink figures. Bagua palm wind. The old man suddenly struck out with a palm, creating a strong palm wind that dispersed much of the surrounding black mist. "Run!" the old man shouted, leading the remaining followers toward the direction where the mist had been cleared, which was where the passage was located. "Take me with you." Seeing this, Ramen followed along, able to run a bit faster since he was on the outside. "We're retreating too," Drake whispered, signaling Linus and Rem to follow closely. However, suddenly a figure appeared at the entrance of the passage. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of countless gunshots rang out, causing everyone to halt in their tracks. Hey, what happened here, Ramen?" Using the gunfire and Rem's glow, they saw a man in a suit, smoking a cigar, leisurely walking out of the passage. "Capone, save me. Kill these guys. I will give you a satisfactory batch of weapons and supplies, or whatever amount of money you want." Seeing Capone, Ramen seemed to have found a savior. Clearly, it appeared that the two had reached an unspeakable deal during the previous period. Has your guard betrayed you?" Capone looked disdainfully at the group and the black mist, mocking Ramen. "Let me through. We can discuss the rest later." At this moment, Ramen wished he had several more legs to run faster, as the terrifying army of ink figures and the black mist were right behind him. No one wanted to be turned into a puppet by Run. "All right, it's up to me now." Capone paused briefly, then stepped aside to let Ramen and the others pass. Ramen was overjoyed, unable to hide the joy on his face, a twisted smile reappearing. Ha 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 ha. "You filthy commoners, you can't stop me. Just wait. I'll bring more people to deal with you." Ha ha ha. Ramen laughed triumphantly as he rushed toward the passage. Just as Drake and the others intended to follow, Capone directly opened fire to block them. "I didn't say you could go too." Capone took a puff of his cigar and exhaled a cloud of white smoke, saying. Seeing this, Drake and the others didn't waste time and were about to make a move when they heard a chilling scream echoing from the corridor. "No, please. Capone, save me. Ah, Chapter 37. Mission failure and rewards. Everyone's hair stood on end upon hearing Ramen's terrifying scream, as no one knew who else had come from the corridor. Ramen, is it? Finally found you. Upon hearing a familiar voice from the corridor, Drake and Rim instantly felt joy. It was their captain, Lingfeng. At this moment, Lingfeng emerged from the corridor wielding a blade, looking at the nearby black mist with a disdainful smile. He spread his arms and unleashed a fierce gust of wind. Whoosh! The azure wind instantly dispersed the black mist, revealing the dock's rocky ground, which was completely soaked in black ink. The ink users, standing not far away, glared at Lingfeng with resentment. Then, he slashed with his blade, and the black flames immediately evaporated all the ink on the ground, cutting the ink users in half with the flash of his blade. The ink on their bodies was also completely evaporated by the black flames. Lingfeng had cleaned up the army of ink users, which were mere fodder that the others couldn't handle, with a single slash. He glanced at the elderly man at the front, grinning sinisterly, just as he was about to seize his shipbuilding technology being auctioned. However, at that moment, the system's voice rang out. System prompt. Side Quest 2 has failed as CP3 has left the island, and the heavenly gold cannot be seized. Mission failure confirmed. System prompt. Completing certain parts of Mission 2, escaping the Don Quixote family, and successfully seizing the Devil Fruit allows you to choose 2 rewards from the following options. Due to the mission being incomplete, the lottery opportunity cannot be selected. Rewards. You can choose 2 from the following options. Fruit Development Level 20. Advancement of the Navy's 6 styles. Unlocking Wind Release Ninjutsu. Activating the Red Blade and the Transparent World, and receiving a random eye technique. Oh no, the mission actually failed. At this moment, Lingfeng thought to himself that it was bad. He hadn't expected CP3 to have already left the island. But it's fine. He didn't want to deal with the celestial dragons and marine admirals for now. As for the rewards, I'll handle the fruit development myself. I need the advancement of the Navy's 6 styles. As for the Red Blade and the Transparent World, the former can continuously burn the opponent, preventing them from regenerating, while the latter is somewhat similar to observation hockey, not a significant temporary boost. As for the Wind Release Ninjutsu and eye techniques, I'll choose the former, since I possess the power of the Hurricane Fruit. Lingfeng silently looked at the rewards and quickly made a choice in his heart. System prompt. The Navy 6 style. Gale Foot has advanced to intermediate level, gaining skills Gale Foot, Line, Gale Foot, Chaos, Gale Foot, White Thunder, Gale Foot, Surrounding Cut. System prompt. Wind Release Ninjutsu has been unlocked, transforming the required chakra into the ability of the Hurricane Fruit. Initial unlock rewards skill Wind Release, Spiral Shuriken. As the system prompt sound faded, Lingfeng did not open the panel to check the skills when a voice broke his thoughts. I was just worried about not being able to find you. The ninja released the control over the ink person form and grinned at Lingfeng. He had previously been shocked by Lingfeng's strength, but thinking about how the latter could instantly kill his 3 teammates, he believed his strength was indeed formidable. Norus, I have some personal matters to attend to first. Lingfeng smiled at him and said, as a gust of wind blew from behind him, Ramen's figure rolled back. Everyone stared in shock, gasping in disbelief. They saw that Ramen's throat had been slashed open by Lingfeng, with a terrifyingly deep wound from his chin to between his legs, and Ramen's body was continuously spraying blood and convulsing. Not only that, but Ramen's eyes had also been blinded by Lingfeng's finger gun. And as for his throat, it was severed because Lingfeng couldn't stand his disgusting voice any longer. It seems your master is also dead. Lingfeng said to run, but the latter did not show much emotion. He had already betrayed Ramen. Drake noticed Lingfeng's surprise and quietly explained on the side. Also, that should be the source of the gunpowder technology. Remu pointed at Linus and said softly to Lingfeng, I see. You all go ahead, I'll take care of this here. Lingfeng nodded and stepped aside to let Drake and the others pass. As the old man walked by him, he took a deep look at him. However, Lingfeng didn't look at him, as he had failed the mission and couldn't be bothered to fight for it anymore. Besides, the shipbuilding technology wouldn't significantly enhance his abilities anyway. Silently enduring, he was just about to draw his dagger to confront Lingfeng head-on when he said, Don't be hasty, there's still something to deal with. Lingfeng slashed out a wall of wind, isolating the surroundings. He glanced at Captain Becky, smiled, and directly kicked with a gale foot, exploding Ramen's head. You had to deal with him, right? Just now. You wouldn't let my companion leave first? Lingfeng smiled and stared at Carpone, who was also watching him warily. Seeing Lingfeng's provocative attitude, Karping Beiji didn't waste any words and directly transformed his body into a castle. Several parts of his body turned into castle gates, filled with subordinates holding cannons and rifles. You should know that I am of the nature type, right? Lingfeng still smiled at him, but after being shot by the sea stone bullet earlier, he maintained a hint of vigilance. Of course I know. How could Capone not recognize Lingfeng? They had been together at the auction before, and as a rising star among new pirates, Capone certainly knew some information about him. It seems you've also gotten quite a few good weapons from Ramen. Lingfeng silently drew his knife and looked at Capone. Capone did not respond and directly ordered the attack, but before the subordinates in the castle could fire, Lingfeng's figure had already disappeared. He only saw a flash of blue light, and then his entire body inexplicably soared into the air. Lingfeng directly unleashed the first form of the breath of wind, charging forward at high speed, penetrating through his body, and the powerful shockwave sent him flying. Fire! Capone shouted as he was launched into the air, commanding his subordinates within him. However, Lingfeng swiftly slashed with a blade strike, the blade light instantly piercing through Capone's body. He swung his sword again, and a violent black flame spread out, a razor-sharp blade light slicing his castle-like body in half. Stormfoot, White Thunder. After Lingfeng slashed twice, he used the momentum from the dust whirlwind slash to perform a 180-degree backflip, smoothly kicking out the gale foot. A sharp blue slash wave cut through the air, severing Karpin once again. Black flames engulfed him. He didn't even have time to release his subordinates before Lingfeng let his body experience the taste of being roasted. He can't really think that just because he has a gun that can shoot sea prison stone bullets, he can go head-to-head with a natural-type opponent. Can he? Future Supernova? Lingfeng flipped back and supported himself with one hand on the ground, using the terrifying rotational speed of the Hurricane Fruit to directly kick out the Gale Foot, Zhou Duan. The fearsome Gale Foot slash pierced through Capone's body, severing the ceiling of the port below and the mansion above. The terrifying destructive power left Shin and the slash Capone in a state of shock, as they never expected Lingfeng's strength to be so formidable. Capone's body fell like a shattered castle, with horrifying black flames scorching him, as the fruit's ability prevented him from dying completely. Lingfeng looked up at the dock that was about to collapse, and the distant ninja, smiling slightly. Are you anxious? Don't panic. I'll take you away with one strike. Chapter 38. Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken. In the underground port beneath Duke Ramen's mansion, the ceiling was continuously collapsing. Various fragments of stone kept falling from the ceiling, landing around Lingfeng and his companion. The few ships docked at the port were also swaying continuously in the water bay due to the tremors of the ground. The ninja looked at Lingfeng as if facing a great enemy, having just witnessed Lingfeng's formidable strength. It seemed he was not just a pirate who relied solely on his fruit abilities. The ninja murmured inwardly, regained his indifferent demeanor, drew out 2 daggers, and fixed his gaze tightly on Lingfeng. Lingfeng squinted at the ninja in front of him. The latter's fruit ability was indeed quite good, and it should be able to transform into ink to evade attacks. It was similar to how Luffy could turn into a rubber man, making him immune to ordinary bullet attacks. If he didn't have the demon sword Ming Yen, relying solely on the ability of the Hurricane Fruit, he probably wouldn't be able to quickly suppress him. A strange sound came from behind, and Lingfeng turned to look, only to see Capone releasing his many subordinates from within his body, preparing to take away his shattered castle body. Before Lingfeng had the chance to stop them, at that moment, removed, he transformed into a puddle of pitch-black ink, swiftly gliding across the ground, constantly approaching Lingfeng. Lingfeng knew that his dagger must have been modified with some sea prism stone components. Lingfeng transformed into a wild wind, soaring into the air, and swung his blade down fiercely from above. The dark ink that the ninja transformed into shot out 2 tentacles, sticking to his hellfire blade. Lingfeng's eyes hardened, and black flames spread out, directly evaporating the 2 tentacles. Taking this opportunity, Rin swiftly swam around, then leaped from the ground, raising his twin daggers behind Lingfeng and slashing down and across. Lingfeng turned in the air, with the Mingyan knife horizontally in front of him, blocking the attack of the 2 daggers from Rin. Meanwhile, the ink on Rin's body transformed into a terrifying giant snake mouth, lunging towards Lingfeng to bite. Lingfeng tilted the Mingyan blade to one side, and black flames ignited. The ink-black serpent bit down on the Mingyan blade. Lingfeng gripped the knife handle with both hands, using the force of the hurricane's rotation. He suddenly twisted his waist, channeling all of his body's strength into the downward strike of the knife. Swish! The ink-black snake of the was not only sliced in two by the Mingyan knife, but the black flames also engulfed its body. It transformed back into its ink form, attempting to escape. However, Lingfeng declared, "One strike will take you away." The Gale's absolute cut. Lingfeng instantly transformed into countless clones, rushing through the body of Run, who had not yet fully turned into ink. The complete hexagram mark glowed with a blue light, and the fierce sword energy, accompanied by the wind, carved numerous wounds on Ren's body. This strike nearly took away half of Ren's life. The intense pain and burning sensation left his mind blank, and his eyes began to roll back. TSK. Life force is indeed resilient. Lingfeng wielded his sword and charged forward, transforming into a fierce wind that swiftly advanced, directly cutting down the. Lingfeng's rapid advance came to a halt, sending a flurry of gravel into the air. He flicked his knife, black flames igniting to evaporate the blood that had stained the blade, sheathing the knife and fastening it at his waist. He glanced at the collapsing ceiling before turning into a whirlwind and charging upward. At this moment, Run had lost consciousness, and in his final moments, he seemed to see his three former comrades smiling and welcoming him. Thud! His half-body fell to the ground, his gaze growing vacant as more and more debris rained down from above, quickly burying him. Meanwhile, Karpin had been taken away by his younger brother to an unknown location, and Lingfeng had no time to deal with him. Now transformed into a gust of wind, he soared into the sky, watching the dark, oppressive clouds above. A drop of rain began to pierce through his elemental form. Gradually, the rain intensified, soon turning into a torrential storm. After experiencing multiple battles, Lingfeng can feel his stamina rapidly depleting. Moreover, the effect duration of the blood spring should also be coming to an end. Lingfeng watched the two giants in the distance still engaged in battle. He temporarily opened the system panel to check his new skill. Wind Escape, Spiral Shuriken, S-Rank Ninjutsu. It condenses a spiral sphere using wind energy, constantly gathering wind blades around it while rotating, forming a shuriken that contains countless tiny blades. It can transform the extremely high density of wind blades into fine needles, thereby damaging the cells of the enemy's body. Lingfeng checked the recent wind release techniques, and indeed, they were quite similar to what the protagonist Naruto used in Naruto. However, the use of chakra was replaced with the wind attribute power of the Hurricane Fruit. Lingfeng closed the system panel and took a deep breath. He picked up the phone bug and called Karina. Beep, beep, beep. Soon, the phone bug was answered, but it was Butterfly Shinobu who picked up. "Hello, is this Lingfeng?" Butterfly Shinobu's voice surprised Lingfeng for a moment, but he didn't ask. He just told her to have Karina bring the ship to the dock next to that lighthouse. "Okay, I understand." Karina is next to me, yes. That little monkey is here too." Lingfeng asked several questions, and Butterfly Ninja answered them one by one. Lingfeng confirmed the information, hung up the phone bug, and called Drake and Remington. "Hey, is this Drake? You and Rem should still be nearby, right? Have you seen that lighthouse nearby? Wait there for Butterfly Ninja and the others to pick you up." "Okay, got it. As for the blacksmith, take him with you for now. Regarding this island, we can't conquer it for the time being." "Understood." Drake hung up the phone bug, and Lingfeng also put his away. He took a deep breath and flew towards the place where two giants were fighting at the dock. As he flew, he shook off the heavy rain in the air, and soon he approached the dock. Boom! 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 At that moment, Misaka Mikoto, also known as the Railgun, was continuously exchanging blows with Pika. Misaka's lightning giant, made of dust and iron sand, could regenerate and change shape to a certain extent, so Pika had no immediate way to deal with it. He initially thought Misaka was a Devil Fruit user and attacked the lightning giant with Haki, but it was completely ineffective. Misaka was also feeling frustrated, as Pika's stone giant could continuously reassemble as long as it didn't hit its main body, somewhat similar to her lightning giant. However, Misaka's regeneration speed was a bit faster, while Pika's was slightly slower. At this moment, Misaka Mikoto was panting, standing on top of the lightning giant's head, holding her somewhat swollen head with a pained expression. It seems that the long period of calculations has made you feel quite uncomfortable. Lingfeng quickly arrived at this moment and said to Misaka Mikoto, yes, this guy is really tough to deal with." When the cannon sister saw Lingfeng coming, she was a bit surprised, but she still kept her eyes on the stone giant transformed from Pikachu. "Leave the rest to me. Do you see that lighthouse over there? Take me there later. The butterflies have already set sail and are waiting for us. Are we leaving? Don't you still have a mission?" "It's okay. I'm almost at my limit too. Besides, your safety is the most important." Lingfeng smiled faintly, his gaze suddenly dazed, nearly falling down. "Are you okay?" Misaka Makoto asked anxiously. I'm Yufine. Just stay a little further away. Lingfeng took a deep breath, maintaining his breathing technique, and raised his arm, a green light sphere continuously condensing above his palm. Around the light sphere, several rapidly rotating wind blades emitted an extremely piercing sound. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. Chapter 39. Escape and the meeting of the 5 Elder Stars. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. Lingfeng concentrated all the remaining power in his body into the palm of his hand. And this wind release ninjutsu truly lived up to its S-rank status. Lingfeng quickly realized that the power within him seemed to be drained in an instant. Moreover, with the time limit of the blood spring having ended, his whole body began to tremble, and the wound on his shoulder burst open again. His vision started to blur, but he remained focused on the body of the Pika giant. There was no other choice. Such a large giant body could be seen by anyone who wasn't blind, even with a slightly blurred vision. In the distance, Pika began to feel a sense of vigilance upon witnessing this scene. Pika, feel the power of the hurricane. Lingfeng used his last bit of strength to shout, and threw the shuriken in his palm towards Pika. The spiral shuriken blew away the heavy rain surrounding it, and the wind blades swirling around the blue light sphere sliced through the air as if it were being cut apart. Pika watched this scene and wanted to burrow underground, giving up his giant form. However, the speed of the spiral shuriken was incredibly fast, combined with Lingfeng's fruit ability. It instantly flew to the top of his giant body. Bang! The spiral shuriken directly hit Pika's giant body, exploding instantly and transforming into powerful wind blades that continuously sliced through the giant's body. Swish, 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 swish. Countless tiny wind blades turned into fine needles, rapidly shattering the stone giant's body. Seeing this, Pika unleashed his armament haki, covering his entire body. However, the terrifying spiral shuriken transformed into an incredibly dreadful energy storm, continuously attacking his flesh. Pika's sharp screams echoed, showcasing the destructive power of this S-rank ninjutsu. In the Naruto manga, when the protagonist Naruto first used it, he incapacitated a strong enemy, rendering their body completely paralyzed. If it weren't for the coverage of armament haki, Lingfeng's attack would have turned Pika into a cripple. But now, Lingfeng was already too weak to maintain his elemental form and fell unconscious, plummeting downwards. Misaka Makoto was quick to react and caught Lingfeng. She dispelled the lightning giant and looked at the stone giant being shattered by Lingfeng's strike, her brown pupils filled with shock. This guy is simply a monster. Misaka Makoto sighed with a wry smile, carried Lingfeng on her back, and used her electromagnetic power to stick a metal plate under her feet. Picking up the sniper rifle behind Lingfeng and checking the direction through the scope. Then, she floated the metal plate, supporting herself and Lingfeng as they headed towards the lighthouse. However, the interference from the heavy rain limited Misaka Makoto's abilities and vision. Not only that, Buffalo and Baby 5 spotted Lingfeng and Misaka Makoto in the air. They found them, captured them. Buffalo's body quickly dove through the air, while Baby 5 continuously shot at Misaka Makoto. Misaka Makoto skillfully maneuvered the metal plate to dodge the bullets and glanced at the thunderclouds gathering from the heavy rain. Taking a deep breath, "Don't blame me." Misaka Makoto raised one hand, and the black thundercloud above her head gathered continuously. Then, a thunderbolt that resonated through heaven and earth struck heavily at Buffalo and Baby 5. The terrifying voltage turned Buffalo and Baby 5's bodies into charred remains as they fell downwards. This lightning strike was Misaka Makoto's strongest move, but it required the support of natural thunderclouds. Misaka Makoto looked at the falling Buffalo and Baby 5, maneuvering the metal plate to fly towards the lighthouse with Lingfeng. Near the lighthouse, just below the ramen mansion at the underground port exit, Shinobu was waiting for Misaka Makoto and Lingfeng on the ship Shippuden. Rem transformed into a demon, knocked out Linus, and returned to the ship with Drake and the blacksmith. The heavy rain relentlessly battered the pirate ship, with water everywhere on the deck and canvas. Everyone anxiously looked into the distance until they finally saw a terrifying lightning strike, revealing a dark getting closer in the air. "Look, they're back." Drake, holding a telescope, signaled for the ship to move a little closer. "Lingfeng, Makoto, we are here." Rem also waved her hand and shouted. Misaka Makoto saw the Shippuden and flew towards their pirate ship with Lingfeng. "Hurry, Lingfeng should be exhausted." Shinobu, quickly take him to get treated. Misaka Makoto landed on the deck and entrusted Lingfeng to Shinobu. "All right, let us go. Let us leave this island." Shinobu carried Lingfeng on her back and said to everyone. She was the second aboard, and Lingfeng had also said to leave this island. Therefore, everyone had no objections and returned to their posts. In the storm, the Shippuden was like a solitary boat on the sea, swaying and slowly drifting away from the island. At this time, in the Holy Land, Mary Geos, a Navy officer was kneeling in front of a figure and reporting the situation. What? You say red-haired Shanks? Yes, he has begun to stir. The Navy reported on the situation regarding red-haired Shanks, while the figure pondered for a moment. It shouldn't be possible for him to act personally. Yes, he has started to act indirectly by sending out messengers. The figure asked a question, and the Navy, half kneeling, respectfully replied. However, letting Whitebeard come into contact with red-haired is indeed too dangerous. That is true. At this time, the figure, dressed in a black suit with white curly hair, a fluffy white beard, a flat hat, and a scar on the left side of his face, spoke. Although red-haired is definitely a troublesome guy once he takes action, he is not someone who would change the world for his own selfish desires. Do not act rashly. Observe for now. After the white-haired figure spoke, another bald man in a white robe, holding a katana and wearing glasses, continued. What is more important now is the matter of the 7 warlords. We must quickly appoint a successor to Crocodile. A single ant can bring down a 1,000-mile dam. If the 3 major factions collapse, it will definitely bring a direct impact on the world. We must maintain balance. The bald man raised his hand, placing his index and middle fingers on his forehead, addressing the kneeling Navy. The other figures looked at him with serious expressions. Yes, my subordinates have already summoned the 7 warlords to headquarters for this matter. However, it's uncertain how many will come. After all, pirates are impulsive characters. After the Navy finished speaking, the white-haired figure with the scar grabbed a bounty notice for the straw hat kid Luffy from the table, staring at it and snorting coldly. That damn crocodile has caused such a big mess. And that kid who defeated him cannot be neglected anymore. He put down the bounty notice and laid it on the table, his tone extremely serious. This so-called Monkey D. Luffy. Chapter 40. Candidate for the 7 warlords? To explain at the beginning, because Lingfeng passed by the Twin Gorges and saw the graffiti of the straw hat on Labu's head, as well as the inner thoughts of the Fat Andrew during the subsequent auction, it was described that the Straw Hat Kid defeated Crocodile. And the bounty has exceeded 100 million. Detailed descriptions can be found in chapters 21 and 24. So now the timeline is after Luffy defeated Crocodile during the 7 warlords meeting. Lastly, the reason for the existence of sea stone bullets, weapons, and life cards in the first half of the Grand Line will also be filled in this chapter, to avoid readers complaining about me. At this moment on the table, not only Luffy's bounty notice was present, but also Lingfeng's bounty notice was beside it. How to deal with another newcomer. The Navy half kneeled and raised his head, asking, a natural type ability user? Let us discuss it at the 7 warlords meeting later. If we can recruit him, that would be best. Otherwise, after the white roll star finished speaking, he fell silent, and the other stars nodded to him. Yes, I understand. The Navy stood up, respectfully bowed, and then exited the stars' conference room. The natural system and that straw hat, truly troublesome pirates. The armed light star drew his sword and in a heavy tone said, Mary Geo's port. A few seagulls flew across the blue sky. A warship docked at the port, and rows of Navy stood straight together as a woman's voice echoed through the port. The Navy headquarters conveys that Mr. Don Quixote Doflamingo of the 7 warlords of the sea has arrived at Mary Geo's port, and Mr. Bartholomew Kuma has also arrived, accompanied by the woman's voice on the broadcast. The unruly Doflamingo strode ahead with a self-important gait. Behind him, the tall and burly Kuma held a book in his left hand against his chest, silently following him. A cold wind blew as the two of them walked into the conference room with indifferent expressions. Stop. What do you want to do? After a while, a Navy soldier with a long black beard suddenly stood up in the conference room, pushing over the chair behind him, while another Navy soldier grabbed his neck with both hands, making it difficult for the former to breathe as he shouted, No, my hands suddenly won't listen. Another Navy soldier with a scar on his left cheek, sweating profusely, hurriedly explained, Nonsense. This is not the time for fooling around. The bearded Navy soldier struggled to push away the hands of the scarred Navy soldier, but the latter's strength was terrifying. A nearby Navy soldier wearing sunglasses and with a white ponytail stepped back in fear. I'm not fooling around. My body really won't listen to me. How can this happen? I'm about to suffocate. The white-haired ponytail Navy soldier stood up and went over to stop the two. Stop it. What kind of situation is this? Half a circle of chairs around the table were unoccupied, while on the other half, the elderly Major General Crane from the Navy headquarters sat with her hands clasped under her chin, coldly, watching the farce. She raised her head as if to say something, but fell silent again. Do you want to kill me? No, that's not it. Stop it. Don't you know where this is? The three Navy soldiers still hadn't stopped, and the scarred-faced Navy soldier, still gripping the bearded Navy soldier's neck, shouted angrily at Doflamingo on the balcony not far away. Doflamingo, are you the one behind this? Hurry up and stop. Ha ha ha. If you don't want to make a scene, then quickly clarify the situation. Doflamingo chuckled coldly, crossing his legs as he sat on the balcony's railing, his right hand's fingers moving up and down as if controlling something. Then let's end this boring gathering. He extended his right hand, activating the ability of the string fruit, and the scarred-faced Navy soldier withdrew his hands from the bearded soldier's neck and instead began to draw his sword. The scarred face struggled for a moment, drew his sword, and charged at the bearded Navy soldier. Bastard, stop! The bearded Navy soldier, startled, took a few steps back and also drew his long sword, vigilantly staring at the scarred face. Stop! Let me go, Doflamingo, damn it! Stop! Just as the two were about to clash, the conference room's big door opened, and Admiral Sengoku walked in. Look at what you've become. Are you here for a meeting or a fight? Sengoku stood at the door, his expression cold, as the white goat at his feet bleated. Saw thee. I haven't greeted you yet. I didn't expect you all really came, a bunch of scraps from the sea. Sengoku said, hands in pockets, to Doflamingo and Kuma. Hif hif. Are you praising me? Doflamingo replied with a cold smile, while Bartholomew Kuma, sitting on the sofa, closed his book and looked up at Sengoku. Let's start the meeting. I think if we wait any longer, no one else will arrive. Sengoku sat at the center of the conference table, and the other Navy soldiers followed suit. Sengoku looked at the 7 empty chairs across from him and spoke again. 2 of the 7 warlords have arrived, exceeding my expectations for attendance. That's right. I didn't want to come either, if it weren't for the construction project on our island going too smoothly. Doflamingo walked with an arrogant stride to the table. The little white goat next to Sengoku bleated in response. Doflamingo stepped directly onto the conference table and sat cross-legged. I was bored to death. That's why I came. I see. That must be a headache. Sengoku crossed his arms over his chest, but his smile was somewhat cold. However, I heard that one of your subordinates was killed by a new pirate. Doflamingo's expression changed immediately, but quickly returned to calm. You mean that guy? Sooner or later, I will personally find him. They were, of course, discussing Lingfeng, and Doflamingo seemed to have a long-standing grudge against him, with constant conflicts reported even to the Navy. The more successful your group of pirates becomes, the busier we Navy are. I didn't expect that he killed your subordinate. And you can still leisurely say the island's construction is going well, truly you. Sengoku taunted Doflamingo, who, upon hearing this, had veins bulging on his forehead. It sounds like you're quite envious. Doflamingo, having experienced great storms, was able to retort even against Sengoku's mockery. Won't that tarnish your Buddha's name? Admiral Sengoku? The two were at a standstill, the atmosphere in the conference room chillingly tense. At that moment, a sound of footsteps approached, and a man dressed in a black coat, carrying a large black sword, slowly walked into the conference room. After listening for so long, it's all nonsense. I'm starting to doubt whether I walked into the wrong place. Hawkeye. The man's figure gradually became visible, and the Navy soldiers gasped in surprise at his appearance. The newcomer was none other than the world's #1 swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. If the Navy headquarters and the 7 warlords still held an opposing attitude, then this roundtable conference would lose all meaning, right? Mihawk walked into the conference room, his tone indifferent. No way, no way. Even the most unlikely person showed up. Doflamingo looked at Mihawk with a somewhat playful smile. I didn't expect you to come. Sengoku was also somewhat surprised and spoke to Mihawk. It's nothing. I just came to join the fun and listen, as I'm a bit interested in the pirate to be discussed this time. Mihawk's terrifying gaze scanned the other attendees, and he spoke again, his tone showing no emotion. That's all. Chapter 41. New crew member. So, may I have the honor to listen in as well? Do you all agree? Just as Hawkeye finished speaking, a strange voice suddenly came from beside him. Hawkeye slightly turned his head, and the others also looked toward the source of the sound. No, it was a bit different from just being a mere bystander. A mysterious figure shrouded in shadows was sitting on the railing of the window, looking down while pinching his hat, and said with a light laugh, "Who are you? How did you get in?" The bearded Navy officer questioned the mysterious person, but the latter did not answer him. I didn't expect to be fortunate enough to see so many big shots today. If you don't mind, I have a request. Please be sure to let me participate in this meeting. The mysterious person jumped down from the windowsill, his feet continuously stomping on the ground, twirling the cane in his hand, raising his head, and smiling at everyone while pinching the edge of his hat. The newcomer was none other than Lafitte, a crew member of the Blackbeard Pirates, known as the Devil Security Officer. This meeting is to decide on a successor to replace Crocodile after he lost his title, right? Lafitte said, and as soon as he finished, the scar-faced pirate looked at him in surprise, having recognized him. You're Lafitte, right? Lafitte? Marshal Sengoku asked, somewhat puzzled. Your Excellency actually knows my nickname. I am truly honored, Lafitte said, spinning his cane behind his back with a hint of pride. Lafitte was a well-known security officer in the West Sea, expelled from the country for excessive brutality in enforcing the law. The scar-faced pirate explained to Sengoku. Those are all old stories, and my matters are insignificant, not important at all. Lafitte smiled after hearing this, raised his head, and continued to address everyone present. I am here to recommend a man to become a warlord of the sea. After speaking, Lafitte recommended Blackbeard to Marshal Sengoku. However, the latter did not immediately agree after hearing this. As for the warlord candidates, we already have one. What makes your recommendation special? Sengoku and the other 3 warlords would not be easily intimidated by this unknown figure, directly questioning him. Our captain is a user of the dark fruit, and he will bring you a gift, Lafitte said with a smile, but he was also somewhat surprised that the warlords already had a predetermined candidate. The dark fruit. Is that a natural type as well? Sengoku looked at Doflamingo with a half-smile, his tone still mocking. Sengoku, you aren't telling me that you want to recruit that brat Lingfeng as a warlord, are you? Do you believe that when he reports to the Navy headquarters, I can directly kill him and then dismantle the Navy base? Doflamingo quickly reacted to Sengoku's words. His subordinates had all been killed by Lingfeng, and if the latter became his colleague, they would surely fight to the death. What does your matter have to do with us? Besides, isn't there a new candidate? Sengoku smiled, secretly hoping that these pirates would fight, allowing the Navy to have some peace of mind. If there's a vote at the meeting, I would definitely vote for that brat's so-called dark fruit user. As for Lingfeng, don't even think about it. Doflamingo had already made his stance clear. He certainly would not support Lingfeng becoming a warlord. What about you two? Sengoku looked at Kuma and Hawkeye, tentatively asking. I don't care. Anyone is fine. Me too. Both Kuma and Hawkeye were indifferent to such matters. To be honest, they had come this time for Luffy, as one was an undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army, and the other was very interested in Luffy. I see. I will consider it. You may leave. Sengoku had made up his mind and directly let Lafitte go. The latter was also puzzled, originally confident. He was now at a loss. But there was nothing he could do. With so many big shots present, Lafitte could only take his leave, sprouting wings behind him and flying away. As for the 2 candidates, right, let's talk about another pirate. Sengoku murmured, then spoke again to the crowd, while Hawkeye and Kuma began to take an interest in the upcoming topic. In a certain sea area of the Grand Line, the sun was setting, marking the time of dusk. The afterglow of the sunset spilled over the sea, as if covering it with a layer of golden silk, making everything appear dreamlike. The windbreaker was sailing calmly on the sea, surrounded by silence, swaying gently with the occasional waves, and one could hear the sound of the sea splashing against the hull. Occasionally, a sea breeze carrying the salty scent of the sea blew across the deck, combined with the sunset glow, making one's mood involuntarily relax. Lingfeng was leaning against the ship's railing at this moment, with bandages wrapped around his shoulder, his upper body bare, only draped in a windbreaker, quietly watching the sunset. It had been a day since he lost consciousness, but fortunately, his physical condition was quite good, and with Butterfly Ninja treating him nearby, he had almost recovered. Behind him, footsteps approached, and he knew who it was. Are you ready? Lingfeng asked without looking back. Behind him was the blacksmith Linus, who was watching his back. Well, I have joined the Gale pirate crew. Lingfeng smiled, not surprised. He turned around and extended his hand to Lin Nas. Welcome to the Gale pirate crew. The two exchanged smiles. As for why Lin Nas joined the Gale pirate crew, it all started from the time Lingfeng woke up. Let's move the timeline forward just a little bit. When Lingfeng woke up, it was already the next noon, and Linus was on the deck arguing with the others. However, Lingfeng wasn't surprised. Anyone who was kidnapped from their small town would resist. He asked Linus, "Do you think you can protect your small town?" Linus was stunned by the question. I once heard a saying, "With great power comes great responsibility." However, I believe there is a second half to that saying. With great power comes greater danger. Lingfeng looked at the silent Linus and continued, "With your talent, there will definitely be people trying to recruit you or find ways to benefit from you. Even geniuses like Vegapunk cannot stand alone, let alone you. There are only two things you can do. Either join a powerful force for protection and allow yourself to develop well, or become a puppet and help others gain benefits. Lingfeng ruthlessly pierced through Linus's situation, and the latter gritted his teeth, also acknowledging this fact. You might think, can I build my own power? Certainly not. Because your abilities do not lie here, and you are well aware of your own combat capabilities, right? When Lingfeng said this, the others were listening nearby, while Lin Nas remained silent. In this pirate world, only the strong can survive. When you possess genius-like abilities, you can only pray to attach yourself to a reasonable strong person. If you fall under the control of some selfish and terrifying strong individuals, you are merely a puppet. If you return to Hero Town like this, another ramen will appear. Next time, who will come save you? How many pirates will invade your small town next time? How many nobles will interfere? I can understand your desire to protect them, but do you have the ability to do so? Enough! Lin Nas could no longer listen and interrupted Lingfeng with a low roar. The only true way to protect them is to keep yourself away from their peaceful lives. Lingfeng fell silent after speaking, while Lin Nas gritted his teeth, trembling all over. He knew that Lingfeng was right. Staying in Hero Town would only bring crisis to that small island. Even if it became prosperous, it would still be a deformity. He was like the center of a vortex, always attracting those who sought profit. Moreover, Don Quixote Doflamingo was the biggest mastermind. Ramen and the auction house, they were all manipulated by Doflamingo. Doflamingo transported a batch of sea prism stone from Wano country, under the command of the Yonko Kaido. And upon discovering Lin Nas, the blacksmith, he secretly transported it to Hero Town, hoping Lin Nas would help process and modify weapons and bullets made from the sea prism stone. Not only that, but he also secretly dispatched 4 guards, known as the Shin, to protect Ramen and imprison Lin Nas, forcing him to secretly assist in the processing and modification of the sea prism stone to fulfill his ambitions. The reason he didn't send his own subordinates to imprison Lin Nas was to prevent the Yonko Kaido from becoming suspicious. However, he didn't expect Lingfeng's appearance to disrupt his plans. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that Buffalo, Baby 5, and the others were near Test Fire Island? No wonder those guys had weapons and life cards modified with sea prism stone, and guns that could fire sea prism stone bullets. After listening to Linus's past, Lingfeng suddenly realized. He was originally puzzled as to how those guys could have sea prism stone weapons and life cards. Processing sea prism stone into weapons is very difficult, even in Wano, and life cards are only available in the New World. It turns out that they were brought to Test Fire Island by Doflamingo secretly, without Kaido's knowledge, just to see if Linus, the blacksmith, could mass-produce them. Linus was inspired by his Devil Fruit ability and managed to get the technicians on Test Fire Island to create a little bit, but it still couldn't be mass-produced. So Doflamingo stopped bringing sea prism stone. Doflamingo instructed the 4 bodyguards to keep an eye on Linus and secretly imprison him, not taking him to the New World or sending any executives to avoid Kaido discovering that he was secretly making sea prism stone weapons. Lingfeng finally understood the whole story after hearing these words. Now, the truth is finally revealed. Finally filled this pit, cough cough. As expected of me, I can fill this hands on hips. JPG, Chapter 42, Strength Improvement. However, you are a Devil Fruit user. How did you forge it? Lingfeng asked curiously. After all, Sea Prism Stone is the nemesis of Devil Fruit users. I haven't modified the Sea Prism Stone. It's just that my fruit ability allows me to burst out with inspiration and skillfully forge and process other materials into weapons. Lingfeng suddenly realized after listening, so that's how it is. In that case, why not join my pirate crew? Don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who would make you work yourself to death. Just be responsible for the team on a daily basis. Lingfeng extended an invitation to Linus, but the latter fell silent once again. Let me think for a moment. Linus replied after a while. Okay. Lingfeng did not insist, but he knew that Linus would definitely agree. He had already demonstrated his strength, and as long as Linus was smart, he would cherish this hard-earned freedom and the respect that Lingfeng had given him. Time returned to the present. Linus only considered it for an afternoon before agreeing. The two shook hands, and with Linus's joining, the system prompt sound also followed. System prompt. Side quest 1. Uncover the historical truth of Hero Town. Acquire the gunpowder technology of Tessa Fire Island has been completed, but subduing the town as his own firepower support island is incomplete. System prompt. Task judgment failed. Partial rewards for completing task 1. You can choose 2 from the following rewards, and due to the task being incomplete, the lottery chance cannot be selected. Rewards. Physique 50. 1 remaining Navy 6 style, 1 wind system sunwheel blade, and an increase in swordsmanship value. Lingfeng retracted his right hand, greeted Linus and walked a few steps towards the bow of the ship alone. He looked at the system rewards and prepared to make his choices. He definitely had to choose physical strength, as activating the Hurricane Fruit consumed too much stamina. For the second choice, he decided to go with the Navy, unlocking everything first. After all, wind-type weapons like the Sunwheel Blade were certainly not as good as the various famous swords in the pirate world. As for the swordsmanship value, there was no rush for that at the moment. Lingfeng made a choice in his heart, and the notification sound rang again. System prompt. Selection completed. Physical strength, 50. Unlocked the Navy 6 Styles Shave. Accompanied by the reward, a vast power surged in, healing the wound on Lingfeng's shoulder instantly, and filling his whole body with explosive strength. New technique memories flooded into his mind, causing Lingfeng to involuntarily close his eyes. However, he did not rush to open the system panel, because there was still a task to complete. That was side quest 3, to have the little monkey join the Gale Pirates and become a pet on the ship. This matter had already been entrusted to Karina, Shinobu Kocho, and the Cannon sister. If all went well, there should be results soon. Lingfeng looked into the distance. The sunset was about to dip below the sea, and night was approaching. He didn't have to wait long before Karina and the others walked out of the cabin. "Captain, it's all set," Karina shouted to Lingfeng, with the little monkey perched on her shoulder. The little monkey was bouncing up and down on Karina's shoulder, looking very excited. "You two seem to have a good relationship." Lingfeng smiled upon seeing this and said to Karina, "Yes, Karina saved the little monkey that day, and their relationship is quite good." Butterfly Shinobu also looked at the little monkey with a smile, but the latter glanced at her fearfully. However, it was different with Sister Shinobu. After I disabled the chip, Sister Shinobu directly anesthetized the little monkey and removed the chip. Misaka Makoto said with a grin, clearly indicating that this was the reason the little monkey was afraid of Butterfly Shinobu. "Looks like I need to be gentler next time," Butterfly Shinobu said to the little monkey with a cheerful smile, her mischievous grin making the latter shiver. The rest of the group laughed heartily at this scene. "Welcome aboard, little guy," Lingfeng said to the little monkey, and the system prompt sound came again. System prompt. Task 3 completed. Rewards granted. Armament hockey unlocked. Navy 6 style moonwalk, beginner, unlocked, and 30 enhancement points awarded. System prompt. You have obtained the pet little monkey. Please give it a name. Sharing 5 points of physique points will allow it to speak human language. Lingfeng was taken aback when he saw the second prompt. 5 points, whatever. It's just a share. The crew getting stronger is also my strength. A name. Monkey Demon? No. Yukong. Forget it. Let's call it Shao Kong. System prompt. Pet naming completed. Shao Kong is a pet of the Gale Pirate crew. Will not betray. Shared 5 physique points. Pet language function activated. A wave of weakness washed over him, but it was very faint and basically negligible for Lingfeng at this point. Meanwhile, the little monkey, Shao Kong, suddenly felt a life force continuously swirling around him, startling those nearby. What is going on? It must be Lingfeng doing something. The others saw Lingfeng press his palm down, signaling them not to worry too much. Shao Kong suddenly tilted his head, looking at Lingfeng, and an inexplicable sense of closeness arose between them. "Master, I am called Shao Kong." To everyone's surprise, the little monkey suddenly spoke, and it was in the voice of a tender young boy. Although it was a bit stammering, it still startled everyone except Lingfeng. "Shao Kong? That's your name? Can you talk?" Shao Kong's ability to speak amazed everyone around, and they all gathered around to examine him. Shao Kong was not afraid and slowly began to communicate with them. This also intrigued Drake and Linus, who nodded in approval. Lingfeng finished these tasks without explaining anything. He smiled and opened the system panel. Name, Lingfeng Physique, 128 to 5. The average physique in the pirate world is around 10 to 20. Devil Fruit. Hurricane Fruit. Development level 15. Reaching 100 will awaken the fruit. Armament hockey. Activated. 30 points of enhancement value not yet allocated. Observation hockey. 0 not activated conqueror's hockey. 0 not activated swordsmanship. 50. Acquired Gale sword technique. Breath of wind. Reaching 100 can upgrade swordsmanship. Ninjutsu. S-rank wind release. Spiraling shuriken. Navy 6 styles. Intermediate learned Gale foot. Beginner learned finger gun. Beginner learned shave. Beginner learned moonwalk. Current crew members, 410. Drake, Karina, Linus are not counted as system crew members. Lingfeng turned off the system panel, feeling very satisfied with his improvements. Next, he would focus on developing his fruit abilities supported by ninjutsu, and then attack using swordsmanship and the 6 styles of the Navy. As for the three-color hockey, it is definitely a standard for strong individuals, and he must unlock and strengthen all of it. He understands that greed can lead to failure. Just the current skills require a lot of time to practice and master. Although he did not completely finish 2 of the 3 side quests he had previously undertaken, they still provided him with generous rewards. Next, he plans to use these rewards to enhance his strength. Otherwise, if the next side quest turns out to be as full of failures as this one, his enemies won't wait for him to develop slowly. He also needs to work hard to complete the main quest, although the main quest does not specify rewards. Lingfeng knows that the system will surely surprise him at that time. So far, he has drawn 3 crew members, with 6 more waiting for him to draw. After all, he also counts as one of the system's crew members. Once he has drawn them all, he will have to complete the main quest. Lingfeng collected his thoughts. By this time, the sun had set, and a bright moon quietly appeared in the sky. Lingfeng glanced at his companions on the deck, and gently cleared his throat. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at him. Everyone, there is something I need to tell you. Lingfeng's tone was somewhat serious. Seeing this, everyone lined up, their expressions serious as they prepared to listen to the captain's speech. Shao Kong, feeling a bit more reserved, jumped down from Karina's shoulder and stood at the far right of the line, his body standing straight. A bright light burst from Lingfeng's tiger-like eyes. As a sea breeze blew by, a shocking remark slipped out. "I'm so hungry. How about we all have dinner together?" With a thud, everyone collapsed. Chapter 43. The Navy's letter, Misaka Makoto. "It's just dinner. Why are you making me so nervous?" Karina, "Exactly. Captain, you deserve a beating." Linus, "Hey, why do I feel like I got on the wrong ship?" Drake, "Bro, I thought the same thing at first." Shao Kong, "I want to eat a banana." Butterfly Shinobu. The girls were complaining about Lingfeng, while Drake patted Linus on the shoulder, expressing his sympathy. "Ahem, let's chat while we eat." Lingfeng scratched his head and said somewhat awkwardly. Everyone entered the cabin and walked into the kitchen, where the capable and virtuous Rem had indeed prepared dinner. The kitchen was brightly lit, and the table was filled with delicious seafood dishes. The aroma of the food stimulated everyone's taste buds, and both Shao Kong and Lingfeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. It must be said that people and pets do share some similarities. "You're here. Dinner is ready." Rem smiled as she arranged the plates, featuring tender fish, shrimp coated in golden fried batter, fruit wine poured into glasses on the white tablecloth, cut dessert cakes, and ginger pickles, which were the favorite of Butterfly Ninja. Not only that, but there were also various sweet fruits. It must be said that Lingfeng was quite generous when it came to food for the crew. Coupled with Rem's culinary skills, the dinner was surprisingly abundant. Seeing this, everyone eagerly took their seats. Lingfeng looked at a perfectly cooked giant crab, used his fingers to crack open the hard shell, dipped the meat in Rem's secret sauce, and took a big bite. The thick crab meat, along with the delicious crab roe, had an excellent texture, and the tender crab meat stimulated his taste buds with its unique seafood aroma, leaving him wanting more. Everyone began to eat, while Rem wiped her hands and smiled as she sat beside Lingfeng, occasionally pouring more wine into his glass after he finished. "Rem, don't be busy. You should eat too." Hearing Lingfeng's words, Rem nodded with a smile. It must be said that whoever marries you is truly fortunate. Lingfeng stuffed another piece of fish into his mouth and spoke unclearly. Rem smiled slightly, but did not respond, continuing to enjoy her dinner. At the dining table, Shao Kong was snatching meat from Karina's plate, and the latter was not to be outdone. The two were engaged in a fierce battle. One person and one monkey exchanging blows. Misaka Makoto was happily eating cake, giving Rem a thumbs up. Linus was devouring his food alone, as it had been a long time since he had such delicious meals. Drake asked Butterfly Ninja if she was okay with such light food, to which she replied that she was used to it. Lingfeng smiled as he watched this scene, suddenly feeling that it was so warm. Just as everyone was having their meal, a bat suddenly flew in from outside. Lingfeng narrowed his eyes slightly, and everyone put down their utensils, looking at the bat with some caution. A message from a Navy?" Drake said in surprise as he saw the bat, carrying an envelope stamped with the Navy's insignia. "The Navy. They can actually locate my position?" Lingfeng casually inhaled, and the bat was drawn into his palm. It struggled with its wings, trying to escape from his grasp. Lingfeng did not make things difficult for it, but instead let it go, opened the white envelope, and read the contents of the letter. This is... Lingfeng's pupils narrowed as he realized the content of the letter was that the Navy wanted to recruit him to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Moreover, the letter also informed him that if he declined, the opportunity would be given to someone else. After Lingfeng finished reading, he put away the letter, and everyone stopped eating, looking at him with some tension. What did the Navy say? Drake asked, as he was a former Navy member and was somewhat curious as to why the Navy would send a letter. Let me become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Lingfeng put away the letter, took a sip of fruit wine, and said slowly, what? Everyone exclaimed. Even Butterfly Ninja and the others understood through the system what the 7 warlords of the sea represented in this world. So what do you plan to do? Misaka Mikoto asked, looking at the silent Lingfeng. Of course, I will refuse. It's just a recruitment from the Navy, and they will eventually abandon me after I've served my purpose. I can't be bothered with that. Lingfeng naturally refused. The 7 warlords of the sea, while they have a nice title, are merely government lackeys in the eyes of other pirates. Moreover, in the later events of the original storyline, the 7 warlords of the sea system would be abolished, so why bother to do something thankless? Once the government finds an opportunity, they will eliminate the warlords. The other warlords and the world government are just using each other. Refusal? That does sound like your style. Lin Oz burped, although he had just joined. He knew from his brief interactions with Lingfeng that the latter would definitely refuse. Of course, our goal is the 4 emperors. 4 emperors? When Lingfeng said this, everyone was shocked again. They didn't expect his ambition to be so great. Well, during this meal, I want to tell you that we will briefly search for an uninhabited island next, spend some time, and slightly enhance our strength. Lingfeng wiped his mouth and said seriously to the others, the reason I refuse is that, first, I don't want to get involved with the world government for the time being. Second, I have a deadly feud with one of the 7 warlords, Don Quixote da Flamingo. In the end, only one of us can remain. Lingfeng glanced around at the people, who were all seriously listening to him speak. Here, I have a new devil fruit, and I also have the record pointer in my hands. Next, I will teach you the 6 styles of the Navy. How much you can learn will depend on your own comprehension. Shao Kong, you're in charge of teaching them that kind of momentum, which is also known as armament hockey, and then you can train individually. Lingfeng glanced at the little Kong who was eating a banana, and the latter nodded as well. Armament hockey? I've heard that term within the Navy, Drake said, looking at the little Kong with some surprise. He didn't expect that this little monkey would have armament hockey. Also, you should take this sniper rifle for self-defense, Karina. And as for the golden monkey staff of little Kong, you can use it too. Lingfeng provided the best protection for Karina in an instant, not only giving her the devil fruit, but also allowing her to use the sniper rifle and the small empty space. There's no helping it. Linus's physique is slightly stronger than Karina's, and she should be the weakest among their group. So Lingfeng needs to help her become stronger. Otherwise, when facing even more powerful enemies in the future, it will only put her in danger. Interestingly, Nami will later have the weather stick, and you have the gold monkey stick, so the two really have a connection. Lingfeng smiled and took out the silver box containing the devil fruit and the sniper rifle from his system space. His system space wasn't very large, only 3 cubic meters, but the strangest thing was that he couldn't store his own weapons in it. They could only be worn on his body. Karina took the box from Lingfeng's hand and opened it. Inside, there was a devil fruit and a log pose. She gulped, feeling a bit excited. What kind of devil fruit ability would it be? Chapter 44. Sister Cannon's Bounty and Swimwear Benefits? Don't rush to eat it. Let's wait until we find a deserted island first. Lingfeng looked at the nervous Karina and smiled. Karina nodded and put it away, while the other 3 girls showed no signs of dissatisfaction. This was because all 3 of them were very confident in their own abilities, and Lingfeng's judgment was indeed correct. Karina was the weakest among the 4. At this time, enhancing her strength was also for the sake of the team. Oh, by the way, Peiji, there's also a bounty notice in here related to you. Lingfeng took out a bounty notice that was attached to the letter, and Misaka Mikoto let out a gasp. Huh, I've been wanted? Misaka Mikoto was somewhat incredulous. If the others in Academy City found out, they would probably laugh her to death. It's okay, Kuriko Shokuho, and Kamiju won't know about this. Lingfeng walked up to her, handed her the bounty notice, and whispered in her ear, What are you talking about, you guy? Misaka Mikoto flushed, lowered her head to look at the bounty notice in her hand. 100 million berry? Misaka Mikoto exclaimed upon seeing the number at the bottom of the bounty notice. That's about right. You and Pika have been going back and forth, and the residents probably saw it and told the Navy. Lingfeng patted the shoulder of the cannon's sister, signaling her not to mind those numbers. Now, let's start preparing for special training. All right, I have a plan. Lingfeng walked out of the kitchen, turned back with a mysterious smile, leaving everyone puzzled. 3 days later, on a sunny day with clear skies, a group of men and women, along with a little monkey, were grilling meat on the beach of a deserted island. A gentle breeze brushed against their faces, and the slightly salty sea breeze made it clear that it was the scent of the ocean. The waves washed up on the shore, occasionally bringing small crustaceans onto the sand. The beach was soaked by the seawater, and the damp sand quickly dried under the sun. The distant blue sea and sky made one unable to help but feel intoxicated by the scenery. The group of men and women were, of course, Lingfeng and others. After sailing for a while, they finally found this deserted island. The island was small and oddly shaped like a heart, with some grass and trees growing in the center, while the surrounding edges were bare sand. This place was perfect for special training, so Lingfeng directed the ship to Swiftwind to drop anchor and stay here for a while. Before even starting the training, they began grilling meat. However, this was all part of Lingfeng's plan. If you ask why they came to the seaside, well, why else could it be? A few girls in bikinis were running barefoot on the beach, their laughter occasionally reaching the ears of the few men who couldn't get close to the water, making them turn their heads. Ever since they ate the devil fruit, they had forgotten what swimming felt like. Who says otherwise? Agreed. The three men sighed in unison, and even the little monkey nodded repeatedly in agreement. Hey, is the meat done yet? I'm so hungry. At that moment, Karina walked over from the distance. The men all blushed upon seeing her. Karina was wearing a black one-piece swimsuit with a hollowed-out chest area that revealed a small part of her alluring curves and deep cleavage. Karina had a mature figure, with long legs stepping on the soft sand, and the sea breeze tousled her purple short hair as she mischievously looked at Lingfeng and the others, hands behind her back as she approached them. Hey, I'm asking you guys. Karina leaned slightly forward, and with her movement, the hollowed-out chest area revealed even more of her fullness, making it hard to look away. Almost done. Drake, being a trained Navy officer, managed to respond. Why are you all so shy? You're not even looking this way, Karina teased, clearly wanting to provoke Lingfeng and the others. Karina, don't bully them. Lingfeng, do you need my help? At that moment, Rem walked over from a distance, her gentle words relieving the tension for Lingfeng and the others. Although Rem was not tall, her figure was stunning, and she wore a light blue ordinary swimsuit that sparkled under the sunlight on her fair skin. Not only that, but innocent Rem also had a swimsuit leg ring tied around her fair right leg, making her look even more captivating. Lingfeng, is this your plan? Behind Rem, Shinobu Kocho also shyly approached, wearing a conservative purple swimsuit and a short skirt. Although her figure was petite, the impressive curves that were usually hidden beneath the Demon Slayer uniform were now exposed under the swimsuit. Shinobu typically disliked revealing clothing, so she felt uncomfortable in a swimsuit, with her right hand crossing over her chest to cover her fullness, squeezing it so much that it even appeared a bit deformed. She stared at Lingfeng, exuding confidence, but her slightly flushed face revealed a shy side. This was a rare glimpse of the usually smiling and cunning Shinobu. Ha ha ha, no. It's just that you all usually dress so warmly. I thought it would be nice to let everyone relax a bit. Lingfeng chuckled, while Shao Kong climbed onto his shoulder and secretly gave him a thumbs up. The two of them understood each other without words. The three girls were all exceptionally well-developed, except for a certain someone wearing a school swimsuit. Lingfeng, you guy. At the back of the group, Sister Cannon glanced resentfully at the other girls, then fixed her murderous gaze on Lingfeng. She was wearing a school swimsuit, with slender arms and a petite figure. Usually proud and tsundere, Misaka Mikoto's face turned slightly red as she glanced at Lingfeng, quickly shifting her gaze elsewhere. Because Misaka Mikoto was famously flat-chested, she would definitely be completely outclassed by the other three. Ahem. Well, Mikoto, you're the youngest, so you still have plenty of time. By the way, come and eat some barbecue. Lingfeng hurriedly changed the subject. This welfare swimsuit was almost already shared with the readers. According to the 78 laws of anime, it's already the 44th chapter here, so the female characters must be well portrayed. Ahem. Of course, Lingfeng and the others also changed into shirts, beach shorts, and flip-flops. In short, before the special training begins, it's time to relax a bit. Soon, everyone finished the barbecue, and Lingfeng explained the principles of the Navy's 6 styles to everyone before preparing to let Karina eat the devil fruit. Sigh. Once she eats it, she won't be able to swim anymore. Karina looked longingly at the beach behind her, but she quickly dismissed the thought. To survive well in this world, her strength must be strong enough. Well then, it's time to start eating. Karina took out the devil fruit, which was square and block-like, with leaves that were short on one side and long on the other. The skin had spiral patterns, and just holding it made her feel a chilling power. Gulp. Karina swallowed and looked at everyone. Lingfeng nodded at her, and Karina closed her eyes, stuffing the devil fruit into her mouth, quickly chewing a few times and swallowing it whole. Ugh, so disgusting. Chapter 45. Karina's Devil Fruit Power. Karina swallowed the devil fruit, skin and all. And as soon as it went down, an indescribably nauseating taste surged in her throat. Water. Give me water. Karina covered her mouth, sweating profusely, and everyone hurriedly handed her a glass of fresh water. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Huh. Karina drank the entire glass of water in one go, and her complexion improved a little. How is it? Do you feel any changes in your body? Lingfeng saw that she had caught her breath and nervously asked. After all, the abilities of devil fruits are strange and varied. Eating a devil fruit without having seen its illustration is like gambling. If one acquires a good ability, they can instantly transform into a powerful being. However, it's also possible to gain a rather useless ability, but with proper development, it can still be considered a formidable force. Change. Karina wiped the sweat from her face, raised her fair arm, and stretched it. An indescribable force surged from within her body, and her heart began to beat violently. This feeling, a peculiar sensation, suddenly flooded Karina's mind. Her gaze sharpened, and her outstretched fingers suddenly closed together. At the moment of closure, Lingfeng and the others were astonished to find that the soft sand beneath Karina's feet was continuously swirling, transforming into small sandballs. Go! Seeing this, Karina waved her arm, and the sandballs shot towards Lingfeng like a sand bullet machine gun. Lingfeng remained calm as he allowed the sand bullets to pass through his elementalized body. Bang, 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 bang. The round sand bullets went through Lingfeng's body and all struck a tree behind him, leaving deep indents on the tree's hard trunk. What kind of fruit ability is this? Everyone turned to look at the power of the sand bullets, surprised and curiously asking. Don't rush, there's more. Karina smiled mysteriously and opened her hands again. Lingfeng and the others turned back to see the air in front of them seeming to distort. Karina's slender fingers lightly pointed forward, and a transparent air bullet shot towards the tree again. Bang! Crack! The stout tree was directly split into two after being hit by the air bullet. What kind of ability is this? Is it the Ji fruit? Lingfeng was a bit surprised to see this. It was again about condensing sand bullets and air bullets, making it hard not to think of the ability related to bullets. Not really. Karina smiled slightly, took a deep breath, then twisted her slender waist and stepped forward with her long legs. To everyone's astonishment, Karina actually walked in midair. What kind of ability is this? Drake was somewhat shocked, and the others were just as confused, thinking that Karina had already learned the moonwalk. This should be called the solidification fruit. What I'm stepping on is a barrier formed by condensing air. Karina walked down from midair step by step, barefoot on the air barrier. The solidification fruit, huh? Lingfeng nodded secretly upon hearing the name of this devil fruit. So, from now on, you won't need to load bullets into your sniper rifle anymore. Lingfeng came back to his senses. Earlier, he was thinking that the sniper rifle capable of firing sea prism stone bullets was going to be scrapped. After all, sea prism stone is rare, and Linus only provided the inspiration for its rough processing. But now, this devil fruit seems to be quite suitable for Karina. Yes, you're right. Karina seems to be quite satisfied with her abilities. Since this fruit is called solidification, the potential for developing abilities is very high. Mikoto Misaka crossed her arms and said thoughtfully. What Mikoto said is true. It is somewhat similar to Maishuma magic. Rem agreed from the side. By the way, speaking of which, why didn't you use magic during the battle with that ink man? Lingfeng realized what Rem had said and couldn't help but ask curiously. I want to use it too, but in this world, I can't feel any magic. So, upon hearing Lingfeng's question, Rem clasped her delicate white hands together, nervously placing them on her full chest. She slightly lowered her head, her blue hair covering her eyes, making it clear that she felt guilty. Although Karina, Linus, and Drake didn't understand what she meant by magic in this world, they wisely chose not to ask further. After all, they were all companions, and everyone had their own privacy. Captain Lingfeng didn't tell them, and they wouldn't ask further. It's okay, magic or something. Maybe they will be able to use it in the future. Lingfeng hurriedly comforted her and then briefly explained the meaning of Rem's words. Now that everyone was in the same boat, it was no longer reasonable to keep things hidden. Although the others found Lingfeng's explanation hard to believe, they quickly accepted it. So everyone joined in to comfort Rem, signaling her not to blame herself. However, I seem to be able to sense some magical power recently. I think I will soon be able to use magic again. Hearing everyone's comfort, Rem finally revealed a genuine smile that she hadn't shown in a long time. She lifted her head, and the gentle sea breeze brushed through her blue hair, revealing her captivating blue eyes. Rem smiled gently, and her words gave everyone a boost of confidence. So, with Rem and Karina getting stronger one after another, you all need to work hard too. Lingfeng smiled and nodded at Ram, speaking to everyone. No problem. Let's start the special training. I also need to strengthen my combat abilities. Cannon's sister, Drake, and Linus were full of enthusiasm, and Butterfly Ninja and Karina also nodded in agreement. All right then, Shao Kong. Next you will teach them the use of haki. And I've also entrusted you with the 4 techniques of the Navy's 6 styles. I don't expect you to master them all, but I believe you can learn and apply them according to your own abilities. Lingfeng smiled, filled with confidence in everyone. Then let the special training begin. Oh! With Lingfeng's declaration, everyone raised their arms with enthusiasm, responding with full confidence. Lingfeng nodded, then transformed into a blue wind and flew alone to the other side of the Hard Island. He slowly landed, then opened the system panel. Previously, he had allocated all 30 points of enhancement to the armed color domineering, as the other 2 types of domineering had not yet been unlocked. Now, he was going to test the strength of his domineering. How much is 30 points of enhancement? Lingfeng felt a bit of anticipation. He then drew the demon sword Ming Yen, and a wave of black flames spread out from the sword. This time, he intended to completely subdue the demon sword with his haki. Otherwise, the mysterious black flames would accidentally burn him every time, which would be very detrimental in future battles. So, let me see the strength of the armament haki. Lingfeng did not allow his arm to become elemental. Instead, he directly utilized armament haki. Armament haki not only enhances personal defense, but also boosts one's attack power. It acts like an invisible layer of armor, and moreover, armament haki is a powerful skill that can directly contend with Devil Fruit users. It can even touch users of Logia-type Devil Fruits. In addition to the body, armament haki can also be wrapped around weapons to strengthen their attack power. Lingfeng is now going to enhance and subdue the demon knife with armed color haki. Be honest with me. Lingfeng let out a low shout, and as he used his armed color haki, his right hand instantly transformed into black, resembling the hardest steel. Come on, demon sword. Let me see how much power you have. Chapter 46, Taming the Demon Sword and the 3-Minute Man. Lingfeng unleashed his armament haki and instantly felt an unbreakable power wrapping around his arm. It was as if he could obliterate anything with just a casual punch. Is this what armament haki feels like? Lingfeng looked down at his arm, where the black flames were spreading continuously. Suppress it hard for me. Lingfeng wrapped the armament haki around the blade of the Ming Yen sword, a stream of black energy flowing along his arm and gradually moving towards the blade. However, the demon sword Ming Yen seemed unwilling to back down, fiercely resisting the black armament haki. The two were like rivals in a contest of strength, neither willing to give in to the other. Lingfeng, seeing this, concentrated all his strength together, using the power of the Hurricane Fruit to enhance the armament haki, hoping to help the haki achieve victory in the struggle. Boom! A violent black flame spread out, even directly enveloping Lingfeng's body. Still have some energy left? Lingfeng remained calm upon seeing this, letting out a cold snort as the azure winds around his body swirled, dispersing the black flames entirely. The demon blade, Ming Yen, and Lingfeng were at a standoff. The former seemed to have been casually used by Lingfeng before, but had not truly submitted to him. This is also a characteristic of demon blades in the pirate world. In this blade, Ming Yen was clearly one of the best among them. It had not taken control of Lingfeng's mind, as he was not yet under its influence. The demonic aura of the blade even manifested as black flames, capable of scorching the wielder. How terrifying is that? Zoro had once tamed the Sandai Kitetsu by directly blocking it with his own arm. Now, Lingfeng found himself in a similar situation. It was either the demon blade being subdued or his own arm being burned. Just as the two were preparing for a tug of war, the armament haki on Lingfeng's arm suddenly vanished. Moreover, a feeling of weakness unexpectedly surged from within him. Lingfeng was taken aback, and at that moment, the black flames on the demon's sword spread wildly. He quickly elementalized his body and then sheathed the demon's sword into its black scabbard. Lingfeng spread his palm, absorbing all the black flames into his core, transforming them into a black flame fireball, which he directly threw towards the vast sea ahead. Bang! The black fireball hit the surface of the sea, creating a huge column of water. This commotion startled the others on the opposite island, and Shinobu urged everyone not to worry. She leaped up, bouncing from tree trunk to tree trunk, preparing to take a look. Her agile and light body swiftly darted among the trees in the center of the island, and soon she arrived at the other side of Hard Island. At this moment, Lingfeng was lying on the beach, panting heavily. He could hardly believe that after using his domineering power for just a short while, he felt so weak. After resting for a moment, He sat cross-legged and took out his pocket watch to check the time. What the hell? Only 3 minutes have passed. I can only last 3 minutes? That was fast. Lingfeng looked at the pocket watch in disbelief and couldn't help but shout out loud. Ha-san, 3 minutes. The voice of Butterfly Shinobu came from behind, startling Lingfeng. What are you doing here? Lingfeng quickly stood up, his shirt back covered in a lot of sand. You made quite a noise over there. I thought you were hurt, so I came to check on you. Butterfly Shinobu looked up and down at Lingfeng, and after realizing that he was unharmed, she also breathed a sigh of relief. As expected of our ship's doctor, quick to react. But I'm fine, don't worry. Lingfeng smiled, but he noticed that at this moment, Butterfly Ninja was looking at him with a smile that seemed more like a smirk. What's wrong? Your smile. It's kind of strange. Lingfeng was a bit confused, while Butterfly Shinobu covered her mouth and smiled, walking up to him and patting his shoulder. 3 minutes is indeed a bit short. If you have any doubts about this in the future, I can help you try to treat it, she said, then covered her mouth and kept giggling. She leaped up and landed on a tree, pausing for a moment. Hey, did you misunderstand something? Butterflies are not what you think. Lingfeng reacted and hurriedly explained. Heh. Upon hearing this, Butterfly Shinobu instead smiled even more cutely. She leaped lightly, her petite figure maneuvering effortlessly among the trees. Before her silhouette completely vanished, she glanced back briefly, giving Lingfeng a deep look. In that moment, her short skirt and dark purple hair danced in the wind, and Lingfeng could even see the swimsuit shorts beneath her skirt. Noticing Lingfeng's gaze, her little face flushed slightly, but she smiled meaningfully. Butterfly Shinobu's figure disappeared from Lingfeng's sight, leaving him momentarily stunned on the beach. It's over. This misunderstanding could be. Lingfeng wanted to cry, but had no tears. However, he also knew that Butterfly Ninja was probably deliberately teasing him. So forget it. Let's focus on studying armament hockey. Lingfeng shook his head, not wanting to think about it. He calmed himself down and kept pondering the earlier events. Could it be that the 30-point enhancement value could only last for 3 minutes? Lingfeng pondered for a moment and suddenly realized, so that's how it is. I roughly understand now. At this moment, Lingfeng also remembered when the Straw Hat Kid Luffy first activated Gear 4th to fight Doflamingo. Once the time limit for Gear 4th was reached, he couldn't use Haki again for 10 minutes. It seemed that his enhancement points were not enough, so he couldn't sustain himself for too long. Lingfeng noticed this and simply sat down, waiting for the time to use the armament Haki again. He took out his pocket watch and waited for a while. However, this wait lasted for a full 30 minutes before he could use Haki again. Sigh. It seems that having low points results in a very long cooldown time. After Lingfeng used armament Haki, he didn't dare to be careless and immediately drew his demon sword, starting another tug of war. As expected, 3 minutes later, a sense of weakness returned, but this time was a bit better than before. It seemed that Lingfeng's body was gradually getting used to this feeling. However, the cooldown time was still 30 minutes, which left Lingfeng somewhat speechless. It seemed that he had to continuously strengthen his training in armament Haki. In the future, if there were points to enhance Haki during missions, he would have to choose this first. Lingfeng made up his mind, and while waiting for the cooldown of his domineering abilities, he didn't remain idle. Although he felt somewhat weak, it was not a major issue. Taking advantage of the cooldown, he began to practice the newly acquired Marine 6 styles, Soru and Jeppo. The method of using Soru involves rapidly and repeatedly stepping on the ground dozens of times in an instant to generate explosive reactive force for high-speed movement, making it seem as if he vanished from the enemy's sight. Soru is very practical, being one of the top techniques in the Marine 6 styles for both offense and defense. As for Jeppo, it involves using powerful leg strength to step on the air, generating strong levitation force, allowing one to walk in the air like climbing stairs, but it cannot be maintained for too long. Lingfeng, thanks to the power of the Hurricane Fruit, finds it easy to use these two abilities. When he activates his fruit powers, shaving reduces the number of times he steps on the ground while also increasing his speed, resulting in an astonishing short-term burst of speed. As for Moonwalk, it becomes even simpler. With the ability to fly, he enhances his legs with the power of wind, allowing him to continuously change positions in the air. However, compared to before, the airborne movement enhanced by Moonwalk has become much faster and more efficient, rather than just simply flying and moving in the air. In short, the combination of shaving and Moonwalk greatly strengthens his mobility advantages in both aerial and ground combat. With the mastery of shaving and Moonwalk, Lingfeng's Haki cooldown time has also arrived. Clang! Lingfeng drew his sword from its sheath, the armed color Haki once again wrapping around his arm. Then, Let's go all out and completely tame the demon's sword. Otherwise, I won't live up to my title of a 3-minute strongman. Chapter 47, Shadow Flame. Lingfeng unleashed the full power of his armament color hockey, determined to settle this blade within 3 minutes. His ink-black arms spread the hockey's power across the demon's sword, enveloping it in a sphere of black light. A dark, ghostly glow gradually suppressed the black flames into the blade. Lingfeng gritted his teeth, his arms' veins bulging. As the black light transformed from the armament, hockey seemed to come alive, wrapping the entire demon sword within. Buzz! The iron-black, ghostly light emitted a buzzing sound, and the black flames were gradually extinguished. A cold gleam flashed across the blade of the demon's sword, making the edge appear sharper, while the blade itself was coated in a layer of black light. Now's the time. Lingfeng gritted his teeth, and the power of his armed color hockey continued to surge forth, completely suppressing the last trace of black flames on the demon blade. The dark flame blade let out a soft hum, and its blade, which had been covered by black flames, was finally perfectly exposed to the air. Success! Lingfeng's expression brightened at the sight, and he withdrew the power of his armed color hockey. This time, the dark flame blade did not emit black flames again. Instead, it was quietly held in Lingfeng's hand. Lingfeng excitedly examined the demon sword. The black blade, dark red chaotic patterns, a black handle wrapped in a black grip, and a black flame-shaped guard all gave the sword an aura of evil and mystery. This sword was somewhat similar to the black sword Qiu Shui of the Dragon Slayer swordsman, Long Ma, but it was even longer. With a blade length of 2 meters, it looked quite elongated, and just holding it made one feel its heavy weight. The black sheath paired with the black demon sword looked extremely eerie. Under the domineering pressure of Lingfeng's armed color, this weapon finally acknowledged Lingfeng as its master. System prompt. The demon sword Ming Yin has been completely subdued, gaining the skill Shadow Flame, replacing Steel Cutting Flash. Just as Lingfeng was admiring the demon sword, a sudden system prompt startled him. Shadow Flame? What the heck? Lingfeng quickly opened the system panel to check the original Gale swordsmanship. Shadow Flame, passive skill. The terrifying power attached to the demon blade Ming Yin. Every time the enemy is injured by the demon blade, Shadow Flame will surge in from the wound, inflicting horrific burning damage inside the enemy's body. Lingfeng looked at the description of the new skill and was instantly overjoyed. This skill is powerful. Lingfeng couldn't help but exclaim, because the skill Zhang Gangshan was still useful in the early stages, but as his strength increased, it had become somewhat useless. The previous effect of Zhang Gangshan was to deliver a quick slash forward, and it could also unleash a tornado slash that would knock enemies away. Now, Lingfeng could create a tornado slash himself, thanks to the power of the Hurricane Fruit. Moreover, once Lingfeng's swordsmanship skill level increased, executing quick slashes would be effortless. As for the tornado skill, it was fine for clearing out minor enemies, but when facing top-tier opponents, they could easily dodge it in an instant, making such skills increasingly useless in the later stages. Apart from the skills Kuangfeng, Zhu, Shizhan, and Xiang Sier Sheng, he wished all the others could be transformed into passive skills. Now, this new skill in Ying Yin could definitely be considered a powerful weapon, because in the future, when faced with masters who had widely adopted armament hockey, this passive skill would be nearly impossible to defend against. It was very similar to the weapon one-hit kill, Murakumo wielded by the female protagonist Akihito in Janshi. As long as he could injure the opponent with the demon blade, an Ying Yin would surge into their body, making it absolutely difficult for them to defend against. Lingfeng happily turned off the system panel and then waved the demon knife in his hand. His arms moved quickly, and the Ming Yin knife slashed through the air, creating several black lines that were chilling in their darkness. Well then, it's time to train my swordsmanship. On Tessa Fire Island, in Hero Town, a large number of buildings in the town were destroyed. The city looked ravaged, and wisps of black smoke rose from the wreckage. A group of Navy personnel were helping local residents rebuild the damaged structures. A short-haired woman in a white suit, draped in a Navy cloak, was directing the scene. This woman was Colonel Balin, whom Lingfeng met when he first entered the pirate world. Beep beep. Balin took out a transponder snail from her chest and connected the call. Hello, is it Teacher Tina? Balin spoke first as the call connected. How's the situation over there? The transponder snail emitted the mature voice of Tina. The damage is extensive, and it will take a lot of time to fix. What about those nobles? They're clamoring for us, the Navy, to compensate, saying we arrived too late. Balin lit a cigarette, which was exactly like her teacher's style. TCH, those brainless fools are just like that. No need to pay them any mind. By the way, did you call for something specific, teacher? After Balin finished speaking, there was silence on the other end of the line. The world government wants to recruit that pirate to become a warlord of the sea, so... What? Recruit that pirate Lingfeng? Balin exclaimed, her voice startling the Navy personnel around her who were transporting lumber. Although Tina didn't specify who it was, Balin guessed immediately. Don't get excited, let me finish. I was the one who lost my composure. Please go ahead, teacher. Balin glanced around and walked to a deserted corner, exhaling a puff of smoke. The world government isn't just recruiting him. They've also recruited another person. Currently, Lingfeng has not given a response, and he probably won't agree. However, you can't go looking for trouble with him right now. There are other matters for you to attend to. Tina's words made Balin fall silent. And after a moment, Tina continued. I know you're regretting letting a powerful pirate go, and your remorse is noted by the naval veterans. But don't lose your direction due to momentary anger. Tina, on the other end of the transponder snail, was clearly also smoking, and her tone gradually became serious. Yes, teacher, I understand. Balin stopped being silent and extinguished the cigarette with her hand, exhaling another puff of white smoke. Good. I'll have the other Navy personnel assist with the situation in Hero Town. I've dispatched a new subordinate to find you. Once you meet up with her, you two will lead a group of Navy swiftly to Cherry Blossom Island. Something significant is happening in that country. Tina's serious tone made the transponder snail's expression also turn serious, and upon hearing the words Cherry Blossom Island, Balin's pupils contracted. Teacher, are you saying? Yes. Be sure to be careful, focus on the investigation, and do not let the tragedy of Alabasta repeat itself. On the other end of the transponder snail, Tina was smoking, recalling the scene beside Smoker at that time. The deeds of Alabasta were clearly the work of the Straw Hat crew, yet the credit was given to Smoker, which infuriated him to the point of cursing at the transponder snail. I understand, teacher. By the way, who is the new subordinate you introduced? You'll meet her soon. With a click, the transponder snail was hung up. Balin stuffed it back in her chest and gazed thoughtfully at the sky. After a while, she lit another cigarette, a look of worry crossing her brow. Are we really going to that island? Things are getting complicated. Chapter 48. The Mysterious Island, the Grand Line, Hard Island. Night had fallen, and the stars were scattered across the sea, reflecting the bright moonlight, creating a mesmerizing scene. The cool night sea breeze blew through, and the waves occasionally washed up onto the beach, soaking the sandy edges. Lingfeng and the others have been staying on this love island for half a month, and their special training has been very effective. Lingfeng has effectively applied the armament-He in combat, and the new Navy 6 styles have been well integrated with the Hurricane Fruit. Butterfly Shinobu has directly mastered the Soru and Jeppo techniques. Her natural speed, combined with her small and light body, makes it easy for her to achieve this with breathing techniques. However, she still struggles with the Rankyaku and Shurgon, as strength is her weak point. Misaka Mikoto, the railgun, is indeed a top student with a smart mind, and combined with the power of electromagnetism, she quickly mastered all 4 techniques of the 6 styles. However, she must integrate her own electromagnetic abilities and high-voltage current. The electric-charged Shurgon has replaced her original electromagnetic cannon, eliminating the need for coins and extending her range. The Soru combined with her magnetic hands allows for rapid movement, and the same goes for Jeppo, but these techniques are still somewhat difficult for her without surrounding reinforced concrete or iron buildings. Rem, due to her Oni clan physiology, possesses physical qualities even stronger than Drake, so the basic Navy 6 styles pose no challenge for her. Karina, due to her physical condition, has not learned Soru but has mastered Shurgon, Jeppo, and Rankyaku, using them in conjunction with her Devil Fruit abilities. The 2 strongmen, Drake and Linus, have only learned Rankyaku and Shurgon, and have yet to master Soru and Jeppo. As for Little Kong, in his little monkey state, he can utilize Soru and Jeppo, but to use Shurgon and Rankyaku, he must transform into his gorilla state. Lastly, only Drake has learned armament-He, and even then, it is very basic and can only be sustained for a few seconds. Lingfeng was not surprised. After all, even Luffy took a year and a half to master the armament-He. If this group of people learned it in half a month, that would be a miracle. Even the Navy's 6 styles were modified to some extent, as everyone had their own unique abilities, rather than being the original Navy 6 styles. Although they only practiced for half a month, they still achieved some good results due to everyone's hard work. As for why they stopped practicing, it was because... Gulp. Lingfeng's stomach let out a loud growl. He touched his belly and scratched his head a bit bashfully. It seemed that the special training needed to be slowed down, We had to go out for supplies. Lingfeng's words made everyone nod in agreement. After all, the supplies on the ship were running low. Let's go, leave this place, and head to the next island. Lingfeng transformed into a hurricane, carrying everyone towards the swift wind. Landing on the deck, Drake stowed the anchor, Misaka Mikoto lowered the sails, and Sora climbed up to the lookout tower with a telescope around his neck, starting to scout the surroundings. Karina took the helm to steer the ship, while Shinobu returned to the medical room to concoct medicines. After Lingfeng was injured last time, she prepared to see if she could create a quick healing potion this time. Rim went to prepare dinner. Although supplies were running low, there was still enough for a meal. Linus went back to the workshop to see if he could forge some weapons using items from the storage room to arm his team. Everyone worked in harmony, returning to their respective posts. Lingfeng looked at the starry sky, feeling a sense of anticipation for the upcoming islands. I wonder what the next island will be. Adventuring on the Grand Line is so exhilarating. Although it can't compare to the feeling of the new world, the thrill of the unknown is simply irresistible. 2 days later, the weather tonight doesn't seem very good. The moon is obscured by dark clouds from time to time, making the surrounding sea appear pitch black. Look, there are lights ahead. Shao Kong's tender voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention to the deck. Let me see. Lingfeng stood at the bow of the ship, and Shao Kong jumped down upon hearing this, handing him the binoculars. It seems a bit desolate. Lingfeng looked through the telescope and saw a massive island. But there seemed to be no signs of human activity where the island met the sea. Was there even a dock? Karina picked up the sniper rifle and glanced at the enormous island. The pitch-black island appeared endless at a glance. Moreover, along the coastline, there was only one house with light shining from within, and not far from the house was a dense forest. Looking to the left and right, there were only tall rocks. It seemed that the area where the house stood was the only entrance to the island. Let's go take a look. Lingfeng issued the command, and the record pointer pointed here, proving that this was already their next stop. Karina nodded, put away her sniper rifle, and piloted the gale closer to the massive island. The gale slowly approached the edge of the island, following the current into the only open pathway. Everyone was astonished to see that several pirate ships were docked here. Not only that, but there were also naval warships. These ships were anchored in the narrow water bay, with tall rocks on both sides, looking quite intimidating. As they reached the shore, everyone dropped the anchor, stowed the sails, and jumped off the gale. They proceeded along the narrow path ahead, carrying oil lamps in their hands. Interesting. So many ships are here, and the Navy as well. Lingfeng looked around, feeling a bit curious. Clearly, this island had piqued his interest. Are there more reckless people coming? As the crowd walked along the path towards the house, an old voice slowly sounded. Everyone followed the sound and saw an old man sitting at the door of the house. He was smoking and looking at Lingfeng and the others with a sympathetic gaze. Old man? What do you mean by that? Lingfeng exchanged glances with the others and walked up to the old man. Those who come to Shining Island at this time usually don't come out again. The old man took a deep drag from a cigarette, while a strong black ox beside him mooed. What's wrong? Are you hungry again? No wonder. You've pulled so many carts. The old man smiled at the old ox and muttered to himself. Hello, sir. Is the Shining Island? You mentioned the name of this island? Butterfly Shinobu stepped forward with a smile and asked kindly. Yes, it is. I advise you to take a detour. It's best not to go in. The old man briefly paused as he noticed many beautiful women behind Lingfeng, and his tone became more serious. Old man, why is that? Lingfeng briefly captured the scene and curiously asked, now that Shining Island is closed to the outside world, outsiders who want to enter will definitely be searched. The queen here doesn't welcome outsiders. So why did you seem to, sympathize with some of my female companions when you saw them? Lingfeng listened and became even more curious. After hearing his question, the old man slowly scanned the crowd and finally uttered a chilling statement. It's because young and beautiful girls are more likely to be eaten when they enter this island. Chapter 49, 3 Passageways and Main Quest Branches. Eaten. Upon hearing this, Misaka Mikoto and Karina immediately hugged each other in fear. Old man, what do you mean by that? Butterfly Shinobu, having actually encountered man-eating demons before, wasn't as scared. You'll have to judge that for yourselves. I can't disclose much more, the old man said with a bitter smile, clearly having his own unspeakable troubles. Old man, there should be places on this island to resupply, right? Could you please tell us? Lingfeng looked at the silent old man and asked, Do you have any maps? Yes, I have one here, and I can sell it to you at a low price. The old man took out a parchment map from his bosom. Lingfeng took it and paid him some money. I can have Meow drive you for a while. How about it? Do you need that? The old man took the money, patted the head of the black iron bull, and asked Lingfeng. Sure, it would be even better if you could share some information. Lingfeng smiled and said, clearly still a bit wary of this unknown island. Ha, come with me. The old man chuckled, not responding to Lingfeng's words, but instead took Miao, tying a rope around his strong body, and then connected it to a spacious wooden cart. Let's go. The old man sat at the front of the wooden cart, steering the ropes and signaling for everyone to get on the cart. Lingfeng and the crew exchanged glances and entered the back of the vehicle one after another. Let's go, Miao. With Miao's low growl, the wooden shed vehicle slowly started. Everyone sat inside the vehicle, their expressions somewhat anxious. Lingfeng used a kerosene lamp to check the map, and he was astonished to find that the island was astonishingly large. Many places were clearly marked on it. In the center of the island, there was a divine cherry blossom tree, which seemed to have survived for many years. Next to the divine cherry blossom tree was the capital of the Queen, Cherry Blossom City. Near Cherry Blossom City, there was a mountain called Fox Shadow Mountain, which had a mysterious shrine of a priestess, and next to it was marked the symbol of the nine-tailed divine fox, presumably worshipping the nine-tailed fox. To the north, there was a cemetery, though its purpose was unknown. Beside the cemetery, there was a massive mine with an astonishing range. To the west, there was a city called Flower Capital, and the marked pattern looked very prosperous. Finally, to the east, there was a city called Water Moon Capital, which seemed to contain the legendary Water Moon Pool that nurtured elves. Lingfeng shared the map with his companions, and everyone looked on in shock. This island is really big. Misaka Makoto was somewhat surprised. Compared to the Academy City she was in before, this island was clearly many times larger. What does eating people really mean? Karina still felt a bit scared, while little Kong jumped on her shoulder, signaling her not to worry. Everyone was also unsure what this meant, and they fell into silence. The atmosphere in the shed became somewhat tense. Outside, it was pitch black, with only the sound of the wind howling and Miao's footsteps. The surroundings were a quiet, dense forest. It seemed they had already delved deep into the island. Let's stop here. After a while, the old man's voice came through, signaling Miao to stop. Lingfeng and the others crawled out of the car, looked ahead, and saw that it seemed to be the end of a dense forest, with towering rocky mountains blocking their way to the sky. At the bottom of the Rocky Mountains, there were 3 passages. I won't go any further from here. There's a signpost over there. The old man pointed to a dark sign in front, which indicated 3 places: the City of Flowers, the City of Water Moon, and the City of Divine Cherry Blossoms. Thank you very much, old man. May I ask your name? Lingfeng stuffed some more Bailey into the bag and finally asked a question. He originally wanted to inquire about some information, but seeing the old man's silence, he gave up on the idea. Just call me Haiba Dong, young man. I advise you not to go to the City of Flowers. Haiba Dong patted Lingfeng's shoulder and reminded him. Before anyone could ask why, he turned back with Miao. Surrounding them was a dark forest, and the howling wind between the trees was somewhat frightening. What should we do? Where should we go? Butterfly Ninja looked at Lingfeng, seeking the captain's advice. System prompt. You have entered Shuning Island, triggering a mission. Liberate the Shun-Ing Kingdom and claim it as your territory. This is one of the main storyline mission branches. Rewards will only be issued upon completion of this mission. System prompt. Entering the City of Flowers alone will trigger subsequent side missions and rewards. Note: entering the City of Flowers will directly reward 1 system lottery chance. Lingfeng was about to respond when a system notification suddenly appeared. This time, the system prompt was different from before, as it had issued a main quest branch, which meant he had to complete it. Moreover, the second task was quite strange. Entering the City of Flowers would grant him a chance to draw a lottery. Could it be that the City of Flowers was very dangerous? Lingfeng constantly pondered. Previously, Haiba Dong had told them not to enter the Flower City, yet the system had directly given him a task. It didn't reveal the content and rewards of the subsequent tasks, only stating that entering would allow him to draw once. It was as if it was clearly a trap, giving him a bit of sweetness first, and then letting him jump in head first. I will go to the Flower City alone. As for the mine next to the cemetery, Linus, Drake, Karina, and Shao Kong, you 4 go there. After all, to the north of Shenying City, we will pass through the capital. At that time, Karina and Shao Kong, you 2 should enter the main city first. It's easier with fewer people. Linus and Drake, try to gather as many minerals as possible, so we can make use of Uncle Blacksmith's talents later. As for Peiji, Rem, and Butterfly, you 3 go to Shuei West City to see the situation. You all have noted down the map locations, right? Lingfeng issued orders based on his side quest. Are you going alone? Is that okay? Everyone nodded, while Rem asked with some concern. Lingfeng smiled. and reassure them not to worry. Don't worry about me, and perhaps I will be able to bring back another companion soon. Lingfeng smiled mysteriously, and at that moment, Rim understood that Lingfeng was going to use that skill to summon companions again. Then you be careful. Don't worry. If anything happens, just contact me through the phone book. Remember, your safety comes first. Do you understand? Lingfeng nodded at Rim, and finally said seriously to everyone. The crowd nodded in agreement. And after dividing into teams, they each entered the 3 passageways. Lingfeng looked at the pitch-black cave entrance, filled with curiosity about the mysterious flower city. I wonder what character I will be able to draw this time. Lingfeng was filled with anticipation and did not linger. He transformed into a whirlwind and rushed into the passage, moving frantically inward. Inside the narrow opening, Lingfeng remained vigilant but encountered no danger. However, the passage was incredibly long. Even at full speed as a whirlwind, it took him a full hour. Just as Lingfeng was about to become impatient, he finally saw some light ahead. Was it the exit? Lingfeng saw this and accelerated forward. Chapter 50. City of Flowers. Lingfeng rushed out of the cave and soon saw a bustling city surrounded by towering rocks. The city was brightly lit, and what struck Lingfeng as particularly unusual was that it had some modern architectural styles. If this were a city from his previous world, it wouldn't be surprising at all, but in the world of pirates, it felt somewhat out of place. This city was enormous, seemingly endless, and just standing at the exit, he could hear the lively sounds of the population within. It didn't seem so dangerous after all. Lingfeng looked at the only road ahead and walked over slowly. When he reached the intersection, a group of guards stopped him. Who are you? One of the guards drew his gun and questioned Lingfeng. I'm just here to resupply the town. I mean no harm. Lingfeng's expression remained unchanged as he said, I see. Then please go ahead. To Lingfeng's surprise, these guards did not make things difficult for him. In fact, they didn't even ask him for money and easily let him in. Lingfeng appeared calm on the surface, but his mind was filled with vigilance. Moreover, he noticed that the several guards behind him were carrying thick backpacks, with a tube attached to the opening of the backpacks, connecting to the peculiar pistols at their waists. Lingfeng casually glanced at it and noted it in his mind. The moment he stepped into the city, he was still shocked by what he saw. What the hell? Am I sure I haven't traveled back home? Lingfeng looked at this modern city in disbelief. Although it wasn't completely like the modern cities on Blue Star, it wasn't far off either. There were even cars here, but they were all modified in various ways. Turtle-powered vehicles. Lingfeng looked at the bustling city streets, occasionally spotting a few cars passing by. To his surprise, he noticed several muscular turtles pulling levers on them. Could it be that guy D-Solo is also in the City of Flowers? No way, right? Lingfeng found it hard to believe. If that Golden Emperor were here, things would be a bit tricky. However, after looking around, he did not see any signs of opulence, and he felt a sigh of relief. It seemed that the owner here had some connection with D-Solo. Otherwise, where would this industrial and construction technology come from? Lingfeng looked at the bustling crowd around him. The prosperous commercial street, the brightly lit hotels, and various entertainment facilities, all filled with a modern vibe. It really resembled the giant golden ship, Gran Tesoro. The only difference was that most of the buildings on the golden ship were golden yellow, while here, the buildings of the modern city all had the same appearance. Hey, over there, would you like to come to the bar for a drink? Just as Lingfeng was surveying his surroundings, a golden-haired woman in a black evening gown approached him with a catwalk and greeted him. Lingfeng followed the sound and saw a mature woman with long, golden curly hair cascading over her shoulders, dressed in a tight black evening gown. The high slit on her thigh revealed a pair of voluptuous legs, and the low-cut design perfectly showcased her full, rounded upper body. The woman smiled at Lingfeng, her long arms reaching out to pull him closer as her body leaned heavily against him. Lingfeng's arm instantly felt a soft pressure continuously squeezing him. Hey, handsome. Are you new here? Come in for a drink. The mature woman leaned in and whispered in Lingfeng's ear, her voluptuous figure rubbing against him with a look of eagerness. Sure, no problem. Upon hearing this, the blonde mature woman smiled with joy and pulled Lingfeng toward a nearby bar. Lingfeng agreed, not because he was enchanted by the beauty of the woman, but because he wanted to know the intelligence of this city of flowers. Moreover, just now the system had also sent a notification indicating that he could draw a lottery. However, the subsequent tasks had not yet been released, presumably waiting until after the draw to inform him of the next round of side missions. The blonde lady pulled Lingfeng into the bar, and instantly a cacophony of music filled his surroundings. The smell of smoke and alcohol hit him, making him squint. Handsome, what would you like to drink? The blonde lady leaned against Lingfeng, her long fingers gliding over his neck. People around glanced at the woman's voluptuous figure, envying Lingfeng, but more of them were mocking. No rush. I still don't know your name. Lingfeng smiled, and the blonde lady covered her mouth and chuckled. Then she bumped into someone while dribbling the ball and signaled the bartender to order 2 of the most expensive drinks. I'm Rose. May I ask how to address you? Handsome? Lingfeng. Lingfeng noticed Rose's little actions, but he didn't point it out and pretended to pick up his drink, taking a small sip. Is this your first time in the City of Flowers, Brother Lingfeng? Rose looked at Lingfeng with a slightly tipsy expression, licking her enticing red lips and leaning closer to him as she asked. Yes, why don't you introduce it to me? Lingfeng frowned slightly, but soon returned to normal. Here, this is the largest entertainment city on Shinying Island, and now that the Queen has no control over things, it has become independent and free. Rose raised her head and downed the spicy drink in one go, drunkenly saying independent. Lingfeng noted this phrase. It seems that there are indeed big figures backing this place. Yes, and let me tell you, Rose suddenly sat on Lingfeng's lap, her eyes dreamy as she leaned closer to him and whispered, I've heard that there are monsters here that specifically suck blood and eat people, so you need to be careful. After saying this, Rose stood up, laughed playfully, and ran away. Lingfeng looked at her full hips, slender waist, and the long legs moving beneath her split dress. I have to say, this woman is a fairy. Moreover, she probably got a few drinks for free, planning to make Lingfeng pay the bill. Lingfeng didn't care about such trivial matters. What mattered to him was the blood-sucking, man-eating monster that Rose had just mentioned. Could it be an urban legend? Lingfeng looked at the wine in his hand, but did not drink it. He placed some money on the bar and prepared to leave. It should be a devil fruit user, right? Just as Lingfeng was about to leave, he keenly sensed that he seemed to be targeted by someone. Lingfeng remained calm and composed, not looking at the surrounding crowd. Instead, he pushed open the bar's door and left without saying a word. First, he would find a place to draw a lottery, and then he would see what the task was. Lingfeng walked out of the door and still saw Rose in the nearby alley, trying to attract some drinking customers. A group of burly men who looked very much like pirates were so mesmerized by Rose's alluring figure that they could hardly move their feet, continuously swallowing their saliva and even giving her quite a bit of tip money. Lingfeng glanced at her, but said nothing. It was just a profession. Just as he was leaving the street, Rose, surrounded by a group of strong men, suddenly changed her expression. She coldly watched Lingfeng's disappearing figure around the corner, her red lips curling into a wicked smile. Another prey had come to her, and it was a powerful one. Chapter 51, The Long-Awaited Lottery. Lingfeng turned left and right along the alley, feeling a gaze following him from behind. He maintained a calm expression and deliberately walked into a less populated alley. With each step deeper into the deserted alley, he could clearly hear the sound of his own footsteps. In the dark alley, there were trash bins against the wall, and several rats were rummaging through them for food. Lingfeng walked into a dead end, standing calmly in place. It's almost time to rest, as there is no one here anymore. Lingfeng turned around and saw several tall, muscular men staring at him with ill intentions. Hey, little brother, are you new here? We saw you were quite generous just now. Why waste time talking to him? Just beat him half to death and search him. Yeah, that long knife at his waist definitely looks valuable. Brothers, we're gonna get rich. The muscular men grinned wickedly at Lingfeng, who remained calm and composed. I thought there really was some blood-sucking monster here. Lingfeng sighed, not expecting that these people were just a few ordinary pirates. What monsters? Kid, if you know what's good for you, hand over your knife and money quickly. Exactly, otherwise. A few pirates surrounded Lingfeng, and compared to their strong and tall bodies, Lingfeng's normal physique seemed a bit thin. Just when I had something to inquire about, you came right to my door. Lingfeng's eyes slowly narrowed, revealing a cruel smile. Whoosh! Bang! A strong gust of wind suddenly swept through, forcing a pirate beside Lingfeng directly into the wall. The sound of falling debris echoed as stones crumbled from the wall. The pirate's eyes rolled back, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, his limbs twisted unnaturally, pinned against the wall by an invisible force. What is happening? Damn it, kill this little brat. Several pirates were startled by the scene. Then they all snarled and threw punches at Lingfeng. However, their bulky arms passed right through Lingfeng's body, unable to touch him at all. Lingfeng's elementalized body carried a faint green trace of wind. He didn't even draw his sword. A gust of wind swept this group of pirates against the walls on either side. Bang, 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 bang. Lingfeng didn't even move a finger, and this group of pirates just fell down. Lingfeng deliberately left the last one. No, don't come over. You monster. The last pirate looked at Lingfeng, his whole body trembling continuously, as if he had seen the most terrifying devil. Just as he was about to turn and escape, Lingfeng's body transformed into several black lines, and a piercing sound of air breaking came through the air. Shave! Lingfeng suddenly appeared in front of the pirate, his fists surrounded by a violent wind, directly landing a punch on the pirate's stomach. Ugh! The pirate bent forward, saliva spewing out along with a wave of sour liquid, staggering a few steps before kneeling down on the ground. Answer me a few questions. Lingfeng looked down at the pirate kneeling on the ground, his gaze extremely cold. All right, I say. Lingfeng specifically controlled his strength, but even so, the pirate still clutched his stomach, his face full of pain. Are you pirates? Yes. How long have you been here? A few months. Lingfeng paused for a moment upon hearing this. It seemed that the news here was not very well informed. You don't know me? No, we don't know you. Lingfeng confirmed one thing, which is that the people here probably have never seen his bounty notice. There are rumors here of monsters that eat people and drink blood, didn't you know? Lingfeng asked his most curious question, but the pirate shook his head. We've heard about it, but we've never seen it. The pirate trembled, covering his stomach, not daring to look up at Lingfeng. Really? Really? Sir, if we encounter that kind of monster, can we still survive? The pirate's words caused Lingfeng's expression to change slightly, as if his answer revealed some other information. It seems you have more to hide from me. Lingfeng squinted, slowly raising his finger, the tip continuously gathering azure wind energy. He pressed his finger directly against the pirate's forehead. As soon as he unleashed the finger gun, the pirate would instantly have his head blown off. Sir, I swear I've never seen it. I only heard someone discussing it at the bar just now, saying something about several districts attacking people at night, and that there was a building before where such monsters appeared. In the building? Why yes, the people inside died particularly tragically. We only heard about it. I swear everything I'm saying is true. The pirate was pressed against the head by Lingfeng's finger, nearly pissing himself in fear. Even he, no matter how foolish, understood that the man before him was definitely a devil fruit user, and a Logia-type at that. Where's the building located? Lingfeng asked the key question after listening. Just as the pirate was about to respond, a blood-red light suddenly struck. At the same time Lingfeng transformed into an elemental form, the pirate was directly cut in half. Blood sprayed out, and Lingfeng lifted his head to look at the top of a building somewhere under the pitch-black night sky. Several figures were watching him from a distance, clearly having followed him for some time. Interesting. Lingfeng squinted his eyes, looking at the figures on the rooftop. The light was not bright enough, so he couldn't see what those people looked like. Who? Lingfeng transformed into a fierce wind and flew directly into the air, ready to intercept those people. However, they were already prepared and instantly scattered like birds, disappearing without a trace in just a few breaths. It was as if they had never existed. How could this be possible? Lingfeng flew to the rooftop, watching the direction where the figures disappeared. The other party left no trace. It was getting more and more interesting. Lingfeng stood on the rooftop, looking down at the town from a high vantage point. Surrounding him were towering buildings, brightly lit, with the occasional sound of cars passing by. Under the gaze of Lingfeng, aided by the city's lights and scattered starlight, the boundaries of the town remain elusive. Only the distant horizon reveals towering dark rocks that seem to separate the edge of the town. TSK, let's draw the lottery first. Lingfeng withdrew his gaze and gained a new understanding of this city. It's not very good here. The lottery will emit light, so I need to find a discreet place. Lingfeng looked around and suddenly realized, I'm such an idiot. I could just book a room. Lingfeng saw a hotel in the distance and couldn't help but chuckle. He hadn't seen something like this in a long time, and it felt a bit unfamiliar. Lingfeng transformed into a blue wind and flew towards the distant hotel. He looked around, but did not find anyone following him this time. He directly walked into the lobby, ready to book a room. Fortunately, in the pirate world, there was no need for any identification. Just paying was enough. Lingfeng took the electromagnetic room card and entered room 666. What a nice number. I wonder who'll be drawn this time. Lingfeng was looking forward to the upcoming lottery. This time, the lottery meant that in the dangerous and mysterious Flower City, he would receive some kind of helper. So, let's start the lottery. Chapter 52. The new companion is in room 666 of a hotel in Flower City. System prompt. Side quest. Entering Flower City alone has been completed. Completion of side quest reward. Randomly, select a female character from other anime worlds to become your companion. System prompt. Do you want to draw a character? Once drawn, the system will bind, and it cannot be refunded. The system's prompt sound came, and Lingfeng, after a long time, clicked yes. Dinging. Beginning to draw the fourth companion. As the system's prompt sound faded, countless anime female characters flashed through Lingfeng's mind. Numerous cute and sexy two-dimensional girls appeared in his mind, making Lingfeng feel dazzled after a long time. I wonder who it will be this time? Lingfeng is very excited. It's been a long time since he drew a character. He's been holding back for so long. Well, not exactly. In short, he is very much looking forward to it. Soon, the system quickly fixed on an image. Is it her? Lingfeng was a bit surprised when he saw the picture. The system's pointer stopped on an image of a purple-haired, blue-eyed mature woman. And then a purple light flickered as a sexy mature woman stepped out slowly from it. She had long, dark purple hair and was wearing a white-green JK top, with a black bow tied proudly at her chest. Her lower body was clad in a black short skirt, and she wore sexy black thigh-high stockings on her legs. She stood in black high-heeled boots, holding a wooden sword, and looked at Lingfeng with a cold expression. Zombie? Human? The purple-haired mature woman raised the wooden sword, pointing the tip at Lingfeng's throat, and asked in a detached tone, Seiko Busujima, don't be nervous, I'm a real human. After all, Lingfeng smiled at the purple-haired mature woman in front of him, who was none other than Seiko Busujima from High School of the Dead. Seiko Busujima was an exceptional swordswoman, capable of slaughtering hordes of zombies with ease. Not only that, but she also harbored a terrifying inclination for killing deep within her heart. He remembered that when she was in middle school, she had been assaulted by a pervert on her way home from school. But because she carried a wooden sword with her, she intentionally allowed the pervert to get close, then struck him hard with the wooden sword, breaking both his leg and shoulder bones. Moreover, when she was hitting that pervert, she felt immense joy and excitement inside. After releasing her bloodthirsty desire, killing became an immense pleasure for her, to the point where she even got wet. Yes, that wet is exactly what you think it is. So, where's this place? Seiko Busujima put down her wooden sword, but her gaze remained somewhat wary as she looked at Lingfeng. Lingfeng had no choice but to cooperate with the system and tell her about the events in this world. Are you saying it's the world of pirates? Not the world of zombies anymore. Poison Island Seiko was also a bit surprised after hearing this, but with the existence of the system, she could only believe it. Yes. As you can see, Lingfeng opened the window, signaling Seiko Busujima to take a look. Outside the window was the bustling urban street of the Flower City, surrounded by a cacophony of voices, with no zombies in sight at all. Indeed, even though Seiko Busujima remained calm, the current scene still shocked her a bit. However, she had heard that there were also man-eating, blood-sucking monsters here, so her situation wasn't too good. Lingfeng smiled bitterly. It didn't matter to him, but there might be some danger for Poison Island Seiko. Is that so? That's just perfect, Poison Island Seiko said with a cruel smile. Seeing this, Lingfeng also helplessly smiled bitterly. In any case, I will introduce some companions to you later. First, we need to. System prompt. Side quest 1 completed. Subsequent tasks released. System prompt. Side quest 2. Explore the terrifying secrets of the Flower City. Purify this city. System prompt. Task completion rewards. Physique 100. 2 remaining styles of Navy 6. 70 points for armament hockey enhancement. Swordsmanship value 100 points. Note: while exploring the Flower City, hidden tasks may be triggered. Please explore with caution. Before Lingfeng could finish speaking, the system's prompt sound came in succession, interrupting his train of thought. Explore secrets, and now. There are hidden tasks? Lingfeng looked at the system prompt, his brows tightly furrowed, clearly contemplating the clues contained within. What's wrong? Seiko Dimoto asked, as she noticed Lingfeng's silence. It's nothing. But we might need to investigate here thoroughly, he replied. Lingfeng took a deep breath, closed the window, and said seriously to Seiko Tokushima, Investigation? Where should we start? Seiko Tokushima gently asked while tucking her purple hair behind her ear, as expected of a mature beauty, well-versed in the ways of women. She inadvertently established that I am the one giving orders. I had previously heard that such monsters had appeared, seemingly in some building, and just now, a group of people clearly didn't want me to find out about this information. Lingfeng suddenly complained in his heart, while also telling the recent events to Seiko Tagakushi, who frowned in response. So it's clear that you've already been targeted, Seiko Tagakushi said in a low voice, and Lingfeng nodded. That's right. It's because I'm new here. Lingfeng shrugged his shoulders and said somewhat indifferently, Anyway, let's rest for the night. We'll talk about it tomorrow during the day. The visibility isn't clear at night, and it's dangerous to investigate. Lingfeng thought of the mysterious people from earlier who could vanish into the darkness in an instant. Well, but it seems that Seiko Sato looked around the room, and when she saw only a bed, her face turned slightly red. It's over. I forgot about this part. Lingfeng slapped his forehead and said awkwardly, "It's fine, you sleep on the bed, and I'll sleep on the floor." Lingfeng looked at the somewhat shy Siko Tokiwa and hurriedly explained. All right. Siko Tokiwa had no choice. After all, she had just been summoned and was unfamiliar with this place, so she could only stay with Lingfeng. Phew, how did I forget about this? Lingfeng helplessly shook his head, knowing that he needed to summon his companions but only booked one room. If you feel uncomfortable, I can go again. It's fine, let's stay together. In this unfamiliar environment, you've already attracted attention, and it might be dangerous if we separate. Before Lingfeng could finish speaking, Siko Tojo interrupted his suggestion. All right, Lingfeng nodded. He knew that if the two of them separated at this time, the chances of encountering danger would definitely increase significantly. By the way, can you use a knife too? Siko Busujima noticed the awkward atmosphere and took the initiative to change the subject. I can use it a little, but I'm definitely not as good as you. I rely on brute force and the power of my devil fruit to wield the knife. Lingfeng is not being humble. What he said is all true. If it weren't for the system, he wouldn't know anything about swordsmanship. Is that so? Next time we spar, I can teach you. Siko Busujima looked at Lingfeng with a gentle expression, and the latter's face turned red upon seeing this. Ha ha ha. Thank you, thank you. By the way, I still need to find you a good knife. As expected of senior Siko Busujima, she remains calm and brave in the face of zombies, but is very humble and gentle when it comes to daily interactions. Lingfeng was secretly complaining in his heart, but his eyes were fixed on the wooden sword in Siko's hand. Chapter 53. The Sudden Attack at Night. Lingfeng looked at the wooden sword in Siko's hand, feeling a bit puzzled. He remembered that in the anime, she obtained a genuine sword in the shrine, and later received the Murata sword from Sayaka Takagi's father. Haven't you and Takashi Komuro spent time alone in the shrine yet? Lingfeng is not gossiping, but rather curious about the timeline the other person is in. Huh? Do you know him? Siko Dejima is also a bit surprised by Lingfeng's question. Sort of. Hasn't he confessed to you yet? Lingfeng asked the silly question casually. Although he was just curious about the timeline, the way he asked made Siko Tokisaki blush. No. I see. So when did you arrive? I was just about to lead a batch of corpses away with him when suddenly a burst of light enveloped me, and I ended up in this world. Lingfeng suddenly realized upon hearing this. He knew which timeline the other party came from. The famous scene of dodging bullets by shaking the chest. Well, it doesn't matter. There are plenty of good knives in this world. I'll help you get one later. Lingfeng smiled, and Siko Tojo gently nodded. Although she was a bit worried about her companions in the original world, she still looked obediently at Lingfeng's arrangements. Ah, truly worthy of being a fully leveled wife, attribute Siko-senpai. Lingfeng thought to himself. The personalities of Siko Tojo and Mikoto Misaka are truly worlds apart. Well then, have a good rest, good night. Lingfeng finished speaking and leaned against the wall by the window, sitting cross-legged, unfastening the knife at his waist and holding it in his arms as he closed his eyes to rest. Upon seeing this, Siko had nothing more to say, instead turning onto her side with her back to Lingfeng and closing her eyes to rest as well. Although both had their eyes closed, neither truly fell asleep. Their hearts filled with vigilance. They could respond immediately if any enemies appeared. At this moment, at the back door of the previous bar, a blonde woman who called herself Rose was burying her head in the neck of a burly pirate, gnawing and sucking continuously. Soon, she lifted her head in satisfaction. Her red lips were stained with blood, and a pair of sharp teeth looked extremely eerie. One of her eyes had turned into a black base with red pupils, and there were even blood-red patterns around her eye socket. The pirate was casually tossed aside, and around her feet lay several pirates in disarray, each with a pair of bite marks on their necks. The blood of such lowly waste is really hard to drink. Rose took out a handkerchief, elegantly wiped her mouth, and looked around at the pirates lying on the ground with disdain. I wonder what that guy's blood tasted like earlier. Rose squinted her eyes, then snapped her long fingers, and instantly several figures appeared beside her. Handle this, and throw them to the graveyard. If there are any transformations, bring them over. Rose said to the shadows behind her without looking back. Yes, several shadows lifted the bodies of the pirates and quickly disappeared from sight. As expected of Queen Q. Her appetite is still so great. Before Rose could leave, a hoarse voice came. Upon hearing this, Rose's expression changed slightly, but quickly returned to normal. It seems like your division of grass flowers isn't here. What are you doing here? Rose turned around and said to a man. The man was dressed in a black suit and wore a black mask, with air holes at the mouth and nose area. One of his eyes under the mask was also black with red pupils, just like Rose's. That's because a dangerous individual came here, and the higher-ups instructed me to investigate. The man's hoarse voice sounded very magnetic, but the gaze from beneath the mask looked extremely dangerous. Heh, I was wondering how I sensed the presence of your four. Do they all come? Rose squinted her eyes and said to the man, Yeah, that guy's not easy to deal with. I almost got a clue from him earlier. He seems very interested in us. The man leaned against the wall, looking at Rose, and proposed a suggestion. The higher-ups asked me to relay a message, asking you to join in dealing with that guy. The two big shots know you'll definitely want to take it all for yourself. Upon hearing this, Rose's expression changed slightly, not expecting her thoughts to be directly exposed by the higher-ups. You want him to become blockade, right? Don't think about it. That guy is a natural type ability user. You can't handle him alone. The man looked at Rose's changing expression and spoke again. Natural type? Rose was somewhat surprised after hearing this. The natural type they were talking about was indeed Lingfeng, but Rose didn't expect Lingfeng to actually be a natural type ability user. Although she felt a sense of danger from Lingfeng earlier, she never thought of him as a natural type ability user. After pondering for a moment, Rose made up her mind, brushed her golden curls back over her shoulders, and smiled slightly. All right, so what should we do, Grassflower K? Lingfeng and Seiko Tojo were quietly dozing in the room, with the former enhancing his perception to the maximum. He captured every breeze around him, and soon, he heard the sound of high heels echoing in the corridor outside the room. Tap, tap, tap. A faint knocking sound arose, and Seiko Tojo instantly sat up, while Lingfeng raised his head to look at the door. He made a shushing gesture to Seiko Tojo and quietly walked to the door. Who is it? Lingfeng looked through the peephole of the door and saw a blonde woman, Rose, standing outside, seemingly drunk. Open the door. Let me in. You've got the wrong room. Lingfeng remained alert to the roses outside the door, as he didn't believe in such coincidences. Hurry up and open the door for me. Open the door quickly, Rose said while burping, her face flushed, clearly having had quite a bit to drink. I already told you it's not this room. You've got the wrong one. Lingfeng squinted, inserting the knife into her waist, always ready for a fight. Think you can mess with me, huh? I'm not leaving your doorstep now. Seeing this, Rose started cursing loudly, fueled by her drunkenness, causing people in other rooms to open their doors and join in shouting. Lingfeng felt a bit of a headache upon seeing this. He turned to look at Seiko Tojo, who had a cold expression and was tightly gripping a wooden sword. Lingfeng nodded at her, then took a deep breath and opened the door. A wave of perfume mixed with the smell of alcohol hit him, and the voluptuous body of the Rose directly fell into Lingfeng's arms. Lingfeng felt a softness on his chest, but his waist was pressed against an extremely hard and cold gun barrel. Rose raised her head, a triumphant smile curling at the corners of her mouth, her eyes clear as ever, showing no trace of the previous drunkenness. With a swift kick of her long legs beneath her high slit gown, she slammed the door shut with a bang. Got you. Chapter 54. The senior sister who makes you feel safe. Rose smiled as she pressed the gun against Lingfeng, who remained unfazed. Is that all you've got? Lingfeng directly unleashed elementalization, completely unconcerned about someone like Rose who threatened him with a gun. Yes, just me. Rose pulled the trigger without hesitation, and Lingfeng's pupils suddenly constricted as he did not smell the scent of gunpowder. Instead, he detected a salty and fishy smell of seawater. Not good. Lingfeng quickly used shave to distance himself from the Rose, but with the latter so close to him, the seawater explosive round from the high-pressure water cannon hit him directly in the stomach. Bang! Lingfeng's body was directly hit by a high-pressure water explosive shell, sending him flying backward and crashing heavily against the wall of the room. The seawater. Lingfeng's face was somewhat pale. He held his stomach as a wave of weakness washed over him. He didn't expect the other party to actually use such a modified handgun. Didn't he see this coming? Did you? This is specially designed to deal with you ability users, Rose said triumphantly as she raised the uniquely shaped gun. Below the barrel was a transparent glass test tube filled with deep blue seawater. So, Lil Handsome, get ready. Rose lifted the gun, preparing to shoot Lingfeng again, but suddenly a gust of wind swept in. Seiko Judo jumped up suddenly, a dark shadow sweeping through the air. The wooden sword in her hand swept horizontally. Bang! With a single strike, it perfectly hit Rose's wrist, causing her arm to go numb and the gun to drop. Seiko Judo lowered her body, the wooden sword held in front of her, her hands tightly gripping it. The blue eyes hidden beneath her purple long hair revealed a cold gaze as she directly aimed upward. The wooden sword transformed into a black shadow, charging toward Rose's chin. Rose, feeling her wrist go numb, was caught off guard by the presence of another person in the room. Before she could react, Siko Judo's sword struck her chin directly. Bang! The powerful force caused Rose's head to tilt back, creating an invisible airflow around her. This demonstrated just how strong Siko Judo's attack was. Damn, that hurts. You woman. Rose's head tilted back, and due to the immense force, she couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Standing firm in her high heels, she raised her head back to its original position and looked forward, only to see Siko Judo spinning around, the wooden sword creating countless afterimages as it swung toward her temple. Bang! Rose's eyes widened as her head was struck to the side by the wooden sword. In a matter of moments, she was being suppressed and attacked by Siko Judo. If it weren't for her special physique and the fact that her opponent was using a wooden sword, she would have been down for the count after just a few hits. Rose's head felt dizzy from the blow, and she pushed with her legs, leaving a mark on the floor with her high heels as she managed to steady herself. Phew! Rose spat out a mouthful of blood, looking at Siko Judo with an unpleasant expression. She didn't expect an ordinary human to have such skills. With a fierce expression, she stared at Siko Judo, exposing her sharp teeth, one eye transforming. Watch me drain you dry. Rose reached out her hand, trying to grab Siko Judo, but boom! Bang! Her voluptuous body was struck by a strong wind, breaking through the wall and crashing into the corridor. A cloud of smoke rose, and Siko Judo lowered her sword stance, turning to look at Lingfeng. Sorry, I was careless just now. Thank you. As expected of senior Judo, she provides such a strong sense of security. Lingfeng was still complaining inwardly as he slowly stood up, taking a deep breath and using his breathing techniques. The previous feeling of weakness dissipated significantly. It's okay. Be careful. She's not like a human. Siko Doku Island said, not to worry, but looked at the corridor outside the large hole in the wall, her expression somewhat serious. The corridor outside was suddenly filled with people, hearing such a loud noise. Everyone wanted to see what was happening. Ah, natural ability users are indeed troublesome. Rose's voice came out from the smoke, her black dress somewhat torn. She tilted her neck and walked out slowly with a sinister expression. It seems your strength isn't enough. Siko Doku Island squinted her eyes, looking at Rose with some excitement. Clearly, she was unusually thrilled to face an opponent that couldn't be easily defeated. What happened? I don't know. In any case, it's not good. We should retreat. The crowd in the corridor saw this scene, and some clever ones had already started to prepare to escape. Escape? Where are you going? Rose's eyes were incredibly crazy. Her face was extremely twisted, and countless blood-red tentacles extended from her back, wrapping around all the people in the corridor. The blood-red tentacles grew sharp needles, piercing into the bodies of the crowd. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. As the needles pierced in, the blood-red tentacles continued to expand, while the bodies of the onlookers instantly became shriveled. Ha 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 ha. Truly delicious. Rose covered her face with a flushed expression, looking like a crazy pervert. Hey, making such a big fuss. There's a reason she can only become a block. I say, let us end this quickly. Indeed, otherwise, if the organization's people arrive, we want to have a good ending. At this moment, the window of Lingfeng's room was smashed, and 4 figures jumped in. Crash! With the shattering of glass. The 4 figures lined up in front of Lingfeng and Siko Doku Island. Huh, it seems there are quite a few people. Lingfeng stood up, drew his knife, and looked at the 4 figures, while Dokudo Siko kept a wary eye on the roses outside the corridor. The 2 slowly approached, standing back to back. I'll take care of these 4. The woman is mine. Lingfeng and Siko Tojo may have only spent a short time together, but their level of synergy is remarkably high, as if they are partners who have fought together many times before. Lingfeng nodded slightly and directly slashed out with his knife. A violent wind swept through the room, lifting the bed, walls, and debris, all of it being pulled toward the window. Bang! The other end of the room was shattered by the tornado, and a gust of wind blew out, sending debris and dust flying. Passers-by on the street turned to look, while Lingfeng's tornado continued, causing everyone around to flee in panic. Rumbling. The surrounding buildings and houses were swept away by the tornado, with some even starting to collapse. Run! Oh no, it's a blood demon. That human is causing too much chaos. We need to get out of here. The crowd began to scatter, with Lingfeng and his companions at the center, the buildings continuously being damaged by the wind. Soon, the once bustling area was left with only Lingfeng and the 4 people across from him. He, as expected of a nature-type ability user. The man in the suit, known as Grassflower K, looked at Lingfeng, and a strange voice came from beneath his mask. You monsters call yourselves blood demons? Lingfeng heard the screams of the people around him and keenly caught a title. Grassflower-He chuckled softly at this. You don't need to worry about that, because you will soon become one of us. Chapter 55, 1 against 4. In the bustling streets of the City of Flowers, smoke was filling the air, and violent wind energy surrounded them. Lingfeng could sense the disdain in Kei's words. It seemed that the other party didn't take him seriously at all. Have I been too low-key in my actions? How can you bunch of worthless trash be so arrogant in front of me? Lingfeng's eyes were filled with hostility. He didn't waste any words with the other party and directly used the technique shave to rush towards the four of them. Holding the minion knife, a layer of black light suddenly enveloped its surface, and if one looked closely, they could see faint black flames swirling. He and the others only felt a flash before their eyes and were surprised to find that Lingfeng's speed had actually increased. While they were still in shock, Lingfeng had already appeared in front of one of them. The minion knife in his hand burst forth with black light as he slashed toward the neck of one of them. Lingfeng's strike was calculated. He keenly sensed that these monsters had remarkably strong healing abilities. If it were just simple wounds, they would likely heal quickly, so he directly prepared to behead them all. Lingfeng held a knife in both hands, about to strike one of the person's neck. Even if the blood demon had an extremely strong recovery ability, being decapitated would surely lead to death. At this critical moment, the person let out a loud roar, and on his arm, blood-red, hard flesh chunks were constantly wriggling, wrapping around his neck. With a squelching sound, the sharp blade entered the flesh, but not a drop of blood appeared. Lingfeng's blade directly slashed into the man's hardened blood mass. The opponent resisted with all his might, but Lingfeng's shadow flame was unleashed instantly. Boom! The black flames spread out in an instant, and the face beneath the man's mask twisted in agony. He never expected that Lingfeng would not use his devil fruit ability, but merely with that knife, he nearly cut him to death. Grassflower-He and others gasped in shock. They didn't even have time to react. After seeing Lingfeng suffer earlier, they really thought he was a soft persimmon that could be easily squeezed. Save me! Grassflower-He's face twisted in pain as the internal burns from Shadow Flame made him tremble all over. Although their blood demons had powerful recovery abilities, the pain of being burned from the inside was unimaginable. Lingfeng had a blank expression as He and the others rushed over. He grinned sinisterly and pressed his left hand hard on He's shoulder. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. The piercing sound of air being cut through echoed, and countless wind-style energies swirled around He's body like fine needles. The other three jumped away in alarm, and the former's screams echoed throughout the street. At this moment, Lingfeng used Moon Step combined with Shave, directly rushing into the remaining three people. The minion knife sliced through the air, emitting a terrifying wailing sound, and the sharp edge left a black flame afterimage in the air. Breath of Wind. Third form, Clear Gale Wind Tree. Lingfeng centered himself and instantly unleashed 3 wind blades, the cyan blades accompanied by black hellfire. One person was unable to dodge in time and was directly struck by the wind blade. Lingfeng swiftly drew his sword and once again used the technique Shave, instantly dashing towards another figure, ultimately passing by him. A thin line of blood rapidly spread diagonally from that person's right shoulder down to his abdomen. The person trembled slightly, and half of his body began to slide down along the bloodline. A terrifying black inferno engulfed them, instantly consuming both bodies. Lingfeng stopped, resting the tip of his sword on the ground, creating a spark. He turned to look back, and at that moment, He was standing at a distance, looking at him as if he were a monster. Lingfeng only made 3 strikes, and the 3 members of the Grassflower team, 10, J, and Q, were instantly killed. Don't think about running away. Didn't you just say that I would eventually become one of you? After seeing Lingfeng's terrifying gaze, Grassflower-He's body stiffened. He stared at Lingfeng without blinking, not daring to let him out of his sight. He was afraid that if he let his guard down for even a moment, Lingfeng would kill him with a single strike. The 3 corpses of his companions around him had already reminded him that this man in front of him was definitely not someone who relied solely on his fruit abilities to fight. No, impossible. Just a mere human. How could he be so strong? Grassflower-He roared internally, as if he had misunderstood something. He himself was once a human too. Lingfeng looked at the wary gaze of the other party and smiled cruelly. The Azure Storm energy continued to spread, directly shattering all 3 corpses. The shattered bodies, the raging black flames, and the Azure Gale. To He, this scene resembled a scene from hell. Lingfeng lightly swung the Ming Yin knife, and the black flames quietly rose, evaporating the blood on the blade. Who exactly are you? Chao Huake now regretted being so reckless to confront Lingfeng head-on. In just one encounter, their Chaohua faction had lost 3 cadres, a loss that was hard for him to bear. Moreover, now he himself might die here. You don't have to worry about that, because soon, you'll also become one of them. Lingfeng laughed wildly, returning Chaohua K's previous words unchanged. Do you think you've already won? Chaohua K raised his arms, his hands wrapped in a pair of peculiar metallic gloves. His body began to swell, muscles bulging, bursting the black suit on his upper body. Come on, little brat. Let me show you that we. Before Chaohua K could say anything more fierce, Lingfeng moved directly. Breath of Wind. First form, Dust Whirlwind Slash. This time, Lingfeng did not use the shave technique, but directly employed the Breath of Wind, indicating a charge towards the target, leaving a terrifying spiral wind blade in his wake. Come on, little brat. Chaohua K's face twisted in rage, his enormous muscular body gathering power, even crushing the stones beneath his feet. He clenched his fist and threw a punch. Boom! As he threw the punch, the metallic gloves on his arm opened a series of small holes, from which a deep blue seawater was ejected. The punch, mixed with seawater, surged forward like a massive wave towards Lingfeng. The green spiral storm and the blue water flow of the punch collided heavily. Bang! Lingfeng stepped on the moon and rapidly ascended, while behind him, the spiral storm created by inertia collided with the opponent's water flow fist wind, resulting in a direct explosion. A strong airflow carrying black flames and seawater rampaged uncontrollably. Furious wind, absolute cut. Lingfeng continuously used the moonwalk technique, darting and weaving through the air, making it difficult for Grassflower K to catch his trace, while directly unleashing his ultimate move. The hexagram appeared, and the wind-based attack continuously pierced through Grassflower K's massive body. The latter raised his arms to protect his vital areas. Blood Iron Block. However, to Lingfeng's surprise, Grassflower K executed a move similar to the Navy's 6 dials, called Iron Block, but it was covered by a layer of blood-red energy. Swish, 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 swish. 6 clones flashed around Grassflower K's body, and the latter remained completely unharmed. Ha ha ha. Kid, keep coming. Grassflower K lowered his arms, looked up at Lingfeng in the sky, and with a powerful push of his calves, soared into the sky with a bang. Chapter 56. Revolutionary Army. Lingfeng watched as the Grassflower K charged towards him. His left hand quietly gathered a ball of blue energy. Moreover, the black-armed hockey was continuously spreading on the blade of the Demon Blade Mingyan. It was like it had come to him willingly. Lingfeng squinted his eyes and directly threw the spiral shuriken out. Grassflower K let out a cold laugh, spinning in the air to dodge it. You can't hit me, little brat. Grassflower K had seen the power of this move before. One of his companions had been killed by it, so he chose to evade. Lingfeng was not surprised by this and used Shave to fly towards the opponent. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, a sound of breaking air was heard, and several blood-red chips shot over quickly. Lingfeng's gaze remained unchanged as he struck out a wall of wind to block the blood-red crystal. Meanwhile, in front of him, the powerful punch from Grassflower K was already crashing towards his face, accompanied by a significant amount of spraying seawater. TCH. More people have arrived, huh? Lingfeng saw this and used the forward slash, making him seem to disappear as he traversed to the back of Grassflower K. What? A wind blade passed through Grassflower K's body, but it still did not break through the defense. Not far away, in the heavily damaged street, several figures wearing masks emerged. Lingfeng quickly distanced himself from Chaohua K and the others, his gaze fixed on the group. At the forefront was a boy with a strong smell of blood, wearing a half-heart-shaped red mask with the letter K on it. 3 others stood behind him. According to their code names, should be several cadres from the Heart District. Their masks clearly bore markings. Heart Q was a mature woman in a red trench coat that couldn't hide her sexy figure. Her face was obscured by a mask. Heart J wore a red robe and a hood, making it impossible to determine if they were male or female. Heart 10 was wrapped in red bandages, not wearing a mask, completely covered except for their eyes, nose, and mouth, and mark of the 10 on their chest, making it hard to tell what they really were. However, they all shared a common feature. One of their eyes was black with red pupils, surrounded by blood-red markings. Chaohua K also noticed these individuals, but instead of attacking, he fell silent. Chaohua K, come back. The Revolutionary Army has arrived. Heart K spoke up, causing Lingfeng's pupils to constrict at the mention of the Revolutionary Army. Could it be that group was also here? Upon hearing this, Chao Huake appeared displeased, retracting all his blood-red energy, and his body began to wither. TC8, those troublesome guys are here. It's really annoying, Chao Huake muttered under his breath, clearly wary of the Revolutionary Army. Apologies for our organization's members offending you. We originally intended to invite you to join us, but seems we are now at odds, Hurricane said, his tone polite despite appearing as a young boy, resembling that of a noble. Lingfeng did not respond, only watching them warily. If you're interested, we can discuss it in detail tomorrow night at the abandoned warehouse in the east. Of course, you can only come alone. The King of Hearts was not angry at Lingfeng's silence. Instead, he continued to extend an olive branch. Hey, I just lost 3 companions. And you still want to recruit him? The King of Clubs couldn't hold back any longer and whispered sharply. That's the higher-up's decision. It has nothing to do with me. After the King of Hearts finished speaking, he left with the 3 people behind him, and before departing, he slightly bowed to Lingfeng, looking very elegant. Well then, I look forward to your reply. With that, the group disappeared, and the King of Clubs shot Lingfeng a cold glance before following them. The reason Lingfeng did not stop them was because System Prompt triggered hidden task. Join the Bloodsucker faction or the Hunter Alliance, Revolutionary Army faction. Subsequent task content and rewards will be activated after the host joins a faction. As the system's prompt sound came in, Lingfeng saw 2 figures slowly walking out from the other side. This is getting too chaotic, isn't it? Have all the useless cowards run away? Lingfeng turned around and was somewhat stunned when he saw the 2 women. He saw them slowly walking out from the other side of the street. One of the girls had short orange hair, wearing a red hat and goggles, dressed in a pink bell-sleeve shirt, a red short skirt, and black stockings that wrapped up to her thighs, revealing a small section of her white, jade-like legs, with brown short boots on her feet. Keela? Lingfeng was a bit stunned. Isn't this the second sister-in-law of the Revolutionary Army? Hey kid, what are you staring at? Another woman shouted at Lingfeng when she saw his expression. Lingfeng looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a woman wearing a red top hat with a long tail at the back. She had short purple hair with straight bangs, and was wearing sunglasses. The woman wore a red long-sleeved vest on top, with a tie around her neck, leather gloves, and no underwear, leaving her top open to reveal a flat stomach and 2 round shapes on either side. On the bottom, she wore a long-tailed skirt and red boots on her legs. A cigarette hung from her mouth, and she held a large flag in her hand. Belbiti? Lingfeng exclaimed in surprise, not expecting that the commander of the Revolutionary Army's Eastern Army was also here. Huh, do you know me? Bello Betty pushed his sunglasses up to the bridge of his nose and looked at Lingfeng with a somewhat dangerous gaze as he asked. Ah! Lingfeng was momentarily speechless. He had unconsciously shouted the other person's name, which raised their alertness. Putting that aside, I still have a companion fighting on the other side. So please wait a moment. Lingfeng changed the subject and prepared to help Seiko Tokiwa. We'll go with you, and I hope you can explain everything well later. Vero Beatty's gaze remained fixed on Lingfeng, who smiled wryly and flew them toward the large hole upstairs. Oh, we're flying, Kurla exclaimed excitedly, while Vero Beatty adjusted her open clothing and helped the former cover her short skirt. At this moment, in the hotel corridor, bang bang bang, Rose continuously used her blood-red tentacles to chase after Seiko Tokiwa, who was agilely dodging in the narrow space. But the former's destructive power was incredibly overwhelming. It seems using a wooden sword is still a bit too much. Seiko Tokiwa narrowly avoided a long-range attack and looked at Rose in the distance, muttering to herself, Hey, woman, where's your momentum from before? Weren't you hitting me pretty hard? Rose kept shouting, her expression twisted as she waved her hands forward, sending her blood-red tentacles slicing through the air, all rushing towards Seiko Tokiwa. Just as Seiko Tokiwa was about to dodge, she accidentally stepped on a piece of rubble and lost her balance. Oh no, Seiko Tokiwa thought to herself, realizing the danger as the blood-red tentacles were almost upon her. Before she could adjust her position, they wrapped around her tightly. Sigh, is this the end? Seiko Tokiwa sighed, her body firmly bound by the blood-red tentacles, as Rose laughed maniacally. Ha 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 ha. Woman, dedicate all your blood to me. The fine needles on those blood-red tentacles appeared, with one aimed directly at Seiko Tokiwa's blue eyes, her face contorting in pain from the intense pressure. Just as Seiko Tokiwa felt a sense of despair, the sound of a blade cutting through flesh echoed, and the blood-red tentacles binding her were severed. Seiko Tokiwa's body fell backward, but a blue figure caught her securely. Senior, I'm sorry I'm late. Chapter 57, To Root Out the Weeds. Lingfeng supported Poison Island Seiko, who looked apologetic. I'm sorry, I've been a bit of a burden. Lingfeng smiled and shook his head, indicating that there was no need to worry. You let them wait here for a moment. I'll be right back. Lingfeng finished speaking and rushed towards the distant Rose with a knife, leaving Tokisaki-Gomi, Kella, and Bello Betty behind. Seeing the murderous Lingfeng, Rose couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Her blood-colored tentacles were severed, but before they could regenerate, a terrible black flame was spreading from the cut ends of those tentacles. This scene frightened her so much that she quickly released this skill, and her fearful expression was somewhat pitiable. She changed into her usual enchanting beauty appearance, which made Lingfeng look like a heartless villain charging at her with a knife. Only Lingfeng and the others present knew that a terrible demon was hidden within Rose's heart. If you don't come over, what about Kay and the others? Did you kill them all? Rose's body trembled slightly, as Lingfeng's return meant that her companions were either dead or had escaped. By her intuition, it should be the former. Lingfeng said nothing and walked step by step with the knife in front of her. Wait! Lingfeng was just about to swing his knife down when Rose raised her hand, signaling her surrender. Spare me, and I can give you the information you want. Or anything else. Rose looked at Lingfeng, whose eyes were cold, hesitating for a moment before finally throwing him a flirtatious glance, looking all charming and seductive. Clearly, she was prepared to sell her body, which was her most valuable asset. In the distance, Crow and Bello Betty watched this scene with some disgust. This guy can't be falling for it, right? Who knows? The two whispered to each other, their eyes indifferent as they looked at Lingfeng's halted figure, their gaze carrying a hint of disdain. Only Siko Jade remained calm. She believed Lingfeng was not that kind of person. Lingfeng looked at the Rose with great interest and put down the knife in his hand. The Rose hesitated for a moment and also began to move forward, the blood-red tentacles gathering behind her but not retracting. She was very confident in her appearance and figure. She had mesmerized countless men with her sexy body and exquisite looks. But the fate of those men was very tragic, as they were ultimately drained of their blood. The two approached slowly, and Lingfeng smiled as he raised his hand to lift the Rose's chin. The latter looked at him with a shy expression, a faint blush appearing on her delicate face. However, behind her, 4 blood-red tentacles condensed, emitting a faint red glow, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Lingfeng. Because her other hand was resting on the gun holster strapped to her thigh, which contained another gun filled with seawater. Die for me, you little brat. 4 blood-red tentacles suddenly sprang from her, quickly lifting the hem of her dress, and she swiftly drew her gun, aiming it at Lingfeng from the front and back. With a thrust, the sound of a blade piercing flesh was heard, and Lingfeng remained expressionless as the demonic knife pierced through the Rose's chest. The Rose's red single eye gradually widened. Filled with disbelief, she didn't know when Lingfeng had drawn the knife. It seems I underestimated you. The Rose forced a miserable smile, lowering her head to look at the demonic knife that pierced her, feeling a burning sensation in her chest. Soon, her body was engulfed by black flames, the violent shadow flames continuously scorching her insides. Even with their vampire regeneration, they could not withstand the internal burning of the shadow flames. The astonishing pain from her burning insides made the Rose's consciousness begin to blur. Lingfeng slightly tilted his body, pulling the demon sword to the side, and the Mingyan knife directly sliced through half of the opponent's body, emerging from the waist. Rose spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and a large amount of blood gushed from her wound, while the blood-colored tentacles behind her also vanished. With a thud, Rose's body slowly fell to the ground. Lingfeng remained expressionless as he slowly sheathed his sword. He looked at Rose, who lay on the ground and was not yet fully dead, and concentrated green energy at his fingertips, directly firing a finger bullet to blow her head off. Boom! Black flames accompanied by green wind spread out, completely covering her corpse, and soon it was burned to a charred black, cutting the grass to remove the roots. These blood demons have tenacious vitality and must not be given the slightest chance to counterattack. Lingfeng finished these tasks and then turned around, walking towards the other 3. This guy is really ruthless and heartless. Yes, just now, it seems we misjudged him. The gazes of Bello Betty and Kurla shifted from disdain to shock in an instant. The impression left by Lingfeng's earlier actions was simply too profound for the two of them. Only Poison Island Siko looked at Lingfeng with a gentle expression, covering her arm, and asked with concern, "Are you okay, Lingfeng? Are you all right? How's your injury?" Lingfeng looked at the somewhat pale face of Siko Doku and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" "It's nothing serious, just my arm feels a bit broken from the pressure." Siko Doku shook her head, indicating that she was fine. "It's my fault for coming too late." "It's not your fault. During their conversation, it seemed they had forgotten that there were two other people nearby. Hey, we're still here. Keela pouted, addressing Lingfeng, who was ignoring the two of them. Ha ha, sorry. Lingfeng supported Poison Island Seiko and looked at the two revolutionaries, already having made a choice about the hidden mission in his heart. By the way, do you revolutionaries still need people? That group of bloodsuckers that was just killed could be considered my application for joining. Let's leave this place first. My subordinates should be arriving soon. Bello Betty took a puff of her cigarette, somewhat surprised by Lingfeng's request, but she didn't answer immediately. Instead, she looked around at the broken walls and the corpses under the ruins, sighed. These damn monsters. As soon as she finished speaking, a woman with chestnut-colored hair and bronze skin rushed out from the hallway with a group of people. She wore a windproof mask and a dark green shirt, and surprisingly, her left hand was a mechanical prosthetic. Captain Betty, Keela, are you all right? Ahiru? You're too late. Betty took a puff of her cigarette and looked at the guards brought by Ahiru, speaking in a somewhat serious tone. Sorry. The outer buildings collapsed due to some unknown force, and we had to exert some effort to get in. It's okay. Let's handle these corpses quickly to avoid causing panic. By the way, I'll take these two guys away first, and you can take care of the aftermath. Betty extinguished her finished cigarette, nodded to Ahiru, and then left with Lingfeng and Seiko. Lingfeng followed Betty and Kira downstairs. At this time, several modified cars were already parked at the bottom of the building. It must be said that due to the presence of the muscle turtles, transportation here was quite convenient. At this moment, many individuals dressed in guard uniforms got out of the cars. Their outfits were the same as those Lingfeng had seen at the entrance, all carrying backpacks, with tubes sticking out of the sides connected to guns on their belts. Chapter 58. So many old friends? These were members of the Revolutionary Army and local residents of the Flower City, forming a guard team also known as the Hunter Alliance. Betty and Kira got into an antique car and signaled for Lingfeng to join them. Lingfeng supported Dudu Seiko as they got into the car. Betty pressed the gas pedal, and the muscle turtles continuously pulled the lever, quickly starting the vehicle. While driving fast, she picked up the phone bug and said a few words to the other end. Let's go to the nearby base to discuss your joining the Hunter Alliance. Okay. Lingfeng quickly reset Seiko's arm. She bit her lip tightly, and despite the pain that left her cheeks covered in sweat, she did not show any expression of suffering. Phew. Thankfully, I learned this simple technique from Butterfly. Lingfeng let out a sigh of relief, as it turned out that Seiko Tokusaki's injuries were not serious. About half an hour later, Lingfeng and the others arrived near a building. Although it was just a base, it was clear that the Hunter Alliance had become a presence akin to the Guard Army in the City of Flowers. In this City of Flowers, which was home to vampires, the Hunter Alliance was evidently the force opposing them. Although they were part of the Revolutionary Army, their status was likely akin to that of Guardians. It was the early hours of the morning, and after a night of battle, the sky was already starting to brighten. However, the interior of the building was brightly lit, with many people moving about. Upon entering the Hunter Alliance's premises, they reached a large door where nurse personnel were present. They smiled at Lingfeng and Seiko Tokusaki, clearly having received orders to prepare for them. What were they planning to do? Lingfeng already had some guesses in his mind, but he still asked. To prevent vampires from sneaking in, anyone entering the building must undergo a blood test. Lingfeng and Seiko Tojo exchange a glance, both of them sharing a bitter smile. It's just a formality. Although you fought against the vampire, the process still has to be followed. At that moment, Betty lit another cigarette, and the acrid smoke made Kira cover her nose and wave her arms quickly a couple of times. Lingfeng and Seiko Dauga had no choice but to let two nurses draw some blood. How can they test to prove that it is not from a vampire? Lingfeng covered his arm and asked curiously. The blood of the blood demon emits a strong smell, particularly foul and fishy, as long as one's nose is functioning. Anyone can smell it. Betty shook off the ash from her cigarette, and after the two nurses finished their examination, they nodded at her. Betty then led the three of them into the building. The four entered a conference room where many people were seated. Moreover, they were all old acquaintances. Ghostman, Jean, Click, Balu. Lingfeng was stunned when he saw the Krieg pirates. Crocodile, Sam, Bucci. He was even more surprised when he saw the Black Cat pirates. Not only were these people here, but there were also two priestesses sitting here. One was older and the other younger, both dressed in white shirts and red skirts, with white socks and wooden clogs. The older one had long black hair and looked exactly like Kikyo, which almost made Lingfeng unable to hold back his sarcasm. The younger one, who looked a bit smaller, had snow-white, crystal-clear skin and very smooth black hair, resembling a twin sister of Shiroyuki. What the hell is going on? Even Lingfeng was a bit confused. How did so many pirates end up here? And what about the priestesses? Are these the newcomers you mentioned? The younger priestess looked at Lingfeng, seemingly doubting his strength. Don't underestimate him. He single-handedly killed 3 bloodsucker executives besides the Weeding Flower K. And he also killed Block Q. As soon as Betty finished speaking, the conference room fell silent. Hey, are you kidding me, Chief? This little brat? Knafe, wearing golden battle armor, had his hands crossed under his chin, scrutinizing Lingfeng with an expression of disbelief regarding his strength. Huh, haven't you been beaten by the Straw Hat Kid enough? Lingfeng squinted his eyes and, after seeing the provocation in Click's gaze, said mockingly, What? Little brat, do you dare to say that again? Boss, don't be impulsive. Just as Click was about to explode, a gene stopped him. Lingfeng ignored him and found a spot to sit down. Poison Island Seiko also obediently sat beside him without saying a word. Captain Crick is still as fiery as ever. Chloe pushed up his glasses with his wrist, a habit formed from years of wearing iron claws, which made him unable to use his fingers to adjust his glasses. You all should say less. At this moment, Keela stepped in to smooth things over, fearing that Lingfeng might get angry and chop them all down. She had witnessed how ruthless Lingfeng could be. These pirates were not enough for him to cut down. You want to join the Hunter Alliance? At this time, the priestess resembling Kikyo spoke up, her voice pleasant, making one feel a sense of tranquility. Yes, that group of bloodsuckers wanted me to join as well, but I ignored them. Lingfeng looked at her and answered truthfully. I see, Miss Betty, I think it's fine. The priestess nodded and directly agreed. Is that so? If you say it's okay, then it is. The priestess's name was Rui, and she was clearly part of the leadership of the Hunter Alliance. What about you, Xingxue? Kala turned to another little priestess and asked with a smile. Well, since Sister Rui agreed, I have no objections, said the little priestess named Xingxue nonchalantly, though she still found it hard to believe that Lingfeng could kill so many vampire executives on his own. Well then, welcome to both of you. How about a self-introduction? Betty said, extinguishing her cigarette. I'm Lingfeng, a pirate, and this is my companion, Poison Island Seiko. Lingfeng stood up and said, while Poison Island Seiko also got up and slightly bowed to everyone, seemingly very polite. Pirates? Bringing a woman out to be a pirate? Huh. Crick was still a bit displeased with Lingfeng, and his tone made the latter narrow his eyes. Shave. A piercing sound of breaking air came, and Lingfeng directly flashed to Crick's back, with a spear of wind energy pointed at his head, looking at him with cold eyes. If you want to die, I can fulfill your wish. Lingfeng's actions startled everyone in the conference room, but Click's face turned pale. He could clearly feel that his occiput seemed to be penetrated. No, I was joking. Click finally yielded. Lingfeng put away his finger gun and once again used the technique to return to his seat. In an instant, his movement made it seem as if he had never moved at all. Now, everyone in the conference room believed that the man named Lingfeng was extremely terrifying in strength. All right, enough messing around. Betty clapped her hands, signaling everyone to quiet down. Let's first have Rui and Lingfeng explain the current situation in the Flower City. Hearing Betty's words, the shrine, Maiden Rui also nodded, took a deep breath, and slowly said, Then, let's start by talking about the bloodsuckers and their coded organization. Chapter 59, 2 Terrifying Enemies. In a conference room of the Hunter Alliance Revolutionary Army base in Flower City. After listening to the priestess Rui's account, Lingfeng finally gained a preliminary understanding of the Flower City and that group of blood demons. This group of blood demons should be the work of a certain devil fruit user who is currently lurking within the Flower City with unknown intentions. As for the blood demons, they were transformed by him. According to Rui, those who are bitten have a chance of becoming blood demons and joining their ranks. They feed on human blood and usually hide among the crowd, appearing like normal people. This is somewhat similar to vampires, but not completely convertible. If they're bitten and do not wake up, then they are truly done for. If they're transformed, they may become one of 2 types. One type is the one-eyed blood demons that Lingfeng saw earlier. These one-eyed blood demons possess powerful abilities and higher recovery rates, making them very difficult to deal with. The other type is the 2-eyed blood demons, which are much weaker and far inferior to the one-eyed blood demons. As for their playing card numbers, they represent their self-created organization, the Clowns. The numbers 10 to K are all organization executives, all one-eyed blood demons. The numbers 2 to 9 are all 2-eyed blood demons, referred to as lackeys or foot soldiers, and they are numerous. The 4 aces represent the leaders of the 4 suits, who are quite mysterious, and no one has seen them yet. Lastly, there are the 2 clowns, represented by the 2 Joker cards, who have also never been seen. The foot soldiers range from A to B class, while the Blood Demon executives are all considered S-class dangerous entities, with the leaders being SS class, and the two clowns categorized as SSS class. The reason for the inclusion of pirate crews within the Hunter Alliance is that everyone is currently part of humanity. If there were to be any internal strife now, the Blood Demons would surely be laughing. Priestess Rui and Xingyue both come from the Priestess Shrine on Fox Shadow Mountain. And after the Empress went into seclusion, the issues in Flower City have been entrusted to them to handle. Interestingly, the priestesses seem to possess the power to purify evil spirits, having unique divine powers to deal with this group of Blood Demons. As for the internal structure of the Hunter Alliance, it also has a hierarchy similar to that of the Blood Demon organization. Hunters are divided into 6 levels: Level 3, Level 2, Level 1, Upper Level, Special Level, and Ultimate Level, with Level 3 being the lowest and Ultimate Level the highest. Many guards in Flower City are Level 3 hunters, specifically responsible for guarding against the capture of A and B class Blood Demons. After Rui finished speaking, Lingfeng and Poison Island Seiko were digesting this information. If the people in Flower City know about the Blood Demons, why don't they run away? Lingfeng broke the silence in the conference room, and everyone turned to look at him. This city is very large, and many people are natives who have lived here for generations. Where could they go? It's not like you pirates can roam around freely. Xing Shui immediately made a merciless remark, which left Lingfeng speechless. By the way, you haven't answered me yet. How do you know my name? At this moment, Betty held a cigarette between her lips and looked at Lingfeng with a somewhat dangerous gaze. I've heard of the Revolutionary Army, especially a commander as beautiful and sexy as you. Lingfeng could only find some random excuse to deal with it. Is that so? Betty's sunglasses began to reflect light, making it impossible to see her expression. Lingfeng didn't intend to say much more. He knew that the reason the Revolutionary Army was cooperating with this group of pirates was that their main forces were not here. It was understandable. Lingfeng knew the reason. After the Straw Hat crew defeated one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile, the Revolutionary Army learned about the reports. The branch leader of the Revolutionary Army was assassinated by CP9, resulting in the deaths of 23 Revolutionary Army soldiers. At that time, they were definitely dealing with these matters. Furthermore, after the Straw Hat crew caused a ruckus at Eni's lobby, the Revolutionary Army successfully overthrew the regime of the St. Dora Kingdom in the South Sea. Later, they arrived at the bridge kingdom of Tequila Wolf, liberating the local slaves who were forced to build bridges, ending the kingdom's bridge-building project that had lasted for hundreds of years and rescuing Nico Robin. By that time, the Straw Hat crew had already been sent flying by Kuma to the Sabati archipelago. In the original plot, Nico Robin would later explain in Water 7 that many countries in the world were spreading the ideas of the Revolutionary Army's dragon, leading to rebellions in those kingdoms. Some countries had already collapsed as a result, and the governments were extremely angry, viewing the Revolutionary Army's dragon as the most notorious criminal in the world. Currently, the Empress of the Shinkakura Kingdom is in seclusion, and the flower capital has fallen into the terror of the Blood Demon's internal strife. With the Revolutionary Army present, it's hard not to think of something. I've heard that this place is already independent, isn't it? Lingfeng no longer spoke to Betty, but instead asked Rui. Yes, I am the lord of this city, Rui said, revealing an astonishing statement. Didn't you say you were helping the Empress manage the City of Flowers? Tokido Seiko couldn't help but ask at this moment. Sigh, I don't know what's wrong with the Empress. She doesn't care about the current situation in the City of Flowers. If I don't step up to say I'm helping with independence, what will everyone in the City of Flowers think? Rui sighed, looking somewhat helpless. Then why is the Empress in seclusion? Lingfeng asked a question that everyone was curious about, but while others didn't dare to ask, he went straight to the point without hesitation. It has a lot to do with the Blood Demon here and those 2 men. Those 2 men? Lingfeng did not expect Ruo Yi to say it out loud, and the others also held their breath, waiting for Ruo Yi's next words. Well, that legendary and terrifying pirate, as well as the man known as the Golden Emperor. Ruo Yi's tone gradually became serious, and the next words left Lingfeng and the others in shock. Roxdy, Jibek, and Guild Tesoro. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone stood up, including Lingfeng. Hey, are you joking? This could be a bit tricky. Click's face darkened at this moment, his expression becoming extremely serious, while closed glasses reflected light, and cold sweat kept trickling down his cheeks. Lingfeng finally understood why this place would be one of the main quest branches and why there were hidden tasks. Even Barrow, Betty, and Keela had somewhat grim expressions. The reason was these 2 men. The former, Roxdy, Zebek, was the captain of the Rocks Pirates. who dominated the seas over 40 years ago and had immense ambitions of becoming the king of the world. He was the overlord before Joel D. Roger rose to fame. And Sengoku remarked that he might have been Roger's first and strongest opponent. He once gathered a group of powerful subordinates, including the legendary pirate Shiki, the Golden Lion, the Yonko Edward Newgate, Whitebeard, Charlotte Lin, Big Mom, Kaido, the Beast King, and some future famous pirates like Silver Axe and Captain John. Due to his ambition to become the king of the world and his open defiance against the world government, he was erased from the world and history for his heinous crimes. Many years ago, on Pirate Island Hachinos, Rocks D. Zebek was one of the pirates gathered for a lucrative opportunity. This group of pirates became a faction, with Zebek as the leader. With a powerful crew, the Rocks Pirates became the strongest pirate crew of that time. However, later at God Valley, the Rocks Pirates attempted to attack the Celestial Dragons and their slaves, but were thwarted by Marine Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp. After Garp teamed up with GOLD, Roger, the Rocks Pirates were annihilated and God Valley disappeared from the map. That man vanished without a trace from then on. The presence of such a powerful and terrifying man on God Sakura Island was undoubtedly a significant challenge for Lingfeng. As for the latter, Gil D. Sorrow is the man now known as the Golden Emperor of the Sea, possessing 20 of the world's wealth. His massive golden ship, Grand Tesoro, is a neutral zone where pirates, the Navy, and celestial dragons can all enjoy themselves. Moreover, he is also a user of the Golden Devil Fruit and has awakened abilities. If these two men come together, it would surely result in a terrifying event. Did that guy Rocks team up with Sorrow because he wanted money? Lingfeng's expression was unusually serious. With his current strength, facing these two tricky enemies was extremely difficult. Had the Empress been driven to a dead end by them? Lingfeng saw the pale faces of the people around him and spoke up to break the oppressive atmosphere. Currently, we don't know the situation, and our nine-tailed fox lord of the Miko Shrine has also been mysteriously absent lately. Xingyue's cute little face showed and the current situation is definitely not good for them. Since that's the case, let's not worry too much. Let me join the Hunters Alliance for now, what do you say? Lingfeng looked at Betty, who also raised her head to look at him. I think you need a strong helper right now. Lingfeng knew that his joining would definitely not be rejected by these people, as the opponents they might face were simply too powerful. No problem, but you'd better not have any crooked ideas, said Bello Betty, exhaling a puff of smoke with indifferent tone. System prompt. Hidden task 1 completed, faction selection. This task has no rewards, subsequent tasks unlocked. Hidden task 2, become a superior hunter. Prepare for subsequent hidden tasks. Task rewards, fruit development ability 5, physique 30, swordsmanship value 50. The subsequent tasks finally appeared, and the task rewards were quite good. After all, this is a continuous task. By the way, my companion is a bit injured. Can you help her? Also, how about giving her a suitable weapon? Lingfeng glanced at the side of the poisonous island Siko and said to Betty, no problem, follow me. With Lingfeng's involvement, Betty temporarily put aside her suspicions about the two of them. Lingfeng nodded and followed along with Siko to do, greeting Wakaba in the conference room before temporarily leaving. After exiting the conference room, Bello Betty had a few nurses check Tadu's arm and found that there was no serious issue, as long as she didn't exert too much force with it. The three then arrived at a warehouse filled with a large number of weapons. Choose whatever you like, but you can only take one, Betty said. She then lit another cigarette, clearly showing that she had a strong smoking habit. Lingfeng nodded, allowing Siko Busujima to begin her selection alone. Siko looked excitedly at the weapons in the warehouse, constantly searching. There were all kinds of weapons here, and soon her gaze locked onto a katana with a red scabbard. The handle was crimson, the scabbard a deep red, adorned with cherry blossom patterns. Siko drew the sword, and at the moment of drawing, a crisp sword song echoed, the blade shimmering with a hint of crimson light. A shiny long sword, over a meter in length, was now firmly in her grip. What fine sword. Hey, you can take other weapons, but this sword might be a bit difficult to part with. Lingfeng was still talking to Betty when the latter heard a sound of a blade humming. She turned her head and immediately walked nervously to Siko Tadu's side. Why? Lingfeng walked over at this moment, and he admired the katana in Tokisaki Siko's hand. He could tell that although this sword was not as powerful as the demon sword Mingyan, it was still a good weapon. This sword had been used by the priestesses on Kamiyama Island, but it was said to have been tainted by the blood demon's power after purifying too much filth, making it difficult for its wielder to control their bloodlust. I should have discarded it, but Yukino told me to leave it here for now. So it had been sitting in the warehouse, and I nearly forgot about it. Betty took a deep drag from her cigarette and said to Lingfeng, this is it. However, Tokisaki Siko was indifferent lightly swinging the sword. The slender blade flickered with a snowy white light, and if one looked closely, they would see a hint of crimson glimmering along the blade. Are you sure? Betty turned to Lingfeng, who shrugged, indicating it was nothing to worry about. Rather than saying this sword was just sitting here, it would be more accurate to say that its most suitable master had already appeared. When Lingfeng was speaking, Siko Doku had already inserted the knife into her waist, looking quite satisfied. Well, do as you please, but I won't take responsibility if something happens. Seeing this, Betty also decided not to persuade her anymore and sighed. Does this knife have a name? Siko Doku walked over to the two of them, one hand resting on the hilt, exuding a samurai aura. Rui mentioned it before. It seems to be called Blood Dance. I think that's the name. Betty extinguished her cigarette, but recalling as she spoke. Blood Dance, what a nice name. Siko Doku appeared very pleased with her new weapon. By the way, I just saw Hashiyuki also seem to be carrying a katana, and Rui is using a bow and arrow. Is the shrine of the priestess abundant in katanas? Lingfeng suddenly recalled that earlier in the conference room, there was a katana with a snow-white sheath placed next to Xingxue. That's about right. The two most famous swords on this are one used by Xingxue, and the other is in the city of Shuiyue. Betty led the two out of the warehouse and closed the door. She wanted to smoke, but found she was out. Oh, what is its name? What grade is it? Lingfeng became interested and was particularly curious about good knives. I'm not quite sure either. You can ask her personally when the time comes. Betty casually squeezed the cigarette case and said impatiently, All right. Lingfeng saw this and didn't say anything more, but he noticed that Ko-Erla suddenly rushed over in a hurry. Lingfeng, Rui just told me to let you go to the adjacent district. That area is the district of those Red Heart vampires. Chapter 61. I'm here to slaughter you. The Red Heart district? Lingfeng recalled the words that the King of Hearts had said to him before, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Then let's go take a look. Lingfeng nodded at Poison Island Siko, who understood him immediately. Thanks to the earlier information from Wakaba, he knew that this area was the safest right now, as all the square vampire officers, except for the leader square A, were already dead. The last square Q was also killed by Lingfeng, which is why Rose wanted him to become square K. After all, there were some competitive relationships within their vampire ranks. A safe area with more humans represented more food and lower risks. Kira handed a stack of documentation to Lingfeng, who picked it up to take a look. He and Poison Island Siko had only become level 1 and level 2 hunters, respectively. Although he had killed several of the opposing officers, it seemed he had not yet gained much trust since he had just joined. Are we ready to set off now? Lingfeng looked at the somewhat dim sky and asked Kurla. No, you guys should take a break, eat something, and then change your clothes. Kurla smiled and said, looking at the two with somewhat dirty clothes. Lingfeng and Poison Island Siko nodded. The earlier battles and tense nerves had indeed made them a bit tired. The weather was somewhat gloomy. Around 4 o'clock in the evening, there was a knock on Lingfeng's door. Lingfeng, it's time to set off. The voice outside was from Xingxue, and it was clear that she had come to lead the team this time. Lingfeng washed up and changed into a black suit, looking quite formal. He inserted the demon Sword Ming Yin into his waist and opened the door. Outside, Xingxue, dressed in a Miko outfit, was already waiting for him. Although you've killed several officials, you still need to be assessed. Xingxue still had that proud look on her face, but Lingfeng didn't mind. Let's go. As Lingfeng's voice fell, the door on the other side opened, and Siko Koda walked out. She had changed into a black business outfit, and the fitted pencil skirt had a tear on the right side. Black stockings wrapped around her beautiful legs, and she wore high heels. Her dark purple hair was elegantly styled into a high ponytail. This outfit gave her an air of mature femininity. Like Lingfeng, she also had a knife tucked into the belt at her waist, looking both capable and sexy. It suits you quite well. Lingfeng smiled, and Siko Bisujima seemed a little shy, but Lingfeng knew that this was her most prominent characteristic. Siko was somewhat oblivious when it came to dressing, often unintentionally wearing very sexy outfits. The three of them exited the base, and the bustling street was filled with cars. It was still vibrant and lively outside. The antique car was still parked outside, and Kurla was inside waving at Lingfeng and the others. They got into the car, and it started up. Soon, they arrived at the territory of the Red Heart Vampire, which was their domain. The car stopped at the Hunter Alliance branch in the Red Heart area, which used to be the base of the city's peacekeepers. Xingxue took Lingfeng and Siko Bisujima inside to handle some paperwork, greeted the people inside, and finally handed Lingfeng a stack of documents. Lingfeng examined the complex information above, which was not difficult to understand. It mainly involved people disappearing without cause and terrifying monsters at night. The place was filled with evil vampires, and the vampires in the Hearts district were cunning. Our job was simple: find them and kill them. The cold light flickered in Xing Shue's beautiful eyes as she spoke to Lingfeng. However, Lingfeng knew that perfectly locating this group of vampires would not be easy. They usually hid among ordinary people, only appearing when hunting for food, and at other times, they were no different from regular humans. Moreover, they had strong recovery abilities and a variety of skills. The most important thing was not how to kill them, but to find out where they were. Nevertheless, Lingfeng had received important news. Tonight, the cadres of Hearts would be waiting for his response at a certain abandoned warehouse nearby. Lingfeng informed Xing Shui about this matter, and she understood immediately, setting off with him. 2 hours later, Lingfeng arrived alone at an abandoned warehouse, where it seemed many old belongings were scattered inside. Lingfeng opened the warehouse door, and a musty smell rushed out. Lingfeng's expression remained unchanged as he strode inside. "I didn't expect you to actually come," said the voice of Red King. Lingfeng turned to look and saw the latter, appearing like a ghost, materialized within the warehouse. "So have you thought it through?" Red King seemed confident in Lingfeng's response, with a calm smile beneath the mask. "I've thought it through. I'm here to take you down." Lingfeng drew his knife and said expressionlessly, "I guess so." The King of Hearts seemed to have anticipated Lingfeng's response and was not surprised. "Then, we'll have to forcefully make you one of us." After saying this, the King of Hearts vanished into the darkness, and the other three, Ten of Hearts, Jack, and Queen, appeared in different corners of the warehouse. "I already said not to waste time. Why bother talking to someone like this?" The Queen of Hearts shot a charming glance at Lingfeng, while the other two vampires remained silent. "He, your companions outside will be left to the little demons. Let's see what you do about that." The eyes behind the Queen's mask squinted playfully as she spoke to Lingfeng. "What you should worry about is whether they are enough for my companions to kill." Lingfeng suddenly burst into maniacal laughter and rushed out with a knife. At this moment, not far outside the warehouse, Xing Shui and Tokisaki Siko were still in the car. "Is it okay for him to go alone?" Xing Shui glanced at Tokisaki Siko, who seemed unconcerned about Lingfeng's safety. "His strength is very strong." Tokisaki Siko's tone was cold, and she said little. Really?" Xing Shui sneered. For some reason, she didn't like Lingfeng. Before Xing Shui could finish her sentence, Tokisaki Siko suddenly turned her head and looked at a person outside the car. "Blood demon." Tokisaki Siko's icy gaze made Xing Shui freeze for a moment. "How do you know?" Although Xing Shui had decent strength and experience fighting blood demons, she couldn't perceive some differences between ordinary people and blood demons. Only during battle would the witch's magical powers emerge. Tokisaki Siko said nothing and directly pushed open the car door, stepping out in her high heels. The pedestrian was a middle-aged woman carrying a bag of groceries, with a kind smile on her face. "Wait, Tokisaki, how do you know she is?" Xing Shui, holding a knife, quickly followed Tokisaki Siko, asking curiously. "Intuition from having fought the dead." Tokisaki Siko watched the woman walk into a narrow alley, the sound of her high heels echoing as she quickly followed. "Dead? Fought? Intuition?" Xing Shui was confused. She certainly didn't know that Tokisaki Siko had fought with zombies before. She was somewhat surprised. Were these two new companions really okay? In the dim and messy alley, the middle-aged woman moved slowly. "Monster, stop!" Tokisaki Siko's gaze grew colder, her voice filled with frost coming from behind the middle-aged woman. Chapter 62. The Senior's Killing Feast. "Oh my, little girl, who are you?" The middle-aged woman turned back with a smile, still wearing a kind expression. "There are quite a few blood bags in that bag, aren't there?" Tokisaki Siko's emotionless words caused the middle-aged woman's expression to change, her squinting eyes suddenly wide open. Those eyes were filled with dark red blood. "Little girl, so young and beautiful, do you really want to die? I love draining the blood of young stinky women like you." The kind expression on the middle-aged woman's face vanished, her features twisting grotesquely. No wonder Kabadong said that young women would be eaten. This place is full of such twisted monsters. The middle-aged woman charged at Tokisaki Siko with clawing hands, moving extremely fast. As the woman lunged at Tokisaki Siko, her arms transformed into thick appendages, trying to grab and overpower her. Tokisaki Siko didn't even feel the urge to dodge this attack. She waved her left arm to deflect the woman's attack trajectory to the side. Her beautiful leg in high heels lifted and kicked the woman in the stomach, causing her to immediately bend over like a shrimp and spit out a mouthful of blood. Tokisaki Siko's other standing leg twisted in place, executing a side kick that landed a powerful blow to the woman's head. Bang! The middle-aged woman's body slammed against the wall, leaving spiderweb-like cracks in the surface. "You stinky woman." Before the middle-aged woman could stand up, Tokisaki Siko instantly drew her sword and slashed off her head. Splat! Blood sprayed everywhere, and Tokisaki Siko stepped back, avoiding the blood spray's range. Just then, Xing Shui entered the alley and was shocked by the scene. "Get someone to clean this up." Tokisaki Siko flicked her long knife. The blood splattered on the blade, falling to the ground, forming a half-circle of splattered blood. She walked out of the alley, sheathing her knife, and brushed past Xing Shui. Before Xing Shui could regain her composure, Tokisaki Siko had already left the alley. They really are two formidable monsters. Xing Shui sighed and took out her phone bug to call for cleanup. She then walked out of the alley, only to see Tokisaki Siko standing still, looking around warily, her expression serious. "What's wrong?" Before Xing Shui could finish, she saw pairs of dark red eyes appearing in the surrounding darkness. "So many minions?" Xing Shui was taken aback. She and T expected their trail to be discovered. "It seems your partner's negotiation has broken down." Xing Shui leaned against Tokisaki Siko, looking around as she spoke. He, the Hunter Alliance? Such adorable young girls. I haven't had the chance to drain blood from the Hunter Alliance yet, and young women's blood must be delicious. Come on, let's start the hunt, brothers." Blood demons emerged from the darkness, their blood-red eyes fixed on Tokisaki Siko and Xing Shui, their expressions extremely excited. However, Tokisaki Siko was even more thrilled. Just like this, bring more." Tokisaki Siko was actually smiling in this environment, her expression somewhat crazed. Even Xing Shui felt a bit scared seeing her expression. "Go, kill them." More and more blood demons appeared, all wearing masks with the red heart symbol, completely surrounding the two of them. "Is this all? There's no need for a clock at all." Tokisaki Siko's smile grew increasingly joyful, her snow-white face even showing a somewhat sickly flush. She stepped in her high heels, actually moving towards a group of blood demons, the sound of her heels on the ground growing louder, her speed increasing. A blood demon sensed something was wrong and turned to flee, but it seemed too late. Various blood-red lights surged towards Tokisaki Siko in a whirlwind of movement. In that brief moment, it seemed Tokisaki Siko had already been surrounded. Seeing this scene, Xing Shui was alarmed, and just as she was about to rush to help, she was blocked by a blood demon. She drew her snowy white long knife. The moment she drew it, it seemed like cherry blossoms were falling, a chilling aura emerging. With one slash, the blood demon she struck was as if covered in countless cherry blossoms. There was no sound of the knife entering flesh. The blood demon's body was directly severed, the wound smooth. This was because Xing Shui wielded one of the sharpest knives from Shinying Island, one of the 21 works. The famous blade, Shuang. While Xing Shui dealt with the blood demon, the bright knife light sliced through the night air. Tokisaki Siko's black figure darted rapidly among the blood demons, each strike severing the mutated parts of the blood demons. Splat, splat, splat. Unlike Xing Shui's slashes, every strike from Siko Tokishima is accompanied by a rhythmically satisfying sound of meat being sliced, sending shivers down the spine. Several arms are instantly severed, crushed under Siko's high heels, turning into countless bits of flesh. The blood demons with severed arms scream in agony, some in disbelief, unable to comprehend how this mature beauty before them possesses such terrifying strength. Moreover, she seems to revel in the slaughter, her movements quickening and her expression growing more frenzied. Siko bends down, swiftly dashing in front of a blood demon, her body turning sideways as her blade sweeps horizontally. The blood dance blade, leaving behind a shimmering afterimage in the air. A blood demon is instantly cut in half with a single strike. This demon with blood-red eyes is annihilated by Siko. Furthermore, Siko does not stop. She brushes past another blood demon, swiftly slashing with her blade. Her cold blue eyes seem to glimmer with a bloodthirsty light. The shining blade continues to appear, and Siko's figure, compared to the blood demons, resembles a ghost, moving with such speed that it instills fear. The blood demons are continuously approached by her, and with a swift swing of her blade, a demon's head is sent flying, making it feel as if it were soaring through the air, as if the entire world had turned upside down. Siko's rapid strikes leave the demon unable to feel pain. Even when beheaded, it cannot comprehend what has happened. The moonlight quietly emerges. It is already past 6 o'clock, and the sky has completely darkened. Holding her long blade, Siko stands amidst the stench of blood, and the remaining blood demons, looking at Siko under the blood-red moonlight, feel a chilling dread for the first time. "Hey, monster, Impossible. How could a mere human? Before the blood demon can finish speaking, Siko, expressionless, kicks out, pulling the blade from its chest, then bends down to evade an attack from behind, swiftly slicing horizontally with her long knife. Another head is sent soaring, blood spraying into the sky, intertwining with the moonlight, resembling a blood-red moon. Ah, this feeling is simply irresistible. Siko's expression is one of excitement. This slaughter is what she has longed for. However, this expression frightens the group of blood demons into fleeing. But how could Siko allow these prey to escape so easily? The sound of miserable wails and desperate pleas fills the surroundings, and under the blood-red moonlight, blood continues to spurt, turning the area into the most terrifying hell. Chapter 63. Any last words? Xingxue is still confronting a blood demon at this moment. Although her strength is considerable, with swordsmanship and the power of a shrine maiden, along with her famous sword, she finds it quite easy to deal with a blood demon. However, compared to a ferocious person like Siko Tokushima, she still seems somewhat inexperienced. Please, spare me. Just as Xingxue is about to strike, she finds that the blood demon before her suddenly kneels down to beg for mercy. She is taken aback, thinking it might be a trick, and just as she prepares to attack, she hears the sound of high heels approaching from behind. This prompts her to turn around and discover Siko, her black suit stained with blood, and a trace of blood on her exquisite cheek. She holds a knife that is still dripping blood, and the bloodthirsty, excited gleam in her eyes is chilling. Please spare me. I can provide some information. The only surviving blood demon finds its legs weak, looking at the sea of corpses behind Siko and the horrific scene of blood flowing like a river. This hellish sight is enough to instill fear. Why, you are just too terrifying. Xingxue also witnesses this scene, and for the first time, she puts away her underestimation of Siko. At this moment, she cannot help but think, if Siko Tokushima is this powerful and terrifying, then what kind of monster is Lingfeng? Who can slay 3 blood demon executives? The blood demon, while stalling for time, begins to crawl backward. Once it has distanced itself from Xingxue, it grits its teeth and quickly stands up to flee. Just as it takes a few steps, Siko's figure lunges forward, her long knife stabbing fiercely into the demon's back with a whoosh. The blood dance blade pierces through the demon's back and emerges from its chest. The expression under its mask is one of sheer terror, because at the moment of its death, it does not even know whether it is the monster or if the other is the true monster. With a thud, the blood demon collapses to the ground, and Siko, expressionless, pulls out her long knife. Just as she intends to sheath it, she notices a red aura spreading from the blade. Oh no! Did you bring the blood dance out? At this moment, Xingxue realizes that the knife in Siko's hand is indeed the one tainted by the blood demon's power. So what? Is there a problem? Siko responds nonchalantly, just as the red aura attempts to envelop her. However, she drives the knife firmly into the ground, and a killing red light, rivaling that of the blood demons, fiercely suppresses it. Buzz! The long knife lets out a soft hum, ultimately trembling slightly, succumbing to Siko's terrifying killing intent. Why you? Xingxue looks at Siko in disbelief, not understanding how an ordinary human like her can suppress the power of blood demons. Don't let your guard down. There are still many more. Siko, unfazed, smiles increasingly madly, as she keenly senses that more blood demons are appearing around them. TSK, this is never-ending. Xingxue also notices that numerous masked blood demons are starting to appear, evidently having come prepared. Can you still fight? Xingxue asks Siko warily, keeping an eye on their surroundings. How many there are? Kill as many as you can. Siko's excited expression leaves Xingxue speechless. What kind of freaks are these? Xingxue shakes her head helplessly and draws her sword, preparing for battle. In just an instant, many blood demons appear around them, but under Siko's slaughter, they are quickly eliminated. At this moment, on top of a nearby tall building, 4 figures stand under the cold night breeze, bathed in blood-red moonlight. What should we do? Are we just going to let the Hunter Alliance slaughter our comrades like this? Grassflower K growls at the 3 figures ahead. These lowly wastes. There are as many as we need. No need to feel sorry. A man wearing a square, a mask laughs cruelly. Indeed. And those 2 women are not to be trifled with, adds a man in a red trench coat wearing a heart, a mask beside him. On the far side, the last grass flower, remains silent, but his gaze is fixed on a warehouse in the distance. Give up on the heart area, red A. Grass flower suddenly speaks, leaving the other 3 momentarily stunned. Why say that all of a sudden? Before heart A can respond as sudden. Powerful explosion rings out. The four people were suddenly taken aback. Looking around, they saw a blue hurricane soaring into the sky, and the surrounding night wind became violent. In the wind, a scorching heat rushed towards them, and in the distance, a black flame tornado swept across the land, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Filling the Flower City. That guy is indeed a monster. Redheart felt the hurricane approaching and spoke with a heavy tone. The other three also stared at the black flame tornado, where a man was floating in the sky, holding a long knife in one hand and a boy with severed hands and feet in the other. This person was Lingfeng, who had instantly defeated the Redheart cadres in the warehouse after activating his armed color. Within a 3-minute limit, he not only pushed the armed color hockey to its limits, but also maximized the power of the Hurricane Fruit. Combined with the Infernal Flame Demon Blade and the Spiral Shuriken, the Redheart cadres were completely annihilated. Poison Island Siko and Xingyue looked at Lingfeng in the sky, both astonished in their beautiful eyes. That guy is actually this strong? It was also the first time Xingyue had seen a natural-type Devil Fruit user, and her eyes were filled with shock. Meanwhile, Lingfeng, holding Redheart K, directed his gaze towards the rooftop of a tall building. I knew there was a disgusting smell in the wind. It turns out the rats have all come. Lingfeng smiled and flew towards the rooftop, holding the barely alive body of the Red Peach K. The four members of the Red Peach immediately felt threatened and scattered as Lingfeng descended slowly. Sorry, you're too weak. With such strength, you want me to join you? Aren't you overestimating yourselves? Lingfeng directly threw the body of the King of Hearts towards the four vampires. Bang! The body of the King of Hearts crashed heavily onto the ground, and the four did not go to catch it, but instead looked at Lingfeng with caution. Why bother? With your strength, becoming a vampire would actually make you stronger, wouldn't it? The Ace of Hearts was still trying to persuade, wanting to tempt Lingfeng. I don't want to be a monster. I just want to be human. Lingfeng squinted his eyes, raised the knife in his hand, and pointed it at the four blood demons across from him. Do you have any last words? Lingfeng smiled, but there was no emotion in his smile. Little brat, do you think you can take on all three of us leaders at the same time? At this moment, Block 8 grinned menacingly. He was also quite annoyed by Lingfeng's arrogance. Leader, an SS-level blood demon, right? Lingfeng slowly raised his steps, walking towards the opponent. The four blood demons on the opposite side, however, retreated one after another, clearly wary of Lingfeng. Sorry, my opponent is not the kind of low-level trash like you. Chapter 64, Full Power. Lingfeng's arrogant words, combined with his expression, were simply the height of hubris. At this moment, Meihua K could no longer hold back and directly charged forward. Little brat, you think you're something just because you're a nature type? His body swelled again, and the metal gauntlets on his arms were still dripping with seawater as he rushed towards Lingfeng. The Lingfeng blade is useless. Directly use the shave and moonwalk to fly into the sky. Gale Foot, Chaos. Lingfeng executed a wide-range slashing attack in midair, with his feet moving at high speed, unleashing a storm foot that enveloped the four figures opposite him. This massive storm foot slash, combined with the power of the Hurricane Fruit, covered the entire rooftop. Bang, 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 bang. The storm foot's slashes shattered the rooftop ground completely. Grassflower K had no choice but to use the blood-red iron block to strengthen himself, while the other three leaders dodged the storm foot's slashes. Buzz! A piercing sound rang out as Lingfeng continuously moved in the air, gathering a spiral shuriken in his left hand and throwing it directly onto the rooftop. Boom! The blue wind blades surged violently, surrounding Grassflower K with tiny needle-like wind blades. The dense energy storm wreaked havoc on the surface of Grassflower K's body, a high-speed whirlwind swirling around him, with countless tiny blades rotating at extreme speed, using the high density of the Hurricane Fruit's power to destroy 130 trillion cells in Grassflower K's body from the most minute angles. It was like a deadly poison. A horrifying scream echoed out, but Lingfeng seemed oblivious as he rapidly kicked out the storm foot line in midair. Countless storm foot slashes shot straight forward like lines, completely destroying the rooftop ceiling. Lingfeng's continuous long-range attacks left several blood demons overwhelmed. They couldn't even get close, let alone counterattack. Boom! 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 The explosions from the rooftop and the piercing sound of wind blades made countless residents of Flower City turn their heads. Fortunately, the Revolutionary Army's Hunter Alliance had already given a heads-up, and everyone was far from the scene. In the distance, watching the battle, Rui and Kurla had their mouths slightly agape, their faces filled with disbelief. Even Belo Betty, the commander of the Revolutionary Army, had forgotten to smoke at this moment. Click looked pale, feeling a bit regretful for provoking Lingfeng. Clo's expression was serious, his glasses reflecting light, and his face was covered in dark shadows. They all observed that the leader of the blood demons seemed to have appeared near Lingfeng and the others, before they could rush over to assist. They saw that Lingfeng had already begun fighting. The battle scene was extremely intense. Not to mention that not far away, Xingxue and Poison Island Siko were also present. The blood demons fighting against them had stopped their movements, all staring wide-eyed at the man in midair. At this moment, Lingfeng was the focus of everyone's attention. Boom! The rooftop shattered directly, and the entire building collapsed under Lingfeng's terrifying destructive power. Grassflower K had turned into fragments, leaving no dying words behind. Heart K, who was unconscious on the rooftop, was also directly killed by the AoE, leaving only 3 SS-level leaders struggling to survive. As the building collapsed, Lingfeng casually blew out a gust of wind, lifting all the broken structures and debris, carefully searching for the 3 bloodsucker figures. However, to his surprise, among them, Heart A was holding a blood-red giant shield, protecting the other 2 leaders behind him. The 3 bloodsuckers were hiding among the floating debris, struggling to hold on. Oh, still alive? Lingfeng was somewhat surprised, but he smiled, raising his arm, as the black-armed color hockey covered the demon's sword. Soru. Lingfeng dashed forward quickly, holding the minion blade horizontally in front of him, and made a swift impact with the sturdy shield, even creating a violent airflow around them. The defense is quite good. Lingfeng grinned menacingly, and his figure disappeared once again, reappearing behind the 3 blood demons. A halo emerged, and the power of the 3 seemed to have increased significantly. Is there also an amplification halo? Lingfeng executed the front slash, appearing silently behind the 3. The demon blade, covered in armed color hockey, slashed continuously. How could these so-called SS-level blood demons withstand the attack of the armed color hockey? They were directly smashed to the ground by the immense force of the blade. The shield shattered with a crack, and the expression under the red ace mask changed, silently exclaiming that it was bad. Lingfeng, however, did not give the opponent a chance. The Gale Absolute Cut was unleashed, with fingers darting like a spear and the demon blade dancing wildly. The armor-piercing buff from the Essence Book Pavilion combined with the hurricane-like long-range spear thrusts, along with occasional kicks of the Storm Foot, all enhanced by the armed color hockey. The 3 SS-level vampires couldn't hold on for even a minute and a half. The moment they fell to the ground, they were directly chopped into pieces by Lingfeng. The Shadow Flame activated, and the self-healing abilities of the 3 vampires were completely blocked. With their greatest feature gone, Lingfeng, bolstered by armed color hockey, effortlessly dispatched these so-called SS-level vampires as if they were cutting vegetables. Lingfeng looked at the 3 blood demon corpses that had fallen heavily to the ground, his palm tightening. The hurricane suddenly contracted. Vortex, a terrifying suction force, continuously gathered around him, and the surrounding damaged buildings and countless fragments began to spin. In the end, with a squeeze from Lingfeng, they were crushed to pieces. Bang! The building turned into a sky full of debris and dust. And the residents of the Flower City stared in shock, their eyes wide open, their faces displaying countless expressions of disbelief. The members of the Hunter Alliance were even more astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief. Only Lingfeng and Siko Shidu remained calm. The former waved his hand casually, and the debris and dust were blown into the air, eventually disappearing from sight. Half a month of special training had made Lingfeng increasingly skilled in using his fruit abilities, and now he was able to use them with ease. In just an instant, Lingfeng had killed all 3 leaders of the blood demons, along with several cadres. Such a feat was simply inhuman. Lingfeng slowly landed, looking at the dumbfounded minions and blood demons in the distance. He extended a hand, and countless wind blades devoured them all. Puffed. These blood demons had no chance to resist and were all reduced to fragments. Lingfeng walked calmly to Siko Toxic Island, the cold expression disappearing from his face. Are you okay, Senior? Are you hurt? Lingfeng is so gentle with his companions, but he is filled with madness and cruelty towards his enemies. It's nothing, just a bit of discomfort in my arm, but it's exhilarating when I kill. Siko Shidu does not shy away from her true feelings. She realizes that she doesn't have to hide herself in front of Lingfeng. That's good, but my clothes are dirty again. Lingfeng smiled, and Poison Island Siko shyly nodded. Xingxue watched the 2 of them having a normal conversation and momentarily felt her mind go blank. Who am I? Where am I? Did I just misinterpret these two slaughtering demons? As Xing Shui observed the daily conversation between Lingfeng and Poison Island Siko, Lingfeng looked at Poison Island Siko with a gentle expression, while the latter occasionally stole shy glances at Lingfeng, but quickly turned her gaze elsewhere, afraid of being noticed. Seeing this scene, Xing Shui couldn't help but tilt her cute little head and murmured, "What exactly did I just experience? Am I dreaming?" Chapter 65. Mastery of Swordsmanship. Midnight, 12 o'clock at the Hunter Alliance Revolutionary Army Base. Lingfeng and Siko Tojo were sitting in the conference room, waiting for something. Ryuka had already upgraded their ranks. Lingfeng had become a special hunter, while Siko Tojo had become a senior hunter. Now, Lingfeng just had to wait for the official documents to be issued, and his hidden mission would be complete. He was looking forward to his mission reward, as he clearly remembered that after his swordsmanship value reached 100, he could level up. Lingfeng's current swordsmanship value is 50, and the reward for this hidden task is 50. This means that upon completing this task, his strength will reach a new level. Footsteps can be heard from outside the door, and it opens to reveal Rui, dressed in a shrine maiden outfit, who walks in holding two documents, which she hands to Lingfeng and the others. "Thank you both for your assistance. It allowed us to clear out the monsters in the City of Flowers." Rui bows sincerely, expressing her heartfelt gratitude to Lingfeng and the others. After Lingfeng's fierce battle, the Hunter Alliance outside has been continuously searching for the remaining bloodsuckers. Although it is already late at night, the others are still very busy. "No need to thank us. Since we have joined, we must do what is necessary." Lingfeng stood up, nodded to Siko Tokisaki, and the two took the documents and left the conference room. After leaving the conference room, they returned to their respective rooms. Siko Tokisaki, covered in blood, couldn't wait to change her clothes, while Lingfeng was set to complete his task. Upon returning to his room, Lingfeng opened the system panel, and a notification sound followed. System notification. Hidden Task 2, Become a Superior Hunter, has been completed. Rewards. Fruit Development Ability 5, Physique 30. Swordsmanship Value 50. System notification. Subsequent Hidden Task 3 is now open. Eliminate the Black Spade Zero Zone. Task Reward. Unlock Observation Haki, Armament Haki, Enhancement Points 50. Lingfeng looked at the subsequent tasks of the system and was instantly overjoyed. Can he activate the Observation Haki? Yes, this is going to be a big profit. Lingfeng looked at the rewards for the task and was very satisfied. His swordsmanship could also be upgraded. The system prompted, since the swordsmanship value has reached the maximum of 100, it can be upgraded. Would you like to upgrade? Lingfeng clicked without a second thought, and then he felt a white light enveloping him. The bright light in the room made him involuntarily close his eyes. The surroundings were pitch black, and Lingfeng's consciousness seemed to immerse in a certain place. When he opened his eyes, he saw a figure seemingly standing in front of him. It was his wind-type clone, which was continuously waving the long knife in its hand, chopping, thrusting, and performing various Iajutsu cuts and horizontal slashes. The movements of that figure were very smooth, without any awkwardness. Everything could be cut, whether it was the incredibly hard steel or the soft, formless water. As long as one masters swordsmanship, after becoming a swordsman, one can continuously master sword techniques and cut through whatever they wish to cut. Although Lingfeng has currently mastered Armament Haki and can cut through iron and perform flying slashes, those are all applied through skills and the abilities of the Hurricane Fruit. He is still far from the realm of the Black Sword. Lingfeng looked at that figure, speechless for a long time. Then he suddenly opened his eyes wide and drew out the demon sword. The pitch-black blade flashed by silently. This strike appeared very ordinary, but upon closer inspection, one could see strands of black armed color haki swirling around the blade of the demon sword Mingyan. Moreover, Lingfeng's aura seemed to have undergone some changes. The sword in his hand felt extraordinarily sharp and hard, giving off a sense of unity between man and sword. System prompt. Due to the passive skill Indomitable Sword intent being in a state of overflow for an extended period, combined with swordsmanship attributes, a new skill swordsmanship specialization has been acquired. Swordsmanship specialization increases the sharpness of bladed weapons and enhances proficiency with one's bladed weapons. Can use armed color haki to envelop one's sword, ultimately upgrading to a black sword. Black Sword Realm. Enveloping the armed color haki around the sword to the point of hardening, truly achieving the ability to cut through anything. As long as the unit area and the strength of haki are inferior to one's own, it can be severed in two with a single strike. Minimum requirement. Intermediate armed color haki. Lingfeng picked up the Mingyan blade in his hand, and in his eyes, a sharp glint seemed to flash by. Swordsmanship specialization had replaced his unyielding nature, greatly enhancing his attack power. The previous passive wind shield was basically useless if he could elementalize himself. Then if the opponent could hit him, they would also be a master of armament hockey. That skill was somewhat useful in the early stages, but it became very lackluster when facing experts later on. In contrast, swordsmanship specialization could significantly enhance his lethality, making it a highly cost-effective skill. Moreover, the black blade that Lingfeng had always dreamed of had also been unlocked. As long as he continuously improved his armament hockey, he could turn his demon blade into a black blade. At that time, he would be a true great swordsman, with the power of the Hurricane Fruit. What fear would he have in this sea area? Lingfeng opened his personal panel, and both his physique points and fruit development level had increased. The physique points reached 158 to 5, and the fruit development ability reached 20. Then, the other item is also about to be unlocked. Lingfeng looked at his enhancement panel and recalled his sword skills. The swordsmanship value had reached 100, allowing him to unlock the 4th to 6th forms of wind breathing. Should he unlock them? Lingfeng nodded, and a gust of blue wind enveloped his body and the demon sword in his hand. He exhaled a breath of white mist, concentrating all his breathing techniques, allowing his blood to quickly absorb a large amount of oxygen. Coupled with the increase in his physical attributes, his body quality improved once again. System prompt. Breath of Wind has been upgraded. In a brief moment, the blue wind completely entered Lingfeng's body, and new skills surged into his mind. Breath of Wind. 4th form. Rising Sandstorm, slashing upward with the blade to unleash a wind blade. Breath of Wind. 5th form. Cold Autumn Mountain Wind. Swinging down from above the opponent, releasing a massive wind blade that rotates around him. Breath of Wind. 6th form, Black Wind Smokestorm, slashing upward at an angle to create a black wind, simultaneously releasing a terrifying sword aura from within the wind. Lingfeng looked at the newly unlocked Breath of Wind, and then closed the system panel. This hidden mission has greatly enhanced his strength. Not only did he acquire a new skill, but his swordsmanship also experienced a significant improvement. Lingfeng lay on the bed in the room, closing his eyes in satisfaction. After entering the City of Flowers, he had finally achieved some good rewards. Next, he needed to quickly complete the hidden tasks and side quests. Lingfeng closed his eyes, constantly pondering in his mind, and soon fell asleep. Having exerted all his strength earlier, he felt a bit exhausted, making this a perfect opportunity to rest. Chapter 66. Senior Sister's Special Training. The next day, Lingfeng woke up early. After a good sleep, he felt revitalized. This was the benefit of having improved his physique points. After having some breakfast, he returned to his room and saw Siko Tagakushi, who was yawning while covering her mouth. Good morning, Lingfeng. Siko Tagakushi, still a bit drowsy, rubbed her eyes. She was only wearing a white shirt and hadn't even buttoned it up. Ahem. Pay attention to your clothing. By the way, I brought you breakfast. After you finish eating, I need your help with something. Lingfeng turned his head and handed his breakfast to Siko Doku, who took it and finally woke up. Suddenly, her face turned red as she realized she was only wearing a white shirt and that the buttons were not fastened properly. She hurriedly took the breakfast and slammed the door shut, leaving Lingfeng looking helpless. Half an hour later, Lingfeng was waiting in the spacious training room for Siko Doku's arrival. When Siko Doku saw Lingfeng sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed in meditation, she couldn't help but blush as she recalled the blurry scene from that morning. You came, she said. Lingfeng opened his eyes. As he developed his fruit abilities, his perception of the surroundings became increasingly sharp. It seemed that he would soon master observation hockey, and it was time to quickly resolve the hidden mission. Lingfeng thought to himself as he stood up and looked at Poison Island Siko. This mature woman had changed back into her previous exclusive outfit, and her hair was let down, giving a feeling reminiscent of the school life in High School of the Dead. Senior, come here. I have something I want to ask you. Lingfeng looked at Siko Tagakushi's arrival and smiled, saying, What's the matter? Siko Tagakushi looked at Lingfeng, temporarily pushing the morning's events out of her mind, and curiously asked, Senior, please train me to become a real man. Lingfeng's expression was serious at this moment, and his words were very earnest, but for some reason, it seemed to have led someone to misunderstand him directly. Sigh, huh? Siko Doku was a bit surprised, then immediately realized, her face turning red. Clearly, she had misunderstood. Lingfeng actually. We don't know each other very well yet, so. Lingfeng looked at the extremely shy Siko Tojo and was taken aback for a moment, then quickly reacted. No. It's not what you think. I mean swordsmanship. Lingfeng immediately explained, if this is a misunderstanding, that would be funny. Huh? Oh, so you're talking about swordsmanship. Siko Dejima was also taken aback, and after realizing her misunderstanding, she felt even more embarrassed. Ahem. It's like this. Yesterday I grasped some sword techniques and wanted to ask Senior Siko Dejima to give me some pointers. What do you think? Lingfeng directly brought the topic back to avoid more awkwardness. Swordsmanship is just swordsmanship, so easily misunderstood. Siko Jodu murmured softly, but soon she adjusted her expression and looked at Lingfeng with a serious demeanor. Swordsmanship, huh? Why don't you try attacking me using just a knife and your own strength? Siko Jodu returned to her ice princess demeanor and said to Lingfeng. Lingfeng nodded, not using the power of the Hurricane Fruit, He, or any skills, relying solely on his swordsmanship expertise to wield his blade. The wooden sword in his hand slashed swiftly towards Siko Tokisaki, who smiled slightly, not even drawing her sword. With her left hand, she pressed the scabbard outward gently to deflect it. The scabbard swung to the side, causing Lingfeng's wooden sword to uncontrollably veer off to the side, and the force made him involuntarily step aside twice. Your speed and strength are good, and your swordsmanship has made some progress. But it seems there is still no connection between you and the sword in your hand, Siko Tokisaki said, looking at Lingfeng with a smile, her tone gentle. Connection? Truly sense your weapon, any weapon in your hand, and the unique feel of it, making it a part of your body. Siko Tokisaki's words left Lingfeng in silence, realizing how weak he was when not using various skills or fruit abilities. After mastering swordsmanship expertise, he wanted to study swordsmanship diligently, but while the skills provided by the system were powerful, perfectly absorbing them still required effort. So now, he sought out this swordsmanship master to give himself a refresher. He calmed his mind, constantly reflecting on Siko Tokisaki's words, while she quietly watched him, not disturbing his thoughts. As time passed, Lingfeng recalled the abilities of his Hurricane Fruit, allowing him to sense the wind on the sea and the movements of enemies. So, if he didn't use the fruit's ability, why couldn't he sense his weapon? As time flowed on, Lingfeng suddenly opened his eyes, instinctively swinging the wooden sword. The sound of slicing through the air echoed. He discarded the wooden sword, drew the demon sword Mingyan, gripping the hilt with both hands. A wave of consciousness began to spread. He threw the sword behind him, the sharp demon sword embedded into the ground, and Lingfeng walked a few steps forward, then a few steps to the side, always able to feel the Mingyan sword stuck in the ground behind him, no matter where he went. So that's how it is. Lingfeng smiled and turned to look at Poison Island Siko, who also nodded affirmatively. Very good, you're grasping this very quickly. As long as you master this point and combine it with your own strength, your swordsmanship will improve rapidly. Poison Island Siko smiled as well. She was somewhat surprised by Lingfeng's quick progress. Thank you, Senior. Lingfeng drew the demon's sword and sheathed it, gratefully saying to Tokido Siko, no need to thank me, but why do you always call me Senpai? It's a term of endearment. Love. Tokido Siko, who was just regaining her composure, became speechless again. Just as Lingfeng was about to explain something, the door to the training room was opened. Hey. What are you two doing hiding in here? The little shrine maiden, Xingyue, walked in, looking at Lingfeng and Tokido Siko, her anger flaring up. We're so busy, and you two are on a date here, right? No, it's training. Lingfeng quickly stopped her, as continuing the conversation would only deepen the misunderstanding. A date. Is that how it is? Siko Doku Island was once again jumping to conclusions, and seeing this, Lingfeng helplessly shook his head. Let's go. Now the only area left to clear is the Black Spade Zero Zone. You two come along. Xingyue ignored the explanations from the two, waving her small hand to signal them to hurry up and catch up. Lingfeng and Siko Dudu exchanged a glance, and their expressions became serious. Is a hidden mission about to begin? Lingfeng clenched his fists tightly, his heart filled with anticipation. At this moment, all the hunters participating in the purge of the Spade Zero Zone were already waiting in the hall. And Lingfeng also saw the Black Cat pirate crew and the Klitsch pirate crew. Unlike before, this time, Bello Betty was the team leader. Lingfeng knew that she was a user of the encouragement fruit. Since she was leading the team, it meant that a tough battle was definitely ahead. Is everyone here? Let's go. Chapter 67. Deep into Zero Zone. The Spade Zero Zone was heavily intercepted by everyone in the City of Flowers, and it was a sealed-off area. There, it was said that blood demons regarded each other as food, because there were no humans present. According to multiple probes from the Hunter Alliance, the base deep within Spade Zero Zone might be located beneath the City of Flowers. Moreover, the number of blood demons there should be very high. However, there were no leaders or executives, only one most powerful blood demon, known as the Black and White Joker. This SSS-class blood demon was called the White Demon and commanded all the blood demons in that area. It could be said that the most terrifying place within the City of Flowers was the Spade Zero Zone. Now, everyone was about to enter there to fight countless blood demons, which made them somewhat anxious. Some new hunters were trembling, but after Balo Betty activated her fruit ability, everyone became filled with courage. A group of people set off in grand style. The final battle of the City of Flowers had begun. In the Spade Zero Zone, within a stronghold. Has the Hunter Alliance started to act? A chilling voice echoed in the dilapidated building. Dressed in black and white, the Joker, also known as the White Demon, looked out at the scenery outside the window, his expression behind the clown mask somewhat serious. Behind him, the Red Joker, or Red Demon, dressed in red, stood silently in place, wearing a clown mask. The plan must be executed ahead of schedule. Captain Rox can't wait any longer. Oh, DeSolo agreed? The White Demon turned around with a puzzled expression upon hearing this. Not really. That guy just wants Captain Rox to prove that he still has that strength. So he told us to take over the Shiny Cherry Kingdom first. Damn DeSolo, if it weren't for Captain Rox being extremely weak right now. Would this waste dare to negotiate with us? The White Demon clenched his fists, clearly very displeased with DeSolo. There's no choice. Carp and Sengoku are too strong. If it weren't for Captain Rox relying on the Red Queen's ability, he would probably have died by now. The Red Demon sighed, his tone somewhat unwilling. What are you two still doing here? Aren't you going to prepare for the enemy? Just as the two were still talking, a cute and crisp voice rang out. They turned around to see a white-haired little girl in a dark red Lolita outfit standing behind them. This little girl had white hair and red eyes, with twin ponytails, looking extremely adorable. However, her red eyes had slit pupils like a beast, and combined with her extremely pale skin and sharp teeth on her small mouth, her originally cute face appeared quite eerie. Lady Red Queen. The Red and White Demons immediately knelt down upon seeing the arrival of the Red Queen. This Red Queen was the progenitor of all blood demons, a little girl from Captain Rock's pirate crew who, after eating a devil fruit, became Rock's right-hand woman. That's right, it was the bat fruit, mythical Zoan, vampire form. This fruit was extremely abnormal and had not yet been obtained by the Red Count Baerlic Ladefield. Hurry and prepare. Those humans are coming. The Red Queen's voice was very cute and pleasant to hear, but her gaze was extremely cold, as if every human in her eyes was just a bug. Yes, the Red and White Demons accepted the order and directly withdrew. A great battle was about to break out. In the City of Flowers, an antique car stopped in a deserted square. Get out, we have arrived. Xingxue opened the car door, and Lingfeng and Poison Island Seiko followed. The three of them were responsible for investigating the underground part of the Spade Zero Zone, and they quickly came to an entrance. This underground entrance was pitch black, and the sound of airflow inside was like ghosts crying, making it sound spine-chilling. This was the depths of the Zero Zone, a terrifying underground world. In the past, it had been impossible to perfectly explore the underground world due to the presence of various blood rivers and walls. Lingfeng nodded. He had already gathered some information about this place before coming. Once they saw the blood river wall, they had to retreat quickly, which made exploring inside very slow. Xingxue sighed helplessly. Otherwise, with her impatient nature, she would have caused a ruckus inside long ago. As they walked, Xingxue talked to Lingfeng about various details inside. This time, it was just the three of them. The reason they were not participating in the ground battle was that Lingfeng had requested it himself. Otherwise, with his Hurricane Fruit ability, he would indiscriminately hit both allies and enemies, and if there were any accidental injuries, he couldn't be blamed. So he took the initiative to ask where the most blood demons were in the Black Spade Zero district, and the answer was right here. This also made it easier for him to complete his hidden mission. With so many big shots in the surface area of the Flower Capital and a few impressive figures from the Revolutionary Army, he wasn't worried about failure up top. The reason Xingxue came along was that she found this place exciting and needed to lead Lingfeng and the others. Although she wore a shrine maiden outfit and appeared somewhat delicate, she was truly a battle maniac. All three of them wielded knives, and each was fiercer than the last when it came to slaying demons. Let's go, but be careful. Xingxue looked at the dark entrance, where it seemed a horde of blood demons was waiting for them. However, she wasn't afraid. Instead, she felt a bit excited. In this regard, she was quite similar to the person beside her, Poison Island Seiko. Lingfeng followed Xingxue into the dark cave, and a strong, foul smell of blood hit him, causing him to frown. The passage inside the cave led downward and had clearly been excavated. As he entered the passage, he saw that the surrounding walls were sticky, seemingly stained with a lot of congealed blood. What was most peculiar was that where the blood had solidified, there grew something resembling red spider lilies. What is this? Lingfeng looked at the blood-red flower and curiously asked, "What is this?" "Blood poison flower. It can burrow into human skin, so be careful." Xing Shui glanced at it, and a faint glow appeared in her hand, which was clearly the most unique power of their priestesses. "Purification," Xing Shui exclaimed softly, and the white light directly dissolved the blood poison flower. This scene amazed Lingfeng and Poison Island Siko. The power of the priestess was indeed astonishing. The three continued walking and finally arrived at an iron gate. The gate was covered with various talismans, and the priestess's seals were evidently sealing the power here. Logically, since the blood demon is created by the devil fruit ability user, why are you able to seal this place? Lingfeng looked at the talisman on the door and asked Xing Shui. "That's because the sacred water used by our priestesses is made from seawater, and the power has been accumulated over generations," Xing Shui replied without turning her head, which made Lingfeng suddenly realize. The priestess would wear clothes, pick up a wooden bucket, and pour the sacred water over her head. This is a habit of the priestesses. "Are you ready? I'm going to open the door." Chapter 68. Your Two Women. Lingfeng and Siko Tugu stood beside her, drawing their swords. Xing Shui nodded slightly, and the sealing talisman on the door. Boom! The large door swung open, and an incredibly foul stench rushed out. Inside was dim and stuffy. Although there was air, it made one's blood race. "Let's go, be careful." Xing Shui took the lead, with Lingfeng following behind and Siko Tugu staying in the middle. The three of them ventured into the inner area of the Zero Zone, preparing to hunt down the blood demons. Soon, footsteps echoed, and several pairs of dark red eyes appeared in the darkness. So soon? Xing Shui was a bit excited. Lingfeng felt the airflow within the tunnel, and, noticing it was just a few minions, lost interest in intervening. In no time, a swarm of blood demons rushed out. They could smell the scent of humans, which excited them. Let the hunt begin. Siko Tugu charged ahead even faster than Xing Shui, with the two women leading the charge, their shining long knives slicing through the blood demons. However, the blood demons inside the Zero Zone were clearly insane. Unlike those in the ground area, they lacked intelligence. They didn't understand fear and only charged forward, much like zombies. Lingfeng watched as several blood demons rushed towards him, not even using his fruit ability, and directly swung his sword for a series of slashes. Pucci! The blood demons didn't even realize when they were struck and immediately lost consciousness. Clearly, after mastering swordsmanship specialization, Lingfeng's strikes had become very concise and effective. There were no flashy movements. It was all about delivering a lethal blow. Blood and flesh splattered, severed limbs flew, and within just a few minutes, the ground was already covered with groups of blood demon corpses. Lingfeng saw this and slashed out with a blade of black flame, burning the blood demon's corpse on the ground to ashes. "You idiot! That will consume the air here." Xing Shui shouted at Lingfeng while still entangled in battle with the blood demon. "It doesn't matter." Lingfeng spread his palm, and countless blue winds continuously gathered in his hand, finally being blown out by him. Boom! A powerful airflow surged through the passage, even lifting the skirts of Siko Busujima and Xing Shui. He no longer held back, directly transforming into a blue wind, unleashing the breath of wind, and using dust tornado, cutting slash in the narrow passage. The blue spiral sword blade storm filled the passage as he constantly maneuvered through it, clearing out the densely packed blood demons. Lingfeng only stopped when he reached a dead end, under the terrifying spiral sword blade storm. The blood demons in the passage were completely annihilated. System prompt, hidden task 3, clear the Spade Zero Zone, current progress 30. The system's notification made Lingfeng nod. Wow, you freak, that's just too terrifying. After waiting for a while, Xing Shui and Siko Busujima continued to advance and finally arrived behind Lingfeng. "Are you okay? Otherwise, how long would this go on?" Lingfeng shrugged, feeling that this was still too slow. "It seemed unnecessary for us to put in any effort." Siko Moto smiled and sheathed her knife. "Not necessarily. There are probably still quite a few bloodsuckers around here. And what is going on with this dead end?" Lingfeng looked at the wall ahead, feeling a bit confused. The blood river had solidified, and forcefully breaking through would only result in being assimilated into a blood demon. Lingfeng looked at the blood wall ahead, his eyes narrowing slightly, as black flames spread over the demon sword. Hey, are you really planning to?" Xing Shui's expression changed upon seeing this, It was clear that Lingfeng was preparing to start a forceful demolition. Wind barrier. Lingfeng slashed out a wall of wind, blocking the front, then gestured for the two to stand behind him. Breath of wind, sixth form, black wind mist. Lingfeng took a deep breath, executed the breathing technique, and directly slashed diagonally with his sword. Countless black sword energies spread out from the dark blue wind blade, almost completely destroying the blood wall ahead. Boom! Bang! The blood wall instantly exploded, turning into countless streams of blood, but all of it was blocked by the wind wall. Lingfeng's expressionless face swung the blade continuously as the black flames spread, evaporating the blood river ahead. Let's go. Lingfeng took the lead this time, transforming into a blue wind and quickly moving with the two women. Soon, they arrived at an open space. The three of them quickly stopped because there were at least 1,000 blood demons lurking here. However, these blood demons seemed a bit different. Their bodies were dark and seemed to emanate an armed color's domineering aura. Moreover, they were all on all fours, resembling primitive monsters. Welcome to the center of Zero Zone. Hunter's Alliance, a voice suddenly came, catching the three off guard and making them quickly on guard. White Demon. Xingxue looked towards the source of the voice and soon saw a blood demon wearing a clown mask. Oh my, oh my. It's actually Miss Xingxue who has come in person. The white demon smiled at Xingxue, and when his gaze landed on Lingfeng, it paused for a moment. Hee. It's such a pity that you, little ghost, want to join us. The white demon shook his head at Lingfeng, seemingly very regretful. I really don't want to hide in this dark and gloomy place. Lingfeng sarcastically said with a blank expression, what do you know? After becoming a vampire, as long as it's not a fatal injury, I can heal instantly. Isn't that more powerful than humans? The white ghost spread his hands and disdainfully said to Lingfeng, laughable. To be honest, if it weren't for my special circumstances that require me to eliminate your kind, I wouldn't even bother with you monsters, got it? Lingfeng looked at the white ghost and said impatiently, if it weren't for the existence of my main quest branch and hidden tasks, I would have already gone to the next place with the crew. The white ghost snorted coldly and said no more, his blood-red eyes appearing as he conjured two blood-colored daggers in his hands. Behind him, countless black blood demons were eager to try. So you're a natural system ability user, huh? You should also have the ability to use armament hockey, right? The white ghost sneered, while Lingfeng's brows furrowed slightly. It seems you've trained them quite well. Lingfeng's inner speculation has come true. He didn't expect that this group of blood demons, crawling on all fours, would actually be able to use armament hockey. Although it was only a feint hockey, their numbers were considerable. Be careful, you too. Lingfeng drew his sword and charged forward, delivering a direct slash at the white ghost. Little ghost, let you know that a nature-type ability user can't be arrogant for too long in this sea. The white ghost let out a sinister laugh, and the blood-red dagger was enveloped in a dark, armed color. This is getting interesting. Lingfeng swung his blade, gripping the handle tightly, and with all his strength, he struck at the white ghost. The white ghost raised both daggers, crossing them to block Lingfeng's powerful strike. What? Can't even muster any dominance? Dare to come to Zero Zone? The white ghost laughed loudly, then delivered a fierce kick aimed at Lingfeng's stomach. Lingfeng remained unfazed, quickly using Shave to create distance, and kicked out with Gale Kick from afar. Such an attack can't hit me. The white ghost vanished with a whoosh, somewhat similar to the movement of Shave, and soon appeared right in front of Lingfeng. Soon, I'll chop off your hands and feet and enjoy your two women in front of you. Hee. Chapter 69. Space Rift. A swarm of black blood demons rushed towards Poison Island Siko and Xingxue. Just as the two were about to engage, they heard the white ghost's words from afar. Both women were momentarily stunned upon hearing this. Who is his woman? Xingxue's face turned red like a little cat that had its tail stepped on, and her cheeks flushed at the remark. Meanwhile, Poison Island Siko surprisingly did not deny this fact. She merely lowered her head slightly to hide her somewhat shy expression. For some reason, when she was referred to as Lingfeng's woman, she did not feel much rejection inside. However, at that moment, with swarms of blood demons ahead, the two did not dare to let their guard down and began to fight fiercely against the blood demons. The sounds of slashing and the howling winds intertwined in the underground. Lingfeng covered the demon blade with armament hockey and fought fiercely against the white ghost. Not bad, little ghost. You can even use armament hockey? The white ghost sneered, and a black-red mist spread around him. Soon, a blood ghost that looked exactly like him appeared beside him. The only difference was their clothing and masks. One was white, the other black. Is this the blood ghost technique? That guy with the sword really has some skills. The white ghost murmured softly, clearly indicating that there seemed to be a mysterious blood ghost assisting them. Just two of them, same as killing. Lingfeng harnessed the power of the hurricane onto himself and used Shave to instantly appear in front of the black and white ghosts. The damp soil in the passage splattered as Lingfeng flashed like a ghost. A pitch-black blade of light slashed down in an instant, and with a poochy sound. The shadow flames surged as the black and white ghosts blocked Lingfeng's attack from left and right. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing echoed, as Lingfeng gathered a spiral shuriken in his left hand and smashed it directly between them. Boom! Countless fine wind blades wreaked havoc as Lingfeng used Shave to continuously change positions, the demon sword Ming Yin cutting down like the Grim Reaper's scythe in the darkness. Lingfeng's long knife slashed continuously, as the black and white dual ghosts were constantly devoured by the shadow flame, as long as it eroded into their bodies. Even an SSS-level blood ghost would find it hard to escape death. Damn it, what kind of flame is this that can actually penetrate into my body? The white ghost let out a roar, clearly in intense pain from the burning of the shadow flame. Breath of the wind type, cold autumn mountain wind. Lingfeng saw the opponent gradually revealing weaknesses and directly flew above the black and white ghosts. With a series of slashes from his demon blade, a massive wind blade spun around him and directly engulfed them. Splatter. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and blood gushed out as the black and white ghosts were sliced into countless pieces by the terrifying wind blade. No, impossible, the white ghost wailed. He couldn't believe that Lingfeng could be so powerful. However, after mastering swordsmanship specialization and unlocking the third form of wind breathing, Lingfeng's strength had improved significantly compared to before. Not to mention that he had also enhanced some physical stats. The white ghost had clearly been overly confident. Red Queen, save me. Although he had already been torn to pieces, the SSS-class blood ghost's tenacious vitality meant he was not completely dead yet. What a hassle. Lingfeng was just about to last hit when he heard a cute little girl's voice coming from the other side of the corridor. Lingfeng did not pause. Just as he was about to strike again, two gusts of blade wind, carrying countless crescent blades, rushed towards him. Lingfeng slashed out a wall of wind to block the round moonblade's wind, without even using elementalization, and even used a technique to create distance. How is this possible? Could it be? Lingfeng blocked the attack, but his pupils kept shrinking, clearly in disbelief of what he had just seen. Impossible. This can't be. Lingfeng raised his head, his face filled with disbelief. Your breathing technique reminds me of a rival. In the darkness, two figures slowly emerged. One of them was the little lowly, Hong Ho, and the man beside her made Lingfeng's eyes widen and his mouth slightly open. He even thought he had seen it wrong. Black Death Moo, Lingfeng exclaimed, looking at the man with long black hair tied in a high ponytail, dressed in a purple snake-patterned kimono. No, he should be called a blood demon. The terrifying six-eyed face of Kokoshibo, along with a virtual crying god slayer sword in his hand, left Lingfeng utterly stunned in place. How could you possibly be here? Lingfeng still couldn't believe the scene before him. Clearly, he already had a bad feeling in his heart. After I died, I sensed a crack in the space-time continuum and took the opportunity to check it out. I didn't expect to really arrive in another world. Black Death Mao's voice was very cold and pleasant to hear. If it weren't for that terrifying six-eyed, ghostly face, his original human appearance would indeed be considered handsome. What's going on with the system? Hurry up and tell me. Lingfeng called out to the system in his heart, hoping for an explanation. The system responded. Due to the continuous summoning of companions from another world in a short period, a spatial rift has occurred, and the world's origin has currently been distorted by two. Acquiring the world's origin can repair the rift. The system's notification left him dumbfounded. Was it really because he summoned companions too quickly? Why didn't you tell me earlier? And wasn't that a lottery opportunity you gave me? Lingfeng cursed inwardly, feeling extremely speechless. What the hell is two? Could it be that there are other people who have also come? Lingfeng warily watched Hong Ho and Kurwa Shermu, constantly questioning in his heart. System prompt. Currently, cracks have appeared in the Demon Slayer world and the certain scientific railgun world, with two characters not summoned by the system. Please quickly eliminate them or convert them into allies to sign a system contract. This will allow you to obtain the world's origin. What's wrong? A nature-type ability user? Because of you, we have lost quite a few subordinates. Before Lingfeng could speak, Hong Ho's emotionless gaze fixed on him as she coldly asked. Although her voice sounded cute, she looked at Lingfeng with a disdainful expression, while Kurwa Shermu lurked menacingly beside her. Tsujikuni Yurichi, Didn't you realize you're awakening as a demon in the end? Now, the one who doesn't want to be reborn is standing on the side of the blood demon? Lingfeng looked at Hong Ho and Kurizumikage, ready to buy some time. Oh, you know me? Kurizumikage's terrifying 6 eyes fixed on Lingfeng. The latter's use of wind breathing had already puzzled him, and he didn't expect the other party to know his name. Why do you care so much about me? If you feel guilty toward your brother, then don't associate with monsters like this. Come over to my side. Lingfeng looked at Kurozumakamido, trying to win him over. If he could reduce one opponent, that would be good. Ha! Although I've already awakened, it was only after coming to this world that I realized I could become even stronger. This world possesses the abilities of 3-color hockey, as well as the powers of devil fruits. And the young girl beside me has helped me overcome the shortcomings I had as a demon. Kurozumakamido slowly raised his footsteps, approaching Lingfeng. Since I have the chance to surpass my brother once again, why not give it another try? Chapter 70. The final hidden mission. Lingfeng watched as Kokoshibo closed in step by step. He could sense the armed color hockey entwined around the latter's sword. Could this wave be another confrontation between the Wind Pillar and Genichi? Lingfeng smiled bitterly in his heart. Clearly the system had a slight flaw that needed his correction. Then let me make you understand. You have come to this world, yet you are still just a loser. Lingfeng took a deep breath, looking at Black Death Mu, raising the demon's sword in his hand, pointing directly at the opponent's face. Then, let me end your journey in this other world, Shang Xianyi. Lingfeng no longer hesitated and confronted Kurizumikage head-on. TSK. It seems they possess secrets I don't know about. Red Queen licked her adorable little tongue, and the red light in her pupils brightened. She glanced at the battlefield between Lingfeng and Kurizumikage, then turned to look at Xing Shui and Siko Judu. He. Since the blood demon can't die, let me bury these 2 lovely ladies first. The Red Queen revealed a cruel smile, took out an explosive device, and then pressed a button on it. Boom! Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed through the tunnel, startling everyone. Bang, 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 bang. Bombs continued to explode in the passage, and the walls kept collapsing. Lingfeng looked at the exploding passage and inwardly cursed. What are you looking at? Kurizumikage swiftly slashed with his blade, creating crescent blades at the edge, then slashed again, releasing 2 crescent-shaped blade winds, while simultaneously generating many crescent blades of varying sizes around them. Lingfeng could only slash out a wind wall to temporarily resist and fight while retreating. Xing Shui and Dokushima Siko, hearing the explosion, pushed the blood demons back with their blades, their eyes filled with shock. Hey, are you kidding me? Xing Shui dodged a blood demon's pursuit and slashed through its body, looking somewhat pale as she spoke. This is not good for the 2 of us. Dokushima Siko raised her leg to kick a blood demon, inserting her knife into its head. Although this group of blood demons had a weak armed color hockey for protection, it was still not enough against their sharp swordsmanship. So you 2 will become my members, right? Hong Ho suddenly appeared between the 2, her fair fingers adorned with sharp red nails, directly poking at their waists. Clang, clang. Xing Shui and Dokushima Siko raised their knives to block, but Hong Ho's power was immense, sending both of them flying like cannonballs. Bang, bang. The 2 were slammed against the blood-colored wall due to the overwhelming force, and suddenly, blood color began to gather. Damn it! Lingfeng saw this scene from a distance, and continuously used shaving to approach the 2. However, after Kokoshibo used Transparent World, he had a clear understanding of Lingfeng's movements. Is this the new level with Observation Hockey combined with Transparent World? Kokoshibo felt somewhat excited as he sensed his surroundings, showing no fear of the explosive passage at all. Lingfeng can elementalize, but his 2 companions cannot. Get out of my way. Lingfeng used the Breath of Wind, 4th form, Rising Sandstorm, directly swinging the wind blade towards the giant rock that had collapsed in the distance, shattering it. The breathing technique was executed well, but unfortunately, it was still not enough. Musen Kabutsuji rarely praised someone, but he did so this time before chasing after Lingfeng again. Lingfeng took out the blood spring and injected it directly into himself. I said, "Get away from me." Accompanied by the injection of the blood spring, Lingfeng's vision turned slightly blood red, and his physical abilities were greatly enhanced. Lingfeng swung his blade, and the surging power directly knocked back Kuratsuki Mu. He unleashed a terrifying black flame tornado surrounding the latter. "Senior sister, little witch," Lingfeng shouted loudly, transforming into a hurricane that charged directly towards Hong Ho. The latter gave a strange smile, transformed into a bat, and disappeared from the spot. Lingfeng ignored her, wrapping the two women in wind and continuously escaping upwards. Boom, boom, boom. The tunnel was still collapsing, but fortunately, Lingfeng's abilities could clear the way, and he quickly passed through layers of obstacles, reaching the surface. You go first, head to the Hunter Alliance. Lingfeng landed with the two girls and looked at the constantly collapsing ground in the distance, speaking in a heavy tone. All right, be careful. You must come back alive. Captain, Xing Shui and Poison Island Siko were not the type to be useless teammates. Instead, they nodded decisively. They also knew that staying would only hold Lingfeng back. Oh my, what a touching scene, came the voice of Hong Ho. Lingfeng looked over and saw her and Korwa Shermu already flying out of the cave, watching him from a distance. Hurry up. Lingfeng let out a low growl, and Poison Island Siko and Xing Shui quickly retreated. However, Hong Ho did not pursue them. Instead, she looked at Lingfeng with a smile. She buried her own blood demons just to keep me here? Lingfeng vigilantly stared at the two of them, fearing that they might go after his companion. Heh, I sense quite a secret within you. Besides, the plan is already well underway. The Red Queen said with a mysterious smile to Lingfeng. He, seeing how confident you are of victory, why don't you explain it to me? Lingfeng took a deep breath, preparing to stall for time and wait for his armed color hockey to cool down. Do you think I disregard my own kind? That's because they're just your tools, right? Lingfeng quickly answered the Red Queen's question. The smart ones, apart from Black Death Morgue, are merely sacrifices for Captain Rox. I want them all dead. The Red Queen's cold gaze, combined with her cute tone, made her seem like a madwoman. Oh, is this your Devil Fruit ability? Lingfeng was stalling for time while sensing his armament hockey. Although it initially required a 30-minute cooldown, after training, he could now activate it in less than 10 minutes. However, the time limit for the blood spring would be significantly wasted. But he couldn't afford to think about that now. Without armament hockey, his strength would be greatly diminished. Indeed, Captain Rox was severely injured, and Carp and Roger were not easy opponents to deal with. When Red Queen mentioned Carp and Sengoku, a deep sense of dread flashed in her eyes. Although she could absorb the lifespans of others, she could not transfer that to Captain Rox. Therefore, she could only create blood demons. As long as they died, she could reclaim the essence of life and give it to Captain Rox. The former overlord of this world was about to return. As Red Queen spoke towards the end, her tone grew increasingly excited, and the red aura surrounding her body became more intense. System prompt. Hidden Task 3 completed 100 clearance of Spade 0 District. Task reward. Unlock Observation Hockey. Armament Hockey Enhancement Points 50. System prompt. Subsequent hidden task 4 unlocked. Kill Red Queen and Rox. Task reward. Unlock Conqueror's Hockey. Note, this is the final hidden task and can be completed alongside Side Quest 2. It seems that the Hunter Alliance has cleared all the blood demons. Chapter 71. The Meaning of Existence. Lingfeng heard the system's prompt sound and muttered to herself. It seems everything is complete now. Looks like the Red Ghost is dead too, but it doesn't matter. The Red Queen shook her twin ponytails and spoke in a somewhat neurotic manner. Black Death Moo stood silently beside her, clearly bringing his strict hierarchy from the previous world into this one. Now, let us witness the former king of the seas. Captain Rox. The Red Queen laughed continuously, as red light was being continuously fed into the collapsing cave. As the red light flowed in, her originally cute and youthful face quickly aged into that of a little old lady. 38 years ago, one night, in the territory of the celestial dragons within God Valley, a little girl was being ruthlessly abused and beaten. The girl pleaded desperately, but the perverted celestial dragon seemed to hear none of her cries, continuously striking her with a whip and harshly stepping on her head while pulling at the iron chain collar around her neck. Amy, you are very naughty. You dared to bite me last night. Now I'll let you know the consequences of hurting me. You filthy commoner. A fat celestial dragon, dressed in a white coat resembling a spacesuit, looked at Amy with a twisted expression. He yanked the chain, causing Amy to be pulled up, her face contorted in immense pain. I won't dare again. Tears streamed down Amy's clear eyes as she trembled all over, her tone filled with fear. That's more like it, dear. We'll continue tonight. Hearing this, the fat celestial dragon stroked Amy's hair, but upon seeing her dirty strands, he yanked them harshly. Damn little brat. Pay attention to your hygiene. You're so dirty, you've soiled my gloves. Do you understand? With a slap, the celestial dragon struck her, instantly swelling her small face and sending her tears flying. How disgusting. Cry. I want you to cry. The celestial dragon picked up a pair of scissors and began to haphazardly cut Amy's hair. Such a brutal and perverted scene caused the surrounding celestial dragons to laugh heartily. Hey, Anjiru, don't break the little girl. Shut up. I can handle this slave however I want. Ah, that's true. The celestial dragons laughed, while the very young Marine Vice Admiral, Carp, silently stood to the side, a layer of black shadow obscuring his face, making his true expression difficult to discern. Only his tightly clenched fist revealed his inner rage. No, this is bad. The Rocks pirates are about to break in. Suddenly, a Marine rushed in to report. Carp looked at the Marine and silently walked out of the territory. The air here made him want to vomit. Where are they? They're almost here. Give me the Din Din Mushy. Yes. Carp took the Din Din Mushy and dialed directly. Hello, is this Carp? Roger. Get to God Valley right now. Hey. You're not sending me into the Celestial Dragon's territory, are you? I need you to help me. Ah, this is such a hassle. Fine, I'll be there right away. With a click, the Din Din Mushy was hung up, and Carp's expression turned serious, followed by a group of Marines. When he stepped out of the Celestial Dragon's courtyard, he paused briefly to look back at the magnificent building. Though this territory was extraordinarily luxurious, with white walls and green plants making it appear sacred, the scum inside made him feel intensely nauseous. Carp turned back, no longer lingering, and strode forward. Soon, he encountered a group of vicious pirates. Roxy, Jibek Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, Edward Newgate. These pirates who would later be known as the Four Emperors looked incredibly young at this time. Carp looked at the group of pirates before him, his iron fist clenched, ready to vent all the anger from what he had just witnessed. Soon, a fierce battle broke out. The Rocks pirates were incredibly powerful. If Roger hadn't rushed over, even Carp would have been defeated by Rocks and the others. This terrifying battle in God Valley even led to the issuance of the Demon Slayer Order, and with Rock's defeat, the once mighty Rocks pirates disbanded. The Celestial Dragons also moved away from God Valley, and from that time on, God Valley disappeared. Kaido, Edward Newgate, and Charlotte Linlin would later become the Four Emperors. Only Rocks was severely injured. Fortunately, amidst their chaos, a little girl escaped from the Celestial Dragon's territory. Originally, the Celestial Dragon Anjuru intended to take Amy away, but the gravely wounded Rocks hid her away. Amy looked at the only man in the world who had treated her well, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She had suffered from the torment of the Celestial Dragons, with no one treating her as a human. Only Rocks, in his dying moments, saved and changed her life. From that moment on, Amy, along with Rocks and some of his remnants, began to evade the Marines. She was just a little girl slave, yet now she had to bear the name of the Rocks pirates, escaping the Marines while also being wary of former pirate rivals. The burden she had to carry was too heavy. However, compared to her previous inhumane life, she endured with superhuman patience. Whether it was selling her body or being beaten by pirates, all for food and medical supplies to prolong Rock's life, she had no complaints. For him, she became the Red Queen, cruel and ruthless, despising life, even sacrificing her entire lifetime. She had long hidden her weakness and tears, all for this pirate who had once saved her. And now, the Red Queen Amy had completed her final mission, awakening the once mighty king of the seas with all her strength and the lifespan she had seized. Amy gasped, her aging physique making it difficult for her to speak. Is this your purpose, Red Queen? Lingfeng looked at the fallen Amy in the distance and said expressionlessly, Do you think it is worth it? Amy, using the last bit of her strength, weakly asked, A person's dreams never end. Although I don't know why your dream is filled with obsession, your methods are indeed too extreme. Lingfeng did not deny Amy's question. He just disagreed with her approach. No, it doesn't matter. Finally, I'm also a useful person, aren't I? Kurizumikage stood in place, looking at Amy on the ground, and for some reason, he thought of himself. Lingfeng looked at the aging of the Red Queen and the questions at her death's door. He did not answer. He flew to her side, picked up her frail body, and gestured for her to look at the red figure at the entrance of the cave. The Red Queen, Amy, slowly closed her eyes. When the darkness completely covered her vision, her aged face wore a look of relief as she whispered her final words. This is my meaning of existence. Chapter 72. Ghostly State Lingfeng did this because Red Queen Amy could have killed his two companions. But for some reason, she didn't do it. Perhaps it was her last line of conscience. Perhaps it was her inner fatigue. Perhaps. Lingfeng did not know and would never know again, because what he had to face was a powerful pirate. What do you say? Do you want to have another round with me? Lingfeng's armed color hockey has once again strengthened due to the rewards, and the cool-down time has passed. In the end, I still don't have the awareness like her and my brother. Perhaps I will never become a strong person. Muzin Kibutsuji rarely smiled, sheathed his sword, and his 6 eyes disappeared, returning to his human form. I don't belong here but if I can fight alongside a strong person, I will be happy to help you once. Oh, fight alongside me? Lingfeng laid down the corpse of Hong Ho, and a gust of wind blew it far away. He looked at the nearby Kokoshibo and smiled. No, it's another method. Kokoshibo transformed into a very handsome human form, looking at Lingfeng with a sense of relief in his eyes. Before Lingfeng could finish his sentence, Kokoshibo turned into a flash of bloodlight and rushed into Lingfeng's body. The gathered light from Hong Ho flew towards the cave entrance, but the red light, transformed by Kokoshibo, surged into Lingfeng's body. System prompt. You have obtained Kokoshibo's blood demon lineage. The skill towards death and life has been changed to demon human state. Demon human state. Transform into a blood demon, significantly enhancing your physical attributes, and you can use Kokoshibo's skills. Moon breathing. Patterns, transparent world, blood demon techniques. In this state, the ability of the Hurricane Fruit cannot be used. System prompt. Kokoshibo has been reinforced, transformed, and has broken through limits. Therefore, even if the demon human state loses its head, it can regenerate, will not die, will not fear sunlight and wisteria, and has no weaknesses. Ding. Blood demon technique activated, fused with front step slash, obtaining a new blade, Void Moon. Note, the demon human state cannot be maintained for long periods. Otherwise, a bloodthirsty desire will arise. Lingfeng's body was covered with a layer of blood-red light, and blood-red crescent moons continuously floated around him, creating an extremely tragic beauty. His hair had grown slightly longer, with a faint dark red hue, and a flame-shaped pattern connected his chin to the heart area on his chest. He wore a black and purple Haori jacket, lined with a white shirt and black long boots and pants. At his waist hung a strange, dark purple katana, with countless red crescent moons engraved on the hilt, blade, and sheath, and at the center of each crescent moon was a black sphere that looked like an eyeball. Lingfeng's eyes also turned into black with red pupils. He drew out his new dagger, Void Moon, feeling the immense power within him. This power is truly intoxicating. Lingfeng closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, his expression filled with ecstasy as the blood-red light on his body flickered continuously. Not far away, in the collapsed pit, the red figure became more and more prominent. Suddenly, the ground shook, and a dazzling red light shot up into the sky. Bang! A massive figure burst out from below, landing heavily not far from Lingfeng. Ha ha! Lokes have returned. Lokes was enveloped in an eerie red light, and Lingfeng could clearly see the scars on his body and his aging white hair slowly disappearing. Amy, you did well. You truly are my good crew member. Ha ha ha. Lokes laughed heartily, the return of his immense power filling him with confidence. Lingfeng looked at him expressionlessly, the new knife in his hand seeming to be eager to try. Oh, it seems there's a capable little ghost here. Rox tilted his neck, producing a crackling sound from his bones. His face contorted as he glared at Lingfeng, his hair standing on end. Aren't you going to see what happened to your crew? Lingfeng's tone was slightly cold, and his demeanor seemed to have changed quite a bit after becoming a ghost. Oh, you mean Amy? Ha ha. What does it matter to me whether she is dead or alive? She's just a pawn of mine. Rox clenched his iron fist, stepping toward Lingfeng one step at a time. He wanted to test how much strength he had recovered. How pathetic, Red Queen. Lingfeng raised his knife and looked at Rox. Rox, you remnants of the old era. There's no ship left in the new era to carry you. Lingfeng finished speaking, and his figure suddenly disappeared. With his explosively increased physical stats and the speed of the Sora technique, he was now many times faster than before. He silently flashed past Rox, quickly drawing his in a swift motion. Moon breathing. First form, Dark Moon, Night Palace. The speed of the draw was so fast that the blade was indistinguishable, leaving numerous crescent moon blades in its wake. Rox hadn't even adapted to his gradually recovering body when one of his arms was directly severed. Puff! A robust arm flew into the air, and Rox let out a muffled groan but did not scream. This old era king certainly had some backbone. Kid, not bad speed. Rox sneered as he blocked the blood flow from his severed arm, his armed hockey spreading around him. It's been a while since I used observation hockey. You've actually managed to get the jump on me. Rox bent his waist and exerted force, swinging his arm in a full arc towards Lingfeng with all his might. Transparent world. Observation hockey. In front of Lingfeng, the world seemed to transform into a transparent one, and by focusing and shutting down unnecessary senses, the rocks in front of him appeared almost transparent. Coupled with the perception of observation hockey, Lingfeng watched the incoming attack as if it were in slow motion, moving so slowly. Lingfeng simultaneously turned his body and swung out 2 blades of wind, with many crescent moon blades attached to the wind. Breath of the Moon. Second form, Pearl Flower playing with the moon. Lingfeng unleashed his armed color hockey without reservation, clashing hard against Rock's arm. Clang! The 2 blade winds were blocked, and Rocks, as expected of a former king of the seas, demonstrated a level of mastery in armed color hockey that surpassed Lingfeng's. Third form, Envy Moon, Erosion. Lingfeng remained expressionless as he created crescent blades at the edge of his sword and then quickly struck in succession, as he released 2 crescent-shaped blade winds. Numerous crescent blades of varying sizes appeared around him. Rocks quickly retreated, his massive body leaping into the air before crashing down with great force, colliding directly with the fierce blade strikes. Bang! At the moment of impact, the ground even cracked open, creating countless spider web-like fissures centered around Lingfeng. Hey! Rocks let out a sinister laugh, suddenly spinning in the air and viciously whipping his leg towards Lingfeng. Whoosh bang! Lingfeng's body was smashed and flew away, crashing into the distant wall, which deeply dented. A cloud of smoke rose up as Rocks landed heavily, feeling satisfied with his own power. Little ghost, stop playing dead. Keep going. Chapter 73. Intense Battle with Rocks. The power is indeed impressive. Lingfeng's voice echoed through the smoke as his figure slowly emerged. Rocks wore an arrogant smile, his iron fist clenched, eager to try his skills. Lingfeng's injuries on his back and chest are constantly healing. The healing ability of the ghostly state is not something an ordinary human can compare to. You little ghosts seem to have abilities similar to Amy's. Could you be her subordinate? Rocks looked at Lingfeng with great interest, while the latter remained silent. How boring. Seeing Lingfeng not respond, a terrifying aura began to coalesce once again. Conqueror's Haki. Rocks' gaze turned extremely fierce, and a dark red aura continuously emanated from him, causing the ground and debris around to tremble and then shatter completely. Conqueror's Haki, huh? Lingfeng squinted, feeling the violent momentum around him. What's wrong, kid? Are you scared out of your wits? Rocks, brimming with arrogance, unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, resembling an emperor ruling over the world. At that moment above them, a flying transponder snail was broadcasting the battle between the two to everyone in the flower capital. Hey, this ISNT good if it goes on like this. Lingfeng is going to lose. At this time, Xingyue and Poison Island Seiko had found the rest of the Hunter Alliance members, and they quickly send out a visual transponder snail to keep an eye on Lingfeng's situation. Should we go support him? Ryuka asked Barrow Betty beside her. Earlier, when they were fighting the vampires, those vampires had suddenly self-destructed for no reason. Let us wait and see for now. That guy ISNT someone anyone can mess with. Barrow Betty lit a cigarette, watching the footage on the big screen. Not only they, but all the ordinary people in the flower capital were also watching this battle, because the Hunter Alliance had informed them that the ultimate boss of the vampires, the originator of the terrifying secret in the flower capital, was fighting Lingfeng. Go for it. Big brother with a knife. Kill that monster. Go for it. The Hunter Alliance never fails. Everyone in the flower capital was focused on this battle, knowing that if Lingfeng lost, the monster on the other side of the screen would definitely turn the flower capital upside down. Everyone witnessed the scene of their confrontation. The monstrous strength was simply beyond human comprehension. This was beyond everyone's understanding. Even Kira and Barrow Betty wore serious expressions. In their perception, only their leader, Monkey D. Dragon, possessed such monstrous strength. Lingfeng, Captain, you must win. Poison Island Seiko watched Lingfeng on the screen, her fair hands tightly clenched, her heart extremely tense. Don't worry, that guy ISNT so easily defeated, and it seems his body has undergone some changes. At this moment, Xingyue was beside Poison Island Seiko, staring at the screen with a serious expression, keenly noticing the changes in Lingfeng's body. I hope so. Poison Island Seiko sighed and took out the transponder snail Lingfeng had given her. Let us call the other partners and see. At this time, in the open space on the ground of the Zero Zone underground passage, Lingfeng resisted Rock's Conqueror's Haki, and the transparent world expanded to its maximum. He could clearly see that in the air, there was an invisible pressure current continuously exerting pressure on him. What's wrong, kid? Come at me. Where's your spirit? Rocks laughed arrogantly, and although he had lost an arm, it was nothing serious for him. 5 forms. Moon Spirit Catastrophe Vortex. Lingfeng did not draw his blade. Instead, his body spun rapidly, generating a massive vortex-like blade wind around him that continuously repelled the surrounding armed Haki. At the same time, Countless crescent moon marks were left in the trajectory of his strikes. The crescent moon blades relentlessly attacked rocks, who sneered in disdain and quickly dodged. It seems you don't have Conqueror's Haki. In this sea, those who lack Conqueror's Haki will ultimately never become the strongest. After passing through a phantom, Rocks launched a punch directly at Lingfeng's head. If he got hit, Lingfeng's head would surely explode. Quick dodge. Lingfeng, be careful. Among all the spectators, Xing Shui and Poison Island Siko gasped at this scene. The two exchanged glances before turning their attention back to the screen. Lingfeng, however, did not dodge or evade at this moment, as if he had not seen Rock's attack at all. Good coming. Lingfeng wrapped the armament Haki around the Void Moon blade, concentrating it at the same point to execute a rapid series of cross slashes. While releasing multiple blade winds, countless crescent blades flew towards Rocks. Type 8. Eternal Night's Solitary Moon. No interference. Clang, clang, clang. Rocks enveloped himself in armament Haki and directly took Lingfeng's wave of slashes head-on. However, Lingfeng's armament Haki was indeed slightly inferior, and Rocks smiled with satisfaction just as his iron fist was about to strike Lingfeng. All the spectators from Flower City jumped up in tension, their hearts feeling as if they were about to leap into their throats. Type 8. Moon Dragon's Tail. The virtual moon knife in Lingfeng's hand changed rapidly, as if the crescent moon eyes had come to life. He then swung the transformed virtual moon knife, unleashing a massive horizontal slash that swept away everything in front of him. Not only was the speed incredibly fast, but it was also accompanied by countless giant moon blades. What? The range of this slash was extremely terrifying, as if a giant crescent moon had been cleaved in front of Lingfeng. The moon blades, along with the massive strike, directly knocked Rocks back, although the collision of armed color Haki put Lingfeng at a slight disadvantage. Such a fearsome sweeping slash did not break Rock's defense, yet he was still pushed back. Huh, that was terrifying. Xing Shui watched this scene on the screen, pressing her slightly full chest with her small hand, taking a breath, and saying, "However, this cannot go on. Lingfeng is unable to break through that person's defense." Poison Island Siko also let out a sigh of relief, while Rui nodded in agreement. There's no way. It's clear that Lingfeng's armed color Haki is not very advanced, so he suffered some losses. Bello Betty exhaled a puff of smoke and said slowly, "Is there any way to deal with this?" Kala asked nervously at this moment. "For now, we don't know what other moves Lingfeng has. Let's prepare ourselves. If anything happens later, we will evacuate all the ordinary people from the flower capital to Shenying City." Bello Betty shook her head, making the worst-case scenario. "What? Are you going to abandon my captain?" Poison Island Siko turned her head, angrily saying, "No, you misunderstood." "Then what do you mean? Stop arguing, look quickly." Just as Poison Island Siko and Bello Betty were about to start arguing, Xing Shui suddenly pointed at the screen and exclaimed. With her shout, everyone's attention returned to the screen once again. Chapter 74. The End of an Era, The Rise of a New King. At this moment, Lingfeng surprisingly released his demon state. Compared to before, he was even noticeably weaker. "What's wrong, little ghost? Have you given up on yourself?" Rocks, sensing Lingfeng's decline in strength with his observation Haki, mocked with a laugh. "Just broke through the defense, it's simple." Lingfeng didn't want to stop using the demon state, but he realized that as long as he used the Gale Absolute Slash and then applied the Armor Breaker buff, combined with Shadow Flame, it would be over. Without hesitation, Lingfeng unleashed the power of the Hurricane Fruit and used Shave to get close to Rocks. Hey, do you think I can't evade your attack?" Rocks laughed heartily, activating his observation Haki, and Lingfeng's Gale Absolute Slash was instantly dodged. The wind-based clone mindlessly charged at Rock's original position, slicing repeatedly, as if you had misfired a skill in a game. It didn't matter. Lingfeng smiled, drawing the demon sword Mingyan while sheathing the ghost sword Suyu. Black flames surged on the demon sword. "Oh." Rocks looked at Lingfeng with a mocking expression, wanted to see what trump cards the latter had. "Come on, Rocks, just accept the end of the era as a remnant of the old times." Lingfeng transformed into a blue hurricane, colliding with Rock's Conqueror's Haki. The red and blue air currents continuously clashed, forming two semicircular streams of air that violently collided around them. Boom! Just as the Conqueror's Haki and the Hurricane Fruit collided and exploded, both of them moved simultaneously. Rocks was slightly faster, but Lingfeng was not far behind. Lingfeng rushed forward rapidly, and the demonic sword Mingyan emitted a spreading aura as his arm muscles tensed around the hilt. The blade sliced through the air, creating a dark red afterimage. Clang! The blade hummed softly, and the black flames boiled. With a single slash, a terrifying wound appeared on Rock's massive body. Blood splattered, and Rock's expression changed in shock. But Lingfeng was also hit by a punch from him. Lingfeng maximized the power of the Hurricane Fruit, blocking its immense propulsion. The demon's sword in his hand continued to penetrate, directly slicing into Rock's body, leaving the latter astonished. Impossible. How did you do that? Rock shouted. But Lingfeng transformed into a gust of azure wind, blood on his face, flying into the sky. Enjoy the taste of shadow flame, Rocks. Lingfeng wiped the blood from his face and smiled cruelly. What? Just as Rocks was about to pursue, he suddenly felt a burning pain rising from within his body. You, what did you do? Rocks covered his wound, kneeling on one leg, overwhelmed by the unbearable burning sensation inside him. Goodbye, Rocks. The blue wind and black flames continuously condensed on the edge of the Lingfeng blade. Black flame, tornado. Wind release, spiral shuriken. Take advantage of his injury. Take his life. The black flame tornado, carrying the spiral shuriken, flew directly towards Locke's body. He wanted to dodge, but the shadow flames raging within him tortured his organs. Even an Iron Man could not endure such pain. Accompanied by the arrival of the black flame tornado and the explosion of the spiral shuriken, countless wind blades and flames engulfed Locke. At this moment, the surrounding open space was like hell. The nature-type Devil Fruit is truly terrifying. Lingfeng looked expressionless at rocks below, continuously kicking out with his legs, and his slashes didn't stop either. The wind-type finger gun kept striking relentlessly. Soon, the ground was left riddled with holes. Countless clouds of smoke rose, and the green wind, carrying black flames, engulfed Rock's body. System prompt. Hidden task 4 completed. Red-haired and Rocks are dead. Task reward. Conqueror's Hockey unlocked. System prompt. Side quest 2. Explore the terrifying secrets of the Flower City. Purification of this city is complete. System prompt. Task completion rewards. Physique 100. 2 remaining techniques of the Navy 6 styles. 70 points of armament hockey enhancement. Swordsmanship value 100 points. World Origin 1 obtained. Demon Slayer World Fissure has been repaired. As the system prompt sound echoed, the ground beneath completely collapsed. Rest in peace, once the king of the seas. Lingfeng looked at the collapsing ground and turned around to leave. He won. That's great. At this moment, both the temporary base of the Hunter Alliance and all the people of Flower City witnessed Lingfeng's victory. Countless people cheered, and the atmosphere in Flower City instantly became lively, with fireworks even lighting up the sky. This guy is truly unfathomable. Bello Betty extinguished her cigarette and looked at Lingfeng's back with some admiration. Thankfully, nothing went wrong. Poison Island Seiko also put down her phone bug, saying with lingering fear, "This guy, I didn't expect him to be so powerful." Xingxue also bit her red lips lightly, beginning to take Lingfeng seriously. Previously, she thought Lingfeng wouldn't be a formidable character, but now he had actually defeated the legendary Locks, which was truly unexpected. It seems that Flower City can now open up to the outside world, leaving only the matter of Shinying City. Rui breathed a sigh of relief, finally resolving a troublesome issue. The Emperor should be fine now, right? Xingxue turned to Rui and asked, to which the latter nodded. Yes. It was the Red Queen's doing earlier. The Empress suddenly aged, and if the citizens found out, it would definitely cause panic. Rui's tone was serious as she recalled the Empress's sudden aging, still feeling a sense of dread. However, what exactly is going on with the nine-tailed fox lord? Rui still felt uneasy and wanted to return to Shinying City quickly to see what happened to the Shrine of the Miko. Don't worry. As long as you remain independent and clearly separate from the world government, we will definitely help you. Kira tilted her head and smiled, evidently. They had already agreed on the terms. Rui nodded, planning to discuss it again after Lingfeng returned. At this moment, Lingfeng was flying towards the temporary base of the Hunter Alliance, and he was checking his panel after a long time. Name, Lingfeng, physique, 258 to 5. The typical physique of ordinary humans in the pirate world is around 10 to 20. Devil Fruit. Hurricane Fruit. Development level 20. Reaching 100 can awaken the fruit. Armament hockey. 150300 beginner observation hockey. 50300 beginner conquerors hockey. 30300 beginner swordsmanship. 200 wind breathing. Moon breathing ninjutsu. S-class wind release. Spiraling shuriken Navy 6 styles. Galefoot intermediate acquired. Finger pistol beginner acquired. Shay beginner acquired. Moonwalk beginner acquired. Iron block paper drawing acquired. Current crew 510. Drake, Karina, and Linus are not counted as system crew members. Swordsmanship specialization. increases the sharpness of bladed weapons, improves proficiency with bladed weapons, can wrap one sword with armament haki, and ultimately elevate it to a black blade. Black Blade Realm wraps armament haki around the sword to achieve a hardened state, truly able to cut through anything. As long as the unit area has a haki strength weaker than one's own, it can be cut in two. Minimum requirement: intermediate armament haki. Demon State significantly enhances physical attributes, can use the skills of Kokushibo, moon breathing, patterns, transparent world, blood demon art. In this state, the Hurricane Fruit's abilities cannot be used. Shadow Flame, passive skill. The terrifying power associated with the demon blade. Every time one is cut by the demon blade, Shadow Flame will surge from the wound, causing horrific burning damage inside the enemy's body. Wind Barrier creates a wind barrier around to block incoming attacks, capable of blocking any flying projectiles and ranged attacks. Blood Demon Art, Demon Blade, Phantom Moon, Gale Absolute Severing Slash, transforms into countless wind avatars, dealing terrifying sword energy, slashing damage to the enemy, with a built-in armor-piercing effect that lasts for 30 seconds, cooldown time of 3 minutes. Chapter 75, An Unexpected New Member. Lingfeng looked at his system panel. His strength had significantly increased. Completing the hidden tasks was worth it. Lingfeng nodded in satisfaction. Now the 3-color domineering has been activated. Although they are all at the beginner level, as long as he continues to train and complete tasks, he will surely advance to a new level. As for the Marine 6 styles, he has already learned them all. System prompt: swordsmanship value has reached 200, and all moves of wind breathing have been unlocked, triggering the secondary branch, mist breathing. Mist breathing, a branch of wind breathing. All moves are as elusive as thin mist. Unlocking requires a value of 300. The sudden system prompt also brought a smile to Lingfeng's face, as he didn't expect to unlock a new breathing technique. Wind breathing consists of large area AoE sword techniques, but mist breathing is different. It is not only elegant, but also stylish. Coupled with his Hurricane Fruit, it can be said to be like adding wings to a tiger. Lingfeng secretly nodded and was about to close the system panel. The system prompted: crew member Misaka Makoto has signed a contract with personnel from the Toru Kagaka no Railgun world and has obtained World Origin 1. The rift to that world has been repaired. What the hell? Railgun is amazing? What's going on? Lingfeng's flying body came to a stop. He curiously looked at the system panel, preparing to see who had just joined. System prompt: new crew member Shirai Kuriko has joined. However, this member is not counted in the system's crew number as she has signed a contract with the system. System prompt: the world's origin has been obtained, and the system memoir function can be activated to view the experiences of the other members. Would you like to activate this function? So it's that perverted discipline committee member. And she's also a big fan of the railgun. No wonder she signed a contract so readily. Lingfeng looked at the new members and couldn't help but smile. He was really afraid that some strange personnel had come through. Activate. System. Activating memoir function. A series of texts appeared before him, and the memoir was activated. 3 days ago, Misaka Makoto, Kochu Shinobu, and Rem entered the city of Mizuki. They encountered Maria, a half-elf from the elf clan, who was being chased by a group of pirates. Misaka Makoto and the others intervened to help and fought against the pirate crew, whose captain was named Kid. Their abilities were similar, leading to a fierce battle. The killing warrior Kira fought against Kochu Shinobu, but was defeated and poisoned, forcing Kid to retreat. Maria brought Misaka Makoto and the others back to the elf clan's territory, while Rem was attracted to the Mizuki pool, regaining her magical power. 2 days ago, the Navy's Balin, along with her new subordinate Shirai Kuriko, investigated the reasons behind Mizuki's freedom and democracy. Shirai Kuriko used teleportation to chase the pirates and coincidentally encountered Misaka Makoto and the others. After some exchanges, the two ended up in a heated argument. 1 day ago, the city of Mizuki declared its independence, and the Golden Emperor Desoro promised a sum of money to the elf clan, asking them to join his ship. Today, the Navy's Balin engaged in a fierce battle with Desoro and others. The Golden Emperor activated his powers, and Shirai Kuriko and the Navy were overwhelmed, only to be saved by Misaka Makoto. Rem used magic, Kochu Shinobu helped Kira with the antidote, and Misaka Makoto temporarily teamed up with Kid to repel Desoro's Golden Giant. Shirai Kuriko was persuaded by Misaka Makoto to join the Gale pirate crew. At this time, news arrived of the blood demon of the Flower City being defeated, and Desoro left God Sakura Island. The Navy's Balin led her subordinates away from the city of Mizuki, preparing to head to God Sakura City to meet the Empress. The memoir ends here. Lingfeng looked at a long string of memoirs, feeling somewhat shaken inside. He didn't expect that Peiji and the others had experienced so much, yet they didn't even call to tell him. Lingfeng shrugged helplessly, thinking that those few probably didn't want to be protected by him all the time. However, overall, it was still a good thing. Lingfeng turned off the system memoir and flew again, quickly returning to the Hunter Alliance base. You're back. Seiko Dejima had been waiting outside the base for Lingfeng's return, and as soon as she saw him, she excitedly rushed over. Him. Lingfeng's face turned red. He didn't expect senior sister to be so excited all of a sudden. I'm sorry. Seiko Todoroki left Lingfeng's embrace. Seeing Lingfeng return safely just now had momentarily caused her to lose her composure. A beautiful girl as a crew member, were doing really well as the captain. Xing Shui was also very excited to see Lingfeng return. But when she saw Seiko Todoroki throw herself into Lingfeng's arms, for some reason her tone became a bit sour. Let's not talk about this. By the way, where is Rui? I need to find her for something. Lingfeng patted Poison Island Seiko's shoulder and smiled as he nodded at her. What's wrong? Lingfeng, do you need something from me? At this moment, Waikao was also following behind the crowd, which included Barrow Betty, Keela, Klo, the Demon King, and Click. They all looked at Lingfeng in front of them, and for some reason, he reminded them of that young boy with black hair wearing a straw hat. The matter in the flower capital has been resolved. How about accompanying me to Shining City? I have something to discuss with the Empress. What is it? Waikao looked at Lingfeng with curiosity, wanting to know what he was going to say. I want to tell the Empress that from now on, Shining Island will be my territory. As soon as Lingfeng said this, everyone present was taken aback, except for Seiko Suji. What? What do you mean you got? Xing Shui reacted immediately, saying with some anger. She had already developed some fondness and admiration for Lingfeng, but she didn't expect him to have such great ambition. Don't get excited, everyone, let me finish. Lingfeng raised his hand and pressed it down, signaling everyone not to get excited. What exactly do you want to say? At this moment, Bellow Betty was also smoking, her eyes behind the glasses fixed on Lingfeng, and she snorted coldly. I'm not trying to occupy Shining Island, but to designate it as my sphere of influence. From now on, we will be comrades in arms. You revolutionaries also want to help Shining Kingdom achieve independence, right? As long as we gain independence and don't become pawns of the world government, that's all that matters. Moreover, to be honest, what I want is to compete with other pirates in this sea area, targeting the level of the 4 emperors. I need a strong sphere of influence. The technology of your Flower City, the priestesses of Shining City, and the elves of Watermoon City, without the protection of the world government and the Navy, it would be quite difficult for you to achieve independence on your own. Lingfeng spoke in one breath, observing everyone's reactions. Before anyone could say anything, he continued, moreover, the Revolutionary Army should have quite a few matters to handle recently, right? Helping the god Sakura Nation gain independence is great, but you all have your own affairs to attend to as well. If I remember correctly, the 2 leaders of the Revolutionary Army are still imprisoned in Advanced City, aren't they? Bellow Betty and Kira were taken aback by his words, surprised that Lingfeng even knew about such matters. Don't worry, I'm not trying to pry into your affairs. I'm saying that after you leave, God Sakura Island will join my alliance, and from then on, I will protect you. Chapter 76, 3 Pirate Targets. When Lingfeng said this, he was very arrogant, but he had the capital to be so. At present, with all 3 types of Haki activated, his physical attributes had significantly improved, along with the natural type Hurricane Fruit and his powerful swordsmanship. His personal strength was now almost on par with the 7 warlords of the sea. He could even easily deal with a few of the weaker ones. Moreover, he had just defeated the legendary Pirate Rocks, and all the residents of Flower City witnessed it. It could be said that Lingfeng is now the hero of Flower City, and his request is not to take control of God Sakura Island, but merely to designate it as his sphere of influence. This means becoming part of his faction and facing the other powerful pirates or the world government together in the future. This matter, I fear I cannot decide on my own. At this moment, Rui pondered and said with a serious expression, So I asked you to take me to see the Empress. I believe she will agree. After all, only those with great strength have the right to speak, right? Lingfeng squinted his eyes, and the threat in his words was very obvious. If the Empress did not agree, he would probably be the next Rocks. There was no way around it. This was one of Lingfeng's main storyline tasks, and it had to be completed. All right, let's set off right away. Rui nodded. Although Lingfeng's tone was threatening, looking at it from another perspective, this promising pirate might actually help their Shining Island develop into a great nation. After all, Lingfeng's strength was evident, He possessed such terrifying power at a young age, and with a natural-type devil fruit, his future was limitless. Weighing the pros and cons, Ruoyi hurriedly prepared to take Lingfeng to Shun Ying City. Lingfeng was not afraid that the other party would back out, because if the Empress did not agree, he would definitely resort to extreme measures in the end. However, he did not want to do that unless absolutely necessary. If he became like Rox and the red-haired, treating these ordinary people like insects, then it would be meaningless. What he wanted was true submission and allegiance to him, turning God Sakura Island into his armed force. Becoming one of the 4 emperors sounded simple, but it was not easy to accomplish. Strengthening his own power was only the primary goal. If his sphere of influence was not strong enough, he would just be a powerful pirate in one area. In the original storyline, according to his current timeline, 2 years later, Luffy would defeat Kaido, and Kid and Law would defeat Big Mom, making Luffy the new 4 emperor. Blackbeard continued to expand his power, and with his group of vicious criminals, he also became one of the new 4 emperors. Meanwhile, Shanks remained inactive. But the last of the 4 emperors turned out to be that man. That's right, it was Buggy the Clown. Although it was unclear how he became a 4 emperor, it was evident that these 4 individuals shared a common trait. Their subordinates had vast territories, and they themselves were strong, except for Buggy. Therefore, Lingfeng's primary objective for completing the main quest was to continuously expand his territory. While his strength kept increasing, he also needed to arm himself. Otherwise, he would still be just a small fry. Lingfeng's next goal is simple: to recruit the super strong individuals from the original world. Among them, there are 3 he values highly, all of whom are vicious criminals imprisoned on the 6th level of Impel Down. The first is Bondi Waldo, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 500 million. He is a Momo fruit user, capable of amplifying his own speed, the speed of objects he touches, and their volume by 1100 times. This man is known as the World Destroyer. His initial dream was to pursue freedom on the seas with his brother, to witness the islands and nations of the ocean, and to embark on an adventure around the world. He is not inherently bad. This man's strength is extremely powerful. Although he was defeated by Luffy, his fruit ability and haki are very impressive, making him one of Lingfeng's targets. The second is Berlick Leadfield, a pirate from the era of Joel D. Roger, known as the Solitary Red and the Scarlet Count. He is extraordinarily powerful, able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Roger and Whitebeard all on his own. From a young age, he possessed a strong observation haki and was inspired by Brook's ideals, which led him to admire Brook and eventually become a pirate himself. Even though his physical condition has aged, he later found the devil fruit known as the Bat Fruit, mythical Zoan-type vampire form. Lingfeng had already witnessed the perverse abilities of this fruit, and when the man regains his peak strength, he is sure to stir up bloodshed once again. Lingfeng is determined to subdue him. The last person is Douglas Barrett. He is known as the inheritor of the demon. He was a crew member of the Roger Pirates and is extremely powerful. Even his companions from the Roger Pirates call him a monster. Barrett joined the Roger Pirates as a challenger, and at that time, only Roger could surpass him. Even Vice Captain Rayleigh could only fight him to a draw. The clown Buggy even stated that compared to the Navy fleet, that lone man was even more terrifying, advising others not to get involved with him, even if the treasure was one piece. These 3 powerful pirates share a common trait. They're all imprisoned on the 6th level of Impel Down. When Luffy and Blackbeard create chaos in Impel Down, these 3 will successfully escape from prison. Lingfeng vowed to capture all 3 powerful pirates, and when that happens, he would become the strongest of the 4 emperors. Of course, for now, he would first focus on conquering Shinying Island. Soon, Rui instructed various matters in preparation to head to Shinying City with Lingfeng. Lingfeng had one more thing to do. He looked at the Click pirate crew and the Black Cat pirate crew behind him. How about you 2 join my Gale fleet in the future? Lingfeng smiled at Klo and Click, and both of them were taken aback upon hearing this. I could go along with that. Boss, think about it. Klo readily agreed, as they were helping the Revolutionary Army for self-preservation and not genuinely joining. Click, on the other hand, was a ruthless pirate who would never submit to anyone. However, the demon Akin had decent strength and a clear mind. He believed that by joining Lingfeng's side, he would be aligning himself with a powerful ally. If you can convince the Empress, I can join your Grand Fleet. After weighing his options, Click agreed despite some previous friction with Lingfeng. A good choice. Lingfeng nodded in approval, then left with Rui and Xingxue. Kuerla and Belu Obedi were indifferent. This group of pirates never genuinely intended to join them. At the same time Lingfeng was leaving, In a small corner of the Hunter Alliance, a disguised member of a news agency connected to a Den Den Mushi. Birubaru. Kaga. The Den Den Mushi was answered. And the member quickly spoke. Hello, President Morgans, I have a big scoop. What news? Speak slowly, came Morgan's elegant voice from the other end. Do you remember the Gale Pirates? That captain actually defeated the legendary pirate rocks. What? Chapter 77. Explosive news. A gasp came from the Den Den Mushi, startling the news member, who immediately ran to a more distant corner. Lower your voice, President. It's not very convenient here. Tell me in detail what happened, Morgan said, and the news member recounted everything that happened in Flower City. Do you have photos? Morgans asked after listening to the report. Yes, and there's footage too, but I only took pictures. I'll send them to you later. Make sure it's fast. This is big news. It will definitely shock the world. Wait, President. I also heard other things. What other big news? Morgans was about to hang up the Den Den Mushi, but was surprised to hear more revelations. That guy's crew reportedly joined forces with the Kid Pirates to repel Desoro. Is this true? Is the information accurate? Morgans nearly jumped from his seat. This explosive news was just coming one after another. Absolutely, President. This is insider information I got while blending in here. It cannot be wrong. Good. Send the photos quickly. And do you have any photos from Desoro's side? Yes. I specifically set up a recording Den Den Mushi there. It definitely recorded the latest information. Send it over. Yes. After hanging up, Morgans paced back and forth. The other members of the news agency, seeing the president's demeanor, were puzzled. What's wrong, President? I got news that the newly emerged Gale Pirates defeated Rocks and repelled Desoro one after another. What? Upon hearing Morgan's words, all the members' eyes nearly popped out. Incredible. In less than a month, they're this powerful. This guy will definitely become one of the strongest forces at sea. Morgan stopped and looked at all the members. When the photos come in, report this first. This explosive news will definitely bring us enormous profits. Oh, countless reporters raised their arms in excitement, full of enthusiasm. Not long after, when Lingfeng arrived at Shining City, numerous newsbirds spread the freshly released explosive news to all corners of the world. Explosive news. Rocks mysteriously reemerges, but is defeated by a rookie pirate. The Golden Emperor Desoro is repelled by Kid and the Gale Pirates. The Naval Girl Defects joins the Gale Pirates. The mysterious Shining Kingdom is brought under the Gale Pirates banner. The headlines of the newspapers were all about the Gale Pirates, with Kid occupying a significant portion as well. This kid is so powerful, he managed to defeat Rocks from the Roger era in just a month at sea. With a Logia-type Devil Fruit, what do you expect? His crew is also amazing. They're all beautiful girls. You can't say that. The Pirate Empress is a warlord of the sea, and her country is all female. Indeed, I heard the government wanted to recruit the captain of the Gale Pirates to become a warlord of the sea, but unexpectedly, that guy killed Rocks directly. Countless people were discussing. This era of great pirates had already seen many notorious pirates, and someone as powerful as Lingfeng overshadowed even the previous Straw Hat Kid. At the Navy headquarters, in Admiral Sengoku's office. This kid is surprisingly strong. What do you think, Carp? Rocks definitely wasn't in his prime. Back in the day, Roger and I barely defeated him. How could this kid in the newspaper casually kill him? Carp tossed the newspaper aside while munching on Senbei. Looks like this guy isn't willing to become a warlord of the sea. The system of the warlords isn't that great. Carp clearly held a strong disdain for the warlord system. We can't let this group of pirates continue to grow. Shining Kingdom, the one with the priestesses and spirits? Isn't there a navy over there? What does it mean that the naval girl defected? Do you want to go take a trip? I don't know. You don't need to. Just take good care of your grandson. Ha. My old grandson is indeed impressive. You old man sigh, forget it. Just right, that man is outside. Who? Akiji. At this moment, a tall man was riding a bicycle on the sea, moving forward continuously, when suddenly, the Den Den Mushi rang. Buru. Kaga. Hello. Is this Admiral Sengoku? Akiji, you need to head to Shining Island immediately. But I'm supposed to go to Longchain Island. It's fine. Go check what happened with Belen. She lost contact with headquarters. Okay, I understand. Akiji hung up the Den Den Mushi and changed the direction of his bicycle, heading towards Shining Island. At this time, Lingfeng was still unaware that a Navy admiral was closing in on him. He had already arrived at Shining City with Poison Island Seiko, while Drake and Linus had transported iron ore and returned to the Gale ship. Captain, you haven't seen the kind of corpse that gets back up. It scared me. Shut up, Lingfeng. We've already transported a lot of iron, ore, and metal materials. Just waiting for you to return. Lingfeng was currently using a phone bug to contact Linus with Drake, and it seemed that both of them were safe and sound. It appears that the graveyard is where those bloodsuckers hide their bodies, right? Indeed, both of us were quite scared back then. Drake recalled the scene and couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. All right, I'll resolve things here as quickly as possible. By the way, where's Karina? She was approached by a man named D Solo, who wanted her to be the singer on his ship, but she refused. Is she with you guys? Yeah. She thinks that guy is particularly dangerous. Hey, don't grab it. Hey, Captain, do you know how much that man offered for me to sing on his ship? Karina's voice came from the other end of the phone bug, causing Lingfeng to chuckle. He could imagine Karina's conflicted expression after seeing a pile of money. Don't worry, all the money on that ship will eventually be ours, including the ship itself. Lingfeng lowered his voice, with a dangerous glint in his eyes. Really? Don't worry, once I sort things out here, I'll come back right away to plan this. All right, I'll wait for you. As soon as Karina heard there was money involved, she blew Lingfeng a kiss, which left him both amused and exasperated. Kaga. The call ended, and Siko Tadu pouted beside him, looking a bit jealous as she glanced at Lingfeng. There are so many women among the crew. Xing Xuan muttered quietly to the side, clearly a bit displeased as well. Ahem. All right, shall we go meet the Empress? Let's go. Lingfeng put away the phone bug and was about to head to the Empress's palace with Ruo Yi and the others when he noticed that several of his other members had also arrived in Shinying City. Oh my, is this man the captain of Sister's crew? He looks pretty average. Before Lingfeng could greet anyone, he saw a little girl with brown twin tails inspecting him up and down. Her tone and gaze were filled with suspicion. Clearly, this little girl was Shirai Kuriko, the former Navy who had just joined the Gale pirate crew, also known as the disciplinary committee member. Chapter 78. Choice between two. Hello, Kuriko. Lingfeng saw several of his crew members and nodded with a smile to greet them. It seems that you all have a lot going on over there as well. Lingfeng smiled meaningfully, and Misaka Makoto and the other girls exchanged smiles. Yes, Captain. Are you planning to reward us? How about we hold another swimsuit party to welcome Kuriko's joining? You wish. Seeing Lingfeng chatting and laughing with her sister, Shirai Kuriko bit her handkerchief, looking jealous and angry. My sister is mine. Shirai Kuriko hugged the nearby railgun tightly, rubbing her little face against her. Wait, Kuriko. Billy ZZZZ. Shirai Kuriko was immediately shocked and charred, while Poison Island Siko looked at the many beautiful female crew members around Lingfeng, feeling a bit envious. Wow, is this guy really a pirate? So many beauties around him. Xingyue stomped her foot, looking a bit upset. Oh, what's wrong? Are you jealous? Who's jealous? At this moment, Xingyue jumped up in place as if a little cat had its tail stepped on after being teased by Wakaba. I was just joking. Why are you reacting so strongly? Wakabane. Xingyue's face turned red as she turned her head away, not wanting to look at Lingfeng. What an unpredictable person. Wakaba looked at Lingfeng, standing among several crew members, looking troubled, completely unable to associate him with the fierce battle he had with Rocks earlier. This is our new crew member, Poison Island Siko. These are Misaka Makoto, Shirai Kuriko, Kochu Shinobu, and Remington Lingfeng introduced to both sides. And several crew members generously nodded to each other in greeting. Let's get down to business first. Lingfeng felt a bit of a headache upon seeing this. Although having many beautiful girls around was a good thing, he couldn't shake the feeling that a chaotic scene was about to unfold in front of so many girls. Let us go. I'll take you there. Rui took the lead, guiding everyone to the front of the castle. The Queen's Palace on Shinying Island wasn't very large. Shinying City was divided into 3 areas. The outermost layer was the civilian area, followed by a commercial street that surrounded the center. In the center of the commercial street was the Queen's Palace. Outside the palace, there was a wall, but it wasn't very high and didn't look very grand. Lingfeng and the others followed along, entering the palace. The guards, seeing Rui leading the way, did not stop them. Soon, they entered the palace, climbed the stairs, and arrived in the Empress's royal chamber. At this moment, the Empress was wearing a purple outfit, meditating in her grand hall, with a purple katana placed beside her. The Empress's attire was somewhat similar to the local clothing of Shinying Island. Her purple kimono was not tightly fastened at the collar, but opened towards the shoulders, and the hem was shortened to just above her thighs. The left sleeve was slightly longer while the right sleeve was slightly shorter, and the kimono was secured with a red belt. She wore black thigh-high stockings and black-heeled sandals. This appearance made Lingfeng momentarily stunned. What the hell? This outfit? How am I supposed to comment on this? Aside from her hairstyle and facial features, the rest of her attire was almost identical to a character from a game Lingfeng played before his time travel. Rui, you're here? The Empress slowly opened her purple eyes, her previously aged life force having fully returned. Now, she exuded a faint yet dangerous aura. Conqueror's Haki? Lingfeng secretly observed the Empress, unleashing his Conqueror's Haki for the first time. Oh, the Empress, expressionless, turned to look at Lingfeng. A deep purple and indigo stream of Conqueror's Haki clashed continuously. Boom! A powerful wind blew through the hall, dazzling everyone present. Several girls in skirts even had their skirts lifted by the gust. Your Majesty, please remain calm. Yoi quickly stepped in to ease the situation, and both Lingfeng and the Empress retracted their Haki. Who would have thought that such a powerful Empress could also have a moment of oversight? Lingfeng retracted his Conqueror's Haki and looked at the Empress with some confusion. You don't need to call me Empress, just call me Balna. That doesn't seem appropriate. It's fine. I heard Rui say that you helped rescue the Flower City, and the fact that I can return to my youthful appearance is also thanks to you. Empress Balna stood up and said to Lingfeng and the others, "What you mentioned earlier, it was indeed my oversight." Balna walked over to Lingfeng and the others, gesturing for them to sit down. Your Majesty, could it be? Rui's expression changed at this moment as she thought of something. Yes, your 9-tier divine fox has actually been dead for a long time. It was a pirate in disguise. What? Rui and Xing Xue exclaimed, while Lingfeng narrowed his eyes, as if he had thought of something. Could it be a female pirate named Catherine Butterfly? Oh, you know her? Empress Balna looked at Lingfeng, who nodded. No wonder the Empress is so powerful, yet was still drained of her lifespan by the Red Queen. It must be that Catherine used her devil fruit powers to subdue you. Lingfeng looked at Empress Balna and slowly said, "That's right, that female pirate is very cunning. And she is a Zoan-type, mythical beast-type user of the Inu no Mi, in the form of a 9-tailed fox. So, it seems that Lord Kumo Shunhu has long. It should be true. How is that possible?" Xing Xue took several steps back in disbelief, tears streaming down her clear eyes. She had been pretending to be Kumo Shunhu all along, but unexpectedly, she had colluded with Rox and the group of bloodthirsty Red Queen. So where is she now? I almost chopped her to death and let the Navy take her away. Lingfeng looked at the great sword on the ground not far away, and then recalled the Empress's Conqueror's Haki, feeling relieved. I rejected the proposal from that female Navy officer, but I accept yours. Empress Balna spoke and acted very straightforwardly, but Lingfeng knew that she probably had more conditions to propose. I don't mind your sphere of influence, but you must send my subordinates onto your ship to continuously evaluate you. If you're the kind of pirate who indiscriminately kills innocents and enjoys plundering civilians, then I will directly terminate our cooperation. If my subordinates lose their lives on your ship or are captured by the Navy, the cooperation will also be void. Balna narrowed her beautiful eyes at this moment, waiting for Lingfeng's response. She would not allow her country to follow a notorious pirate otherwise. If they lost the people's support and offended the world government, it would all be over. Moreover, if this young captain could not even protect his own crew, then there would be no need to follow him. Okay, Lingfeng didn't think for long and directly agreed, as this condition was not excessive. Very well, I will explain it to the other 2 cities. So, who will you let board my ship? Lingfeng looked at Ruo Yi and Xing Xue, then asked the Empress, "If I let you choose one of the 2, which one would you pick?" Chapter 79, Generous Rewards and the Approaching Navy Admiral. Empress Balna suddenly smiled playfully, quite different from her earlier imposing demeanor. I don't want to pirates or anything. It's boring. Xing Xue's voice became smaller towards the end, her cheeks turning red as she looked down at her small feet. Xing Xue, you should go. The shrine needs me to oversee things. Ruo Yi smiled at Xing Xue, who brightened up momentarily but quickly composed herself. Well, since Sister Ruo Yi said so, I guess I have to reluctantly be this guy's pirate. But just to be clear, I'm only supervising, not because I want to be your crew member, okay? Xing Xue said, her cheeks flushed, sounding insincere. This is a bit similar to how Sister does it. Shirai Kuriko stroked her chin thoughtfully. Hey, Kuriko, do you want to get electrocuted? Misaka Mikoto blushed at this remark, electricity crackling around her. Cough, cough. Anyway, welcome to the 2 new members. Lingfeng quickly stopped the topic. He was still waiting to complete the task. A beautiful girl was nowhere near as important as the task rewards. Actually, it was still a bit important. Well, just a little. All right, it's settled then. Queen Balna nodded and instructed Rui to prepare the image phone worm to inform the elf clan of Shui West City about this matter. Lingfeng sighed with relief upon seeing the situation. Finally, the main storyline task branch was about to be completed. At this moment, at the entrance of Shenying Island, The female navy, Belen, was preparing to leave the island with her subordinates, escorting the female pirate, Catherine Butterfly. That damn empress. How dare she ruin my plans? Catherine's face twisted in rage, deeply regretting her earlier failure. Shut up. Just stay and impel down and accept your dark prison fate. Belen lit a cigarette and took it aboard the Navy warship, casting a deep glance at Shinying Island as she left. Commander, look at this newspaper. A Navy officer on the warship suddenly shouted at Belen while holding up a newspaper. What's the matter? Belen took the newspaper, and upon seeing the news, her cigarette fell to the deck. So that guy is also on this island? He actually defeated Rox? No wonder that girl is here too. Belen crumpled the newspaper into a ball. Although she wanted to capture Lingfeng herself, it was clear that with her current strength, she could only go to her death. Lingfeng, one day I will catch you. Belen extinguished the cigarette that had fallen on the deck and prepared to leave. You're all right after all. Just then, a man on a bicycle froze blocks of ice on the distant sea and leaped onto the warship. Great Admiral Akiji. Commander, countless Navy personnel saluted. It was an honor for them to see this admiral in person. Admiral Akiji, what brings you here? Belen also saluted and respectfully asked. Just came to see if you were in trouble. Tina has been clamoring to come over, but Admiral Sengoku sent me to see what's happening here. Akiji said lazily. Then his gaze turned toward Shinying Island ahead. Who is this? Akiji turned back and saw Catherine, shackled with sea prism stone, and asked with some confusion. She is a devil fruit user and a mythical Zoan type. Belen replied while looking at Catherine. Oh, interesting. Then I'll say hello and have her sent to the 6th level of Impel Down. Although Akiji's tone was lazy, his gaze was extremely cold. He had no fondness for these pirates. You all head back. I'll go check out the island. But, don't worry, I'm here for that man. Akiji interrupted Belen, knowing what she was about to say. Understood. Please take care of yourself. Seeing this, Belen said no more. She knew Akiji's strength. And being a Logia user, Lingfeng might not be able to escape his capture. I'm really looking forward to it. It's been a long time since I've fought a strong opponent. Akiji adjusted the eye patch on his forehead, jumped off the warship, and headed toward Shinying City. Countless Navy personnel watched the tall figure of the man and saluted. On the scene not far from Shinying Island, on a golden small boat, the tall Solo was heading towards his golden ship with Bacala. That fool Rox was actually defeated by an unknown kid. Solo looked at the nearly burned-out life card and, along with the newspaper in Bacala's hand, spoke disdainfully. There's nothing to be done. That man is not in his prime like you, sir. Bacala said respectfully, steering the boat while flattering the Golden Emperor. Haha, what a pity. That woman who sang well before actually refused to come to my ship. I didn't expect that after spending so much money, I still couldn't attract her. Solo tossed the newspaper aside, sitting on the golden chair while thinking of Karina. Maybe she will change her mind. Bacala, holding the helm, smiled and said, Maybe, but that kid's companion is quite strong too. If I hadn't been a bit more serious, I wouldn't have necessarily gained the upper hand. Solo found it somewhat amusing to recall how he was portrayed in the newspaper as being repelled. Our home ground is in Golden City. Why bother fighting these pirates here for no reason? Bacala twirled a lock of her hair, turning back to smile. Well said, with money, you can control everything. Those without money will achieve nothing. They are merely to be dominated. What use is it to just be able to fight? But I've noted this grudge, and I'll settle it with that kid later. Let us head back to the New World. It's more interesting on our own turf. Understood, Lord Solo. System prompt. Liberate Shinying Nation and designate it as your territory. This branch of the main storyline task has been completed. System prompt. This is one of the main risky task branches, receiving a large number of rewards. Fruit development level 15, physique points 300, swordsmanship value 200. 2 system lottery chances, S level ninjutsu wind release. Spiraling Shuriken has been upgraded to Sage art level, and Navy 6 powers. Storm leg has been upgraded to the highest level. And 3 color hockey points increased by 100. System prompt. Due to the presence of the blood demon bloodline, harmonizing with it grants ocular techniques, Mangeki Sharingan. System prompt. Obtained World Origin 1 can designate a member in the previous system crew world to use the world origin without causing a space-time rift. As the Empress announced the end of isolation and incorporated Lingfeng's territorial influence, the system's prompt sound followed. As expected, Lingfeng's expectations were met. This branch of the main storyline task granted him an immense amount of rewards. His power skyrocketed. What a thrill! Lingfeng was alone in a room at this moment, looking at his system panel, and he couldn't help but smile widely. Chapter 80, Lottery. The Queen and the Assassin. First, his physique points had reached an astonishing 558. It could be said that he perfectly matched the superhuman physique of the pirate world, being 55 times that of an ordinary person, definitely qualifying him as a monster level. Lingfeng can perfectly feel the bulge of his muscles. His entire body boasts a perfect muscular physique, incomparable to his previous skinny, monkey-like form. Next is his three-color Haki. Armament Haki at 250 points, Observation Haki at 150 points, and Conqueror's Haki at 130 points. Once he reaches 300 points, his Haki will evolve and upgrade again, especially the Armament Haki. Once it reaches intermediate level and he starts to cultivate his weapon, his first black blade will appear. Then there are his ninjutsu skills, with wind release. Spiraling Shuriken upgraded to Sage level, significantly enhancing its lethality. His swordsmanship has also reached 400, and the Breath of Mist has been unlocked. The Gale Foot has reached the highest level, and the Fruit development level has reached 35, making progress toward awakening. Finally, there is his new skill, which is his bloodline. Sharingan, Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Demon Blade, and Blood Demon Power, with a terrifying power sealed within his eye. Black Flame, Amaterasu. Lingfeng slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his eyes had turned into blood-red pupils, and the shape of his pupils resembled shurikens. He could clearly feel the flow of breath around him, and with the use of Observation Haki and his ability to perceive the world, he could predict the opponent's movements with great clarity. Moreover, a black flame ignited in his palm. The shadow flame would not extinguish, and combined with the characteristics of Amaterasu, it would burn forever unless the person being burned died. However, using this technique rapidly drained his stamina, and with his physique at 558 points, he could clearly feel the immense consumption of power. Lingfeng closed his eyes again, and when he opened them, his pupils had returned to their normal black color. Huh. So can we start the lottery now? Lingfeng looked at the two chances for the system lottery and the only source of the world. As for the source of the world, he decided to let Rem draw for her sister. It was evident that Kuriko cared a lot, calling her sister with such affection. Lingfeng has decided to summon Rem's sister Ram as well, so both of these sisters will be maids on his ship. Let's see what the results of these two draws will be. Lingfeng was very much looking forward to his two draws. The system prompted, "Do you want to draw a character?" Once drawn, the system will bind it, and it cannot be refunded. Yes. Ding. Starting to draw companions. Countless cute and sexy anime female characters flashed before his eyes, making Lingfeng dizzy once again. Phew, this feeling of drawing is really hard to resist. Lingfeng was quite looking forward to seeing who his system member would be. Soon, the system quickly fixed on an image. It turned out to be her. Lingfeng was very surprised to see this picture. The system's pointer stopped on an image of a blue-haired queen, and a beam of icy light unfolded as the curvaceous queen slowly walked out. This queen had magnificent silver-blue long hair, deep ice-blue eyes, a delicate and perfect face, crystal-clear white skin, a proud figure, and a powerful aura that exuded dominance, possessing an enchanting charm. Dressed in a white military uniform and knee-high white boots, her cold gaze seemed to carry endless authority. "Hi, it's Death. You." Before Ling Chun could finish speaking, another figure flashed out behind his Death. "Where do you want to go?" A cold voice came, and a black figure flashed with a glint of a blade, striking down towards his Death's back. System prompt. Due to his Death and Akame engaging in battle, both have been summoned together. Akame is not counted as a system member. Please subdue her quickly, or a spatial rift will occur, and the world's essence will twist again. Lingfeng had not yet reacted when the system's prompt sound came through. What the? Lingfeng looked up and saw his Death's lips curling into a cruel smile. The Knight Raid Assassin really had some skills, but what was going on with this space? Isdef raised the slender sword in her hand and fiercely stabbed towards Akame. Don't even think about running. Akame let out a cold snort, and the Muramasa in her hand directly clashed with it. I say, how about you both stop? Unbeknownst to Wen, Lingfeng's body appeared like a ghost between the two, and with a single upward slash, the violent wind separated Akame and Isdef. Huh? Who is this? Isdef and Akame both looked at Lingfeng, who sighed helplessly. Lingfeng looked at the two women who were at odds with each other and decided to cooperate with the system by first informing them about the situation in this world. A pirate world? Are you saying we are no longer in the Empire? The two women were taken aback for a moment after hearing this, but upon closer inspection, they realized that they indeed were not within the confines of the Empire. So the two of you should calm down. After all, you're no longer working for the Empire, so why continue to fight to the death? Lingfeng smiled and said to them, Isdef is my partner, but Akame is not yet. If the latter dares to resist, then sorry, he won't let such an assassin leave. However, even as Death looked at Lingfeng with excitement, her eyes filled with a desire for battle. Kid, are you saying you want to be my superior? In his Death's icy gaze, coldness surged as she showed Lingfeng a terrifying smile. If you want to fight, I'm always ready, Your Majesty. Lingfeng smiled and replied that the current Death, who did not use haki, was naturally no match for him. Is that so? Death abandoned her attack on Akame and instead rushed towards Lingfeng. Freeze! Death stomped the ground, and countless shards of ice began to converge towards Lingfeng. He remained standing still, and under the spreading cold, he had already been frozen. Death delivered a side kick with her long legs, shattering the frozen Lingfeng into ice blocks. So easy? Death's battle instincts told her that Lingfeng was still alive. You can't hit me. Lingfeng's body transformed into several strands of blue wind, reconstituting not far away. This requires armed color haki, right? Previously, Lingfeng told her, and she wanted to see if he was deceiving them. Let me give it a try. At this moment, Akitomi bent her knees, gathered her strength, and with a dash, swung the Murakumo directly towards Lingfeng's head. Lingfeng remained expressionless as the blade pierced through his elemental body. I told you, both of you with your current strength, you're not my opponents. Lingfeng, smiling as he looked at his two powerful teammates. This is interesting. Death was very excited. Her sadistic personality loved to torture and was extremely bloodthirsty towards enemies. It seems that if I don't get a little more serious, you won't listen to me. Chapter 81, Continuous Draws. When Lingfeng said this, his aura changed completely. The Conqueror's haki was unleashed as he inserted the dark flame demon blade into his waist, silently watching the two women in front of him. Esther's and Akame's expressions changed. They could sense the shift in Lingfeng's demeanor and the dangerous feeling emanating from him. Well then, be careful. Lingfeng used the technique Shave to quickly approach his death, but her terrifying battle instincts were able to perceive Lingfeng's movement trajectory. Ice wall. Death directly conjured a massive ice wall within the room, isolating Lingfeng from her. Gale Step, Spiral White Blade. Lingfeng's body jumped up, instantly spinning at high speed and exerting a twisting force. Coupled with the power of the Hurricane Fruit, he directly broke a large hole in the ice wall. Funeral. Qitong drew his sword and slashed down with a single stroke towards Lingfeng's back. Lingfeng used the moonwalk combined with the shave, directly flashing to her back. You lost. Lingfeng's fingers gathered a blue wind light, and as soon as he unleashed his finger gun, Qitong would be defeated. A natural ability user. It seems that without armed color, you truly are no match. Qitong put down her Muramesa and sheathed it. At this moment, Death also lowered the ice wall, as she realized that they couldn't harm Lingfeng now. Interesting, a domineering ability. It seems that as long as one continues to fight in this world, they can become even stronger and face more formidable foes. Death looked excited, seemingly unable to wait any longer. If it's about assassination, then just let me handle it. Qitong seemed to agree with Lingfeng, preparing to become one of his members. At this moment, a group of people burst in from outside. The rest of Lingfeng's team had noticed the commotion and rushed in. Shinobu Kocho. Oh, it looks like Captain Lingfeng is summoning his crew again. Misaka Makoto, why are there two JR again? It's driving me crazy. Rem, Lingfeng, are you hurt? Siko Byu Sujima, a swordsman expert like me? Shirai Kuriko. Humph. Did this guy summon two beautiful women again? Xinyue, wow, what's going on with this guy? Where did he summon two terrifying women from? The few of them looked at Lingfeng, then glanced at his Death and Qitong. It's all right, new members have arrived. Oh, and two more are coming soon. Lingfeng said without surprise, I won't stop until I amaze you, and continued speaking. There are two more? Everyone exclaimed in unison, and Lingfeng silently nodded, signaling them to close the door. To be honest, after seeing so many mature women, beautiful girls, and Lolas, it was a bit uncomfortable. Ahem. First of all, I will summon Rem's sister. I have a way to bring her here. Lingfeng smiled at Rem, who looked pleasantly surprised. Really? Is it true, Lingfeng? Rem was clearly very happy. Her relationship with her sister Ram was very close, and now hearing that she could be summoned made her excited. Don't worry. As for the other person, I also don't know who it is. Are you all looking forward to it? Not at all. The girls answered in unison. Not knowing why, Death thought to herself. This guy, when facing his own people, actually has such a gentle smile, and he looks younger than me. He is quite bold, able to remain calm in front of me and Akame. Plus, like me, he didn't grow up in the imperial capital. Given his potential, it's not impossible for him to become a general-level overlord in the future. Could it be that this is my love interest? Isdef looked at Lingfeng, who was preparing to summon, and suddenly her face turned red. The previous battle-crazy demeanor disappeared, replaced by a more feminine posture. Akame thought, a strong battle instinct, and he is also a skilled knife user. This guy has gathered so many companions. He shouldn't be a bad person, right? Well, I'll just follow him for now, as long as there's meat to eat. At this moment, Lingfeng was still unaware of the inner thoughts of the two new members. He had already opened the system and decided to use the World S source first. Summon Ram. Soon, the system helped him pinpoint Ram's image, and a red light flashed, with Ram in a maid outfit quickly rushing out. Sister. Sister. Ram and Rem quickly embraced, while Lingfeng looked at them gently. Thank you, Lingfeng. Rem wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and smiled softly at him. Is this guy the one who summoned you? Sister, let me tell you about this. Rem took Ram aside to whisper, while Lingfeng breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the other members who were staring at him. Well then, I'm going to summon. Lingfeng felt very guilty under the gaze of the others for some reason. System prompt. Do you want to summon a character? Once summoned, the system will bind and cannot be refunded. Yes. Ding. Starting to summon the sixth companion. Countless cute and sexy anime girl characters flashed before his eyes, and this time Lingfeng felt a bit out of place. After all, he had never summoned companions in front of so many people before, and now so many people were staring at him. Soon, the system's pointer stopped on an image of a blonde girl, and as soon as Lingfeng saw it, he felt overwhelmed. A golden light flashed, and this time, surprisingly, two people appeared. System prompt. Due to the summoning time point being a certain scientific railgun's Diocese opening ceremony, the character Shoko Misaki was summoned alongside the companion. Ah la la, mise à casson. I was wondering where you disappeared to before the Diocese, and Kuriko was also missing. Turns out you were here. The girl had long honey-colored hair, a slender waist, long limbs, and a bust that didn't resemble that of a middle school student, looking as delicate as a doll, with eyes that sparkled like those in a shoujo manga. At that moment, she was wearing a white and red sports outfit and shorts, with white lace gloves on her hands and white stockings on her legs, walking out of the light with a lazy expression. Oh, I can sense a lot of spirited individuals here. Behind her, a passionate voice of a boy could be heard. A boy with a white ribbon tied on his head, wearing a red coat and also dressed in sportswear, looking both overly dramatic and passionate. Shoko Misaki and Shoko Misaki. So many problematic children, I really can't handle this. Lingfeng covered his face and shook his head helplessly at the appearance of the two people. According to the game, these two characters were a mage who controls others and a melee warrior. Shoko Misaka Makoto looked at the newcomers with a face full of disdain. Oh, hello everyone. Saibara Gunba was very familiar. Lingfeng sighed. At least there's another guy now. Lingfeng could only comfort himself in this way. And then the system provided a full-service experience to subdue the two. Isn't it easy for pirates to handle things with my abilities? Skikoinskiyont, preparing to take out the remote control, but Lingfeng quickly moved behind her and placed a knife against her neck. Many people in this world can take you down before you activate your abilities, so be very careful. Got it? Lingfeng's gaze was somewhat cold. He didn't want his crew to be taken out by the enemy due to overconfidence. I understand. Shirosaki's face was dripping with cold sweat, feeling a bit fearful of Lingfeng's terrifying speed just now. Well, since there are so many people already, I have a plan to tell. Before Lingfeng could finish speaking, he saw Wakaba rush in through the door, shouting at Lingfeng. Not good, Lingfeng. There's a Navy Admiral outside who wants to see you. Chapter 82. The Storm Pirates versus Navy Admiral. Navy Admiral? Which one? Lingfeng was a bit surprised to hear this and immediately retorted. The Navy Admiral, Akiji. Rui glanced at the few unfamiliar people who suddenly appeared in the room. Her expression also stunned. Take us to have a look. Lingfeng took the lead and walked towards the door, with the others quickly following suit. At this moment, at the entrance of the palace, Kizaru and Empress Balna were facing off. What are you staring at me so nervously for, Your Majesty? Kizaru yawned, while Empress Balna looked at him with a wary expression. What brings you here, Admiral? Balna asked, standing at the palace's entrance, her gaze fixed on Kizaru. I came to see where that pirate who defeated the legendary Rox is. I heard your country has already been subdued by him. Kizaru lazily looked at Empress Balna, but a chill was steadily spreading beneath his feet. It's none of your Navy's business, right? Balna had already agreed to Lingfeng's request, so there was no way she could go back on it now. Don't regret it. Kizaru coldly exhaled a breath of cold air. The implication in his words quite clear. It meant that if your country was dragged down by this pirate, the Navy would still act without hesitation. As expected of an admiral, your words are full of vigor. At this moment, Lingfeng walked out of the palace, followed by a large group of people. So, this is the Navy Admiral? I can sense the same cold aura from this man. Isdeth looked at Kizaru ahead, feeling somewhat eager. She wanted to know just how powerful the top combatants in this world truly were. The dangerous feeling, a chill even colder than Isdeth's. Was this the strength of the Navy Admiral? Akame watched Kizaru, her body involuntarily entering a defensive stance. Ah, it's Admiral Kizaru. I'm done for. I can't face him. Shirai Kuriko's twin tails trembled as she quickly hid behind Misaka Mikoto. Is this the formidable enemy Lingfeng spoke of? They seem even more terrifying than the monsters in Academy City. Shihuin Sogi also retracted her playful gaze, murmuring with a serious tone. Oh, it looks like a formidable enemy indeed. Is this the Navy? Shikuza Gunba clashed his fists together, looking full of passion. These people are not weak. Has this kid recruited quite a few members? Kizaru squinted his eyes, watching Lingfeng and the group behind him, feeling somewhat on guard. An admiral coming here shouldn't be just for a chat. Lingfeng stepped forward, standing in front of everyone. As the captain, he had to be at the forefront. First, let me ask you, how are you considering the invitation from the 7 warlords? The cold air around Akiji grew increasingly intense, clearly indicating that a fight was about to break out. Huh? You want me to be a lapdog for the world government? Akiji, although I admire your sense of justice, as long as those celestial dragons are alive, I will not get involved with the world government. Lingfeng sneered coldly and even openly insulted the celestial dragons. If this were to be exposed by the relevant parties, such remarks would definitely cause a huge uproar. Is that so? Then, I can't let you leave. The cold air under Akiji's feet quickly froze and continuously surged towards Lingfeng's body. Heh, just in time, I have a few new members. Let them have some fun with you. Lingfeng had already unleashed his observation hockey. He jumped into the sky to dodge the attack and shouted below, Isdeth, Akame, Kirojiri, Ram, you guys play with him. Kirojiri, you have the sea stone needles hidden under your skirt, right? Use them to deal with him. As for Shirho, don't make a move for now. Your ability shouldn't be exposed. Lingfeng hovered in the air and ordered the crowd. Ah, you man, actually peeped under a beautiful girl's skirt. That's just too despicable. Although Kuriko said this, she still lifted her skirt, revealing a belt strapped to her thigh with several steel needles inserted into it. I sensed it, okay. Lingfeng smiled helplessly, while the other female members looked at him with disdain. Yar, with so many beautiful girls, I won't hold back. Akiji exhaled a cold breath, forming an ice blade, raising his hand to block and stopping the charging Isdeth. Ebal. Akiji released 5 ice pillars from his palm towards the front. Isdeth condensed a massive ice spear, shattering all of the ice pillars. Grey Ice Giant Horn. Isdeth was exceptionally excited. Battling a strong enemy was very exhilarating for her. Send off. At this moment, Akame flashed to Akiji's back, slashing horizontally with her sword. Akiji remained still, the cold air behind him continuously freezing. ETI. Akame's feet were accidentally frozen. Her complexion changed slightly as she saw the ice crystals about to envelop her. A white figure descended from the sky. Strong punch. The shaved board military dominator quickly landed, delivering a punch onto the ice, saving Akame. Thank you. No problem. By the way, this guy really has a lot of spirit. Akame thanked the shave board, who waved his hand. His white scarf and coat fluttered as he watched Akiji fighting his death, clenching his fist. Step back. Miss Akame, let me give him a punch. Akame nodded, and the shave board took a solid stance, took a deep breath, and tightly clenched his fist, countless air currents continuously gathering before he punched out. Super strong punch. The explosive shockwave headed towards Akiji's back, who quickly forced his death back and began to elementalize. Good opportunity. Sorry, Akiji. Shirai Kuriko constantly moved in an instant, finally finding the opportunity to teleport all the sea stone steel needles in her fingers to Akiji's body. Yar, this is troublesome. What? How is that possible? Akiji quickly elementalized and evacuated the area, causing Kuriko's steel needles to miss. Ice wall. Isdeth created an ice wall out of dozens of layers of ice, trapping Akiji in place. Fura. Ram spread her snow-white arms, unleashing super-speed wind blades that continuously sliced across Akiji's body, but even after he elementalized, they still failed to cause any damage. Meanwhile, in a distant corner, a member of the news agency raised binoculars, constantly observing the battle scene ahead. Hey, this is big news. President Morgans, what should we do? What do you mean? It's live coverage, but I can't get over there. The fighting is chaotic. And if I get too close, I'll probably die over there. Useless thing. Morgans was pacing restlessly. When that member called him, he was so excited he almost fainted. This was a battle between pirates and a naval admiral. If it could be live-streamed, who knows how much traffic it would generate. You stay there and observe. Remember, you must observe until the end. Tell me the result. Yes, President Morgans. After the call ended, Morgan sat down, tapping his feet continuously, clearly very excited inside. He never expected that the naval admiral would fight against this group of pirates. What would the outcome be? Chapter 83. Ice Age versus Black Flame Amaterasu at this moment. His death played the role of the absolute main force in the battle, while the others assisted in the attack. Although they couldn't deal damage to Aokiji, Kuriko's sea stone steel needles were definitely a significant threat to him. As long as the needles she teleported pierced Aokiji's body, this naval admiral would definitely face defeat here. The scariest part was that Lingfeng still hadn't made a move. If he did, the terrain here would definitely be destroyed. The Navy is really too arrogant to be so rampant on my territory. Empress Balna looked very displeased. She drew her sword and was eager to join the battle, but facing such chaotic fighting, even joining wouldn't have any critical effect. Lingfeng, are you not going to make a move? This is your territory, Balna angrily said, feeling somewhat frustrated with Lingfeng's inaction. Don't be angry, Your Majesty. Rest assured, he can't do anything to us. Lingfeng smiled. No matter how strong Aokiji is, facing so many powerful enemies, even if he can win, he would still be exhausted. If it weren't for his members not being able to use Haki yet, Aokiji would probably be injured by now. However, it was clear that Aokiji wasn't using his full power either. This is what you forced me to do. Aokiji dodged Estetha's pursuit and released all the cold air from his body. Suddenly, a terrifying chill spread out from him, attempting to freeze the entire island. Ice Age. Aokiji unleashed his ultimate skill, and Lingfeng could no longer sit idly by. You all step aside. Lingfeng wrapped everyone in a gust of wind. His eyes slightly closed. When he opened them again, the kaleidoscope Sharingan appeared. Black flames. Amaterasu. The sky was filled with pitch-black flames, accompanied by a terrifying azure whirlwind, completely countering Aokiji's ice. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The dreadful black flames made contact with the ice, immediately melting and shattering where they touched, the ice visibly shrinking, while the black flames of Amaterasu showed no sign of extinguishing. What kind of move is this? Aokiji was startled, not expecting Lingfeng to have such a trump card. Wind barrier. Lingfeng drew his sword and slashed out a wall of wind, enveloping the surroundings. Otherwise, with such a terrifying collision, the queen's palace would surely suffer. Whoosh! A terrifying hurricane spread out, melting the surrounding ice blocks with black flames. A dark shadow cast over Aokiji's face as he looked at Lingfeng with a serious expression. What about you, Aokiji? I don't want to determine life and death between us just yet. If we keep fighting like this, countless ordinary people will be in danger. Lingfeng looked at Aokiji, who had clearly been pushed to his limits, and unleashed a powerful move like Ice Age. I was too impulsive. Aokiji exhaled a breath of cold air, retracting the power of the ice fruit. Seeing this, Lingfeng once again activated his Manjiki Sharingan, extinguishing the black flames of Amaterasu. It seems that rocks indeed die to your hands. Your devil fruit powers combined with your other strange abilities are truly formidable. Aokiji, with his hands in his pockets, looked at Lingfeng, whose immense strength and terrifying team members made him feel a heightened sense of caution. Don't worry, I'm not the same as rocks. Lingfeng inadvertently said something, indicating to the other party that he and rocks are not the same kind of people. Is that so? Aokiji glanced at the others outside the wind wall, shrugged, and prepared to leave. Next time we meet, I won't hold back. Lingfeng looked at the tall figure of Aokiji, and the latter's words made him nod. He knew that Aokiji had not fully unleashed his strength. After all, the latter had not used much of his haki, both armament and observation. Otherwise, with the strength of an admiral, his members would inevitably be injured, and there might even be deaths. However, Aokiji is a navy who upholds true justice, and there are still so many ordinary residents in the kingdom of Shenying. So he wouldn't fight seriously against Lingfeng and the others. On the contrary, Lingfeng's members unleashed their full firepower without much concern. I hope that when we meet next time, you're still in the Navy. Lingfeng looked at the man's back and whispered softly. In the original storyline, Admiral Aokiji and another admiral, Akainu, fought for 10 days and nights over the position of Fleet Admiral. Aokiji suffered severe burns on his right side and lost his left leg, ultimately leaving the Navy and even joining the Blackbeard pirates. Lingfeng turned around the wind wall and looked at the others. Did that guy leave? Really? I haven't had enough fighting yet. Isdeth put away her western sword, adjusted the brim of her military hat, and said with some regret, Heizi, are you okay? Sister, are you okay? Misaka Mikoto and Ram walked over to Heizi and Ram, concerned. I'm fine, that guy is really strong. Ram shook her head at Ram, her tone a bit heavy. If only my demon horn hadn't broken. Don't say that. The general's strength is indeed impressive. I noticed that when I joined the Navy not long ago. Shirai Kuriko continued to insert the steel needle into the belt on her leg, and finally glared at Lingfeng. Wow, are we going to fight such powerful enemies in the future? I'm a bit scared. Although Xingyue said this, her eyes were also sparkling, clearly a battle fanatic as well. You to stop causing trouble. Going up would be pointless. Wakaba commented from the side, making Xingyue angrily shout. Oh, Wakaba, don't be so straightforward. Although it seems that Miss Xingyue is indeed not that strong. Kochu Shinobu didn't forget to add a sarcastic remark from the side. Xingyue became even angrier. She drew her sword and wanted to duel with them. Are you hurt? Also, your swordsmanship is amazing. Can we spar next time, Akitomi? Poison Island Siko walked over to the corner where Akitomi was and asked with concern. Oh yeah, sure. Akitomi was taken aback, not expecting anyone to take the initiative to care about her. Poison Island Siko had long noticed this and started to communicate with her gently. Hey, why is no one saying thank you for my hard work? Shiryu Kyuka shook her head at this moment, but she didn't care. She just liked this thrilling combat and passionate fighting style. By the way, Lingfeng, why don't you let me join the fight? Shihu and Misa walked over to Lingfeng and asked softly, Your ability cannot be revealed casually. You are my biggest trump card and will be very useful in the future. Besides, I know the Queen isn't suited for close combat, right? Lingfeng smiled at Queen Shihuin, who blushed, acknowledging her lack of exercise. Shihuin, getting along so well with Lingfeng right from the start. Misaka Mikoto looked a bit jealous at her rival, and Shihuin also heard Misaka's murmurs. Misaka-san, did you hear? I'm the captain's trump card, unlike some muscle-headed idiots. Seeing the jealous Misaka, Shihuin directly hugged Lingfeng, and with her arm around the queen. Lingfeng could even feel the heavy softness in front of Shihuin. While doing this, Shihuin also made a cute peace sign, her starry eyes sparkling, adorably sticking close to Lingfeng. This scene made Misaka Mikoto furious, unleashing electric currents directly at Lingfeng. Shihuin, Lingfeng, hey, Misaka. This has nothing to do with me, help. Chapter 84. Everyone is wanted. Bolo Bolo. Kaga. Hey, President Morgans. Big news. So annoying, what happened? Don't waste time. Akiji. Navy Admiral Akiji was actually repelled. Oh, is this true? Morgans stood up again, and the other newspaper members looked at him nervously, knowing they might have to work overtime soon. Well, although I don't know what happened, Akiji has already left, and the Gale Pirate Group is unharmed. The newspaper members were very excited, spitting everywhere as they yelled at the transponder snail. Could it be that Lingfeng is going to become a warlord? That's impossible. Then why did they fight before? Morgans rubbed his chin, a bit puzzled. I don't know, but it's certain that the Gale Pirate Group has gained a few more members. Should we send their photos? Send them all. I'll go print the news, hee. The Gale Pirate Group battles against the Navy Admiral and escapes unharmed. This will definitely make the headlines. Morgans rubbed his fists, though has no hands, already imagining the commotion this news would cause. In this way, the Gale Pirate Group will definitely be heavily rewarded, which will be interesting. Did you capture any battle scenes? Morgans suddenly remembered this matter and hurriedly asked. We did capture some, but it's not very clear. No problem, as long as it can attract attention. The traffic will definitely skyrocket. Yes. Morgans hung up the transponder snail and looked at the surrounding newspaper members, excitedly saying, A new big news is coming. Are you ready? Oh. At the port of Shinyakura Island, Navy warship. What should we do, Colonel Beryl? Should we rush in? Let us wait for a moment. If even Admiral Akiji can't succeed, we'd just be sending ourselves to death. Beryl irritably smoked and quickly extinguished it, her fingers tapping restlessly on the ship's railing, her left foot constantly stomping in place. Look, it's Admiral Akiji. Admiral Akiji is back. Did those pirates escape? The Navy members exclaimed upon seeing Akiji's return. Admiral Akiji, are you unharmed? Beryl hurriedly led the Navy members to greet Akiji, who shook his head, expressing some regret. What a pity. Those guys are indeed very strong. Akiji's words shocked the Navy members, and everyone looked at each other in disbelief. Could it be that even Admiral Akiji couldn't capture that group of pirates? Did he really defeat Rocks? Shut up, Beryl shouted angrily, glaring at the Navy behind her. That's not it. While they are strong, if we were to fight here, I think ordinary civilians would definitely suffer. For now, let us not clash with them. Those guys all have special skills. However, Rock should indeed have been killed by Lingfeng. Akiji recalled several members of the Gale pirate group just now, along with the unfathomable Captain Lingfeng. His tone becoming grave. All the Navy members, including Beryl, looked serious, clearly struggling to accept this shocking news. You all go back first. Take that female pirate back. I need to go somewhere else. Yes. After Akiji finished speaking, he picked up his bicycle and rode toward the sea without looking back. Beryl and the Navy members watched his back and began to drive the warship away. Just not far from them, on the Gale, 3 figures and a little monkey were stealthily lowering their heads, observing the Navy's movements. Hey. Is it true that even the Navy Admiral couldn't catch the captain and the others? Karina put down her sniper rifle and sighed. What you said is true, but even Akiji is helpless against the captain. Clearly our captain is indeed strong. The master won't be defeated so easily. Drake also withdrew his gaze. He had spent quite some time in the Navy and didn't expect that this time they would actually dispatch a Navy admiral to pursue Lingfeng and the others. So that's what a Navy admiral looks like. From a distance, he indeed exudes a sense of oppression. Linus sighed, feeling the overwhelming pressure brought by Akiji. He wondered if they would come back. The rumors of defeating Rocks had indeed made the Hurricane pirates famous. Karina looked at the newspaper in her hand and said helplessly. The others nodded, glancing anxiously at the entrance of Shenyang Island. At this moment, Lingfeng and a few members were preparing to take their leave, realizing it was not suitable to stay any longer. With the Marine Admiral approaching, if next time it was a Kainu or a Kizuru, it wouldn't be so simple. Bello, Betty, and Carla from the Revolutionary Army were also preparing to leave, as they had originally come to assist Queen Balna in her independence, only to be settled by Lingfeng. As for the Black Cat Pirates and the Click Pirates, after the confrontation between Lingfeng and Akiji, they had completely joined Lingfeng's Hurricane fleet, becoming part of it. Lingfeng instructed them on some matters, and Balna and Rui bid them farewell. Lingfeng left Shenyang City with his companions. One day later, at night, the stars shone brightly in the sky, and the moonlight illuminated the surface of the sea. On the bustling Gale, Lingfeng and the others were enjoying dinner. Ahem, in short, we need to speed things up from here on out, and our numbers have increased significantly. Lingfeng burped while saying to the rest of his companions who were eating, the problem is that if we go to Water 7 to build a ship, it seems we don't have much money. Karina looked at Lingfeng nervously, fearing that he would spend money recklessly again. No worries, let's just catch a few bounty pirates. You're the most valuable here. Makoto Misaka took out a newspaper and a pile of bounty notices. That's right, the Gale Pirates, all members have bounties on them. Lingfeng, captain of the Swift Wind Pirates. A natural-type Hurricane Fruit user, with a bounty of 800 million berries. Butterfly Shinobu, ship's doctor of the Swift Wind Pirates, skilled in poison and blades, with a bounty of 80 million berries. Misaka Makoto, combatant of the Swift Wind Pirates, suspected user of the electromagnetic fruit, with a bounty of 300 million berries. Rem, mate of the Swift Wind Pirates, possesses enhanced physical abilities and ice-type powers, with a bounty of 90 million berries. Ram, mate of the Swift Wind Pirates, sister of Rem, possesses wind-type abilities, with a bounty of 90 million berries. Tokisaki Kurumi, swordsman of the Swift Wind Pirates, cruel and murderous, a master of swordsmanship, with a bounty of 70 million berries. Istef, first mate of the Swift Wind Pirates, possesses freezing abilities similar to Admiral Akiji, with a bounty of 500 million berries. Akame, assassin of the Swift Wind Pirates, possesses terrifying assassination sword techniques, with a bounty of 220 million berries. Shirai Kuriko, defected Navy girl, has the ability to teleport. Not a Devil Fruit user, can manipulate sea stone steel needles, with a bounty of 100 million berries. Drake, defected Navy, user of the Dragon Fruit, ancient type, special dragon form, with a bounty of 150 million berries. Linus, shipwright of the Swift Wind Pirates, the source of gunpowder technology from Tessa Fire Island, a forging fruit user, with a bounty of 80 million berries. Xinyue, priestess of the Swift Wind Pirates, exceptionally skilled in swordsmanship, with a bounty of 80 million berries. Karina, navigator of the Swift Wind Pirates, with a bounty of 15 million berries. Zuobeo Jumba, combatant of the Swift Wind Pirates, extremely strong in hand-to-hand combat, with a bounty of 100 million berries. Shahuin key, member of the Swift Wind Pirates. Ability? Bounty? Little Kong, pet of the Swift Wind Pirates, with a bounty of 100 berries, but the bounty note states only alive. Chapter 85. Lingfeng's ambition. Lingfeng glanced at everyone's bounty, and apart from Shirho Misaki, Xiaokong's was the most special. However, Lingfeng knew the reason. After feeding the object a devil fruit, Xiaokong was definitely originally from Vegapunk, a product of the world government's research, and they would definitely want to capture him alive. As for Shirho's bounty, the reason it was so special should be that Akiji heard Lingfeng's instruction to Shirho. However, the reason so much information about everyone was exposed was that guy Morgan's added oil to the fire in the newspaper. It seems my bounty is not bad. Isdeth crossed her legs, her white knee-high boots wrapped around her long, beautiful legs. She spread her arms and leaned on the railing behind her, feeling quite satisfied with her bounty. Why does my photo look so? Misaka Makoto looked at her photo, then glanced at Shirho and Kuriko's photos. The bounty showed her standing on the shoulder of a giant of thunder, wearing safety shorts underneath. Kuriko, on the other hand, had a gentle expression while holding a sea prism stone needle, and Shirho stood gracefully behind Lingfeng. Ah, Misaka-san, what a powerful photo. It's better than your lewd chest. What? Muscle idiot. Steel plate. Queen Shirho still didn't forget to hit back at the railgun, and the railgun didn't forget to retaliate. The two had become accustomed to their banter. Sadasiko, Kochu Shinobu, Akatsuki, and Hashiyuki were studying swordsmanship, occasionally bursting into laughter. Drake silently stood aside, tidying up the table, while Rem and Ram expressed their gratitude. Linus watched everyone busying themselves, scratching his head, while Karina was still competing with Xiaokong for the remaining food on the table. The shaved-board military dominator leaned against the wall in a very Chinibian manner, eyes half closed, nodding from time to time, seemingly satisfied with his bounty. Ahem, everyone, listen to me. Lingfeng coughed lightly, interlocking his hands under his chin, striking the classic pose of Captain Tsubasa. The others also quieted down and looked at Lingfeng. Next, everyone understood that our ship, the Gale, is currently a bit crowded with so many crew members, so this ship needs to be improved once again. Lingfeng glanced at Linaz, who nodded at him. Next, they would be divided into groups, with one group staying in Water 7 to help with shipbuilding. If they encounter the Straw Hat crew, they should not interfere with their affairs. Lingfeng's gaze slowly swept across the room, his tone somewhat serious. Another group of people will accompany me to the Devil's Triangle, also known as the terrifying three-masted schooner, where one of the 7 warlords of the sea is stationed, along with a considerable amount of his forces. Lingfeng's gaze slightly narrowed as the terrifying giant ship appeared before him. No, it could be said to be an island on the sea. The 7 warlords of the sea? Are you going to make an enemy of them? Isdeth asked, somewhat puzzled. Although she was eager to battle strong opponents, Lingfeng had just experienced such a significant event. Yet he still dared to actively seek trouble with the 7 warlords of the sea. That will be a major stronghold for us. As far as I know, before heading to Sabeti Archipelago, also known as Fishman Island, one must pass through the Devil's Triangle. If we can establish a base there and seize that ship, we would then be able to recruit many pirates from the first half of the Grand Line. Lingfeng still maintained the iconic pose of Di Yuantang and said seriously, it definitely sounded like a strange sea area. Misaka Makoto said somewhat fearfully. Although she was very strong, she was afraid of such supernatural things. Moreover, there is a pirate there that I need to subdue. Lingfeng squinted his eyes, recalling the explosive-haired skeleton. It couldn't be another beauty, could it? At this moment, Xing Shui commented, and Lingfeng chuckled, shaking his head. That guy was a monster. He should have been dead, but not completely. Lingfeng couldn't help but laugh when he recalled Brooke's skeleton body. What? A strange monster? Misaka Makoto exclaimed, while Kuriko shook her head helplessly. Sister, could you please be more composed? I'm sorry for losing my composure. I didn't expect the 3rd-ranked railgun to be so flustered. It's quite uncharacteristic. The slashing bored military tyrant leaned against the wall and said with a smile, this is just the first step. Capturing this pirate is to lay the groundwork for another pirate later on. What Lingfeng referred to is naturally the Crimson Earl Berlick Redfield, who worships Brooke. This move can be considered a very perfect plan. Moreover, Lingfeng is not worried about encountering the Straw Hat pirates, as they are probably still having adventures in the Sky Island. So, on Moria's side, he will take the lead. Do you have any other follow-up plans? Butterfly Shinobu asked Lingfeng, who nodded. Do you remember Desoro from before? Lingfeng looked at Karina, who of course remembered. You don't intend to fight that guy, do you? Karina was somewhat shocked. She could see the power of Desoro, and it was clear that he still retained quite a bit of strength. Well, not right now. I estimate he's already rushing to the New World. His ship is also our target. That golden giant ship should be considered a floating city, incorporating the terrifying three-masted ship and the Great Desuro into its territory, then attracting pirates. Positioned in the Grand Line, one in front and one behind, Paradise and the New World, at that time, our forces will see a significant increase. It seems your ambitions are not small. Isteth blushed as she looked at Lingfeng. The gentle demeanor he usually displayed contrasted perfectly with his current dominance, making her feel as if she had been struck by Cupid's arrow, gazing at him obsessively. Yes, and then there's the island of the Don Quixote family in the Night Demon Hall. That will also be our territory. Doflamingo has already become enemies with him, and Lingfeng will inevitably swallow all these places, turning them into his sphere of influence. Then, how should we divide the groups? Ram, at this moment, pulled Rem to Lingfeng's side, standing on his left and right. Don't worry, you sisters can stay together. Peiji, Heizi, Linas, Karina, Little Kong, Drake, and Shaveboard. After you all arrive at Water 7, go build ships. If you run into conflict with the local forces, don't be afraid. Just start fighting. Lingfeng now has manpower, and speaking with confidence. Then we casually found a ship and headed to the Bermuda Triangle. Lingfeng looked at his death, Akame, Siko Busujima, Xingyue, and Shinobu Kocho, and said to them, "What about me?" Shihoin Yui, seeing that Lingfeng hadn't arranged anything for her, thought that he had forgotten her. "Of course. The queen will follow me. Your abilities will be of great use." Lingfeng smiled. How could he forget the most crucial thing, the Honey Queen? Her psychological grasp would come in handy during the upcoming journey. That's good. Shurho provocatively glanced at the railgun girl, who was clenching her fists in anger. Well then, let's train hard these few days. The power systems of this world will all get busy once we reach Water 7. Good. Chapter 86. The attention of the whole world. Dressrosa. By a swimming pool. Did that little brat suddenly gain so many strong allies? How interesting. Doflamingo tossed aside the newspaper and said this, but the veins on his forehead were bulging. Young master, should we? Bafaro stood beside him. Along with Baby, Five, and others, a group of cadres gathered around Doflamingo. It's fine. That kid is heading to the New World. I'll definitely treat him well. Although Doflamingo was unhappy inside, the deal with Kaido was still ongoing, and he couldn't spare the time to trouble Lingfeng. Kid, once we reach the New World, I'll settle the score with you. Naval Headquarters. He rejected the invitation from the 7 warlords. Admiral Sengoku and Akiji were on the phone, the latter's lazy voice coming through the transponder snail. Ah, yes, and his strength is indeed formidable. The Navy has gained another powerful enemy. Oh really? Where are you going now? Longchain Island. I want to find a Straw Hat Kid's crew and confirm some things. All right, be careful. Sengoku hung up the phone and looked at Carp, who was still munching on Senbei. Hey, hurry up and train your 2 new recruits. Stop loafing around. I just heard my grandson's crew mentioned. What's that guy Akiji up to? Carp asked Sengoku. Your family really is a handful. Sengoku sighed helplessly. Admiral Akainu was silently reading the newspaper, his clenched fists seemingly emitting thick smoke. Ha ha ha. Is this kid the one competing with me for the 7 warlords position? On a small island, Blackbeard looked at Lingfeng and the other's bounty notice, laughing loudly. Yes. According to Navy, there's no doubt about it. Lafitte nodded beside him, adjusting his hat. Once I catch that Straw Hat Kid, the position of 7 warlords will be mine. Blackbeard took a big swig from the nearby bottle, crushing Lingfeng's bounty notice underfoot. Let's leave for now. Otherwise, Ace might catch up. On the Moby Dick. Did Rox really die? I didn't expect that man to perish at the hands of a little brat. Whitebeard, with a syringe stuck in him, gulped down his drink and tossed the newspaper aside. Marco caught it and exclaimed, "These guys are really something." Flipping through the newspaper, Marco couldn't help but marvel. It seems this era is gradually being replaced by these kids. Whitebeard took another sip of his drink and looked up at the sky, saying, "Ace, you mustn't get into any trouble. On the Red Force. Hey, this young man is incredible. Even Roth was killed by him?" Shanks said in disbelief while looking through the newspaper. It seems Luffy has encountered a strong opponent. Beckman, smoking, said to Shanks. Yes, but I have a feeling that something big is about to happen. Shanks gazed solemnly at the distant sea. His previous suggestion to Whitebeard had been rejected, and with the appearance of the Swiftwind pirates, he felt very uneasy. Hopefully, I'm just overthinking. Totland, did that guy Rox really die? I didn't expect him to hide in the first half of the Grand Line. Big Mom looked at the newspaper while eating cake. This little brat might cause a huge upheaval in this world. In front of her, Katakuri, said seriously. Did you see a distant future? No, it's just a hunch. Wano country. Captain Rocks actually died at the hands of such a little brat. Can this kid who plays pirate really be that strong? Kaido picked up his kanabo, drinking while smashing the newspaper into pieces. This kid, according to the information I received, seems to have had a conflict with one of my former members. Queen, one of the calamities, looked at Lingfeng's photo and said to Kaido, boring. It's really too boring. Boo-hoo, the world is so dull. Kaido drank while shedding tears, not knowing if it was because of his personality or for his former captain. Currently, the whole world is paying attention to Lingfeng and his crew's movements, and he and his crew are heading to Water 7. This city, filled with waterways, has the best shipbuilders. Lingfeng needed to teach Lin Nas and the Cannon Girl some shipbuilding knowledge. Although he had previously missed out on Tom's shipbuilding techniques, his two apprentices were still in Water 7. They had obtained a large amount of iron, ore, and wood from the ancient cherry blossom trees on God's Sakura Island. This time, Lingfeng was determined to transform his ship, the Gale, into a maritime fortress that could rival those massive vessels. However, this would undoubtedly take a lot of time, so he had to split his efforts to speed up the process. Moreover, when the Straw Hat crew arrived in Water 7, a major battle was bound to occur, and Lingfeng needed to avoid that storyline. Otherwise, his dream ship would never be completed. During this period of sailing, Lingfeng took on the role of a bounty hunter, continuously hunting various bounty pirates. Boom! A pirate ship was torn in half by a terrifying hurricane, and the pirates on board fell into the sea. Lingfeng remained expressionless as he captured the captain of the pirate ship and brought him onto his own ship. TCH, an 80 million bounty? This small fry is such a waste of my time. Lingfeng looked at the captured pirate, took out a stack of bounty notices for comparison, and said with some helplessness, "It's almost enough, right? We've been capturing pirates like crazy lately, and we've already earned about 800 million berries." Karina said this, but the pupils of her eyes transformed into the shape of money. It seems that the gap between the strong and weak in this world of pirates and navy is quite obvious. Isteth, wearing knee-high heel boots, stepped on the pirate and said with some disappointment, "Why reward him? Step on me. Step on me." Lingfeng walked expressionlessly to the side of Isteth and tied up the pirate. "Be careful, General Isteth, you are wearing a skirt," Lingfeng said with concern as he instructed Drake to lock up the pirate. "Ah, is Lingfeng jealous for me? How cute." Isteth blushed and hugged Lingfeng, burying him in her chest. We will soon arrive at the water." Lingfeng was almost suffocated but still kept talking. "Hey, Isteth, don't go too far." The cannon's sister rushed out. "The captain isn't just yours, General Isteth." Poison Island Siko drew her knife and silently glanced at Isteth. Shiua looked over, wanting to say something but hesitating, while Heizi shook her head silently. Shirho quietly walked behind Lingfeng, and Karina and Shao Kong had a look of watching a show. Akame and Shinobu were playing with their knives, their intentions unclear, while Drake and Shaveboard were sparring. Linus was carrying a hammer and scratching his head. Just right, let's settle this with you all." Wait, let's leave first. Hurry to Water 7. Chapter 87. Arriving at Water 7 after several days of sailing, through various playful antics and the crew's adjustments, Lingfeng and the others finally arrived at Water 7. This beautiful maritime city has complex waterways, so it has a water transportation system known as Blue's Watercraft. The current Water 7 is very prosperous, showing a significant difference compared to the time of Tom, the shipwright. However, there are hidden undercurrents in this city, and it seems to be the time for the mass carnival. It's unclear why this event is held so frequently. We're here. How is it? This city is much livelier than before, right? Everyone saw the appearance of Water 7, with a massive fountain at the top, designed in layers, giving the city a romantic maritime charm. "Hey, you guys." Lingfeng and the others saw the blue station in front of them and did not see the port. Suddenly, a man fishing on a small boat called out to them. "It's not good for pirates to enter the city so openly from the front. Head to the back streets." "Thank you, sir." Karina steered the boat in the direction the man pointed. It seemed that this city didn't mind pirates too much. Isteth glanced at the fishermen, who didn't seem afraid of them. "Yeah." Lingfeng smiled. The windstorm was sailing in the urban area on the sea, surrounded by small houses. It was almost like living on the water. Everyone looked at the houses on both sides, which included inns, restaurants, and everything one could need. By the way, the seafood in this city is particularly delicious. Chi-Tong, you are in for a treat. Lingfeng turned to look at Chi-Tong, who immediately had an expectant expression upon hearing there was meat to eat. Chi-Tong rarely showed a little girl's demeanor, which surprised the others. Her killer-like personality usually kept her silent, but when it came to wanting meat, she was so adorable. However, the entire city was submerged in seawater. Wouldn't the houses sink? Butterfly Ninja looked around at the houses and curiously asked, No, 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 Sister Ninja, look at the foundations of those houses. Misaka Mikoto pointed to the base of a house, indicating for Butterfly Ninja to take a look. Wow, the houses are built on raised pillars. Butterfly Ninja realized, as she had never seen such a thing in her era. I see, so that's why it's called the Water City? Ram was looking around, and her sister Ram seemed very excited. Hey, pirates aren't allowed to stop here. It will affect our business. An uncle was cleaning the outdoor dining tables and saw the symbol of the Gale Pirate Group, shouting at Lingfeng and the others. Are you here to rob us? The uncle scratched his head, asking curiously. No, we're here to modify our ship. Lingfeng smiled and replied. The uncle nodded. Then let's continue sailing that way. There's a strait for you to stop. After the uncle finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to Lingfeng and the others. Lingfeng nodded, knowing that the residents of this city were not very afraid of pirates. Let's go set off. Lingfeng was spirited and had the demeanor of a captain. Normal people would ask if he was here to rob them. Everyone complained. But Lingfeng just scratched his head, indicating that he was used to it. The crowd parked the boat and looked ahead, where there was a piece of abandoned land. Bare and just dirt. Further ahead was a blues rental house. Let's go to dock number 1. Lingfeng led the group forward and soon arrived at the rental place for the blue vehicle. Upon entering, Chi-Tong couldn't wait to rush out. Welcome. Are you here to rent the blue one? How many of you are there? Asked the bespectacled uncle, looking at Chi-Tong. No need to worry about that. I can handle the workload of several people by myself. Chi-Tong was drooling, and her stomach was growling. What type do you want? There are many kinds, like the Laka and the Kengu. It doesn't matter, just have it ready quickly. Chi-Tong looked at the uncle with anticipation. But Lingfeng and the others couldn't help but sweat. Chi-Tong, this is a mode of transportation in the city, not food. Lingfeng patted Akatsuki's shoulder. And after she reacted, her face turned red. Well, with so many people, the number might not be enough, so you two can share one. Let me count. The uncle looked at the crowd behind Lingfeng and rented them 7 brew. Lingfeng and I will sit together. Isdeath was the first to sit down. Her long, beautiful legs crossed as she patted the seat behind her. Sister, you should sit with me. Shirai Kuriko pulled the protesting Shokuho Misaki and directly sat on another seat. Oh, let's sit together, Akatsuki. Shinobu Kochu pulled the pregnant Akatsuki to sit down. Let's go, Drake. It's Drake. The muscular military bully jumped into the front seat, signaling Drake to follow. Shao Kong, uncle, we are leaving. Karina, holding a large bag of money, pulled the little monkey and Linus to sit down, the brew being nearly squished out of shape by the hefty bag of cash. Let's go, senpai. Xingyue pulled the somewhat hesitant Siko Toidu, who was still watching Lingfeng's movements. Rim and Ram sat together, leaving only Lingfeng and Shokuho. Hey, Captain. I'm scared to sit alone. Shokuho grabbed Lingfeng's arm and directly crashed into him. Little girl, do you want to fight me? Isdeath lowered her hat and glanced at Shokuho. Isdeath, Shokuho's combat power isn't strong. I'll take her. Target. Dock number 1. Uncle, give us another map. As expected of someone who wants to date me, treating companions with the same gentleness as I do. Isdeath showed a happy expression like a little girl, completely different from her previous domineering, queen-like demeanor. Lingfeng took out 10,000 berries and directly tossed it to the glasses-wearing uncle. All right, be careful on the way. The uncle handed the map to Lingfeng, and everyone distributed the blue, then headed towards dock number 1. As everyone navigated the blue, there were local residents bustling about along the edges of the houses on both sides. Children were playing soccer and chasing each other, while adults gathered together to chat. In fact, there were ropes connecting the houses on either side, with clothes and sheets hanging on them, giving it a very down-to-earth feel. This must be a residential area. The city layout is centered around the waterways everywhere. Lingfeng looked at the map of the City of 7 Waters and couldn't help but exclaim, Hello there, young man. Those beautiful ladies over there. Would you like to have dinner with me tonight? Hey, little monkey over there, do you want a banana? The residents of the City of Waters were very warm and quite unrestrained. It seems we were going to head that way soon. Lingfeng looked at the map, but didn't expect the waterway to split. Oh ho, how about a competition at sea? The general of the cutting board suddenly suggested. And the others were also very excited. If I won't lose. Acesda, how about if I win a match against you? Lingfeng will accompany me shopping. That sounds perfect. I want to join too. Me too. Lingfeng looked at the excited expressions of his companions and couldn't bear to disturb them. However, he didn't know why he had become the wager. Lingfeng, let's go on a private date, shall we? He. Shurho pulled Lingfeng. using her mind control ability to turn Bru's eyes into starry ones, and charged ahead. Hey, Shurho, you're cheating. Cannon's sister shouted quickly. He. Shurho turned back and provocatively made a cute expression, and the others followed suit. Then, let the competition begin. Chapter 88. Adventure in Water City. The brew of everyone began to move forward quickly, and naturally, the one leading the charge was the one controlled by Queen Shurho. Alfla Ram, unwilling to be outdone, used wind magic with his sister Rem and flew towards the upper stream on the left. Freeze! Its death directly froze the water surface behind, preventing the others from surpassing. Spear gun, electromagnetic cannon. Cannon's sister, not wanting to lose, shattered the ice surface, and Kuriko used teleportation, even bringing Bru into the sky with her. Oh, what spirited companions we have. The fierce soldier laughed heartily and punched the seawater below. Boom! The water surface was turned into huge waves, propelling him and Drake's Bru upwards. We can't lose either. Butterfly Shinobu looked at Akihito, who nodded, and the knife in her hand quickly skimmed across the water surface, with strong recoil, sending their Bru shooting out. Wow, everyone is so amazing. Let's charge too. Xing Shui, along with Poison Island Siko, also refused to back down. Solidified Water Bomb. Karina used her Devil Fruit powers, overtaking with Shao Kong and Linas. Ha 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 ha. Laughter filled the residential area of Water City, and the waterway on the rooftops was treated like a slide where everyone chased after each other. Some tourists and residents of Water City, seeing this, also joined the fray with their brew. For a moment, it was extraordinarily lively, filled with laughter and joy. At the headquarters of the Carrera Company. What's going on outside? It seemed quite lively. Akiji was reviewing some documents when he suddenly heard laughter coming from afar outside. The Swift Wind Pirates have entered Water City, and they are currently heading to dock number 1. Secretary Khalifa adjusted her glasses and reported respectfully. Swift Wind Pirates? Is that the one from the news in the past few days? Akiji put down his pen and looked up at Khalifa. Yes, Mr. Akiji. Khalifa flipped through the information in her hand and handed the organized intel to Akiji. Akiji quickly stood up after reviewing the intel on Lingfeng and the others. Let's go to dock number 1. Yes. At this moment, Lingfeng and Shurho had already taken a separate path below. Shurho directed Bru to split from the others, staying alone with Lingfeng. Captain, it seems it's just the two of us now. Shurho smiled, grabbed Lingfeng's arm, and they walked towards the houses by the waterway. Come on, let's go for a stroll. We've spent most of our time on the ship since arriving in this world, and we haven't had time to relax properly. Shurho complained a bit, and Lingfeng shrugged, looking somewhat helpless. All right, where do you want to go? Let me see. Lingfeng took out the map and glanced at the various locations on it. Just asking casually, no need to look at the map anymore. However, Shurho snatched the map away and then used her ability to read the memory of a nearby resident, committing the landscape of the area to her mind. You should use your ability less, or else it won't be good if someone sees it. Lingfeng felt a bit helpless about the food Bee Queen's capriciousness, but he was very indulgent towards his crew. Even if they went too far, he would still tolerate them. It's fine, let's go eat a big meal. Be careful not to gain too much weight. Captain, saying that will make girls very unhappy. Then let's use Plump instead. The two walked together, and not far behind them, a few men dressed in black bodysuits were sneaking after them. Is that the pirate with an 800 million bounty? They don't look that strong. Shoo, keep your voice down. This kind of pirate is not to be trifled with. This group was indeed the Frankie family, who worked as bounty hunters on the side and enjoyed dismantling pirate ships to sell the materials. Their goal was to raise money for their boss Frankie to buy atom wood for the treasure tree. Unfortunately, every time they made money, they either lost it all in bruised competitions or squandered it on lavish meals. Now, they had set their sights on the Gale pirates. What should we do? We can't fight them head on. We need a plan. That blonde girl with the big chest clearly isn't very strong. We can capture her and have Captain Lingfeng come to ransom her. Really? Do we really have to deal with such a terrifying pirate? What are you afraid of? That blonde girl is obviously Lingfeng's woman. If we capture her, what does it matter if the bounty is 800 million? The group continued to discuss in the corner, ultimately deciding to capture Shurho Suki. They resolved to quickly follow Lingfeng and Shurho's figures. Hurry up. In the shopping district of Water 7, the bustling sounds of vendors filled the air, and countless small boats piloted by Bru descended from the sky. Bang, bang, bang. Waves splashed as the Gale pirates and many tourists landed in the shopping district. It's so lively here. Esther's looked around, but didn't see Lingfeng. Shurho, Cannon's sister, also noticed this and pointed at the symbol on her forehead. Let's head to dock number 1 first. They should be heading there too. At this moment, Butterfly Shinobu spoke up. As the first system member, her words carried weight. Although she said this, Akatsuki had already piloted brew to a nearby stall. "Welcome, little girl. Come and see this, it's water meat, especially delicious." The stall owner smiled kindly at Akatsuki, who was on top of Agala brew. "I want to try it," Akatsuki said with an eager expression, which made Butterfly Shinobu smile, reminding her of an old acquaintance. "Oh, I want it too. Sora, that's takoyaki." Everyone began to look for food at the stall, clearly finding the food in Water 7 very tempting. "Sister, it seems we need to learn how to make these dishes, so we can cook for everyone on the ship," Rim said after trying the local specialty, speaking to Ram. I'm not good at cooking." Ram blushed and replied softly. "It's okay. Lingfeng won't mind." Rim smiled as she held her hand. "That wing guy, does he really treat you well?" Ram didn't know when she had given Lingfeng a nickname, but her sharp tongue was still present. "Yeah, wow, sister. This is so delicious." Ram nodded and shared the water meat with Ram. After Ram finished eating, she felt a soft sensation all over her body. "It's really good. It seems I need to learn how to make this." At this moment, Esther's was scanning the surroundings. Her battle instincts told her that there seemed to be eyes watching them. Chapter 89. The Gale ship in danger at Rock Sea Cape. The Gale ship was docked. Another group from the Frankie family had boarded the unguarded Gale ship, all wearing sinister smiles. Hey, is this the Gale Pirates ship? It's well kept and maintained. Is that brat and his crew really that strong?" One of the Frankie family members shook his head, expressing disbelief. "With no one guarding their ship, this brat is clearly arrogant. He might just be a puppet brought out by the Navy and world government to suppress the news of Rock's death." "I see. You have a point there." The others in the Frankie family nodded, clearly unable to believe that a few young brats from the Gale Pirates could take down Rocks. "Brothers, let's dismantle this ship and let that 800 million bounty pirate know that he's just a pathetic pawn praised by the Navy. And let's give Boss Frankie a surprise." "Ha! Well said." The Frankie family members raised their swords and guns, their eyes sinister as they looked down at the Gale ship. In Water 7, at Dock Number 1, "Hey, look over there. More pirates are making trouble. Those foolish guys dare to challenge the shipwrights of the Carrera shipyard? Let's go. There's a good show to watch." The residents of Water 7 gathered at Dock Number 1, watching the scene outside the large door, which seemed useless, and the nearby fence. "I don't understand what you mean." Ha 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 ha. "If you don't understand, I'll say it again. Your shipbuilding skills are too poor and haven't met my expectations, understand? So I don't plan to pay your shipwrights." Ha 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 ha. Behind Bari, a group of tall and fierce pirates laughed loudly, and their captain was clearly planning to skip out on the bill. "Customers, being too noisy will affect our employees. Please be quiet. Besides, you've already disrupted my work." Bari, however, did not turn around, continuing to work without paying attention to the pirates behind him. "Ha ha ha. Then we won't disturb you. Thank you for your hard work. I won't pay you a single berry. Getting our ship repaired for free is just great." Wah ha ha ha. The pirate captain laughed heartily, and his crew was even more proud. At that moment, Iceberg and his secretary Khalifa walked slowly toward the crowd, and the onlookers automatically made way for them. "Well, Khalifa, what's this? The Gale Pirates don't seem to have arrived yet." "Yes, Mr. Iceberg, that's a customer from Dock Number 1. Now that the ship is repaired, they're planning to skip out on the bill. This is harassment." Khalifa adjusted her glasses with one hand and held a blue clipboard in the other, showing the bounty of the troublesome pirate. "Well, it definitely counts as harassment." The Iceberg's gaze was somewhat cold as he looked at the backs of the group of pirates and said calmly, "Haha, look at this bunch of useless trash. They don't even dare to let out a peep while I demand they fix my ship for free. Truly worthy of Captain Gaspardus, the popularity king from the deathmatch. This group of shipbuilders is obviously trembling in fear of you." "Haha." Gaspardus laughed heartily, while Barry continued sawing wood. At that moment, one of the shipbuilders directly lifted a piece of wood and swung it heavily at Gaspardus. Thud! Green gummy candy splattered everywhere as Gaspardus stepped back 2 paces, a sinister smile on his face as he looked at the shipbuilder. Hey, don't you useless fools have some guts?" Gaspardus glanced at the shipbuilder, and behind him, Kaku, wearing a hat, jumped down, wielding a large serrated knife, and struck down hard on his back. Useless. I'm a gummy fruit user. What can you bunch of useless crewmates do to me?" Gaspardus was completely unafraid, his body splitting into green gummy candy as he laughed heartily. Kaku landed with his serrated knife, his gaze icy from beneath the brim of his hat, and he looked up at Gaspardus, preparing to strike again. "Hold on, Kaku. Don't rush." On the other side, Rob Lucci's pigeon spoke, clearly not wanting Kaku to take things too far. After all, there were members of CP9 lurking here, and they couldn't expose their identities unless absolutely necessary. "Ha, you useless fools. Let me have some fun with you." Seeing this, Gaspardus smirked sinisterly, his arm extending to form a sharp spike made of gummy candy, pointing directly at Kaku. The iceberg and Califa were also seeing this kind of devil fruit user for the first time. The iceberg and Califa exchanged glances, while the surrounding onlookers cheered continuously, encouraging the shipbuilders. Well, it seems things are getting more troublesome. At this moment, in the shopping district of Water 7, please enter the Watergate elevator, which leads to Shipbuilding Island, reaching the shipyard and the central street of Water City. A young lady in a red uniform was introducing to the crowd, driving the blue. The members of the Hurricane Pirates looked up at the enormous building above and proceeded toward the Watergate elevator. Please hold on tight as you enter the main gate. There's only 1 minute left until it closes. The elevator lady continued to shout, and Esther's led everyone directly into the Watergate elevator. As everyone entered, the valve of the Watergate elevator slowly descended, the water inside continuously rising, lifting the blue and them upwards. Oh, we're going up. The captain of the Shaveboard Army was very excited, watching the water surface rising below. I see it opens and closes, rises and falls, right? Seiko Poison Island quickly figured out the principle of this Watergate elevator, while the nearby Xingshu looked at her in confusion. It seems that a lot of things here use water for circulation. Esther's nodded, appreciating the operational mode of Water 7. The upper door of the water flow elevator opened, and everyone finally arrived at the world's #1 shipyard, the central street of Water 7. It seems there is quite a bit of land here, worthy of being the central street, Karina remarked as she looked around at the numerous waterways and various houses beside them. Sister, look, that fountain must look even more massive up close. It's really spectacular. Shirai Kuriko pulled Misaka Mikoto along. The two hadn't seen such buildings in the enclosed Academy City. What is going on up ahead? So many people are watching something? Esther's looked ahead, and everyone followed her gaze. They saw a large crowd gathered together, looking intently at something in the middle. Looks like there's some excitement to see. The captain of the Shaveboard Army jumped up, leaping towards the shore. His ability allowed him to jump in mid-air, somewhat resembling the moonwalk technique. We should go take a look. Shirai Kuriko followed closely behind. As a former disciplinary committee member, she couldn't miss out on such an event. The others quickly followed, arriving in front of Dock #1. Chapter 90, The Powerful Hurricane Pirates inside Dock #1. Several shipbuilders were looking at Gaspardus, whose pirates behind him were grinning menacingly. Clearly, a fierce battle was about to erupt. Oh, seems like there's a guy full of guts here. The captain of the Shaveboard Army leaped down from the air and jumped into the shipyard. Hey. Outsiders are not allowed in here, Kaku said in a deep voice, looking at the captain. Ha, I can feel that there are many gutsy guys here. The captain of the Shaveboard Army showed a passionate smile, and Shirai Kuriko suddenly appeared among the crowd. Wait, why are you in such a hurry to rush in alone? Kuriko looked at the captain with a disgusted expression, her tone somewhat helpless. Oh, have a few helpers come? Gaspardus's expression suddenly changed as he looked at the captain and Kuriko. Hey, are those guys? The Hurricane Pirates. Impossible. How are they here? The crowd gasped in surprise, and even Lucci and Kaku showed expressions of astonishment. A sound of footsteps approached, and the iceberg and Califa turned to look, the crowd automatically parting to create a path. They saw Esther's leading the way, followed by the members of the Hurricane Pirates, who walked slowly towards the crowd with a chilling aura. Is this the shipyard Lingfeng mentioned? Esther's lowered her hat's brim, her cold gaze sweeping around, but she felt somewhat disappointed. If they can't even handle one pirate, can this shipyard really build ships for us? Esther's shook her head helplessly, her proud tone causing the expressions of everyone around to change dramatically. Hey, that woman in military uniform? What are you talking about? The shipbuilders from the Carrera Company were not as incompetent as you think. That's right. Pirate lady, watch your words. The shipbuilders here are our idols. The residents of Water 7 clearly admired the shipbuilders from Carrera Company, and seeing Esther's looking down on them, they spoke out in protest. Really? Why can't they even handle troublemaking pirates? Those useless pirates can be dealt with by just moving a finger. Esther's was somewhat surprised by the reactions of the surrounding people. She didn't expect the residents to be so protective, matching her own personality. They just haven't taken it seriously. Otherwise, such pirates would be dealt with in no time. A resident hadn't finished speaking when Gaspardus flashed behind him, the sharp spikes of gummy candy on his arm thrusting hard into his back. Hey. As a man, it's not good to sneak attack others. Doing so shows a lack of guts. The captain of the Shaveboard Army instantly flashed to the man's back, gripping Gaspardus's gummy candy spike and slowly saying to him, What? So fast? How is that possible? When did this happen? The speed of the captain shocked everyone. Even Lucci and the others from CP9 were astonished. That speed is almost like shaving, no, even faster. After all, the shave-board army can move at twice the speed of sound and strike at several times the speed of sound, using air to jump in midair, easily shattering incoming debris, and the wind generated by a powerful punch is enough to extinguish a raging fire. Lucci looked seriously at the back of the shave-board, who was firmly gripping Gasper's arm. This CP9 elder brother could sense the monstrous power emanating from the shave-board's body. What's wrong? Weren't you just very arrogant? The shave-board chuckled and swung his left fist hard at the opponent. Boom! The fierce punch created a gust of wind that unleashed a terrifying shockwave towards the shipyard. Some ship workers in the distance were even affected. Fortunately, Shirai Kuriko continuously used teleportation to bring the workers out of the shockwave's range. However, Gasper was instantly turned into a pile of mush before he could recover, and Esthith could no longer hold back and made her move. Freeze! Esthith dashed into the shipyard, and countless shards of ice carrying terrifying coldness froze Gasper into an ice block. How boring. Esthith kicked the ice block with her thigh-high boots, and it shattered instantly. Crack! Crack! The former popular champion of the death match, known as the greatest stain on the Navy, was taken out in an instant. Wow! The surrounding crowd and ship workers gasped. The pirate who could previously exchange blows with the foreman was instantly killed by the two members of the Gale Pirates. Captain, hey wait, Before Gasper's pirate remnants could finish, Poison Island Siko and Akame had drawn their swords and attacked from both sides. Slash, slash, slash. One-hit kill, Murasame, Blood Demon Blade, Blood Dance. The sound of blades slicing through bodies echoed as blood splattered continuously. The terrifying two katanas, combined with their swordsmanship, made the massacre visually pleasing. This group of pirates had no chance to resist and was instantly killed. These guys are indeed strong. Iceberg gazed at everyone from the Gale Pirates, feeling a heavy weight in his heart. The Gale Pirates appearing in Water 7 must be here to build ships. If they discover that thing, it could create a terrifying upheaval. Thank you all for your help. Iceberg thought of the design of the ancient weapon Pluto and quickly greeted Esthith and the others. It's better not to conflict with them for now. With this thought, Iceberg nodded to Califa, who understood and began dispersing the onlookers. Let's go. There's nothing to see. While Califa was driving away the crowd, she secretly exchanged glances with Kaku and Lucci, and the unspoken understanding among the three was clear. We absolutely cannot let the Gale Pirates disrupt our undercover plan. Esthith led everyone towards the entrance of Dock 1, and Iceberg felt a chill involuntarily arise as he faced this former Imperial general. He could sense that the woman in the white military uniform before him had undoubtedly been stained with countless blood. Are you the person in charge here? Esthith glanced at Iceberg, who did not seem very formidable. Yes, and I am also the mayor of Water 7. Iceberg respectfully responded to Esthith and the others, acknowledging their evident strength. Is that so? Then it's just right. We have something we need your help with. At that moment, in a restaurant in Water 7, I'd like a serving of water meat, some water pears, and a selection of desserts. Shihoin looked at the desserts on the menu, her eyes sparkling. With the members of the Shihoin faction not around, you really let loose. Lingfeng looked at the appearance of the Honey Queen and shook his head helplessly. She had a great love for sweets, but due to her tendency to gain weight, her subordinates required her to strictly limit her daily intake of sweets. It was rare for her to be able to indulge, and the Honey Queen looked very cute. Her tone also very sweet. Lingfeng had no choice but to let her be. Finish eating quickly. We still have business to attend to at Dock Number 1. Lingfeng called the waiter and handed him the menu, then looked at Shifeng and said, Got it, it's just a meal. Shifeng propped her chin up with her arm, which was clad in white lace gloves. Her starry eyes fixed on Lingfeng as if trying to see through his inner thoughts. Don't use your abilities on me, okay? I can sense it. Lingfeng smiled. With his observation haki and the ability to perceive the world, he wasn't afraid of Shifeng using her superpowers against him. I'm not that boring. I just want to know what our captain is like. Shifeng picked up a drink and started sipping through the straw. What else could I be? Your ship. Just as Lingfeng was helplessly explaining with his hands raised, the system's alert suddenly sounded. System warning. The host pirate ship is under attack, and the durability of the gale is currently 96,100. Chapter 91. Lingfeng versus Frankie. Lingfeng's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect his pirate ship to be attacked. Because of the binding system on the gale, apart from him granting permissions to others, no one else could modify it, but it could still be damaged by attacks. That's why he could only let the cannon's sister and Linus learn shipbuilding skills. Giving it to those shipbuilders might lead to some problems. After all, he didn't trust those few people from CP9. What's wrong? Shurho looked at Lingfeng in surprise, not knowing what had happened. It seems our ship has encountered some issues. Someone must have launched a surprise attack. Lingfeng stood up, reinserted the 2 knives into his belt, and looked at Shurho. You wait here for a while. If anything happens, just call me or someone else. Since Shurho needed to eat, Lingfeng had no intention of taking her along. Gotta be careful, Shurho said obediently, resting her chin on her hands and showing a cute smile. Okay, I'll be back soon. Lingfeng finished speaking and transformed into a gust of wind, flying out. The people at the dining tables around were all taken aback, with even some lady skirts being blown up. Is this a natural type ability? This world is indeed very dangerous. Shurho put away her cute expression and began to think seriously and solemnly. Behind her, several dark figures were quietly closing in. At Rock Cape. Aboard the gale. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of countless cannon fire rang out as the little brothers of the Frankie family continuously bombarded the gale with cannons. After all, the other little brothers had told them that the Gale pirates were at dock number 1, and the captain was having a meal. He definitely wouldn't return to the pirate ship at the moment, so they were even more cautious. What's up with this pirate ship? It's so tough. Hey. Just now a comrade sent a message saying that Captain Lingfeng left the dining room and seems to be coming this way. What? Zombai's expression changed upon hearing this news, and before they could react, a blue hurricane was rapidly approaching from a distance. Look, what is that? Not good. Is it a hurricane? Are the water gods already coming? Hurry to take shelter. Idiots, look at the direction. That's clearly. Boom. A blue hurricane swept over the gale, and Lingfeng had a blank expression, with the blue wind continuously condensing in his hands. Suddenly, a powerful tornado sucked in the little brothers of the Frankie family into the hurricane, ultimately causing them all to fall into the nearby sea. Splash, splash. Their bodies kept falling into the water, creating a large splash. Lingfeng looked at the system panel. The durability of the Stormwind was still at 75. Fortunately, he had modified many parts before, and he returned just in time. Otherwise, if there had been any issues with the ship's keel, it would have been disastrous. Building a ship starts with placing the keel, followed by the bow timber, stern timber, and rib timbers. Then come the ribs, knee timbers, and deck beams. All the wood is arranged and combined meticulously around the keel. It can be said that the keel, as the foundation of the ship's framework, is the lifeline of the ship. If the keel is damaged, it cannot be replaced. Repairing it would be equivalent to building a new ship. Lingfeng landed on the deck, inspecting the damage to the gale. Fortunately, there wasn't anything seriously wrong, as the damage caused by the Frankie family's underlings was limited. If it had been another powerful pirate or a strong navy, this ship would have likely been severely damaged. I initially didn't want to get involved with you, but it seems you were determined to seek your own demise. Lingfeng's eyes were cold as he looked at the members of the Frankie family who were surfacing on the sea, his hand once again gathering a sphere of blue hurricane energy. Wait, Zhanbai shouted. But Lingfeng ignored him and prepared to throw the blue wind ball into the water. Left-hand weapon. In the distance, a flame laser cannon shot towards Lingfeng, who remained unfazed and let it pass through his body. Frankie Big Brother. The little brothers of the Frankie family looked into the distance and saw Frankie, dressed in shorts and a shirt, with his left hand open, revealing the cold barrel of his arm cannon. TSK, natural type ability users are indeed difficult to deal with. Frankie's eyes, hidden behind his sunglasses, were fixed on Lingfeng, who was quickly descending and looking at him with a blank expression. Yo, Frankie, it seems your little brothers are doing something bad to my ship. Lingfeng squinted his eyes, having some thoughts about the only 2 disciples of this Tom, the shipwright. He knew that the blueprint of the ancient weapon, Hades, was in this man's possession, while the one on the iceberg was just a fake. Are you all okay, little ones? We're fine, big brother. Zhanbai responded loudly from the surface of the water. Seeing that his younger brothers were okay, Frankie let out a sigh of relief. You should be grateful that I showed mercy, Frankie. Lingfeng looked at the half-cybernetic person and smiled, saying, Humph, really? Frankie restored his arm, revealing the bullet holes from a machine gun on the upper layer, and began to continuously shoot at Lingfeng. Useless, perverted cyborg. Lingfeng still smiled as countless bullets passed through his elemental body, causing him no harm whatsoever. Ah, that guy. Zhanbai and the others were left dumbfounded, their eyes almost popping out, their facial expressions extremely exaggerated. They finally understood why Lingfeng, at such a young age, was marked with a bounty of 800 million as a pirate. The ability of a natural type devil fruit was simply invincible in the first half of the Grand Line. Are you done making a scene? Lingfeng was a bit impatient and directly pointed his gun at Frankie, firing rapidly. By UBUBU. The small blue gusts of wind pierced through Frankie's modified body. Ugh! Frankie instantly spat out blood and half-kneeled on the ground. Big brother. Zhanbai and the others quickly swam towards the shore, wanting to help Frankie. An overconfident action will ultimately come at a price, won't it, Frankie? Lingfeng's words caused Frankie's expression to change. He recalled the moment he used his body to block the sea train. Gagaga, so annoying, you little brat. Frankie stood up again, and his strong modified arm swung a punch directly at Lingfeng. You're so self-righteous. That's why things have come to this point. This will only take you further away from your dreams. Just look at yourself now. Lingfeng did not dodge or evade, allowing the punch to strike his elementalized body. A faint trace of wind floated through the air as Lingfeng, gathering a blue whirlwind, landed a punch directly on Frankie's face. Bang! Frankie's body flew back like a cannonball, leaving a long mark on the rocky ground and kicking up countless clouds of dust. Big brother, Kiwi and Maz ran from a distance, kneeling beside Frankie with tears streaming down their faces. Damn bastard! Zhanbai and the others crawled up the bank and charged towards Lingfeng. If you really want to die, feel free to keep moving. At this moment, Lingfeng's eyes became incredibly fierce as he drew the Mingyan knife from his waist, and a blue whirlwind continuously spread around his body. Stop! Frank struggled to get up, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Lingfeng and voluntarily admitted defeat. I'm sorry, I apologize for the offense caused by my subordinates. Frank had indeed gone through many storms and knew how to both take and let go. Lingfeng saw this and also put away his knife. He looked at Frankie, who was filled with wariness towards him, and said, Are you calm now? If so, I have something I need your help with. Chapter 92. The terrifying ability of the Queen of Honey Bee at this moment, in the restaurant of Water 7, where Suki was located. Hey look, that's a group from the Frankie family. What a despicable bunch. How can so many people target a girl alone? What should we do? That blonde girl is all by herself. Should we go help her? But those people are from the Frankie family. A group of restaurant patrons stared anxiously at Frankie's subordinates and the surrounded Suki. However, the Queen of Honey Bee calmly sipped her coffee, her arm clad in white lace gloves propping up her cheek, watching the Frankie family with great interest. I was wondering where those little mice were following us from. Shurho elegantly took a sip of her coffee, speaking leisurely. Hey woman, are you the captain of the Wind Pirate Cruise Lover? One of Frankie's subordinates stepped forward, brandishing a knife. Guess. The Queen of Honey Bee glanced at him and closed her eyes to take another sip of coffee. She wasn't particularly averse to such rumors. Stop wasting time with her. While Lingfeng isn't back, let's tie her up. By the way, this little girl has developed quite well, huh? Ha ha. Otherwise, how would a big pirate like Lingfeng take such a delicate girl to sea? The subordinates of the Frankie family laughed heartily, clearly not taking Shurho seriously. Hey, idiots. The Queen of Honey Bee shook her head helplessly, just as the Frankie family subordinates charged at her, with a press of the remote control. It was as if they had been frozen in place. Help me get the desserts. I haven't finished eating yet. Shurho put away the remote control, not even looking at Frankie's subordinates, and continued to eat gracefully. Yes, Your Majesty. To the shock of all the patrons, the Frankie subordinates responded in perfect unison, respectfully bowing to Shurho and running to the waitstaff to bring various desserts. Soon, a dazzling array of desserts was placed on Shurho's dining table, and the stars in her eyes sparkled. It's rude to eat while being watched. Shurho commanded the surrounding Frankie subordinates to clear the area, then enjoyed her meal by herself. Hey, what just happened? I don't know. Is that girl a devil fruit user? Possible. Those guys from the Frankie family suddenly became her subordinates. The patrons around, seeing the situation turn in an instant, were all incredibly shocked, their eyes bulging with disbelief. So noisy. Let us leave for now. Shurho sighed, looking at the increasing crowd of onlookers. You guys, take me dock number 1. Yes, Your Majesty. The Frankie subordinates, with stars in their eyes, responded respectfully to Shurho. Dock numero 1. You want us to help build a ship? And also learn shipbuilding techniques? Iceberg asked in shock upon hearing Ass's request. Yes, that's right. Ass gestured for Linus and Misaka Mikoto to step forward and said, These two will be learning here for a while, and the rest of my companions will also be staying in Water 7 for some time so. As Ass finished her sentence, a hint of threat flickered in her eyes. Her implication was clear. If anything happened to her companions here, she would definitely come to settle the score. Well, it's not a big issue, but learning shipbuilding seems to take quite a bit of time. Iceberg looked at Linus and Misaka Mikoto, especially the latter, such a petite girl. He found it hard to imagine if she could endure this job. Don't worry, they have special abilities that allow them to learn quickly, but we do indeed need some strong labor. Ast glanced at the sturdy ship workers around, nodding in approval. These people may not look very strong, but they have solid physical capabilities. Okay, Lucci, Barry, you two take these two for a tour of the shipyard. Iceberg, seeing this, could not refuse and had to agree. Don't worry, we will pay. Misaka Mikoto smiled at Iceberg, as she was more amiable compared to the others, unlike some who were filled with killing intent. Well, Khalifa, let us settle the bill together later. Iceberg turned to Khalifa, who nodded, adjusting her glasses and temporarily recording the bill. Is there anything else? If not, I'll take my leave. Iceberg looked at Asts and the others. Facing this group of pirates, the pressure was indeed a bit overwhelming. I will call you if something comes up. Ast adjusted her hat, her tone icy. It was as if she was the master of this city, not Iceberg standing before her. Hey, you shameless woman, don't get too arrogant, Barry shouted, looking at Ast's somewhat revealing and sexy outfit. Ast narrowed her eyes, the chill in her hand continuously gathering. Shut up, Barry. The pigeon on Lucci's shoulder interrupted Barry's, scolding directly. He didn't want to provoke the Wind Pirate crew here. After all, their CP9 was still lurking here. If Ast led the Wind Pirate crew to start a massacre, these ship workers would definitely have to contribute, which might expose their true strength and identity. TCH, Barry turned back with a disgruntled expression, cigar in mouth. Come on, calm down. Ast's temper is like that. Yeah, little brother, don't take it to heart. Misaka Mikoto and Linus were relatively easy to talk to, comforting Barry. But you mustn't anger her, okay? Among our group, she should be the second strongest. Although Misaka Mikoto was usually tsundere and competitive, facing such a powerful woman like Ast still made her feel some pressure. What? This woman has ice powers and is only ranked second? Barry was stunned by Misaka Mikoto's words. Well, the first should be your captain, Lingfeng. Lucci's pigeon suddenly spoke. Yeah, that guy Lingfeng is getting stronger. Even if we all teamed up, we might still not be able to beat him. Misaka Mikoto sighed helplessly, recalling Lingfeng's powerful strength after the incident on Godcherry Island. Compared to when he summoned her before, Lingfeng's strength had clearly increased significantly. Ah, I see. It seems your pirate crew really defeated Rocks. Lucci's pigeon spoke on his behalf, while Linus nodded continuously. Of course, our captain can casually provoke even a warlord like Doflamingo. Linus recalled the terrifying strength of Lingfeng on the Tesser Fire Island, and he sincerely admired him. Wow, he's such a cool and powerful captain. Although Lucci's pigeon said so, in his heart, he had already ranked Lingfeng as the #1 dangerous person. Chapter 93. The Straw Hat Kids Crew. Rocky Cape. You want to borrow a pirate ship? And you want me to help you and your companions build a ship? Frankie said, somewhat puzzled by Lingfeng's request. Well, my companions and I will temporarily leave here, but our ship will make a short stop in Water 7. Lingfeng nodded, suddenly remembering something, and asked again. By the way, do you have Coco Luo's contact information? I have something to ask her. Frankie was even more surprised when he heard this and asked, do you know that old lady? The station master of Swift Station in the Water 7, right? Lingfeng couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of Coco Luo's swimsuit. He didn't have her contact information, but she would go to Bruno's bar for a drink after work. Frankie covered his cheek, which was slightly crooked from Lingfeng's punch, and grinned as he spoke. Bruno's bar, huh? All right, then I'll leave the boat arrangements to you. Also, my companions are at dock #1, so I'll have your little brother help me take care of the gale for now. Lingfeng turned around to look at Zanbai and the others, squinting his eyes and said, I think this time they shouldn't want to dismantle my ship, right? Lingfeng's words made Zanbai and others shake their heads repeatedly, indicating that they would absolutely not take any actions regarding the storm ship without permission. Lingfeng looked at their respectful and fearful expressions and decided not to make things difficult for them any longer. I'll head to dock #1 first. After you find the ship, come at dock #1 to find me. Lingfeng glanced at Frankie and transformed into a blue whirlwind, swiftly flying away. Frankie and his subordinates watched as the whirlwind that was Lingfeng gradually headed towards the central street of Water 7, before they finally let out a sigh of relief. Big brother, are you okay? Zanbai and the others hurried to Frankie's side, looking concerned. I'm fine, just a minor injury. That guy definitely went easy on me, Frankie said, touching his cheek and then looking at the Thousand Sunny. Couldn't you guys destroy the ship before? Yes, big brother, but for some reason, no matter how hard we attacked, this ship only got a few scratches, Zanbai and the others replied, puzzled. They had clearly fired cannons and swung knives, yet the Thousand Sunny showed no significant damage. Could it be that this ship has a spirit? Frankie muttered as he observed the Thousand Sunny anchored by the coast. Forget it. Let's go hunt another pirate ship and lend it to him later. It's best not to provoke this guy. Yes, big brother, Frankie commanded, but just after he finished speaking, a subordinate with a grim expression stepped out from the crowd. Big brother, there's something. What is it? Speak quickly, Frankie said, a bit impatiently, noticing his subordinate's hesitation. It's like this, it seems that Cop and the others targeted a girl next to Lingfeng before. But we haven't received any news back yet. What? Where? Frankie exclaimed in shock, quickly asking. If they had completely angered Lingfeng, they would definitely be doomed. The terrifying aura that Lingfeng had unleashed earlier was definitely not something an ordinary person could possess. Lingfeng is definitely a monster. In a restaurant on the Central Street, the response from the younger brother made Frankie extremely anxious. He pointed to the windstorm and ran alone towards the Central Street of Water 7. This is up to you. Remember to find a ship. Water 7, Kara's office. Well, Khalifa, what do you think about the windstorm pirates? Iceberg looked out at the bustling Water 7 with a heavy tone. Are they really just here to learn technology and modify ships? Since they said they wouldn't cause trouble. It should be true, but just to be cautious, should you contact the government? Khalifa knew that representatives from the world government came to negotiate with Iceberg every day, but each time they returned empty-handed. Well, let's talk about it later. If they really plan to do something to Water 7, I will make them pay a heavy price to stay here, no matter what it costs. Iceberg's gaze was icy. If Lingfeng and his group intended to destroy the city that Tom had brought to life, he would make them pay dearly, even if it meant cooperating with the world government. Yes, Mr. Iceberg. Khalifa's glasses glinted as she understood from Iceberg's words that he must have the blueprints for the ancient weapon Pluton. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to make such absolute statements. It seems it's time to take action. I should inform Lucci first to avoid the windstorm pirates messing this up. Khalifa looked at Iceberg's back by the window, took her leave, and slowly exited the office. Bruno's bar. Inside the bar, Bruno, the bar owner and also one of CP9, was wiping a glass. But his eyes kept scanning the surrounding crowd. This was an instinctive habit developed as spies. Years of training made them not miss any corner within the time limit. Buzz. The phone bug in his arms rang, and Bruno turned around, pretending to arrange various bottles, but quietly took out the phone bug. Kaga. Hello, Bruno. Let us start the operation tonight. The phone bug connected, and Khalifa's voice came through. Tonight? Have you found the location of that thing? Bruno turned to check the bar's crowd. It was daytime, and there weren't many people drinking. He quietly moved to the back door and continued to communicate with the other end of the phone bug. ISNT, it's too risky to act now. We've been lying low for so long. Why the sudden urgency? Tonight's operation is just a small start. And we received news that the only one who can awaken the ancient weapon, the son of the devil, is about to arrive in Water 7. You mean that woman who has been fleeing from the government's pursuit for 20 years? Yes, indeed, Nico Robin. Khalifa's voice shocked Bruno. He didn't expect the devil's child, the only descendant of O'Hara, to appear in Water 7. Who is she with? With the Straw Hat crew. You'll wear a mask and tell her a code name. Threatening her to come work for us. Okay, I understand. Kaga said, and the phone bug hung up. Bruno put away the phone bug, his expression serious, and returned to the bar. He went into the room, took out a coat and a festival mask, and quietly left through the back door. Meanwhile, not far from the Sifit station, on the sea, a pirate ship with a sheep's head was sailing steadily, although it was quite damaged. The pirate flag on the ship had a yellow straw hat design. This ship was none other than the Going Merry, and the pirates on it were the Straw Hat crew. Chapter 94. CP0 appears in the office on Judicial Island. Spandam was discussing something with a CP special officer beside him. Commander Anna, are you sure you want to take CP0 to Water 7? Spandam asked quietly, looking at the cold woman in a white suit beside him. You should have seen their bounties, right? Anna took out the bounty posters of Lingfeng and his crew, with a photo of Sabo on top. Is this little monkey? Spandam glanced at Frankie beside him and had a guess in his mind. That's right. Vegapunk's first experimental subject, number 001, Carrot. We must bring her back. Anna crossed her arms and said coldly. Previously, when they were on Tesoro Island, due to her insufficient authority, she didn't know that the little monkey who helped her was actually Vegapunk's experimental subject. After the Windstorm Pirates became famous, the world government discovered this. Anna, who had previously come into contact with experimental subject 001, was tasked with capturing Sabo. It must be said that after consuming the silent fruit, Anna's strength increased significantly, and the CP organization began to train her vigorously. She didn't disappoint. After hard training, She mastered hockey and became proficient in the 6 styles, quickly rising to the CP0 position, now considered Spandam's superior. This time, the Celestial Dragons issued an order to bring back Vegapunk's experimental subject, and she, having just been promoted to CP0, had to lead the team personally. Fine. But Lucci just called to say that they will start the Pluton capture operation tonight. You and Lucci should greet each other to avoid conflict. Spandam rubbed his hands, looking obsequious. Don't worry, our respective missions will not conflict with each other. Anna's expression was cold as she left with the 3 CP0 members. Phew, there are actually monsters more terrifying than Lucci and the others. Is this the Celestial Dragon's most elite bodyguard? Spandam watched Anna and the others leave. His back soaked in cold sweat. The Windstorm Pirates seem to be destined for annihilation here. Doc number 1. Oh, so this is how shipbuilding works. We rarely see wooden ships where we come from. Misaka Mikoto looked around at the shipbuilding and various cannon structures, realizing, Big sister, we don't have any ships at all. Kuriko shook her head helplessly. Where would they find the sea in their academy city? You mean you don't even have ships there? How pitiful. Barry was surprised after hearing Kuriko's words. No. It's just that our hometown is a bit special, ahaha. Misaka Mikoto scratched her head, feeling a bit slow on the uptake. Linus, Shidu and Kuriko toured the shipyard and observed the workers, finally gaining some understanding of this world's shipbuilding technology. Just as they were returning to the entrance, a commotion arose at the door. Misaka-san, it seems you are very suited to be a shipbuilder here. Shiho and SGI's teasing voice came. And Frankie's younger brothers were even driving the King Bull, with Shiho Queen on top, while a group of younger brothers held an umbrella for her, blocking the hot sun. Shiho, you're being too exaggerated, Misaka Mikoto commented from the side. Compared to an idiot like you, this is how a captain's wife should make her entrance. Okay, captain's wife? You, the last one to arrive, still have the nerve to say that? TCH, it's the last one to appear who is the main character. Okay, shameless. You clearly manipulated others and still call yourself a queen. Cannon's sister and the queen truly were arch-rivals. They would argue as soon as they met. That girl, is she the one with the bounty? Rush looked at Shoko Misaki on the head of Emperor Bruto in Sodom and recalled the words of caution given to them by Akiji. Manipulation? Could it be? Rush and Kaku exchanged glances, and they both nodded in unspoken agreement. As spies, they keenly sensed that Shoko Misaki's ability might be to manipulate others' minds. The way the younger members of the Frankie family treated Shoko with such respect definitely indicated something was off. However, they couldn't guess her ability, at most. They thought of her as some kind of devil fruit user. Just then, a gust of wind blew in, and everyone instinctively raised their hands to shield their eyes. Especially the female crew members of the Gale Pirates. The ones in skirts calmly held onto their hems to prevent them from being blown up. Oh, everyone is here? Lingfeng slowly descended from the sky. He looked at the crowd around him and said with a smile, as the captain, you are really irresponsible to leave us here. Cannon's sister said with a displeased expression, feeling uneasy at the thought of Lingfeng leaving alone with Shiho. That's what I said, stinky man, Shirai Kuriko immediately chimed in. Sorry. Our ship had a little issue, so I want to check it out first. Lingfeng scratched his head, while the others looked somewhat tense and began to ask what was going on. Did someone attack our ship? Isthetha's gaze was icy. She never expected someone would dare to provoke them. No, just a few blind fools. I've already dealt with them, Lingfeng said with a smile. Then casually glanced at Lucci and Kaku. Is that guy Lingfeng? He doesn't seem very strong on the surface. But why does it feel so chilling when his gaze sweeps over me? Lucci felt a shiver run down his spine as Lingfeng's gaze passed over him. So, how well do you understand shipbuilding technology? Lingfeng asked, no longer looking at Lucci and the others, but directing his question at Mikoto and the others. Mikoto will definitely master it, don't worry, Butterfly Shinobu said. Having worked with Mikoto the longest, and thus having the most say, then let's head back first. Could you have the foreman come over as well? Lingfeng glanced at Barry and extended the invitation. Kaku, go take a look first. We'll come once we're done with our tasks. Barry, chewing on a cigar, sized Lingfeng up. All right, where's your ship? Kaku asked, and after Lingfeng pointed out the location, he quickly ran and leaped down toward the city below. These shipbuilders are quite impressive, Poison Island Seiko remarked, somewhat approvingly, after witnessing Kaku's leap of faith. Of course, don't underestimate us shipbuilders, you scantily clad woman. Barry looked at Poison Island Seiko's very sexy outfit, especially the black stockings with garters on her legs, which were incredibly tempting and made his face flush. Xingxua looked at Barry with a black line across her forehead, speechless at his straightforward comments. In any case, you guys should head back to the Gale first. I still need to go to the Sifute station. Lingfeng wanted to visit Granny Kokoro, otherwise, he wouldn't know how to get to the Devil's Triangle. At this moment, Lingfeng was still unaware that the Straw Hat crew was about to arrive in Water 7. Chapter 95. Under currents rising, Lingfeng said goodbye to his companions and left alone. After all, with his fruit ability, flying is slightly faster than taking the sea train. He found the railway tracks and headed directly towards the shift station. At the same time that Lingfeng was leaving, the Golden Mary arrived at Water 7. Lingfeng and the Straw Hat Pirates missed each other just like that. Meanwhile, Frankie was hurrying to dock number 1, only to see members of the Storm Pirates sitting on his Emperor Blue. These guys. Frankie watched his subordinates fawning over the Storm Pirates, feeling exasperated. Just a moment ago, he was worried sick, and now seeing his subordinates laughing and joking with the Storm Pirates left him both amused and bewildered. Hey, subordinates! Frankie called out, but it seemed like the Frankie family members didn't hear him. Huh? What's going on? Frankie lifted his sunglasses, looking confused as he passed by Sodam and Gamora. Hey, Shurho, that guy in shorts down there seems to be calling us? Cannon's sister turned to Shurho and asked, noticing Frankie's scrutinizing gaze on their group. Who cares? Let's hurry back to the ship. It's getting hot here, Shurho said, fanning herself with her gloved hand. However, her impressive figure was quite revealing, making Frankie's subordinates even more attentive. Queen Shurho, please allow me to fan you. Bastard, get in line behind me. I was here first. It seemed Frankie's subordinates had already recognized a new leader, completely forgetting about Frankie, leaving him standing there in utter confusion. Hey, I'm serious. Stop joking around. Frankie shot out his right hand and then flew up along the metal chain inside his arm to land on the back of Emperor Blue. What do you want? Isdeth was sitting with her legs crossed, looking coldly at Frankie. These guys are my subordinates, all right? I wanted to ask you guys something, Frankie replied irritably. Oh, they're already my subordinates now, Shurho said cutely while glancing at Frankie. Hey, Shurho, release their control, Cannon's sister said, feeling a bit embarrassed by Frankie's flamboyant attire as she turned back to Shurho. We'll talk about it when we get back, Shurho yawned, and Frankie finally understood that his subordinates had been manipulated by this blonde girl. Hey, little girl, don't do anything unnecessary, all right? Your captain made a deal with me, Frankie said, feeling uncertain about the Storm Pirates. Just Lingfeng alone was terrifying. These people didn't look easy to deal with either. Don't worry, our captain is trustworthy. Drake spoke up for Lingfeng, and Linus nodded in agreement. By the way, where did Karina go? The usually silent Akihito spoke up, noticing someone was missing from the team. Oh, she just told me she was going to the exchange office to change some money. After all, she secretly hid quite a bit of treasure. Xingxue recalled the earlier conversation with Kay and Karina. Huh, what about that guy? Drake looked around and noticed that there was no sign of the Mako general on either of the Emperor Blues. That guy said he wanted to wander around and see if there was anyone to help, then left alone, shouting something about spirit. Akihito replied, while pulling out some meat to nibble on, not knowing where it came from. These guys are really reckless, Isdeth chuckled. But she was quite tolerant of her subordinates and companions, so she didn't say much. In any case, let's head back to the storm, Butterfly Shinobu said. A bit worried about the other two and Kay, but there was no choice. Business was important. Just like that, the two Emperor Blues of the Frankie family set off with the Storm Pirates back to Rock-Sea Cape. Water 7, Exchange Office. This should be the place. Let's quickly change some money. That guy Lingfeng always spends money extravagantly. Karina looked at the bank ahead, while the nearby Kay transformed into a gorilla, carrying a bag and walking inside. The bank clerk saw Karina's arrival and immediately asked, "What can I do for you?" "Changing money. Let me show you." Kay spoke human words, startling everyone in the bank. However, it was the mask carnival, so they thought it was a human wearing a gorilla mask. "Oh, your mask is really well made." The bank clerk smiled and then opened his pocket. A flash of golden light passed, and the clerk's eyes widened, mouth agape, as if he had seen something unbelievable. "Boss, not good." The clerk rushed into the adjacent office, excitedly exclaiming, There's so much gold." He gestured wildly while speaking. "What?" The bank owner, sporting a long beard, was stunned upon hearing about a large amount of gold. "Quick, please come into the VIP room." Karina and Kay were directly invited to the VIP room. Kay transformed back into a small monkey, bouncing on the sofa, enjoying the soft elasticity. "Wow, this is simply a treasure." The owner took a telescope to observe the gold that Karina had acquired, gulping in awe. "What's going on, boss? If you have something to do, hurry up," Karina asked nonchalantly, her arms crossed. "Don't give me that," saying my gold is fake or something. No. In my 25 years of experience, this batch of gold is definitely worth 100 million berries. Hearing this, Karina's eyes involuntarily narrowed. Wow, so much money. Did you hear that? Karina? We're gonna get rich. Kay exclaimed excitedly, but his small monkey body speaking was indeed astonishing. 100 million berries, huh? Karina's long fingers slowly pointed out. Then she tapped forward. Puff, puff, puff. Several muffled sounds came, and the owner was surprised to find several large holes suddenly appeared in the wall behind him. I don't accept the previous appraisal, you appraisal master. Why not take another good look? Karina said, her finger pointing directly at the appraisal master, her gaze icy cold. Why yes. I'm sorry. This is worth 300 million berries. The bank owner turned pale, realizing Karina was clearly a devil fruit user. It would have been better if you said that earlier. The gold was exchanged for berries and placed into 3 boxes. Kay transformed back into a tall gorilla, picked up the 3 boxes, and he and Karina left the exchange office without looking back. Shortly after they left, Luffy, Usopp, and Nami came from another direction. They were also carrying a large bag of gold, and Karina and Nami, who were once close friends, missed each other just like that. Meanwhile, on the speeding sea train, Anna and CP0 were heading towards Water 7. Clearly, a big event was about to happen in Water 7 tonight. Chapter 96. Unexpected Developments. Sixth Station. The raging wind, transformed by Lingfeng, finally arrived at Grandma Coco's station. He quickly descended, and the azure hurricane lifted the surrounding seawater, creating a massive tidal wave. Poof! Lingfeng looked at the train speeding in the distance, which had already turned into a small black dot, with smoke rising from it. Seeing the train on the sea really gave a feeling of returning to Blue Star. Lingfeng smiled and withdrew his gaze to examine the appearance of the station. The place where Grandma Kokoro worked was very simple, with a white lookout tower and a small red-roofed house beside it. On either side, there were white stone slabs, and above the slabs was a green bridge. Is it a pirate? A little girl with 2 sky-high pigtails walked out from the door of the house, accompanied by a rabbit that resembled a cat, which was making a meowing sound. Clearly, these two were Kaimoni and Kanbai. Grandma! Grandma! Another pirate has come! Kaimoni shouted excitedly, seeing that Lingfeng was not afraid, but rather very excited. What? Another pirate has come? Is it true, Kaimoni? Grandma Kokoro, looking tipsy, stumbled out of the house holding a bottle of red wine. Kaimoni, bring me the den mushi. After saying that, Grandma Kokoro fell to the ground and let out a hiccup. Okay. Kaimoni ran to the side and took out the den mushi. Here you go, Grandma. Hello. What was I going to say? I forgot. Grandma Kokoro had just connected the den mushi and then hung up. If you're drunk, don't make calls. Lingfeng shouted in frustration, feeling completely helpless against the mermaid grandma. Well, young man, it seems there are no ships here. Did you come on a sea train? Grandma Kokoro, her eyes slightly tipsy, looked around but found no pirate ship in sight. I flew here. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lingfeng, and I really am a pirate. Lingfeng smiled and looked at Kamoni and Grandma Kekalo. My name is Kamoni. This is the kitten Kanbai, and this is Grandma Kekalo. While eating snacks, Kamoni introduced them to Lingfeng. Nice to meet you all. By the way, Grandma Kekaluo, I have something I would like you to help me with. Lingfeng looked at the still-drinking Coco Luo grandma and tentatively asked, What place? Do you want to go somewhere else? Indeed, somewhere else. From here, taking the sea train to the capital of Spring Queen, St. White Poplar, the food town Butchie, or the carnival town St. Fault are all great choices, Coco Luo grandma said, gulping down her drink. The place I want to go is quite far, and there is no sea train service. Lingfeng took a deep breath and continued speaking. That place you remember well is the sea area before Fishman Island, the Devil's Triangle. When Lingfeng finished speaking, Granny Kiki rarely put down the wine bottle at her mouth. Are you talking about that sea area where more than 100 ships go missing every year? Granny Kiki's expression became somewhat serious, while Lingfeng calmly nodded. Even if the ships in that sea area return, there are rumors that they carry the dead and that ghost ships wander endlessly. Granny Kiki sighed and took another sip of her drink. Those who encounter trouble there can never come out. It's a dark sea surrounded by thick fog. Young man, are you sure you want to go there? After speaking, Granny Kiki looked at Lingfeng with slightly drunken eyes. I know it's the dark sea. That's exactly why I want to go. Lingfeng's calm demeanor surprised Granny Kokolo. She didn't expect him to know about the terrifying nature of that sea area and still choose to go there. Speaking of which, young man, you seem a bit familiar. Granny Kokolo stood up, walked in front of Lingfeng, and examined him carefully. So it's you, no wonder. No wonder you dare to go to that Devil's Sea. After confirming Lingfeng's identity, Granny Kokolo smiled. Well, if you want to go, you must stay in Water 7 for a week. It takes that long to store the records. The next island is Fishman Island, which will point downward. Granny Kokolo revealed the method, but Lingfeng frowned. Must it really be a week? Is there any way to find the pre-stored record pointer? Who knows? Maybe there is something in the black market, but everyone wants to go to Paradise Fishman Island, and they will pass through the Sabati archipelago as well. So it might be difficult to buy the record pointer. There are many pirates in Water 7, and everyone wants to head to the next island. Granny Kokolo gulped down some alcohol, burped, and said, I thought Granny Kokolo would know the route. Lingfeng was a bit disappointed. He thought he could find the record pointer directly from Grandma Coco, but it turned out he still had to wait a week. All right. Thank you, Grandma Coco. I'll see you again if there's a chance. I'm going to have a drink in the city of Seven Waters with Kimoni later. By the way, where are you from? Grandma Coco waved at Lingfeng and then suddenly asked, Me? I'm also from the city of Seven Waters, so I'll see you there, Grandma. A week will pass quickly anyway. Lingfeng smiled and was just about to leave when he unexpectedly heard a shocking statement. Oh, by the way, that kid wearing a straw hat, he's also a pirate, and he said he was on a Water 7 to repair a ship. You might meet him. After Coco Luo said this, Lingfeng's expression changed dramatically, and he turned around in disbelief to look at her. You mean the kid with the straw hat? Could it be that guy? That little brat said he wants to become the Pirate King. Really? What a brazen little brat, ha ha ha. But isn't it quite interesting? Coco Luo took another swig of her drink, but Lingfeng's face looked extremely grim. What's going on? It shouldn't be like this. I encountered Akiji back at God's Sakura Island, even if he went to Long Chain Island next. Could it be that the Straw Hat Kid and his crew have already left Long Chain Island and reached Water 7? Lingfeng fell silent, feeling quite puzzled about the arrival of Luffy and the others. No matter what, perhaps something unexpected happened. Wait a minute. Damn it. Could it be that I captured too many pirates and forgot about this matter? Lingfeng suddenly remembered that he had captured quite a few bounty pirates before and had spent a lot of time on it. He needed to return first. It seemed that the Seven Water City would, tonight. Lingfeng whispered softly, greeted Granny Coco, and left directly. Goodbye, pirate brother. See you again in Water 7. Kimoni, munching on snacks, watched as Lingfeng transformed into a blue hurricane, his expression filled with excitement. Granny, look quickly. That pirate brother turned into wind. Haha, Chimoni. That guy is a Logia-type Devil Fruit user. A very terrifying existence. Really? The old and young watched the departing blue hurricane and returned indoors. Meanwhile, Lingfeng's mood was extremely heavy. At this moment, the sea train carrying CP0 also arrived in Water 7. Chapter 97. The Straw Hat Kid's crew, Zoro and Robin. At Rock Point, aboard the Going Merry, only the pirate hunter Zoro remained on the ship. He had his eyes closed, leaning against the ship's railing, taking a nap. However, beside the Going Merry, members of the Frankie family were gradually climbing aboard the ship. Hey, ISNT, they're a pirate ship, right here? Let us take it for the Gale Pirates later. Huh? ISNT, this the Straw Hat Kid's ship? Can such a shabby ship really sail? She'll keep it down. There are people there. The Frankie family members surrounded the sleeping Zoro, who held a sword in his hand. Zambai struck down with his sword, but, clang, Zoro, with his eyes still closed, picked up his sword, the Wad Ikamanji, and blocked Zambai's attack halfway. He slowly opened his beast-like eyes and looked at the group around him. Trying to sneak attack while I was asleep? Who are you? State your names. Zoro stood up, sheathed the Wad Ikamanji, and drew out the Sandai Kitetsu, pointing it directly at the Frankie family members. You want us to introduce ourselves? You're the bounty hunter Zoro, right? We are bounty hunters from the Frankie family. We won't be polite about taking your 60 million bounty, and we want the ship too. Zambai was excited at this moment, having been beaten by Lingfeng before. He finally had a chance to vent his frustrations on someone else. Ha, what luck. I didn't expect to encounter such a monster and still gain this unexpected joy. Charge. I'm number one. The Frankie family rushed forward, with the first one swinging his sword down. But Zoro simply turned his sword in his left hand and effortlessly blocked it. Lucky? It should be misfortune. Zoro's smile was beast-like as he directly knocked the attacker away with a single strike. Don't be afraid. He has just one person. Charge. Two-sword style. Sure, son. Zoro looked at the crowd charging at him, unleashed his two-sword style, and the intersecting sword winds blew everyone away, sending them falling into the sea beside the ship. Splash, splash, splash. Countless figures fell back into the water, and the Frankie family, who had been blown into the water by Lingfeng earlier, were struck down again by Zoro. So boring. Zoro leaned against the ship's railing, eyes closed as he spoke. Not far away, the members of the Gale Pirates were slowly approaching. Oh, that guy seems pretty strong. Isdeth looked at the distant sword Aura, then at Zoro on the deck, and said with some admiration, "To be able to slash out sword Aura, that guy's swordsmanship should not be underestimated." Poison Island Seiko also saw Zoro's swordsmanship and expressed some respect. "Well, you could do it too." Xingxue patted Poison Island Seiko's shoulder. The latter was much scarier than Zoro when dealing with blood demons. "That must be the Straw Hat Kid's crew. Let us not bother with them." Rem looked at the pirate flag on the Going Merry and recalled Lingfeng's instructions. Fortunately, Frankie and his crew had already been let go by Shirho. Otherwise, they would probably be fighting by now. Whereas Kaku, Akadu jumped onto the gale, searching for Kaku the shipwright. "I'm here." Kaku walked out from the cabin, looking around the gale. "How is it? Is there difficulty?" Mikoto Misaka looked at Kaku with anticipation, eager to modify the ship with Linus. "It can be done, but if you don't change the keel, it will still just be a wooden sailing ship at most. To transform it into the iron fortress your captain mentioned is still somewhat difficult." Kaku looked at the gale's keel and said with some regret, "Well, with Lingfeng around, it shouldn't be a big problem." Drake recalled how Lingfeng was able to modify the ship with his amazing powers. It seemed that there wouldn't be too many issues. "If your captain has that kind of ability, we can help you a bit, but we will need too many materials." Kaku smiled, having previously seen the large amount of minerals in the ship's storage room. "No worries, we have plenty of time." Lingfeng suddenly transformed into a gust of wind and landed on the deck. "Ah, Lingfeng, you finally returned," Isdeth said, her demeanor shifting from her previous queenly dominance to a somewhat blushing and gentle tone as she looked at Lingfeng. "Yes, but it seems a troublesome group has also arrived," Lingfeng said, glancing at the distant Thousand Sunny with a hint of helplessness. "Is that the Straw Hat crew? Should we?" Isdeth's eyes turned cold, and Lingfeng felt that this troublesome matter would need her to find a way to resolve it. "Not for now, but I think Mr. Kaku might be a bit busy tonight," Lingfeng remarked playfully as he looked at Kaku. Well, if it's about shipbuilding, I will definitely be busy. If you guys are paying well, we will work overtime." Kaku thought Lingfeng was talking about shipbuilding and didn't catch on. "No witties. There's no rush. I think something unexpected might happen tonight." When Lingfeng arrived, he could feel the unusual wind over the sea. "Is that so? Then I'll head back first. We can come over any time." Kaku pressed down his hat's brim, smiled, and then leaped again, quickly running towards the direction of the Seven Water City. Lingfeng looked at his back, his expression somewhat serious. "Tonight Lingfeng hadn't finished speaking when he noticed that a few people seemed to be missing. "Where are Karina, Xiaokong, and Xueban?" Lingfeng asked, puzzled. "Karina and Xiaokong went to exchange money, and I don't know where Xueban went. I think he mentioned something about looking around to see if anyone needed help." Butterfly Ninja quickly replied, "Ugh, I hope they don't get into any trouble." In the Water 7, on the commercial street of a small alley, Nico Robin, dressed in black, and Chopper, in his reindeer form, were looking at a wall map. "I can't believe such a lively place is a small alley," Chopper remarked. Looking at the bustling crowd, there seem to be places to walk around. The water is so clear, and the streets are beautiful. As they walked through the street, they noticed people wearing masks passing by. "So scary," Chopper said, a bit frightened by the masks. "Oh, what a beautiful lady. I've never seen anyone this pretty in 100 miles, some men around them exclaimed, eyes filled with hearts as they gazed at Robin. "Wow, there's so many Sanjis here," Chopper commented accurately. Robin pointed to a mask shop across the street and told Chopper that the Island St. Fault, through which the sea train passed, had been holding a masquerade carnival for several days. Chopper thought that the people here must have strange faces. "Robin, you're amazing. By the way, how do you know these things?" Chopper asked curiously. "People on the street are talking about it." Robin smiled, pointing to the crowd. "You could hear all that?" Chopper was surprised. "It's my habit. Since I was little, I've had to pay attention to people's expressions and listen to what they say to survive." Although Robin wore a smile, there was an endless bitterness behind it. "Robin, you're really impressive," Chopper said, but Robin shook her head and fell silent. "There's a bookstore over there." Robin pointed to a bookstore ahead, and Chopper dashed over. "Can I take a look on the way?" "Of course," Robin gently replied, but the people around were startled by Chopper's loud voice. "Great, I'm going in first." Robin nodded with a smile and was about to follow when a tall man wearing a mask brushed past her. "I'm CP9, he whispered as they passed each other, and Robin's expression changed as she froze in place. When she turned around, the man had already vanished. Chapter 98, CP0 Strikes. At this moment, on the streets of Water 7, wow, so many people are wearing masks here. "Yeah, this is such an interesting town," Karina and Xiaokong remarked as they observed the crowd on the street. surrounded by so many masked individuals they felt somewhat out of place. Look, those guys in white suits have different masks. Shao Kahn pointed excitedly at a few people approaching. Karina felt a sudden chill and pulled Shao Kahn, saying, "Let's hurry back." Shave. At that moment, Anna, wearing a white metal mask, flashed behind Karina. "Watch out." Shao Kahn suddenly transformed into a gorilla and punched at Anna. However, eerily, all sounds seemed to vanish. Even his shouted words disappeared. Steel block. Anna remained unfazed, her arm gathering armament hockey and steel block, colliding with Shao Kahn's half-hearted armament hockey. The punch was silent, like a dream. Everything around them felt like a silent play. Karina wanted to scream, but she found her voice had been silenced. Anna had activated the power of the silence fruit, determined to quickly take Shao Kahn back. The other CP0 members instantly appeared beside Karina, who quickly solidified an air shield. But they kicked her away. Shao Kahn had already rolled his eyes back, losing consciousness after Anna punched him in the face. The violent force should have created a loud noise. But now, it was as if sound itself had ceased to exist. Anna grabbed the unconscious Shao Kahn and, along with the CP0 members, quickly vanished from spot. Just then, Karina was kicked into the water, falling just as Anna and the others disappeared. Splash! The long-awaited sound returned, and the surrounding people reacted, as if everything that had just happened was frozen in time. Oh no, someone fell into the water. What happened? Hurry, save that girl. Karina, along with her money, fell into the water. As a devil fruit user, if she lost consciousness without help, she would drown. Fortunately, there were many people nearby who quickly pulled her out. Cough, cough, cough. Karina choked on some water, coughing continuously, but it seemed she had fainted from serious injuries. Hey, hang in there. Are you okay? Wake up, little girl. The people around quickly shook Karina, but the strength of CP0 was too great. She had already lost consciousness. At this time, on the ship, Esther and Akame, you two come with me to the black market to see if there are any stored record pointers. Lingfeng looked at the distant Golden Mary and realized he needed to accelerate the actions of his group. After all, CP9 would be taking Nico Robin to assassinate Iceberg tonight, ultimately framing the Straw Hat crew for it. Then all the shipwrights would go after Luffy and the others, and forget about shipbuilding. It would be all about acting as the city escort. Rem, you and Ram go buy some food and fresh water, get plenty of supplies. A massive tsunami is coming in a day. We need to be prepared for disaster. Drake, Shurho, Linus, Xingxue, Sister Ren, and Sister Poison, you stay here. Heisey and Cannon Girl, go find the rest of the people. If anyone comes back, take the ship to Frankie's secret base, because this place will definitely be affected by the tsunami. Lingfeng was methodically issuing commands, but for some reason, he felt a sense of unease in his heart. The crew responded one after another, and Lingfeng left with Generalist Death and the assassin Akame. Heisey teleported with the Cannon Sister to search for Karina and the Slicer, while the others had to help Linus start modifying the windbreaker for now. Chopper walked out of the bookstore and found that Robin had already disappeared. Not far away, he seemed to hear the noise of the crowd. Huh, it sounds like someone is injured? Chopper transformed into his reindeer form and quickly ran towards the crowd. Hey, hang in there, little girl, wake up. What's wrong? What happened? Chopper pushed through the crowd and saw Karina unconscious on the ground, his expression becoming extremely serious. Make way, I'm a doctor. Chopper transformed back into his human form, startling those around him. He took out bandages and a hemostatic agent from his backpack and helped stop the bleeding from Karina's abdomen. That's terrible. She almost had her insides crushed. Chopper examined Karina's injuries. Her breathing was extremely heavy, and her condition was clearly dire. Do you know this woman? Who is she? It seems she's from the Windbreaker Pirates? I think so. I saw the bounty notice in news before. The people around were talking, and Chopper instructed them to find a stretcher and take Karina to the medical room as soon as possible. Wow, there seemed to be a lot of people over there. Huh. Slicer Junba was currently standing at the top of a fountain. As a middle school boy must stand high, the white ribbon on his head fluttering in the wind. He seemed to see a lot of people in a certain place. Let's go take a look. Slicer Junba jumped continuously in the air, somewhat similar to Moonwalk. However, when he was about to head towards the crowd, he noticed CP0's Anna and others moving with Little Kong towards a more sparsely populated area. Huh, that little monkey. Isn't he from our ship? Slicer Jumba's eyes were sharp, and he immediately spotted the Little Kong being captured by Anna and others. Whoosh! Bang! Slicer Jumba dove down and punched towards Anna and the others. Hey, where are you taking my companion? Slicer Junba smiled confidently, looking at the CP0 members without a hint of panic. People from the Windbreaker Pirates? Anna assessed Slicer Junba through her white metallic mask. You guys take number 0001 and leave first. Anna gave the order, and the other CP0 members wasted no time, using shave to leave quickly. Where do you want to go? Slicer Jumba smiled and directly assumed a strong fist stance. Just as he was about to attack, Anna quickly approached him using shave. Too slow. Anna's long legs were covered in armament hockey. With a fierce whip kick, she enveloped him with black armament hockey and iron, sweeping Slicer's body away. Bang, bang, bang. Slicer Jumba's body went through numerous houses, raising clouds of dust and sounds of collision. Not even a single blow. Anna shook her head. Just as she was about to leave, a fierce punch wind came rushing in. Moonwalk. Anna's eyes glimmered with a hint of red light, and she quickly jumped away from her original position, using observation hockey. What a strong-willed woman. Her power is surprisingly great. Slicer Junba walked out of the smoke, a trickle of crimson blood flowing from the white ribbon tied around his head. Then let me accompany you for a good ruckus. Chapter 99. Sanji and the maid sisters. At this moment, Sanji from the Straw Hat crew was riding on Brook, constantly taking in the scenery of Water 7. This Water 7 is really amazing, with clear rivers, neat streets, and bustling crowds, not to mention so many beautiful women. Sanji, with a cigarette in his mouth, looked at the people coming and going around him, excitedly saying, "The truth is, I can date Nami-san and Robin-chan in such a city. It would be even better if I could have them both." Sanji held green vegetables in both hands, imagining himself hugging Nami and Robin. Over here is Nami-san, and over there is Robin-chan. Sanji made a lewd face, causing the vegetable vendor's wife to frown. "Young man, stop making that strange face. Which water cabbage do you want to buy?" I want both, by the way, Annie. I want the seasonal ingredients of this city." The vendor's wife. "We want some too." Just as Sanji was about to buy ingredients, Rem and Ram rode Brook and arrived at the stall. "Maid-chan." Sanji's eyes turned into hearts as he looked at Rem and Ram, drooling. "Wow, just as lively and lecherous as Barusu." Ram made a sarcastic remark. And of course, the young man she was referring to was intentionally misnamed. "Two beautiful ladies. My name is Sanji. May I ask how to address you two? These are water apples and water pears. Would you like some, ladies?" However, Rem and Ram ignored him, directly taking the fruits from the vendor's wife and giving Sanji a cold glance. Wait a minute. You two seem a bit familiar. Don't block our way. We are leaving." Sanji examined Rem and Ram, but Ram, looking impatient, wanted to bypass Sanji and head to the next stall. Windbreaker Pirates. Sanji suddenly remembered that these two were the maids from the Windbreaker Pirates. "Now that you know, make way." "Wow, this cool one must be Ram-chan. And this gentle one must be Rem-chan." Sanji was relentless and continued to ask, "By the way, ladies, would you like some seasonal fish?" Just as the three were tugging at each other, the vendor's wife spoke again. "My husband runs a fish shop." "Where's the shop?" The three replied in unison, while Ram and Rem glared at Sanji with killing intent, but Sanji looked happily at the sisters. "Go ashore, walk right for 6 shops, then turn left for 12 shops." After the vendor's wife finished speaking, the three looked at her in confusion. After a while, Ram, and Sanji found a shop and bought a lot of fish. Although Ram disliked Sanji, Rem knew that Sanji was a chef and was very skilled at cooking. "Right, Rem-chan, to make fish meat, you have to do it like this," Sanji said while flatteringly leading the way. Why is this again such a headache?" While the three were talking and walking, they found themselves at a dead end. "Oh no, I won't get lost like that stinky swordsman." Then, "Sanji-san, see you again. Thank you for your cooking advice." Rem smiled gently at Sanji, while Ram pulled Rem, wanted to leave quickly. "Wait, you." Just as the three turned around, they found Robin following a tall man. Robin's expression was blocked by the shadow of her bangs, and she was numbly following behind the masked man with her head down. "Robin-chan, hey, it's me." Sanji saw Robin looking a bit excited, while Rem and Ram exchanged a helpless smile, preparing to leave. What's going on? Disappeared? Sanji walked to the corner and found that the other side was also a dead end, but Robin and the masked man were nowhere to be seen. "What's wrong? Sanji-san?" Ram approached with a bag in hand, along with Ram. "Look, they clearly came this way just now, right?" But suddenly they vanished. Sanji pointed at the dead end ahead, speaking in confusion. Is there any need to ask? It must be the power of the devil fruit. Isn't this kind of power all the rage in this world? Ram said impatiently, feeling a bit helpless about Sanji's dullness. "The devil fruit, huh? Robin doesn't seem to have that kind of ability. Could it be?" Sanji suddenly remembered the tall man he saw in front of Robin earlier. Just as the three were talking, Kaku's silhouette flashed across the sky. Usopp? For some reason, the members of the Straw Hat crew uniformly referred to the long-nosed guy as Usopp. Anyway, let us move on. Ram had just finished speaking when another group jumped across the sky. Those in the cage? Ram saw CPO and the unconscious little Kong in the cage. Sister. Let's go. The twin sisters understood each other's thoughts and quickly jumped to follow, leaving Sanji stunned. Flying steps? What is this? Boom, boom, boom. In a certain place in Water 7, continuous explosions resonated. The punches of the Shaving Army's leader constantly struck at Anna's figure, but could not touch her at all. It's so noisy. Anna's expression was cold, her eyes behind the mask icy as she unleashed the power of the Silence Fruit, causing all sounds around to disappear. The Shaving leader wanted to roar, but found that the sound he produced vanished. Not only that, but his punch seemed to have been weakened as well. What's going on? Why did the sound disappear? The Shaving leader thought to himself, but Anna took advantage of his distraction, quickly approaching him with Jeppo and Soru. She used finger guns to jab at the Shaving leader's body. Silent strikes, the Shaving leader's eyes filled with disbelief as his body was punctured. Anna remained expressionless, lightly stepping on the moonwalk, her figure transforming into a black line moving through the air. It looked just like the movement style in Dragon Ball, with gale steps and finger guns continuously directed at the Shaving leader's body. The Shaving leader's body was mercilessly beaten in mid-air, yet no sound escaped. This silent drama was incredibly cruel. Finally, Anna raised her long leg high, her body transforming into a straight line, and smashed her high heel down from the Shaving leader's head, forcefully driving him into the ground. As the power of the Silence Fruit was lifted, the sound of the ground shattering echoed, and countless blood flowed from the Shaving leader's body. The Windstorm Pirates don't seem to be that strong. Anna shook her head with some disdain, just as she prepared to leave when a wave of electromagnetic energy flashed past her ear. Fortunately, she had activated her Kinbunchika Haki, and her red eyes left a trail of red light as her body moved. She turned her head and saw Shirai, Kuriko, and Mikoto Misaka on the rooftop in the distance. Kuriko. Understood. Kuriko quickly teleported down to the ground, instantly moving the injured Shaving leader to safety. Anna looked left and right at Kuriko and Misaka on the roof, and a cruel smile formed on her sexy lips beneath the mask. Who would have thought that someone she had met once would now be her enemy? Chapter 100. The powerful CP0 Anna removed her metal mask, and when Misaka saw her face, she was instantly shocked. It's you. Misaka remembered their brief encounter on Tez Fire Island, never expecting that they would become enemies now. I never thought that little monkey would be our target. Anna smiled. Fate can indeed be interesting. What did you do to my comrade? Misaka looked at the unconscious Shaving leader lying nearby, while Kuriko anxiously examined his injuries. Kuriko, how is he? He has severely injured, too much blood loss. That guy shouldn't have been so easily defeated. Misaka's gaze at Anna was filled with vigilance. The Shaving leader, like her, was an LV5 Esper in Academy City, even though he ranked lower than her. However, in terms of hand-to-hand compatibility, the Shaving leader was definitely stronger than her. To think he was nearly beaten to death by Anna made her feel increasingly wary. Kuriko, take him back to Butterfly first, and also notify. Before Misaka could finish her sentence, she found her voice had disappeared. Her pupils constricted, her expression turned incredulous. In her eyes reflected the last scene, Anna's fist covered in Busashoku Haki. At this moment, on the other side of the building, Rem and Ram used wind and ice magic respectively to intercept the remaining members of CP0. Where are you taking Lil Kong? Rem's eyes were extremely cold as she took out a meteor hammer, assuming a fighting stance against CP0. Be careful, Rem, those guys don't look easy to deal with. Ram observed the CP0 members in white suits. Their dangerous aura made her secretly alarmed. They're almost like the bishops of the witch cult, no, even stronger. Ram looked seriously at CP0. Due to her broken horn, she couldn't maintain combat for long. Blair, this is up to you. One of the burly CP0 members, whose muscles seemed ready to burst out of his white suit, stepped forward, while the other two quickly used Jeppo and vanished from the spot. Stop! Just as Ram was about to use wind magic, she was directly blocked by Blair's Gale Step. Tell Lingfeng that your Windstorm Pirates are just playing pirate games. Blair's massive body continuously kicked out Gale Steps from his position, blue slashes cutting across the rooftop, attacking Rem and Ram. Shuma! Rem created a transparent barrier to block the Gale Step S slashes. But Blair's arms swelled, his suit sleeves bursting as his muscular arms were covered with deep green scales. That guy is a Devil Fruit user. Be careful, sister, Ram shouted, just as Blair had already used Soru to close in on Remington Titan's heavy punch. Blair's grin beneath the mask was extremely ferocious as he smashed his fist directly through Rem's barrier. Rem, Yarafura, a powerful wind magic unfolded. But Blair's heavy punch faced considerable resistance. Iron block. Wind magic raged against his massive body, but the Busashoka haki enveloped him, and Ram's magic failed to harm him. How is this possible? Ram looked at Blair in disbelief as Rem swung her meteor hammer, aiming directly for Blair's head. Little girl, your strength is too weak. Blair remained calm, his left fist gathering armament haki, the scales on his arm multiplying and looking quite menacing. Bang! Blair's massive fist directly met Rem's meteor hammer. But as the defender, he shattered the hammer with a single punch. Let us in the game here, my dear little maids. If Blair weren't on a mission, he might have engaged in some indescribable actions with the two adorable maids, Rem and Ram. He let out a sinister laugh and used Shave to appear between the maid sisters, throwing punches to the left and right. Titan blast. Boom! The armament haki-covered fists unleashed a violent shockwave, sending Rem and Ram flying. Bang, bang, bang. Ram and Rem crashed into the walls of a nearby house, eventually getting stuck inside, leaving spiderweb-like cracks. Oomph, the Windstorm Pirates are no match. Blair laughed heartily, removing his mask to reveal a ferocious face, scarred and brutish. Pah! Blair spat, using Moonwalk without even looking at the maid sisters who were smashed into the walls. It's your captain's fault for being useless, unable to protect his own crew. Ha ha! As Blair left, his loud laughter echoed. Meanwhile, inside the walls of the houses, only thick dust remained, and Rem did not pursue further. At the station in Water 7, the train is about to depart. Let us get on, Lingfeng. Esthith said to Lingfeng, looking at the soon-to-depart sea train. Lingfeng furrowed his brows, feeling a strong sense of unease in his heart. What's wrong? Chitong looked at Lingfeng, sensing the unease within him. It's nothing. Maybe it's just because the Straw Hat Kid and his crew have arrived. I just feel a bit restless. Lingfeng smiled, threw these thoughts out of his mind, and boarded the train with Isdeth and Akame. Behind him, Frankie carried a box and followed along with Kiwi and Maz Lingfeng. Wait for me. Frankie, wearing a mask, caught Lingfeng's attention. He turned around and saw the smug smile beneath the mask. What's up? Why are you so happy? Hith. I just got a big sum of money. Frankie smiled mysteriously and raised the box in his hand. You stole someone else's money, didn't you? Lingfeng sneered, knowing that the Frankie family had stolen 200 million berry from Usopp. How could he not know? You could guess this? How could a pauper like you possibly have money? Lingfeng smiled helplessly and ignored him. Just wait and see. With this money, I can realize my dream. Got it. Help me build a ship first. Ow. Frankie agreed, while bringing Kiwi and Maz alongside Lingfeng and the others. Whoa. The sea train started, and Frankie and Lingfeng temporarily headed to the black market for an auction. Just as they were about to board the train, a loud explosion was heard. Oh, Frankie, your hometown should be gone. What are you talking about? Those guys occasionally causing a ruckus is nothing to worry about. Frankie scoffed at Lingfeng's words, looking in the direction of his hometown from the train door. Today is a good day, ha ha ha. He laughed as he walked into the train. Lingfeng also retracted his gaze, glancing at Isdeth and Akame. The three exchanged smiles and walked into the train. Chapter 101. The Captain's Realization Boom. Boom, boom. At this moment, Frankie's base was being torn apart by Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, but Chopper was not there. He was busy treating Karina. Those guys are really causing a ruckus, Drake said, watching in shock as Frankie's house was being demolished from a distance. Well, Lingfeng did say that group is quite carefree. Shinobu smiled, but like Lingfeng, she felt a bit uneasy. It seemed that the other partners had been gone for too long and should have returned by now. Aren't the others back yet? Not yet. Shinobu asked Siko Tokisaki, who was on guard. The latter put away her binoculars and shook her head. Huh, look over there. At that moment, Xingyue was transporting wood from the Shinkakura tree when she suddenly noticed Chopper directing a group of people carrying a stretcher, running towards the Straw Hat crew. Hey, Chopper, come here quickly. Usopp is seriously injured, Luffy shouted as he saw Chopper returning. Okay. There's also someone here who is seriously injured. Chopper nodded at Luffy, and, upon seeing Usopp lying on the ground, gravely injured and unconscious, he was taken aback. Hey, Usopp, are you okay? Thankfully, he's still alive, Sanji said, having put away his previous nonchalant demeanor with the maid sisters and lighting a cigarette. I will bandage and treat him right away. Chopper transformed into his smaller form and signaled the people behind him to put Karina down as well. Everyone, please help and carry these two back to the ship first. Chopper helped bandage Usopp's wounds, wiping the sweat from his forehead as he spoke. I'm also very worried about Robin. And there's also the issue with the ship, Sanji said, cigarette in mouth, looking at Zoro, who nodded and turned to help Chopper. Hey, Luffy. Sanji called out to Luffy, who was at the top, looking out at the hot sun, wearing a red tank top and straw hat. His slender back appeared quite heavy. About the ship. Huh? Sanji looked at Luffy's back, somewhat puzzled. I've decided, right here, to say goodbye to the Going Merry. Luffy said seriously as he looked at the distant blue sea and sky. Just as Luffy and the others were preparing to leave, Shinobu and Seiko Tokisaki rushed over. Hey, Karina, is that you? Are you okay? Shinobu quickly jumped in the air, swiftly approaching the Straw Hat crew. Wow, two cute and sexy beauties. Sanji's eyes turned into hearts again as he looked at Shinobu and Seiko Tokisaki. Huh, are you comrades? Zoro asked, looking at the two sword-wielding girls with a serious expression. What happened to her? Did something happen? Seiko Tokisaki nodded, looking at the seriously injured and unconscious Karina, and asked anxiously. It seems she was attacked, but we don't know by whom. Chopper said, looking at Shinobu and Seiko Tokisaki with a bit of pity. After all, Karina's injuries were quite severe, and with just some emergency treatment, it wasn't enough to wake her up. Let's go to our ship. I can give her better treatment. Chopper said to Shinobu, who exchanged glances with Seiko Tokisaki and nodded. Let us go. I'm also a doctor, so please let this raccoon doctor take me there. I'm a reindeer. Is that so? Shinobu, whether intentionally or naturally, didn't notice Chopper's species classification. Who are you? Luffy tilted his head, looking curiously at Shinobu and Seiko Tokisaki. Luffy, it's the Gale Pirates, which are widely reported in the newspapers. Have you forgotten? I forgot. Luffy answered straightforwardly, showing no memory of things he didn't care about. Seriously, let us go. Sanji was still quite happy about the arrival of the two beauties. Soon, everyone returned to the Going Merry. Wait, Karina? Nami had been on the ship protecting the pirate ship, but unexpectedly, she encountered several members of the Gale Pirates. All members came from the Gale ship to the Going Merry, which put a strain on the already damaged Merry. Nami, do you know her? Chopper asked, looking at Nami's surprised expression. Yeah, she used to be my companion, but she betrayed me and ran away on her own. Nami said, looking at Karina, who was seriously injured and unconscious, feeling quite uncomfortable. But she was acting to save me. Enough about that. How is she? And how is Usopp's injury? Nami asked anxiously, looking at Shinobu and Chopper. She is okay for now, not in immediate danger, but Karina is more seriously injured. The one who attacked her must be quite powerful. Shinobu's expression turned serious, no longer smiling. Who could it be? Xingyue also realized the seriousness of the situation, especially since Lingfeng wasn't present, but the crew had encountered an accident. Hey, Gale Pirates! Suddenly, a shouting voice came from outside. Who is it? Drake rushed out first, and all the Gale Pirates widened their eyes in shock, their faces turning extremely angry. They saw Misaka Mikoto, Shirai, Kuriko, Gakuto Kiba, and the Ram and Ram sisters, all covered in blood, severely injured and being carried on stretchers. What happened? Shinobu was the first to jump off the Merry, seeing her comrades so badly injured. Another injured person? I'll help too. Chopper followed, and the Straw Hat crew was equally shocked at the scene. The injuries of the Gale Pirates were truly horrific. How could this happen? Shokuho Misaki looked at Mikoto's condition, her expression turning extremely angry. Although she and Mikoto had always been at odds at this moment, her hands clenched into fists uncontrollably. Who is it? Who on earth is it? Linus and Drake lifted the stretchers and took them back to their Gale ship. Luffy, I'll go help over there. Call me when Usopp wakes up. Chopper said goodbye to Luffy, who nodded. Karina, Gale Pirates, what exactly happened? Nami looked at the Gale ship in the distance, feeling very uneasy. Those guys must have gotten into some big trouble, and their captain doesn't seem to be here. Zoro remained calm, used to big situations, and kept his cool. We're about the same. There are many things going on. Sanji lit a cigarette and took a puff, saying, now, we just need to wait for Usopp to wake up, and I'll talk to him about the ship matters. Luffy adjusted his straw hat, pulling his gaze away from the members of the Wind Pirate crew and looking at the cabin. Is this the awareness of a captain? Luffy murmured to himself, feeling a heavy weight in his heart. Chapter 102. The record pointer in hand at this moment. Lingfeng was still unaware that some of his crew members had already been seriously injured. He and Frankie had arrived at the black market, where the latter successfully acquired the atom what he wanted. After all, Frankie had plenty of money in stock. However, Lingfeng had a harder time. After searching for a long time, he couldn't find anyone with a stored record pointer, and no amount of money could buy one. Then you just wait here for a while. I'll head back first. I still have a batch of goods to take care of. Frankie smiled. As he was about to catch the last bus, he needed to take the final ride back. All right, by the way, can you check on my ship when you get back? Lingfeng looked at Frankie's proud smile, but felt a bit uncertain inside. If the next batch of black market goods still didn't have the tracking devices, then he would have to stay here overnight. Tonight, a major event was going to happen in the city of Seven Waters. Leave it to me. Frankie struck a signature pose and temporarily left with Kiwi and Maz. What's wrong? Ever since you came to the black market, you seem restless, even more so than before. Istef had been observing her romantic interest, and seeing Lingfeng fidgeting made her ask with concern. I don't know, I just feel uncomfortable. I hope those guys aren't in any trouble. Lingfeng was restless, while Qitong quietly ate meat, watching Lingfeng pace back and forth, his eyes getting blurry. Damn black market rules. They don't even allow us to bring phone bugs. Lingfeng was quite unhappy with the rules here. It's fine. At worst, we will just stay here for one night. Even if there are really enemies, we might not necessarily lose to those guys. Qitong took a bite of meat and thought of a few powerful individuals in the Swift Wind Pirate crew. Sigh. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Lingfeng simply sat down, no longer pacing around the room, and decided to sleep directly, waiting for the next black market auction. Before he could fall asleep, however, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Guest, it seems someone is interested in your goods. And he specifically asked me to call you. The voice of the waiter came from outside. Creak. The door opened, and Lingfeng looked at the waiter outside, as well as the pirate behind him. Let's talk inside the bar. The pirate looked at Lingfeng and smiled. All right. Lingfeng brought Esther's and came directly with the pirates to the bar. Hush, wow, what a sexy woman. That girl is not bad either. Upon entering the bar, a strong smell of smoke and alcohol hit their noses, and some lewd-looking pirates were sizing up Esther's and Akame, even whistling at them. The two of them remained expressionless, silently following Lingfeng. So you are the Captain Lingfeng of the Gale pirate crew? I heard you were looking for the record pointer to Fishman Island? A burly pirate plopped down in a booth, propping his feet on the table, and said while chewing on a cigarette. Yes, how much are you offering? As long as the price isn't outrageous, I'll take it. Lingfeng said with a calm expression and a very easygoing tone. Fair enough. I don't really care about money. The pirate paused slightly at this point. But the few beauties from your storm pirates are quite to my taste. Hearing this, the surrounding pirates burst into laughter, slamming their tables, and beer and ash splattered everywhere. So what do you want to say? Lingfeng asked, still with an unchanged expression. Hey, I know you can fight. After all, the legendary Rox was defeated by you. The pirate grinned menacingly, but soon all the surrounding pirates stood up. I know that even if we all combine our strength, we are no match for you. However, if you want the pointer, let the two women next to you properly serve my brothers. Ha. Lingfeng squinted his eyes as he looked at the pirates, feeling somewhat speechless. You know my strength, and yet you dare to speak to me like this? If you don't want it, I can just destroy it right away. The pirates were so arrogant because they knew that Lingfeng particularly needed the record pointer, believing they had a handle on his weakness, which made them so bold. If you dare to mess around, I'll destroy it directly, and then you won't be able to go to Fishman Island. After all, before that paradise, there is a dark sea of devils, where any ship that enters will be completely obliterated. Kid, if you know what's good for you. Suddenly, Esther's made a quick step, and the high heel of her boot kicked the pirate in the face. Instantly, the heel nearly sank into the pirate's face. Dare to call Lingfeng kid. My lover is not someone you scum can casually slander. Esther stood in front of Lingfeng, her queenly presence giving him endless security. Woman, don't be so arrogant. Attack. The pirates rushed forward, and some even prepared seawater to spray at Lingfeng and the others. Hey, idiots. Lingfeng shook his head helplessly and used a razor to snatch the recording pointer. As for the seawater, it was directly frozen into ice blocks by his death. Akame, leave no survivors. Lingfeng's tone was extremely indifferent, but the words he spoke were very cruel. No. Please no. We were wrong. Akatomi drew Muramesa, the blade's light reflecting her merciless eyes. A funeral. In just an instant, Akatomi's swordsmanship combined with her lethal strike, Muramesa, completely wiped out the pirates. It was finally worth the trip. Lingfeng picked up the recording pointer, which was slightly angled downward, confirming that it was indeed heading towards Fishman Island. Let's go. I don't know if we can make it in time for the last train. Lingfeng glanced at the dead pirates in the bar without a care. And some of the black market bosses, seeing the ruthlessness of Lingfeng and his group, didn't even dare to breathe. At this moment, on the Gale ship. How is it? Can you contact Lingfeng? Sherho looked at Drake, who shook his head solemnly. The phone bug wasn't answered, and we don't know what's going on. What should we do then? We need to intercept those spies quickly. In a desperate situation. Shurho had already read the memories of Cannon's sister and the others and was aware of the existence of CP0. Even if you say that, we still don't know where to find them. Drake's expression was grim. It was almost nightfall, and CP0 had probably already left Water 7. What should we do? Just let our companions be taken away like this? Poison Island Siko suddenly spoke with great agitation. She absolutely wouldn't accept this. Stop arguing. They haven't woken up yet. Butterfly Shinobu and Chopper walked out from the cabin, looking at the remaining companions on the deck. Thank you. Chopper, you can go back now. Yeah, if you need help, just call me. Chopper nodded cutely, shouldering his backpack and leaving. What should we do? We can't contact Lingfeng, and our companions have been taken away. Lin Naz looked at Butterfly Shinobu, who was also uncertain. Are we really that weak? Lingfeng, where are you? Butterfly Shinobu looked at the gradually darkening sky, murmuring sadly. Chapter 103. The furious Lingfeng marches to Judicial Island. Woo-woo. Lingfeng and the other two finally boarded the last sea train, returning to the city of Seven Waters from the black market. However, the day's back-and-forth travel had made him somewhat irritable. Fortunately, the outcome was still acceptable. Next, he planned to find a boat to head towards the Bermuda Triangle area. Brew. Huh? The phone bug in Lingfeng's arms suddenly rang, and he quickly took it out to answer. Kagaya. Hello, Lingfeng. Great, you finally answered. On the other end of the phone bug, Butterfly Shinobu's excited voice came through. What's up? Lingfeng's inner unease told him that something had definitely happened. You need to get back to the hurricane quickly. Shao Kong has been taken away, and Mei Qin and the others have been seriously injured. What? Lingfeng's pupils suddenly contracted. He had only been away for an afternoon, and such a thing had happened? I'll be back soon, wait for me. Lingfeng hung up the phone bug and then transformed into a fierce wind, carrying his death and Akame directly towards the direction of Rock Cape. The Cyan hurricane seemed to be about to sweep up all the surrounding waves, scaring the residents of the Water City into thinking the gods of water were coming. Soon, Lingfeng returned to the gale with Is Death and Akame. When he saw several severely injured companions in the infirmary, his expression became extremely terrifying. Who did this? Lingfeng walked over to his companions, looking at the bandages wrapped around their bodies, and asked in a calm tone. Those who knew him understood that the calmer he was, the more it was a prelude to a storm. I'll transfer the memories to you. Shurho walked up to Lingfeng and pressed a remote control against his head. A tidal wave of memories surged into Lingfeng's mind. Although his head felt like it was about to burst, he remained calm, as if the overwhelming sensation didn't exist at all. After all, compared to his companion's injuries, this was trivial. CP0, is it? Lingfeng didn't care about the feeling of his head swelling at all. He waved to his death and Qitong. Let's go. Follow me to Judicial Island. You few, take the boat to the secret base under the suspension bridge and hide there for now. Tonight, the iceberg will be assassinated. So don't get caught up in it. Lingfeng opened the door to the infirmary, and his steps suddenly halted, because behind him, he heard Karina's painful moans. Lingfeng. Lingfeng instantly appeared beside her, gripping her flailing hand. I'm here, Karina, I'm here. Lingfeng held Karina's trembling arm, as she seemed to still be afraid and guilt-ridden. Shao Kong was taken away. And the money. It's okay. Karina opened her somewhat dazed eyes, and upon seeing Lingfeng's figure, she could no longer hold back. Lingfeng looked at his companion, who was constantly in tears, and felt a deep pain in his heart. Don't worry, leave it to me. I'll go bring him back. You just rest well. Lingfeng patted Karina's shoulder, but she hugged him tightly and cried. I'm sorry. I'm just too weak. Clearly, you even gave me weapons and the devil fruit. But I still... Karina's tears streamed down as she clutched the fabric of Lingfeng's shoulder, crying out continuously. Because of her weakness, she lost money and caused others to lose their companions. Moreover, seeing some around her who were injured even worse made her feel even more guilty. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, Mikoto and the others wouldn't. It's okay. No one blames you. Lingfeng gently stroked her back, comforting her. The other companions silently watched this scene, all holding their breath. All right, I'm going to settle the score with them now. Can you rest for a while? Lingfeng looked gently at Karina, who was rubbing her eyes repeatedly, looking both cute and heart-wrenching. Lingfeng looked at her. At this time tomorrow night, Nami would also be crying and pleading with Luffy, because their companion willingly went to their death for the sake of their group, just so the Straw Hat crew could survive and leave. And despite having such strong power, he still allowed his companions to be seriously injured and captured. In this regard, he felt he was falling too short compared to Luffy. Let's go, General Killer. Lingfeng stood up, his tone indifferent. His gaze filled with coldness as he turned and walked towards the ship's cabin, an aura of blue wind surrounding him. Isdeth pressed down her military cap. Her crimson eyes lowered, her hand resting on the knife at her waist, both following him in silence. The three of them slowly emerged from the darkness of the cabin, and under the moonlight, their figures exuded an air of grimness. CP0, is it? I'm here, and I will make you pay for your blood debts. Judicial Island. CP0 Anna and the others stepped off the train, flanked by rows of Navy personnel and agents in black uniforms. Anna and the others walked through the middle, radiating a terrifying sense of oppression. Indeed, CP0 is a more fearsome existence compared to CP9. One incredible resolve is that the first-generation experiment of the genius scientist Vegapunk. I didn't expect them to capture it so easily. Yes, I heard that this experiment had escaped the Grand Line, but unexpectedly, CP0 managed to capture it immediately upon their arrival. Surrounding people were discussing among themselves, while Anna and the others remained indifferent, walking towards the tall staircase. Open the main gate. The gate of Judicial Island opened, and the people around stood respectfully to the side, waiting for the few from CP0 to enter. What came into view was a floating island extending beneath their feet, surrounded by circular waterfalls cascading downwards. At the forefront stood a massive building engraved with Enies Lobby, adorned with the flag of the world government. However, it seemed to be separated by a distance from the previous courthouse, looking as though it was floating in the air. Looking further down, it appeared to be an endless abyss. The enormous Justice Gate was located behind the island, accessible only through the Judicial Tower. Next to the Justice Gate was a windless zone filled with large Sea King nests, which only Navy warships could safely navigate through, as their bottoms were outfitted with sea prism stones. This meant that Lingfeng needed to snatch Little Kong back before CP0 brought him to the Justice Gate. Otherwise, he would have to face the admirals of the Navy headquarters. This was also why Lingfeng did not bring all the members along. One reason was that they needed to stay behind to watch the ship and care for the seriously injured members, and the other was that in case of any accidents, it would be easier to retreat with fewer people. At this moment, the Navy personnel were on standby, when suddenly, a gust of blue wind flashed across the sky. What just flew by? A Navy soldier looked up, puzzled at the figures in the sky, and asked. It was then that Lingfeng, Isdeth, and Chitong descended right in front of the main island. Bang! 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 The Navy and agents discovered them and began firing continuously. Lingfeng did not look back as a surge of green hurricane rose into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The Navy soldiers in front of the gate were swept into the wind, black flames spreading, all consumed by the fire. Judicial Island, I'm coming. Chapter 104. Are you still calling out? This is the main gate. This is the main gate. Urgent shouts came from the phone bug in the hands of the guards at the island's front gate. Notify the commander and the guards at the front of the island. Spandam also picked up the phone bug and lazily asked, what is going on? There are 3 intruders breaking in through the main gate. Wait. One of them is flying towards the main island. What? You call me about 3 intruders? Spandam looked at the CP0 members in front of him, impatiently shouting. No, it's... Oh. The screams of the Navy soldiers came from the phone bug. Hello, what happened? Hello. However, there was soon silence on the other end of the phone bug. After a brief quiet, it seemed someone had picked up the phone bug. Is this Spandam? Tell those CP0 to get out here. A voice full of anger came from the phone bug. Bastard. Who are you? Huh? You captured my comrade. And you're asking me who I am? Spandam was taken aback, looking at Anna, and suddenly realizing. Lingfeng, I don't want to waste words with you. Your level isn't enough. Get that woman out here. Anna glanced at the phone bug in Spandam's hand, and was about to stand up from a sofa. However, Blair, also from CP0, stood up first, sneering, leave it to me, Commander Anna, I can handle this trash alone. Anna looked at him expressionlessly, knowing that since she had just taken office, these original CP0 members were not very obedient to her. Suit yourself. Anna didn't care. Since Blair thought he could deal with Lingfeng alone, let him be. Blair sneered, jumped directly out of Spandam's office. Bang, bang, bang. As he activated Moonwalk, leaving a trail of white air currents in the air, Blair's massive body landed heavily on the rooftop opposite. At this moment, Lingfeng stood alone on the balcony, holding the stolen phone bug, silently watching Blair's figure. As for Esther's and Akane, Lingfeng had sent them to deal with the miscellaneous soldiers. After all, there were more than 10,000 troops on Judicial Island. There were also 2 giant guards, the first-level soldiers of Judicial Island, and the Law S Loyal Dog troops. Plus, there were jury members and presiding judges. So many small fries that Lingfeng didn't want to bother with. Oh, so this is the captain of the Gale Pirates? Blair mocked as he looked at Lingfeng, his large frame creating a stark contrast with Lingfeng. Were those two maids you fought against before? Lingfeng squinted at the man in front of him. Ah, you mean those two cute maid sisters? Yes. Blair recalled the maid sisters from before. What a pity. If it weren't for the time constraint, I would have had a lot of fun with those two maids. Blair's words were full of provocation. But Lingfeng was not affected by his baiting. As far as I know, you seem to be a Zoan fruit user, right? Lingfeng took off his coat slowly, tying it around his waist, revealing his well-proportioned, muscular physique. Oh, Blair was a bit surprised, not expecting Lingfeng to know about his fruit ability. Since that's the case, I won't eat my knife. I'll just have some fun with you. Lingfeng tilted his neck, the bones cracking with a sound. He clenched his fists, and the azure wind around his body surged continuously. Ha ha ha, little ghost, do you really think you've defeated the invincible rocks? Blair laughed loudly, looking at Lingfeng with contempt. You little. Before he could finish his sentence, Lingfeng's figure transformed into a black line and disappeared from the spot. Blair's pupils contracted, and he quickly unleashed his observation hockey. Bang! Lingfeng instantly flashed to his side, a whirlwind swirling around his fist, and directly punched him in the face. Iron block. In a moment of desperation, Blair used iron block, and the armed color hockey covered his face, instantly forming a black area that perfectly protected his face. Heh! Lingfeng smiled, and the blue whirlwind on his fist suddenly turned black as he unleashed the 6 powers of the Navy. Iron block. Bang! Blair's body was sent flying like a cannonball by a punch from Lingfeng, crashing into a nearby building and instantly kicking up a cloud of rubble and smoke. Is this all CP0 has? Lingfeng's gaze revealed cruelty as he walked slowly towards Blair. Impossible. Blair lay on the ground, his cheek pressed into the rooftop's stone bricks, slowly getting up, feeling somewhat incredulous. You actually know the Navy's 6 style? Just as Blair's words fell, Lingfeng had disappeared again. Did you also learn shave? Blair's observation hockey continuously expanded, but it was difficult to capture Lingfeng's figure. What are you looking at? Lingfeng's figure appeared beside him like a ghost. And Blair threw a punch, but Lingfeng vanished once again. Too slow, too slow. Lingfeng's body spun around, and his armament hockey covered his legs as he delivered a powerful side kick directly to Blair's stomach. Instantly, Blair's massive body contorted like a bent shrimp, his abdomen caving in from the kick while his head and legs remained in place. Soon after, he was kicked away again. Bang! The stones at the edge of the rooftop were smashed by his flying body, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. How is this possible? Blair waved his arm to clear the dust in front of him, but as he looked around, Lingfeng seemed to have disappeared, leaving only faint traces of blue wind in place. Completely invisible, Blair's pupils trembled continuously. Lingfeng had already appeared on the other side, his arm wrapped in a black whirlwind accelerating rapidly, his fist shooting out like a spiraling bullet. Hurricane dance. Bang! Blair's body was sent flying from one edge to the other, and as he was launched, Lingfeng used moonwalk and shave to deliver a powerful punch to his abdomen from above. Fusion wind dance. Lingfeng infused the power of the Hurricane Fruit into his fist and delivered a violent punch directly to Blair's stomach. Blair's flying body was halted by the tremendous force of the punch, heavily embedding into the ground. Lingfeng swiftly moved and gathered a Rasengan in midair. Senjutsu. Wind release. Spiraling shuriken. Lingfeng condensed the shuriken in the palm of his hand and, as Blair flipped up, pressed it directly against his back. Boom! Buzz! The wind blade swept in, and the violent wind energy directly damaged his back. Blair immediately showed a pained expression, and Lingfeng's eyes instantly changed. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Amaterasu. Black flames spread, engulfing Blair's body in the terrifying, endless fire. In Lingfeng's Sharingan, the reflection of the continuously burning flames was mirrored. What's wrong? Lord CP0, weren't you quite arrogant before? Now why don't you call out again? Lingfeng's eyes were fierce, and the fist winds on his arm continuously gathered. A violent hurricane was blasted out with a punch. Explosive flame wind. Boom! Blair, already engulfed by the black flames, was directly swept back into the fiery hurricane, as Lingfeng punched him off the rooftop. Chapter 105. The Red Eyes and the Side-by-Side Battle with His Death. CP0. Only bullying girls, huh? Lingfeng's eyes were fierce as he looked at the figure in the distance. It hurts so much. I'm burning up. Blair was surprisingly still alive at this moment. Lingfeng's pupils contracted slightly. The latter had now transformed into a giant humanoid lizard, appearing even larger than before. Damn flames. Ah! Blair let out a loud roar, and the scales all over his body began to shed. Soon, the black flames covering him fell off along with the scales. Little ghost, your power seems quite decent. Blair wiped the corner of his mouth, now transformed into a giant lizard, and the red blood was smudged away. His lizard-like pupils stared at Lingfeng, a cruel smile on his lips. Unfortunately, it's still not enough to scratch my itch. Blair exerted force in his legs and jumped back onto the rooftop. Bang! As he landed, numerous cracks appeared on the rooftop. Huh. As expected of the CP0 commanders, a mere Lingfeng clearly cannot inflict any fatal damage on them. Spandam was watching the battle on the rooftop from a distance, and when Blair was being suppressed earlier, he was terrified. After all, that was CP0, an existence even more terrifying than his own CP9. Yet Lingfeng was able to overpower them. What does that even mean? Lingfeng, this pirate, is definitely a monster among monsters. Blair is a user of an ancient-type devil fruit, and he hasn't even shown his full strength yet. Anna and the others arrived at a corner of the balcony, with 2 CP0 members following them. The few of them looked down at Lingfeng and Blair on the rooftop across, clearly interested in this confrontation. Ancient type, huh? Spandam watched Anna and the others' backs, then opened a drawer containing 2 devil fruits. These 2 were what he had gone to great lengths to prepare for Kaku and Khalifa to eat. Now, seeing how powerful the CP0 devil fruit user was, he felt a bit more at ease. As long as my CP9 eats the devil fruit too, they might gain powerful abilities and surpass these CP0 members. At the main gate of Judicial Island, Isteth and Akame were facing a group of Navy and government officials. Hey, go wake up Kashi and Oimo. A pirate shouted in panic while looking at Isteth and Akame. Funeral. Akame's expression was indifferent, the light of her blade flashing continuously as she moved agilely among the crowd, like the most terrifying reaper, constantly reaping the lives of others. Anyone struck by her blade would bear a black curse mark on their body, then instantly collapse, never to awaken again. No wonder she's a killer from Night Raid. These minions are no match for you. Isteth looked at Akame's decisive posture and admired her greatly. Open fire, the Navy shouted, firing bullets from their guns. But Isteth raised her hand, and a thick ice wall appeared. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets hit the ice wall, scattering white ice shards. But they couldn't penetrate this wall at all. Ice arrows. Isteth conjured countless ice arrows and shot them indiscriminately around. Hey, Isteth, be careful. Akame blocked an ice arrow with her sword and said irritably, Sorry, I got a bit too excited for a moment and couldn't hold back. Once Isteth starts fighting, she becomes this crazy. Just as Akame and Isteth were constantly battling the Navy, suddenly 2 massive figures descended from the sky. Boom! The huge giants landed heavily on the ground like small mountains. I'm not fully awake yet. We need to drive them away quickly and go back to sleep. The giant Kashi said with a smile. Yeah, I'm so tired. Oimo smiled, carrying a massive wooden stick. To them, Isteth and Akame seemed as weak as ants. Is this the giant tribe that Lingfeng mentioned? Isteth adjusted her white hat and smiled. But he said not to use lethal force, just to freeze them. Akame, after knocking down a Navy soldier, replied. Lingfeng didn't expect to be so gentle with the deceived fools. I'm liking you more and more. Isteth covered her flushed face, showing a happy expression like a little girl. Is this woman really strong or gentle? Who knows? The surrounding Navy looked at Isteth as contrast, and, for some reason, felt a strong urge to defect and kneel to this queen's boots. Freeze! Isteth stomped her boot on the ground, and a white chill spread. The 2 newly arrived giants were directly frozen into huge ice blocks. Hey! The giants are frozen. What to do? These 2 women are too strong. Quickly contact Commander Spandam and request CP0 support. The surrounding Navy looked at Isteth and Akame, fearfully retreating. What spineless Navy? Are they already trying to escape? Isteth had returned to her queen-like demeanor and said coldly, After all, your abilities are too strong, General. Akame leaned against Isteth, and this scene was like a world-famous painting. It's hard to imagine that a killer from Night Raid and a general of the Empire would fight back-to-back. If we're talking about strength, it has to be my future husband. Isteth covered her reddened cheek and shyly said, Although I don't know when you decided to marry Lingfeng. It seems there are quite a few competitors in our team. Akame looked at the Navy, who had lost their fighting spirit, and began to tease. Those little girls can't compare to me. After saying this, Isteth straightened her voluptuous figure. Obviously, her mature body was her greatest asset. Sigh, if I had known you were this kind of person, I wouldn't have fought you back then. It was just a matter of differing positions. Isteth's expression changed quickly. Returning to her cold queen demeanor, as she looked at the fleeing navy, shaking her head in disbelief. Forget it. Let's first clarify to these two giants that the world government has deceived them. Do you remember what Lingfeng said? Akame, are you underestimating me? I'm just reminding you. For some reason, the two began to bicker again. Its death released the freeze on the two giants. Otherwise, if it continued like this, even the giant race's physique might not hold out. Crack, crack, crack. The ice shattered, and the giants returned to their original form. Kashi and Oimo looked at its death in fear, but thinking about how they would never see their leader again after failing, they began to cry in despair. We are the shame of Elbaf. The tears of the giant race flowed like waterfalls, cascading down. Its death directly froze their tears as she lifted her head and said to them, "Don't cry too soon, you two little brats." For some reason, its death called them little brats. But her Valkyrie-like appearance was indeed full of queenly charm. I have something to tell you about your leader. Chapter 106. Everyone assembles. Creating a ruckus at Judicial Island. On the rooftop of the Judicial Island court, Lingfeng looked at the gigantic lizard man in front of him, who was slowly approaching him. Hey, kid, what's wrong? Are you scared silly by me? Blair, transformed into the lizard man, laughed maniacally, his arm muscles bulging, newly formed scales glinting coldly, looking quite intimidating. Is this all the strength you have? Lingfeng looked at Blair with a blank expression, white mist escaping from the corners of his mouth. Huh. Lingfeng activated the breathing technique, quickly enhancing his cardiopulmonary function and physical fitness. Now, let me see what abilities you, as an animal type, possess. Lingfeng used shaving, and the blue smoke swirled up, causing him to disappear from spot. Hey! Blair let out a sinister laugh and also used shaving to vanish from the place. Their figures were impossible to catch with the naked eye. The sound of their bodies colliding echoed continuously in the air, accompanied by exaggerated shockwaves. Bang, 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 bang. The two occasionally appeared in midair, sometimes on the rooftop, their silhouettes quickly transforming into black lines and vanishing, then using all their strength to collide violently with each other. Titan heavy punch. Blair's scaly arm was covered in armament hockey, heavily smashing into Lingfeng's fist. Hurricane dance. Lingfeng, unwilling to show weakness, directly spun the hurricane, wrapping his fist with armed color hockey to clash against it. Iron block. Iron block. Both sides used the Navy's 6 styles, and where their fists collided, a violent airflow swept out, blowing away all the debris on the rooftop. Boom! Even CP0 and Spandam, far away at the Justice Tower, could feel this powerful airflow. What? Hey, monster! Spandam's eyes widened, mouth agape, his face filled with shock. Lingfeng and CP0's strength brought him an unprecedented sense of fear. Commander Anna, why don't you take number 0001 through the Gate of Justice first? Spandam tentatively asked as he looked at Anna's back. No need. And Blair might not even be his match, Anna said, silently observing Lingfeng's every move, her words shocking. What? Are you saying that Lord Blair is not even a match for Lingfeng? Spandam was even more shocked. Although Lingfeng had indeed been overpowering Blair before, it was clear that they were now evenly matched. You saw it too. Only after using a devil fruit was Blair able to match Lingfeng. And as far as I know, Lingfeng is skilled with a sword, Anna said, her tone calm as she watched the blurred figures of the two clashing in the distance. If I leave first, you all won't be able to withstand that guy's wrath. Spandam's eyes kept shifting, his heart filled with fear, as he hadn't expected Lingfeng to be this powerful. What should I do? Lucci and the others are about to act. If these guys cause trouble here, I won't be able to accomplish the ancient weapon mission. Spandam quietly took a few steps back and pulled out a golden transponder snail from his pocket. This was the demon-slaying order activation authority given to him by Akiji. Pressing this transponder snail would immediately activate the demon-slaying order at Navy headquarters. The Navy would send 10 warships led by a rear admiral to completely annihilate this group of pirates. Looks like I'll have to decide based on the situation. Spandam looked at the golden transponder snail in his hand and swallowed hard. Inside the gate of Judicial Island. What? Are you saying the two leaders are still alive? Cassie asked Esters in surprise, not expecting that his leaders were not under government house arrest. Yes, that's just the world government deceiving you. These scum, Cassie and Oimo, were deceived by the world government, working for them for 100 years. This meant that if they could hold the Gate of Justice for 100 years, they would release the two leaders and return together to their homeland, Elbaf. Do you have any evidence? Oimo asked Esters, half believing. Evidence? I don't have any. If you don't believe me, feel free to try to fight me, Esters said, not caring about such things. If you don't believe, then just fight me. Akame's eyes also radiated killing intent, her her hand resting on the hilt of her sword. If either of the two giants made any suspicious moves, she would eliminate them immediately. You have already worked for this government that deceived you for 50 years. Are you just going to let them continue to deceive you? Esther smiled, clearly disappointed in the giant race. If it were me, I would rather believe in that glimmer of hope than foolishly work for such a world government. After saying this, Esther walked into the town without even glancing at the two giants. What should we do? The two giants exchanged glances, their hearts wavering. I can prove what they said is true. Just then, a sweet voice came, surprising both Esther and Akame, while the two giants turned to look. In the sky, a larger thunder giant appeared, with several men and women on its head, walking towards the gate. Railgun. A girl on top of the thunder giant struck a classic pose. The giant's massive arm reaching out, fingers snapping forward. Boom! A blue electric flash directly blasted open the gate of Judicial Island, and the giant slowly disappeared as several men and women jumped down. You, how did you get here? Esther's looked at the members of the Gale pirate crew in surprise, not expecting everyone from the crew to arrive. Of course we came. We can't leave everything to the captain and you two to handle, the girl with the railgun said confidently, her arms bandaged. I still have many things to settle with that woman, said the muscular warrior, his neck to his chest wrapped in bandages, his fists colliding with enthusiasm. Ram and Rem are the same. We must seek revenge on that man. Ram and Rem had changed out of their maid outfits into summer casual wear, though both had bandages on their arms and legs, which seemed to correspond perfectly. Kuriko, 1T let Lingfeng help me get revenge. Humph. Kuriko had bandages on her left leg and right arm, wearing a JK uniform skirt, and the bandages made her look even more attractive. Everyone, Akame showed a satisfied smile, feeling the warmth of so many companions in the Gale pirate crew for the first time. So, where's our captain? Karina, carrying a sniper rifle and also bandaged, asked. Well, yes. Just as Akame was about to answer, the first level guards of Judicial Island, the Justice Hound Squad, appeared. They rode on dogs, wore armor, and held swords, looking sinisterly at the Gale pirate crew. Looks like it's going to be a big commotion, Esther said excitedly as she looked at the large group of Navy and government personnel rushing in. Chapter 107. For our companions. Second form activated. By the way, that little girl, you just said you could prove the leader situation is real. How so? Just as the Gale pirate crew was preparing to clash with the Navy, the two giants asked Shurho. I can read their memories and tell you. However, the condition is, Shurho pressed a remote control and transferred the memories of a fainted Navy soldier to the two giants. Sure enough, the two giants were deceived. The Navy had been mocking their stupidity all along. Damn, these bastards. Cassie and Oimo shouted in anger, but Shurho covered her ears. Carry me on your shoulders. I'm too lazy to walk. Shurho flicked her golden hair and said lazily. Shurho, the girl with the railgun retorted. Come on. Mikoto-chan, don't get too excited or you'll worsen your wound, Shinobu advised. Oh, are those giants over there? They're standing up again. Great. Let us knock this group of pirates away. Exactly. Kill them. The Navy shouted excitedly. Crush them giants. Just as the Navy cheered, the two giants raised their massive weapons. You dare deceive us. Just as the Navy swung their weapons in celebration, the two giants swung their massive weapons and instantly sent them flying. It's been a long time. The two giants' eyes were filled with fury, the wind pressure from their weapon swings knocking all the surrounding Navy away. Wow, so powerful. Shinua looked at the two giants with starry eyes, clearly in awe. As a priestess, could you be a little more reserved? Duidu Siko covered her head, feeling somewhat helpless towards Shinua. By the way, I've already modified a small armored vehicle. Let's see how powerful it is first. At this moment, Linus and Drake drove over in a vehicle resembling a sightseeing bus, signaling everyone to get on. What about the dog-riding troops? Just as Drake finished asking, the slicing board army boss directly posed in a strong fist stance. Strong fist? The slicing board army boss punched forward, and the ground of the town was immediately cracked open by the powerful fist wind, creating a deep chasm. The Navy men were all sent flying by the punch, continuously falling from the sky. It's done. Let's go get in the car. Linus, with his arm muscles tensed, drove the new vehicle, leading everyone towards the direction of the courthouse. Shurho elegantly sat on the giant's shoulder, even taking out a bottle of water from her handbag and sipping it leisurely. This is the main gate. This is the main gate. The telephone bug rang, and Spandam quickly picked it up. What now? Report. The two giants have turned against us. What? Spandam was shocked. The two giants were important combat forces of Judicial Island. Also, the Gale pirate crew has all landed on the island. What? Spandam was so frightened by this news that he took a few steps back. The entire Gale pirate crew landing. What does that mean? Anna, Commander, what do you think? Spandam looked at Anna and the others' backs, asking nervously. Let's go. It's time for us to take action. Anna led the remaining 2 CP0 members into action. But it seemed they were not at an advantage in terms of numbers. The Gale pirate crew, huh? Spandam clenched the telephone receiver, then made up his mind. Hey, summon Gabra, in no way the owl, and let them come out together, cooperate with CP0 to keep them here. Understood, Commander. Spandam hung up the phone, his expression fluctuating, and the golden telephone bug on the table seemed to tempt him like a devil. Just wait, Gale pirate crew, don't push me to my limits. At this moment, Lingfeng and Blair were still in combat. After exchanging a few punches in the air, Lingfeng quickly retreated, leaving a long mark on the rooftop. This is really troublesome. Lingfeng looked at Blair, who still had a confident smile on his face. What's wrong, little guy? Can't handle it? Blair cracked his knuckles and provocatively taunted Lingfeng. Don't get me wrong, I just think it's a waste of time to spend so much on you. Lingfeng fought with Blair because he had become too reliant on the existence of the system. If he didn't properly train his Hurricane Fruit, 6 forms, and Haki, he would eventually be defeated by true strong opponents. To avoid losing companions in the future, he had to do this. However, time was pressing, and he could no longer afford to practice. If that's the case, if you think your strength is strong, then I'll defeat you with even stronger power. Lingfeng looked at Blair, and his smile turned cruel. This guy, can he really become stronger? Blair looked at the knife at Lingfeng's waist. He knew that the latter was a master with a knife, yet Lingfeng claimed he would defeat him with strength. Anyone could talk big, kid. Your Haki is still far from enough. Relying on the power of his ancient-type Titan lizard fruit, Blair had formidable self-healing and recovery abilities. If Lingfeng engaged him in a prolonged battle, he would definitely fall at a disadvantage. But Lingfeng, like him, also has a state skill with extremely abnormal recovery and strength. Demon state. Lingfeng's body is covered with a layer of blood-colored light and a blood red. Mournful crescent moon continuously drifts around him. In this eternally daylight judicial island, it appears somewhat eerie. His hair has grown slightly longer, bearing a faint dark red hue, and at the chin, there is a flame-shaped pattern connecting to the heart in his chest. Lingfeng's eyes also turned into black with red pupils, and an immense power surged continuously within him. All my techniques have evolved to a new level. You are no longer my opponent, little lizard. The blood-red light on Lingfeng's body flickered continuously, and his strange eyes fixed on Blair, sending a chill down the latter's spine. Huh, little lizard? Hee. You little brat sure knows how to talk big. Blair's arm muscles bulged, and the black-armed color Haki spread out, making his arms resemble iron rods with spikes. Let my strongest Titan explode and take you to hell. Blair roared as he used Soru to dash forward, the armed color Haki wrapping around his arm. And he threw a punch directly at Lingfeng. Blood Demon Flame burst. A scorching wave of heat continuously emanated from Lingfeng's fist, blood flowing rapidly as if a blood-colored steam was spraying out from his body. Boom! A tremendous flame burst forth, spreading from Lingfeng's right fist. Bang! At the moment of collision, Blair was horrified to find that the scales on his arm were being continuously eroded by the flames. The terrifying power of his opponent hit him like a speeding train at sea, sending his massive body flying backward. Boom! Black flames enveloped the area as Lingfeng executed the shaving moon step, leaping directly into the air. Dark flame meteor. Lingfeng's fist continuously struck downward, with black flaming meteors gathering on his fists, and then crashing onto the rooftop of the tribunal, causing a series of explosions. Countless clouds of dust swept through, stones shattered, and the black flaming meteors in the sky made the white sky of Justice Island look like a scene from the apocalypse. Essence Book Pavilion Chapter 108, Ram and Rem's Shared Feelings. Regarding Yamado's response in the author's note, no, it's impossible. Spandam looked at the terrifying meteor shower outside, his eyes nearly popping out. As a member of CP0, Blair had already been beaten into the tribunal's building by Lingfeng, even knocking the presiding judge, the three-headed Baskerville, unconscious. In the Lingfeng ghost state, combined with Amaterasu, patterns, and breathing techniques, the destructive power is unimaginable. The reason he does this is to train his various skills to the utmost state. If he always relies on the existence of the system, when he encounters those strong opponents, he will only become a stepping stone. CP0 is a good sharpening stone, but he cannot spend too much time here. Lingfeng looked at the large hole in the top of the tribunal and drew the ghostly blade, Shiyue, from his waist. His long hair danced in the wind as he stepped lightly onto the still somewhat intact part of the rooftop. The sound of slicing air echoed, and Anna, along with two CP0 agents, landed swiftly in front of him. "Where are my companions? Where are they?" Lingfeng went straight to the point. Through the memories conveyed by the bee, he knew that the leader was the beauty in the white suit. "I had Spandam prepare to send her to the Gate of Justice," Anna said slowly, but Lingfeng's expression remained unchanged, clearly having anticipated it. "Is that so? Then we need to make it quick." Holding the virtual moon, Lingfeng indeed gave off a different kind of oppressive aura. "Just you alone?" Anna looked at Lingfeng with a half-smile, tugging at the white gloves on her hands before directly kicking out 2 gusts of wind. Lingfeng was just about to prepare to counter with a gale kick when unexpectedly, a blue electromagnetic cannon blocked the strike. "And us." Misaka Mikoto, with electricity crackling in her hand, descended from the air. At the same time, there were also Kurika Yumura, Shirai, Kuriko, Akatsuki, and his death. "What are you doing here?" Lingfeng asked in surprise. "Not just us, there are others too." Isdeath glanced at Lingfeng in his demonic form, her face flushed. Feeling even more fond of him. "The others are down below, fighting alongside the guilty jury and the Navy," Akatsuki replied from the side. "Oh, it seems I was too lenient," Anna said, her tone gradually becoming fierce as she looked at the still lively Kurika Yumura and Mikoto. She didn't expect this group to recover and act so quickly, but thanks to Shinobu Kocho deciphering a lot of Kurokazu's medical notes, new medicines were developed. "Captain, leave this to us," Misaka Mikoto said seriously to Anna, turning her back to Lingfeng. "Are you sure?" Lingfeng looked at the injured and said with some concern, "We've always relied on you. This is not the style of our Gale pirate crew." At this moment, the also clenched his fists, looking eager to try. "All right." Lingfeng saw this and the ghostly state, inserted the into the scabbard, and then drew the demon sword Ming Yen. "I'll head over to the Gate of Justice first. Be careful on your own." Lingfeng finished speaking and transformed into a gust of wind, disappearing from the spot. "Want to leave?" Anna used shave to keep up, and a shave-board military overlord turned into an afterimage, leaping in the air and throwing a punch. Anna crossed her arms, the armed color hockey enveloping her arms, blocking the punch from the shaved-board military overlord. Thunderstrike spear. A blue and white light spear suddenly shot toward her back. Silence. Without looking back, Anna activated the ability of the Silence Fruit, surprisingly erasing the Thunderstrike spear from the Cannon Sister. "What? Sister, get out of the way." The Cannon Sister was startled, but Kurumi had already teleported behind Anna, feet together, directly kicking towards Anna's head. Iron block. Anna remained expressionless, taking the double kick from Shirai, Kuriko head-on, while the latter felt as if she had kicked a steel plate. "It seems we also have to take action." Isdeath watched the 3 battle with Anna, excitedly looking at the remaining 2 CP0 members. One for each. Akatsuki drew her Muramasa sword and said to Isdeath, "Let's see who can kill faster." After Isdeath finished speaking, she charged forward with her western sword, white cold air spreading around her, snowflakes erupting from the sword tip, continuously stabbing towards one of the CP0 members. Akatsuki also turned into a black line and disappeared, drawing her sword to slash at the other CP0 member. The rooftop here quickly turned into a new battlefield. Meanwhile, inside the tribunal, Blair flipped over her massive body, quickly shedding scales and peeling away the black flame Amaterasu. That little brat. Blair was in unbearable pain, especially inside her body, where the cells previously damaged by Lingfeng's spiral shuriken seemed unable to heal. "Great. You weren't killed by that wind guy." Ram looked at Blair's body, her tone icy. "Huh. I was wondering who it was. ISNT, there's just 2 lovely maids?" "How? Missing me?" Blair lifted a huge rock that was pressing on her, laughing amidst the dust. "No, I'm here to let you know that your power means nothing to me." Ram glanced at Rem, who nodded. Hey, little girl. My punch didn't break your brain, did it?" Blair's lizard-like body jumped heavily, suddenly dropping from the air with terrifying speed. "Share perception. Demon horn sharing. This is a special ability held by Rem and her sister, allowing them to have telepathy and share feelings. At this moment, using the power of Lingfeng's system, Rem transferred her demon horn to her sister Ram. A terrifying blue energy was constantly swirling around Ram. "Die for me," Blair roared, rapidly descending in the air. Her fist enveloped in armed color hockey, directly punching towards Ram. Ram opened her closed eyes, her gaze cold, her delicate left hand lightly raised, directly blocking Blair's massive fist. What? Impossible. Ram's expression was indifferent, firmly grasping Blair's arm, but the contrast between her delicate little hand and Blair's dark large hand was striking. You are Fura. Centering on Ram herself, a blue whirlwind was unleashed, violently rushing towards Blair, who fearfully discovered that her arm was being shredded into pieces. This wind magic is even more powerful than Lingfeng's devil fruit. This is the power of Ram at her peak. Impossible. Ah. Blair clutched her bleeding arm, tried to use life return, but Ram beside her directly used ice magic. You are Shuma. 3 giant ice pillars pierced through Blair's chest, causing her to spit out a large mouthful of blood. How is this possible? Blair's eyes rolled back, and from excessive blood loss, she collapsed to the ground. Thud! The massive lizard body fell, kicking up a cloud of dust. Sister, are you okay? Ram returned the power of the demon horn to Ram, but her own body felt weak, almost collapsing to the ground. I'm fine, finally can give that wind guy an explanation. Ram hugged her barrier tightly, while Ram maintained her sharp-tongued nature at this moment. Sister's indeed the best. Ram held Ram's snow-white hands, cupping them against her cheeks, crying. Actually Ram is fine. Butterfly, Shinobu walked in at this moment, unable to help but retort. Chapter 109. Insect Pillar vs. Chief Justice. Ahem, sister, leave the next part to me. Ram's face flushed red, and Ram also shyly stood up from her sister's embrace. Butterfly, Shinobu, shook her head, looking at the 3-headed Chief Justice in the distance. The 3-headed Baskerville was shaking its 3 heads, wobbling as it got up. Damn it. It hurts like hell. It was clearly me who got smashed. The left and right heads shouted, but the middle one fell silent. You should speak up now. The left and right heads bumped the middle head again, loudly retorting. Is everyone on this island so abnormal? Butterfly, Shinobu sighed and drew her Nicaran blade. Ram, you and your sister go rest over there for a while. Don't let the bandages and injections from before go to waste. Butterfly Shinobu said to the maid sisters, who nodded and cutely ran away to hide in a corner. Butterfly Shinobu looked at the 3-headed Baskerville, twirling her blade and smiling at the 3 heads. Oh, should I separate you 3 or chop you down altogether? Butterfly Shinobu smiled at the 3-headed Chief Justice, but her words gave people goosebumps. Little girl, you think. Next you. The middle head didn't speak again, and the other 2 heads bumped it once more. Well, then let you all fall together. Butterfly Shinobu smiled and gracefully leaped into the air, then elegantly flipped in midair. The 3-headed Chief Justice looked at her petite body, and it seemed as if she transformed into countless butterflies, flying towards them. All 3 heads were stunned, standing still as the butterflies passed through their bodies. Good, beautiful. Indeed, this time all 3 heads spoke, watching the countless butterflies pass through them, marveling. A few butterflies even landed on their 3 heads, flapping their wings. However, after a while, they noticed that strange blood seemed to be seeping from the faces of the butterflies. At this moment, Butterfly Shinobu landed, quickly turned over, drawing and sheathing her sword, while the faces of the 3-headed Chief Justice were marked with distinct cuts from the Nicaran blade. Insect breathing, butterfly dance, mockery. Shinobu Kocho turned her back to the massive 3-headed judge and slowly sheathed her Nicaran blade. I'm sorry, but you could just fall down now, Shinobu said with a gentle smile. The 3-headed judge snapped awake and was about to turn around to attack, but found a wave of dizziness hitting each of its heads. Oh my, the poison is quite effective, Shinobu said, raising her hands and smiling cutely. Bang! The 3 heads of Baskerville rolled back, eyes turning white, and blood spurted from their mouths as they collapsed heavily. Wow, Sister Shinobu is so amazing. Yeah, she really is. Ram watched from the side, surprised that Shinobu easily took down the judge. This is much simpler than killing demons. Shinobu smiled, putting away her Nicaran blade and quickly jumping to the 2 sisters' side. The wounds are a bit torn. Let me help you rebandage them. Shinobu signaled for Ram to stay still as she replaced their blood-soaked bandages. I wonder how things are going outside. It's fine, don't worry. Just leave it to Siko and Hashiyuki. Yeah, Sister Shinobu is right. And there's also Drake and the others. Ram glanced uneasily at the courthouse's large door, where a massive hole had appeared, but only the 3 of them had entered. All right, let's go help out. The 3 stood up, looked towards the distant hole in the rooftop, and walked upwards. Meanwhile, outside the courthouse, Siko Toxic and Hashiyuki were engaged in battle with the Loyal Dog Unit. Clang! Clash! The sound of blades colliding filled the air. Siko looked excited as she swung her blood-dancing blade at the surrounding loyal dog unit. Whether dog or human, none could escape her sharp strikes. Hashiyuki, I'm almost done over here. Siko cut down a Navy soldier and smiled at Hashiyuki on the other side. Don't think you're faster than me. Hashiyuki, at this moment, had cut away a large portion of her long red shrine maiden skirt, revealing her snow-white thighs, and every time she swung her blade, cherry blossoms fell. The Navy soldiers she struck did not splatter blood. The wounds were silent. The swordsmanship of Siko and Hashiyuki seemed worlds apart. One side was drenched in blood, while the other concealed deadly intent. Guilty, absolutely guilty. Suddenly, several robust guards swung a massive black iron ball towards them with iron chains. Siko and Hashiyuki quickly turned to draw their blades to block it, just as Drake charged out. Transforming into dragon form, he directly blocked the black iron ball. We're saved. Thank you, little dragon. Hashiyuki nodded, giving a thumbs up, and with her shrine maiden attire revealing her white thighs and the wooden clogs on her feet, she did resemble Hinata Yamato a bit. Who asked the little dragon? Drake, in dragon form, charged into an alley and grabbed a juror. Nice job, Drake. Karina, at this moment in Linus' vehicle, lifted her sniper rifle and shot the juror in the head, using a solid-air bullet. Bang! The robust, guilty juror was knocked out in one shot, and Karina confidently closed her eyes, holding her sniper rifle. How about that? As the sniper queen. I'm pretty impressive, right? Linus, watching, had a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead. Looks like we don't need to intervene here. Cassie and Oimo looked at the scene before them and said to the Shihoin Maki on their shoulders, Yeah, I'm too lazy to use my abilities. I thought I need to make these Navy turn against each other. Shihoin elegantly took a sip of her drink, raising her arm in a white lace glove to create a shade, looking at the distant rooftop battle. Oh my, it seems like they're fighting fiercely up there. The two giants looked and saw that the already dilapidated rooftop of the courthouse was flashing with electromagnetic cannons, strong shock waves, and terrifying icy powers, constantly sweeping across. Let us rest here for a bit. Behind the Wind Pirate crew, countless Navy lay defeated. Clearly, the 10,000 troops of Judicial Island were dwindling. In Spandam's office, Gabra and two other CP-9 members were on standby. Hey Gabra, you guys go stop those guys from the Wind Pirate crew. I'll take this test subject and leave first. Spandam looked nervously at the terrifying scene outside and instructed CP-9. Understood, Commander, leave it to us, ha ha ha. An owl stood up, unzipping its mouth. I didn't expect pirates to break in. Please allow me to commit seppuku. The lion-like figure sang in a neon opera tone, directly pulling out a knife to stab himself. Iron block. Hurry up and die. Gabra shouted at the lion-like figure, knowing he was just pretending and wouldn't actually die. Spandam looked at the three unreliable CP-9 members and quietly complained, Can these guys really protect me? Chapter 110. The Navy Admiral's Interception Boom. The wall of the Judicial Tower was punched out by Lingfeng, creating a large hole. Chafe. Lingfeng rushed into Spandam's office and saw the latter holding a cage containing Xiaokong, staring at him with a look of fear. Hey, Gabra, you guys hold him off properly. Spandam shouted loudly, quickly running towards the door, and on his way out, he didn't forget to take 2 devil fruits with him. If you don't want to die, get away from here. Lingfeng's gaze was icy as he looked at the 3 CP-9 members. Oh, are you the pirate who's been making waves recently? Gabra transformed into his werewolf form and said to Lingfeng, Clap, clap, clap. This guy's aura is very dangerous. Kirobun the owl looked at Lingfeng, unzipped his mouth, and leaped directly towards him. Lingfeng directly punched the opponent's ball-like body, and the owl's body was hit by his punch, bouncing back and forth in the room. Chirp, chirp, chirp. This guy's Tao power, actually. The owl rolled to the ground, its expression serious as it sensed Lingfeng's Tao power. 5,600. What? Gabra shouted in disbelief. His own Tao power was only 2180, but Lingfeng's Tao power was actually more than double his. Don't get me wrong, this is just my most ordinary punch. Lingfeng had a blank expression, not using his breathing technique or patterns, nor his ghostly state, the power of the devil fruit. Haki, or the Navy's 6 styles. He purely relied on his physical strength to throw a punch, which was ultimately related to his physical attributes. Can you roll away now? Lingfeng didn't bother to look at the 3 CP-9 members. He didn't have time to play with them. I'll give you the key to this cage. Gabra's expression suddenly softened as he tossed a key to Lingfeng. In fact, I am a companion of test subject number 0001, an undercover agent in CP-9. Here, to protect him in secret. Gabra suddenly spoke to Lingfeng with great emotion, his eyes even revealing a rare tenderness. Blah blah blah. Gabra is lying again. Shut up, you idiot. This is a tactic to lure the enemy. Ah, I accidentally let it slip, blah blah blah. Gabra wished he could rip apart the owl's zippered mouth, continually pinching the latter's face. Yo-yo-e, such astonishing combat power. As CP9 members, we are too ashamed. Please allow me to commit seppuku. Iron block. Wei Qi directly committed seppuku, and Lingfeng swiftly drew his sword, covering it with armament haki, and slashing down. I'll help you, don't mention it. Puffed. Blood splattered, and Wei Qi's closed left eye suddenly opened, looking in disbelief at his abdomen. If you don't want to die, then stop acting like a fool every day. Lingfeng drew his sword and kicked Wei Qi away. He had been annoyed by this pink-haired CP9 character when he watched anime, always pretending all day long. Wake up, Gabra shouted loudly. But Lingfeng had already disappeared using shave. Mind your own business, werewolf. Lingfeng quickly flashed behind Gabra, and the Mingyan demon blade slashed out black flames, cutting directly across the werewolf's massive back. The shadow flame activated, and Gabra didn't even have time to resist as the black shadow flame continuously burrowed into the wound on his back. Gabra let out a grunt and fainted from the pain. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The owl was taken aback, as Lingfeng instantly killed 2 CP9 members, and they didn't even have a chance to react. Breath of Wind. 8th form. Initial Raging Wind Slash. Lingfeng charged forward with the speed of a gale, then circled around the owl's rounded body, performing a slashing attack that tore through its flesh, while simultaneously creating powerful, spiraling wind blades around the latter. Crack, crack, crack. Deep gashes were carved into the surface of the owl's plump body, and it fell directly to the ground, engulfed in black flames. Lingfeng sheathed his sword without even looking at the 3 CP9 members. Wasting my time. Lingfeng transformed into a fierce wind, directly advancing towards the bottom of the judicial tower. He knew that Spandam would pass through the corridor below on his way to the Bridge of Hesitation at the Gate of Justice. Boom! Lingfeng directly slashed out a wind blade and flew towards the passage at the bottom. Nanny? Spandam was still at the entrance of the passage, inserting the key and inputting the password, but he didn't expect Lingfeng to come down directly from above. No, no, no! Don't kill me! Spandam looked at the murderous Lingfeng and couldn't help but step back. Huh? Where's Little Kong? Lingfeng was just about to draw his sword to kill him when he realized he wasn't holding the small, empty cage. Ha ha! Lingfeng, you didn't see this coming, did you? Spandam noticed Lingfeng had stopped and suddenly became bold. Lingfeng looked at him, directly rushed in front of him, grabbed his neck and lifted him up. Slap, 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 slap. Lingfeng's arms waved like phantoms, continuously slapping Spandam's face. In the original work, Nico Robin was hit by this guy countless times. Where's the cage? Where's Lil Kong? Lingfeng still showed mercy. Otherwise, he might have killed him directly. However, Spandam was still beaten to a pulp, his cheeks swollen and unclear as he mumbled something. Speak clearly. Lingfeng regretted slapping Spandam too many times and had no choice but to lean closer to his mouth. That cage has already been taken away by the Navy in advance. Spandam struggled to say a sentence, but Lingfeng frowned. The Navy? I didn't see them before. So why are you here? I just want to seek refuge at the gates of justice. Lingfeng glanced at Spandam, who looked like a pig's head, and touched his pocket. The devil fruit is still there. Lingfeng directly put it away and stored it in the system space. Consider it interest, Xiaopan, rest in peace. Lingfeng pointed his gun, condensing a blue wind, and directly blew Spandam's head off. Blood splattered instantly, staining the cold walls of the underground passage. However, who was taken away by the Navy? I didn't see any warships, did I? Lingfeng looked at the passage and transformed into a fierce wind, rapidly moving through it. Could it be a general? Lingfeng was traversing the corridor while deep in thought. Soon, he arrived at a large door where several wooden boxes were placed, along with a tightly shut room door. Oh, how convenient! A naval admiral, with 2 swords at his waist, was waiting for him in the room. Jimmy, yeah? Lingfeng tried hard to recall the characters from One Piece, and after a while, he finally remembered the name of the Navy officer in front of him. You actually know my name? Jimmer was a bit surprised. He usually stayed at the Navy G2 branch and rarely appeared outside, so he didn't expect Lingfeng to know his title. Have all the vice admirals come? Lingfeng scanned the scene in the room. This was originally the place where Lucci and Luffy fought, at the bottom of the first pillar. Admiral Sengoku knew that Judicial Island was under attack from U-pirates, so he specifically sent us vice admirals over here. Jimmy Air drew the 2 long knives from his waist and stared at Lingfeng, saying, So, Do you think you alone are worthy to stop me? Chapter 111. Red Eye vs. Black Mamba. Lingfeng looked at Jimmer, thinking that sending a rear admiral to stop him was underestimating him. He chuckled. What do you think? Jimmer smiled, and the door behind him opened, revealing 4 naval vice admirals: John Jan, Dorelmesia, Baschu, and Mole. Lingfeng looked at the vice admiral and couldn't help but smile. It seems that the Warring States Marshal still thinks highly of me. As a natural type ability user, even if you can get past our level, you won't be able to pass the final challenge. The mole drew the long knife from his waist, pointing the tip directly at Lingfeng. Kid, your pirate career is over. Is that so? Why haven't the colleagues who launched the demon-slaying order with you come? Lingfeng drew out the demon sword and asked the mole, why should I tell you about this pirate? The mole chuckled, as his few colleagues were, of course, on a warship at the Gate of Justice preparing to escort the test subjects. He never expected that the Demon Slayer order wouldn't be activated, yet they could still invite a major general. Lingfeng looked at the vigilant vice admiral of the Navy and directly used Shave to rush out. Catch him. Near the courthouse of Judicial Island, Akatsuki was continuously fighting with a CP0 agent, her figure swiftly gliding, her body slightly crouched, and her knife swung horizontally. Little girl, you think you can fight me without even mastering the 6 styles in hockey? The laughter from under the CP0 mask was chilling. Upon closer inspection, one could see that his pupils were vertical and green. Corrosive poison. The CP0 agent removed his mask and spat out a mouthful of venom towards Akatsuki's horizontal slash. His face transformed into that of a black snake. Akatsuki was startled and quickly flipped backward, distancing herself from the spray of venom. With a splat, a large amount of black venom splattered on the ground, emitting a nauseating stench. Just inhaling a bit made Akatsuki feel dizzy and her mind somewhat dazed. Devil Fruit? After arriving in this world, Akatsuki had memorized all the powers of this world. It seemed she couldn't let this venom touch her, otherwise, she definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. Akatsuki observed the CP0 agent's movements, her red pupils filled with vigilance. Haha, I am a snake human who has eaten the snake fruit, Black Mamba form. My name is Jean. Remember my name when you die, little girl. Jean's forked tongue constantly flicked in front of him, clearly resembling a snake. As soon as he finished speaking, a large amount of purple-black gas erupted, corroding much of the surrounding buildings. Quick battle, quick resolution. Akatsuki held her breath, her figure flashing quickly, but Jean's cunning snake-like eyes turned around, and then his body quickly performed moonwalk, flying into the air. Ha, just I and my poison mist. What a pity for your snow-white skin and perfect figure, little girl. Jean's tongue continued to flick as he stared intently at the smoke below. However, his snake-like pupils shifted, and he saw Akatsuki burst through the smoke, trailing a bit of black smoke behind her, wielding the Nurikomo knife and slashing directly at him. Impossible. How could she have such jumping ability? Jean activated observation haki, dodging to the side to avoid Akatsuki's slash. Akatsuki's complexion was somewhat pale. Holding her breath affected her movements. Ha. Useless. You can't cut me. Jean kept performing moonwalk in the air, as if bouncing in the sky, while Akatsuki continuously searched for his figure. Snake King Spear. Jean suddenly used Shave to appear behind Akatsuki, his poisonous finger spear aimed directly at her. Akatsuki turned in midair, kicking sideways at Jean's snake-like body. Iron block. With a powerful kick, Akatsuki found that Jean remained completely unmoved. He repeatedly poked with his finger spear, forcing Akatsuki to continuously block with her knife. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew as the finger spear, infused with armament haki and venom, clashed repeatedly with Murakumo. Akatsuki gritted her teeth. Jean's overwhelming strength made it hard for her to bear. Little girl, you're still too tender. Jean laughed heartily, puffing out his cheeks and directly spraying a cloud of poison mist at Akatsuki's face. Akatsuki's eyes contracted, and her whole body quickly descended, avoiding the spray this time. Let's see how many times you can dodge. Jean grinned savagely and then directly used Life Return, transforming his body into a large black snake. Its tail swept through the air, aiming to smash down on the grounded Akatsuki. Akatsuki used the wall to propel herself upwards, dodging the tail's attack. Boom! The massive snake tail smashed through the nearby building, giving Akatsuki a chance to breathe in some fresh air. Ha! What's wrong, little girl? Where's your attack? The black mamba snake that Jean had transformed into slithered around, demolishing houses in the town of Judicial Island. Akatsuki's expression remained calm, and suddenly a memory surged in her mind. she saw Shihun Satsuki on the shoulder of a giant, squinting her cute starry eyes, closing one eye and pointing a remote at Akatsuki, pressing a button. So that's it. Haki and the Six Dials are like this? A large segment of memories flooded into Akatsuki's mind, which Shihun Satsuki had read from the unconscious Blair. Akatsuki was among the later ones in line to access these memories. After all, their battles were too difficult to capture, and Queen Shihun was desperately searching for their figures. In that case, funeral. Akatsuki opened her eyes. She originally intended to cut her hand with Murakumo and use a curse mark against Jean. Unexpectedly, Queen Shihun directly read the memories and sent them to them. It was like a timely gift in the snow. In any case, that's it. Haha. Shihun's last message was a monologue that made Akatsuki smile. The feeling of having companions is really nice. Akatsuki looked at the massive black mamba snake, her figure quickly disappearing. Shave. Akatsuki's physical abilities were already incredibly strong, capable of dodging bullets, and, after using the curse mark, her speed was even faster than Shave. However, for now, just using Shave would suffice. Jean thought that by transforming into a black mamba, he could easily crush Akatsuki. But what he didn't know was that the knife in Akatsuki's hand was the most terrifying. Funeral. Akatsuki's one-hit kill, Murakumo, was covered in black armament haki, and her figure turned into a black line, continuously slashing through Jean's transformed black snake body. Jean sneered, not caring at all about Akatsuki's slashes. However, as the long knife sliced through, venom-infused blood splattered. Black runes crawled over the massive body of the black god snake. Soon, the slithering black snake in the town rolled its eyes back and stopped breathing. The powers of this world are indeed quite impressive. Akatsuki sheathed her knife and smiled at Shihun, who was observing her from a distance. Chapter 112. The Might of His Death. Boom, boom, boom. The shave-board army was continuously launching powerful punches, and the fierce wind from the punches was aimed at Anna, who effortlessly dodged using moonwalk and shave. Decent strength, but unfortunately not enough speed, and your accuracy is too poor. Anna commented on the shave-board army's attacking methods, like a teacher criticizing a student. Talkative. I don't need you to teach me. Anna smiled faintly at the shaved board's roar. Behind her, a light blue electromagnetic cannon whistled past. Desolation. Anna raised her left hand. A gray light screen appeared, blocking the electromagnetic cannon. That guy's devil fruit ability is that powerful? The shaved board army looked at Anna in midair and said solemnly, "What are you spacing out for? Continue the attack." Shirai Kuriko kept teleporting, continuously attacking Anna with side kicks, back kicks, and palm pushes. Unfortunately, Anna didn't even dodge, directly using Iron Block to take it head-on. "Little girl, your strength is too weak." Anna looked at the teleporting Shirai Kuriko, a flash of red light passing through her eyes as she activated observation haki. Shave. Anna transformed into a black line and disappeared, capturing Shirai Kuriko's brief moment of hesitation. Her fingers rapidly pointing like a gun. Finger gun, Lotus Shadow. A piercing sound of breaking air filled the atmosphere as Anna's arm turned into countless afterimages, continuously striking towards Kuriko's body. Kuriko, danger! Railgun directly attached electromagnetic energy to her arm, instantly flashing to help Kuriko evade Anna's finger gun attacks. That was a close call. Thanks, sis. Although Kuriko blushed at being taken by Railgun, with a strong enemy in front of them, she had no time to think about any perverse actions towards Railgun. Be careful, you too. Shokuho Misaki gathered strength on her legs and charged forward, swinging her fists wildly at Anna. Shokuho Misaki let out a furious roar, her fists raining down on Anna like a storm, but Anna elegantly dodged in midair, with countless fist shadows brushing past her, not a single punch landing. Paper drawing. Anna's observation haki combined with paper drawing, along with her agile movements, allowed her to evade the opponent's attacks effortlessly. Moreover, the main point was that she hadn't even used the power of the quiet fruit. It seems you need my help. Just when Railgun and the others felt it was getting tricky, Shokuho Misaki's voice echoed in their minds. Misaki. Shokuho and Railgun jumped in surprise. Usually, Misaki couldn't use her abilities on them. Thanks to the strong opponent, it seems you can't spare any thoughts for defense. After all, Shokuho wasn't using mental communication. She transmitted a bunch of prepared lines, along with haki and Rokushiki knowledge to the three. Well, how much you can master depends on your own abilities. As Shokuho's last words faded, the three's eyes moved, and suddenly three figures dashed out from the side. Mikoto, did we arrive late? Shinobu Kocho, along with Rem and Ram. Sensed the battlefield, and Anna suddenly had to face 6 members of the Gale pirate crew. Just in time, saves me the trouble of finding you one by one. Anna's expression changed, becoming serious, and the power of the quiet fruit began to reveal itself. Be careful, Mikoto shouted, and everyone started to become vigilant, as the countless sounds around seemed to be silenced. On the other side, Isdeth was in a fierce battle with the remaining CP0 member. Your strength and combat skills are quite decent, but your power seems lacking. Isdeth looked at the silent, robust CP0. A boring opponent. Isdeth dashed past him, her sword leaving a trail of wounds on his body. Tiny wounds sprayed blood, but the CP0 seemed completely unfazed. Interesting. It seems I should have fun torturing you. Isdeth revealed a mad and cruel smile, excited by this opponent with particularly strong self-healing abilities. A guy like you, I'll string you up and stab you to death. Isdeth maintained her smile, spreading her arms wide, leaning back as her ample curves shook slightly, and countless ice spikes appeared before her. White ice shards. Countless ice spikes flashed onto the CP0's body, piercing him all over. Purification. The tall CP0 finally spoke, a golden light flashing around him, and as the golden glow faded, all those ice spikes disappeared from his body. What? Isdeth was somewhat surprised, not expecting the opponent to have such an ability. A devil fruit user? Isdeth quickly reacted, but couldn't yet tell what kind of fruit power the opponent had. Holy blessing. CP0 growled, a golden light swirling around him, and soon he picked up a massive cross. Looks like a priest's setting? Isdeth raised her sword and clashed with his enormous cross. Soon, she felt a tremendous force coming from his arm. Interesting. Isdeth's smile became even more excited as their weapons collided, the sound of metal ringing out, sparks flying, and an invisible shockwave spreading, blowing Isdeth's blue hair. You can actually block the power of Haki, Iron Body, and Holy Blessing. Who exactly are you? Clearly, the CP0 was even more shocked. Isdeth lifted her long leg, executing a split kick upward, and the opponent didn't dodge, taking it head-on. Iron Body. However, his iron body was pierced by Isdeth's high-heeled boot, and not only that, she switched from one-handed to two-handed sword grip and slashed down forcefully. Before CP0 could adjust his angle, he could only rely on instinct to swing the cross. The crisp sound of weapon collisions continued, and Isdeth became increasingly excited. Hee. Isdeth let out a cold laugh, her body turning into a black line and disappearing. What? Shave? CP0 was shocked, not expecting Isdeth to suddenly learn shave, as she flashed into the air and snapped her fingers. A massive ice giant sphere condensed from the sky, looking like a meteor. Ice Fury Strike. Boom. CP0 was stunned, doubting whether he was seeing things. Look, what is that? No. Impossible. The Navy soldiers fighting on Judicial Island against Seiko Busujima and others, as well as those on the warships beside the Hesitation Bridge, had their eyes nearly popping out. Everyone raised their hands, eyes bulging, mouths wide open, all wearing expressions of disbelief. Isdeth's ice meteor attack was simply a dimensional strike. What a joke. Just as CP0 wanted to use shave to escape, Isdeth let out a cold laugh. Her smile was beautiful, but carried an endless sense of danger. Ice wall. Instantly, blue ice walls surrounded CP0, locking him in. He kept swinging the cross to shatter the ice walls, but those ice walls seemed to self-repair. No matter how many he broke, they would automatically restore. Chapter 113, Naval Admiral, Akainu. Iron Body. This tall and strong CP0 could only use Iron Body while watching the massive ice meteor above him, trying to withstand it. Unfortunately, boom! Such a powerful ice meteor completely crushed him. What a pity. In the end, you didn't even know your opponent's name. Isdeth adjusted her hat, and although the battle was quite enjoyable, the way everyone looked at her was as if they were gazing at a deity. What's wrong? As Isdeth descended from the sky, she slowly stood up, her eyes beneath the hat extremely dangerous and cold. Do you want to continue fighting? As soon as she said this, the other Navy members shook their heads, raising their hands, all as if rehearsed, indicating they wanted to give up. Truly boring. Isdeth saw the remaining Navy soldiers who had no will to resist and temporarily gave up on the plan to fight. She glanced at the distant battlefield where the cannon sister and others were still entangled, then leaped out again. It seemed there was still one valuable opponent left. At this moment, Akame, Isdeth, and the remaining members of the Wind Pirate crew all rushed to the battlefield where the cannon sister and the others were. They had fought their way from the court to the other side of the judicial tower. Now, they were in a house with a lawn, constantly exchanging blows. This was the place where Zoro and Kaku had their duel in the original story. But now it had turned into a showdown between the Wind Pirate crew and the last remaining CP0 member. Whoosh. Bang. You really are a tough opponent, quite strong indeed. The body of the shaveboard army was sent flying like a cannonball, the power of the silence fruit unfolding and retracting intermittently. It must be said that Anna, as a fruit user, had developed the silence fruit to its limits. Not only did she eliminate sound, but she could also nullify part of her abilities. She must have reached the awakened state of the fruit. If Lingfeng knew, he would probably be ashamed to death. After all, he mastered the Hurricane Fruit first, while Anna was much later, but her fruit had already awakened. You are quite resilient. Anna watched as the shaveboard army stood up time and time again. She had never seen anyone so resilient before. As long as they showed some grit, their wounds would heal and broken bones would mend. The shaveboard army shook his neck, and the bones inside made crackling sounds. What kind of physique is this? Even with Anna's cold demeanor, she couldn't help but retort. Are you okay, Shaveboard? Mikoto, accompanied by Kuriko, retreated to Shaveboard's side, speaking in a serious tone. This woman is hard to deal with. Yes, she is practically our Academy City's nemesis. Shaveboard looked at Anna's still pristine white suit, his tone somewhat heavy. Is it not over yet? At this point, Isdef and Akame had all arrived, and Anna turned to see that everyone from the Wind Pirate crew was present except for Lingfeng and Shurho. Shurho and the giant had returned to the main gate, with the former controlling a group of Navy soldiers to prepare to take the two giants back using the cargo boxes of the sea train. As for her, she had actively gone to guard the ship. After all, her combat power was very strong, so it was better for her to stay in a corner. This woman is the one who took away Lil Kong. Karina looked at Anna, her gaze full of vigilance. It seems my companions have all been defeated by you. Anna smiled at the members of the Wind Pirate crew. Aren't you surprised at all? Isdef stepped forward with her long legs, taking the lead. What is strange about it? Your Wind Pirate crew has fought against Admiral Akiji. Anna remained calm and composed, showing no signs of panic in front of the Wind Pirate crew. You're quite an interesting woman. Isdef looked at Anna, her gaze clearly expressing admiration. So, are you going to continue fighting us? Akame looked at Anna, lightly flicking her left thumb against the hilt of her Muramasa, the blade slightly unsheathing, ready for battle. I can't possibly surrender, can I? Anna tightened her white gloves, preparing for the final fight. What a pity. Isdef shook her head slightly in regret, then launched an attack along with Akame and the others. No, it's impossible. In a room on a certain level of the first pillar of the hesitation bridge, Navy Vice Admiral Jimmer slowly knelt on the ground, his eyes rolling back, uttering unbelievable murmurs. Around him, the other 4 Navy Vice Admirals had all collapsed, their fates unknown. Eventually, Jimmer's body also fell, hitting the ground with a thud, raising a cloud of smoke. Lingfeng stood motionless with the demon's sword in hand, his gaze indifferent. Surrounding him were terrifying sword marks and burning black flames. It seems that facing the middle general at the same time is still a bit too challenging. Lingfeng looked at the first pillar that was about to shatter, his arm muscles bulging as he directly unleashed a fiery dragon whirlwind slash. Boom! The wall of the first pillar shattered, and next to the bridge of hesitation, warships were already lined up. Hey, what is that? A fiery tornado? Look! The sailors on the warships shouted in unison, watching a figure surrounded by azure energy slowly rise. Has the Gate of Justice already been opened? Lingfeng looked at the several warships below and then at the enormous Gate of Justice, which had already opened quite a bit. The swirling sea currents nearby had also disappeared. Once the Gate of Justice opened, the swirling sea currents would vanish. Hey, what is that? Hey, look over there. The Navy members watched the scene inside the first pillar, their faces filled with shock. Report. Report to the entire fleet. Report to the entire fleet. Navy Vice Admiral, just now all were defeated by Lingfeng. A Navy announcer shouted into the transponder snail, directly informing the entire Navy of this scene. What? The moles were. The remaining few Navy Vice Admirals all changed their expressions, looking incredulously at the figure in the sky. Meanwhile, on top of the hesitation bridge, a Navy officer was holding a cage, calmly watching Lingfeng. Admiral Akainu, don't panic. We still have the Admiral here. Drive that pirate away. The Navy members shouted out all their inner fears, as the only reliable pillar in their hearts was that Admiral in the red suit. The Windstorm Pirates, huh? Red Dog? Lingfeng squinted his eyes and transformed into a stream of blue wind, landing on the bridge of hesitation. On the bridge, only Lingfeng and Akainu were present, and the two exchanged glances from a distance, red smoke and blue smoke continuously rising around them. Don't get too cocky, mere pirates. You are the dog of the celestial dragons. Upon hearing this, Akainu's face turned extremely angry, and his gaze at Lingfeng was incredibly ferocious. What did you say? Am I wrong? Isn't CP0 just the dogs of the celestial dragons? What? Are you, the red dog, going to help him too? Lingfeng looked at Akainu, his tone utterly merciless. I'm just here to carry out my justice. It has nothing to do with the celestial dragons. Is that so? You of all people are worthy to mention the word justice. Lingfeng's eyes turned fierce as he burned the iconic flag of the world government on Justice Island and all the flags on the Navy ships with black flames. The pure white flag, symbolizing justice, was devoured by the black flames. Come on, Akainu, I will make you realize that the so-called justice you cling to is simply disgusting. Chapter 114, Clash of the Natural Types. Hurricane versus Magma. Lingfeng looked at the Navy admiral in front of him with deep disdain. In the original storyline, during the O'Hara incident, Akainu ordered his subordinates to blow up the escape ship filled with O'Hara residents to prevent archaeologists from secretly boarding, claiming it was possible they were harboring them. During the Marineford War, Akainu deceived Squard to stab Whitebeard in the back, and ultimately, he took advantage of Whitebeard's illness to launch a surprise attack, resulting in Ace's death. The most disgusting act was during the war, when he urged fleeing Navy soldiers to return to the battlefield, and when they refused, he called them useless and buried them alive in magma. If such paranoid justice can be called justice, then the term is truly trivialized. However, Lingfeng had no intention of arguing with him. After all, he was a pirate himself. A mere pirate, don't get too cocky, brat. Akainu roared, expressing his intense dislike for Lingfeng the pirate. Hey, if Akiji and Kazura were here, I might really be in for a tough fight, but you. Lingfeng sneered, spreading his arms to the sides as gusts of hurricane winds soared into the sky. Take a good look around, Akainu. The terrain here completely counters your devil fruit ability. Lingfeng clenched his hands tightly, and a series of hurricanes whipped up the sea water beneath the hesitation bridge, forming a shape like a water tornado. Hurricane, water dragon dance. Lingfeng swung his arm forward, and countless water dragons surged towards Akainu from all directions. The warships on the sea were also shaken violently by the water dragons. Great eruption. Akainu's gaze sharpened as he transformed his arm into a massive lava fist composed of molten rock, then used the explosive force of a volcanic eruption to launch his fist. Instantly, the water dragon and the scorching lava fist collided, hissing as they continuously melted away. The bridge of hesitation was also partially melted. The impact of the water dragon was immense, causing Akainu's expression to darken. What's wrong, Red Dog? Can't handle it? Lingfeng held a knife in his right hand, manipulated a water vortex with his left hand, and quickly drew the knife with his right hand pressing on the handle. Breath of Mist, second form, eightfold mist. Lingfeng swiftly swung the demon sword with his arm, executing a rapid 8-strike slash that charged towards the massive body of Akainu, accompanied by a hurricane-like force. Hellhound! Akainu's eyes revealed his observation haki as he continuously punched at Lingfeng's 8-fold slash, quickly extending his molten arm to block Lingfeng's attack. Huh! Lingfeng exhaled a puff of white mist, his left hand suddenly clenching tightly. Hurricane, water dragon explosion. A massive water dragon mixed in midair and then leaped violently into the sky, eventually reaching a certain height before condensing into a gigantic water dragon that roared down towards Akainu below. Moonwalk. Akainu, true to his name, did not attempt to block such a powerful area attack, but chose to temporarily retreat. However, the gigantic water dragon dove down from the sky. And how could the Navy on the surrounding warships avoid it? Just as Akainu had just left, the water dragon controlled by Lingfeng swept towards the nearby Navy ships, resembling a true dragon of water soaring in the air, causing the Navy on the decks to be swept off their ships and fall into the water. Splash! The terrifying impact of the water dragon sent countless Navy soldiers flying into the air, like dumplings landing in the sea with screams. Nevertheless, the physical fitness of the Navy soldiers was evidently quite excellent. Even in such a situation, they were not crushed by the giant waves, but instead were blown into the air by the shock wave, yelling and shouting. Akainu did not care about this scene at all. He would not concern himself with the lives of those soldiers on the warships. He adhered to the principle of absolute justice. As a Marine admiral, he not only lacked compassion for his subordinates, but was also extremely ruthless, more ferocious than some pirates. He would never allow even the slightest evil to exist. In his heart, the extermination of pirates was always more important than saving the lives of Marines. Akainu leaped into the air using moonwalk and directly punched down at Lingfeng below. Dog bite Red Lotus. Akainu's arm turned into lava, and then he shaped the lava-covered arm into a dog's head, extending the molten limb towards Lingfeng. The dog head, made of lava, opened its mouth wide, looking extremely fierce. Lingfeng looked up and manipulated the water dragon to soar into the sky again. Whoosh! The water dragon collided with the flame dog, creating a large amount of steam that continuously spread, and the powerful shockwave even stirred the already chaotic seawater, causing towering waves. General, that pirate can actually fight evenly with Admiral Akainu. Idiot! If it weren't for the surrounding seawater, that pirate would have been defeated by the Admiral long ago. Help me. I'm going to fall. But it seemed that Admiral Akainu didn't care about us at all. The surrounding Navy members clung to the swaying ship's railing, observing the battle between Lingfeng and Akainu. Both were users of Logia-type abilities, but it was clear that Lingfeng had a bit more flair in his techniques. It must be said that a hurricane is generally not very advantageous against magma, but with seawater all around, it made a difference. Lingfeng clearly still has the upper hand at the moment. Nature-type ability users are indeed quite difficult to deal with. Akainu untied the cage tied around his waist, looked at the unconscious Shao Kahn inside, and directly threw it toward the water dragon. What? Lingfeng was shocked and immediately canceled the attack of the water dragon, using Shave to quickly approach the cage. There's a flaw, Akainu shouted, and his right hand transformed into magma once again, violently striking towards Lingfeng. Breath of Wind. First form. Dust Whirlwind. Slash. Lingfeng quickly rushed through the air at high speed, approaching the small, empty cage, and then sliced through the cage's outer shell with a single strike. A great opportunity. Lingfeng couldn't gather the water vortex again due to the slashing, so he had to turn his back and hold Shao Kahn in his arms, bracing himself to take a punch from Akainu. Poochie! The sound of flesh being cooked by high temperatures echoed, and Lingfeng let out a muffled groan as he felt the immense force hit his back, causing his body to crash heavily to the ground. Bang! Lingfeng crashed to the ground, nearly shattering the surface of the bridge of hesitation. Akainu's magma fist, infused with haki, burned a large patch on Lingfeng's back. Lingfeng struggled to get up from the ground, looking at the little Kong in his arms. Although his back ached immensely, he was glad that his companion had been saved. Do you think it's enough just to rescue this little monkey? Akainu landed not far from Lingfeng, continually sneering. What? You still want to stop me? Lingfeng struggled to stand up, activating his demon state to quickly heal the wounds on his back. One must admit, the body of a blood demon is truly impressive. The wounds healed instantly. You might want to take a look behind you, Akainu sneered. Lingfeng quickly raised his head to look back. There on top of the Justice Tower, the outer walls were engulfed in countless streams of magma, continuously melting away the tower. Your companions should still be inside, but it's a pity you won't get to see them one last time. Akainu was incredibly pleased. He had thrown Shao Kahn out earlier to attract Lingfeng's attention, not only heavily injuring him, but also killing all his companions inside. Have you forgotten something? Among my companions, there is also an ice ability user. Chapter 115, The Devil's Sacrifice. Lingfeng found Akainu's inexplicable confidence somewhat amusing, as the latter seemed to have forgotten that he still had his death as a companion. Ice Mountain. Sure enough, a cold shout from his death came from the direction of the Judicial Tower. This time, his death took on the role of absolute defense, and, in an instant, an ice mountain that could rival the Judicial Tower covered the surroundings. The high temperature from the magma melted the ice mountain into water, but his death continuously supplied cold air, causing it to freeze into ice blocks that adhered to the ice mountain. Seeing this, Akainu directly punched towards it, his magma melting the ice mountain and continuously reducing its thickness. However, inside the Judicial Tower, his death kept supplying cold air to the ice mountain, forming new ice blocks and increasing the new ice walls. Lingfeng saw this, and, goodbye, Akainu, see you again if there's a chance. Lingfeng is not foolish. His companions have been rescued, so who would still foolishly duel with you? Open fire. Open fire for me. Akainu shouted, his face looking extremely grim, while the surrounding Navy personnel were in distress. Report, Admiral. Our warship can no longer operate normally. What? Akainu glanced at the swaying warships around him, his eyes filled with fury. That little brat. Meteor Volcano. Akainu looked at Lingfeng's retreating figure, raised his fists, and generated a large number of massive magma fists in the form of lava, launching them into the sky. The magma fist then fell like a meteor shower. The terrifying magma meteor shower fist completely enveloped the judicial island. Lingfeng turned back, smiled, and slashed out a wall of wind, directly blocking the falling fist from the sky. Goodbye, Red Dog. Hurry up and save those Navy personnel with your justice. Lingfeng laughed heartily, while the Navy soldiers who had fallen into the water looked up at the meteor shower of fists falling from the sky. Their expressions filled with panic as they took a deep breath and dove underwater. Damn bastard. Akainu gritted his teeth, wishing he could tear Lingfeng into pieces. He had never anticipated that Esdeath's ice abilities would be nearly on par with Akiji's. What are you all doing in the water? Get up, Akainu shouted, but some of the Navy soldiers clearly looked uneasy. Everyone was in trouble, yet he was just there acting like an admiral without offering help, only showing his displeasure. However, the Navy soldiers still did not dare to oppose Akainu. He was too powerful, and no one wanted to voice their opinions against him. Akainu stared at the meteor volcano in the sky, where huge red fists were emerging from the dark clouds, growing more numerous and densely packed, forming a mass of crimson light points that relentlessly pursued Lingfeng and the others. At this moment, Lingfeng had already rushed into the interior of the judicial tower, wrapping everyone up. Let's go. Lingfeng looked at Anna, who was panting not far away, his eyes slightly narrowed, but he did not pay her any attention. For now, it was better to leave Judicial Island first, as Akainu's strength was still quite formidable. If Lingfeng hadn't harnessed the power of the sea with his current strength, he really wouldn't be able to defeat an admiral. Let's go. Lingfeng transformed into a hurricane, wrapping everyone up and flying away. Anna was just about to chase after them, but suddenly clutched her abdomen, where there were signs of being grazed by Esdeath's fine sword, still carrying countless icy auras. Damn it. Not only that, but her legs also seemed injured. If Esdeath hadn't wrapped the Tower of Justice in ice with her current injuries, she would probably be directly killed by Akainu. Sigh. Forget it. Anna lay down on the ground, gasping for breath, watching the figures of Lingfeng and the others at the top of the Tower of Justice turn into black dots, eventually becoming smaller and smaller. If I survive this time, I will definitely defeat you next time. Anna tiredly closed her eyes. Even she couldn't withstand such a terrifying onslaught from the entire Wind Pirates crew. Moreover, Esdeath and Akaim seemed to have started mastering hockey in the Six Styles at some point, significantly increasing their offensive capabilities. If it weren't for Akainu's intervention, Esdeath would have finished her off, if there's still a chance. Goodbye, New World, Lingfeng. Lingfeng wrapped around everyone and swiftly flew towards the front gate of Justice Island, where the gale was waiting ahead. Lingfeng, Shurho shouted loudly at the people in the air. Lingfeng threw everyone onto the deck and released his elemental form, finally using his hurricane ability to propel the swift wind directly forward. Wow, the ship actually took off. Xing Shue exclaimed excitedly, watching the scenery retreat around them, cheering with joy. So can you be a bit more reserved as a priestess? Dudu Siko said helplessly, and everyone exchanged knowing smiles. Oh no, Lin Naz suddenly shouted, startling everyone. What's wrong? Lingfeng's gaze was vigilant as he looked back, thinking that Akainu had followed them. My research ship, Hurricane, is still on Justice Island. That kind of thing doesn't matter at all. Everyone made exaggerated faces in a mocking style and shouted loudly. Hey Xiaokong, are you alright? Karina asked nervously while shaking the little monkey. It's fine. His main body is just a stick. He'll be okay. Butterfly Shinobu checked Xiaokong's condition and found that he had just been knocked out by CP0's powerful force. Devil fruits are really interesting, Esdeath said with great interest as she looked at Xiaokong, her eyes filled with excitement. Hey, Esdeath, don't get any sadistic ideas, Karina said nervously as she looked at Esdeath, who responded with a gentle smile. Don't worry, I wouldn't do that to my comrades. Esdeath adjusted her hat and glanced at Lingfeng. But speaking of which, Lingfeng actually fought to a standstill with that admiral. No wonder he is my future husband, Esdeath said, nodding in satisfaction, her tone shy and her face slightly flushed. When did the captain become your husband? The others mocked with exaggerated expressions. Oomph. You little girls wouldn't understand. Esdeath suddenly turned cold, proving her reputation as the queen of face-changing. At this moment, Lingfeng furrowed his brow, remaining silent. What's wrong, Captain? Drake asked with concern as he looked at the taciturn Lingfeng. It's Drake. I'm Euphine. By the way, it must feel strange to attack former colleagues, right? Lingfeng came back to his senses and asked Drake, who was equally concerned. There were some feelings, but seeing Admiral Akainu's attitude, Drake lowered his head. He had witnessed Akainu's disregard for his comrades' lives when he left. It's okay, Drake. Next time, I'll deal with guys like him. It's Drake. Shuaban comforted Drake by patting him on the shoulder, to which the latter helplessly responded. Lingfeng smiled, and while everyone was chatting and laughing, he quietly turned away. System prompt. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission achievement, engaging with the Navy Admiral, causing chaos on Judicial Island, increasing chaos and evil degree. System prompt. Achievement reward triggered, skill gale absolute / transformed into demon sacrifice. Chapter 116. Target, the magical triangle zone. Lingfeng's heart skipped a beat. His ultimate move, Furious Winds absolute / had actually been converted. This also meant that he could no longer use his sneaky two-hit combo, which was Shadow Flame combined with Furious Winds absolute / to kill enemies. He quickly opened the system panel to check the new skill, Demon Sacrifice. Demon Sacrifice. Exchange a demon fruit for a killed ability user, allowing the extraction of the opponent's demon fruit power, transforming the original demon fruit into that of the deceased. Note, the time since the exchanged ability user's death must not exceed 1 hour, and the corpse of the opponent is required at the time of the sacrifice exchange. Lingfeng looked at the latest skill, his pupils contracting for a moment. Although this skill seemed to be of no use to me, it would be very helpful for the development of the team. Lingfeng opened the system space, where 2 devil fruits were quietly lying. Lingfeng knew what abilities these 2 devil fruits had. The one shaped like a banana was the Nyo fruit giraffe form, while the one that looked like a cantaloupe was the bubble fruit. To be honest, these 2 devil fruits weren't very useful, but now with the skill of devil sacrifice, they became extremely valuable. He. Lingfeng suddenly let out a chilling laugh, and a terrible plan had already formed in his mind. That guy Lingfeng is suddenly so scary. What is he thinking again? Misaka Makoto and Shinobu Kocho commented, as they had some rough guesses in their minds about Lingfeng's behavior. Great, we won't return to the Water City for now. We'll have to put the shipbuilding matter on hold for a while. Lingfeng turned off the system panel and said with a smile, "Oh, have you suddenly given up on shipbuilding?" Isteth was a bit surprised, not expecting Lingfeng to change his mind halfway. Well, if we go back now, there's a high probability that the City of Seven Waters is experiencing a riot. We won't be able to find any manpower anyway. Since we already have the recording pointer, let's set sail first. Lingfeng took out the recording pointer and tossed it to Karina. She caught it and looked at the direction of the pointer inside. It seemed to be pointing a bit downward. Karina observed the motionless pointer, and the tip was clearly pointing down. Well, let's go. Justice Island and Water 7 are relatively close. Maybe Akainu will catch up. Lingfeng occasionally glanced at the sea behind him, fearing that a dozen warships might suddenly emerge. Fortunately, there were no naval forces in sight, which meant that their journey to Judicial Island had been safely completed. Phew, speaking of which, that woman is really formidable. The Dreadnought commander recalled Anna's previous powerful abilities, still feeling somewhat apprehensive. Yes, we still haven't defeated her in a direct confrontation, Misaka Makoto said with a heavy tone. After all, they hadn't determined a victor against Anna and had only managed to stop her by teaming up with their friends. It's okay. Next we will head to the terrifying 3-masted ship for some serious training. It's the best hiding spot. Lingfeng smiled. Not only can that place perfectly hide the traces of their group, but it can also free up time to build ships. The materials and supplies should be ready, right? Lingfeng looked at Ram and asked. The maid sisters also nodded. Everything is ready, don't worry. All right, let's go. Destination. The magical triangle area. Oh. A few days later, in the first half of the Grand Line. The Straw Hat Kids crew really got into a fight with CP9. Lingfeng looked at the newspaper, which reported on the battle between Luffy and Lucci. However, the news of their crew, the Beast Pirates, destroying Judicial Island, did not circulate, likely because the Navy had sealed off the information. Lingfeng also understands, after all, the Navy doesn't want this kind of news to leak out. Since both the Admiral and the Vice Admiral were involved, the fact that the Sherfone pirate crew managed to escape is something that can be considered a disgrace for the Navy. However, it seems that Luffy and the others didn't go to Eni's lobby, but instead started fighting CP9 directly on the sea train. Lingfeng looked at the news report and muttered to himself, "Look, Lingfeng, I found something." Oh. Lingfeng put away the newspaper and looked at the lookout tower where Little Kong was. The little monkey was very touched to hear that everyone had fought hard for him, CP0, and the Navy, and had been diligently playing the role of a scout these past few days. "I saw the barrel you mentioned," Little Kong shouted loudly, and Lingfeng and the others also walked to the side of the ship. "Good job, Guofeng." Lingfeng's palm continuously attracted the hurricane, lifting the wooden barrel from the sea surface. Plop! The barrel fell heavily onto the deck, with a black and red flag inserted on top. which read Treasures of the Sea God in large letters. Surely, there are treasures inside? Shao Kong's eyes sparkled as he excitedly spoke. Unfortunately, it's filled with wine and preserved food, came the reply. How do you know? Shao Kong curiously asked, looking at Karina's confident smile. This is called a flowing barrel, which is offered to the guardian of the sea by those praying for a smooth voyage. The term treasures refers to offerings for the gods, Karina explained, and the other dimensional companions nodded in realization. Moreover, according to custom, after drinking the wine inside, new offerings should be placed in the empty barrel to let it continue drifting, she added. So that's how it is. What does Lingfeng want this for? Estes asked, looking at Lingfeng, who responded with a mysterious smile. There's nothing in here, just a glowing bomb. Lingfeng walked straight to the wooden barrel and opened it directly. Just as the barrel was flipped open, it exploded with a loud bang, and a glowing red projectile shot up into the sky. The bright red light illuminated the blue sky, appearing extremely dazzling. Did you already know this? Misaka Makoto asked curiously, to which Lingfeng nodded. It's just a trap set by Moonlight Moria. Lingfeng explained to everyone, and soon, Navigator Karina noticed something unusual. The air pressure and the movement of the clouds has also accelerated. Everyone, listen up. A storm is coming in 1 hour. Karina shouted to everyone, and no one questioned the navigator's words. Everyone went about their tasks, preparing for the storm. We will head southeast. Move straight towards the 2 o'clock direction. Karina took the helm, and everyone positioned themselves on the ship. Soon, dark clouds completely covered the originally clear sky. Rain poured down violently, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Wow. It came just like that, and there's thunder too. Butterfly Ninja looked at the scene in the sky, somewhat admiring Karina's navigation skills. Hey, help out. It's here. No way, Captain, it's completely against the wind. We'll be blown back. Karina shouted to Lingfeng as she felt the huge waves on the sea and the wind direction around her. Don't worry, I was prepared. Chapter 117. Yo-ho-ho, Lingfeng smiled faintly and nodded at Misaka Makoto. Leave it to me, uncle. Follow me. Okay. Misaka Makoto greeted Linus, and the two entered the ship's cabin. Are we going to use that? Pull up the sail. Soon, the two arrived at the bottom of the Stormwind, which was the power source. I didn't expect to use your electromagnetic pulse cannon so soon. This was the anti-gravity cannon that Lingfeng had been thinking about. The cannon's sister smiled and directed a pipe at the rear of the ship to transmit electromagnetic power. Soon, blue electromagnetic energy filled the steel pipe. Linus pressed the button, and the cannon's sister shouted, "Fire!" Instantly, a monstrous roar echoed from the ship's rear. Sigwa Ikakue. Xingyue raised her hands, her eyes sparkling as she shouted, "Are you really a girl?" Tokisaki Kurumi looked at Xingyue's infatuated expression and covered her face to complain. Kakue, Lingfeng, and Shueban Junba shouted with stars in their eyes. "You two, come and lower the sails, you bastards!" Drake roared, his sharp-toothed face expressing a sarcastic look. Bang! The gale no longer needed Lingfeng to use the power of the Devil Fruit to accelerate. After Linus made some modifications to the hull, combined with the railgun of the cannon sister, it really felt a bit like a futuristic warship. Boom! The sea surged with giant waves as the gale carried everyone flying quickly through the air, surrounded by flashes of lightning and thunder, with storms continuously approaching. Wind barrier. Lingfeng swung his sword, and a wall of wind enveloped the swift wind, isolating it from the external rain and thunder. Fortunately, this skill hadn't been replaced yet. Lingfeng sheathed his sword and looked at the ship wrapped in the wind wall, feeling a bit fortunate. However, it seems that if I developed the Hurricane Fruit a bit, I could have done all this myself. Lingfeng stroked his chin, looking thoughtful as he said, "We're about to land. Be careful." Isdeth stood at the bow of the ship, fearless, looking like a general ready for battle, gazing confidently ahead. Good. Maintain this stance as we land on the sea. Isdeth appeared very spirited, while Lingfeng beside her seemed hesitant to speak. Arno, I am the captain. Lingfeng squatted in a corner of the boat, drawing circles while softly saying, "Captain, dry and thin." Rim looked at Lingfeng gently, while Ram had a look of disdain. You should just let the captain go and let Isdeth take over. How can it be like this? Lingfeng wanted to cry, but had no tears. These guys were really disrespectful. Bang! At the same time everyone was talking, the storm heavily landed on the sea, stirring up a huge wave. However, even though they had emerged, was this area really the so-called Bermuda Triangle? Shirai Kuriko looked around at the dark, thick fog, hugging her shoulders and shivering. Don't be afraid, Kuriko, there are no ghosts here. Misaka Makoto gathered her courage, although she was also a little scared. Ah, Misaka-san. I didn't expect that as the third level LV5 in Academy City, you would be afraid of this. Shokuho Misaki covered her mouth and laughed mockingly. What? Shokuho? Don't say that randomly. Look behind you, there's a monster. What? Misaka Mikoto immediately ran behind Lingfeng, looking both scared and cute, making Lingfeng unable to hold back a smile. Don't worry, Sister Pao. There are no monsters here. Oh, is that so? You should have said that earlier. Misaka Mikoto glanced at the corner of Lingfeng's clothes she was tightly gripping. Her face suddenly flushed, and then she let go of him. It's just a white ghost and a skeleton that can still talk after dying. What? Now, not only Sister Pao was scared, but Karina and Shokuho were also startled. However, speaking of which, this sea area indeed gave a very uncomfortable feeling. I feel the same. Akitomi rarely spoke up, and Isdeath nodded in agreement. Akitomi's red eyes surveyed the surrounding scenery. The oppressive scene truly made it hard to breathe. It wasn't even nighttime yet, but the fog made it eerily dark. Lingfeng, do we really have to enter this sea area? Sister Pao looked at Lingfeng with a wronged expression. Her cute appearance made him feel a little reluctant. You're so powerful, and you're still scared? I'm not scared. Sister Pao, upon hearing Lingfeng's question, immediately became evasive. I'm just afraid everyone will encounter danger, thinking of everyone. Maybe there are zombies on Moria's ship that are similar to Guatai? What? Upon hearing Guatai, Sister Pao's expression turned into that of a frog, leaving everyone speechless. Wait, did you just say zombies? Yeah, what's wrong? Sister Pao finally realized, and Lingfeng patted her head, only to be met with a crackling electromagnetic shock. Hey, don't use your haki on me. But who told you to pat my head? I was comforting you. Lingfeng and Meichin were exchanging words when everyone suddenly heard a chilling song. Yo-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho, a melodious yet eerie voice rang out, startling everyone, while Lingfeng revealed a satisfied smile. Yes, my musician has arrived. Everyone turned to look, and they saw a dilapidated large ship slowly drifting in from behind. The ship was in tatters, with even its sails damaged and covered in wounds, but its hull was enormous, 3 times larger than the gale. Yo-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho, it's here. A sudden scream from Peiji made her hide behind Lingfeng in fear. Sister, don't be so embarrassing. Hey, what is that? Just as Cuoco was about to say something to Peiji, Karina pointed at the railing of the ship and shouted in terror. Don't panic, it's just a living skeleton. Can you not be so calm when saying that? Peiji, Karina, and Xiaokong shouted in protest. Don't worry, that guy's a lot of fun. Lingfeng raised his head and looked at the explosive-haired skeleton, smiling. I'll go bring him back. Hey, are you serious? Sister Pao grabbed Lingfeng's clothing, while Rem, feeling uneasy, also held onto Mikoto's arm. Brooks silently watched Lingfeng and the others, taking a sip from his cup. Yo-ho-ho-ho, the fine wine of Binks. I'll send it off now, Brooks sang calmly while looking at the members of the Storm Pirates. Although it has no face to say. Lingfeng landed on Brooks' pirate ship with Cannon Sister, and Remington Cannon Sister pulled out a cross from somewhere and aimed it at Brooke. Begone, evil spirit. I'm not an evil spirit. Lingfeng shook his head helplessly and then looked at Brooke. Hey, how about you become my partner? Sure. Chapter 118. Seizing the transparent fruit. Before Cannon Sister and Rem could say anything, Brooke straightforwardly agreed. My apologies, everyone. I was rude just now for not greeting you when we met. Brooke, with his cane sword hanging from his left hand and a cup in his grip, said excitedly. I don't know how many years it's been since I've seen a living person. This place is just a ghost ship. Terrifying. You're scarier than the ghost ship, okay? Cannon's sister retorted with a sharp-toothed expression. Come on, don't be polite. Come inside, and let's have a good chat. After Brooke said this, he looked at Rem and Misaka Mikoto. Oh my, truly beautiful ladies, beautiful. Brooke took a few steps forward, gentlemanly looking at Misaka Mikoto's trembling figure. No, not all. Cannon's sister closed her eyes in fear, looking incredibly cute. I get particularly fascinated when I see beautiful women, even though I'm a skeleton and have no eyes. Yo-ho-ho. After saying this, Brooke set the cup down and leaned his cane sword aside. He adjusted his bow tie, polished his shoes, and then walked in front of Cannon's sister. Can I see your panties? Who would show them to you? Boom! A flash of lightning struck, and Brooke's bones turned black as he fell down. Hey, stop playing around, Brooke, right? Come back to the ship with me first. Lingfeng felt helpless towards this lively character and whipped up a whirlwind, bringing several people back to the windstorm. Accompanied by Brooke and Lingfeng's group back to the windstorm, it was even more excited. Hello, everyone. This time my ship and I have caused you trouble. I am Brooke, the skeleton who only has bones left after dying. Please take care of me. Brook raised the hat on his explosive hair and said excitedly, "This guy is the skeleton you mentioned. Let me exorcise you." Xing Shui walked seriously to Brook's side, chanting something. "Exorcise the souls of the dead." Huh? Souls? Where? Where? Brook was very surprised and quickly looked around. "It's you okay?" Everyone sarcastically pointed out. "Ah, so many beautiful ladies." Brook suddenly composed himself and walked in front of his death. "Can I see your panties?" You got some guts, huh?" His death's eyes turned cold. A sinister smile appeared on her lips, and she was about to freeze Brook. Wait. Don't be impulsive." Lingfeng quickly tried to smooth things over. Why did Brook have to tease his death instead of anyone else? How terrifying. It made my heart race. But I don't have a heart, you know. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Brook is quite carefree and also a very interesting guy. Speaking of which, Lingfeng-san, how did you know my name? Brook finally returned to normal and asked Lingfeng. The Rumbar Pirates, right? The Yomi know me, correct? Lingfeng smiled. Of course, he understood Brook very well. How is that possible? How did you know? Brook was taken aback, and although it had no face, it was still very shocked. Lingfeng casually said a few words, first introducing the members of the Flying Wind Pirates, and then told it about La Boone the whale. What? You mean La Boone is still waiting for us at Twin Cape? Brook suddenly started to cry, clearly very moved. Yeah, Dr. Koreha even went out to look for you guys. Lingfeng recalled the man who had been the ship's doctor for the Pirate King for 3 years, who resolutely followed Roger on his journey for the sake of a whale and the pirate crew, clearly a man of great courage. Is it really like this? Brook's tone became somber as he lifted his skeletal face to gaze at the dim sky, suddenly feeling the urge to play a tune. Then let me play. Before Brook could finish, there was a sudden bang, and the Thousand Sunny swayed slightly. What? What happened? Brook suddenly fell to the ground, fearfully pointing at the sky. What's wrong, skeleton? Misaka Mikoto looked at him with some anxiety as he pointed towards the sky. A ghost. Let me purify it. Karina screamed, fearfully hiding behind the starry snow witch, who took out a talisman, set it on fire, and threw it. Ho ho ho. The burning talisman passed through the white ghost, which let out a strange laugh, floating continuously in the air. Don't panic, it's just a devil fruit ability. Lingfeng suddenly changed his expression after speaking, and a red light flashed in his eyes. Shave. Lingfeng's figure transformed into a black line and disappeared, suddenly rushing to a corner of the ship, raising his arm and grabbing someone in midair. How is this possible? Absalom, who had always been confident in his invisibility ability, began to doubt himself. Lingfeng smiled and released him. Thus, he started running left and right again, but strangely, most people on the ship were staring at him, their gazes shifting back and forth. How is this possible? They can actually see me? Absalom was shocked. He could sense that Lingfeng and the others were clearly fixated on him. Amaterasu. Lingfeng slowly closed his eyes, activating the kaleidoscope Sharingan, and the black flames directly ignited the transparent man, Absalom. So you thought you could take advantage of the many beautiful women on our ship, huh? The others who were unaware were startled, but Lingfeng walked up to the transparent man engulfed in black flames with a cold smile on his face. Just in time, I happen to have a new skill. Lingfeng's cruel smile looked like a devil in Absalom's eyes. Who exactly are you? How did you find me? Absalom, unwilling to give up, struggled one last time before his death. Have you not heard of the Conqueror's Haki? Lingfeng smiled and stopped wasting words with him. He. Demon sacrifice. Lingfeng took out a devil fruit, the one belonging to the giraffe, and then with one strike he directly killed Absalom. He then used a skill to swap this fruit with the transparent fruit. Soon, a faintly visible devil fruit appeared in Lingfeng's hand. Rather than letting it be taken by Blackbeard and Shiryu of the Rain, it would be better to offer it to me. Lingfeng smiled and directly tossed the transparent fruit to Seiko Suji. Senior, you eat this devil fruit. As the captain, Lingfeng's decisions cannot be questioned by anyone. Of course, the others are not concerned. They are curious about the devil fruit, but Lingfeng definitely has his own plans. For me? Well, in some ways, you really do resemble that Rain Shiryu. Lingfeng recalled that bloodthirsty prison warden. In terms of bloodlust, Seiko Busujima was indeed very similar to him. Good. Seiko Busujima looked at Lingfeng gently, and she would not refuse any request from him. It actually can extract devil fruits? Brook was sweating profusely. Although he didn't know where the sweat was coming from, Lingfeng's skill truly shocked him. He. The white ghost quietly passed through the hull of the Thousand Sunny and disappeared. Chapter 119. The terrifying three-masted ship. This must be the territory of Moonlight Moria, right? Lingfeng looked at the wall in front of him, as well as the castle and forest above it. Do you know Moonlight Moria? Brooke was shocked again, because its shadow was taken away by that man. Our target is him. Lingfeng smiled, then looked at Siko Tojo. How is it, senior? How does it taste? Siko Tojo covered her mouth, her face shadowed, and occasionally let out labored gasps. The taste was truly too hard to describe. Rim thoughtfully took out a glass of fruit wine, and Siko Tojo took it and gulped it down. Huff. Only then did Siko Tojo's complexion look a little better, but soon her pupils began to constrict rapidly, and her heart started to race violently. Don't panic. The powers of the devil fruit are manifesting. Lingfeng looked at Absalom, who had been burned to ashes on the deck, but suddenly, Poison Island Siko disappeared without a trace. Disappeared? Everyone except Lingfeng exclaimed in surprise. Clearly the transparent fruit was quite strange. However, it seems that the observation hockey can lock onto me. Poison Island Siko took a couple of steps and canceled her fruit ability. Don't panic. Your observation hockey and the development of your fruit will ensure that those weaker than you definitely won't be able to find you. Lingfeng looked at Tokisaki Kurumi's curvaceous body and said with great interest. The reason he decided to give this devil fruit to Tokisaki Kurumi was that the other people's abilities all had some special skills to varying degrees. Only Tokisaki Kurumi had only swordsmanship. Even if she learned the 6 powers in hockey, she still had some gaps compared to the others. Therefore, he did not hesitate to let Tokisaki Kurumi consume this devil fruit. Let's go to the island. Lingfeng instructed Rem to take out a large bag of sea salt and transformed it into a hurricane, charging directly towards the terrifying 3-masted ship with everyone. Wait a minute, Lingfeng-san. Before Brooke could say anything, he was swept along as well. Lingfeng left Linus, Shao Kong, and Karina to watch the ship, while the rest were taken on Amoria's ship. In a deep ravine, a stitched 3-headed dog looked at Lingfeng and the others with fierce eyes. Wow, the hellhound! Xing Shui looked at it excitedly, but the 3-headed dog seemed confused by her. One of the heads is actually a fox head. Shirai Kuriko also observed Cerberus seriously, as if she was studying something. Funeral. Akame drew her sword, wanting to cut it down directly. It looks even stranger than the dangerous species we have back home. Isdef unsheathed her sword and took long strides towards Cerberus. The 3 heads of Cerberus were sweating profusely. It could sense the immense power of these individuals. Come here. Lead us. The true nature of Queen Isdef came forth, and Cerberus was so frightened that it lowered its head, quickly yielding. Wow, General Isdef. It seems you have learned the Conqueror's hockey. Lingfeng looked at the imposing Isdef, who suddenly turned her head and blushed. Well, forget I said anything. Lingfeng looked at the suddenly petite and feminine of Isdef, and was momentarily speechless. Let's go. By the way, if you see any zombies later, don't be afraid. Lingfeng began to explain to everyone. The unfortunate Saburus was loaded with people on its back, panting with its 3 heads. In simple terms, Moonlight Mariah had previously challenged Kaido of beasts, and all his companions were dead, leaving him all alone. So he decided to hide here and build an undead army that wouldn't die, stealing corpses from all over the world, and inviting the genius Dr. Hogback to perform surgeries on his zombies to enhance the strength of his subordinates. Lingfeng briefly talked about the true nature of the terrifying 3-masted sailing ships and the real purpose of Moonlight Moria. Brooke listened in confusion, but he knew that what Lingfeng was saying was basically true. After all, his shadow had been taken by a samurai from Wano country, the dragon-slaying swordmaster Ryuma. Ano, Lingfeng-san, can you help me get my shadow back later? Brooke asked somewhat shyly, as he had previously challenged Ryuma here but was defeated. Don't worry. Not only will I return your shadow, but I also have something important to tell you next. Lingfeng took a deep breath, his expression somewhat heavy, clearly having made a painful decision. It's okay, Captain, whatever you want to do, we support you, Butterfly Ninja said gently, and the others nodded in agreement. Lingfeng looked at his companions with some pain, feeling a bit conflicted inside. Sigh. As everyone moved forward, they soon arrived at a destination. In the sky, Hilton was constantly flapping his wings, observing every move of Lingfeng and the others. Lingfeng suddenly looked up, his fingers, and with a single finger shot, he killed it. Puffed. Suddenly, a riot broke out in the surrounding graveyard, and countless zombies crawled up from the ground. Lingfeng's gaze sharpened, and his conqueror's haki spread out. Before the group of zombies could fully crawl out, they were directly stunned. This, so powerful. Brooke looked at Lingfeng's back, sitting in the front, and his hollow skeletal eyes seemed to contain an expression of disbelief. Go stuff sea salt into their mouths. Okay, Captain. Inside Moria's castle, a flying bat continuously reported. Lord Moria, it's bad. One of the 3 freaks, Absalom, has been taken out. What did you say? Moria's massive body turned over, letting out a roar. Who did it? The wild wind pirates. It was them. Moria's eyes narrowed, and he stood up from the massive bed, his tone filled with excitement. I must make good use of the shadows of these guys. Absalom has been taken out? The genius Dr. Hogback listened to his subordinate's report, his tone filled with shock. Impossible, that guy's a transparent person, and I even gave him the jaw of a lion, the skin of an elephant, and the combined wild strength of a bear and a gorilla, totaling 300 kilograms. How could he be taken out? Hogback clearly did not believe it, unable to imagine who could have killed the powerful Absalom. It was the wild wind pirates. His subordinates cried out in fear. The news of Lingfeng and the others killing rocks had spread all over the world, and even they had heard of it. Don't panic. Trust Lord Moria. I must make good use of these corpses. Hee-hee-aro, 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 the little ghosts floating in the forest outside have returned. In a certain room inside the tower, Perona trembled slightly. Those guys actually came on the ship. Zombies all out. We must stop them. The pink-haired Perona shouted loudly, commanding the zombies below. For Lord Moria. Oh! The zombies raised their arms and responded loudly. Chapter 120. Moonlight Moria. Everyone sat on Sabalis's back and soon arrived in front of Moria's castle. This guy's taste is really hard to evaluate. Isteth looked at the eerie castle and said somewhat speechlessly, if it were me, I definitely wouldn't live in a place like this. Shihoin Maki flipped her golden long hair behind her, speaking with some disdain. You definitely want to live in that stylish and sunny castle, right? Misaka Makoto looked at Shihoin and complained. I didn't expect that as a muscle idiot. You also understand me. Who understands you? You're just big-chested and brainless. Oh. Shin and Misaka started arguing again as Lingfeng pushed open the door and everyone walked in. Eerie murals and specimens hung on the walls, and a snow-white bear fur blanket was spread on the floor. These are zombies, so don't be polite. As soon as Lingfeng finished speaking, everyone was already eager to act. Hey, wait a minute. The zombies in the mural didn't even get a chance to say their lines before they were chopped, smashed, and electrocuted by the crowd. Shouldn't it be us scaring you? The last mural said, somewhat resentfully, unwillingly being sliced in half by Isteth's sword. Come on, it's not like we're playing some horror house game. Lingfeng grumbled impatiently, just waiting for the master of the castle to make his appearance. Bang, bang, bang. Not long after, an astonishing sound of footsteps approached. Lingfeng didn't need a guess. It was definitely that guy, Moria. Sure enough, the tall and overweight Moria walked into the hall, looking at Lingfeng and the others. Hee. I didn't expect the Black Wind Pirates to come here. That's just great. Moonlight Moria was very excited, looking at Lingfeng and the others as if they were some perfect works of art. I want your shadows. They're mine now. Although Moonlight Moria knew that Lingfeng and the others were somewhat tricky, he was a man who had fought against Kaido of the Beasts, and in his own territory. He wasn't intimidated at all. Interesting, the Warlords of the Sea, finally a decent opponent. Isteth was even more excited than Moria. Her combative tone surprised the latter. Arno, General Isteth. Actually, CP0 is even more. Before Lingfeng could finish, Isteth charged out directly, her rapier in hand, aiming straight for Moria's massive body. Scatterbats. Moria's shadow condensed into a large number of bats, flying towards Isteth. Freeze. Isteth gathered cold air in her left hand, freezing all those shadow bats. The others were about to take action, but were stopped by Isteth. This is my prey. You go find someone else. With Isteth saying this, the others didn't dare to intervene. However, no one was worried that Isteth couldn't defeat Moria. Instead, they prayed that Moria wouldn't be too badly beaten by Isteth. Isteth rushed in front of Moria, who directly used the Shadow Warrior technique to swap positions with his own shadow, causing the former's attack to miss completely. Shadow Mage. Moria shouted, and the shadow clones charged towards his death, but clearly, the latter was faster. Swish! The massive shadow was sliced in half by Isteth, but it transformed into countless small bats flying towards her. Isteth's rapier quickly pointed into the air, freezing all of them. Hee. Zombies! All of you rush in. With Moria's command, countless zombie soldiers rushed in from outside. Moreover, the Dragon Slayer warrior, Ryuma, and the genius Hogback were among them. These are the general corpses I dug up from the graves of various countries, different from those miscellaneous zombie soldiers in the graveyards. Let you experience the power of my zombie army. Hee. Moria was evidently very proud of his masterpiece, but he seemed a bit overly confident. I'll leave it to you. I'm going to find that guy Perona. Lingfeng did not see Perona's figure and felt a bit wary. No one knew whether that little girl's fruit ability would lead to the annihilation of this group here. Although the ghost fruit seemed like a quirky ability, it had some serious bugs. Be careful, everyone. Lingfeng finished speaking and transformed into a fierce wind, creating a large hole in the castle, leaving even the zombies speechless. He, I'll cut off your shadow first. Moria looked at Isdeth and took out a giant pair of scissors, preparing to cut off Isdeth's shadow. Too slow. Isdeth used her ability to instantly teleport behind Moria, who was taken aback. I didn't expect you to have some understanding of my abilities? Moria asked seriously this time, without his usual unique laughter. Isdeth only sneered and did not respond, while during this time, Moria's so-called zombie army was almost completely taken out by Misaka Mikoto and the others. They were simply on a different level. Nanny? Moria watched as his castle was blasted with countless large holes, and the zombie army fell one by one. Akame, Siko, and others like Shinobu and Ram were more than enough to deal with these weaklings. Clang! Yo-ho-ho-ho! It seems this group of companions is quite powerful. Brook clashed swords with Ryoma, the former letting out his unique laughter. Ypsilon Zovot, I won't be returning your shadow. The zombie Ryoma swung his black sword, Chioshui, and passed by Brook. Nasal tune, 3 beats. Tailcoat slash. The two slowly sheathed their swords. But Brook was knocked down by the strike, slightly outmatched. Although the zombie Ryoma used Brook's shadow, the former was incredibly strong when alive. A man who wielded a black sword must have been extraordinarily powerful. Leave it to me, Brook. Siko stepped forward and stood in front of Ryoma, just in time for me to test the power of the transparent fruit. Lingfeng looked at the corridor inside the castle. He had already arrived at the location of Perona's room. Huh? Where'd she go? Lingfeng drew his knife, ready to take down Perona if she dared to make any move. A white ghost appeared, and Perona suddenly emerged from the floor. You actually dare to face me alone? I'm a natural type. Your abilities won't work on me. Lingfeng smiled. Although Perona's fruit ability was quite good, he didn't plan to steal the sacrifice. For the last remaining devil fruit, he intended to seize that man's fruit ability. You guy, negative ghost. Perona was very unhappy, and the white ghost in her hand floated directly towards Lingfeng. So you can't touch me. Lingfeng stood still as the white ghost passed through his body. Damn nature type. Perona threw several mini ghosts over, then snapped her fingers in succession. The mini ghosts exploded with the snaps, and the thick smoke from the violent explosions engulfed Lingfeng. Chapter 121. Moonlight Moria 2. I already said I'm a nature type. Lingfeng walked out from the smoke, finding Perona's helpless fury quite amusing. So what if you're a Logia user? You still can't touch me. Perona crossed her hands on her hips, confidently floating in the air. Is that so? Your real body isn't here, right? Lingfeng smiled at Perona, who was suddenly alarmed. I'm a spirit, that's right. I don't know about the main body. Any attack is ineffective against me. Perona was still putting on a brave front, but Lingfeng knew her very well. Your main body is in the room, right? And I just released a lot of cockroaches into your room. Nanny. Perona's eyes bulged, and she even had a snotty expression, which made Lingfeng unable to hold back his laughter. Of course, Lingfeng was lying to her. There was no way he would put cockroaches in her room. Why, you must be lying. Perona glanced at her room intentionally or unintentionally, but Lingfeng casually walked in that direction. If you don't believe me, why not go check it out? Lingfeng's tone made Perona unable to hold back any longer, and she directly floated out into the air. You bastard. Perona passed through the wall, returned to her room, and searched around. There were no cockroaches at all. See, right? Lingfeng transformed into A and slipped in through the crack in the door, spreading his hands and laughing. You liar. Perona returned to her body and unexpectedly burst into tears. Woo-woo-woo. Tears streamed out like a flood, and Lingfeng suddenly felt embarrassed and unsure of what to do. Hey, hurry up and go to the front door to my ship, and I'll have someone take you to a place later. Lingfeng couldn't bear to kill her, so he could only persuade her. Where to send her? Perona rubbed her big eyes with both hands and asked cutely, if traveling, where would you like to go? What do you want to ask this for? Perona suddenly became alert, thinking that Lingfeng was preparing to sell her. However, if it's for a vacation, she would still like to go to a dark and damp castle filled with resentment, and then live while singing curse songs. Perona suddenly replied again, cupping her cute cheeks with her hands and responding with a face full of longing. Okay, you can follow me first, and I'll have someone send you there later. Really? With a single sentence from Lingfeng, Perona stopped crying and asked eagerly, Would I lie to you? But you just lied to me. Ahem. That was a tactic. Lingfeng had no way to deal with the little girl, so he decided to let her stay by his side for now. Come with me, but you must not use your abilities on my companions. Are you begging me? Lady Perona? Look quickly, there's a cockroach behind you. Nanny. People like you are also called doctors? At this moment, Butterfly Shinobu drew her sword and looked at Hogback, who usually appeared gentle yet cunning, now spoke with an angry tone. What are you saying? These guys were supposed to die, and I gave them a second life. Hogback laughed continuously, clearly pleased with his zombie creations. Cinderella, take her down. Behind Hogback stood a beautiful woman with golden hair, but her face bore an ugly stitch scar. Yes, Cinderella replied, holding a stack of square plates. Plates? Butterfly Shinobu was taken aback, and then Cinderella began to throw the plates at her continuously. Tooth dance, true charm. Butterfly Shinobu quickly thrust her Nicaran blade towards Hogback's eyes, the blade tip coated with poison, dodging the plate's attacks. A doctor who plays with life die? Butterfly Shinobu rarely became serious. Her usual smile was gone, replaced by a cold tone and gaze. Hogback's eyes were pierced by Butterfly Shinobu, and the poison gradually corroded his optic nerves, turning him into an idiot and eventually a corpse. Genius? What a joke. Butterfly Shinobu looked at Cinderella, who was cut down by Akito directly. Cinderella lay motionless on the ground, tears seemingly flowing at her last moments. Can corpses also cry? Akito, as an assassin, had seen many corpses, but this was the first time she witnessed one that cried. Sai, let's purify the deceased properly. Miko Saisuke approached, unusually quiet. She looked serious as she performed a purification ritual for Cinderella, who silently shed tears, ultimately closing her eyes under the curse of Murakumo. She must have been a pitiful person in life. Queen Shirho read Cinderella's memories and sighed. What is it? Let me see the memories? No. After Saisuke finished the ritual, she curiously asked Queen Shirho, who proudly refused. Call me queen, and it won't help. All right, I'll show you. When Saisuke acted cute, Shirho softened. And it must be said, the orange flavor was quite strong. Cough, cough. Oh my, what a beautiful scene. It fills my eyes with happiness, Although I don't have eyeballs. Brook covered his skull face, looking at the members of the Windstorm Pirates, clearly very excited. Hey, skeleton. That swordsman seems to have a similar catchphrase to yours. Ram looked at Poison Island Siko and Longma, asking Brook. Yes, Moonlight Moria stuffed my shadow into it. Is that so? No wonder that guy has the same catchphrase as you. Yes, excuse me, Hick. Why is a skeleton hiccuping? Everyone complained to Brook, who continued. By the way, aren't you going to help? That swordsman is quite formidable. Poison Island Siko definitely doesn't want us to help. These guys are just that proud. Drake punched Terrora, the giant spider monkey, away and coldly said to Brook. I see. What a powerful and beautiful pirate crew. Ha. No need to be so straightforward about the beauties. Hey, Saisuke, tone it down, your smile is too crooked. Outside the castle, Isdeth and Moria were in a fierce battle, but clearly, Isdeth was dominating this warlord. So weak. Do you even deserve to be called a warlord? Isdeth looked at Moria with some confusion, while the latter angrily shouted. You little girl, don't get too cocky. Moria was panting. His zombie army had already been defeated, and the three freaks seemed to be wiped out as well. It seems I have to deploy that ultimate weapon, although I haven't found a suitable shadow yet. Chapter 122. Blackblade, Autumn Water, are you still thinking about other things while fighting me? Isdeth teased Moria, who seemed to be dodging her gaze. Then, she quickly flashed in front of his huge belly and delivered a powerful kick, creating a shockwave as Moria's body flew like a cannonball into the castle wall. A cloud of smoke spread out, and in the surrounding forest, Lola and her crew watched this scene with wide eyes. Hey, did I just see that? A kick sent that Moonlight Moria flying. Who are these guys, really? The rolling pirates were shocked at this sight. Our shadows, we have a chance to get them back. Let's rush in. Oh, Lola led her crew into Moria's castle. However, as soon as they reached the front door, they saw a warrior being sliced and sent flying by a fierce blade. What's going on? I didn't even see anyone. Me neither. Lola and the others looked fearfully at Longma, who was undergoing relentless slashes. Zombies are quite resistant to slashing. Poison Island Siko's voice emerged, and occasionally, the air was filled with the sound of slicing. Her swordsmanship, combined with the transparent fruit, was like adding wings to a tiger. The slashing swordsman Longma was now just a zombie and was no match for her. Everyone saw Longma continuously swinging his sword to block, but was still accumulating wounds. It seems he is lost. Longma gasped, his body glowing with a bloody light. It seems the legendary sword of the samurai, Autumn Water, has chosen you as its master? It must be the sword's wish. Longma's hollow eyes focused ahead as he raised the black blade, Autumn Water, and Poison Island Siko's figure slowly emerged. Did that warrior just say something? What did it mean? Lola and the others watched Loma mumbling to himself, puzzled. It means the outcome has been decided. Brook, who had been watching the battle, sweat on his skull face, incredulously said, "This is the first time I've seen such a battle. That warrior didn't he even get serious when fighting me?" Brook's shout made the people around him look at Ryoma and Siko with surprise. Ryoma sheathed the sword Shoshui at his waist, then tossed the entire sword to Siko. It's a bit sad to let this warrior's body taste defeat. Ryoma seemed to feel some regret as he faced his end. For a swordsman, tasting defeat is the most normal thing. One must be both mentally and physically strong to be a swordsman. However, more than that, I wish to compare with you while you're still alive. Siko took the black sword Shoshui and looked at Ryoma seriously. Oof. Ryoma smiled and slowly knelt to the ground, being engulfed by a crimson light, his shadow returning to Brook's feet. Oh, the shadow is back. Brook excitedly looked at the shadow at his feet, which meant he no longer had to fear the sunlight. Thank you, Siko-san. Brook looked at Siko, appearing a bit shy. Just say it directly. Siko sheathed the black sword Shoshui at her waist and turned to look at Brook. Can I see your panties? Who would show you that? Shirai Kuriko flashed next to him and knocked on Brook's head. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Bang bang bang. A giant with red skin stomped towards them, shaking the ground continuously. Is that Oz? Lingfeng flew rapidly outside the castle with Perona, looking at the giant's massive body. Hey, don't take me with you to die, Perona shouted, a bit frightened as she saw Lingfeng charge directly in front of Oz. Don't worry, even if there are a few more Oz, those guys won't lose. Lingfeng transformed into a gentle breeze and quietly landed, bringing Perona to his death's side. He, it seems this warlord of the Seven Seas is getting anxious. Lingfeng glanced at the still combative expression on his death's face and smiled. Did you see that? This is my ultimate secret weapon, the Demon Oz. Moria sat inside Oz's belly, controlling it as if it were a robot. So, whose shadow did you give it? Lingfeng asked with a smile. Moria is now like a corner dog. He probably hasn't found any strong fighters. I won't tell you that. Moria tightened his heart. In his desperation, he just casually summoned a shadow to activate Oz. At the very least, Oz's power was there. Such a big guy. Is he just brought out to show off? Isteth shook her head, feeling very disappointed in Moria. As soon as she finished speaking, Isteth stomped her long leg on the ground, and countless ice spread from beneath her feet, continuously extending to the giant foot of the demon Oz. Freeze. Isteth clasped her hands, and countless ice walls surrounded Oz, who had just made his entrance and was immediately turned into a giant ice block. Nanny? Oh no! Lola and the others, along with Perona, had just been afraid of Moria's might, but as soon as they faced him, he was instantly defeated. Sai, what an idiot! Lingfeng drew his sword and directly unleashed a fiery dragon whirlwind to melt the ice block. After using Shave, he gathered a fist imbued with a hurricane and slammed it covered in armament hockey onto Moria's face. Bang! The violent azure airflow continued to swirl. Invisible shock waves spread out, even stirring up waves on the sea surface surrounding the terrifying three-masted ship. Moria's eyes rolled back, and he spat blood, losing consciousness from a single punch by Lingfeng. Moria, that warlord, Moonlight Moria, he was defeated just like that. Lola and the others, along with Perona, shouted in shock with their eyes bulging. Lingfeng, didn't we agree that I would fight? Isteth said with a hint of complaint as she saw Lingfeng take action. Haha, I still have something to discuss with him, so I can't waste too much time on this small fry. Lingfeng finished speaking and transformed into a blue wind, disappearing from the spot and flying to Moria's side. Bring him back. Bang! Moria's massive body was grabbed by Lingfeng with one hand and thrown to the ground. The dignified warlord of the seas had no dignity at all as Lingfeng treated him like trash, leaving the pirates watching in stunned silence. Your shadows have returned, right? Lingfeng looked around at Lola and the others, who all nodded numbly. That's good. How about holding a banquet? Lingfeng smiled, and Lola and the others finally came to their senses, excitedly shouting. The shadow is back. Great, we can go out now. Soon, Lingfeng notified the phone bug to call Karina and the others to move all the dining supplies to the courtyard, preparing to start the banquet. Chapter 123. Pirate Banquet. As soon as Karina heard about the treasure, she immediately brought a large pile of ingredients to the castle courtyard with Shao Kong and Linas. So happy. Karina and Shao Kong lay in a pile of gold treasures, with the former's eyes even shaped like money. Oh, this is an armgar made of glass, so cool. This is Captain John's treasure map. Lingfeng watched as Shao Kong picked up an armguard and smiled. saying, "Treasure map." Karina became even more excited upon hearing this, but Lingfeng didn't know how to activate it. Only Captain Buggy knew. "Well, you should put away for now. It's worth about 200 million berries here." "So much." Karina fainted upon hearing this. With that much money, they wouldn't have to deal with pirates anymore. "All right, let's go eat. Let me lie down for a bit longer." "Hey you." Lingfeng shook his head helplessly and returned to the courtyard with a glass of fruit wine. "I'm digging in." The Lola pirates shouted loudly, diving straight into the food. "How many years has it been since we had a proper meal? It feels so good to be alive." Everyone buried their heads in their food, shedding tears of happiness. "My sister and I made a lot, so please eat more," Rim said gently, dressed in a maid outfit. "Oh, maid, we will eat it all." "That's right." Rim tilted her head and smiled, her gentle demeanor making the pirates blush. So they continued to eat, hiding their flustered expressions. "Yo, it's been so long since I've had such delicious food. It's so good that my cheeks are falling off." "Although I don't have cheeks," I exclaimed, "Yo ho ho." Brooke's face was covered in food as he excitedly shouted, "Shut up. You eat quietly." The Straw Hat Gang shouted with their mouths full, yelling at Brooke. "Ha ha. Such a funny skeleton. Ha ha." The pirates laughed at Brooke's appearance. "Ah, it's rare to have a meal, and now I've even gained a bit of weight. Although I'm just a skeleton, right?" The Straw Hat Gang even learned to chime in, and this scene made the pirates burst into laughter. "Ha ha. This skeleton is really interesting." Isteth was elegantly sipping her wine, with pirates willingly serving as her stool, only to be kicked away in disgust. Akame was munching on meat, her little face puffed up, looking particularly cute. Shinobu was nibbling on vegetables, only to be directly fed a piece of fatty meat by Misaka Mikoto, causing her to choke. Kanon's sister laughed heartily, while Shirai Kuriko cautiously stole a sip from Misaka Mikoto's wine glass, even sneaking a lick. Queen Shihoin was surrounded by a group of pirates, all offering desserts to her. Siko was elegantly sipping soup, while Hashiyuki was competing with the pirates for pieces of meat, a far cry from her shrine maiden image. Rim gently served food to the pirates, while Ram looked disdainful but still brought fruit wine to everyone. Drake and Linus clinked their glasses, laughing heartily and drinking boldly, looking very gallant. Karina and Little Kong also returned, with Karina and Perona still arguing over treasure. Meanwhile, the little monkey had 2 chopsticks stuck in its nose, making the pirates and crew laugh heartily. After finishing his meal, Brooke walked to a black piano and began to play a lively tune. The joyful music, combined with the laughter of the pirates and the smiles of the crew, created a lively atmosphere under Brooke's cheerful piano performance. Lingfeng looked at everyone's happy expressions, but his heart grew heavier. "I'm sorry, everyone. Lingfeng looked towards the corner, where Moria was pinned to the ground by Kuro's sea prism stone needles. He made a very heavy decision, one that even made him feel a bit breathless. Lingfeng quietly walked to the corner and splashed the drink in his hand on Moria's face. "Ugh, bastard who?" Moria was abruptly awakened by the cold and pungent liquor. After all, Lingfeng had held back some of his strength. Otherwise, he probably would have knocked him out with a single punch. "Moria, call the Navy headquarters and have them send Bartholomew Kuma over." Lingfeng took out the phone bug and whispered to Moria. What are you thinking, you little brat?" Moria was somewhat surprised, not expecting Lingfeng to provoke a warlord. "Even if I don't call him, he will come looking for you after a while." Lingfeng lowered his head, his face shrouded in a layer of black shadow. "What? Why?" Moria was somewhat skeptical. He didn't believe that the 7 warlords would be moving around like that. "You know that Crocodile was defeated by that Straw Hat Kid's crew, right?" "This, I do know." Moria was a bit confused as to why Lingfeng would bring this up. "I think before long, he will come to tell you who the new 7 warlords succeeding Crocodile is." Lingfeng squatted down and looked at Moria, who was pinned to the ground. "I just brought him here in advance." Lingfeng's heavy gaze fixed on Moria, who was increasingly puzzled. That guy is completely obedient to the world government, but his strength is still formidable. "Do you, little brat, really want to provoke another warlord?" Moria's voice grew louder, but was silenced by Lingfeng covering his mouth. "Shut up. If you dare to speak loudly again, I'll chop your head off right now." Lingfeng's gaze was filled with brutality, and even Moria felt a bit frightened. "Listen well, Moria, I will have Bear take you away next, but I will negotiate a condition with him." Lingfeng covered Moria's mouth and said in a low voice, "The Navy certainly doesn't want to lose another warlord. Soon, you will be opposing that strongest man." Lingfeng squinted his eyes, while Moria's eyes widened in realization. So just lie here obediently and don't struggle unnecessarily. If you want to survive, just honestly call the Bear over. Lingfeng released Moria's mouth and brought the phone bug to his lips. Hurry up, keep your voice down. Lingfeng's tone was somewhat urgent, and he still felt a bit reluctant about what he was about to do. What exactly do you want, you little brat? Although Moria was somewhat skeptical that Lingfeng would let him go, he still complied. Soon, he connected the call to the Navy, and they quickly responded, stating that they would send Bartholomew Kuma over. Good, now just lie down obediently. Lingfeng picked up the phone bug and tossed a piece of meat to Moria. Although Moria felt humiliated, it was already a challenge to keep his life. Lingfeng, you little brat, what exactly do you want? Moria looked at Lingfeng's disappearing figure, filled with doubt. Meanwhile, Bartholomew Kuma received a notification from the Navy and was quickly using his fruit abilities to locate the terrifying three-masted ship. Chapter 124, 2-year agreement before Bartholomew Kuma arrived. Lingfeng had pulled several of his companions into a room in the castle. So what do you think? Lingfeng informed everyone of his decision, and several companions fell silent. We don't mind. Are you sure you want to do this? Butterfly Shinobu was the first to speak, asking Lingfeng with concern. Well, there are many things to do next, and with the previous CP0 incident, that's why Lingfeng hesitated to continue speaking, feeling a bit reluctant. There was nothing wrong, though. Even though everyone had been together for a while, they were still not too familiar with this world. Poison Island Siko glanced at Shurho, who shrugged, indicating that she didn't want to casually use her abilities. Since it was the captain's decision, we certainly wouldn't oppose it. Mikoto, Misaka smiled, and the others nodded in agreement. After all, it still boils down to us not being strong enough, right, Lingfeng? Karina looked into Lingfeng's eyes, and he lowered his head. That's not what I meant. Of course, we know that's not what you meant. Karina smiled. Lingfeng could easily consume a devil fruit himself, so how could he possibly dislike them? Since everyone has no objections, it looks like we will be apart for quite a long time. Lingfeng took a deep breath and glanced at his companions. Don't worry. We're still planning to make a name for ourselves in this world. The passionate and hot-blooded soldier said, clenching his fists with anticipation. When the bear arrives, I'll go have a word with him. Lingfeng noticed that everyone did not have any expressions of disappointment, and he felt relaxed. Not good. Captain Lingfeng. Lola's voice came from outside, and Lingfeng and the others opened the door. What happened? Another warlord. Another warlord has come here. Lola shouted in fear, and Lingfeng waved his hand, signaling not to panic. It's okay, I called him here. Huh? Lola was a bit confused, not expecting Lingfeng to actively request a meeting with a warlord. Lingfeng, you're truly full of courage. Why not marry me? Shoo! Look at the ones behind me. Lingfeng hurriedly covered Laura's mouth. If his death and the others heard, it would surely lead to a bloodbath. Captain, proposal failure 4,444 times. The pirates of the Laura pirate crew shouted in unison. Let's go. Meet the 7 warlords. Damn it. Is this the Shichibukai, Bartholomew Kuma? I've heard he's called the tyrant. Be sure not to provoke him. Countless pirates trembled at the sight of Kuma's towering figure. He, little brats. Now you know fear? Gecko Moria resumed his smug demeanor, grinning proudly. Moria, did you call me here just to see you like this? Kuma's voice was quite charming, sounding somewhat at odds with his imposing physique. What do you know? I was just careless for a moment. Is that so? But it's just the right time to tell you. A new Shichibukai has appeared. Kuma's figure suddenly vanished from where he stood, and before the pirates could react, he appeared next to Moria. Welcome, tyrant. Just as Kuma was about to remove the sea stone needles from Moria's body, Lingfeng's voice rang out. Lingfeng? Kuma looked at the arrival of the storm pirates with some surprise. To make a long story short, I have something to discuss with you. Lingfeng's left thumb rested on the knife handle, always ready to draw the blade. After all, Bartholomew Kuma's fruit ability is extremely powerful, and one careless moment could lead to an ambush. Lola, take your people and withdraw for now. Lingfeng instructed Laura, and the other pirates felt as if they had received a pardon, eager to leave as soon as possible. What is it? Xiong ignored the fleeing pirates and asked Lingfeng. I can let you take Moria back to the Navy base, but in return, I have a few companions I want you to use your abilities to take to a few places. Lingfeng spoke directly and straightforwardly. Oh, both Bear and Moria were somewhat curious, not expecting Lingfeng to propose such a condition. How about it? It's just a small effort anyway. Lingfeng was always ready to draw his sword. If the bear refused, he would simply kill him. All right, if your companion wants to travel, where would they like to go? The bear replied calmly, not particularly concerned about this condition. Lingfeng directly told Xiong several locations. The latter slowly took off his gloves, revealing his palm with pads. So, everyone, see you in 2 years. And Heisey, remember the time point and contact me then. Lingfeng looked at the few companions standing behind him, feeling a sense of reluctance for the first time. Captain, I have always relied on your care. Master, I will miss you. Karina and Shao Kong were alternately sent flying, the former heading to Visalia Island, where Lingfeng would arrange for her to meet Nami briefly and learn meteorology there. The latter went to the Boeing Islands, where he would enjoy a taste of primitive jungle life with Usopp. Lingfeng, when I'm not around, remember to get hurt less. And this is the latest medicine I prepared for you. Butterfly, Shinobu walked up to Lingfeng and smiled gently, causing him to feel a pang in his heart as he accepted the medicine. Kuma sent Butterfly Shinobu flying. Her destination was the kingdom of Trino, where she would study various herbal sciences with Chopper. I will learn swordsmanship well with Akihito. Even if that man doesn't agree, we will find all sorts of ways. Funeral. Perona, are you going too? Although Akihito felt reluctant, fortunately, Lingfeng arranged for Siko to go with her, and Perona was innocently assigned to join them as well. Huh? Why do I have to go too? Didn't you say you were going to the castle with Lingfeng? With a slap from Kuma, the three of them vanished on the spot, leaving only the sounds of their discussion. They were heading to Klai Kavana Island, to a place called the Ruins of the Kingdom of Siskair. When I come back, I will bring you the best transformation knowledge, and then the Going Merry will be handed over to me. Linus patted his muscular chest and laughed heartily at Lingfeng, who also smiled and nodded back. He was sent flying by Kuma to the future nation of Bakamoya, where there was a research institute of Vegapunk. Although you said there are some perverted guys there, those guys are strong, right? The shaving board army overlord seemed unaware of how hellish his destination was, speaking to Lingfeng with a passionate expression. Kuma sent him flying, and Lingfeng silently mourned for him as he was heading to the Kama Baka Kingdom on Peach Island. Lingfeng-san, thank you for helping me retrieve my shadow. Although I feel deeply reluctant, I will definitely return soon and become stronger. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Brook was sent flying to Namakura Island. Hala Tanya. And Lingfeng awaited the day he would become the king of souls. I'll leave my sister in your care. Don't bully her. Finally, only Heizi walked up to Lingfeng, collecting the steel needles from Moria one by one, as she was about to be sent flying to Daughter Island. Don't worry, leave the cannon sister to me. By the way, remember to build a good relationship with Empress Hancock, but don't let the Navy find out. Lingfeng watched as his companions vanished one by one, feeling a sense of loss in his heart, as if something was blocking his throat, making it hard for him to speak. He specifically reminded Shirai Kuriko that with her abilities, she could easily evade the Navy's surveillance. Really got it. Chapter 125. Login. Sabaody Archipelago. The last companion that needed to be sent flying disappeared, leaving only his death, Ram, Drake, Shuhanesta, Miko Yuki, and Misaka Mikoto. Lingfeng looked at the few remaining companions with a bitter smile and sighed heavily. The deal was done, so I will take Moria and leave. Xiong glanced at Lingfeng, seeming to understand why the latter would do this. I think we'll meet again soon. Lingfeng waved his hand and directly left with his companions. Will we meet again soon? Xiong rarely smiled and left the terrifying three-masted ship with Moria. So next, we still need to split into two groups. Lingfeng looked at Shur-Ho's Ki, as well as Ram and Rem, and said with a heavy tone, a real man shouldn't be too disheartened by the separation from his companions, since it was his own decision. He should carry it out well. The voice of Queen Death appeared, speaking seriously to Lingfeng. I understand. Lingfeng nodded and looked at the two groups of members. Shur-Ho Queen, you, Rem, and Ram will stay here. Anyone who accidentally enters the terrifying three-masted ship in a magical triangle area will be brainwashed and made into our subordinates. Lingfeng's gaze was slightly cold as he spoke slowly. All right. Shur-Ho nodded. It was clear that by entrusting this matter to her, Lingfeng was both protecting her and aiming for everyone to gain a more powerful armed force in the future. Now, Generalist Death, Canon's sister, Xingyue, and Drake, we will head to the Sabaody Archipelago to carry out the next step of our plan. Lingfeng patted the shoulder of the Hornet Queen and said to another group of people, All right, when are we leaving? Now. Lingfeng suppressed his feelings of reluctance towards his companions and immediately set off to the conflict-ridden Shambodi Islands. See you in 2 years, 3 of you. Lingfeng left with the remaining companions without looking back. Although everyone felt reluctant in their hearts, they still said their goodbyes properly. When we meet again, we will surely dominate the new world. I swear to you, my friends. As Lingfeng stepped onto the gale, Shur-Ho Ram and Rem kept waving by the edge of the terrifying three-masted ship. Even Shur-Ho, the queen, felt the same reluctance she had when parting with Dolly back then. Don't worry, Shur-Ho, one day we will meet again. What we need to do is become stronger. At that time, we will ride alongside the captain in the sea known as the New World. Rem held Shirho's hand and smiled gently. Yes, Rem-chan, let's go back to the castle. Okay. Rem closed her eyes and smiled, the sea breeze blowing her bangs, while Ram silently watched the gale sail away. I really look forward to the day we meet again. Lingfeng. This was the first time Ram called Lingfeng by his real name, even if it was only in her heart. A few days later, in the first half of the Grand Line. Are you saying we should go find a shipwright first, and then coat the ship? Misaka Makoto looked at Lingfeng on the deck, who was gazing into the distance. Yes, for now, you all should lie low and avoid being found by the Navy. Lingfeng retracted his gaze and turned to the cannon sister, saying, Drake, when those guys known as the era of extreme evil land on the island. Keep an eye on their movements. Lingfeng recalled the gathering of the 11 superstars, and there would be a lot to do next. However, the superstars should include a few of us, right? Isteth said with a smile while steering. Indeed, but let's keep a low profile for now except for me. Lingfeng looked at the blue sea and sky. In the distance, the red Earth continent soared into the sky. I remember Xiang Bodhi's words should be. Lingfeng had not finished speaking when he saw a group of flying fish knights soaring through the sky, while on the surface of the sea. A mermaid was desperately fleeing. Useless, ha ha ha. The mermaid glanced hopelessly at the flying fish in the sky, about to dive underwater. But the wound on her shoulder made her hesitate. The speed of the flying fish was normally slower than that of the mermaid, but clearly, the kidnappers had already injured this mermaid and were now enjoying the thrill of the chase. That mermaid? Misaka Makoto exclaimed as she looked at the mermaid being pursued in the distance. Isn't that the auction mermaid we saw on Tesserfire Island? Lingfeng took a careful look, and it really was. Fate indeed. Lingfeng glanced at the flying fish knight brigade in the sky, waved his hand directly, and a hurricane connected to the sea swept them all away. Ah! The mermaid exclaimed in terror at the horrifying water tornado, and Lingfeng rescued her. We meet again. Lingfeng looked at the mermaid in his arms and said with a hint of nostalgia, Is it you? Casey looked at Lingfeng in front of her and finally remembered that it was the person who had bid high when she was auctioned off before. It's me. How should I address you? My name is Casey. Casey, huh? What a pity. I didn't manage to buy you back then. Lingfeng smiled, not expecting to have such a connection with the mermaid in front of him. How did you get captured again? Misaka Makoto also looked at Casey curiously and asked. Mermaids are quite rare, and since there is human trafficking in the Shampodi Islands, the situation for mermaids is also very dangerous. Lingfeng saw the flying fish knights, which had been blown away by the waterspout in the distance, and said in a heavy tone. He had just crossed over and was on a slave ship, and he remembered this vividly. By the way, Casey, do you know how to get to the Sabedi archipelago? Lingfeng looked at the blushing mermaid in his arms and quickly realized, putting her down. I know. Casey's appearance is somewhat similar to Kemi's, but the latter has green short hair, while Casey has brown wavy long hair. That's great. Take us there. Lingfeng cleared his throat to hide his embarrassment from holding someone for too long, but both Peiji and Xingyue looked at him with disdain. Mermaids, huh? I've heard of them, but this is the first time I've seen one. Xingyue stared curiously at Casey, as if she were looking at a rare species. Aren't the elves from your side also quite rare? Misaka Makoto retorted unhappily. Fortunately, with Casey leading the way, the gale quickly arrived at the Sabedi archipelago. Wow, such a big tree, and so many bubbles. That's the world's largest red mangrove tree. Lingfeng explained to the excited Xing Shui. What are those bubbles? That. The roots of the Yaoqi manhong tree secrete a special natural resin due to respiration. The resin expands in the air, forming bubbles that then float up into the sky. Lingfeng looked at the huge trees and countless transparent bubbles in front of him, feeling a bit of anticipation, because a series of his plans would start from here. Chapter 126, Target, Celestial Dragons. It's really amazing. These bubbles won't burst here, but they will at a certain height. Lingfeng smiled at the curious Xing Shui, who became especially cute whenever she saw something new. Thank you for bringing us here, Lingfeng had not finished speaking when Casey suddenly interrupted him. You must be here to coat the ship, right? Casey knew that Lingfeng and the others were pirates, and they were definitely here to cross the red line to reach Fishman Island and the New World. Yes, do you know a shipwright? I do. But that person is often not in the shop, Casey said with some concern. She knew a reliable shipwright, but the latter was often hard to find. You're not talking about Rayleigh, are you? A drop of sweat dripped from Lingfeng's forehead as he asked, somewhat speechless. Huh? How do you know? Casey was a bit surprised, not expecting Lingfeng to know Rayleigh's name. So you know Kemi, Pei Pag, and Xiaoba as well. As Lingfeng named each one, Casey was even more astonished. You can't be a slave trader too, knowing so much about me, Casey said, covering her face in shock. If I were a slave trader, would I still save you? Lingfeng teased with a sharp-toothed grin. So you have a crush on me? Love at first sight? Casey blushed and said shyly. Hey. The gale arrived at 41 GR and came to a halt here. Let's go. I'll take you to rent a bubble car. Are you okay with your injury? It's nothing, just a minor hurt. Everyone disembarked, and Casey smiled at them. Xing Shui curiously stepped on a bubble and ended up floating higher and higher. Wow, this is amazing. But how do I get down? Hey, Xing Shui, your underwear is showing. Huh? Xing Shui quickly covered her shrine maiden dress and shyly jumped down. Lingfeng, I didn't even look. Lingfeng shouted unjustly, heaven and earth, I swear I didn't look up at all. Except for when the cannon sister reminded him, he glanced up. However, I feel it's hard to see him in 13 GR based on Rayleigh's words. Lingfeng recalled the vice captain of the Pirate King, who often sold himself to buy drinks when he was broke and ended up at a human trafficking auction. Huh, so you know him too? Casey looked at Lingfeng with curiosity, as if he knew everything. I guess so. Lingfeng took the opportunity to explain the various areas of the Shambadi archipelago to everyone before they arrived at the bubble car rental place. This island is made up of 79 trees, with each tree having its own town and facilities. The division of the Shambadi archipelago is also very clear, based on the numbers on the trees. Lingfeng pointed to the huge number signs on the trees when he said this. Numbers 1 to 29, mainly human trafficking shops, human auctions, and illegal areas. Numbers 30 to 39, mainly bubble park, etc. Numbers 40 to 49, mainly tourist areas, specialty shops, etc. Numbers 50 to 59, mainly shipyards, coding craftsmen, etc. Numbers 60 to 69, mainly naval bases, government entrances and exits, etc. Numbers 70 to 79, mainly hotel streets, etc. Listening to Lingfeng's introduction, Casey was somewhat surprised by the former's rich experiences. So, if you guys want to go shopping later, you can refer to the numbers above. Lingfeng said this, suddenly lowering his voice and changing his tone. From the 1st to the 29th, there are a large number of bounty hunters, human traffickers, and pirates. Everyone must be careful not to be captured by the traffickers. This island may have the world nobles, the celestial dragons, appearing. When Lingfeng said this, his face clearly showed a look of disgust and revulsion. Are the celestial dragons the kind of world aristocrats you mentioned? Isdeth asked curiously. Yes. These scum consider themselves the descendants of the Creator, and because they see themselves as noble, they disdain breathing the same air as ordinary people, wearing bubble helmets on their heads. They treat people of other races as slaves. Lingfeng recalled the scene where the Straw Hat Kid Luffy knocked away the celestial dragons, and he felt a surge of excitement just thinking about it. Disdaining to breathe the same air as others? Even Misaka Mikoto was a bit stunned when she heard this. In her academy city, although there were dark corners, there was absolutely no other human being so boldly placing themselves at the top. So, are you planning to cause them trouble later? Isdeth glanced at Lingfeng, who wore a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. Who says not? I wonder which unfortunate celestial dragon will run into me. Lingfeng let out a cold laugh, then remembered something and drew the 2 knives from his waist, handing them to Xing Shui. Help me keep these for a while. From now on, you'll be the temporary 3-sword style witch swordswoman. Lingfeng solemnly handed over the demon sword Mingyan and the ghost sword Shiyue to Xing Shui, as if these 2 swords were his wives. Xing Shui looked at Lingfeng's reluctant gaze and felt both amused and exasperated. Hey, Captain, with so many beautiful women on our ship, you've never been moved. Do you only like swords? Who said that? Lingfeng's face turned red as he secretly glanced at Isdeth and the railgun. Isdeth and Mikoto Misaka also perked up their ears, clearly interested in the topic. Wait. At this moment, Casey interrupted Lingfeng and the others' conversation, looking at Lingfeng with shock, as if she doubted whether she had heard wrong. Lingfeng, did you just say you want to trouble the celestial dragons? Casey looked around and leaned closer to Lingfeng, lowering her voice. Yes, but it won't implicate you, don't worry. Lingfeng patted her shoulder, signaling her not to worry. However, Casey wanted to say something, but was stopped by Isdeth, whose cold gaze seemed to care a lot about Casey's interaction with Lingfeng. Just lead the way. You don't need to say anything else. No wonder she is the strongest general of the Empire. That oppressive aura of a superior and her icy tone made Casey feel a chill of fear. Hey, Isdeth, can you not be so fierce? Misaka Mikoto said unhappily as she looked at Isdeth, wrapping her arm around Casey's shoulder and walking ahead. Don't mind her, that's just her temperament. The railgun was still lawful good, gently comforting Casey. After everyone finished speaking, they arrived at the bubble car rental place. Lingfeng also had to keep a low profile now. He couldn't casually use the power of the Hurricane Fruit to fly them over. So, when we get to Shaki's bar later, we will have to part ways for a while. Lingfeng rented a large bubble car, and a circle of people was seated in the back. Let's go to 13th GR. Soon, under the guidance of Casey and the numbered signs, everyone arrived at Shaki's bar. Chapter 127. Side Quest Triggered. We've arrived. Casey pointed at a tall staircase leading up to a small house, with the bar's name written on the sign. It was surprising that someone would name a bar like that. Drake was equally astonished, not expecting the bar's owner to be so blatant. Just as he finished speaking, the bar's doors swung open, and several pirates were thrown out, rolling down the roots of the Yalchaman red trees. Aside from Lingfeng and Casey, the others were speechless. It seemed the bar owner was definitely a skilled individual. Lingfeng led everyone to the door, where a sign read open. Casey smiled and pushed the door open first, the sound of a bell ringing to announce the arrival of new guests. Welcome. Can I get you something to drink? Shachi asked calmly, a cigarette hanging from her mouth. Oh, I didn't expect it to be you all. Shachi took a puff of smoke, gently flicking off the ash, but her gaze was fixed intently on Lingfeng. Captain Rocks, is it finally time to fight you? Shachi asked leisurely, and the atmosphere in the bar instantly turned icy, with only the sound of bubbles rising outside. Yes, it is. Lingfeng sat at the bar, hands forming the signature pose of D. Xingyan, and replied in a deep voice. I didn't expect that the younger generation is even more impressive than the older one. Xiaoqi took a puff of smoke, and the cold atmosphere in the bar seemed to ease a bit. Well, I'm not a pirate anymore, but I have high hopes for you newcomers. Although Xiaoqi is no longer a pirate, she is very willing to cheer for these newcomers. This mysterious bar owner was once hunted by Monkey D. Garp during her pirate days 40 years ago, and later retired to run a bar on Sabaody Archipelago. Lingfeng already knows that Xiaoqi was once a member of the Rocks Pirates. Moreover, each crew member is incredibly strong, so it seems you have already begun to make a name for yourself in these waters. Xiaoqi stubbed out her cigarette, poured a glass of liquor, and pushed it toward Lingfeng. The others also sat down on the nearby sofa, watching the conversation between Xiaoqi and Lingfeng. So, Boss Xiaoqi, is there something I can ask you for help with? Lingfeng took a sip of the drink with ice cubes. It was very cold and spicy. What's the matter? Is Rayleigh around? Upon hearing Rayleigh's name, Xiaoqi paused for a moment and then looked at Lingfeng. Are you looking for him for something? Haha, don't get me wrong. We have no enmity with this famous figure. We just want to find him for a coating. Lingfeng finished the drink in his cup in one gulp and placed it on the bar. So it's like this, I guess. Although Xiaoqi still appeared calm on the surface, having witnessed many storms over the years, a pirate as strange and powerful as Lingfeng was truly unheard of. This guy is definitely a monster among monsters among newcomers, Xiaoqi thought to herself. What a pity, about a month ago, Rayleigh went on a trip and hasn't returned yet. Xiaoqi took a puff of her cigarette, and Lingfeng was not surprised to hear this. Well, my crew will disturb you here for a while. I need to go out and take care of some things. Lingfeng smiled, nodded politely to his death and the others, paid the money, and prepared to open the door to leave. Wait a moment, little Lingfeng. Lingfeng turned around, but Xiaoqi gently shook her head, swallowing the words she wanted to say. I just won against him by luck, that's all. Lingfeng opened the door and walked out. As the door closed, he said something with a hint of meaning, leaving only the sound of the doorbell echoing. Is it? Huh? Xiaoqi took a deep drag of her cigarette, closed her eyes in contemplation, and finally smiled. Kathy, long time no see. Would I like something to drink or eat? Today it's on me. System prompt. Entered the Chambered Islands. Side quest triggered. Eliminate the human trafficking group. Destroy the venue for the human auction. System prompt. Side quest 2. Eliminate the celestial dragons. System prompt. Completion reward for quest 1. Armament hockey 100. Observation hockey 100. Conquerors hockey 50. System prompt. Completion reward for quest 2. Physique points increased by 300. Devil Fruit development level increased by 15. All marine 6 styles raised to the highest level. Lingfeng looked at the triggering of the 2 tasks and was surprised to find that there were no reward lotteries. However, it was fortunate that he was already planning to cause trouble for the celestial dragons, so the second task aligned perfectly with his intentions. As for the trafficking organization, Pittman's base is on the 8th, and the population auction is on the 1st. Lingfeng thought of this and transformed into a gust of wind. At this moment, his companions had already hidden away, and it was time for him to make a move. Everyone was astonished, watching the hurricane rising from the Shambadi archipelago, their expressions changing constantly. In just a few hours, the Shambadi archipelago faced the most terrifying pirate attack, led by a user of a natural-type devil fruit. Countless azure hurricanes swept up the pirates in the area, tossing them into the air, ultimately causing them to crash down brutally. Some were swept into the nearby waters by the hurricane, struggling as they drowned in the waterspouts. The pirates who attempted to escape had just boarded their ships when the hurricane and waterspouts shattered all the pirate ships. The most terrifying sight was that the human auction venue was blown apart by Lingfeng's punch, and the debris from the buildings was sent flying into the sky, crashing down heavily. The host of the auction, Disco, was burned alive by Lingfeng's black flames and then discarded in the street, leaving no trace of his remains. Pied Man had his hands and feet broken, his eyes and tongue dug out, and was simply thrown onto the street to fend for himself. System prompt. Side quest completed. Rewards. Armament Hockey 100. Observation Hockey 100. Conqueror's Hockey 50. Ding. Armament Hockey has been upgraded to intermediate level, currently 350-600. With the system prompt. Lingfeng's armament Hockey finally reached the intermediate level, which also meant he could begin cultivating his black sword. However, bow swords were currently not by his side, and the main event was about to begin. Come on, Celestial Dragons, show yourselves quickly. What a terrifying massacre. In a shadowy corner, Rayleigh was drinking, and the lenses of his glasses reflected light. It seems there's about to be a good show. Rayleigh watched a celestial dragon in the distance, accompanied by a large number of Navy soldiers, with a slight smile of anticipation at the corners of his mouth. At this moment, on Street 24 of GR, a celestial dragon sat on the back of a giant slave, holding iron chains in his hands. The giant slave crawled slowly on the ground. Not only that, but in the celestial dragon's other hand, there was another chain, the end of which had 3 young girls bound by collars. They're slender, snow-white arms clutched tightly to the iron chains in front of their necks, their faces filled with terror, fearing that the celestial dragon would violently throw them away. Following the celestial dragon was a butler dressed in a black suit, along with 6 armored guards holding knights' guns. Behind them were numerous Navy soldiers who had come to check on the chaos, while the passers-by displayed expressions of fear, kneeling by the roadside and bowing their heads. Lingfeng floated in the air, watching the arrival of the celestial dragons, a cruel and insane smile on his lips. Well then, let the show begin. Chapter 128. The Cruel Live Broadcast, Opening. Are the pirates of the Sabati archipelago killing each other? Yes, Lord Angelou. It seems that a pirate called Lingfeng is causing trouble over here. The celestial dragon asked arrogantly, and the man in the black suit quickly responded. In such a dangerous place, why not? Angela looked at the man in the black suit with disdain and shouted wildly, "Let me be a hero for once, and show this pirate who is the apex of this world." Although Angelou was very old, he looked remarkably young due to his status as a celestial dragon. Moreover, he particularly liked young women, especially those with fair skin and petite figures. This obsession stemmed from the loss of a girl named Amy in God Valley, which became a deep regret in his heart. Thus, he intensified his efforts to collect girls with similar appearances and body types to Amy, all to satisfy his pathological desires. I heard that the human auction house was also destroyed. The thought of not having opportunities to auction people for a while made Angelou very angry. Damn pirates. May you all die. Angelou repeatedly stomped on the head of a seated giant, mercilessly crushing it. He even pulled out a gun and shot at the giant's back. Blood splattered, and the giant let out a painful roar while the slave girls covered their mouths to avoid screaming and angering Angelou. Such brutal and inhumane behavior made no one dare to look up. Everyone gritted their teeth but felt powerless, only able to lower their heads as the celestial dragon passed by. Angelou, feeling somewhat tired, gasped for breath and tugged at the chains. A few slave girls, with tears in their eyes, immediately reacted. "Lord Angelou, you are amazing. Lord Angelou, let me massage your shoulders. Lord Angelou, I have no clothes left." The 3 slave girls each took on roles of massaging, flattering, and finally dancing to entertain him. The 3 girls, tears streaming down their faces and despair in their eyes, especially the one who was asked to dance, caught Angelou's interest. "Hurry up." Angelou slapped her, causing her fair cheeks to swell. The soldiers behind him gritted their teeth, and some righteous soldiers tightened their grips on their swords and muskets, yet still kept their heads down, not daring to voice any anger. Angelou suddenly spotted a small, adorable girl from a family of 3 by the roadside, which made him very excited. "Hey, you over there, come here." Angelou shouted loudly, causing the girl to tremble and look up at the celestial dragon sitting on the giant's back. You will be my 78th wife. Bring your mother and daughter over to me. Angela shouted to the black suit behind him, then greedily eyed the mother and daughter duo. The mother and daughter felt like they were being stared at by a greedy snake, trembling all over under his gaze. Celestial Dragon Lord, please, they are my family. The mother and daughter huddled together in fear, tears of terror streaming down their faces. The man saw this scene and stood in front of the mother and daughter, shouting at the Celestial Dragon. Huh? You dare stand up? Angela looked at the man, pulled out his gun, and pointed the dark muzzle at him, shouting angrily. Get away, you lowlife. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and everyone around, keeping their heads down, closed their eyes, sweat on their cheeks. Though they felt angry inside, no one dared to look up and defy the Celestial Dragon. Even the soldiers turned their heads, unable to bear to witness the cruel scene ahead. Hey, which dog is blocking my way? Lingfeng's figure slowly emerged, and he extended a finger, which seemed to be infused with a black-armed color hockey. He precisely blocked the bullet with his wind blade finger gun, causing the man to fall to the ground in fear, gasping for breath. You bastard! How dare you not kneel before me when you see me? Also, what did you just say? The gaze behind the mask of Angie Road was extremely ferocious, as Lingfeng arrogantly stood in front of him and spoke disrespectfully. Are you all celestial dragons? So foolish. A single sentence from Lingfeng left everyone around him wide-eyed and in disbelief. Even Rayleigh, who was observing from the shadows, wore a shocked expression. That guy, what did he just say? He actually spoke to the celestial dragons. A madman, definitely a madman. Even the Navy was momentarily stunned. The pirate Lingfeng was right in front of them, and they should have acted, but they were left dumbfounded by his words. You filthy commoner. Hey, slave, kill him. Angelou jumped down from the giant and ordered it. They, the celestial dragons, held supreme authority and could execute others at will without any concern for consequences. In other words, they could do as they pleased. Roar. It was rare for the giant to lift its head and stand up. Such an opportunity was extremely precious. The massive giant swung its enormous arm and directly punched toward Lingfeng. The fierce wind from the punch even knocked some people in the crowd away, but Lingfeng remained expressionless, allowing the giant's fist to pass through his body, walking slowly toward the celestial dragon. Be careful, that guy is a user of a Logia-type ability. What should we do? If we shoot, we might injure the celestial dragon. Quickly, contact the Navy headquarters. Yes. The Navy watched as Lingfeng leisurely approached, each of his steps causing their hearts to tremble. Don't panic. Use the special prison bullets from Impel down. Okay. The Navy opened fire, launching nets embedded with sea stone toward Lingfeng. Shave. Lingfeng flashed to the side of the giant's face, his right fist gathering a blue vortex. And with a punch like a raging wind, he struck heavily on the latter's face. Instantly, the giant's facial muscles were all compressed together, his eyes rolled back. Blood spurted from his mouth, and he flew backward like a cannonball, finally crashing heavily into a distant red tree. Boom! A huge sound echoed from afar. And with just one hit, the surrounding civilians and Navy personnel had their eyes bulging out, hands raised, displaying expressions of astonishment. It was almost time to begin. Lingfeng looked at Angelou, who had fallen to the ground in fear, and took out the imaging phone worm and the collar specifically for slaves from the system space. All you lowly fish, get lost, and hurry up and call your general over here. Lingfeng used the shaving quick flash to swiftly take down several guards of the celestial dragons. The man in the black suit was directly cut in half by Lingfeng's gale kick. He then activated the image phone bug, allowing his partners to contact the World News Agency, preparing to broadcast this footage live. Now it's the most enjoyable slave time, dear celestial dragon. Chapter 129, Cruel Live Broadcast, Climax. Hey, is this guy serious? Morgans looked at the live footage that came in, feeling an immense shock even himself. President, what should we do? Should we broadcast it? The reporters trembled as they asked Morgans, as the scene in the live broadcast was simply horrifying. Broadcast it. Not only should we broadcast it, but we should also make it into a newspaper article to distribute later. Morgan's statement shocked the surrounding employees, who doubted whether they heard him correctly. But President, this is a celestial dragon. If we anger them, don't panic. At worst, we can change locations. And this kind of news can't be stopped sooner or later. That guy is clearly prepared. Morgans looked at the terrifying scene on the screen, feeling a chill run down his back. This guy is simply a madman. From the perspective on the other side of the screen, the scene made all the onlookers, as well as the Navy personnel watching the live broadcast, have their mouths agape and eyes bulging, unable to believe this scene appeared before them. Lingfeng was seen putting a slave collar directly around Angelou's neck then punched him in the stomach, forcing him to kneel on the ground. He then crossed his legs and sat down on the back of the celestial dragon. This scene was exactly like how the celestial dragons like to sit on the backs of their slaves. Hey, 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 be a good slave for me, pig. Lingfeng stepped on the back of a celestial dragon's head, smashing the bubbles on his face, causing Angelou's face to sink into the ground, covered in dirt. You crazy guy. Are you out of your mind? You're playing with fire. It's the end of days. The end is coming. The Marine Admiral will be here. The civilians covered their faces and shouted madly. Lingfeng's actions were like declaring war on the world government. All the figures watching this scene being broadcasted, the big shots of the dark world, looked at Lingfeng on the screen with serious expressions. Next, we have even more exciting games. Dear Celestial Dragon. Lingfeng laughed maniacally and directly took out 3 syringes filled with chiming from his backpack. This was the original product he had specifically asked Butterfly Shinobu for before, and it was definitely a good thing. Pig, you are so lucky. This is a great thing. As long as I inject it into you, you can become the happiest person directly. Lingfeng grabbed the hair of the celestial dragon with one hand, and Angelou rolled his eyes back. His pampered physique was already on the verge of collapsing under Lingfeng's punches and kicks. Puffed. Lingfeng's lips curled into a sinister smile as he injected 3 syringes alternately into Angelou's neck and both arms. The once unrestrained celestial dragon let out the most anguished cries, now reduced to Lingfeng's slave and plaything, even injected with an unknown drug. Chiming is an addictive poison, an excellent toxin obtained by Lingfeng from the Poison Wolf Pirate Group in Stauffen Town. Just a little exposure, and without the original formula to create an antidote, it will be impossible to quit for a lifetime. In the future, you will definitely be like a dog, lying on the ground begging for me. Ha 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 ha. Lingfeng laughed wildly, and countless people watching this scene couldn't stop trembling. So what's next? There are still more exciting things to come. Lingfeng released Angelou's hair, and the latter's eyes were bloodshot, with drool flowing from the corners of his mouth, as if he had become foolish and was at his mercy. Now, I will slowly break your fingers, and we will have some fun. Although Angelou's consciousness was somewhat muddled under the influence of chiming, the pain throughout his body seemed to disappear. When he heard Lingfeng say this, he quickly begged for mercy. No, I beg you. Huh? Lord Dragon Man, what are you saying? I can't hear you. Lingfeng deliberately placed his palm near his ear and exaggeratedly asked, Please don't hurt me anymore. The celestial dragon shouted in humiliation, now disregarding his noble status. As long as Lingfeng did not harm him again, he was willing to pay any price. Crack! Just as the celestial dragon begged for mercy, Lingfeng suddenly raised one of his arms and directly broke one of Angelou's fingers. With 10 fingers connected to the heart, even after being injected with a painkiller, this pain was unbearable for the pampered celestial dragon. What the hell does that guy want to do? Is he really not afraid of death? Doing something like this means he doesn't want to live anymore, right? At Navy headquarters, in Fleet Admiral Sengoku's office. What is this pirate trying to do? Sengoku looked at the screen in terror. When he received the news from the Navy, he hurriedly turned on the broadcast and saw this cruel and terrifying scene before him. How frightening. I should go take a look. Next to Sengoku stood a tall man in a yellow striped suit, draped in a navy cloak, with his hands in his pockets. Kizaru. Sengoku looked at Kizaru's back and slammed his fist heavily on the desk. Damn pirates. So rampant. At Mary Geos. The powers within the Holy Land were also paying attention to this live broadcast. That guy actually dared to do this to a celestial dragon. A reckless little brat. What should we do? Should we inform Lord him? No need. Let the Navy Admiral handle it. Capture this guy and have him executed along with that man. That's right. We need to let all the pirates in the world know what happens when they oppose our world government. Sabaody Archipelago. To keep you awake, I have a very fun game. After Lingfeng finished speaking, Angelou was gasping for breath, wishing he could faint right there and then. However, because he had been injected with chiming, he was unable to faint. The piercing pain in his fingers made him feel as if he was in hell. Lord Dragon Man. Next, in order to prevent you from fainting, please complete the math game I assigned to you. Lingfeng finished speaking, pointing his gun and continuously stabbing at the back of the celestial dragon. In an instant, the pure white, specialized spacesuit of the celestial dragon was drenched in countless blood. Ugh. Ha ha ha, celestial dragon. What is 1000 minus 7? Lingfeng seemed oblivious to the screams coming from Angie Road, laughing maniacally. 993. The celestial dragon struggled to spit out a number, watching Lingfeng crazily tormenting Angie Road, making everyone involuntarily swallow. Very good. Keep counting for me. Lingfeng kept kicking the back of the celestial dragon with his feet. Just as this terrifying live show reached its peak, a loud explosion was heard. Not only that, a golden flash of a figure appeared at the live broadcast scene. How terrifying! A pirate like you should just die sooner. Chapter 130. Lingfeng captured? Marine Admiral Kizaru. Great. It's an admiral. The Marines had been wanting to rush in to rescue the celestial dragon. But because Lingfeng was sitting on Angie Rhodes' back, no one dared to act recklessly. Has he finally come? Lingfeng looked at the tall admiral in front of him. The crazy smile disappeared, and instead of being afraid, he felt a great joy. Kizaru, oh, it must be tough for you to work for such a waste. Lingfeng lost interest in tormenting the celestial dragons, and now he also doesn't intend to complete side quest 2, because he knows that it is not yet time to kill the celestial dragons. There's really no way around it. Even Admiral Kizaru has been dispatched. It seems I have no choice but to surrender. Lingfeng smiled, kicked Angie Lu unconscious, and then stood in front of Admiral Kizaru. It must be said that the height of the Navy Admiral gave a terrifying sense of oppression. Although Lingfeng was also a Logia user, he felt a bit apprehensive facing this light-based admiral. However, he had no intention of resisting. His goal was to be imprisoned and impelled down. Of course, if Akainu had come, he would have definitely executed a different plan. But seeing Kizaru arrive, it was clear that the admiral was just clocking in for work. And Lingfeng's lack of resistance surprised those watching the live broadcast. Was that guy really seeking death? Who knows? But even if he was seeking death, he had become famous now. Yes, just like Roger before his death, he had done something significant. Shoo! Don't say any more. Kizaru looked at Lingfeng with a half-smile, suddenly flashing to Lingfeng's side, his long legs shimmering with golden light, and kicked Lingfeng directly into the ground. Bang! The ground dented, dust flying up, and Lingfeng took the admiral's blow head-on, lying on the ground as if he had fainted. Don't underestimate the Navy. Just a mere pirate. Kizaru put his hands in his pockets and looked at the fallen Lingfeng, signaling the Navy to come over and bind Lingfeng with sea stone. There was an order above to have this man participate in the execution to warn those pirates later. You guys, hurry up and rescue the celestial dragons. Then take this pirate to impel down. Kizaru leisurely issued commands, thinking it was rare to come out and end things so quickly. Clocking out at light speed, it was simply delightful. Thus, at the end of Lingfeng's crazy live show, it concluded with his capture and imprisonment. However, all of this was part of Lingfeng's plan. Just as Kizaru was about to retreat, his din mushy rang. Hello, is this Uncle Kizaru? This is Bartolomeo. Oh, Bartolomeo? Kizaru replied lazily. What is up, Bartolomeo? Just now, all the pirates of the supernovas, including the Straw Hat crew, have all logged onto Sabaody Archipelago. I see. Then let the pacifistas take care of them. Kizaru hung up the din mushy and looked off into the distance towards Sabaody Archipelago. The Straw Hat crew hunt among the few pacifistas. The real Bartholomew Kuma was also present, and memories of the parting words with Lingfeng and others surfaced in his mind. We know you're an undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army. When Lingfeng causes a stir during the live broadcast on Sabaody, if the Straw Hat crew also arrives at Bubble Island, make sure to send them flying one by one, corresponding to our various partners. Otherwise, our comrades will seek them out, and we will expose your identity to the world. And especially the Straw Hat Kid Luffy. Make sure to send him flying to Amazon Lily, where the Empress, one of the 7 warlords, is. The words of Queen Shichibukai echoed in the tyrant Kuma's mind as he looked into the distance and silently used his teleportation to leave the spot. Oh wow, this is Sabaody Archipelago. Interesting. Luffy and his crew arrived at Sabaody Archipelago, where familiar faces like Shachi, Papagu, and Kami were nearby. There's actually a Navy warship? Nami exclaimed in shock at the Navy warship docked at 42 GR. Is that so? Interesting. Luffy, with his straw hat pressed down, shouted excitedly. As for the Navy, no matter what, I will protect Nami-san. Sanji's body moved like a soft line, constantly shifting on the deck. I caught the disease of not being able to log onto Bubble Island. Me too. Chopper and Usopp cried out. Yosh, the atmosphere is super high. Frankie, steering the ship, looked at a pirate ship in the distance. ISNT that the pirate ship? Frankie was surprised, not expecting to see the Wind Pirate Crew's wind ship here. Yo-ho-ho, let's all go ashore. Luffy shouted excitedly as he landed on Sabaody Archipelago. Meanwhile, the rest of the so-called supernovas of the worst generation also landed on the island. However, because Lingfeng had just caused a ruckus here, Sabaody Archipelago was filled with Navy personnel and pacifistas like Kuma. Just after the Straw Hat crew had landed, the tyrant Kuma appeared. The 7 warlords Bartholomew Kuma? Robin exclaimed in shock, her eyes filled with panic at Kuma's appearance. That guy is also one of the 7 warlords? Zoro cautiously drew his sword, looking at the tall figure of Kuma, which exuded a sense of oppression. If you want to travel, where do you want to go? Kuma slowly took off his gloves, revealing his paw pads. Luffy, be careful. He is also a devil fruit user. Robin shouted loudly to Luffy, who was at the forefront. Zoro, Sanji, let us go. Luffy and the others charged towards Bartholomew Kuma, but soon, with one palm, Kuma sent one of them flying. What? Luffy looked at Kuma in disbelief as his companions. Sanji and Zoro instantly disappeared. Straw Hat Kid, Luffy. Kizaru's voice appeared, and upon his arrival, Robin became even more desperate. Navy Admiral Kizaru. Robin looked at the tyrant Kuma and Admiral Kizaru, her eyes filled with helplessness. Everyone, we just need to focus on escaping. We're no match for these guys. Luffy shouted angrily, but soon, Kuma silently sent each of his companions flying one by one. Unlike the time with the Wind Pirate crew, Luffy experienced endless suffering. In front of this captain, all his companions disappeared one by one. Luffy lay on the ground in agony, tears streaming down his face, feeling powerless for the first time. Goodbye, Straw Hat Kid. Kuma left his last monologue, sending Luffy flying last, leaving only Kizaru, who looked at him lazily. You know the consequences of doing this. Kuma. Kuma remained silent as Kizaru, hands in pockets, gently shook his head. So, pirates are just pirates, really? Kizaru looked at the silent Kuma and vanished into light. As there were other supernovas on the island that needed his attention, Kuma still said nothing. He looked at the countless bubbles in the air, murmuring to himself. Is this your plan, Lingfeng? Chapter 131. Impelled down, and ace at this point, Lingfeng was already bound. His body wrapped in chains and shackled with sea-stone handcuffs and leg irons. Inside the Navy warship, he was isolated in a sea-stone prison. This guy is really a madman. Sure, who says otherwise? How dare he do such a thing to the celestial dragons? 2 Navy guards whispered to each other, holding a freshly printed newspaper with headlines about the major news that had just occurred. The craziest pirate in history, attacking the celestial dragons. In the end, he was defeated by the admiral. I have to say, Morgans is really good at writing news. With each photo and accompanying description, he vividly portrayed the events at the Sabaody archipelago. What happened to the criminal? The Navy officer Bellin walked in, and the more chaos Lingfeng caused. The guiltier she felt inside, because this pirate was someone she had saved back then, and unexpectedly, in less than half a year, he had caused so much turmoil. Now he had even attacked a celestial dragon, which was simply outrageous. You all go take a break. I'll keep watch here. Yes. The 2 Navy officers saluted Bellin, who then moved a chair and sat down. With your strength, even if you can't win, you should be able to escape. Was it just luck when you fought Admiral Akiji before? Bellin asked, looking at Lingfeng, who was bound by countless iron chains. There's nothing I can do. After all, Kizaru's ability is stronger. Lingfeng stopped pretending and lay on the floor, saying leisurely, "Oh, what are you planning again?" Bellin lit a cigarette and took a slow drag. No matter what you're planning, I have to tell you that you'll soon be sent to Advanced City, a place where no prisoner would want to go. Even if you're a natural type ability user, you won't be able to get out once you go there. She exhaled a puff of white smoke, staring at Lingfeng. Lingfeng certainly knows that Impelled Down is an enormous tower-like prison submerged in the sea, and it is built on the seabed. It is surrounded by a windless zone, and the entire Impelled Down is encircled by giant sea kings. The cells inside are made of sea prism stone, just like the ones here, to prevent prisoners with devil fruit abilities from escaping. The security is tight, with surveillance snail placed in specific locations throughout Impelled Down. Whatever they see will be transmitted to a larger surveillance snail, which sends video to monitors connected to it, allowing guards to keep watch. Each smaller snail has an alarm connected to its shell, and if anyone attempts to escape, the snails will detect it immediately and sound the alarm. The allocation of prisoner floors in Impelled Down is usually determined by the size of their bounty. In addition to various cells for holding prisoners, each floor has a unique form of torture, earning each level a title of hell, with the torment increasing as one descends. With Lingfeng's current bounty and devil fruit ability, he would definitely be placed in level 6, known as Infinite Hell. The prisoners in Infinite Hell are all remarkable individuals, consisting of either death row inmates or those serving life sentences. The criminals held there are monstrous pirates whose heinous acts have been erased from history. The inmates on this level are nearly legendary figures, facing either execution or life imprisonment. Due to the extreme wickedness of the inmates on this level, Events that exceed the bounds of cruelty have been covered up by the government, even deliberately concealed from newspapers. However, Lingfeng's incident will certainly not be kept under wraps, especially since he specifically started a live broadcast. In summary, the place where Lingfeng is imprisoned is definitely level 6. This is also why he made such a big deal about attacking the celestial dragons and started the crazy live stream. It seems your pirate career has come to an end. Birin extinguished her cigarette and leaned back in her chair, but deep down, she felt a sense of unease. Yes, it really is a brief journey. Lingfeng closed his eyes after speaking. Huang Yuan's strike was quite painful. The naval ship quickly transported Lingfeng to Impel Down, where the gates of justice opened, and Balin, along with the Navy personnel, escorted Lingfeng to the entrance of Impel Down. My promotion opportunity has arrived. Deputy Warden Hannibal looked at Lingfeng, who was being brought in, and blurted out, "If this pirate escapes, the warden position will be mine." Hannibal's words stunned Balin for a moment, but he quickly covered his mouth. "Oh no, I accidentally let it slip." Balin felt speechless. It seemed that the deputy warden of Impel Down was somewhat unreliable. "Wait, that female Navy." Deputy Warden Domino stopped the Navy and waved her hand, signaling them to stay outside. The terrain inside Impel Down is complex, and the elevator can't hold that many people. "Leave the prisoners to us. You all should head back." With Domino saying that, Balin and the Navy had no choice but to deliver Lingfeng there. "Farewell, pirate." Balin lit a cigarette, watching Lingfeng being escorted by the guards, before finally turning around and leaving with the Navy. "Hurry up." Hannibal and Domino pushed the slow Lingfeng, who walked leisurely into Impel Down. The large door slowly closed behind them, leaving only the creaking sound as darkness enveloped. And Lingfeng would soon experience the hellish baptism from levels 1 to 6. There were no prisoners on the first level. After entering the gate, there was an iron barrier, and behind it was the place for the baptism and interrogation of criminals before their imprisonment. Of course, the so-called baptism involved throwing the prisoners into 100-degree water for sterilization and disinfection. Lingfeng was comfortably soaking in 100-degree water. With his physical attributes, even without activating his demon state, he could easily bathe in it. If it weren't for being locked up with sea prism stone, he could swim freely in there. As expected of an 800 million bounty pirate, he really has some spirit. Hannibal looked at Lingfeng's relaxed demeanor and said coldly, "Make sure he enjoys every level." "Yes." Deputy Warden. Lingfeng was imprisoned and sequentially endured the Red Lotus Hell, Beast Hell, Hunger Hell, Scorching Hell, and Extreme Cold Hell. Even though his physical stats were high, after being subjected to these torments without using other abilities, he acquired numerous scars on his body. However, he didn't care at all. After being tortured for a while, he was finally thrown into level 6. As the cell door opened, Lingfeng was tossed inside, pretending to struggle and directly lying on the ground motionless. TCA thought he was some tough character. Hannibal secured Lingfeng's cell door and glanced at a nearby cell. "This guy, like you, will be taken away for execution later." "What?" The man in the cell was somewhat surprised, and beside him, a blue-skinned fisherman was also quite shocked. "Executed together with Ace? How is that possible?" "Jinbei," the fisherman exclaimed in disbelief, and Ace looked equally incredulous. That guy dares to provoke even the celestial dragons. The higher-ups personally ordered his execution alongside yours. Good luck to both of you. Port Gas Ace. Chapter 132. The storm is coming. Oh, he dares to provoke the celestial dragons? Not a bad dude. I really want to meet such a villain. Ha. Hannibal, why not let us out and we'll help you take down Magellan? Yeah. Then you can get promoted. The prisoners in level 6 shouted loudly, their tone very excited. Really? To his surprise, Hannibal seemed a bit eager to try. However, Lingfeng knew that although Hannibal usually had a casual and opportunistic work attitude, he would bravely face strong enemies in case of emergencies in the prison, showing pride in his duty. This man cared greatly for the common people and hated pirates, not because of their threat to the world government, but because of the safety of the weak civilians. "How can I let you bastards go?" Hannibal roared in anger, but the prisoners on this level only laughed heartily, showing no fear at all. Lingfeng slowly got up from the ground and leaned against the inner corner. He could sense, with his observation hockey, where the 3 pirates he wanted to recruit were located. Next, it was just a matter of waiting for the show to begin. He was waiting for the arrival of those 2 men, and then the turmoil of the era would commence. The Grand Line, Amazon Lily. As time passed, Luffy had finally managed to win over the Empress Boa Hancock without her realizing it, agreeing to the Navy's summons of the Shichibukai. However, she wanted to take Luffy into Impel Down, and Shirai Kuriko had already prepared early, ready to use her teleportation to infiltrate the Navy's warship. The Navy's Vice Admiral Mouse had been defeated by Lingfeng before, but surprisingly, he didn't die. Clearly, the physical qualities of characters among pirates were extremely formidable. I'm getting tired of waiting, Boa Hancock. The mouse had a piece of fish stuck on his knife, eating while watching the cloaked pirate empress speak. It's only you and that snake getting on board, right? That place is off limits to all pirates, including the Shichibukai. This time is an exception. There's no time. We can't stay too long. The mouse looked at the pirate empress standing on the snake's head, who had a blank expression. I understand. Just as Hancock and the mouse were speaking, Shirai Kuriko circled around to the side and first infiltrated the Navy's warship. Successfully infiltrated, really? I have to do this for that guy. Shirai Kuriko found a hiding place and took out a din mushi. Impel down. Level 6 Infinite Hell. Baloo Baloo. Lingfeng took out the transponder snail from his system backpack, quickly connected, and asked softly while hiding in the corner of the cell. Heisey, how's it going? The pirate empress has boarded the Navy's warship and should be arriving there soon. Okay, be extra careful. Don't worry. Kaiga. The transponder snail hung up, and Lingfeng cautiously looked outside the cell, noticing that no one seemed to be paying attention to him. It seemed that Luffy and the empress were coming here. Lingfeng is very excited. He will soon regain his freedom and also obtain a bug-level devil fruit. Come on, Luffy. At the Navy headquarters, Admiral Sengoku. There is news from Vice Admiral Tsuchigumo. The pirate empress, Boa Hancock, has finally surrendered and is now on her way here. A Navy officer saluted Sengoku and reported respectfully. Finally agreed, it's good that she can make it. That woman is very strong. Now, there will be 6 Shichibukai present. Dracula Mihawk, Bartholomew Kuma, Don Quixote, Doflamingo, Gecko Moria, Marshal D, Teach, and Boa Hancock. Sengoku remembered there was another Shichibukai and asked the Navy, what about the one in prison? Is he calm now? No. He seems to still firmly oppose the war, saying he is mentally prepared to be stripped of his Shichibukai title. After hearing this, Sengoku turned around, his glasses reflecting light. I thought that guy would be someone who would actively assist us. I didn't expect him to cause such a ruckus. That damn Jinbei. Admiral Sengoku was very angry. He didn't expect such a thing to happen at this critical moment. Admiral Sengoku. After the incident at Sabiti Archipelago, Admiral Kazu, including Lingfeng, captured 500 pirates to vent his anger, and now there's no time to process the paperwork for them at Impel Down. A Navy officer rushed over, sweating profusely. Let them go. Now, aside from Whitebeard's situation, don't report anything else to me. Also, the Celestial Dragon, Saint Angelou. Let the admirals handle it. Admiral Sengoku covered his head, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Where's Garp? Vice Admiral Garp. Just went to Impel Down. What? What is that man doing? Sengoku's gaze was cold. He didn't expect Garp to be so independent at such a critical time. Admiral Sengoku. Not good. Another Navy officer rushed in, reporting loudly. Whitebeard has started to move. Has he come? Is it a report from the surveillance ships? Give it to me. I will inquire personally. Sengoku pointed at the din mushi on the desk and said to the Navy officer, No. It's the 23 surveillance ships responsible for monitoring Whitebeard's main ship, the Moby Dick, and we just lost contact with all of them. What did you say? And in the New World, it seems that other pirate crews are also restless. How large is their scale? When will they arrive here? The intelligence is completely unmanageable. Sengoku listened to these reports, his teeth clenched, and cold sweat even flowed down his face. I will arrange for other surveillance ships immediately. Bang! Admiral Sengoku slammed the table heavily and said, They got ahead of us. They have already started to act? I don't know from where they will attack. During the time Ace is imprisoned, a decisive battle may also unfold at Impel Down. Quickly notify everyone. Yes. At this moment, in front of Infinite Hell, an old man with gray hair was walking heavily towards the cell ahead. This way, Vice Admiral Garp. Garp's voice was very low, and he must be feeling very heavy right now. He walked in front of Ace's cell, looking at the ladder with his hands suspended, and sighed, saying, This is truly tragic. Are you still alive, Ace? Lingfeng looked at the arrival of Garp and felt deep sympathy for the grandfather and grandson pair. Old Garp, you must be feeling terrible inside, right? Huh? Garp was looking at a distant prison cell, while Lingfeng was calmly watching him. You and Ace will be executed together later, and you still seem so at ease? Garp looked at Lingfeng, and the latter's courage to take action against the Celestial Dragons reminded him of an old rival. You are even crazier than Rox, the pirate. Chapter 133. The Escape Plan. The Port of Marineford. Because Whitebeard had eliminated all the surveillance ships, the Navy headquarters appeared quite tense. Famous and powerful navies from various places arrived one after another, gathering all the fighting power under the name of justice at the Navy headquarters. Meanwhile, in the Holy Land, Mariehua, the Shichibukai, summoned by the government, were also assigned to different battle camps. Among them, the only ones who had interacted with Lingfeng were Don Quixote, Doflamingo, Gecko Moria, and Bartholomew Kuma. Blackbeard and Mihawk had yet to come into contact with Lingfeng. Several Shichibukai gathered around a table filled with food and drinks, and a few massive figures even made the surrounding navy feel tremendous pressure. However, the one thing that was clear was that they would absolutely not unite to fight together. I didn't expect that little Lingfeng has already been captured? Doflamingo sneered as he looked at the news in the newspaper, which also printed about the previous incident at Sabaody Archipelago. Haha, I heard Moria, you were defeated by him, right? Blackbeard mocked Moria while eating a slice of pizza. Enough. I was just careless for a moment. Moria slammed the table and shouted at Blackbeard. Indeed, a crazy pirate. Mihawk had his legs crossed on the table, reading the newspaper in his hands. Kuma, what do you think? Doflamingo specifically asked Kuma, but the latter remained silent, causing Doflamingo to sneer repeatedly. Such a pity my subordinate was killed by him. I wanted to have a good fight with him. Shut up. You all say less and keep your energy to deal with Whitebeard. Vice Admiral Teru said coldly while looking at the several Shichibukai in front of her. How boring. Vice Admiral Teru, impelled down, level 6. Kill me. Ace shouted at Carp. You want me to kill you? Carp sat cross-legged outside Ace's cell, watching the latter being tortured and injured, feeling very pained inside. You idiot. It's useless no matter what you do, even if you die. Whitebeard 1T, let it go. No one can stop it anymore. We have angered the king of the sea. Lingfeng listened to Carp and Ace's words and also strongly agreed with this statement. Whitebeard Edward Newgate is not a pirate who could be easily dismissed. He is a man who can rival the pirate King Roger, and family is his dream. When Ace was captured, Whitebeard would go to any lengths to wage war just to bring back his child. It can be said that during this time, it is not an exaggeration to call Whitebeard the strongest in the world. Kaido has to take a step back. If it weren't for Whitebeard's age and not being in his peak condition, he would undoubtedly be the strongest king in this sea area. Not only is he powerful himself, but he also has a multitude of strong subordinates, with Ace being one of them. Besides Whitebeard, who else would dare to go to war with a Navy headquarters relying solely on his pirate crew? The mysterious red-haired Shanks is another story, and Kaido would only take the opportunity to ambush his territory while Whitebeard is attacking Marineford. As for the other one with epilepsy, Bigo, it's even more unnecessary to mention. Such strength can still be called one of the 4 emperors. Lingfeng felt sorrow for the strong ones of the previous era. No wonder Whitebeard said, "There is no ship that can carry me in this era." That statement reveals not only the loneliness of the kings of the last generation, but also their unwillingness to accept their twilight years. The person Lingfeng admires the most among the 4 emperors is Whitebeard. In the world of pirates, the only man he acknowledges is Whitebeard. As for Blackbeard and Charlotte Linlin, they are nothing special. Kaido and Shanks are also decent, but Lingfeng's goal is Kaido. Blackbeard, come on. Your fruit ability is about to belong to me. Lingfeng listened to the conversation between Carp and Ace, feeling increasingly excited about what was to come. As time passed, Carp had already left, and the pirate Empress Hancock and the lurking Luffy finally arrived at Impel Down. Shirai Kuriko took advantage of the crowd's inattention and quickly used teleportation to enter Impel Down. Sure enough, there were many surveillance snail cameras. Shirai Kuriko avoided the dead angles of the snails and swiftly moved downward. Otherwise, Magellan would definitely escort Lingfeng and Ace together, and they wouldn't encounter Blackbeard then. Seriously, that guy entrusted me with such a dangerous task. Kuriko was somewhat displeased, but there was nothing she could do. With her ability, this Impel Down was basically a joke. It seemed she needed to find the surveillance room first. Shirai Kuriko continuously used teleportation to evade the surveillance of the snails. Soon, she arrived at the guard's monitoring area. Is this the map and design of this prison? Shirai Kuriko looked at the surveillance screen, and with her mind, she could easily memorize all the map markers. When she saw that Luffy had started causing a commotion and Hancock was heading to the 6th floor, she began to act. Who is talking? As the guard turned around, Shirai Kuriko had already disappeared from her spot. Was it an illusion? The guard scratched his head and quickly moved through the various prison levels. When she saw Luffy being taken away, she knew the time was almost right. Soon, Shirai Kuriko arrived at the lowest level. She had to say, the ability to teleport was incredibly useful. Hey Kuriko, I'm here. Shirai Kuriko's appearance even stirred up the prisoners in level 6 of hell. Hey, little girl over there. Look this way. Oh wow, such a cute little girl. It must be really fun to play with her. Hey, little girl, come to us. We'll take good care of you. Compared to the Pirate Empress, this little girl is also pretty good. Yeah, haha. The prisoners instantly went into a frenzy. To see such a cute little lowly and impel down was rarer than winning the lottery. They had previously seen the mature and alluring figure of the Pirate Empress. And for the pirates who had been pent up for so long, seeing another woman excited them as they kept banging on their cells. Seriously, you lowlifes should just stay inside and be quiet. Shirai Kuriko, having been a discipline committee member before, was not scared by such a scene. She quickly used teleportation to arrive in front of Lingfeng's cell. Seriously, you guy. She flashed to Lingfeng's side and placed her hand on his handcuffs. The sea stone handcuffs were instantly moved to another location, and Lingfeng was finally free. Not bad. Kuriko, your ability is really useful. Lingfeng stood up and twisted his neck a couple of times. Let's go. After releasing the 3 pirates, we can hide in the level 5 newcomer paradise. There shouldn't be anyone there now. Lingfeng was calculating the time. Magellan should be coming to escort Ace soon, and he needed to leave quickly. Luffy would be arriving here shortly as well, so he had to hurry. He glanced at the pirates in the surrounding cells, and a cruel smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Since they have been so frivolous with my crew just now, I will send you on your way. Chapter 134. The Dark Fruit in Hand. Soon, the sounds of screams echoed throughout level 6 of the Infinite Hell. In particular, Lingfeng paid special attention to several pirates who later joined Blackbeard's crew. Black flames engulfed the area as Lingfeng walked up to Ace and Jinbe's cell. Sorry, Ace. I'll come back to rescue you later. As for Jinbe, let's break out together with the Straw Hat Kid. Lingfeng looked at Ace and Jinbe, retracted the black flames, and finally disappeared with Heisey again from spot. That guy, what exactly is he? Jinbe was very surprised, and Ace was even more shocked upon hearing that his brother had arrived. It turns out that what the Empress said was true. This guy's been frozen. Lingfeng looked at Bondi Valdo, who was frozen in ice, and directly used the black flame Amaterasu to release him. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The ice continuously melted into water, dripping to the ground, and Valdo's massive body slowly trembled. Where is this? Valdo gradually woke up, looking at everything around him. Oh, you're awake? World Destroyer? Lingfeng smiled at Waldo, whose strength and devil fruit abilities were very useful. Who are you, little brat? Let's cut to the chase. Time is of the essence. I can let you go, but you have to become my subordinate. Lingfeng looked at Valdo's massive body and directly. Are you kidding me, kid? Valdo laughed and said disdainfully to Lingfeng, I'll let you out first, and then come to find you later. Lingfeng didn't waste any words. He knew the man's fate would be sealed. He removed his handcuffs. Lingfeng said to Shirai Kuriko, well then, we will meet again soon, Waldo. Lingfeng did not even glance at the pirate from the previous era and headed straight for the other 2 cells. Lingfeng arrived at the cell of Baloric Redfield, a once formidable figure who stood alongside Roger and Whitebeard, now looking extremely aged. You've come? Baloric Redfield's observation hockey was remarkably strong, clearly indicating he had foreseen Lingfeng's arrival. The red count is beckoning you towards freedom. Lingfeng threw a map to Baloric Redfield, which recorded the location of Sleepy Town. There is a devil fruit you need here. Remember to go look for it. After you find it, come to the Sabeti Archipelago to find me. Lingfeng was not afraid that the red count would go back on his word. Your idol is my crew member. Shirai Kuriko unlocked the red count's sea prism stone handcuffs, and Lingfeng smiled and said to him, is that so? Baloric Redfield used Kin Bunchika Haki and could even see into Lingfeng's heart. No need to read anymore. I came to recruit you as my subordinate. Lingfeng directly stated his ambition. Baloric Redfield sneered and then walked out of the cell. The Shambati Archipelago, huh? Lingfeng and Shirai Kuriko left once again. Although the red count had aged, his observation hockey was still intact. Accompanied by the commotion caused by the Straw Hat Kid and others, he quickly departed. Finally, Lingfeng and Shirai Kuriko arrived at the last cell. Inside was the man being held, the heir of the demon, Douglas Barrett. Kid, you've certainly caused quite a stir, Barrett said from the darkness, seemingly having anticipated their arrival. Do you want me to become your subordinate? Barrett grinned at Lingfeng, who merely shrugged. No rush. Once you experience the young folks of the new era, you'll follow me wholeheartedly. Lingfeng's words were undoubtedly provocative, and Barrett's eyes instantly narrowed. An indescribable aura began to unfold. Don't get aggressive here. Time is limited. I still have to hunt others. Lingfeng smiled and unleashed his conqueror's hockey. Although the intensity wasn't enough, it was still sufficient for the weakened Barrett. As you wish. Barrett's handcuffs were removed, and this most dangerous man was set free. Then, let's go Heise hide on the 5th floor first. Lingfeng looked at Barrett and waved his hand, indicating that he would subdue the 3 crew members after finishing his other tasks. As time passed, Lingfeng seemed to have vanished into thin air. No matter how hard Magellan and the others searched, they could not find him and could only escort Ace to the Navy headquarters while dealing with the remaining escapees. After a while, Heise brought Lingfeng to the 4th floor, hiding on a high beam. Sure enough, after a chaotic battle, the Blackbeard pirates encountered Magellan head-on. Did that guy Lingfeng also escape? Ha ha ha. No worries. Let's go to his level now. Blackbeard laughed at his subordinates, but unexpectedly, Magellan blocked their way. So you are Magellan? You must be Blackbeard, right? Magellan looked at Blackbeard and his crew and unleashed a poisonous dragon attack. It hurts. What is this? Blackbeard shouted in agony as the poison dragon surged through the corridor, engulfing their entire group. Overconfident, Blackbeard and his crew were instantly wiped out by Magellan. Purple venom enveloping them and rising in thick purple smoke, ultimately leaving them all writhing in pain on the ground. Without looking back, Magellan directly pursued Luffy and the Straw Hat crew, preparing to capture them all. Let's go. Heise, the show is about to begin. Lingfeng patiently waited for Magellan to leave, watching as Blackbeard and the others lay on the ground, and Black Z instantly teleported to the ground. Point the gun. Lingfeng looked at the Blackbeard pirates, who were still struggling to survive. He concentrated his haki into his fingers and pointed at their heads, tapping them repeatedly. Goo, goo, goo. The finger guns shot out like bullets from Lingfeng, and then he kicked a few times with his gale foot, leaving Blackbeard and the others with no chance to turn the tide. Hee, although you have ambition and plans, you are too arrogant, Blackbeard. Lingfeng took out the bubble fruit and used the devil's sacrifice skill. Blackbeard's body, cut in half, quickly vanished, and a pale purple devil fruit appeared in Lingfeng's hand. The exterior of this dark fruit looked like a spiral shell of a snail, and overall it resembled a pineapple with green leaves growing on top. Ha 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 ha, Blackie, take me to level 5. 5 first, I want to eat this fruit. Lingfeng secretly put away the dark fruit and said, "A black, got it. What a hassle, really." Shirai Kuriko once again took Lingfeng and disappeared, while the Blackbeard pirates were completely wiped out and impelled down. Lingfeng and Heise were hiding on the 5th floor. The former eagerly took out the dark fruit and then activated the Demon Man state. In the original work, Blackbeard's physique is quite special, allowing him to possess 2 devil fruit abilities. Fortunately, I also have the Demon Man state. Lingfeng looked at the dark fruit. Although he was very excited, he still felt a bit worried. After all the build-up, wasn't it all for this fruit? Let's go for it. Lingfeng finished speaking without hesitation and swallowed the dark fruit whole, skin and all. Chapter 135. The top war is about to begin. Ugh. Lingfeng entered the devil form state and ate the dark fruit. A taste that was like shit filled his mouth. Damn it, if possible. I never want to eat a devil fruit in this lifetime. Lingfeng quickly took out a bottle of wine from his space and gulped it down. Just as he finished drinking, Lingfeng's eyes suddenly widened, and his whole body felt extremely hot, as if it were about to explode. Oh no! Could it be? Lingfeng gasped for breath, his body temperature so high that his skin turned an intense red, resembling Luffy in his second gear. A large plume of white steam rose from him, looking extremely terrifying. Hey, are you okay? Shirai Kuriko looked at Lingfeng's appearance, somewhat scared. And no, I'm fine. Lingfeng suddenly collapsed to the ground, rolling in pain as if his heart were about to explode. However, in the ghostly state, his self-healing ability was incredibly strong, and the pain disappeared without a trace under the suppression of his bloodline. In its place was a chilling sensation that seemed to devour everything surrounding Lingfeng. It scared me to death. I thought I was going to die. Lingfeng struggled to get up and said with some fear, "Is this the power of the dark fruit?" Lingfeng raised his hand. A surge of black energy gathered on his arm, resembling a mass of black mist. His arm turned black, and unlike the coating of armament hockey, it looked as if it was surrounded by dark elements. Ha ha ha. Let us go. Heise, from now on, I will lead you to hunt down ability users. Lingfeng released his ghostly state, and the power of the dark fruit was also withdrawn. What about my sister and the others? Have they already gone to the Navy? It should be about time. Let's go. South Sea, a small town. Only 3 hours left. Will Whitebeard really show up? Who knows? But will he really appear? Even Whitebeard must be quite old by now. I haven't seen his name in the big news for years. While 2 stall owners and a customer were discussing, An old lady holding a newspaper suddenly interrupted them. What are you guys talking about? The old lady sat on a wooden box, holding a newspaper, her expression very serious. It's precisely because he is an opponent that cannot be ignored that the Navy headquarters has gathered elites from all over and is on high alert. I believe there is an 80% chance that Whitebeard will show up. The old lady put down the newspaper and said in a heavy tone, Then, what will happen if he really appears? Who knows? I can't say for sure. You see, outside a dilapidated building. He's been a pirate for a long time, right? How could the Navy possibly lose? A shepherd with a wooden stick said disdainfully as a group of sheep grazed on the grass. Any pirate wouldn't be able to invade Marineford. A woman also agreed. That's not certain. A bald uncle with a tattoo on his head said, while puffing on a pipe. It seems like over 20 years ago, a pirate named Shiki the Golden Lion invaded Marineford and nearly destroyed half of the Navy headquarters. The surrounding people were shocked to hear this. This time might be even worse. Regardless of who wins or loses, there will be heavy casualties. The bald uncle, wearing sunglasses, took a puff from his pipe. He looked at the blue sky and white clouds and sighed. It would be great if the execution could go smoothly. North Sea, in a snowing town, in front of a bar. Hey, boss, bring me some drinks. Who has the mood to do business on a day like this? The bar owner directly refused the customer's request, speaking in a very tense tone. I don't know how big the war is going to be. Go back. If the world still exists tomorrow, I will open for business. West Sea, inside a bar. Don't compare him to an ordinary old man. Just a year ago, we could only see this man sitting there. A pirate with a lost right foot turned into a prosthetic. He placed one foot on the table and gulped down a drink to numb the fear he once faced against Whitebeard. Seeing him, we gave up hope of living. Grand Line, in a certain tribe, is Whitebeard really such a terrifying pirate? Even children know about him, and they sing while jumping rope. 2 adults watched several children jumping rope, singing. Pirate Whitebeard is scarier than a ghost. In the distance, a nun was praying to the sky. God, where is this world headed? Navy headquarters, Marineford. In the large town where most of the Navy personnel's families live, the residents have already been persuaded to take refuge. People are watching the live progress of the public execution on the big screen in the refuge at Sabeti Archipelago. Reporters and photographers gathered from all over the world are on high alert to relay the news to the world as soon as possible. There are 3 hours left until the execution begins. The crescent-shaped harbor and the entire island are surrounded by the entire fleet. In the harbor square, large groups of Navy personnel are gradually gathering, with colonels from 4 seas and numerous lower-ranking sailors densely filling the entire square. The total number has reached 100,000. Some of these Navy personnel are running back and forth. Some are transporting ammunition and weapons, and some are adjusting the cannons on the warships. The entire square is filled with an atmosphere of extreme tension. Do not let your guard down. No matter what, there are only 3 hours left. Everything will end then. Oh, in the square, a Navy officer shouted to boost morale, and all the Navy personnel raised their arms. Their deafening responses filling the entire area. The bay is filled with countless heavy artillery, and from the port, one can see the 5 notorious pirates holding the key to the battle at the forefront of the army. Pirates, the 7 warlords of the sea, Bartholomew Kuma, Gecko Moria, Don Quixote do Flamingo, Dracula Boa Hancock. And what the Navy doesn't know is that Blackbeard has been killed by Lingfeng. And former warlord Crocodile and the pirate Jinbei are breaking out of prison with Straw Hat Luffy. Chapter 136, The War on the Top, 1 Gulp. Navy soldiers couldn't help but swallow hard when they saw the few warlords at the front. Everyone turned around and saw 3 tall men draped in justice cloaks walking slowly to the execution platform. It's the Navy admirals. What's going on? This suffocating sense of oppression. The Navy personnel were sweating and trembling all over. Guarding the execution platform is the strongest fighting force of the Navy headquarters, the 3 admirals. Navy admirals Akiji Kazan, Akainu Sakazuki, and Kizuru Borsellino. The 3 admirals sat in their chairs, with Kizuru and Akainu even crossing their legs. These 3 have all fought against Lingfeng, and can be said to be Lingfeng's greatest opponents on the side of justice. One intense sense of oppression. With the admirals here, what is there to fear from a pirate like Whitebeard? With all 3 admirals present, we will surely achieve victory. Oh, watching the 3 Navy admirals guarding the execution platform, countless Navy personnel raised their arms in cheers, and morale reached an unprecedented peak. 8 giant Navy vice admirals also stood behind the warlords, looking like pillars guarding the Navy headquarters from a distance. The atmosphere is becoming increasingly tense, and along with the Navy's heightened alertness, Two executioners are escorting a man with an exposed upper body and a string of red prayer beads around his neck onto the execution platform. What's going on? Where's the other person? Where's the pirate Lingfeng? Sengoku looked at Ace, who was alone, and directly questioned the Navy. The sudden turn of events was broadcasted live, and everyone noticed that the pirate Lingfeng, who was said to be executed together, was not being escorted to the scene. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, there is currently an unprecedented jailbreak happening in Impel Down, and the pirate Lingfeng is missing, while the Straw Hat Kid Luffy and other escapees are heading this way. A Navy soldier whispered to Fleet Admiral Sengoku, if this news gets out, it will undoubtedly slap the Navy in the face. The so-called impregnable Impel Down is now experiencing such a shocking incident. We must seal this information first and execute Ace. Yes, Sengoku instructed the Navy soldiers. For now, we can only release the heavy news and shift everyone's focus to Ace. Carp, I want to reveal everything. Is that all right? Sengoku said ahead, and upon hearing this, Carp turned his head away, his expression extremely grim. Do as you please, I'm going down. Carp walked down the stairs and stood side by side with Vice Admiral Tsuru. Meanwhile, Sengoku stood on the execution platform and ordered the two guards with knives, step aside. Yes, the two guards quickly moved aside with their bayonets, standing respectfully to the side. Sengoku took out a loudspeaker transponder snail, took a deep breath, and his voice amplified through the speaker. I have an important announcement regarding the execution of Port-Gas-D, Ace today. This statement made all the Navy personnel in the square raise their heads. It's not your fault. Below the execution platform, Vice Admiral Tsuru looked at Carp, whose face was very dark, and said lightly. Carp was taken aback and then laughed. At times like this, women are indeed more gentle, little Tsuru. Sure enough, with Sengoku building suspense, the fact that Lingfeng was not brought along for the escort was temporarily suppressed, and everyone's attention was focused on Ace. Ace, tell us your father's name. Fleet Admiral Sengoku looked at the kneeling Ace and said in a heavy tone. Ace was momentarily taken aback by the question. His expression darkened. And after a while, he replied word by word. My father is Whitebeard. That's right, it can only be Whitebeard, no one else. No, Sengoku rebutted loudly, leaving everyone watching the execution stunned. We had searched tirelessly for that island, just because we heard there might be a man's offspring there. Based on the minuscule information obtained by CP9 and that slight possibility, we investigated all the newborns and their mothers, but we still found nothing. It's no wonder, because your birth was a product of that woman's life, a painstaking effort on her part. This deceived our eyes and the eyes of the entire world. Sengoku paused, and everyone held their breath, listening intently to this matter. Everyone had a premonition that what Fleet Admiral Sengoku said next could cause a stir in the world. You were born on an island called Batarilla in the South Blue, and your mother's name is Port-Gas-D Rouge. That woman exceeded our imagination and spent 20 months nurturing her child. When she gave birth to you, she died from exhaustion. 1 year and 3 months after your father's death, a child inheriting the world's most evil bloodline was born. You cannot possibly not know this. At this point, Carp's expression was very grim as he lowered his head, recalling the moment when Roger entrusted the child to him. Your father is the Pirate King. G-O-L-D, Roger. When Fleet Admiral Sengoku said this, the entire venue fell silent. Fire Fist Aces, the bloodline of the Pirate King? Countless Navy personnel shouted, and all the Navy members fell into panic. Smoker was sweating, biting his cigar, staring at Ace on the execution platform, speechless. Tina silently took a puff of her cigarette, her expression very serious. Beside her, Bellamy's cigarette even fell from her mouth, looking astonished. The several warlords at the port also had expressions of disbelief. The 3 Navy admirals sat in their chairs, silent. All the reporters in Sabeti Archipelago watching the live broadcast couldn't help but swallow hard. Then, chaos erupted. This is big news. Hurry and notify headquarters. Prepare to issue a special edition. Still alive? The bloodline of the Pirate King. A reporter with a shadow on his face dropped his notebook. That big villain actually has a child. The legend of G-O-L-D. Roger continues. Luckily he was caught. What a relief. The child of the Pirate King must be extremely vicious. If we catch him and put him up for auction, how much money could we make? Haha. This execution is truly the best show. Is Fire Fist's strength inherited from his father? Is he also looking for One Piece? Regardless, Fire Fist is doomed, because he is about to disappear from this world. In Sabeti Archipelago, bubbles continuously rose and burst, and the reporters, pirates, civilians, women, and nobles watching the live broadcast were all discussing this matter. Chapter 137. Marineford War 2. Isn't he Luffy's biological brother? Empress Boa Hancock murmured in confusion as she looked at Ace on the execution platform. Oh, Don Quixote Doflamingo said with a playful smile. The biological son survived? This is truly a miracle. Anyone related to Roger should have been executed by now. Moonlight Moria shouted excitedly. I thought his father was Dragon, since he is Luffy's brother. Just as I thought, what is going on? Aren't they biological brothers? Navy members Kobe and Balumeb whispered, sweating profusely. Vice Admiral Carp looked up at the glaring sunlight, recalling Roger saying years ago that the child in her womb was innocent. 2 years ago, when you set sail with your mother's surname, Portgas. As the captain of the Spade Pirates, you captured our attention with your outstanding strength and speed across these seas. Roger's bloodline has not actually been severed, but at the same time we noticed this, Whitebeard, in order to train you to become the next Pirate King, allowed the son of his former rival to come aboard his ship. No, Sengoku was saying this when Ace suddenly interrupted him with a loud shout. I boarded that ship to help my old man become the Pirate King. You're the only one who thinks that way. Admiral Sengoku interrupted Ace's rebuttal coldly, saying, the fact is that we cannot act against you at will. It's only because you're being protected. If we were to ignore this, you would surely realize your potential to stand at the pinnacle of the Whitebeard Pirates. Therefore, taking your head here today has significant meaning. Sengoku's eyes, visible behind his glasses, were extremely cold, and then a smile crept across his lips. Even if it would lead to an all-out war with Whitebeard, it would be worth it. Oh. Sengoku's last words ignited the fighting spirit of all the Navy, and everyone raised their arms in cheers. Reporting, Admiral Sengoku. At that moment, a Navy soldier ran over, shouting loudly at Sengoku above. The gates of justice have opened without any orders being given, and we can't contact the power room. What? How could it open? Sengoku was very surprised, but now didn't seem to be the time for his surprise. All the Navy turned their gaze toward the sea. On the calm surface of the water, mist hung in the air, but they could vaguely see that a large number of ships seemed to be appearing. The 43 subordinate pirate crews under the Whitebeard Pirates were all heading towards the Navy headquarters. However, the ship of that man, Whitebeard's Moby Dick, was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, bubbles rose from the surface of the sea in front of the port, and clearly, a massive object was slowly emerging from the water. Splash! A coated pirate ship, resembling a whale, burst forth from the seabed, creating huge waves, and one after another, ships with bubble-like coatings appeared right in front of the port. So it was coated in. No wonder there was no trace. Sengoku's expression darkened. He didn't expect Whitebeard to have this trick up his sleeve. For pirate ships appeared in front of the port, and on the giant ship facing the Navy headquarters, there stood a massive figure at the bow. Just standing there, that figure brought immense pressure to the Navy. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, Gurura, Sengoku, it's been decades since we last met. Whitebeard, holding the Tsong Yuncut, stood at the bow of the ship, laughing heartily at Sengoku. Whitebeard, Sengoku looked at him with a serious expression. Old man, Ace, seeing Whitebeard emerge, struggled to stand up, but was held down by 2 guards with bayonets. Ace, my son, hold on a little longer. Whitebeard glanced at Ace, then thrust the Tsong Yuncut into the ship's bow, crossing his arms at his abdomen. The air around them seemed to tremble. Bang! As Whitebeard's fists moved apart, the air where his fists struck shattered, creating a massive shockwave that spread throughout Marineford. What? What is this? A shocked and terrified Navy soldier watched this scene, his body trembling uncontrollably. On both sides of Marineford, a gigantic tsunami surged toward them. At that height, if it fell, it would surely engulf all of Marineford. The sea trembled, shaking the ocean. Admiral Sengoku was sweating profusely, staring at the approaching tsunamis in disbelief. Countless Navy soldiers stared blankly at the oncoming tsunami. Everyone was stunned. It was like a scene from the apocalypse. Even if we have the numerical advantage, don't be overconfident that we will win. In the end, it might be us who fail, because that man possesses the power to destroy the world. Admiral Sengoku warned the Navy loudly, but his words only increased their fear. Below the execution platform, one of the 3 admirals, Akiji, looked up and suddenly disappeared from his seat. Akiji used Suru, appearing at the center of the tsunami, extending his hands to the sides, and from his palms, 2 ice spikes quickly shot out, piercing into the sides of the tsunami. Ice Age. Starting from the ice spikes, the seawater froze instantly upon contact, forming 2 massive icebergs around. Gurura, Akiji, you little brat. Whitebeard laughed heartily at Akiji in the sky. Impressive, what a monstrous man. Above Marineford, Lingfeng transformed into a gust of wind, watching the battle below with Haizi. I wonder who has stronger ice abilities, Esther's or Akiji. You'll find out soon enough, honestly. Heizi covered her skirt to prevent Lingfeng from seeing. Stop covering up. I'm not that kind of person. Less nonsense. The sisters have already made contact. Oh, are they coming soon? Lingfeng smiled, realizing that he would soon be making an appearance with his companions. Unfortunately, the coating would take at least 3 days, but it should just barely make it in time. Lingfeng looked down at the ice blocks, waiting for the appearance of the Gale and his companions. By the way, were those 3 pirates really fine after being released? Weren't you planning to subdue them? At this moment, Heizi had nothing to do and asked Lingfeng. Don't worry, those 3 are all headstrong individuals. If we were to subdue them right away, they would definitely be unconvinced. Lingfeng smiled. The most important thing right now is the battle at the top. Has Drake already gone to the New World? My sister said that he has followed your orders and has gone to Wano in the New World first. Very good. Lingfeng nodded. It seemed that when the time came to infiltrate Wano country, there would be more confidence. Bururu bururu, bururu bururu. Hey, Esteth. We have already infiltrated the seabed and can launch an attack at any time. Alright, but there is no rush. Let us watch the good show for a while first. I can hardly hold back. Lingfeng, with so many strong enemies, you can't just let me watch. Don't worry, Esteth. Later you and Mikoto will handle the 2 admirals. Akiji will be left to you, Kizaru to Mikoto. As for Akane. Lingfeng said this, glancing at the enormous iceberg below. The red dog has been handed over to me. Chapter 138. War on the Top 3. At this moment, on the battlefield below Marineford. 2 ice spears. Several ice spears appeared around Admiral Akiji, quickly shooting towards Whitebeard. Bang! Whitebeard threw out a punch, and with a crack, the ice spears and Akiji's body shattered together. Akiji's shattered body turned into ice elements, falling into the sea. However, his entire body still floated on the surface of the sea. From the moment he fell onto the sea, the water in that bay completely froze, rapidly turning into a frozen ground. Bombard! Destroy those frozen ships for me. The Navy Vice Admirals began issuing orders, determined to sink the Whitebeard pirates' ships. Oh no! Now it will be a bit difficult for Esther's and the others to come up. Lingfeng looked down at the ice below and couldn't help but smile. Haha! Being frozen is great. We have a place to stand. Let's go, brothers. The pirate captains continuously jumped onto the ice from their ships. Bang, bang, bang. The Whitebeard pirates near the port also opened fire at that moment, and a large number of black cannonballs quickly flew towards Marineford. Just as the cannonballs approached the port, several figures suddenly leaped through the air and flashes of blades appeared, cutting all the black cannonballs in midair before they exploded. Those figures slowly landed at the port. They were none other than the vice admirals of the Navy. Some of them had fought with Lingfeng before. So many vice admirals together. I've never seen this before. However, facing Old Man and us is a different story. Ha ha ha. The pirates on the ship were not afraid, but rather very excited. Granny Tsuru, step back a bit. It's not safe here. Leave it to us. The one carrying a sword, Fire Mountain, said, seemingly worried about Vice Admiral Tsuru's safety. Yes, let's handle this here. Jimmel covered his chest, where Lingfeng had cut him, and he could still feel a burning pain. Stop with that, kids. I'm also a Navy officer. Vice Admiral Tsuru looked at the pirates on the ice and slowly said, moreover, even if we retreat to the ends of the sea, there will be no safe place. Don't panic. Prepare to crush them. Charge! With a loud shout from the Navy, all the Marines in the port roared and jumped down, rushing towards the pirates on the opposite side. However, at that moment, everyone felt a chill. They turned to see a man known as Hawkeye drawing his huge black sword from his back. The pirate Empress and Doflamingo both looked at the man beside them. Kizaru watched this scene with great interest and said, this is quite rare. That maverick Hawkeye actually wants to join the fight? Akainu's face darkened, and he looked somewhat incredulous. What? Are you going to join? Doflamingo said at Hawkeye's back with great interest. I just want to see how big the gap is between that man and us. No matter how strong someone is, just seeing his gaze would make them tremble and unable to move. Truly worthy of being called Hawkeye. The Empress quietly observed Hawkeye beside her, with a hint of appreciation in her eyes. I wanted to meet him for a long time. Any swordsman would consider him the strongest man and want to duel with him once. This is the instinct of a swordsman. Vista, the flower sword, looked at Hawkeye with eager anticipation, his tone very excited. Hawkeye's gaze was fixed on a man in the distance as he slowly drew the black sword Yuru. Is that the legendary black sword? Smoker and Tashiji turned to look at Hawkeye and the huge black sword in his hand. To be precise, is the black sword Yuru? Tashiji pushed her glasses up to her forehead, her tone very serious. One of the 12 supreme grade swords in the world. That pitch-black blade is a chaotic flower T-shaped sword. Only the strongest swordsmen in the world are worthy of such a famous sword. Lingfeng watched this scene from high above. Even from such a great distance, he could feel the oppressive force of the black blade and the sharp sword intent of Hawkeye himself. Is this the man known as the greatest swordsman in the pirates? Lingfeng observed Hawkeye from a distance, itching to draw his sword and challenge him right away. You better not. Sister Siko and Sister Akame are both being guided by this man. Don't offend him, reminded Shirai Kuriko, who was being supported by Lingfeng. Don't worry. My black sword hasn't been perfected yet, and I definitely can't compete with him in swordsmanship right now. However, Lingfeng was really looking forward to the day when his black sword was completed combined with his breathing technique, and wondered how much of a chance he would have in a one-on-one duel with Hawkeye. Just then, Hawkeye swung his sword casually, and a massive slash moved across the ice towards Whitebeard. That green slash even vertically shattered the entire ice surface, heading straight for Whitebeard. Countless big shots were watching the strike closely, eager to see how Whitebeard would respond. Whitebeard remained unfazed, even smiling. Boom! At that moment, a gigantic figure blocked the slash, then raised his hand to redirect the attack into the sky. Diamond Jozu, the man known as the most expensive, appeared. Jozu looked up and gave Hawkeye a provocative smile. At that moment, the pirates charged toward the front line of the Marines, sending them all flying. Now is not the time to be looking around, Marines. Brothers, charge straight ahead. Oh, the pirates were high-spirited, raising their weapons as they rushed towards the execution platform. In an instant, the scene below was filled with flashes of blades, cannon fire, and gunshots, creating chaos. Ace, sweating and filled with regret, watched this scene unfold. Sengoku stood calmly with his hands in his pockets. Truly foolish. Are they breaking through head-on? He picked up the transponder snail and directly commanded artillery units target the enemy ships and the following pirates. Yes, sir. The frontline soldiers must completely stop them from reaching the plaza. Understood. Sengoku methodically issued commands as the Marines continued to fire, the air filled with the smell of gunpowder. However, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates led the charge, completely suppressing the frontline soldiers. Really, as expected of the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. They're all as strong as monsters. Admiral Kizuru stood up from his chair, hands in his pockets, lazily watching below. If they wanted to minimize losses, they could only capture the king first. After saying this, Kizuru transformed into a flash of golden light and disappeared from a spot. Yada no Kagami. Kizuru suddenly appeared in mid-air, crossing his arms, aimed at Whitebeard, and in an instant, unleashed countless golden lasers. Hey, why is it so dazzling? Whitebeard said, somewhat displeased as he looked at the dazzling lights in the sky. Just then, a large bird flickering with blue flames flew in front of Whitebeard, blocking the barrage of golden lasers. The Admiral's attack was actually blocked. What's going on? What is with that body wrapped in blue flames? The Marines exclaimed loudly as they looked at the brilliant golden light in the sky and the blue bird, a mythical beast type, even rarer than a natural type. Kizaru was quite familiar with the Devil Fruit and the Little Horse. Chapter 139. The War at Marineford 4. The Swift Wind Pirates, making their appearance. Mythical beast type? Which mythical beast should we hunt then? Lingfeng looked at the little Ma go below, recalling the Devil Fruit users of the Zoan type from One Piece in his mind. The Admiral Kizaru is so powerful. Can my sister and I hold him off later? Shirai Kuriko asked Lingfeng while looking at the formidable Kizaru. You don't need to defeat him head-on. You know Misaka's hacking abilities, right? Of course. Who knows Sister Misaka better than I do? Kuriko said proudly with her arms crossed. Well then, the pacifists and the bear men have already been modified. As long as the railgun hacks the data of those electronic machines, they will be our troops later. Misaka Makoto's hacking abilities are unique in Academy City, let alone in this slightly technologically backward world of pirates. You really know us well. Ha ha. After all, I'm a fan of all of you. Lingfeng smiled and understood his summoned partners very well. Let's continue to wait for the appearance of the Straw Hat Kid. We'll go down together. All right. At this moment, below, Marco transformed into the Phoenix and flew into the sky, while Kizuru continuously shot out golden flashes. However, the latter flew in front of Kizuru and directly executed a hook kick. This move was effective. Kizuru raised his left hand to block the kick, seemingly mocking as he said, "Stop lying." Boom! Kizaru was kicked away, turning into a golden flash and landing on the ground. Bang! Ice shards flew everywhere, and the golden flash was blinding. He actually knocked Mr. Kizaru away. Impossible, this isn't real. Mr. Kizaru, the Navy cried out in terror. only to see the golden light continuously condensing, and Kizaru instantly appeared in front of the navy. It seems it won't be that easy for us to directly attack the yellow dragon. Kizaru, with his hands in his pockets, looked at the phoenix Marco in the sky and smiled. Marco also provocatively smiled back at Kizaru, who turned around and raised a hand, commanding, "The giant army needs to pay attention to the sky too." The war below was intensifying, and Lingfeng looked at the battlefield with great interest. Such a grand scene was rare to see. I wonder if his death will fall ill from this. Lingfeng recalled the combative female general and couldn't help but chuckle. Has the Straw Hat Kid not arrived yet? Heisey, feeling bored, played with his twin ponytails, yawned, and said, "He should be here soon." Lingfeng looked at the sky and saw layers of black shadows. "Damn, be careful. Hey Z, let's go up a bit." Lingfeng cursed under his breath as Akainu activated his skill. Great eruption. Akainu's fist, like molten lava, smashed down on the ice block, completely melting it away. The fist shot upwards, transforming into a massive meteor shower of fire, quickly crashing down. Boom, boom, boom. The lava fell like bombs among the pirates on the icy surface, instantly flipping countless pirates over. Some of the lava even exploded on several ships at the port, destroying them all. The meteoric lava continued to rain down, with one piece flying directly towards Whitebeard, who stood still before it. Clang! The blade of Kanji Unki easily pierced through the lava, and Whitebeard smiled, blowing out a breath that extinguished the flames burning on it, leaving only a black stone behind. "Gulalala, go light the candle for the birthday cake, little magma," Whitebeard said dismissively to the arrogant Akainu. "Don't you like lavish funerals, Whitebeard?" Akainu retorted defiantly. The battle continued to rage on, and Lingfeng, watching the heated battlefield below, was already eager to join in. Just then, a series of screams echoed from the sky. Ah! Lingfeng looked into the distance and saw a naval warship falling from the sky above the battlefield, not far away. "Finally, you've arrived, Luffy." Lingfeng watched as the warship descended, knowing it was his turn to make an appearance. In the high sky, a figure could be seen, wearing a straw hat and speaking in a booming voice. Alongside him were Crocodile and Jinbei from the former warlords of the sea, Revolutionary Army officer Ivankov, the Luck of the Conqueror's hockey captain Buggy, and a group of vicious criminals from Impel Down, all of whom were also falling to the ground. "Let's go, Heisey. It's our time to shine." Lingfeng smiled, took out the phone bug, and told his death she could come out. Finally, he could fight against the strong ones in this world. It seemed that his death could hardly contain herself, and Lingfeng silently prayed to Akiji. This was his death, who had already learned to use armament hockey. If she unleashed Mo Kuwu Liang, Akiji would be in serious trouble. On the icy battlefield, the fallen battleship landed accurately in the water, creating a gap caused by the large ice block raised by Jaws. The battleship fell into it and was split in two. That was the former Shichibukai, Crocodile, and the pirate Jinbei. That big-headed guy. It was the Revolutionary Army officer Ivankov. And that Straw Hat Kid. What's going on? How did these people become a team? The Marines shouted in confusion, but no one recognized Buggy. Whitebeard. Old Crocodile elementalized and flew behind Whitebeard, giving him a grim smile. "Long time no see. You seem to have aged a lot." Bang! At that moment, he was blocked by the water-soaked Straw Hat Kid, Luffy. Old Crocodile was astonished. He didn't expect Luffy was already ready to fight him. Just as Luffy and Whitebeard were declaring their hockey, a blue hurricane soared into the sky. The surrounding giant icebergs were shredded by the hurricane, turning into a flurry of ice blocks that continuously fell. Could it be? Balin felt a bad premonition upon seeing this scene. That guy, could it be? Akainu looked up at the figure slowly descending from the sky. This guy has finally appeared. How terrifying. Kazura looked at the elementalized figure, his tone becoming somewhat serious. "Oh dear, troublesome guys are showing up one after another." Akiji looked at Lingfeng descending from the sky, his expression very grave, because he knew the latter was more dangerous than the Straw Hat Kid. At the same time, the ice blocks on the ground were shattered by a blue electric flash. Under the seawater, something seemed to be rushing out. Bang! The ice surface cracked, causing some pirates and marines around to fall into the water. A coated pirate ship surged up, sliding across the ice surface for a while, then knocking a group of people away before finally coming to a stop. Is this the war of this world? Not bad, it suits my taste. Isdeth stepped onto the deck with her long legs, drew her rapier, and looked around with excitement. I'm so bored down here in this dark seawater. The priestess Yushiwa yawned, with 3 swords inserted at her waist, 2 of which were Lingfeng's Demon Blade and Ghost Blade. Wow, so many people. Misaka Mikoto looked at the surrounding pirates and marines, her body crackling with electric sparks. Feeling a bit excited, the Marineford War, the Windstorm Pirates, make their entrance. Chapter 140, Death vs. Akiji. That little brat has finally come before me. At this moment, Doflamingo's forehead was bulging with veins, as he had always remembered Lingfeng's previous killing of his subordinate. Is he the young pirate rumored to have killed Rox? That guy really did escape from prison. Admiral Sengoku stood beside his death, his eyes fixed on Lingfeng, filled with apprehension. Luffy, how could it be? Death looked at the Straw Hat Kid in disbelief, not expecting her brother to have made it here step by step. Luffy. Garp was sweating profusely. His own grandson had actually come to such a place. Hey, Luffy, if you want to save your brother, I will have my comrades take you over later. Huh? Lingfeng suggested to Luffy, but Luffy just looked at him. Got it, thank you. Luffy, in the matter of rescuing Ace, didn't he act willfully, but rather agreed in a surprisingly obedient manner. Boom! At this moment, behind them, naval warships were approaching on the ice, with Battleship Peach surrounded by pacifists, coordinating with the Navy on the front to trap this group of pirates inside. Sister, Heisey. At that moment, Shirai Heisey flashed onto the ship Yuden, and the two exchanged glances. Heisey quickly disappeared with the cannon's sister. Well then, I leave the ship to you, I'm off first. Death said to Xing Xue, directly charging towards the battlefield ahead. Sai Lingfeng's sword. Xing Xue was somewhat speechless. This group was leaving one after another too quickly. With Lingfeng's appearance, Sengoku on the execution platform began to feel increasingly uneasy. Quickly cut off the live broadcast signal. We can't let this pirate appear in the public eye, especially those celestial dragons. We must not let them know. Sengoku looked at Lingfeng and Whitebeard, slowly saying, from now on, we just need everyone to know about our Navy's victory. Yes. A naval officer respectfully saluted, opened the Den Mushi, and shouted to turn off the live broadcast. At this time, the soldiers on the front line were quietly retreating as the pacifists were closing in. Bear? Is it Bear? What's going on? The Revolutionary Army's Ivankov looked at the silent Bear, who suddenly opened his mouth and shot out a laser. Death glare. Ivankov blinked his big eyes, and a shockwave rushed towards the laser. Calm down, Bear. Even you would make me angry. Although I don't know what your relationship with Bear was before. This guy has been completely transformed by the world government. Now he's just a puppet. At this moment, Don Quixote Doflamingo was jumping in the air and then arrived in front of Lingfeng. Finally, we meet, little brat. Lingfeng looked at Doflamingo, whose fruit ability was indeed quite tricky. Mingo, I don't have time to play with you for now. Lingfeng smiled, his body transforming into a hurricane, directly flying towards the execution platform with Luffy and a group of pirates. Don't think about running. Super Strike Whip. Doflamingo extended his palm backward and sprayed dozens of nearly transparent thin threads from it, then intertwined these threads to form a thick column resembling hair, which he threw towards the hurricane that was Lingfeng. TCH, what a hassle. Lingfeng, unable to summon the wind wall without his sword, directly threw the Straw Hat crew members out, letting them run ahead. Luffy, Jinbei, Ivankov, you go first. I'll handle Kuma and Doflamingo. Lingfeng looked at the relentless Doflamingo chasing after him and said to Luffy and the others behind him without looking back, all right, thanks, Windboy. Luffy expressed his gratitude seriously, but habitually gave Lingfeng a nickname. Lingfeng watched as Doflamingo charged at him, gathering a hurricane beneath his feet, and his body shot out like a cannonball, aiming a punch directly at Doflamingo's face. Spider's Nest. Doflamingo waved his left hand forward, releasing numerous spider silk threads that formed a spider web, successfully defending against Lingfeng's punch. A Logia user, huh? Doflamingo sneered continuously, his body flickering in the air as he raised his index finger and retracted the others, causing the fine threads generated from his fingertip to shoot out at high speed like bullets, infused with armament hockey. Bullet line. The sound of puffs echoed as Lingfeng's eyes flashed red, utilizing observation hockey. His fingers also gathered wind blades, shooting them out to counter Doflamingo's bullet lines one by one. Bang, bang, bang. A violent gust of wind swept between the two, lifting nearby pirates and marines into the sky. That pirate can actually hold his own against one of the 7 warlords, Doflamingo. A Logia user, huh? What to do? This guy is too strong. The marines exclaimed in fear, feeling a sense of dread from Lingfeng's oppressive aura. Over there, that woman. Look, how could it be? Admiral Akiji. In the distance, Admiral Akiji was sent flying like a cannonball, an ice-blue figure standing tall, holding a western sword, looking bloodthirsty at Akiji. Hey, stop playing dead. Get up quickly. Death adjusted her hat, glancing at the fallen Akiji with a cruel smile. Oh my, what a terrifying woman. Admiral Akiji emerged from a pile of ice rubble, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, his expression grave as he stared at the woman before him. Death's jade hand slowly reached out, her ice blue hair blowing in the wind, her cold eyes narrowing slightly as her long legs stepped firmly on the ground. Crack, crack. Instantly, ice emitting countless chills spread from beneath her feet. Soon, the Crescent Bay and the square of Marineford were frozen into an icy landscape once again. What is that? The power of a devil fruit? But that ice fruit is Admiral Akiji's ability, right? Was the information from the news true? Countless Marines watched this scene in disbelief, unable to believe that Death actually possessed the same power as Admiral Akiji. Death lightly raised her hand, freezing the water vapor in the air, turning it into countless ice arrows. In an instant, countless ice arrows fell from the sky like a rain of arrows. Suddenly, screams filled Marineford. Don't act recklessly. Admiral Akiji leaped up, gathering cold energy in his right arm, releasing an ice bird that blocked all of Death's ice arrows in its path. Saved. No. Look. Death snapped her fingers, and a massive ice ball appeared above Marineford Square, blocking out the sunlight as it plummeted rapidly. Hailstorm Strike. Chapter 141. The Invincible Electra Princess. Ice Meteor. Not good. Run. Help. The Marines were terrified by Death's power, their legs trembling, losing even the courage to resist. But Akainu was very displeased. If anyone runs, I'll kill them. The Marines are not allowed to have deserters. Akainu roared, then looked at the huge ice ball in the sky. Magma Fist. Akainu transformed his arm into a lava fist, unleashing volcanic-like power directly at the massive ice ball with a punch. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The huge ice block melted rapidly upon meeting the high-temperature magma, and the ice ball exploded, quickly shattering into countless ice shards. An admiral indeed has some skills. Death watched Akiji and Akainu, her body rapidly disappearing. She raised her long leg and delivered a heavy kick to Akainu's face. Don't be so arrogant, pirate. Magma Dog. Akainu roared, using Magma Dog, quickly extending his lava arm to attack Death, who raised her western sword covered in armament hockey and ice, directly blocking the attack. Bang! Akainu's massive body was sent flying, transforming into a fiery red figure that crashed into the square of Marineford. Impossible! Admiral Akainu. Death was holding her own against two opponents, instilling unparalleled fear in the Marines. Is that all? Death looked at Akiji, who was eyeing her closely, realizing that the Marine admirals here overly relied on their devil fruit powers, falling short in physical combat compared to her. Akiji, right? Go ahead, continue. PX1, what happened? Sabaody looked at the now motionless pacifistas with a puzzled expression. I've erased all their commands. At this moment, Misaka Mikoto flashed onto Kuma's shoulder under Shirai Kuriko's ability. Nanny? Sabaody looked at the immobile pacifistas. These were the Marines' ultimate weapons. This is the real deal, right? Yes. Big sister. Kuriko looked at the only different Kuma and brought the railgun girl over. This will be fine. The railgun girl's arms crackled with electricity, linking to Kuma's body. In an instant, these pacifistas and the modified Kuma became her forces. Kuriko, take a few to our windbreaker ship. Yuki might feel a bit pressure alone. Seriously, I'm just using them as tools, but since it's my big sister's order, it's not like I can refuse. Yes, hurry up. The railgun girl looked at Kuriko with some fondness. Although Kuriko was always infatuated with her, she never made a mistake when it came to business. These guys. Sabaody looked at Misaka Mikoto and Shirai Kuriko, sweat appearing on his face. Please don't fight me. You're not my match. Misaka Mikoto smiled. Although she looked cute, her words were quite infuriating. What did you say? I can't beat you. Sabaody roared angrily while carrying a giant axe. Ugh. The railgun girl waved her hand, and countless swords and firearms gathered in front of her on the battlefield. Take this hit. If you don't die, consider yourself lucky. The railgun girl launched forward, and instantly, an incredibly thick electromagnetic cannon left a residual image in the air, producing a terrifying laser cannon that generated a fierce wind, sending nearby Marines and pirates flying into the sky. Boom! The thunderous electromagnetic cannon roared like a thunder dragon, and Sabaody's eyes reflected the scene like divine punishment, ultimately being engulfed by the beam of light. Well, next, I'll just stand here and take a break. The cannon girl commanded the pacifists and the bear, directly heading towards the Navy's front line. Lasers shot out, which were originally the Navy's ultimate weapon, but now turned into the enemy's killing tool. Galala, are all of that little brat's companions this strong? Whitebeard looked at Lingfeng's companions, showcasing their skills, and laughed happily. It's truly terrifying. Has my student, Sabo, been defeated? Kizaru, with his hands in his pockets, transformed into golden light spots and appeared in front of the cannon girl. Little girl, have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? As Kizaru spoke, he gathered golden flashes on his leg, ready to kick the cannon girl. Poofing. The bear's fruit ability activated, instantly teleporting the cannon girl away. Oh, the bear actually has consciousness? Kizaru kicked into thin air, surprised as he looked at the distant bear and cannon girl. Thunderstrike. Misaka Mikoto shouted, and the lightning strike, moving at the speed of light, shot towards Kizaru's face. Covered in haki, Kizaru quickly used observation haki to turn into light and dodged. It's truly terrifying, the power of lightning. Even if Kizaru was lazy and unmotivated, he still had to be alert when facing another lightning user. Light speed, indeed a bit tricky. The cannon girl observed Kizaru. He was probably the most difficult fruit user among the three admirals. Light speed is no joke. Once Kizaru gets serious, it's hard to say what will happen. Bang, 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 bang. At this moment, Lingfeng and Doflamingo were fighting together, both unleashing their fruit abilities, and the surroundings were off limits. What's wrong, Lingfeng? Is that all you've got? Ha! Don't get me wrong, I just don't have my sword with me. Otherwise, a small fry like you would be an easy target. After a collision, they quickly separated. Little brat, you're really arrogant. Aren't you too? The veins on Doflamingo's forehead looked like they were about to explode, and suddenly a violent red airflow swept out. Lingfeng's gaze was icy, and a stream of indigo energy clashed with it. Conqueror's haki. Lingfeng and Minggu were at a stalemate, their conqueror's haki clashing and even creating a thunderous effect around them. The snowflakes conjured by his death were completely stirred up. Interesting, you little brat actually have conqueror's haki? Surprised, huh? Original celestial dragon? The two conquerors' haki powers collided, with Lingfeng being slightly weaker, but it didn't matter. His Hurricane Fruit ability could enhance his conqueror's haki, making it equal to Mingji's. You little brat? How do you know? Minggu, fighting to the death between us right now is meaningless. We both know in this war, you and I are not the main characters. Lingfeng did not answer Mingji's question, but instead suggested, why don't you just relax here for now? If you and I end up competing for a higher position, what will happen to the trade and management of Kaido's country? Why take it so seriously right now? Lingfeng's proposal made Minggu unusually serious. You killed my subordinates. They're my family. You still want to leave here alive? Is that so? Then there's nothing we can do. Lingfeng smiled and quickly transformed into a hurricane, disappearing from his spot. Xing Shui, throw me the knife. Lingfeng flew in front of the windstorm and shouted at Xing Shui. Chapter 142. Lingfeng versus Akainu. Xing Shui looked up, directly drew the two knives from his waist, and threw them to Lingfeng. If you insist on seeking death, then you can't blame me. Lingfeng restored his human form, and a pulling force emanated from the palm of his hand, catching the twin swords. He inserted the two swords into his waist and turned to look at the relentless Doflamingo. A terrifying man. Doflamingo felt a sense of vigilance as he saw Lingfeng draw his sword. It seemed that engaging in a real fight with you on this battlefield would become very unprofitable. Doflamingo quickly analyzed the pros and cons. With his subordinates and companions absent now, it was clearly not worth it to fight Lingfeng to the death in this top war. Kid, if you head to the New World, I will definitely come looking for you. Doflamingo stepped on the air and flew away. It seemed he was temporarily retreating from Lingfeng. This guy really knows how to assess the situation. Lingfeng squinted his eyes as he watched the departing Doflamingo, then turned his gaze with the sword towards the battlefield where his death was. At this moment, Akainu saw Luffy and the others running towards the execution platform and disregarded his own men below. The Marine Admiral stepped forward, his hands erupting with hot magma, and raised his arms towards the sky, shouting furiously, "Meteor volcano." Massive magma fists shot into the sky like a meteor shower, only to fall back down like a volcanic eruption, raining down scorching magma stones. Boom, boom, boom. As the magma fell, pirates and submarines who had not retreated in time were blasted down, the ice began to melt, and the pirates lost their footing, once again plunging into the sea. Magma, huh? Isdeath snorted coldly. Just as she was about to freeze the ground again, Akiji flashed in front of her. Clang! Akiji exhaled a breath of cold air, forming an ice knife that covered his armament haki to block Isdeath's western sword. Now that's more like it. Isdeath was very excited. exerting force with both arms as they struggled against each other. Aokiji was surprised to find that this woman was terrifyingly strong. What exactly is your goal? Are you allies with the Straw Hat Kid and Whitebeard? Aokiji asked while holding the ice knife, clashing with Isdeath. Just the captain's orders. I'm just here to witness how strong you top-tier fighters really are. Isdeath kicked with her long leg, and Aokiji proactively elementalized. The former used Shave to disappear from her spot, while the latter used Observation Haki to track Aokiji's figure. Aokiji immediately unleashed Ice Age. Too slow. Isdeath quickly flickered in the air, and an ice wall blocked Aokiji's cold air. For a moment, the two ice-type users were evenly matched. Aokiji actually losing to a woman like her. Admiral Akainu watched from afar as Aokiji and Isdeath continued their verbal sparring. I wonder who just got kicked away by Isdeath. First, kill the Straw Hat Kid. Akainu looked at Luffy, who was still running, and just as he was about to take action, he saw Mihawk blocking Luffy's path. Where are you looking, Red Dog? Akainu was about to pursue when Lingfeng suddenly appeared beside him. A thin mist mixed with a gentle breeze condensed the surrounding chill. Breath of Mist. Second form, Misty Sea. Accompanied by the appearance of this mist, Lingfeng launched a series of high-speed slashes in a straight line. Akainu's eyes narrowed, and he covered his arm with armament haki, continually raising his hand to block Lingfeng's slashes. Second form, Eightfold Mist. A rapid 8-slice attack forced Akainu to dodge. Using observation haki, but even with such swift slashes, he was still grazed by Lingfeng's strike. Admiral Akainu. How could this be? That guy actually injured the Admiral. How is this possible? The Marines watched the battle of the monsters in shock, realizing how terrifying a clash of natural abilities could be. Damn pirates. Don't get too arrogant. Dark Dog. Akainu quickly threw a punch, but Lingfeng's figure transformed into mist and vanished. Such strange movement made it difficult for Akainu's observation haki to catch. This guy, has he become stronger since Judicial Island? Akainu quickly scanned the surroundings, but did not find Lingfeng's figure. Seventh form, Hazy. Lingfeng appeared strangely at Akainu's side, but his knife swing seemed to have become very slow, looking as if it were in slow motion. A flash of red light flickered in Akainu's eyes, and his observation haki reached its peak. In his view, everything around seemed to slow down, while Lingfeng's previously sluggish movements disappeared in an instant. An illusion technique? Akainu turned his arm into lava, shaping the molten arm into a dog head that continuously stretched, searching for Lingfeng's figure. You little brat. Don't think such tricks can fool me. You're still far from it. Dog bite Red Lotus. With a furious roar, Akainu saw Lingfeng's figure appear, and he blocked it with his knife, as the lava-formed dog head kept biting at his demon sword, Mingyan. As expected of a Marine Admiral, not only did he block my shadow flame at the first moment, but he could also perfectly locate my hidden body. Lingfeng's arm exerted force continuously, and the demon's sword trembled incessantly, as if it were emitting sounds of pain. Damn it, Amaterasu! Lingfeng quickly activated his Kaleidoscope Sharingan to block the attack from the lava dog. Otherwise, his demon blade felt like it would be melted by Akainu's magma. No wonder. Is this the reason why the Mera Mera no Mi is restrained by the Magu Magu no Mi? Lingfeng's body flew backward, distancing himself from Akainu. He raised the demon's sword in his hand to examine it. There was already a slight scratch on it. The high temperature of the magma was actually able to suppress all flames. Is this the law of power in the world of pirates? Lingfeng sheathed the demon's sword and looked down at Akainu. It seems that when dealing with an admiral, one cannot be the slightest bit careless, and using the power of a natural-type devil fruit would likely lead to a protracted battle. What to do? Lingfeng murmured to himself, but Akainu didn't give him a chance to hesitate. What's wrong, damn pirate? Is this not acceptable? Don't get me wrong. I'm just considering whether to use my trump card against you. Akainu unleashed a jet of magma from his feet, quickly soaring towards Lingfeng in the sky. Stop talking big, brat. Haha. Anyway, I've already achieved my goal. Lingfeng smiled and temporarily gave up the idea of using the ghostly state and the dark fruit, because he had already seen that Luffy was almost at the front of the execution platform. Next, he would rush upwards to Ace. Even without using the abilities of the shadow, our three would still join Luffy to save Ace. Blackbeard was already dead, and as long as he could hold off Akainu later, this battle would come to an end. Lingfeng watched as Akainu charged towards him, his right arm continuously expanding into a terrifying magma fist, which was hurled at Lingfeng. Breath of Wind, 9th form, Vaishravana Typhoon. Chapter 143, Luffy's Conqueror's Haki. Lingfeng flipped his body in midair, unleashing sharp wind blades from above. The enormous wind blade collided with Akainu's magma right fist, and in an instant, a wave of scorching wind swept through, causing all the surrounding marines and pirates to raise their hands to shield their eyes. That pirate could actually hold his ground against Akainu. Is that the guy rumored to have killed Rox? The madman who tortured the celestial dragons live in Sabaody Archipelago. It's great that this guy is now our ally. The Whitebeard pirates cheered, and with such strong reinforcements, especially when the 3 marine admirals were held back by Lingfeng and his companions. Even Whitebeard let out a sigh of relief. Earlier, he had been stabbed by Squard, putting an even greater strain on his already aging body. Ace, wait for me. At this moment, Marco, seeing this scene, flew directly toward the execution platform. However, just as he reached the front of the execution platform, that man made his move. Hero Carp. Bang. Little Marco was sent flying by Carp's powerful punch. Carp, no one is forcing you to act. Enough with the nonsense. After all, I'm also a Marine. After Sengoku spoke, Carp landed below the execution platform, sitting in the central position of the Admiral. If you want to get through here, you have to take me down first, brats. Hero Carp. Has that man finally made his move? The man who clashed with Roger back in the day. The pirates looked at Carp with some fear, but Whitebeard just smiled. Don't be afraid. He is just an old soldier. Carp looked at Whitebeard, who wore a bold smile, and his lips also curled into a confident grin. On the execution platform, Admiral Sengoku looked down at the entire battlefield, his expression very grim. Akainu and Lingfeng were fighting against each other. Akiji was being suppressed by his death. Kizaru was dealing with Misaka Mikoto and Kuma, as well as Marco and others. The situation on the battlefield was not optimistic. The pirates' morale was clearly rising. Although the Marines had the numerical advantage, if this dragged on, the casualties would only increase. Execute early. Yes, Admiral Sengoku. At this moment, Sengoku could no longer care about Carp's face or the execution time. He wanted to crush Ace's momentum right here. Meanwhile, in a corner of the battlefield, Buggy and others were lurking around. In such a terrifying and dangerous battlefield, only a fool would rush to the front. Of course, they were sitting back comfortably in the rear. However, behind Buggy, there was a group of criminals who had come out of Impel Down, each with a bounty higher than his, and they all followed him devotedly. So he couldn't really escape and could only grit his teeth and drag it out for a while. Good. Aim the din mushy at Whitebeard's direction. Soon, I'll let the whole world know how I, Buggy the Clown, took down Whitebeard's head. Buggy said proudly, holding a few throwing knives and giving orders with great enthusiasm. As the din mushy, which had been wilting in the seawater, regained its vitality, Buggy prepared to aim at Whitebeard, ready to start a live show. The live broadcast that had been cut off by Sengoku earlier was finally reconnected. And as soon as it started, those who had been anxiously waiting finally saw the footage. It was a blood-soaked battlefield, and at the center of the battlefield were Lingfeng and Whitebeard and others. At this moment, it was also when Sengoku ordered the execution to be carried out early. Execution. Yes. Stop. Just then, the roar of the Straw Hat Kid echoed. And it was Luffy's voice, carrying a kingly aura that shocked everyone, even causing time to seem to pause. After a brief moment of stillness, whether it was pirates or marines, even the 2 soldiers about to carry out the execution were stunned by this momentum. Sengoku stared incredulously at the kid wearing the straw hat, his eyes filled with shock. Could that be? Oh, how terrifying. Admiral Kizaru looked surprised and glanced at Luffy. Hey, no way. Akiji blocked Isteth's attack, turned to look at Luffy, and cold sweat dripped down his face. Conqueror's Haki. Lingfeng looked at Luffy and nodded with satisfaction. Well done, Luffy. Just leave the rest to me. Luffy continued to push forward relentlessly, but a terrifying killing intent emerged in Akainu's eyes. He must leave the Straw Hat Kid here. Gulalala, it seems I really am getting old. This world belongs to the young now. It seems I must protect these flames here. Whitebeard looked at Lingfeng and the others, then at the Straw Hat Kid, who kept shouting brother, and made a decision in his heart. Just as he was about to give the order, a sudden pain shot through his heart, and the tall, burly man staggered. Good opportunity. Whoosh. At that moment, Kizaru gathered laser energy at his fingertip and directly pierced through Whitebeard's massive body. You've been a bit careless, Whitebeard. Damn it. Mikoto Misaka continuously fired her railguns. But Kizaru's speed was just too overwhelming. It took time for her to gather the railgun, and Kizaru's mobility was far superior to the other 2 admirals. Just then, Akainu unleashed a flurry of powerful punches at Lingfeng, who raised his hand to summon a whirlwind and counter back at him. Heck, kid, you won't be able to protect that old man. Lingfeng's eyes narrowed as he sensed Akinu's magma giant fist with his observation haki, and he quickly shouted, "Get out of the way, Whitebeard." However, at that moment, Whitebeard was clutching his chest, looking extremely pained. Bang! The magma fist was deeply embedded in Whitebeard's chest, and the scalding magma surged into his body, causing it to start swelling. This had the same effect as the shadow flame. Akinu's magma was continuously damaging Whitebeard's internal organs. Hurricane dance. Lingfeng's fist condensed into a hurricane. There was nothing he could do about this scene. Whitebeard's body was already unable to bear the burden, and now he had been stabbed by his own men. Coupled with Kizaru's occasional sneak attacks, it was inevitable that Akinu would take advantage of the situation. Blood seeped from the corner of Whitebeard's mouth, but he did not fall. He still gripped Song Yun Chia tightly. "What are you doing? Go kill him now." At this moment, Sengoku was giving orders from a high position, and the surrounding navy finally came to their senses. Some of the captains who were fighting the navy hurriedly retreated, but it was already too late. Bang! 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 Hiss! 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 Boom! The sounds of bullets, swords, and cannonballs were incessant. During the time Whitebeard was suffering from his illness and injuries, the navy quickly launched their attacks. However, even so, this man still stood tall. "Dad, don't worry about me." Whitebeard's eyes were fierce, and with a sweep of Song Yun Chia, the surrounding navy were all sent flying. With just one strike, he cleared a vacuum around him. "Everyone, go help the Straw Hat Kid." Chapter 144, Ace's Rescue. With a loud roar, Whitebeard commanded the surrounding pirates. "Follow Dad's orders," Marco shouted, and although he felt reluctant, they were here to rescue Ace. Luffy, Ace's brother, was still fighting hard, and they naturally had to follow the orders of their captain, Whitebeard. At this moment, Straw Hat Luffy had already dashed to right below the execution platform, and next to him was the Revolutionary Army officer Ivankov, from whose large head of hair emerged a man dressed in yellow. This man, with hands that looked like scissors cut into the ground, instantly creating a staircase that connected the execution platform with Luffy. That's the Revolutionary Army's lightning. The Navy looked on in amazement at this miraculous scene. Luffy ran up the staircase, and everyone was shouting, "Go, Straw Hat Kid! Get to Ace!" The cheers from the crowd had made Straw Hat Luffy the center of attention. That man, despite his own lack of strength, was able to make everyone around him become his companions one after another. Mihawk's eyes were fixed on Luffy's back as he muttered to himself, "This man possesses the most terrifying power on the sea." Just as Luffy was running toward the execution platform, the Navy hero Garp jumped in front of him, blocking his path. "Luffy, I can't let you pass here." "Grandpa, move out of the way," Luffy shouted. "You brat, how could I? I'm a vice admiral of the Navy. Long before you were born, I was fighting against pirates. If you want to pass through me, you'll have to defeat me here. There is no other way." Garp shouted back at his grandson. Only those who knew him understood how much reluctance lay behind his words. Garp tightened his fists, his face grim as he looked at the rushing Luffy. "Straw Hat Luffy, you and I are enemies now." At this moment, memories flooded his mind of the time when he carried the young Luffy on his back, with the latter asleep on his broad shoulder. That scene felt like it was just yesterday. "No, I can't do it, Grandpa," Luffy shouted in resistance. "If you can't do it, then get out of my way." Garp clenched his fists and threw a punch at Luffy, who also extended his rubber arm and smashed his fist into Garp's face. Bang! Garp fell to the ground, while Admiral Sengoku's expression darkened. "Garp, you really can't escape the bonds of family." "Ace!" Luffy shouted as he punched his grandfather away, his eyes focused solely on Ace above the execution platform. Lingfeng looked at this scene and finally breathed a sigh of relief, because he knew that on that staircase, apart from Luffy, no one else could get past it. The strength of Vice Admiral Garp was well known to all, as he was the man who had once driven the pirate King Roger to the brink of despair and had also defeated the Rocks pirates. Even though he was older now, his strength had not diminished. This was acknowledged by the original author, stating that Garp's strength would not weaken with age. In other words, even if Lingfeng flew up there, he would only be knocked down with one punch. He was not arrogant enough to challenge Vice Admiral Garp at this moment. At least until he learned Flowing Cherry and Haki, he absolutely would not provoke Garp. At this moment, the Straw Hat Kid had also arrived at the top of the execution platform, pulling out the key Hancock had given him, preparing to unlock Ace's handcuffs. However, Kizaru pointed his finger directly, and a golden laser shot through Ace's handcuffs. What? Not good, Luffy thought to himself, realizing the danger. At this time, Admiral Sengoku squinted his eyes, a glint of cold light flashing beneath his glasses, his body radiating golden light. Human fruit, mythical beast type, Buddha form. Why am I fainting here? Suddenly, a guard on the execution platform woke up, rubbed his head, and asked himself in confusion. Huh? Straw Hat Kid? This person was R3, who had disguised himself as an execution guard, standing there for the sake of his fallen comrades. Rubber rubber balloon. Luffy looked at the enormous Buddha of victory and inflated his belly, transforming into a rubber ball to protect Ace's body. 3 also cast a candle wall to block under the rubber balloon. Bang! With one punch from the Buddha of victory, the execution platform collapsed directly. Damn it. If I disappear, Luffy turned into a child and fell down with Ace. The key? The key made of sea prism stone? 3 looked at Ace falling beside him, continuously forming a key with candle wax in his hand. Kill them for me, Sengoku commanded from the side, and the other Navy members began to attack. Bang bang bang. Countless explosive bullets flew in, raising a cloud of black smoke. Boom! Suddenly, a wave of scorching red flames erupted from within the smoke as Ace's fire fist burst forth, driving back the surrounding navy. Seriously, you were such a troublesome guy before. Luffy. He. Luffy, with his signature sunny smile, was very happy that Ace had escaped. All right, we can retreat now. Lingfeng smiled. Since he had turned Brook into his companion and taken away the black blade, Chiu Shui, along with obtaining the dark fruit by creating chaos and impel down with the Straw Hat Kid Luffy. Now he just needed to help him rescue Ace and find a way to stop Akainu. He still had to repay the favor, even though the Straw Hat Kid was unaware of it. If Akainu continued to chase him down like in the original story, then Lingfeng would have to expose the powers of the dark fruit and kill him right there. You damn pirates. None of you are getting away. Akainu was getting anxious, and Lingfeng knew he was about to start his speech. Shut up, Red Dog. No one wants to hear what you have to say. Lingfeng stood in front of Akainu, unwavering as he stared at him. Damn brat, get out of my way. It's you who should get lost. Lingfeng's arm transformed into a raging hurricane, his fist striking towards Akainu like a torrential storm. Don't get too complacent, brat. Akainu roared, his fists also turned to magma, fiercely collided with Lingfeng. The two roared madly, their elemental arms clashing like afterimages, violently colliding together. Under the collision of magma and hurricane, this area felt as if the apocalypse had arrived, filled with a scorching storm of lava meteor showers. Bang, bang, bang. The ice surface around shattered completely, and Akainu and Lingfeng seemed to have gone mad, their determined momentum making it clear they intended to kill each other here. All the Marines and pirates were now focused on this battle. If Ace's rescue was the climax, then the fight between Lingfeng and Akainu was the final showdown. Old man, let's hurry and go. Ace has been rescued. Marco reacted at this moment and shouted loudly to Whitebeard. However, Whitebeard, staring at Lingfeng battling, slowly shook his head. You all go, I'll stay here. With a bold smile, Whitebeard opened his clenched fist. Listen up, Whitebeard pirates. I must bid you farewell here. You all return to the New World and come back safely. Do you understand? This is the final order from your captain. The coming era belongs to you young ones. I am a remnant of the old era. There's no ship in the new era that can carry me. Whitebeard slammed his fist into the ground, unleashing the power of the Tremor Fruit. Suddenly, Marineford erupted with countless roars, as the entire island seemed to shatter under this force. With Whitebeard's strike, a massive crack opened in the ground, separating Whitebeard from the rest of the pirates. Old man. Ace wanted to turn back at that moment, but was pulled back by Jinbe. Do you want to let that man and the pirates still holding the rear, along with all the injured comrades who lost their lives, and in vain? Jinbe shouted angrily at the desperate Ace, while Luffy had already fallen asleep, having gone through too many battles and hormone injections from impel down to here. Now that Ace had been rescued, the tension in Luffy's body finally relaxed. Jinbe is right. Ace, Dad is actively covering for us. At this moment, the sea stone on Marco's arm was also removed, and he looked at the man who still stood tall before him, tears welling up in his eyes. The Whitebeard pirates must retreat. We cannot let Dad's intentions go to waste. As the captain of the First Division, Marco knew that Whitebeard's body was already at its limit, especially after suffering such serious injuries just now. Hearing Ace's cries from behind, Whitebeard smiled and said slowly, Ace, have I been a good dad all this time? Of course. Ace's tears burst forth, his voice heart-wrenching. At that moment, he felt immense regret. Meanwhile, Misaka Mikoto commanded Kuma to use instant transmission, bringing herself and Kuriko back to the Thousand Sunny. Isdeath, come back first, Mikoto shouted, while Isdeath and Akiji were still fighting together. However, Akiji was covered in numerous fine sword wounds, panting as he looked at Isdeath. You're a monster, you know that. Thanks to you, I've gained a bit more understanding of ice abilities. If there's a chance, let us have a real match next time. Death smiled. Although she still wanted to continue fighting, it was already time to retreat, as Lingfeng had said. You think I would let you go? What else would you do? Death chuckled softly, her long legs pressing down on the ice surface as she leaped into the air, her ice-blue hair dancing in the wind, looking incredibly ethereal. Don't think about escaping. Just as Akiji prepared to chase, he suddenly noticed a layer of black mist appearing beneath his feet. What is this? Whitebeard's eyes widened suddenly. In his area, near where Lingfeng and Akainu were battling, a strange black smoke began to rise. Is that Blackbeard? Ace looked at the familiar black smoke and the black mist underfoot, reminding him of the fruit ability Blackbeard used on Bonero Island. You bastard. Akainu looked at Lingfeng in surprise, who had already entered his demon form and activated the powers of the dark fruit. Die here, Akainu. I'm going to claim your fruit ability. Lingfeng drew the ghostly blade, Void Moon, and the terrifying eye of the demon fixed its gaze on Akainu, who felt a chill run down his spine. You've actually taken away Blackbeard's power? Hey, guess what? Lingfeng smiled softly. Compared to the madness when using the Hurricane Fruit, he now seemed to have gained a bit of steadiness and calmness. Dark acupuncture. Lingfeng used the ability of the dark fruit to release darkness over a wide area towards the ground, as the buildings of Marineford were continuously being consumed by him. Playing tricks. Akainu's arms had already been elementalized, his right arm slightly bent, and the boiling magma transformed into a dog head, which opened its mouth wide and charged towards Lingfeng. Lingfeng did not dodge Akainu's attack. Instead, he stepped forward, quickly performing a draw and cut technique. Breath of the Moon. First form. Dark Moon Night Palace. The speed of the draw was so fast, it was almost invisible, and along the path of the slash, numerous black crescent blades were emitted. The demon blade cut through the magma, aiming for Akainu's neck. Only then did he react. Ah! Akainu let out a muffled groan as blood gushed out. His own arm was severed by Lingfeng's strike. Breath of the Moon. Sixth form. Solitary Moon of a Long Night. No interruption. Lingfeng's ghost blade slash focused on the wounds of Akainu, delivering a series of rapid, intersecting slashes with countless crescent blades. Akainu hurriedly canceled his elemental transformation and rolled backward several times. You pirate are more dangerous than Ace and Whitebeard. Flames and magma ignited on Akainu's arm, and the wound at the severed limb continued to burn, accompanied by the smell of charred flesh as it brutally healed. However, this extreme Marine admiral showed no signs of pain. Instead, he glared angrily at Lingfeng, determined to eliminate him here. Lingfeng rushed forward quickly, taking advantage of his injury to claim his life. Dark Dog. The remaining arm of the red dog quickly launched a powerful punch aimed at Lingfeng's face. Dark Water. Lingfeng smiled faintly, and dark energy continuously gathered in his left hand. The black light there seemed to transform into a fan, absorbing all the power of the lava. What? Akainu looked in disbelief as his power was devoured. The power of the dark fruit was indeed too restraining for devil fruit users. It was your obsession that brought you to this point. Goodbye, Akainu. Lingfeng absorbed the fruit ability of Akainu, then slashed with a knife. Moon breathing. Eighth form. Moondragon's tail. Lingfeng slightly crouched, holding a knife in his right hand, and unleashed a massive horizontal slash towards the front. With a single stroke, the enormous crescent moon slash seemed to sweep away everything ahead, and countless circular moon blades continuously flew towards Akainu's body. Swish! Akainu's body was cleaved in half by the gigantic sweeping slash. Even a Marine admiral could not survive in such a situation. Your devil fruit ability is now mine. Lingfeng looked at the half remains of Akainu, his eyes filled with no compassion. When Akainu killed those innocent people, he never showed mercy to others. As the black mist on the ground dissipated, a man's figure slowly emerged from the scorching storm under everyone's gaze. Lingfeng released the ghostly state, holding half of Akainu's body in his hand and directly throwing it in front of Whitebeard. Admiral Akainu. This is impossible. The Marine's eyes gradually widened, filled with undeniable fear. Whitebeard, from now on, the Marines are in your hands. It is an honor to fight alongside you. Lingfeng brushed past Whitebeard, who stood in place and suddenly laughed heartily. Thank you, kid. However, the one Roger is waiting for will definitely not be you. Lingfeng. Lingfeng smiled and waved his hand, transforming into a hurricane and flying away. Chapter 146. Demon Hunt. This scene was captured by Buggy's broadcast, leaving people around the world stunned before fear could begin to spread. Whitebeard slammed the Tsongyun hard against the ground, scanning the terrified navy and the children in the distance who were tearfully reluctant to part. Also present were Carp and Sengoku, along with two admirals still pursuing the pirates. Whitebeard recalled the time when he asked Roger about the meaning of D, and Roger had told him everything. One day, those who inherit Roger's would appear. Whether it be Ace or that Straw Hat Kid, their flames would not be extinguished, continuously passed down from the distant past, and one day in the future. There would be someone who could bear the weight of hundreds of years of history and challenge this world. Whitebeard, your world government is fearful of the great battle that will one day engulf the entire world. Although I have no interest when that treasure is discovered. The world will be turned upside down. Someone will find it. That day will eventually come. Whitebeard's dying words made Sengoku's face darken like water, his body trembling uncontrollably, knowing that what that man said was the truth. At that moment, the indomitable man shouted with his last breath, "One Piece truly exists." This sentence erupted like thunder, resonating in every corner of Marineford. Everyone watching the live broadcast clearly heard this statement. "You bastard." Upon hearing this, Sengoku immediately cursed Whitebeard. What a long journey it has been. Whitebeard slowly closed his eyes, reminiscing about the time when he was alone, finding one pirate after another like family. He also recalled when he was young. The people on the ship were curious why he had no interest in treasure, and he simply replied, "I have a treasure I have always wanted, and that is family. Farewell, children." Everyone noticed that the man known as the world's strongest was standing there, having lost his last breath of life. This man died standing. The cloak behind Whitebeard was carried away by the wind, his back smooth and bare. Although dead, his spirit remained unyielding. His body, riddled with wounds, still displayed the heroic posture of battling against enemies, truly embodying the name of a monster. In this battle, he suffered 267 sword wounds, 152 gunshot wounds, and 46 cannonball hits. Nevertheless, his back still radiated dignity. It should be said that throughout his life as a pirate, he left behind no shame of fleeing. Behind that smooth back, apart from the tattoo of the Whitebeard pirates, there was not a single scar. Lingfeng returned to the gale, looking at the man's unwavering figure from a distance. "Let's go. Let's leave this place." Lingfeng looked at his latest system skill and showed a satisfied smile. Demon Hunting. Evolved from the previous Demon Sacrifice skill, it utilizes the ability of the Dark Fruit to absorb the powers of deceased Devil Fruit users and convert them into Devil Fruits. The time of death for the Devil Fruit user's corpse cannot exceed 30 minutes. Lingfeng looked at the system backpack, where a fully crimson Devil Fruit lay quietly inside. It is a natural type Devil Fruit, the Magma Fruit. Lingfeng took away Akainu's abilities, rather than giving them to this paranoid Justice Admiral. It would be better to give them to that foolish boy who never refuses anyone's request for help. However, at this moment, due to Whitebeard's death, the Whitebeard pirates seemed unwilling to leave. Despite Whitebeard having issued the captain's order, Ace was fighting against the Marines as if he had gone mad. "Enough already!" Marine Kobe shouted with tears streaming down his face, his voice hoarse. "This is enough. Whitebeard is dead, and if this war continues, there will be no good outcome. The Marines have suffered countless casualties. Even an admiral has died. Please, don't waste any more innocent lives." The entire battlefield seemed to fall silent. Hey, we can't let those pirates go just because we lost an admiral. Unfortunately, your idea is good." Akiji was staring at the Shi-Wind pirates in the distance, sensing that if they allowed Lingfeng and the others to leave in time, they would surely become the greatest threat to the Marines in the New World. Just as Akiji was about to pursue, a man raised his sword to block his attack. "Well done, young Marine. This bit of time is enough to save many lives," the man who stopped Akiji said with a smile. It was red-haired Shanks. Behind him, a group of fierce pirates was watching everyone intently. "Red-haired, you bastard!" Luffy was led astray by him. Carp shouted angrily at Red-haired. "Ace, Marco, stop fighting. Since Whitebeard is dead, carry his name and continue living in these seas." Red-haired shouted at Ace while looking at Luffy in Jinbe's arms. "Don't think about running. Sakazuki can't die for nothing." At this moment, Kizaru was also preparing to pursue Lingfeng and the others, but a man aimed his gun at him. "Don't move, Kizaru." "Oh, Ben Beckman." Kizaru raised his hands in a somewhat playful manner, as if he was intimidated by this man. Red-haired Shanks tightened his grip on his one-handed sword Griffin and shouted to everyone, "If there are still those who haven't had enough fun, then let's entertain them." Behind Red-haired stood a group of cadre members, looking very imposing. "Otherwise, just do me a favor and let this war end here," Red-haired said, looking at Sengoku. who was also staring at him with an uncertain expression. At this moment, Lingfeng unleashed a hurricane, wrapping the Thousand Sunny and directly flying it into the sky. What happened next was no longer his concern. Rescuing Ace was already the greatest gift he could give to Luffy. Let's go. This war should come to a temporary halt. As the Thousand Sunny took to the skies, everyone's attention was once again captivated. The pirate ship actually flew up. The powers of a Logia user are indeed terrifying. That guy killed an admiral and even attacked the celestial dragons. The Navy would definitely not let him go. What will the world government do? Regardless, on the pirate side, the most fearsome Whitebeard is dead, and on the Navy's side, an admiral has fallen. This war can only be described as too tragic. Yes, everyone watching this live broadcast had grim expressions, not only because of Akainu's death, but also due to Whitebeard's last words. Those words reignited the fighting spirit of pirates who had somewhat given up on searching for the One Piece. This means that the pirates going forward will only become crazier, and this era will undoubtedly face tremendous upheaval. Lingfeng and the Straw Hat crew will also be at the center of this era's storm. Chapter 147. Heading to Amazon Lily, the brutal Marineford War has ended, accompanied by countless sacrifices and the deaths of the Yonko Whitebeard and Admiral Akainu. The Whitebeard pirates, with Ace as the acting captain, have set sail for the New World. With Whitebeard's final words, the entire world has descended into chaos, filled with pirates committing arson, murder, and robbery. The admirals have also personally gone into battle, pursuing pirates everywhere. In the damaged Marineford, Fleet Admiral Sengoku suddenly made a shocking decision. He appointed Admiral Aokiji to take over his position. Not only that, but they also began recruiting soldiers, starting the world recruitment for admiral candidates. Currently, Admiral Peach Rabbit is temporarily acting in the admiral role. Aokiji has become the fleet admiral of the Navy, and Marineford is undergoing constant repairs, with the new Navy headquarters relocated to the original Navy G1 branch in the New World. Additionally, it is said that many vicious criminals have escaped from Impel Down. One of them, named Bondi Wald, is currently a significant headache for the Navy. The Navy headquarters held a meeting and ultimately decided to summon the 7 warlords to capture this man, known as the World Destroyer. At this moment, Lingfeng, along with Ace and others, arrived near Amazon Lily. Sister Shaki, these pacifists will be our absolute weapons for guarding the ship in the future. Lingfeng looked at the several bear modifiers on the ship and nodded with satisfaction. Of course, but I won't be doing the repairs. Let's let Uncle Linus handle it when the time comes. Misaka Makoto shrugged her shoulders, indicating that she wasn't very skilled in robot maintenance. Hopefully, he'll learn more over there, so he can properly modify the Gale. Lingfeng smiled, seeing Xing Shui looking at the tyrant bear with starry eyes. Clearly very fond of the robot. Xing Shui, are you really a priestess? I should say, are you really a girl? Shirai Kuriko looked at the constantly exclaiming Xing Shui, covering her head, speechless. Kuriko, look, it's a robot modified by the 7 warlords. I know. You've said it hundreds of times. Kakue, Lingfeng, and the other side. Xing Shui's energy was just so abundant that Lingfeng almost forgot how cold she looked back on Shining Island. It turned out to be an act of aloofness. Her true nature was that of a jokester. Lingfeng, are we going to capture that guy now? Isdef looked at the distant seagulls and blue sky, where it seemed to be a windless zone. With my fruit ability, I can pass through here. The black-haired girl from Daughter Island should be quite familiar with it. Lingfeng looked at Shirai Kuriko, who nodded. It's pretty similar to our academy. All girls, but those girls have such big breasts. What? All of them have big breasts? Peiji was very concerned about this topic and nervously asked Kuriko. Yeah, the Pirate Empress is indeed a beauty, but compared to my big sister, she's far behind. Kuriko still liked Peiji the most, rubbing against her. Kuriko. ZZ. This discipline committee member was charred from the electric shock. As for Wald, he had been locked away for 30 years and in a frozen state. He thought the world was still the same as before, only to be defeated by Luffy. Lingfeng recalled this powerful pirate who, due to being out of touch with the world, was defeated by a teenager and even forgot his original goal. Then let me defeat him. Isdef looked at the distance with a very combative spirit, and Lingfeng nodded. With your words, you'll probably be able to handle him soon. Lingfeng is quite confident in Isdef's combat abilities. Lovely captain, are you so sure about your future wife? Isdef suddenly blushed and said in a very shy tone. I didn't. Wait, Isdef, when did I hear that Lingfeng is your future husband? Cannon's sister stomped her foot, getting anxious. You little girl, just don't talk. Wait until you're like me before you speak. Isdef immediately restored her icy beauty image and coldly snorted at Cannon's sister. What? Cannon's sister clearly got furious, with lightning surrounding her hair. No, 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 both of you calm down. Lingfeng walked to the middle of the two and hurriedly tried to mediate. No wonder he is the man I have my eye on. He is so gentle with his companions. The queen of changing faces, Isteth, covered her blushing cheeks and said in a soft and cute tone, Hey, Isteth, I'll defeat that Valdo later, and you mustn't. Mustn't call Lingfeng your husband or anything. Mikoto Misaka's face turned redder as she spoke, and her voice became softer. For her, that Tsundere, to say such things was like a self-explosion. Aka e mibiaka, fine. Isteth readily agreed, and Lingfeng watched the two of them, silently mourning in his heart. Valdo, you better pray for yourself. Lingfeng used the power of the Hurricane Fruit to propel the Wind Chaser forward, and soon arrived at the territory of Daughter Island. Ruscana seemed to be in the northwest direction of Amazon Lily. That guy was the one who attacked Luffy here. Lingfeng calculated the time. Waldo was about to come here to find the pirate empress, but ended up not finding her. Instead, beating up Luffy and leaving behind a life paper. As a result, Luffy and the empress went to find him and gave him a beating. Is that the pirate empress's island? Isteth looked at the distant Amazon Lily, feeling somewhat excited about meeting the empress. They hadn't fought each other on the battlefield before, so she didn't know what level this woman was at. Both Isteth and the empress were tall and beautiful, and in terms of figure, they were both very sexy. In terms of strength, Isteth was probably superior. After all, the empress's fruit ability should be of no use against Isteth, whose brutal personality wouldn't be petrified by the empress's beauty. On the contrary, Lingfeng might be petrified as well as Haizi. It was indeed rare that you weren't discovered before. Lingfeng looked at the charred Haizi, who had infiltrated the Navy's warship and stayed by Hancock's side, clearly demonstrating strong stealth abilities. Of course, you think I'm like you? Haizi stood up, covered in blackened marks. It seems your observation hockey has improved quite a bit. Lingfeng looked at Haizi with great interest. The latter was petite, and if her observation hockey training was good, that would be great. I don't know. It just seems like sometimes I can hear some voices, but I don't know whose they are. Is that so? Lingfeng nodded. It was clear that Haizi had trained her observation hockey well, but her strength was somewhat lacking. Haizi, your physique really makes it difficult to deal with some powerful enemies. Do you want to eat a devil fruit? Lingfeng looked at Haizi, who shook his head. Forget it. If I eat it, my abilities will be restricted. When you guys are handcuffed with sea stone, I won't be able to save you. Chapter 148, Pirate Empress. Although Haizi usually goes against Lingfeng at this moment, she still expressed her desire to contribute to the team. Then you need to practice hard. Otherwise, when you fight others, it will feel like just scratching an itch. Fighting isn't the only option. Haizi's abilities are quite good for support. At this moment, Peiji spoke up, still protective of her. That's right. Let's leave Haizi as she is. Small and looking very cute. You can't praise me like that. Haizi blushed for the first time, clearly unable to handle Lingfeng's compliment. Ha 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 ha. By the way, have you seen any islands? Are you referring to that island? Lingfeng looked in the direction pointed by Isteth, and Ruska Island was already visible to the naked eye. Let's go to the island. I wonder how that guy Luffy is doing now. Lingfeng docked the gale, and a few people arrived at this island filled with countless wild beasts. Rayleigh and Luffy should be training here at this moment. When will that pirate arrive? Isteth was eager to compete with Misaka Mikoto, clearly looking forward to the showdown. Isteth, don't get too cocky. I'll just hit you with a long-range electromagnetic cannon, and you won't even get close. Misaka Mikoto said proudly, arms crossed. Is that so? Then I'll freeze all the surrounding waters and wipe out those pirates directly. Then I'll gather the Thunder Giant and snipe those pirates from ultra-long distance. Isteth and Misaka Mikoto were not backing down, clearly ready to unleash their full firepower to defeat Waldo. Just then, a sound of footsteps came from the woods behind them, and an old man with gray hair and glasses appeared. I was wondering why I felt several powerful auras. It turns out it's you guys. The newcomer was Rayleigh, who looked at Lingfeng and the others, seemingly wanting to know their purpose for coming here. Uncle Rayleigh, it's been a long time. Misaka Mikoto greeted him warmly. Ha, Mikoto. How's it going? Have you learned to manipulate the ship's bubbles? Rayleigh laughed heartily, stroking his beard as he asked. Yes, thanks to Uncle Rayleigh's coding. We were able to infiltrate the battlefield of Marine Ford. Shinyue also praised, acknowledging that Rayleigh's coding technique was indeed top-notch. Ha. I didn't expect you to be quite active in that war as well. Rayleigh felt a bit shy from the compliments of the young girls. So it was really Uncle Rayleigh who coded it for us. I thought you found someone else. Lingfeng scratched his head, thinking that Xiachi would drive out Isteth and the others after seeing him take action against the Celestial Dragons. But that's not the case. You guys are the pirates that Xia has high hopes for. Rayleigh took out a bottle of wine and drank a couple of gulps. So, what brings you here today? Rayleigh's gaze became somewhat sharp as he looked at Lingfeng and asked, It's nothing much. Someone might come here to cause trouble later. So let's deal with him first. Lingfeng smiled and took out a newspaper to hand it to Rayleigh. Bondivardo? Did this guy break out of prison too? And Barlick Radfield, Douglas Barrett, these guys actually. Rayleigh's eyes widened in shock, not expecting all these old acquaintances to have escaped. Don't worry, Uncle Rayleigh. I'll make sure these guys listen to me. Lingfeng wore a confident smile, while Rayleigh's eyes behind his glasses were fixed intently on him. Do you really have that strength? Among the three just now, especially the last two, they are monsters among monsters. The lenses of Rayleigh's glasses reflected a sharp light, and Lingfeng simply smiled. Of course I know, because I was the one who let them out. Rayleigh was surprised to hear this. He hadn't expected that the big shots and impel down were all released by Lingfeng. I see. So, are you ready to head to the New World? The intense light reflected by Rayleigh's glasses made it hard for Lingfeng to see his expression. Not yet. I still have some preparations to make. That's right. You're not blindly confident, and you've killed a Marine Admiral. The days ahead won't be easy. Lingfeng looked at the gradually darkening sky in the distance, and then at the former vice-captain of the Pirate King, Rayleigh, in front of him. You know, to be truly free in this world, one must possess great strength. Otherwise, true freedom cannot be attained. Lingfeng's words moved Rayleigh a bit, and a smile gradually appeared on his lips. The Grand Line is far beyond your imagination. The enemies ahead, you have encountered before, and they are very powerful. Can you rule over this sea? Rayleigh had also asked this question to Luffy, and that Straw Hat Kid is currently training here. I never thought about ruling. The one who is the freest on the sea is the Pirate King. Lingfeng knows the answer, but he doesn't intend to respond that way. I am the traveler Lingfeng. I am not Monkey D. Luffy, and I have no interest in One Piece. Mr. Rayleigh, I not only want to rule this sea, but also to dispel all the shadows that cover this sea, allowing everyone to be free, for that is true freedom. What I seek is to liberate this world, to achieve true freedom for myself and my companions. Lingfeng's words were pointed, but he believed that Rayleigh, who had witnessed the blank 100-year history and understood the meaning of the D-Clan, would know what he meant. I see. Rayleigh raised his head, the reflection on his glasses disappearing. He looked at Lingfeng, who was close at hand, reminding him of that crazy pirate. Yet, there was something different about this man. There seemed to be a hint of obsession in Lingfeng's eyes. It seems your goal is already very clear, but doing this will be very, very difficult. Do you have confidence? Rayleigh smiled again and asked Lingfeng. Of course, my companions and my confidence, and it starts with that guy behind. Even though this is the doldrums. Lingfeng was still using the powers of the Hurricane Fruit and observation hockey. He sensed that Bartolomeo Waldo's ship had arrived here. Good luck, kid. I need to go see that foolish disciple of mine. Rayleigh smiled, waved at Lingfeng, and turned to walk into the woods. Waldo is here. It's up to you guys now. Lingfeng looked at Rayleigh's back and said to the two ladies beside him, Wait. No, 3 minutes. Misaka Mikoto glanced at his death, who seemed more confident than her. Big talk. We'll see. His death revealed a mad and cruel smile, preparing to take action when another ship approached. Who was parking a pirate ship on my path? Empress Boa Hancock, stepping in high heels with her long legs taking elegant strides, stood at the bow looking at the gale. The Gale Pirates? Is Luffy in danger? Chapter 149. The Queen and the Empress saw the pirate flag, and her proud tone instantly vanished, suddenly becoming incredibly tense. Is that the Pirate Empress? She does have a nice figure. Isdeth glanced back at Lingfeng, who had a serious expression, as if he hadn't seen the legendary Empress at all. Captain, stop pretending. I know you've been stealing glances at her, Xing Shui said disdainfully, recalling how Lingfeng's eyes had almost turned into hearts. Who said that? I was just looking at how white. No, how long her legs are. Lingfeng said sheepishly. Isdeth took a look at the Pirate Empress's chi-pow outfit and immediately made a note of it. So Lingfeng likes this kind of attire. I'll wear something like this next time. Isdeth's tone was very soft, as if she had changed into a different person compared to her previous murderous demeanor. Damn, such a big chest. Misaka Mikoto looked at the Empress's figure, a hint of envy flashing in her eyes. I'm asking you a question. Who are you? All members of the Kuja Pirates, with snakes coiling around them, transformed into bows, covered in haki, aiming arrows at Lingfeng and the others. You want to fight us? Isdeth said playfully, seemingly forgetting why the Gale Pirates had come. Hancock, we're looking for another pirate. This has nothing to do with you. Lingfeng stepped forward, stating that there was no need to clash with the Empress right now. Is Luffy all right? Hancock shouted at Lingfeng from afar when suddenly a massive cannonball came crashing in. Lingfeng drew his sword and slashed, creating a wall of wind that directly blocked the cannonball. What? My Momo 100X cannon was actually blocked? On a huge pirate ship in the distance. Bondi Wardo looked in disbelief at the wall of wind. Go, destroy them. With a light breeze, Misaka Mikoto and Isdef jumped out directly. After a fierce battle, it was indeed not worth it. Valdo's ship was completely destroyed. The few shots from the railgun were like cross-dimensional attacks, and such a ship was simply no match. Valdo himself was trampled under the queen's foot, covered in sword wounds, and nearly frozen again. Lingfeng was not surprised at all that Waldo would be. He couldn't even defeat Luffy, who had just begun to master hockey, let alone face his death and the Cannon Sister. However, he couldn't really blame him. After all, he had been frozen for 30 years and still thought of himself as the world destroyer who was once invincible. Even his pride, that cannon, was sliced in half by Hawkeye. And at that moment, he must have realized that his era had passed. However, Lingfeng would give him time to grow. The Empress boarded the ship with her sisters, bringing a large platter of food, which was meant for Luffy. Lingfeng, along with Heizi and Xingxue, waited for the return of their two companions. Soon, Isdef threw Wald's massive body over. Where's his brother? Lingfeng did not see Wald's frail brother. There's no way. That weak old man couldn't last more than a few seconds. Misaka Mikoto was also powerless. Wald's brother was too weak. Not only short in stature, but also attached to an four drip. Under the attacks of Isdef and Misaka, even Wald couldn't escape, let alone the other weaklings on the ship. Take him away. Goodbye, Empress. Say hello to Luffy for me. Lingfeng looked at the unconscious Valdo and smiled at Hancock. Heizi, so you're here too? Hancock, seeing the previously missing Shirai Heizi, immediately thought of the incident at Impel Down. Lingfeng, were those things before planned by you? As Hancock brushed past Lingfeng, her tone became very cold. If I say yes, are you planning to leave me here? Lingfeng stopped in his tracks, turned around with a smile, and looked at the Empress. If you dare to use Luffy's words next time, I won't spare you. Lingfeng shook his head helplessly. Once these words were spoken, some people couldn't be stopped. Who told you to speak to our captain like that? Isdef took a long stride and stood directly in front of Lingfeng. Huh? Rude person. Dare to speak to our lady sister like this? The members of the Snake Princess pirates were just about to take action when a flash of light flickered in Isdef's eyes, and a wave of oppressive force suddenly swept over. Conqueror's Haki? Hancock was shocked and quickly used her Conqueror's Haki to clash with Isdef. A fierce wind swept through the area, and even the sound of thunder and lightning could be heard. Stop it, Hancock. If you fight us now, your people won't be enough to handle it. Lingfeng slowly drew his knife, and a chill suddenly rose from the Empress. Let's go, Isdef. For now, let's return to Shirhan. I still need to brainwash this guy. Lingfeng effortlessly lifted the massive body of Waldo, the size difference between the two creating a striking visual impact. Since Lingfeng has said that, let this battle remain here for now. Pirate Empress, one day I will make you understand what kind of price you will pay for being unreasonable to our captain. Isdef slowly sheathed her saber and turned around to coldly leave a message. What did you say? Before the members of the Kuja pirates could retort, Hancock stopped them. Let them go. These guys were quite impressive in the previous battle. Hancock watched Lingfeng's back with great apprehension. He had somehow managed to slay Admiral Akainu, although she was proud and willful. Facing Isdef and Misaka Mikoto, it would be insufficient to sacrifice the entire Kuja pirates against them. Granny Giroliosa watched the departing Wind pirate crew and finally let out a sigh of relief. At last, you didn't act recklessly this time. If you had started a war for Luffy and these people, we might all have died here. The short Granny Giroliosa leaned on her cane, only relaxing her tense nerves when she saw the wind ship completely leave the island. Lady sister, are they really that powerful? Boa Santasonia asked the Empress Hancock, flicking her snake-like tongue. But don't worry about them anymore. Luffy, I made a lot of food to give you. The Empress no longer cared about Lingfeng, instead covering her face and shyly talking to herself. Granny Giroliosa shouted, You should pay more attention to serious matters. Huh? Hancock's high-heeled foot stepped directly on Granny Giroliosa's face, looking very displeased. I had originally agreed with Rayleigh not to disturb Luffy, but I sent it because you said there were enemies in our territory that I came along. The Empress's foot continuously stepped on Granny Giroliosa's head, her tone very haughty. Bullying an old woman, this is truly outrageous. Granny Giroliosa was speechless, but fortunately, there was no conflict with the Wind Pirate crew. That Waldo was actually defeated by them in an instant. At this rate, You 1T have to respond to the world government as summons. As a warlord of the sea. Luffy, I'm here. You better listen to me. Chapter 150. Bounty increased again. The terrifying three-masted ship, Rim and Ram, the two sisters, were at the bow of the large ship looking into the distance, where a pirate ship was slowly approaching through the thick fog. They're back, sister, Rim said excitedly as she looked at the familiar wind ship. I know. Really, that guy coming back is definitely not good news. Although Ram said that, she couldn't help but tiptoe and stretch her neck to look at the pirate ship in the distance. Hey Ram, we're back. Lingfeng waved continuously at the maid sisters from afar. I wonder how many pirates that Shirogai has gathered. Misaka Makoto was a bit curious. Anyone who accidentally enters here will end up being our crew anyway. Lingfeng smiled, looking at Waldo frozen on the deck, as well as Kuma and the pacifista. This time, we've brought back a lot of combat power. Isteth sat in the chair in front of the helm, her long legs resting on it, exuding an imposing aura. Lingfeng, you guys are finally back. As soon as Lingfeng and the others docked the ship, Ram excitedly ran over to them. Ram, long time no see. Makoto greeted the maid sisters. It's been a while, Makoto. We were so nervous watching you fight at the Navy headquarters, Ram said, her hands crossed and her eyes showing tension, as if that battle was happening right in front of her. Lingfeng, next time, take us along for that kind of scene. If anything happens to you, Ram won't be able to sleep. Ram suddenly chimed in, catching everyone off guard. Ram's face instantly turned red. Sister, what are you talking about? Ram exclaimed, her cheeks flushed, and then she looked at the tyrant bear. Hey, isn't it the guy who knocked away the other companions? Why is he here? Facing Ram's question, Lingfeng explained as he walked. So that's how it is. I didn't expect so much to happen in just a few days after we separated. Ram felt a bit envious. She wanted to experience battles with Lingfeng too. Let's not talk about that for now. How's Shiro's progress? Lingfeng smiled, wanting to know how many pirates had accidentally wandered into this devil's sea over the past few days. After nearly 12 pirate ships, about 600 pirates have had their memories rewritten by Shiro and joined our Gale pirate crew, Ram reported. This number surprised Lingfeng. So many? But they're all low-bounty ones. Ram's tone was somewhat proud, seemingly looking down on these unknown pirates. You can't say that, sister. They'll all be our own people from now on, Ram gently said, tugging at Ram's sleeve. Perfect. Let's bring back a strong pirate and have Shiro wipe his memory. Lingfeng looked at the frozen Valdo and said coldly, this strong-willed and disobedient pirate must be dealt with using some special means. Besides, Valdo believes he was betrayed, which led to his capture by the Navy. If we don't brainwash him, he might end up betraying me instead. The group returned to Moria's former castle, which was now the castle of Queen Shirhong. Your Majesty, we are willing to give our lives for the Queen. As soon as they entered the castle, they saw Shirhong standing on a high platform, and the pirates below were like fervent fans, raising their hands and shouting at Shirhong. That's right, scum, keep up this momentum. Soon, we will help this queen carve out new territories in the New World, understood? Queen Shirhong said gracefully while flipping her golden hair. Yes, your Majesty. The eyes of all the pirates sparkled, clearly having had their memories thoroughly altered by Shirhong's abilities. Shirhong, you rascal. Cannon's sister couldn't help but want to comment on the scene. Ah, Misaki-san, welcome back. Shirhong immediately fixed a teasing gaze on her when she saw Cannon's sister return. Still as poor as ever. If I had gone to the Marine headquarters during the Marineford War, I would have been reported by all the news agencies. Queen Shirhong said narcissistically. Huh, you, the sports idiot, would have been captured long ago. Misaki-san, you muscle idiot. Who mocked me first? Shirhong made a cute face and skipped down the stairs, walking over to Lingfeng and linking her arm with his. Everyone, this is our captain, so you must obey him from now on, Shirhong playfully said to Lingfeng. Oh, I know, the man who killed Admiral Akainu during the Marineford War. The monster with a bounty over 1 billion. Captain of the Gale Pirates, Dual Blade, Lingfeng. I heard he even defeated Blackbeard, the only user of 2 devil fruits. Super Captain, the new king of the pirate world, the Dark Wind. A group of pirates around them spoke one after another, looking at Lingfeng with great admiration. Wait, a bounty over 1 billion? Lingfeng felt a bit embarrassed by this group of Chinibi guys, but he quickly realized that his bounty had increased again. Oh, you didn't know? A pirate brought over a newspaper that clearly reported the details of the Marineford War. Especially, Lingfeng and the Windstorm Pirates occupied most of the news content. Shock. A pirate who killed a Marine Admiral. A dual fruit user? Who exactly is this man? The Navy is at a loss. The new era rocks. Lingfeng. Bounty exceeding 1 billion. The most dazzling supernova. Lingfeng found a stool to sit on. looking at the various exaggerated headlines in the newspaper, feeling speechless. So my bounty has reached 1 billion? Lingfeng glanced at his bounty, which was probably suppressed by the Navy. Otherwise, his kill of an admiral should be worth more than this. Clearly, the Navy didn't want Lingfeng to be too high profile. I actually haven't gone over 1 billion. Isdef leaned over, standing behind Lingfeng and carefully reading the contents of the newspaper. Isdef's bounty has also reached 800 million. While Misaka-san is just a bit behind at 600 million belly, Kuriko is at 200 million belly, and Xingyue is at 88 million belly. Lingfeng was indifferent. Even if the bounty increased, he wouldn't care about what he had done. However, it was clear that he needed to be low-key for a while. Not only had he recruited Bandit Waldo, but with the addition of Tyrant Bear, the pacifists, and so many pirates, the Navy would definitely try every means to cause him trouble. Isdef, by the way, has your Conqueror's Haki awakened? Lingfeng suddenly recalled the scene where Hancock and Isdef's Conqueror's Haki clashed before. When I saw that Straw Hat Kid using this power, I did some research on my own, and didn't Shurho input the system of this power into our memories? Isdef said gently, "You really are a genius. This power can only be generated from the unique bond with the captain." Ahem. Anyway, as long as you master the Conqueror's Haki, it's fine. Chapter 152. The current situation of the companions. Lingfeng looked at Isdef, then glanced at the Cannon's sister, and finally at Ram, Xingyue, and Shurho Queen. Aside from Kuriko, it was indeed the Cannon's sister who was the poorest. Everyone's gaze unconsciously followed Lingfeng's eyes to Misaka Mikoto. Hey, what kind of look is that? Can we focus on the task at hand first? Misaka Mikoto, feeling even more irritated by Lingfeng's gaze. ZZ. The electromagnetic light flashed, and a few minutes later, Lingfeng, sporting singed hair and a charred face, brought Wald out. This is the criminal who broke into the city. I know him. Just a few days ago, the Navy was still holding a meeting to discuss capturing this man. I've heard about it too, and he even gathered the 7 warlords of the sea. The surrounding pirates were very surprised, not expecting to see that world destroyer here. Shurho, it's up to you now. This guy will be one of us from now on. And Mikoto, bring in the bears. Lingfeng wiped his pitch-black face and spoke to the 2 LV-5 from the Academy City. Got it. All right. With their agreement, Isdef shattered the ice encasing Waldo, and then Shokuho Misaki pressed a button on the remote aimed at him. Outside, Tyrant Bear and the Pacifista walked in. What? Warlords of the Sea? Oh no. How'd these guys get here? That's right. The Pacifista, the Navy's weapon. The pirates instantly panicked, looking nervously at the tall bear and the robot. Don't worry. These guys will be our allies from now on. Lingfeng, with smoke still rising from his hair, introduced them to the pirates. What? The warlords of the sea will be our companions? And the Navy's Pacifista? Awesome. Hooray. The pirates cheered, not expecting to hit the jackpot right away. This is... Waldo woke up at that moment, his massive body standing up, giving off a strong sense of pressure. Waldo, from now on, you will be the captain of this group of pirates. Lingfeng pointed at the pirates, and Waldo scratched his head and replied earnestly, "Yes, Captain." Lingfeng nodded. The ability of the Bee Queen is truly terrifying. In this world, as long as you defeat your opponent and render them unable to act, you can rewrite their memories. Then, no matter how many pirates there are, they will all become your subordinates. You will have half a year to rest, and when the time comes, Valdo, you will take them to the new world. Right now, the Navy is searching for us everywhere, so we should first avoid this period of attention. Lingfeng let Valdo go to the new world first, as he still had to fulfill his promise with his companions. Understood, Captain. Valdo bowed respectfully. Lingfeng stretched lazily, finally feeling that things had come to a conclusion. Next, it was just a matter of waiting for time to pass, and then heading to the Shambody Archipelago to meet up with the rest of the crew. Since there was nothing else to do, how about you guys come with me to train our Haki? Lingfeng looked at his companions. 2 years of training was about to begin. On the distant Boeing Islands, Usopp was hiding from the pursuit of the Forest of Gluttony with Little Kong, while the local warrior Hercules was continuously training with a person and a monkey. Speaking of which, it's incredible that the little monkey can display Haki. Hercules sighed as he watched Little Kong transform into an orangutan. Go for it, Little Kong. Usopp, now turned into a big fat guy, shouted at Little Kong while trying to lose weight. You do your best too, Usopp. Little Kong kept eating the fruits around him, and his fur seemed to be undergoing a transformation. Just right, Little Kong. I'll help you shave off your fur. You're looking more and more human. On the sky island of Visalia, Nami and Karina were continuously competing, both crazily studying meteorology, neither giving way to the other. Little thief cat, I'm definitely winning today. Just wait and see, Vixen. Nami and Karina had grown their hair long, and their figures were becoming increasingly sexy. The group of old men from Salio watched with great amusement, and the island was filled with the breath of youth. In the future country of Barkamoya. Hey, uncle, help me out. Pass me that document over there. Frankie, looking unrecognizable after an explosion, was doing his best to modify and repair himself. Okay, your body is really strange. Blacksmith Linus handed Frankie a document. Just wait, the super me will be back soon. Ha 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 ha. If you need help, just let me know. And you have to teach me shipbuilding skills too. No problem, uncle. In the Kamabaka Kingdom. Hey, Sanji, don't run this way. Go the other way. The flatterer shouted at Sanji beside him. Huh, if you don't teach me the flying technique, I'm going to stick to you. Sanji shouted at the flatterer, who was jumping in the air. Sanji dear, flatterer dear. Behind the two men, a large group of makeup-wearing uncles was chasing closely. Don't come over. The two men complained loudly. On the island of Clay Khana, the ruins of the kingdom of Sizkaya. You two step back. I'll take down the baboon. Zoro, wrapped in bandages, said to the two women beside him. He, I gave you the black sword Shioshui to thank you for training with us. But I didn't expect you to think about training alone. Poison Island Siko, holding the blood dance blade, had previously given the black sword Shioshui to Zoro because that man, Mihawk, said to let them train with Zoro. And Zoro was a bit of a blockhead, only thinking about swords and alcohol, completely disregarding girls. Poison Island Siko, feeling helpless, had no choice but to give him the black sword Shioshui to replace Zoro's rusty sword. A man should keep his word. Akihito said coldly to Zoro. Got it. Just follow me. Just be careful. Zoro, feeling helpless, could only agree to the two women's requests. Don't underestimate us, Zoro-kun. Poison Island Siko and Akihito smiled, drawing their swords, with the three of them back to back, looking at the surrounding baboons. Hee, I've never underestimated you. Zoro suddenly smiled, and that smile was very charming. It's precisely because I haven't underestimated you that I want to deal with these guys alone. Otherwise, I might end up at the bottom here, in the kingdom of Trino. Chopper-san, is this how the herb is prepared? Butterfly Shinobu asked Chopper gently. That's right, Butterfly Shinobu. You're amazing. You learned so much medical knowledge so quickly. Chopper was amazed by Butterfly Shinobu's awareness. She was not only skilled in swordsmanship, but also very proficient in medicine. It wouldn't do to not be good at it. Butterfly Shinobu took out a newspaper from her pocket, and Chopper picked up a newspaper beside him. After all, we both have a captain who is particularly good at causing trouble, right? Butterfly Shinobu tilted her head and smiled, and Chopper nodded in agreement. For Captain Luffy. For Captain Lingfeng. Chapter 153. The Gathering After 2 Years, Part 1. 2 years later, on Sabati Archipelago. Outside the building with a soap bubble dome in Area 33 GR, posters were plastered everywhere. It read, Concert of the King of Souls, and various skeleton-themed merchandise and support boards were being sold around. Is it about to begin? Yes. Hurry up. I can't wait to hear the concert of the King of Souls. Let's go. Hurry inside. At the entrance of the building, it was packed with spectators coming to watch Brook's concert. At this moment, backstage at the concert, Brook was confessing to his manager. What did you say? I spent so much money helping you organize the concert, and you're telling me you want to quit? The Long Arm Tribe's manager shouted at Brook. Yo-ho-ho-ho, yes. Today is the day I reunite with my friends. I can't waste time here any longer. Brook strummed his guitar. All right, just wait for me. The Long Arm Tribe's manager left in displeasure, while Brook seemed indifferent. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Then let's have an explosive performance to welcome my friends. Brook stood up, dressed flamboyantly, and walked to the audience amid the stage lights. Suddenly, deafening cheers erupted, with countless people shouting, King of Souls! King of Souls! Brook played another powerful rock tune, and with the flashing lights, the atmosphere in the concert was incredibly lively. Meanwhile, in Area 17, a muscular uncle carrying a giant hammer was scratching his head, asking someone for directions. Excuse me, young man, how do I get to Area 13? Linus scratched his head. He hadn't been here 2 years ago and was feeling a bit lost now that he was here. A passerby pointed him the way, and he quickly thanked them, glanced at the number on the tree, and headed towards Area 13. Hey, that guy looks a bit familiar. Where have I seen him before? Seems like there's a bounty. A group of people followed Linus, pulling out a bunch of bounty notices, and, after careful comparison, they found out it was indeed a member of the Gale Pirates. Hey, what should we do? Is that the Gale Pirates? Forget it. Their captain is a monster. Just as the pirates were about to give up, a tall, overweight pirate with thick lips blocked their way. Humph, the Gale Pirates disappeared 2 years ago. It's rumored that the Navy sent countless troops and has already wiped them out. Captain Lingfeng hasn't appeared for 2 years. He's probably dead. When this pirate appeared, the other pirates around clearly showed signs of fear. Waiter, Lipda, bounty, 88 million berries. Lip Dodi looked at Linus's back, holding a serrated knife in his hand, his gaze revealing cruelty. This guy's bounty is slightly lower than mine, but I heard he's a devil fruit user who can create weapons. If we capture him, he can join the Straw Hat crew later. Lip Dodi obviously longs to be part of the Straw Hat crew. He thought that Straw Hat Luffy and the others had vanished like the Gale Pirates, but he didn't expect they had already appeared on this island. However, there seems to be a significant gap between the Straw Hat crew and their bounties, and Straw Hat Luffy has become quite fat, looking very different from the photo on the bounty notice. As expected of Lip Dodi, if this continues, joining the Straw Hat Pirates is a done deal. Alright, let us use this guy as a stepping stone. Brothers, let us go. Oh, at 35 GR. Senior Poison Island Seiko, this outfit really suits you. Chidong said, picking up a coat and addressing Poison Island Seiko. I now like to wear black, just like you. Poison Island Seiko replied, picking up another piece of clothing and smiling. With the passage of 2 years, both Chidong and Poison Island Seiko have changed a bit, looking more mature than their previous girl-like appearances. They both wore black sleeveless tops, armed with protective gear, and still wore black short skirts, black long socks, and black JK shoes. However, Chidong wore a red tie, while Poison Island Seiko wore a purple one. The two girls, with katanas at their waists, attracted the attention of the surrounding men. By the way, Haven T the captain and the others arrived yet? Chidong walked over to a food stall and bought a large amount of food. You eating so much and not gaining weight. Zoro used to suspect your stomach digests food as fast as his captainess, Poison Island Seiko said, looking at Chidong with a smile as she carried a large pile of food. Hee, I just love eating meat. I really envy you. As for the captain and the others, they should be on their way. Poison Island Seiko looked around and seemed to notice that she and Chidong were being eyed by a group of people. Brothers, look quickly, remnants of the Gale Pirates. Haha, this is a big score. Although they look quite different, we one team mistake them. That's right, brother, these two are Chidong with a bounty of 220 million berries, and Poison Island Seiko with a bounty of 70 million berries. Brothers, take them down. At this moment, 2 pirates were staring fiercely at Chidong and Poison Island Seiko, and they sounded like brothers. Oh, as expected of the captain brother of the Caribou Pirates, a bounty of 210 million berries for Wet Caribou, and a bounty of 190 million for blood-splashing Caribou. The pirates raised their swords and surrounded Poison Island Seiko and Chidong. Hey, this is interesting. Poison Island Seiko unsheathed her blood dance sword, looking at them with a bloodthirsty expression. Funeral. Chidong leaned against Poison Island Seiko, her gaze turning extremely cold. Charge. Caribou roared angrily and charged forward with his followers. At 22 GR. Thank you so much, beautiful lady. Thanks to your help, we could save so many injured. A doctor continuously thanked the knife-wielding girl in front of him. The girl had purple medium-length hair, dressed in a tight black outfit with a colorful haori. Although her figure was petite, she exuded a mature vibe. You're welcome. By the way, doctor, how'd I get a 13 GR? Butterfly Shinobu smiled. She had just passed by the hospital and helped a few patients, almost being driven out by the doctor at first. But her superb medical skills had made everyone look at her differently. You want to go to 13? Just go in that direction, but beautiful lady, you should be careful lately, the doctor said, looking at Butterfly Shinobu with some concern. Butterfly Shinobu was puzzled. Why do you say that? Recently, I heard that the Straw Hat crew has revived and is recruiting a lot of people. There are many pirates on Sabeti Archipelago now. You, being so young and beautiful, should be especially careful. I see, got it. Thank you, doctor. Butterfly Shinobu smiled gratefully and headed towards 13 GR with her bag. Chapter 153. The Gathering 2 years later. Part 2. Sabeti Archipelago, 33 GR. Wow, an amusement park. A boy with a hedgehog hairstyle exclaimed as he looked at the amusement park in front of him. This boy had a handsome appearance, wearing an orange martial arts outfit and carrying a pitch-black iron rod, with the character Kong engraved on his vest. I wonder if the master has arrived. This amusement park looks so fun. This boy is Little Kong, the pet of the Gale Pirates. 2 years have passed, and he seems to have evolved, but he still behaves like a child. Help! Help! Suddenly, a faint cry for help came, but the surrounding noise was too loud for anyone else to hear. However, Little Kong, being a Zoan-type Devil Fruit user, heard it clearly. What's going on? Who's calling for help? Little Kong used his observation hockey and instantly found in a corner that several pirates were trying to stuff a girl into a sack. Hee, what good luck, there's actually a mermaid here. I know this girl, her name is Casey. I heard she used to be with the Gale Pirates. What? Gale Pirates? One of the pirates binding Casey looked a bit panicked, and his grip loosened slightly. What are you afraid of? The Gale Pirates have long disappeared. There hasn't even a peep from them in 2 years. Captain Lingfeng is probably dead by now. That's true, after all. They killed a Marine Admiral. The Marines definitely wouldn't let it go. The pirate swallowed hard and tightened his grip again, stuffing Casey into the sack. Hey, what were you just saying? At this moment, Little Kong rushed out and shouted angrily at the pirates. Huh, a kid? Get lost, brat. The pirates were startled, thinking they had been discovered, only to see a boy with a hedgehog hairstyle. Did you just mention the Gale Pirates? Little Kong squinted his eyes and stepped closer to the pirates. Huh, didn't I tell you to get lost? Didn't you hear? The pirate looked at Little Kong approaching, veins bulging on his forehead, clearly unable to contain his desire to strike. Didn't you hear my question? Little Kong instantly flashed in front of the pirate, pulling out his rod and sweeping horizontally. Bang! Several pirate minions were instantly swept away, crashing into the nearby garden and kicking up a cloud of dust. Are you all right? Little Kong hurriedly freed Casey from the sack, but looked at him with tears in her eyes. Why am I so unlucky? I keep getting captured, boo-hoo. Casey covered her face, feeling speechless about her bad luck. It's okay. By the way, I just heard you were with the Gale Pirates? Little Kong's question made Casey alert, and she quickly shook her head. No, absolutely not. Kathy thought it was pirates seeking revenge. Although Xiao Kong saved her, she couldn't betray Lingfeng and the others. You misunderstood. I am from the Swift Wind pirate crew. Have you seen this bounty notice? Xiao Kong quickly took out a bounty notice, but it clearly showed a small monkey and the reward was only 100 berries. I can't believe this. Xiao Kong saw Kathy's disbelieving expression and quickly transformed into monkey form, startling the mermaid. So, it really is you? Yeah, now do you believe it? Xiao Kong reverted to human form and excitedly asked Kathy, do you know where GR13 is? Can you take me there? Kathy pondered for a moment and finally nodded. Great. At GR16, several pirates were beating a civilian who merely brushed past them, and this group was kicking and punching him. Hey, you guys bullying an ordinary person. You really have no backbone at all. A man in a cloak with a ribbon tied around his head looked disdainfully at the pirates in front of him. Clearly, this was the Swift Wind pirate crew's Slasher. Kid, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Yeah, get lost. The pirates roared fiercely, and one of them stepped forward, his body wrapped in bandages and looking quite intimidating. Kid, just right, I'm about to join the Straw Hat crew, so I'll use you to test my skills. This was Heavy Injury Albertan, bounty 92 million berries. Come on, kill this kid. The pirates began to cheer. GR16 was originally an illegal zone, and the pirates here were all extremely ruthless. Hey, is that all you've got? Slasher looked at Albertan, who pulled out a pile of weapons. Your bounty doesn't seem to be higher than mine. A mere kid dares to be so arrogant towards me. Albertan, wait. What? Before the pirates could dissuade him, Slasher smiled and directly threw a punch. Strong punch. Boom! A violent punch wind swept across the area in front of Slasher, reducing all the buildings ahead to ruins. Phew, that disgusting uncle's boxing technique, when combined with my abilities, isn't bad. Slasher nodded in satisfaction, his cloak and ribbon fluttering in the wind as he walked up to the civilian and picked him up. Hey, you guys, where's the hospital around here? The remaining pirates collapsed to the ground, trembling and pointing in a direction, not daring to make a sound. Okay, Slasher jumped into the air, stepping on the air, and the pirates were sweating profusely, all gulping. No doubt about it, that man. He's a fighter from the Swift Wind pirate crew, bounty 100 million berries. Slasher quickly brought the civilian to GR22 and sent him to the hospital. When he left the hospital, he saw a familiar figure not far away. Hey, Butterfly. Slasher was a bit excited. Finally, after landing on the island, he saw a girl, and she was one of his own. Slasher-kun, you're here? Butterfly Shinobu had originally left, but returned after forgetting to buy medicine, only to find someone calling her. Yeah, after 2 years in hell, if I see Lingfeng, I will definitely beat him up. Oh, did Slasher-kun go to some terrifying place? Don't mention it. Let that painful memory stay sealed in my mind. Butterfly Shinobu covered her mouth and laughed lightly, realizing Slasher's 2 years of training must have been very tough. Since we've met, let us go to GR13 together. Oh right, Brooks Ann is having a concert. Butterfly Shinobu took out a poster from her pocket and handed it to Slasher. That skeleton seems to be doing well. Why am I the one suffering the most? Slasher gritted his teeth. His 2 years of training felt like being in hell. Let's go. I can't wait to see everyone. Chapter 154. Reunion After 2 Years, Part 2, at GR35, Sabati Archipelago. Wow, so many beautiful clothes. A woman admired the clothes in the store. She wore a white shirt, a hat covering her purple long hair, and black overalls, looking very relaxed and casual. This person was Karina, the navigator of the Swift Wind pirate crew. Hee, these clothes fit me perfectly. They wouldn't look good on that little thief cat. Karina picked up a few beautiful clothes and giggled. Suddenly, there were loud explosions and the sound of swords clashing outside. What is happening? Karina covered her hat and hurried outside. She saw 2 JK ladies holding knives standing in the middle of the road, surrounded by many fallen pirates. Akihitami, Karina exclaimed upon seeing her long-lost companions. Karina was also very surprised, not expecting to meet a partner so soon. Karina wants some meat? Akihitami pulled down a bubble and took out food to treat Karina. Karina took the food from Akihitami and asked, "Thanks, Akihitami. By the way, how long have you been here?" "Not long, just ran into a bunch of idiots." Sheathed her katana, looking at the fallen pirates around them. Yeah. Karina, how long have you been here?" Akihitami asked with her mouth full of meat, unclear. "Me? I just arrived, was planning to wander around. But then I heard the sound of fighting." Karina glanced at the unfortunate brothers Caribou, who had been directly killed by Akihitami and the others. "You guys made such a big commotion right after you arrived." Karina smiled helplessly at her 2 companions. "No way. Who told this group to trouble us?" Looked into the distance, where it seemed the Navy was coming, and directly pulled Akihitami and Karina to run. "Let us go. Let us get out of here first." At GR17. What is this? Lip Dodi looked fearfully at Linus, who was wearing battle armor. "So cool. Indeed, very handsome." The pirates looked at Linus, who was in armor resembling a Cayman rider, holding a heavy hammer, looking quite impressive. "Hey, whose side are you on?" Lip Dodi angrily shouted at his subordinates. Pirates?" Linus's voice was deep under the mask as he jumped into the air, then slammed the heavy hammer onto the ground. Bang! A large pit was directly smashed into the ground, and a visible shockwave swept through, kicking up a cloud of dust around. Pirates like Lip Dodi were directly sent flying. Such a powerful blow was truly breathtaking. This battle suit is quite useful. Linus deactivated the battle suit, which then transformed into a brown canister, inserted into the middle of his belt. Sigh, wasted quite a bit of time. Linus shook his head and then noticed a number of Navy personnel appearing in the distance. "Oh no, I need to leave quickly." Sabati Archipelago, 33 GR. Brook's concert venue. Yo-ho-ho. Everyone, I regret to inform you of something today. Brook announced with a somewhat heavy tone after finishing a song. "The King of Souls? What's going on?" The audience looked at Brook under the spotlight, curious about what he was about to announce. "Today is my farewell performance, and my true identity is actually... That's right, I'm just a pirate." Before Brook could finish his announcement, the Longhand tribe boss ran out, aiming a gun at Brook. Outside the concert, a number of Navy soldiers also rushed in. "The King of Souls? Impossible. How could the King of Souls be a pirate?" The audience blocked the Navy, clearly having become Brook's most loyal fans. "Babies, don't worry. Even if I no longer perform, the King of Souls will always be with you, yo-ho-ho-ho." Brook played the final rock music, concluding the revelry. "Skeleton, I won't allow you to leave. You're our cash cow." The Longhand tribe roared, but Brook shook his head and jumped directly. The latter kept firing. "Yo-ho-ho, Bink Sake is with you, and my identity is... Brook, the musician of the Wild Wind Pirates." Brook shouted as he leaped towards the ceiling, where a man was waiting for him. "Quite a commotion, Brook." The man had 2 swords at his waist, and a faint blue wind seemed to be flowing around him. "Yo-ho-ho, Captain Lingfeng, it's been a long time." Brook's body involuntarily floated up, and everyone in the venue watched this miraculous scene. "That's Captain of the Wild Wind Pirates, Lingfeng. That man is still alive." The audience shouted in fear, not expecting that the King of Souls, Brook, was actually a crew member of Lingfeng. Yo-ho-ho, what a lively scene. "Indeed, let's go. Brook, the crew should be about gathered." Lingfeng smiled faintly, summoning a gust of azure wind to take Brook away from the concert hall. "Quick, report to the Navy headquarters. Tell Admiral Akiji. Dispatch a general to the Sabati Archipelago to capture the Gale Pirates. That existence akin to the Rocks Pirates has revived again today." The Navy shouted in unison, clearly feeling a long-lost sense of panic at Lingfeng's appearance. Inside Bar Shaki on the 13th GR. "Wow, everyone is actually here." Little Kong, led by Casey, finally arrived at Shaki's bar. Who are you? Karina looked at the hedgehog-headed boy in front of her, momentarily unable to recognize him. Little Kong? Misaka Makoto looked at the boy, who gave her a familiar feeling. It's definitely Little Kong. How could Karina not recognize him? So dumb. Shinobu smiled while covering her mouth, recalling how Karina and Little Kong were the best of friends 2 years ago. Uncle, your battle suit is so cool. Shrine Maiden Xingyue's eyes lit up as she admired Linus's flashy armor, resembling a Kamen Rider, full of mystery and masculine romance. Xingyue, why did you cut your hair short? Linus looked at Xingyue's somewhat mature short hair, noticing that her Shrine Maiden aura seemed to have diminished a bit. It's too troublesome, so I just cut it off. But why does everyone have long hair? Xingyue looked at her other companions, especially Esteth, whose ice blue long hair was the most striking. You wouldn't understand the charm of a mature woman, Esteth said proudly. Just as Xingyue was about to retort, a gust of azure wind blew in from outside the door. Chapter 155. The super strong new partner. Little Lingfeng has finally returned? Shaki smiled as she looked at the man who walked in from outside, along with another explosive-haired skeleton. Sister Shaki, long time no see. Lingfeng smiled. After 2 years, he had become more mature, with a stronger build. He wore a long black robe, a blue belt around his waist, and black boots on his feet. At first glance, his outfit resembled Zoro's. But unlike Zoro's obvious green hair, Lingfeng had a head of soft, fluffy black hair. Rayleigh had already coded your ship in advance. It should be at 41 GR. Shaki lit a cigarette and said to Lingfeng with a smile, "Then let's go, partners. Ram, Rem, and Kuko along with Shurho have already gone ahead." Lingfeng looked at his long-lost companions and felt very excited. Sister Shachi, Kaisi, we have the chance to meet again. I see there are quite a few Navy outside, so we'll just have to catch up when we get the chance. Lingfeng and his companions walked out of Shachi's bar, then waved his hand and said, "Goodbye, little Lingfeng. Have a safe journey. Work hard in the new world too." The mermaid Kaisi and Shachi smiled and waved, watching their departing figures, curious about the future of Lingfeng and the others. Could it be that little Lingfeng would really become someone like Captain Rocks? That's really something to look forward to. At 41 GR, Uncle Rayleigh, thank you for your hard work again this time. Shirai Kuriko politely thanked Rayleigh, who was carrying tools on his back. Haha, you're welcome. Rayleigh laughed heartily and took a sip from a bottle of wine. It's really amazing. Shin Yuzuriha looked at the bubbles under her feet, stepping on the deck with her legs in white stockings. Uncle Rayleigh, this is the wine I brewed. Would you like to try some? Rim took out a bottle of special wine and gently asked Rayleigh. Oh, such good stuff? Thank you, little Rim. Rayleigh readily accepted, as good wine was hard to come by. Really? Why haven't those guys arrived yet? Ram looked at the distant sky, and the surrounding noise grew louder. The Navy should be arriving soon, right? By the way, Uncle Rayleigh, I'll leave Kuma to you, and let him meet up with Luffy and the others when the time comes. Shirai Kuriko looked at the chaos in the distance, recalling the modified man from before. Oh, the tyrant Kuma? Rayleigh was a bit surprised, but Kuriko nodded. As for those pacifists, we have accepted them. I've already sent Vardo to the New World with them. Kuriko smiled, and Rayleigh stroked his beard and nodded. That's good. Luffy and their ship also need someone to guard it. I'm getting old. I can't always help that foolish apprentice. Rayleigh laughed heartily, took a sip of Rem's wine, and immediately praised it. Delicious, Rem. You're really amazing. I'm the chef on the ship, after all. That guy Lingfeng has very picky taste, so I have to work hard, Rem said bashfully, scratching her head adorably. Lingfeng, huh? He's quite a headache for the Navy now. Rayleigh lifted his head, took a sip of wine, a smile on his face, the lenses reflecting white light. Look, they're coming. Shin Yuzuriha pointed at the sky in the distance where a blue wind was carrying several men and women, flying towards the windstorm. Hey, over here. Kuriko waved her hand, calling out to Lingfeng and the others. Long time no see, everyone. Rem was a bit excited, as it had been a while since she saw the other companions. Whoosh. Lingfeng flew through the air with everyone and returned to the deck of the gale. Lingfeng, long time no see. Uncle Rayleigh, long time no see. Lingfeng nodded in thanks to Rayleigh. Although the latter didn't help them with their training, he at least assisted in completing the coding process twice. You've already learned how to manipulate the ship's bubbles, so I won't interrupt your reminiscing. Haha. Rayleigh took another sip of his drink and slung his tool bag over his shoulder as he stepped off the ship. Goodbye, Uncle Rayleigh. The companions on the deck waved to Rayleigh, while Lingfeng looked at his long-lost friends. It has truly been a long 2 years. Lingfeng's gaze swept over everyone around him. Aside from Drake and Waldo, who had already gone ahead to the New World, the rest of the crew had all arrived. How can you still say that? The ship's bully was infuriated upon hearing this. Ah, Lingfeng scratched his head, clearly feeling a bit embarrassed. You did this on purpose, throwing me into that kind of place, right? The ship's bully clenched his fists, itching to give Lingfeng a beating. Don't get worked up. Ship bully, I have a gift for you. Lingfeng also felt quite embarrassed and directly took out the magma fruit. This is a devil fruit? Shaved board Junba looked at the crimson fruit in Lingfeng's hand, his eyes filled with a hint of curiosity. Just accept it. This is the fruit of that Admiral Akainu, which is perfect for your warm-hearted nature. Isteth said gently while looking at Lingfeng. This, I heard it's very hard to eat. Shaved board Junba seemed to be in a bit of a dilemma. Ah, Shaved board San, a person with integrity wouldn't refuse it. You know, Butterfly Shinobu said with a sly smile. Shaved board was still hesitating, while Misaka Mikoto and Shihuin SGI exchanged amused glances. Our Academy City's LV5 is actually afraid of eating a devil fruit. Misaka-san, it's rare for me to agree with you. No wonder he can only rank last. The two of them sang in harmony, making Shaved board Junba's face turn red. What? I'm not afraid. Let me show you my integrity. Shaved board Junba snatched the magma fruit from Lingfeng's hand and directly ate it whole, skin and all. Ugh, of course. This reaction was expected by everyone. How is it? With your close compatibility, plus this devil fruit, you will definitely be a powerful presence among us. Lingfeng smiled, and the others around him nodded in agreement. Of course, it wasn't just Shave who had made significant improvements over the past 2 years. Next, we're going to the New World to hunt devil fruit users, and we're going to start fighting against the 4 emperors. Lingfeng looked at his companions, his tone becoming serious. As for the number of devil fruits to hunt next, I must go on a hunt, and I have also thought about the candidate among you to inherit it. Lingfeng has already set his goals in mind, and in the New World, he will definitely stir up a storm of blood and carnage. By the way, Brooke, let me introduce you to someone. Lingfeng walked into the cabin and shouted to the man inside. Come out, Barolik Raidfield. Lingfeng finished speaking, and a man dressed in a crimson shirt and blood-red trousers stepped out. This red count was holding a slender bat-handle umbrella and draped in a large blood-red cloak, looking very elegant. Is it you? It turns out what Lingfeng said was true. Brooke and the red count exchanged glances, the former's explosive hairstyle lingering in the latter's memory. So, this is our new partner. Chapter 156. The panel 2 years later before Lingfeng could finish. Barorik Lidfield interrupted him. Lingfeng, I have always preferred to go my own way. Although you helped me find that devil fruit, I never said I would definitely become your partner. Barorik Lidfield looked at Brooke in front of him, although he said that, deep down, the reclusive man still hoped to set sail with someone he admired. Hey, don't say that. How fun it would be to sail together as partners. Lingfeng said dismissively. You guy. Yo-ho-ho-ho, Barorik-san, I didn't expect to meet you here. Brooke was also very happy to meet an old friend, especially since the Rumbar pirates had disappeared for a long time. He had known Barorik Lidfield back when he was still not skeleton. Have you come back to life? Barorik Lidfield looked at Brooke, who had turned into a skeleton. The latter's explosive hairstyle and unique laughter proved that he was indeed the Brooke from back then. Yo-ho-ho-ho. This is what I look like after eating the Revive fruit. The situation is a bit complicated. Brooke was about to explain when shouts from the Navy could be heard not far away, and several warships had already appeared on the sea. What is that? It must be the Navy's admiral. Lingfeng squinted his eyes, and before he could speak, Barorik Laidfield had already noticed. A new admiral of the Navy? The Red Count's observation hockey was incredibly strong, managing to sense the admiral on the warship first. Another admiral of the Navy? Isteth felt a bit excited, not expecting to confront an admiral again after 2 years. It should be Fujitora, look over there. Lingfeng smiled. Above their heads, a huge meteorite appeared. I've handed you the cutting board. Now try out your new power. Lingfeng clearly did not intend to take action, and the rest of the Hurricane pirates did not seem too tense either. Oh, the two fists collided together, then jumped into the air, transforming into a fiery magma giant fist that directly slammed towards the meteor in the sky. What is that? The former Marine Admiral, Akainu's devil fruit ability. Impossible. Did the Hurricane pirates obtain this devil fruit? The Marines on Sabeti Archipelago, who were about to pursue the Hurricane pirates, witnessed such a shocking scene. Bang! The massive magma fist crashed heavily onto the meteor, dark red magma, penetrating through it and splitting it in half. Rumbling. The meteor continuously turned into rubble and fell down. As Lingfeng raised his hand, a gust of blue wind swept all the debris away to the distant warships. That is the captain of the Hurricane pirates, also a Logia-type Devil Fruit user. Hurricane Fruit user. Lingfeng, The Marines looked at the few pirates on the Hurricane ship not far away, their expressions tense. Although the Hurricane pirates had many beautiful women, each one was extremely formidable. Whoosh! The military bully landed on the deck from midair and looked at his arm. So this is the power of the Devil Fruit. It's really something unique. Enough talk. Let's dive into the water quickly. There's no time to play with him here. Lingfeng let Haizi teleport into the water to open the valve. The air inside the bubbles in the sea gradually decreased, while the layer of bubble film on the deck began to inflate, slowly expanding and gradually enveloping the entire ship in a giant bubble. Open fire. Smash their ship model. Bang, bang, bang. The Navy on the shore kept shooting and firing cannons, and the distant warships also began to bombard. Lingfeng casually raised his hand, and a flowing wind enveloped the swift wind, blocking all the cannon fire and bullets. It seemed you were stronger than you were 2 years ago. The Red Count looked at Lingfeng before him, the latter already beginning to evoke a sense of danger in him. Lingfeng shrugged, non-committal. After 2 years of training, his personal panel had made remarkable progress, and the development level of his Devil Fruit had significantly increased. Name: Lingfeng Physique, 986 to 5. The average physique in the pirate world is around 10 to 20. Devil Fruit. Hurricane Fruit, development level 65, awakening at 100. Dark Fruit. Development level 50. Armament Hockey, 530600. Intermediate Observation Hockey, 470600. Intermediate Conqueror's Hockey, 450600. Intermediate Swordsmanship, 900. Breath of Wind, Breath of Moon, Breath of Haze Ninjutsu, S-Class. Sage Art, Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken Eye Technique, Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Demon Blade and Blood Demon Power, the terrifying power sealed within the eye, Black Flame Amaterasu. Navy 6 styles, high-level Gale Foot, high-level Finger Gun, high-level Shave, high-level Moonwalk, high-level Iron Body, high-level Paper Drawing. Current crew, 710. Drake, Karina, Linus, Shirai Kuriko, Ram, Akatsuki, Shinua, and Shaving Board Military Tyrant are not counted among the system's crew. Swordsmanship Specialization increases the sharpness of blade weapons, improves proficiency with blade weapons, can use Armament Hockey to wrap around his sword, ultimately enhancing it to a Black Blade. Black Blade Realm, wrapping Armament Hockey around the sword to achieve a hardening level that truly allows cutting through anything. As long as the area unit's hockey strength is inferior to his own, it can be severed in one strike. Minimum requirement: Intermediate Armament Hockey. Demon State can greatly enhance his physical qualities, can use Kokoshibo's skills, Breath of Moon, Stripes, Transparent World, Blood Demon techniques. In this state, the Hurricane Fruit ability cannot be used. Shadow Flame, passive skill. The terrifying power attached to the Demon Blade's Dark Flame. Each time wounded by the Demon Blade, the Shadow Flame will surge from the wound, causing horrific burning damage inside the enemy's body. Field of Wind casts a wind wall to block attacks from all directions. Can block any flying projectiles and ranged attacks. Blood Demon technique. Demon Blade, Phantom Moon, Devil Hunting. Evolved from the previous Devil Sacrifice skill, using the Dark Fruit's ability. Can absorb the power of deceased Devil Fruit users and convert it into a Devil Fruit. The corpse of the Devil Fruit user cannot exceed 30 minutes of death time. Lingfeng hadn't checked his system panel for a long time. Aside from the skills, there weren't many changes, but all of his attributes had seen significant improvements. First, his physique points were close to reaching 1,000. Secondly, all 3 types of hockey had reached intermediate level, and his swordsmanship had also hit 900. He wondered if he would receive any swordsmanship skills when he reached 1,000. Additionally, all 6 forms of the marine techniques had been upgraded to advanced level. And after 2 years of training, he had noticed that his Demon Blade Mingyan and Ghost Blade Shuyue had been absorbing his armament hockey. This meant that his 2 Black Blades were about to emerge. Currently, Lingfeng's physique points were sufficient to support him in using the powers of the Devil Fruit and eye techniques extensively, unlike before when he couldn't unleash his full power. 2 years ago, he had to conserve his stamina and save his skills, unable to unleash everything all at once. Now, things were very different. Chapter 157, Journey to Fishman Island. Next, he needed to learn Flowing Cherry Blossom and Conqueror's Hockey Entanglement, then cultivate the 2 Black Blades, and finally awaken the 2 Devil Fruits. After that, he would basically be invincible. Lingfeng looked at the wind domain surrounding the swift wind and nodded to himself. Over the past 2 years, he had spent most of his time training this skill. In the past, he had to draw his sword and swing to create a wind wall to block ranged attacks. Now, he could simply use the ability of the Hurricane Fruit. making it effortless and instantaneous. As long as he wanted, he could maintain the wind wall around a specific person or object, but it would continuously drain his physical strength. However, there weren't many scenarios that require the wind domain, unless it was the current situation protecting the swift wind from attacks. After all, being a Logia-type user, he wasn't too afraid of ranged attacks. If he covered himself with haki, he could have elementalized and dodged them long ago. Truly beautiful. Misaka Makoto looked up and saw several thick branches extending deep into the sea. The sunlight shining on the sea surface made the water emit a dazzling array of colors. As the swift wind submerged into the water, the surrounding noise quieted down significantly, and with Lingfeng setting up the wind domain around, those cannonballs couldn't reach them. So many terrifying fish. Indeed, I wonder if they taste good. Akatsuki and Hashiyuki leaned over the edge of the bubble, eager to stretch their heads out. You two be careful not to break the bubble. Cannon's sister chuckled helplessly. These two foodies really were something. Wow, what a magical sight, Brooke said, then sat down in the seat below the mast and strummed his guitar. Oh, is the King of Souls going to play a tune? Linus crossed his muscular arms and looked at Brooke with anticipation. So, next, ladies, may I ask a question? Brooke's words piqued the curiosity of the others, and Lingfeng was just about to interrupt him. Can I borrow a look at your panties? Bang! Zizhong. The sounds of hitting, electricity, and sword drawing spread instantly, and Brooke turned black all over, with a bump on his skull, his explosive hair emitting a burnt smell, and a piece of his clothing shredded. Wow, my terrifying companions. Count Red looked at Brooke, feeling somewhat speechless. Was this guy really his idol back in the day? What is that? Esther's did not participate in the beating of Brooke. She pointed her snowy white finger ahead, where the visible seawater was converging forward. That must be an upward current. Our ship is going to ride that water column. Karina looked tense and hurriedly took the helm. The swift wind began to shake violently, and everyone on the deck staggered, grabbing onto anything nearby to prevent falling. What an exhilarating journey. Butterfly Shinobu remained calm, as if the current ahead did not scare her. Sister Shinobu is still so cool. Misaka Makoto felt a bit flustered, while Shirai Kuriko clung to her thigh with a fangirl expression. The speed is about to pick up, be careful. Karina firmly held the helm, while Kei, transformed into a gorilla form, pushed her from behind to prevent her from being swept away by the rapid current. Hey, didn't Lingfeng say there was the legendary sea beast Kraken here? Hashiyuki shouted while holding onto the ship's railing. Yeah, I also want to taste Kraken meat. Akatsuki beside Hashiyuki said with anticipation. You guys need to feel a bit more tense, come on. Lingfeng exclaimed loudly. After experiencing the rapid current, the swift wind arrived at Fishman Island without any incidents. What? There's actually sunlight underwater? Esther's looked up at the sunlight above her head in surprise. Even this decisive queen was somewhat astonished by the sight of Fishman Island. This is the giant tree-sun tree Eve that grows near Fishman Island, transmitting sunlight from the surface to the island, which is why the deep-sea Fishman Island experiences sunlight and changes in day and night. The local residents even described this phenomenon as the blessing of the sun. Lingfeng explained, while the others were admiring the marvelous scenery of the deep sea. The gale slowly advanced, passing through the entrance of Fishman Island. Everyone disembarked and, after docking the gale, walked on Fishman Island. It seemed that the fishmen here did not welcome humans. Istef looked at the fishmen in the distance, their gazes seemingly revealing a hint of hatred. It was normal. Humans like to catch fishmen, so how could there be no hatred? Lingfeng shrugged. The Fishman Island is currently rife with undercurrents, and Hody Jones is ambitious at this moment. While the flying pirates were wandering around, a group of guards from Fishman Island approached in the distance. Are they going to fight? The Shichibukai is eager to try, wanting to test the abilities of the Devil Fruit again. Don't worry, they're just here to negotiate with us. At this moment, the Red Count spoke up. His observation haki is that impressive. I wonder how your observation haki compares to that guy, Karakuri's. Lingfeng turned back and smiled at the Red Count, but the latter was indifferent. As expected, the guards of Dragon Palace City were very courteous to Lingfeng and the others. After explaining their purpose, they took their group aboard a whale and moved upward into the sky. Lingfeng was not afraid of getting into a fight with the opponent. To be honest, this group of stinky fish and rotten shrimp from Fishman Island should be left to Luffy and his crew. Poor Hody. He couldn't even defeat Luffy after taking drugs, let alone the Windstorm Pirates. When they arrived at the entrance of Dragon Palace City, the guards respectfully handed a pink bubble coral to Lingfeng and the others. What is this? Bubble coral? a tool that can easily create bubbles. Almost all of Dragon Palace City is filled with seawater, which is unbreathable for humans. This is similar to coating a ship with a membrane. Lingfeng explained to his companions, and even the guards looked at him with new eyes. They didn't expect Captain Lingfeng to know so much about Fishman Island. Haha, that's great, that's great. Lingfeng scratched his head, wondering how he could not understand after watching the anime. Through a passage connecting Fishman Island and Ryugu Palace, a beautiful underwater palace appeared before everyone. Under the sunlight shining through the sea, the surrounding walls emitted colors like a rainbow, and a giant golden dragon stretched out from behind the palace, eventually coiling above it. Through the transparent bubbles, they could see various schools of fish in 6 colors up close, almost like a natural aquarium. Xing Shui, wow, what an impressive palace. Qitong, so many fish I really want to eat. Dokudo Siko, all you think about is eating. Shihun Eski, I wish Mamori were here. She loves watching the sea. Misaka Makoto, who is Mamori? Cough cough. I want to tell you. As the members of the Swift Wind pirate crew were joking around, a tall male mermaid approached them. Everyone, I am Neptune, the king of Fishman Island. Welcome, Swift Wind pirate crew, to Fishman Island. Chapter 158. The welcome banquet of Fishman Island. Everyone stared at the large mermaid before them, and except for Lingfeng, they were somewhat shocked. They didn't expect mermaids could be this large. Butterfly Shinobu looked at Neptune and said, "You haven't seen the mermaid princess. She's even bigger." Lingfeng thought of Princess White Star, who not only had a great figure, but also certain aspects that were quite impressive. Well, at least she was someone that Sister Pao needed to look up to. He had long heard of the beautiful legends of Fishman Island, and today, King Neptune personally came to greet them, which made the Swift Wind pirates feel honored. Lingfeng looked at the somewhat wary Neptune, and his tone was very gentle. I have long heard that the Swift Wind pirates are powerful, so it is only right for me to come personally. Neptune was indeed worried about the Swift Wind pirates causing trouble on Fishman Island. He was well aware of what they had done during the Marineford War. Neptune slightly turned to the side and invited everyone, saying, "Let's go into the Dragon Palace. I have specially prepared a banquet to welcome you all." Akihitami ye. Zinx no, banquet. Lingfeng and the others followed Neptune into the Dragon Palace. Inside, the lighting was somewhat dim, appearing darker compared to the brilliant colors outside. Everyone took their seats following Neptune, and various delicacies were served, along with a special concert. The already dim hall became even darker, but soon the lights began to shine with color. Oh, is that the singer from Fishman Island? Brooke looked at the stage, where under the spotlight stood a curvaceous mermaid with full lips, and the band began to play. Wow, Fishman Island is really fun. Little Kong watched as groups of dancers and palace maids glided in, bringing dish after dish of delicious food. Various fine wines were also served, and Lingfeng and the others didn't expect such a lavish treatment upon arriving at Fishman Island. We really can't afford this banquet. Lingfeng looked at Neptune, who was laughing heartily. No problem, no problem. If we can befriend a few of you, we at Fishman Island are very willing to. As soon as Neptune finished speaking, Minister Zhua, who was beside him, nodded in agreement. Everyone, my sons will be coming here shortly to enjoy drinks with you all. I hope the Storm Pirates will have a great time on Fishman Island. Neptune clearly wanted to befriend the Storm Pirates. After all, he was the king. He had a good eye for people. The Storm Pirates had accomplished something 2 years ago and were bound to be even stronger now. Although Fishman Island was still temporarily under the domain of the Beagle Pirates, who wouldn't want to befriend the strong. Since King Neptune was being so courteous, we couldn't lose our manners either. Don't worry, we will just restock and leave shortly. We won't cause any trouble here. Lingfeng knew about Neptune's worries. The latter must be afraid they would cause some trouble here. Ha, Captain Lingfeng is just joking. I didn't mean that. Neptune's inner thoughts were seen through, and he suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. However, Your Majesty, has there been any unrest in your Fishman Street recently? Lingfeng casually asked while chewing a piece of meat. Fishman Street? Neptune was taken aback. That place is now a lawless zone, are you saying? King Neptune was puzzled as to why Lingfeng would bring up Fishman Street. The hatred between humans and fishmen must have taken root somewhere. Lingfeng spoke with a hint of meaning, but he did not intend to actively seek trouble with Hody Jones. After all, with Luffy and the others around, they should be coming to Fishman Island in a while. I see. Neptune seemed to understand what Lingfeng was implying. The latter shrugged and said no more, continuing to enjoy the banquet with his companions. By the way, after leaving Fishman Island, we need to find an island to modify the Speedy, Lingfeng said, looking at Linas, who was holding a cup of wine, and nodded. Don't worry, Captain. I've learned shipbuilding skills, and with my abilities, you can rest assured, Linas said boldly as he drank. I trust your abilities. Then there's Doflamingo in the New World. That guy has had a long-standing grudge with me, and it must be resolved this time. Lingfeng's tone gradually became cold. The 7 warlords of the sea? Do we really have to mobilize for such a clown? Queeness Death said this with great authority. But we can't say that. He still has quite a few dealings in the dark world. We need to take over. Are you saying we take over Doflamingo's family's business? Karina's eyes sparkled with the glint of money, as if she was already imagining herself lying in a pile of gold coins. He has dealings with the Yonko Kaido. Once he falls, the world situation will become unstable, but we can seamlessly take over. Lingfeng was very confident that with the full strength of the Speedy Pirates 2 years later, dealing with Doflamingo would definitely not be a problem. But if we do that, it would mean declaring war on Kaido. Misaka Makoto looked at Lingfeng, who seemed unconcerned. Not only Kaido, but we also need to seize the Golden Emperor's ship. Lingfeng narrowed his eyes. He had specially sent Wald to the New World earlier to scout for the route to the Golden City. Wald contacted us once before we arrived. But the record pointers in the New World are different from those in the first half of the Grand Line. He couldn't immediately tell us the location of the Golden Ship. Shihoin Sogi, elegantly eating dessert, said to Lingfeng. Different record pointers? Karina, who was eating cake, was surprised to hear this. Yes, the record pointers in the New World require 3. These pointers are an upgraded version of the record pointers, with 3 pointers on one dial. They point to 3 different islands, and then pirates can choose the safest, the most stable pointer, route to advance. Lingfeng took a sip of wine and said to Karina, "But we don't have it. What should we do?" Karina scratched her head. They didn't have the record pointer for the New World. Let's ask King Neptune later if he has one. In any case, the goal of the New World is to gain control over all the trades in the Dark World, especially the devil fruits of Doflamingo and Tesoro. I need to hunt them down. The former has the string fruit, while the latter has the gold fruit. Both fruits have pretty good abilities once awakened. I already have candidates to inherit these 2 fruits. After enjoying the banquet, remember to go to the shopping mall to stock up on supplies. The upcoming journey will be tight. All right, no problem. Lingfeng is also looking forward to the New World. Of course, the first thing to do is to kill Caesar. The gas fruit is also not bad, and the insane sad must be dealt with. Even if Lingfeng stands by, Misaka Mikoto, Kochu Shinobu, and Shihoin Maki will not allow such a malicious artificial devil fruit experiment to continue. Chapter 159, The Attack of the New Fishman Pirates, Fishman Street. What? That guy Neptune is actually hosting a banquet for humans in person? A fishman with long black curly hair glared fiercely at his subordinate. It's true, Captain Hody. That old guy actually went to welcome those people himself, and even gave them a lot of gifts, a fishman replied. Huh, it seems Neptune wants to reconcile with humans. A cadre of a new fishman pirates, Damo, shrieked. Unforgivable. How can that lowly human race hold a banquet with us fishmen? Another cadre, Jo, said coldly. Dose, why don't we take them out here and overthrow Neptune, letting our new fishman pirates take control of Fishman Island? Captain Hody, another cadre, Dosen, suggested. Mahihi, humans should be drained of all their moisture by my gun. Ikaros laughed loudly. What was I going to say? The Fishman Island's #1 swordsman, Leopard, took a couple of sips of alcohol and said drunkenly. Humph, no rush. Let's take these things first, and besides, that guy Deacon hasn't dealt with Shirahoshi yet. If we act rashly, it might ruin the plan, Hody Jones said calmly. But Captain, we have recently captured quite a few humans. If Neptune and the other humans unite, we will lose the initiative to attack. The cadres nodded in agreement. If Fishman Island suddenly reconciles with humans, all the years of forbearance of our new Fishman pirates will be in vain. In that case, you go notify Deacon that we will capture those humans and then publicly execute Neptune at the Giant Cod Square, announcing that our new Fishman pirates are taking over Fishman Island. Oh, the fishmen were very excited, as if everything was under their control. Hody also smiled viciously, then grabbed a handful of the deadly drug ES and stuffed it into his mouth, treating it like candy. Jaha, Neptune, Fishman Island will be reborn under my leadership. Fishman Island Shopping Street. Ingredients, clothes, and fruits. Rem and Ram are shopping for various items. In the upcoming chaotic new world, they might not find an island to resupply for a long time, so they must return fully loaded. And medicine, as Butterfly Shinobu specifically instructed. Rem took out a piece of white paper with a lot of item names written on it. Buying so much, I can't carry it all. Uncle Linus had on his face, holding a big bag and small bags, but clearly there were still a lot of items to buy. Who told those guys to run off to play? Damn it. Ram stomped her foot. After the banquet, the Wind Pirates had briefly separated, wanting to observe Fishman Island properly. It's fine, sister, the three of us are enough. Rem was very gentle and didn't mind buying things for everyone. Really, you're just too easy to talk to. If this goes on, you'll be bullied, Ram said, but still help her sister carry the bags. You're the best, sister. You're great too, little sister. Facing the good relationship between the two sisters, Linus's deepened. Over there, humans. Just as the three were shopping, a group of malicious fishmen set their sights on them. Seriously, can't even shop in peace. Ram was a bit speechless. It seems the fishmen here really harbor some hatred towards us humans. Rem observed the ordinary fishmen around, all of whom retreated and showed no intention of helping them. Let's finish this quickly. Linus put down the bags and gripped the heavy hammer on his back. Sea forest. I didn't expect there to be a forest at the bottom of the sea. Misaka Makoto exclaimed as she looked at the beautiful corals. Misaka-san, can you not be so surprised? Otherwise, people will think we from Academy City are uncultured. Shihoin Maki shot a disdainful glance at her. Huh, you sports idiot must have never seen such a scene, always staying in the academy and never going out. You're the sports idiot. Muscular girl. What did you say? The Cannon sister and Shihoin started fighting again, while Lingfeng walked to the area related to Joy Boy. Shihoin, remember to record these texts just in case. Lingfeng said to Shihong, who, although unable to interpret the text, could read memories. When Shihong encounters Robin, she just needs to read the latter's memories of ancient texts to decipher historical documents. Honestly, I knew you didn't bring us here for anything good. Shihong shot a glance at Lingfeng, while the Cannon's sister laughed happily. Lady sister, you're really not reserved at all. Shirai Kuriko looked at Misaka Makoto's childish demeanor, somewhat speechless. Misaka Makoto, by the way, where are the others? Shihong Seiki, that guy, swayboard, went to the Mermaid CAF. He hasn't seen girls for a long time, so he went there to relieve his boredom. The others followed him. Just as the few were talking, a group of mermaids surged out from behind, armed with swords and looking fiercely at Lingfeng and the others. Are these the humans? Capture them. Lingfeng didn't look back and continued to study ancient texts with Shirho, saying to the Cannon sister, it's up to you. Coral Hill. Is a mermaid CAF just ahead? I'm really looking forward to it. Shikobin Gunba was a bit excited, clearly having been influenced by Sanji after spending a long time with him. Coffee, I really want to try it. But I don't have a tongue to taste it, ho ho ho. Brooke was also very excited. Coffee, coffee. Xingxue's eyes turned into little stars as she hopped along. I heard there is fortune-telling there too. How amazing. Qidong was very curious about the fortune-teller Madame Shaili that Lingfeng mentioned. I need to test my fate with Lingfeng. Isdeath walked ahead, having come here specifically for the fortune-telling. Just as they were about to reach Madame Shaili's mermaid CAF, a group of fishmen surrounded them. Here, damn humans, catch them. Isdeath glanced around at the fishmen, casually surveying them and finding no powerful enemies, immediately losing interest. It's up to you guys, I don't want to deal with these scrubs. Don't worry, leave it to us. Shikobin Gunba's fists were engulfed in smoke, emitting a hot wave. Just in time for me to test the magma fruit's abilities again. Don't make too much noise. Captain Lingfeng specifically warned us, Qitong reminded Shikobin. Don't worry, Qitong. I could take care of all these guys in one go. Shikobin Gunba was extremely confident, and he indeed had the capital for that confidence, as these fishmen from Fishman Island were not much of a challenge. Chapter 160, War. Geelong Code Square. Butterfly Shinobu and Poison Island Seiko strolled through the spacious square, feeling particularly relaxed and comfortable in this broad Fishman Island, compared to the world they came from, which was filled with ghosts and zombies. I didn't expect your world to be full of monsters too, Poison Island Seiko said, looking at the petite butterfly Shinobu with some admiration. If it were her, she really wouldn't have the confidence to survive in such a terrifying world of bloodsuckers. Aren't you impressive too? Those man-eating monsters, while not as powerful as ghosts, have a highly contagious nature, and they aren't afraid of sunlight. Plus, there are so many of them. Butterfly Shinobu smiled and replied to Poison Island Seiko. In a sense, their experiences were somewhat similar. Let's go, we've strolled enough. Karina, Xiaokong, and Count Red have returned to the ship. We should head back too, Butterfly Shinobu said, looking reluctantly at the empty square around them. Let us go. The new world has even broader scenery. Poison Island Seiko smiled. Compared to her own world, this world filled with seawater was indeed magical. Just as the two were about to return, the square suddenly became surrounded by a dense crowd of fishmen and humans. However, those humans seemed to be shackled with chains and collars, looking like slaves at first glance. Looks like we won't be going back anytime soon. Butterfly Shinobu drew her Nicaran blade and leaned against Poison Island Seiko. It seems that whether it's ghosts, zombies, or mermaids, as long as they are not of the human race, they pose a significant threat to us. Poison Island Seiko's gaze was very cold. The two stood back to back, watching the new Fishman pirate group, eyeing them hungrily, along with their captured human slaves. This scene was almost identical to that of the Sabeti archipelago, except here, humans were the slaves and fishmen were the rulers. There are quite a few of them. Butterfly, Shinobu observed the densely packed fishmen and slaves, her tone very serious. Let us hold on until Lingfeng and the others arrive. Before that, let us start our killing performance. Poison Island Seiko was not afraid at all. On the contrary, an overwhelming excitement surged in her heart. Finally, they could unleash a massacre. How delightful. In the sea of trees. In front of Misaka Mikoto lay countless charred fishmen. She clapped her hands and said to Lingfeng, all done. How is it, Shirho? Did you record it? Lingfeng asked Shirho Saori. What's the rush? Don't rush me. These characters look complicated. Shirho Saori pouted, indicating she felt a bit of a headache. I see. How about I take a rubbing of them instead? Lingfeng glanced at the many fallen fish people behind him and suddenly felt that something was off. Sure enough, the phone bug rang. Hello, Lingfeng. Hurry to Jalanko Square. We've been attacked, came Shinobu Kocho's voice from the phone bug. All right, we'll be there soon. Lingfeng hung up the phone bug and said to Cannon's sister and the others, you go ahead, I need to go to a place. I'll come back to make the imprints of these things later. Okay. Cannon's sister and the others didn't linger. Shirai Kuriko teleported them away from there. Jilung KO'd Square. Ha ha. Neptune, is this all the strength you nobles of Ryugu Palace have? Hody Jones had already used the power of the deadly drug to capture Neptune and the three princes and was going to execute them in front of everyone. All fishmen, look closely. This is what happens when you prepare to be friendly with humans. We, Fishman Island, absolutely cannot mix with those inferior races. Hody grinned wickedly at Neptune, his hair gray and his eyes fierce, under the power of the deadly drug E.S. Neptune was no longer his opponent. Look at those pitiful humans. They will be executed by our new Fishman pirate crew sooner or later. Hody looked smugly at Shinobu Kocho and Seiko Busujima, thinking he was sure to win. If only he had taken a closer look, he would have noticed that his subordinates were being slaughtered by Shinobu and Seiko. Neptune, hurry and let Princess Shirahoshi come out. Hody's greatest inner worry was Princess Shirahoshi, whose terrifying power was what he feared the most. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, in the distance at Coral Hill, there seemed to be a huge explosion. From afar, a lot of magma and ice were rampaging. Kaka, what happened over there? One of the cadres, Dama, jumped in place and asked. Hody looked at the chaos in the distance, feeling suddenly uneasy. Just then, three young girls suddenly appeared in the sky. One of the girls was surrounded by flickering lightning, and eventually, that lightning struck down, electrocuting all the Fishman pirates below into charred remains. Sorry we're late. Shirai Kuriko, along with Misaka Mikoto and Shokuho Misaki, flashed down to the ground. Seriously, Mikoto, you made me lose a lot of enemies as soon as you arrived. Seiko Busujima's figure slowly emerged. She had already used the power of the transparent fruit to turn into an invisible killer, slaying all the surrounding Fishman pirates. Seriously, I'm so tired by myself. Shinobu Kocho flickered through the crowd, her speed ghostly and impossible to catch. Bang, bang, bang. Not far behind the square, a loud rumbling sound came, with ice pillars and whirlwinds continuously coalescing, along with a giant robot. Two twin sisters stood on either side of the robot's shoulders. As the robot marched forward, making the surrounding Fishman pirates seem like ants beneath its feet. Wow, sister, there are so many enemies. Rem exclaimed, looking at the exaggerated number of pirates around. Seriously, even if there are more, they're just small fish. Ram said disdainfully. There weren't many strong fishmen among them. Ha! This battle armor robot is really useful. I have to thank that guy Frankie. Inside the robot, Linus controlled the gigantic machine. At that moment, a massive ice meteor and a stream of hot magma fell from the sky. Bang! Bang! The ice meteor and the magma struck the square, creating visible shockwaves and huge explosions. The atmosphere is really lively. Is this how these fishmen welcome us? Queen Death's voice came, and not far away. The members of the Shave Board Army descended from the sky one by one. Yo ho ho ho, it looks like there are about 100,000 enemies. Brooks said nonchalantly, not feeling nervous at all, but instead telling a bad joke. Funeral. Akihito drew his sword, looking at the surrounding Fishman pirates. Chapter 161. 100,000? Instant kill. That must be the Windstorm pirate crew that Lady Sherry spoke of. It can't be wrong. It will bring new life to Fishman Island. Go. Windstorm Pirate Crew. Stop Hody and his group. The residents of Fishman Island, watching this execution, shouted, never expecting that one day they would cheer for humans. However, Lady Sherry's words had never been wrong, so they were willing to believe in the Windstorm Pirate Crew. Ah, it seems they completely see us as good people. Shinobu Kocho smiled. She never expected that the Windstorm Pirate Crew would also have a day of being supported. Finally able to be a hero, Mikoto Misaka was quite looking forward to it, as it had been a long time since she felt like a hero after coming here. Being a hero doesn't get you meat. Let's not do it. Hashiyuki whimpered. Her ideology was quite similar to Luffy's. By the way, where's our captain? Seiko Busujima did not see Lingfeng's figure. He said he would go to a place and let us come here first. Shirai Kuriko said impatiently. Lingfeng didn't want to come along, so she had to lead the others. Doing this made it seem like she was a free transportation tool, which left Kuriko speechless. TCH, these inferior races are so arrogant. Hody looked at the Windstorm Pirate Crew in the distance. For some reason, even after taking the deadly drug, he still felt a sense of inexplicable fear. Humans, today is your day of death. You're still being arrogant when death is approaching. Jo shouted at the Windstorm Pirate Crew. Oh, Uncle, your robot is so cool. Hashiyuki exclaimed, spotting Linus's new robot, her eyes shining. Ha ha, your reaction is too slow, Hashiyuki. Linus proudly posed with the robot. Lord Jo, we were ignored. The Fishman Pirates raised their hands and loudly complained. That's just because my voice was too small. Jo roared, refusing to admit that he was ignored by the Windstorm Pirate Crew. So strong-willed. The Fishman Pirates continued to complain. Just then, a giant shark suddenly appeared in the sky, causing everyone to look up in surprise. Is it Princess Shirahoshi's shark pet? Megalo, has Princess Shirahoshi appeared? The onlooking fishmen shouted, but Hody laughed sinisterly. Ha ha ha, tie up Shirahoshi for me. Hody looked at the shark in the sky, but all his subordinates had fainted one by one. What's going on? Dosen looked at the surrounding fishmen who kept falling down, his expression terrified. Hody was also shocked by this scene. He saw that on the square, for some unknown reason, small blue hurricanes suddenly gathered. Princess Shirahoshi, shall we go down? Lingfeng said gently to the massive Shirahoshi on Megalo's back. It's Lord Lingfeng. Shirahoshi weakly replied. Today was the first time she had come out in many years. If Lingfeng hadn't told her that her father and brother were being executed, she wouldn't have had the courage to come out. As for Vanderdecken, Lingfeng had instructed Red Count to deal with him directly to prevent Noah from crashing down later. Shirahoshi. Neptune looked at the appearance of Shirahoshi and shouted loudly, Father! Princess Shirahoshi, with tears in her eyes, gazed at the bound King Neptune. Don't cry, Shirahoshi. I will set your father free soon, Lingfeng said as he waved to his partners in the distance. Ha! How dare this inferior race talk like that? Hody sneered, just as he was about to self-destruct the news. Shirho, it's up to you, Lingfeng shouted. Queen Shirho shrugged helplessly and directly pressed the switch towards Hody. A wave of memories was read and then transmitted by Shirho into the minds of all the fishmen. What? Hody, you bastard. It was you who killed Princess Odoheim. The surrounding crowd learned the truth from those years ago, and Lingfeng spared Hody the satisfaction of a self-destruct. Unfortunately, Shirahoshi had long known, but Princess Odoheim told her before she died to harbor hatred for the murderer, no matter who that person was. With tears streaming down her face, Shirahoshi watched as Lingfeng revealed this shocking secret. But Princess Odoheim was such a gentle and kind person, and Lingfeng admired her greatly. So that's how it is. The surrounding crowd was so shocked that they couldn't say anything, while the flying wind pirates remained silent, waiting for Lingfeng's command. Now then, Hody, the truth has come to light. I originally planned to let you live a little longer, but you insisted on seeking death. Lingfeng squinted his eyes. This guy actually dared to send someone to attack them. He must be tired of living. What can you do to us, inferior race? We have 100,000 people. Oh! At Hody's command, the surrounding fishermen pirates erupted with a terrifying aura. In an instant, the shouts were deafening, and a massive number of fishmen charged towards them, looking quite spectacular. Is that all? Lingfeng smiled, his pupils suddenly constricting, and a sharp, domineering aura violently spread out, a terrifying presence continuously wrapping around the bodies of the fishermen pirates. In the next moment, everyone except for the storm pirates was stunned and frozen in place. Lingfeng stood still, not moving an inch, and instantly defeated the 100,000 fishermen pirates. Kaka! Impossible. That man is simply a monster, Damo said in fear as he looked at Lingfeng. Hody was in shock, unable to speak as he looked at Lingfeng. He always believed that fishmen were the most superior race, while humans were nothing but inferior beings. However, he now realized that in the vast ocean, there are countless powerful beings. Lingfeng walked towards Hody at a leisurely pace. Although the cadres were somewhat fearful, they still rushed out under the power of the fierce drug. Don't think you can get close to our Captain Hody. Those minions really can't be relied on. With us here, you won't get within a step of Captain Hody. Dosin, Jiao, and Icarus raised their weapons and struck at Lingfeng. Their attacks were intercepted in midair. The three cadres fixed their gaze on the three who blocked their attack. Istef merely used one hand to freeze Jiao's arm, stating that their captain was not someone that this bunch of small fries could casually approach. The tyrant of the shave-board army pressed a finger against the massive hammer, which could not be brought down in the hands of the towering fishman. This stark contrast caused people's pupils to continuously constrict. Misaka Mikoto turned Icarus's 8 red cherry guns into fragments, with a confident smile on her lips. The three helped Lingfeng clear the way, and the latter slowly walked up to Hody. Chapter 162, Navy Admiral, Green Cow, Fishman Island, Jalanko Square. In this vast square, both human slaves and fishman pirates had all been knocked out by the Conqueror's hockey. The previously deafening roars had all disappeared, and the entire venue was now eerily quiet. Such a stark contrast caused Hody Jones's pupils to continuously constrict. What do you think your 100,000 can do? Lingfeng walked straight through a few cadres of the new fishman pirates, as his companions had already cleared the path for him. Why you humans? Don't get too cocky. Shave. Before Hody could finish speaking, Lingfeng had already vanished from his spot. When his figure reappeared, he was slowly sheathing his sword. Breath of Kaze. Fourth form, Serpent Slash. At the moment Lingfeng sheathed his sword, Hody's body was suddenly sliced in half. Blood sprayed like a fountain. And this fishman, who had taken a deadly drug, didn't even have time to utter a harsh word before being killed by Lingfeng. Captain Hody! Dorsey shouted, only to see a blazing magma giant fist engulfing him. Dorsey, damn it! Before Jiao could finish speaking, his own body was completely frozen. And finally, Esther's long leg kicked hard, shattering him into countless ice shards. Dorsey, Jiao, Icarus died even worse, reduced to nothing by a close-range electromagnetic cannon shot from Misaka Mikoto. Crack, crack, I'm out of here. Dama tried to burrow underground to escape, but found himself in the sky without knowing when. Seriously, all my companions have been killed, and you can only run away? Shirai Kuriko sighed helplessly behind Dama. Impossible. Crack, how did I end up in the sky? Dama shouted in disbelief, only to be kicked by Kuriko, sending him plummeting to the ground. Whoos, bang. Dama's body fell heavily to the ground, only to be stomped into pieces by Linus's robot. Gurgle, gurgle, huh? What happened to everyone? Leopard Zong was still drinking when he saw his companions already dead. The number 1 swordsman of Fishman Island. Is this it? Poison Island Siko shook her head helplessly at the sight of the octopus swordsman before her. Funeral. Insect-breathing beat-tooth dance true flick. Akitomi and Shinobu Kocho passed by Leopard Zong, who drunkenly lowered his head, horrified to find purple poison and black curses appearing on each of his octopus legs. You fishman, unworthy of being called a swordsman. Poison Island Siko drew her sword, quickly advancing into a draw, and then directly severed Leopard Zhang's head. In the end, only Hammond was left, along with the late-arriving Kurakin and Mean Tsumi. Don't. I give up. I'm sorry. Hammond looked at the windstorm pirates, effortlessly killing the new fishman pirates, terrified to the point that his legs went weak. Don't do such a boring thing. Shiyu walked in front of Hammond, his fingers crackling with energy. Since you want to go to war with US, don't talk about surrender. Esther's eyes were cold, her conqueror's haki unfurling, and that chilling murderous aura made Hammond faint from fear. Mean Tsumi, Kurakin, you two should leave quickly. This boring battle is not worth your lives. Lingfeng didn't even look at the dead Hody's group and directly nodded to Shurho. Shurho pointed at a few fishmen, and Shirai Kuriko flashed to their side, taking out the handcuff keys and the Celestial Dragon's letter. Thank you. Thank you all. Neptune's expression was filled with guilt, not expecting that those guys in Fishman Street had become so crazy. No need to thank us. At least you held a banquet to entertain us. Lingfeng smiled and said, a favor from a meal should be repaid well. Lord Lingfeng, thank you. Bai Xing wiped her tears and thanked Lingfeng with a hint of grievance. It's nothing, Princess Bai Xing. You are free now. I have already helped you lift the curse of Daiken. I believe in you. Lord Lingfeng. Princess Bai Xing nodded affirmatively. Since she came out of the hardshell tower, she indeed hadn't seen various weapons flying toward her. Lingfeng has already let the Red Count take action, which is a tremendous favor to Vanderdecken. I guess the Red Count must be speechless to deal with such a trash character. You can also go pay tribute to your mother in the future. Lingfeng looked at Princess Bai Xing, then glanced at the surrounding crowd. Disperse, there's nothing to see. As for how to interact with humans in the future, that's up to you to decide. However, blind hatred will only bring more hatred. You can figure that out for yourselves. Lingfeng waved his hand. They didn't want to be any saviors. They were just passing through here and didn't expect Hody to act like he was on drugs, insisting on confronting them. All right, he indeed took the wrong medicine. Mianjin glanced at Kalakin, who wouldn't speak, while the former looked foolish. Now Lingfeng and the others didn't care about them. Even though these two were huge in size, if a real fight broke out, they would be taken down in an instant. Really, thank you all so much. At this moment, Prince Sharkstar also respectfully expressed his gratitude to the Swift Wind Pirates. No need to be so polite if you really feel bad about it. Just give us some treasure and a record pointer to the new world. Lingfeng smiled. They're definitely not good people. Of course. There's no problem with that. Neptune quickly agreed, still feeling scared from Lingfeng's terrifying power earlier. Minister Zhua, please take them to the treasure vault, and also hand over the record pointer of the new world to them. Shirai Kuriko walked up and handed the letter from the Celestial Dragon to Neptune. So, King Neptune, may I ask where Mr. Dan is now? Lingfeng thought of the world's number 1 shipwright, Tom's brother, and that they would need his help to coat the ship. Dan is a research scholar in the Sea Forest, and I will have the right minister take you to find him later. Neptune put away the letter from the Celestial Dragon. It was the heartfelt work of Princess Odoheim. Let's go. It's about time to prepare to head to the New World. At this moment, in the seas of the New World, several warships were constantly searching for the traces of pirate ships within the floating range of Fishman Island. Haven't you seen that badass pirate ship yet? A Navy officer with slightly curly hair, wearing sunglasses and smoking a cigarette while shirtless, asked the soldiers behind him. Not yet, Admiral Greenbull. They probably haven't surfaced yet. The Navy officer responsible for reconnaissance saluted Greenbull and replied respectfully. Damn pirates. Not only did they harm the Celestial Dragons, but they also killed my most admired idol. I will never forgive them. Greenbull took a deep drag on a cigarette, looking at the restless sea around him, vowing to defeat the Swift Wind Pirates at the entrance to the New World. Chapter 163. Arrival in the New World. During the few days the Swift Wind was being coated, the Swift Wind Pirates prepared a lot of supplies. And these supplies didn't cost anything. Those guys from Fishman Island were very enthusiastic, seemingly having changed quite a bit from their previous indifference. Hoshi held Lingfeng in her hands, crying, Are we really leaving? Master Lingfeng, let us play for a few more days. Or a month, or even a year. Oh, Hoshi, don't cry. We'll have a chance to meet again next time. Lingfeng scratched his head, having no way to deal with the crying Princess Hoshi. But I really don't want you to leave. Princess Hoshi had been with the Swift Wind Pirates these past few days, especially since there were many girls in this pirate crew, and they had a lot to talk about. As a result, they quickly became good friends, with characters like Cannon's sister taking Hoshi around, which made the princess, who had been locked up for decades, feel an unprecedented sense of novelty. Maybe in the future, you can go to even farther places. Misaka Makoto nodded and smiled as she spoke. Misaka-san might take Princess Hoshi to those strange places. Shahuin SGI covered her mouth and teased. Huh, you think I'm like you, too lazy to walk out the door? Princess Hoshi, in the future, I'll take you to fun places. It'll be much better than this muscle-headed idiot. You stop it. Princess Hoshi, I'll take you. You queue up. No, I said it first, okay. Shahuin Queen and Cannon's sister Makoto started bickering again, and the members were used to it by now. When we meet again, we will tell you more interesting stories. Kochu Shinobu smiled at Princess Hoshi. This pure and kind mermaid princess quickly gained the affection of all the members of the Swift Wind Pirates in just a few days. Even Esteth found her quite pleasant to look at, not to mention the others. Really? Princess Hoshi stopped crying, her eyes filled with longing. Will there be even wider forests on the sea, or amusement parks, and all kinds of magical islands? Of course there will be, Princess Hoshi. The island I went to before had man-eating plants. Little Kong proudly said, hands on her hips. Man-eating? Plants. Princess Hoshi felt a bit scared, and Little Kong got a meatball punch from Karina. Idiot, don't scare her. Karina, with smoke rising from her fist and sharp teeth, complained to Little Kong. The ship's coating is complete. We can set off now. Rem approached the group from a distance and said that Linus had finished coating the ship with Dan, and they could head to the new world at any time. Everyone, Princess Hoshi was still very reluctant, but the farewell would eventually come. Goodbye, Princess Hoshi. If there is a chance next time, come visit us at Shiny Sakura Island. Xing Yue kept waving at Princess Hoshi, who nodded heavily. Not far away, the mermaid from the Mermaid CAF also came to see them off. Wow, Lady Shirley, you look so beautiful today that it's making my eyes dizzy, even though I no longer have eyeballs. Yo ho ho ho. Brooke shouted at the distant sexy Lady Shirley, covering his skull face. Shirley, I hope your divination is not wrong. Isdeath squinted her eyes and said to Shirley, how can my divination be wrong? Lady Shirley was sweating profusely. Previously, Isdeath had asked her to divine how far Lingfeng would go with her. The future scene in the divination ball surprised her greatly, so she had to temporarily fabricate some content to deceive Isdeath. By the way, Captain, which route are we taking? Karina looked at the 3 pointers in her bracelet with confusion and asked Lingfeng. For now, let us head to Punk Hazard. There are 2 devil fruits I need to get my hands on. Lingfeng squinted his eyes. Punk Hazard has 2 natural-type devil fruits. 1 gas fruit and 1 snow fruit. These 2 devil fruits are indeed valuable. So which pointer is it? Karina asked curiously. Follow the one that shakes the most. He replied. When we receive a distress signal in the sea area, we'll steer the ship over. We not only need to kill Caesar and Monet, but also Mama no Sook. You might ask why? If we save Mama no Sook, do you think that little brat will come aboard the Thousand Sunny and take advantage of all the girls on the ship? Moreover, to rule Wano country, we must eliminate a descendant like Mama no Sook. Otherwise, Wano will ultimately still be the country of Kazuki Oden. Lingfeng is not a kind-hearted person. He has no good feelings toward the samurai of Wano country and the 9 heroes. Let's go. Head to the new world. Lingfeng was getting a bit impatient, as the main event was yet to come. Moreover, the system tasks hadn't been triggered for a long time, and he was looking forward to who the final 3 companions would be. It's worth mentioning that after 2 years of system maintenance, his system functions had changed. System upgrade feature. Completing side quests rewards you by randomly selecting a male character from other anime worlds to become your companion. This update meant that Lingfeng's final 3 companions would be male characters, and powerful male characters at that. He might even draw someone like Saitama or Super Saiyan Goku. At that point, he'd basically be unstoppable. However, based on the system's nature, Lingfeng always felt it wouldn't be that simple. Amidst the cheerful noise, Lingfeng led everyone back to the Thousand Sunny. Prince Shark gave Lingfeng a nod. Next time we meet, we will definitely train a stronger underwater army. We won't let Fishman Island fall into danger again. The tone of Prince Shark was steady, and Lingfeng smiled and nodded back at him. Let's have a banquet together then. Dormy, we will definitely become stronger. Redfish. The 3 princes bid farewell to Lingfeng and the others one by one, and they waved back at them, with only Prince White remaining reluctant to leave. Let's go, new world, here we come. Oh, as the residents of Fishman Island bid farewell, the Thousand Sunny gradually departed. It moved away from Fishman Island and returned to the tranquil deep sea from which it came. Linus threw buoyant wooden blocks into the water, and the Thousand Sunny slowly advanced upwards, buoyed by their flotation. The new world, the time for the great competition among heroes, is about to begin. Lingfeng looked up at the deep sea above, his tone filled with anticipation. The 4 emperors, huh? With Roger and Whitebeard gone, do you think red-haired Shanks, Beast Kaido, and Bigo, along with Roger's son, are qualified to be called the 4 emperors? Red Earl watched Lingfeng's back, and in his heart, he also looked forward to facing those powerful figures. I will definitely not let you down, especially when it comes to Kaido. That guy is not someone to be trifled with. Lingfeng squinted his eyes as the gale soared higher, aided by the wooden planks. Whoosh! The bow of the gale broke through the sea's surface, splashing a huge wave. The Gale Pirates have arrived in the New World. Chapter 164, Punk Hazard. New World Sea Area. Why is the weather so strange here? Karina looked at the storm in front of her, somewhat speechless. There's no helping it. The climate in the New World is unpredictable, so you all need to be prepared early. Lingfeng wrapped the entire ship in flowing wind, blocking the raging storm outside. I have to say, this fruit ability is really useful against the storms at sea. Outside, the rain was pouring heavily and the seawater was constantly churning. But the deck of the Swift Wind was tranquil, although it was still quite bumpy during the voyage. Speaking of which, it's been so long without receiving a distress call. Everyone stayed on the deck, just waiting for the fixed phone in the cabin to ring. Let's wait a little longer. Karina, how's the route? Lingfeng had not finished speaking when he suddenly sensed a strong aura of domination emanating from not far away. Enemies were approaching. The Red Count squinted his eyes, as his observation haki had already detected it. It seemed that the Navy had set their sights on us. Lingfeng squinted his eyes. Although there was a storm outside, he could still sense the aura of a powerful figure in the distance through the wind. This scent filled with, could be that guy? Lingfeng's expression changed slightly as he heard a whoosh and several shells came crashing in. Using artillery in this kind of weather, the guy must have a problem with his head. Asta looked at the shells that couldn't possibly hit the Shurfeng and said coldly, in her opinion, the Navy's actions were simply provoking the Shurfeng pirate group. I will give them a big gift. Lingfeng smiled, opened his palm, and a small blue whirlwind was continuously forming in the center of his palm. Wind dance. Lingfeng threw the small hurricane towards the distant sea, and the blue whirlwind soared into the sky, stirring up a massive wave that surged toward the distant warship. Let's go. We need to leave quickly. There's a troublesome guy on that warship. Lingfeng smiled, realizing it wasn't the right time to clash with a trusted admiral. On a distant warship, Admiral Green Bull looked at the hurricane before him with a hint of disdain. Nature type? Kid, who do you think I am? Green extended his hands, and countless vines began to coalesce, ultimately transforming into a towering tree that forcefully blocked the oncoming hurricane waves. Bang! The waves crashed against the deck of the warship, sending a group of sailors flying. Green Bull remained calm, continuously using his observation haki to locate the position of the wind pirates. Admiral Green Bull, we have received an emergency signal. Just as Green Bull was preparing to continue the pursuit, a Navy soldier reported from behind. Huh? Who is it? Green retracted the extended vines and turned to ask. I don't know, but the island is called Punk Hazard, and there are cries for help coming from it. The Navy soldier replied respectfully. TCH, let's head over and take a look. Also call those guys from G5 over. Didn't we hear that a lot of powerful Navy officers have joined G5? Are you talking about Smoker, Tashigi, and Bellamy? Yeah, I still need to pursue the wind pirates. Once we confirm the situation on that island, I'll contact those guys from G5. Yes, Admiral Green Bull. Meanwhile, Lingfeng and the others returned to the cabin. The snail phone was wailing loudly, and tears had formed a small puddle on the table. Is this a public signal? The kind that triggers an emergency rescue, Butterfly Shinobu remarked while looking at the crying snail phone. Wait, isn't it better to wait a bit? Just as Lingfeng was about to answer, Shirai Kuriko spoke up. What are you looking at me for? The Navy might use this method to set a trap. They could be eavesdropping on public frequencies and pinpointing our location. Besides, they were just fighting with us, so now it's also likely to be the Navy. Shirai Kuriko's words weren't without reason, but Lingfeng felt that since the snail phone was crying like this, it probably wasn't the Navy putting on an act. It's not the Navy, I'm sure of it, said Red Count, and Lingfeng nodded in agreement. Even if it is the Navy, it doesn't matter. We could just fight again. Lingfeng answered the phone bug, and the person on the line seemed to be suffering immense pain. It's so cold. Save me. There are warriors chasing us. The voice of the person in distress trembled continuously, and Lingfeng was convinced that this was not a trap set by the Navy. Please, anyone, save us. So tell me, where are you? The voice suddenly stopped, and Lingfeng and the others were waiting for the next part. After a moment of silence, the other party used their last bit of strength to shout out the name of the island. We are at Punk Hazard. Lingfeng hung up the phone and confirmed the location of the island. Let's go find that crazy scientist for some fun. Meanwhile, on Thor Island in the New World. What? You wanted to go to Punk Hazard? Smoker, holding a cigar, had changed his hairstyle after 2 years, looking just like a gangster boss. Admiral Green Bull wants you G5 to check it out. Don't joke around. I still need to defeat that Straw Hat Kid's crew in the New World. I don't have time to play with you. You dare defy an admiral's orders? Admiral. Admiral Akiji approved my operation, so stop talking nonsense. Kaga. After the phone call was hung up, Smoker didn't bother to care about Admiral Green Bull's orders. Is this okay? Captain Smoker? Bellin asked Smoker, and like him, she secretly vowed to capture the Swift Wind Pirates in the New World. So she specifically went with Smoker to this most peculiar naval unit, G5. What's there to be concerned about? That guy is definitely going after the Swift Wind Pirates. As soon as Smoker finished speaking, Bellin's pupils suddenly constricted. The Swift Wind Pirates? Ah, that's the crew you've always wanted to capture. So why aren't you going? Bellin looked at Smoker, who was taken aback for a moment. Exactly, Captain Smoker. Bellin also wants to catch the Swift Wind Pirates. Do you really want us to wait on this dangerous island? Tashigi adjusted her glasses and said to Smoker. Wow, the smoke-loving boss got scolded again. How cute are Tashigi and Sister Bella? G5 is really full of energy. The surrounding G5 Navy members teased. And Smoker looked at his two female subordinates and let out a heavy sigh. All right, let's go check it out first. If I get any news about the Straw Hat crew, I will abandon the investigation immediately. Smoker said to Bellin, holding his cigar. Let's go. I also want to see how much that man who once cut down Admiral Akainu during the Marineford War has improved. Chapter 165. Landing, Caesar-in-Law. New World. Punk Hazard. Lingfeng and the others stood at the bow of the windbreaker, looking at the island before them. In the original story, this island became a dead island due to a toxic gas leak accident. Later, the highly toxic substances on the island gradually dissipated. After the War of the Best, Admiral Akainu and Admiral Akiji fought for 10 days and nights at Punk Hazard for the position of Fleet Admiral, with Akainu ultimately emerging victorious. This battle also led to a drastic change in Punk Hazard's climate, turning it into a terrifying island of ice and fire. However, what lay before Lingfeng and the others was definitely not that ice and fire island anymore, as Akainu had already been killed by Lingfeng. But surprisingly, this place was full of life, with green vegetation everywhere, looking almost like a primeval forest. What on earth is this? Lingfeng was somewhat surprised. Even if there were no conflicts between Akiji and Akainu on this island, it couldn't possibly look like this now. Huh? You don't know? The Red Count looked at Lingfeng and asked curiously. Know what? 2 years ago, due to dissatisfaction with Akiji being the admiral, the newly appointed Marine Admiral Green Bull had a decisive battle with Akiji here. Lingfeng was stunned upon hearing this. Who could have imagined such a development? What happened next? Isdeth and the others also became interested. They had either been training or practicing in other places and were truly unaware of the news outside. Because Green Bull idolizes Akainu, believing that the latter's sense of justice is what the Navy needs, he fought a fierce battle with Admiral Akiji for 10 days. And this island has now transformed into a land of ice and lush vegetation. Count Red felt a bit uncomfortable being the center of so many gazes and spoke rapidly. However, it's indeed impressive for a Logia-type Devil Fruit to alter the island's appearance. It's nothing short of a miracle. Seiko Poison Island remarked as she looked at the island before her. Lingfeng nodded in agreement. It was obvious that Green Bull and Akiji had awakened their devil fruits. And it was amazing how they changed the terrain of this island. However, considering that Akiji was still an admiral of the Navy, it seemed that Green Bull must have lost. Lingfeng came back to his senses and looked at the island before him. It was certain that Green Bull's fruit abilities would not stand up to the power of ice. Red Earl elegantly leaned on his cane, showing disdain for the nature-type devil fruits. After all, the Zoan-type devil fruits were the strongest, right? Lingfeng smiled and directly answered his next sentence. Oof. The inner thoughts of the Red Count were exposed, and he snorted coldly. In any case, let's go to the island. We might encounter an old acquaintance here. Lingfeng squinted his eyes, looking at the forest island in front of him. Who? That guy should already be one of the 7 warlords now. Of course. Lingfeng is referring to Trafalgar Law. That guy should have become a warlord of the sea in the past 2 years. Everyone dropped the anchor of the windstorm ship, leaving the Red Count, Brook, Karina, Little Kong, Xingxua, Linas, Shirhun Kaoki, as well as the Rem and Ram sisters to guard the ship. We'll be back soon, so be careful. Lingfeng led the others onto the island and waved to the companions on the ship. Don't worry, if the Navy comes, we'll let you know. Shokuho Misaki waved back, and Lingfeng nodded, taking the rest deeper into the jungle on the island. As they entered the dense jungle, Lingfeng felt that something was off. Wow, these vines are moving. Misaka Mikoto curiously looked at the surrounding vines, her fingers sparking with electricity, scorching them black. This must be that guy's ability. Green Bull is an ability user who has eaten the nature-type forest fruit, and these vines might have absorbed nutrients just like his characteristics. Lingfeng drew his sword and cut through all the writhing vines around him. By the way, who among you is going to eat those 2 devil fruits? Lingfeng thought about hunting 2 natural-type devil fruits later and first asked a few companions. Then I definitely can't eat it. If my husband falls into the water, I still have to jump in to save you, Isdeth said shyly, covering her face. Isdeth, when did you 2 get married? Misaka Mikoto complained unhappily. Oomph. Little girl, you can eat the devil fruit. Anyway, the snow fruit and the gas fruit are useless to me. Isdeth returned to her cold and proud demeanor, changing her expression faster than flipping a book. Huh, do I need to eat that to use my electromagnetic powers? I don't want to, Misaka Mikoto said, turning her head with its Sundara expression. Sister, pay attention to your image. That said, I don't need it either. If my teleportation eats a devil fruit, it would be worse. Shirai Kuriko shook her head, feeling speechless towards her sister. Then there's only Akame and Shinobu left. Lingfeng looked at the remaining few. Jubit and Junba had already eaten the magma fruit, and Poison Island Siko had eaten the transparent fruit. Since the Cannon Sister and Kuriko were unwilling to eat, and Isdeth also refused, it could only go to the two of them. Devil fruit. Fruit. Akame showed a pained expression for a moment, as she had heard that devil fruits were particularly hard to eat, which posed a bit of a challenge for her as a foodie. The gas fruit? It doesn't seem to fit my image as a doctor. Shinobu Kocho smiled, seemingly reluctant as well. You two, seriously, that's a natural type devil fruit, a very rare thing. Don't be picky. When I get it, you two can choose for yourselves. Lingfeng issued the command, and Butterfly Ninja and Akatomi had no choice but to comply with the captain's orders. Just as everyone was advancing towards the center of the island, a group of people in gas masks suddenly charged out, surrounding Lingfeng and the others with gas grenades in hand. Meanwhile, in the secret base of Punk Hazard, Caesar Clown was taken aback to see the Wind Pirate crew appear here. They were simply the best research subjects. Watching the monitor in front of him, he transformed into a gas shape, with a gas-formed arm holding a drink. Really, troublesome guys have come. Behind Caesar Clown, Trafalgar Law sat on a sofa with his arms spread out against the back, looking quite cold. Trafalgar, I'll leave those guys to you. With your ability, combined with my gas, wiping them out should be no problem. Caesar Clown laughed loudly, took a sip of his drink, though it was unclear how he drank in his gaseous form. You really know how to command people. Law stood up, slinging the cursed sword, Enma, over his shoulder, his head lowered, so that his expression was hidden under the brim of his hat. Come back early, Law. My experiment is about to enter its final phase. Caesar Clown urged. Law snorted coldly, turning and leaving without a word. As he exited the base, Caesar Clown glanced back at the screen, startled enough to quickly revert to his human form. These guys, are they serious? Chapter 166, The Red Count and the Green Bull Punk Hazard, Plant Forest Peninsula. Caesar had heard of the surveillance snail and only saw on the screen where Lingfeng and the others were, surrounded by plants being engulfed by a stream of molten lava. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The high-temperature lava burned all the surrounding green plants, releasing waves of hot air. Lingfeng casually waved his hand, dispersing the surrounding heat. Meanwhile, Caesar's biochemical troops were completely submerged by the lava, not even getting a chance to fire their weapons. It seems we have already been discovered. Lingfeng squinted his eyes, using observation hockey to locate the position of the surveillance phone bug. Not good. This group of guys has a very tricky ability. Caesar watched the monitor and saw Lingfeng focus on the phone bug's line of sight. The two seemed to be staring at each other across the screen, and Lingfeng made a gesture of cutting his throat towards the surveillance phone bug, ultimately causing the monitor to turn into a mess of static. It's so hot. Shiobin, can you not use your ability so dramatically? Misaka Makoto fanned herself and said to Shiobin Junba with annoyance. Sorry, who told the plants around to be in the way? Shiobin Junba said this, but his arm still transformed into massive magma, and then he punched away the distant green plants. It must be said that the high temperature of the magma fruit perfectly counters the plant abilities left by Admiral Greenbull. At this rate, it will turn back into Ice Fire Island by afternoon. Lingfeng smiled. The surrounding terrain was clearly undergoing significant changes, with plants quickly being burned and covered, and magma falling to form patches of scorching ground. Really? Isdeth shook her head, stepping forward with her long legs, and a wave of cold air spread around, finally cooling everyone down. Hey, Isdeth, you've frozen all my abilities. So what? Why are you being so dramatic? Isdeth glanced at the arrogant military leader, who looked at her defiantly. All right, enough of this. We haven't even ventured deeper on the other side. Caesar's research facility should be over by the Ice Peninsula. Lingfeng took out several coats from the system's backpack and tossed them to the other companions. Remember to keep warm later on. Just as Lingfeng was talking to his companions, he saw a separated lower body running wildly ahead. What is that? Chitong was a bit curious, not expecting to see such a bizarre thing here. It was created by Luo's ability. Judging by the clothes, it should be Jin Wei Min. Lingfeng looked at the severed lower half, the legs beneath the samurai outfit still covered in coarse leg hair. This ability is so powerful. Siko Poison Island was a bit surprised. She had only seen people being killed, but never someone being cut in half and still alive. That guy's devil fruit ability seems to manipulate life forms, as if on an operating table, allowing the severed beings to remain alive and even to splice together. Just as Lingfeng was explaining, the lower half of Jin Wei Min was frantically trying to escape, and a deafening roar seemed to come from behind. Roar? A giant dragon? Lingfeng used the observation hockey and saw a red giant dragon chasing after Kinemon's lower body. Then with a headbutt, it attached that lower body to the back of the dragon's head. Is Kinemon the samurai from Wano country you mentioned? Butterfly Shinobu asked curiously. Well, let's have this giant dragon take him along. Lingfeng pointed at the giant dragon, and the slashing board army tyrant understood, leaping into the air in place, moving at supersonic speed. Then, the scorching lava transformed into an arm, delivering a punch that directly killed the fire dragon. Roar! The giant dragon let out a wail and was devoured under the slashing board army tyrant's molten strong fist, with even half of Jean Wayman's body disappearing. Done. The slashing board army tyrant landed on the ground, and then a surge of scorching lava smoke erupted behind him, creating a massive explosion centered around him. In an instant, his back erupted like a volcano, melting the entire Green Plant Peninsula and ultimately transforming it into a sea of heat. Impressive, impressive. Lingfeng nodded in approval, setting up a field of wind around him to avoid being affected by the abilities of the blade-cutting army. Huh, it looks much clearer now. Is the ice peninsula right ahead? The blade-cutting army used his hand to create a sunshade and glanced at the distant expanse of white ice and snow. Lingfeng and the others crossed a desolate area consumed by lava, looking at a lake of icy coldness ahead. It seems that they can't reach the other side without crossing that lake. Shirai Kuriko said with her hands on her hips, but everyone looked at her. What are you all looking at me for? Let Lingfeng take you over. It looks really cold over there. It's better to use your ability. Huh? I can only take 2 at most, you know? Just kidding, hold on tight. Lingfeng smiled, and his body turned into a whirlwind, sending everyone to the opposite shore of the lake. In the sky over the ice and snow peninsula, a green-haired woman with wings, tied with a phone bug at her waist, was speaking on the phone to someone on the other end. Found them. There are a total of 7 intruders. Is that so? Be extra careful. This is truly exciting. The phone bug tied to Monet's waist was hung up, and a smile even crept onto her lips as she licked them. At that moment, on the windbreaker ship, be careful, someone is coming. The Red Count's expression tightened as he sensed someone approaching. What is this? Rim asked cautiously, looking at some gas floating around. Oh no, is it gas? Before the Red Count could act, Ram had already used wind magic to blow away all the sleeping gas surrounding them. Really? We can't let our guard down at all. Ram shrugged, just as a group of people in protective suits and gas masks rushed towards them. Is this all there is? The Red Count chuckled and casually used the ability of the Bat Fruit to drain the blood from the entire group, killing them instantly. Just then, within the sea current behind the windbreaker, 2 warships were continuously approaching. That pirate ship, it can't be mistaken, that group of guys is actually here. G5 Smoker looked at the distant windbreaker pirate ship, his expression turning somewhat shocked. What a coincidence. I didn't expect this group of pirates to be here. On another warship, Navy Admiral Green Bull was quite excited. He had finally located the windbreaker pirates. Hey, Smoker, let us sink that ship. No problem. Smoker readily agreed, and a fierce battle was about to break out. Fortunately, Lingfeng had left the Red Count and the others to watch the ship. Otherwise, the windbreaker would likely have been directly destroyed by Green Bull and his crew. It seems our true opponents have arrived. The Red Count walked to the stern of the ship, and the others watched the approaching naval warships. Rim and the others also prepared for battle against the G5 and Navy headquarters forces, including Smoker, Tashiji, and Admiral Green Bull. The battle between the windbreaker pirates and the Navy was about to begin. The Red Count elegantly leaned on his cane, a look of excitement on his face. Let me see just how capable this new admiral is. Chapter 167, Soul Swap. Punk Hazard, inside the research facility. Master, are you there? A soldier in a protective suit rushed into the research facility, shouting loudly. I'm here, what is the matter? Caesar replied, transforming into red gas. There are not only pirate ships on the northwest coast of the island, but 2 naval warships are also approaching. It looks like a fight is about to break out. Warships? Caesar was somewhat surprised, wondering how the Navy had come here. Could my experiments have been discovered? We must drive them away at all costs. If those pirates don't stop them, then release a large amount of toxic gas. If we kill the soldiers, our tracks will be exposed, and that would be troublesome. Understood. Punk Hazard, Ice Fire Peninsula. It is so cold. Misaka Makoto hugged her arms together and sneezed. If you don't mind, would you like to cuddle with me? Kuriko? Shirai Kuriko said with a mischievous smile. Your cold resistance is so weak, why don't you just go back? Isdeath criticized Misaka Makoto, who didn't care even if she wasn't wearing a coat due to her original outfit. How can this ice woman be so resistant to the cold? Misaka Makoto said enviously. A trained warrior wouldn't fear the cold. Isdeath spoke with a hint of pride, and Lingfeng nodded in agreement. Queen, how about a hug? I'm cold. Lingfeng said shyly. Of course, no problem. Isdeath's face turned red as she was about to pull Lingfeng into her embrace. But the railgun suddenly pushed the two apart. I'm also afraid of the cold. Lingfeng, why don't you cuddle with me instead? Sister. Shirai Kuriko quickly shouted, her twin tails shaking, looking quite angry, resembling octopus tentacles. Ru. Just then, a man's voice seemed to come from somewhere. Slaughterhouse. Lingfeng just realized what was happening, but it was too late. He could see the rest of his companions around him. It seemed that a heart was emerging from their chests, and then several hearts began to spin continuously. His body was also about to undergo a personality transformation, but fortunately, the system had immunized them. However, the others. Why? Why do I feel so heavy in my chest? Isdeath's voice turned into Misaka Mikoto's. This is the body of my sister? I can't be mistaken about this smell. Misaka Mikoto's voice turned into Shirai Kuriko's. Wait, why have I become shorter? Akame's tone became extremely cold and proud, clearly indicating she had transformed into Isdeath's personality. It seems I've also gotten shorter. Kochu Shinobu's voice turned into Siko Busujima's. Why is it suddenly so poor in front of me? Shirai Kuriko's voice turned into Kochu Shinobu's. In other words, except for Lingfeng and Kyukujairu, everyone's personality had completely changed. Hey, Uro. Lingfeng turned back and wanted to find Luo's trace, but that guy directly used his ability to teleport away. Damn it, I'm gonna chase him. Lingfeng shouted at several transformed companions and turned into a whirlwind, flying out. I'm going to. The Bloodboard army boss looked full of passion, wanting to turn the entire Ice Peninsula into a lava zone. As a result, only 6 girls with transformed personalities were left, all looking confused at each other. Isdeath, Misaka Mikoto, wait, who are we now? My chest feels so heavy all of a sudden. Misaka, Mikoto, Shirai, Kuriko, the taste of Big Sister, the taste of Big Sister. Shirai Kuriko, Dokushima Siko, this height, and weight, I'm not used to it. Dokushima Siko, Shinobu Kochom, it seems I've gotten quite a bit taller, and my legs have lengthened. Akame, Isdeath Akame, I didn't expect your body to be quite impressive. Shinobu Kocho, Akame, I have to say, Shinobu's figure is actually so good. All 6 of them had switched personalities, and fortunately, their voices changed too. Otherwise, it would have been hard to tell them apart for a while. Akame, Isdeath, let South leave this place for now. This body is making me feel cold. Isdeath, Misaka Mikoto, oh, speaking of which, I actually don't feel cold. Misaka Mikoto, Shirai, Kuriko, Big Sister. This body is mine for today. Victory for Kuriko. Dokushima Siko, Shinobu Kocho, stop talking so much. Let's find a place quickly. It is indeed a bit cold outside. Shirai Kuriko, Dokushima Siko, let us go to that research institute. Kuriko, I don't know how to use the abilities of this body. Shinobu Kocho, Akame, is that okay? Lingfeng might come back later. The 6 of them were chattering away, and for a moment, the scene was quite chaotic. Not just you. Even the author was getting a headache watching this. For now, let us skip this part and look at the other side. Lingfeng used observation haki and constantly chased after Luo until he reached a towering peak covered with thick layers of ice. A blizzard was raging around them, and the temperature was extremely low. Luo, you bastard, stop right there. Lingfeng used the power of wind and accelerated with the ability of shaving. But Luo's ability was similar to spatial movement, which was significantly faster than his own speed. Lingfeng, the head of the family, I have no intention of fighting you. If you are willing to leave, I can help you restore your companion's personality. Luo shouted at Lingfeng from a towering rock. Are you trying to say you have a plan to take down one of the 4 emperors? Lingfeng flashed to Luo's front and asked, are you thinking the same way? Although Luo was very aloof, he was somewhat surprised to hear that Lingfeng could guess what he was saying. I know you to some extent, and if you are willing to form an alliance, I would be very happy to do so. Lingfeng still has some affection for Luo. After all, they had caused a stir at the auction in Beihai 2 years ago. So, do you want to hear my plan? Luo was also very happy. He recognized Lingfeng's strength, and with such a powerful ally joining the alliance, they would surely succeed in their plan. I know what you want to do, and I also know your purpose, but first I need to tell you some things. Lingfeng is referring to the fact that Don Quixote Doflamingo was originally a celestial dragon. Even if Law wanted to capture Caesar to pressure Doflamingo into giving up his position as a Shichibukai, he still failed. Are you saying that even if he gave up his position as a Shichibukai, it would actually be false news? Law was somewhat surprised that Lingfeng was aware of his plan, but the latter spoke convincingly, leaving him unable to judge the truth for a moment. In any case, If we are to form an alliance, you must first get your heart back, and I must kill that guy Caesar. If you're willing to listen to me, then we can ally." After Lingfeng finished speaking, he slowly drew out the demon sword, waiting for Law's response. If this death surgeon insisted on being stubborn, then force would have to be used. The surgical fruit was an invaluable treasure, worth 5 billion berries. Moreover, it came with the surgery for immortality. Law gritted his teeth, staring at Lingfeng in front of him, seemingly judging whether the latter was trustworthy. In the end, he made a decision and slowly said, "All right, let me hear your follow-up plan." Chapter 168, Alliance with Law. Punk Hazard Research Institute. Monet's room. Has that hurricane kid arrived on your island, Monet? The arrogant voice of Doflamingo came from the mouth of the snail phone in front of Monet. "Yes, master. It seems they are well prepared," Monet replied respectfully. That little brat has disappeared for 2 years and finally reappeared? Doflamingo's voice grew a bit angry. "I will set out with a few executives soon, and we will go to your place and take him down." "Okay, master," Monet responded, but then Doflamingo continued with concern. "That little brat seems to be able to absorb other people's devil fruits. You need to be careful. You're also a Logia user, so he might be coming for you. Tell Virgo not to act rashly." "Understood, master. I will pay extra attention," Monet replied quietly, and the snail phone was hung up. On the other side, after hanging up the phone, Doflamingo's forehead throbbed with veins, and he had long wanted to sever ties with Lingfeng. "Call all the executives over. Prepare to go to war with the Wind Pirates. Punk Hazard, Ice Peninsula. You mean to kill Doflamingo first and then take over his business?" Law looked at Lingfeng, his tone somewhat shocked as he asked back. "Exactly. He is the link to the dark world. If he falls, it will inevitably cause huge upheaval in the situation, and we must seize this opportunity." Lingfeng paused here because he sensed someone was coming. "It seems we have to temporarily end this conversation." Lingfeng turned around, and in the blizzard behind him, 2 huge figures were constantly approaching. The brothers of the killer? Lingfeng smiled and tightened his grip on the demon sword Ming Yan. Armed Haki covered the demon sword, constantly training it. He believed that one day, this demon sword that had accompanied him in battle for a long time would reach the realm of the Black Sword. Luo also raised his head, his cold gaze from beneath the brim of his hat fixed on the orc brothers in the distance, Rock and Scorch, a duo from the Snow Country. Bang bang. The killer brothers took out their enormous sniper rifles, the barrels erupting with huge sparks as they aimed and fired at Lingfeng and Luo. Domain of the Wind. Ru. Lingfeng directly blocked the bullet aimed at him, while Luo exchanged the sniper bullet with the snow beneath his feet. I have to say, both of them started to show off. "Luo, since we're forming an alliance, how about we each take one? What do you think?" Lingfeng glanced at Luo, who remained silent. "Ru." Luo expressed himself through action. It seemed that Luo, who wasn't mingling with Luffy, was still quite aloof. After using the ability of the Op no Mi, Luo drew his sword, Onigiri, and horizontally slashed, cutting one of the killer brothers in half. The massive upper body of the killer brother floated in midair, casting a huge black shadow on ground. Bang! Scorch's large upper body fell headfirst to the ground, kicking up a large cloud of snow. Luo maintained a cool pose, looking quite dramatic. "Luo, you bastard! What are you doing?" Scorch shouted angrily, his face wrapped in shadow, furious at Luo's betrayal. Luo did not respond. Instead, he leaned back and flew into the air, extending his thumbs to the side while retracting the other fingers. After making this gesture, he released a high-frequency electric shock towards Scorch's massive body. A high-frequency electromagnetic sound echoed in the air as Luo calmly landed on the snow, picking up Onigiri from the ground. Cardiac arrest. "Ah!" Scorch screamed in pain, and his already cut upper body slowly fell to the ground with a cry, sending up a flurry of snowflakes. Impressive. No wonder he's the Surgeon of Death. Lingfeng admired Luo, whose abilities were indeed very impressive. Compared to him, there was still a bit of a gap. Luo slightly raised his head, his gaze fixed on Lingfeng under the brim of his hat. The latter had already killed Locke without him noticing, silently and effortlessly. Just this alone sent chills down Luo's spine. Lingfeng's strength had increased significantly compared to 2 years ago. "Let's go. Take back your heart." Luo let out a cold snort, but Lingfeng didn't mind. He knew that the former was someone who appeared aloof on the outside, but was actually quite playful on the inside. "By the way, Luo, why not join my pirate crew? Don't think too much of it, Captain Lingfeng. We have a lot of beautiful girls on our ship. Not interested? What a pity. You wouldn't happen to like Luffy, would you? Always hanging around him." "Who is hanging around him?" Lingfeng was teasing Luo, And as soon as the latter heard Luffy's name, he could no longer maintain his aloof demeanor. At that moment, the slicing board army leader encountered an attack from the T-Beard pirates. Hey, over there, kid. Aster's territory is not a place you can just enter. T-Beard's lower body had already transformed into a crocodile centaur, and a group of modified pirate subordinates behind him were eyeing the slicing board army leader with ill intent. Really, it's obvious that you were defeated by that guy named Luo, right? What a spineless bunch you are. The slicing board army leader sighed, helplessly as he looked at T-Beard and the others. Oh ho ho, you little brats sure have a big mouth. I'm in a hurry, so please move aside. Oh ho ho, brothers, grab him. Ugh, what a troublesome guy. But Lingfeng said that you all seem to be pitiful people being used. The slicing board army leader scratched his head, but a bloodthirsty smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then I'll play with you for a bit. After all, you were the ones who came looking for a fight. The slicing board army leader swung his fists rapidly, not using the powers of the magma fruit, but instead punching at several times the speed of sound. The violent wind from his punches even blew away the surrounding snow. Bang, 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 bang. Just the intense wind from his punches sent T-Beard and the others flying. He hadn't even used hockey. What weaklings? Don't you have any strong opponents? The slicing board army leader shrugged helplessly, and just as he finished speaking, his gaze suddenly changed. Bang! He moved quickly, and a man in a white coat appeared where he had been standing. Oh, just finished speaking, and someone shows up. Looks like a guy with some backbone. The slicing board army leader looked at the man in white with sunglasses in front of him, his fists excitedly bumping together. The man standing before him was none other than Virgo. Chapter 169. Slicing board army leader versus Virgo. Virgo looked at the slicing board army leader with an extremely cold expression. The Gale Pirates, huh? 2 years ago, your captain fled from me like a stray dog, and now you dare to come here. Virgo looked at the slicing board army leader, speaking mockingly. Huh, Lingfeng would run away from a guy like you? The slicing board army leader chuckled. Virgo didn't seem that impressive to him. You'll find out soon why he only runs away in front of me. Virgo was very confident. Although he had left the Navy, he was still secretly working under Don Quixote da Flamingo. Right now, he was protecting Caesar in Punk Hazard, helping him complete a secret experiment. Stop talking nonsense. I hope you can hold on for a bit, you guy with a bit of backbone. Are the kid from the Gale Pirates all this arrogant? Virgo took out a bamboo stick, covering it with armament hockey, then blew into it to inflate the stick and shot the gas out like a blow dart. Bang! The gas created a huge explosion in front of the slicing board army leader. A thick cloud of smoke spread out, and the slicing board army leader leaped out from the thick fog, still carrying a trace of smoke on him. Well, for now, I want Teeny to play with my fruit. The slicing board army leader suddenly vanished in midair, using Soru at double the speed of sound. His speed was almost like teleportation. Iron block, strong fist, bang. The slicing board army leader delivered a heavy punch to Virgo's stomach, sending him flying like a cannonball, ultimately crashing into a snow-covered rock. Your armament hockey is pretty good. The slicing board army leader had a bloodthirsty smile. He was excited to finally meet a worthy opponent. Yours isn't bad either. Virgo emerged from the thick snow, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Armament hockey, harden. Virgo looked at the slicing board army leader, covering his entire body with armament hockey. Immediately, his body looked like a black iron block, appearing extremely hard. The slicing board army leader looked at Virgo with an excited smile. Covering yourself with armament hockey? Interesting. You really are a guy with some backbone. Meanwhile, inside the laboratory, the 6 women who had swapped souls were wandering around casually. It's death. Misaka Makoto, those troops earlier were way too weak. Misaka Makoto, Shirai Kuriko's sister's scent is so fragrant. Shirai Kuriko, Toxic Island Siko, by the way. What is that room at the end of the hallway? Toxic Island Siko. Kocho Shinobu, are you talking about the room at the end of the corridor? Akame, it's death, there should be someone inside. Kocho Shinobu. Akame, I feel like we look really strange. The 6 of them walked into the room at the end of the corridor, thinking it would be filled with other enemies, but there was not a single armed force. Instead, it was a cartoon-themed room. Cute cartoon stars decorated the room, along with giant plush toys and brightly colored patterns. This enormous room was actually holding dozens of children. Moreover, these children were very large, almost like giants. Hey, who are you guys? A curious little girl with short black hair among the tallest kids asked. Toxic Island Siko. Kocho Shinobu, could these kids be from the giant race? It's death, Misaka Makoto. I feel like something is off here. It reminds me of some bad experiments. Misaka Makoto. Shirai Kuriko, what do you mean, sister? Are you those who were frozen into ice blocks? The black-haired giant girl suddenly seemed to think of something and exclaimed happily, "Did you escape? That's great. That's great. Akame, it's death to have children in a place like this. It must be that scientist named Caesar who locked them up. Toxic Island Seiko. Kocho, Shinobu, you're right. I have that feeling too. Sister, are you people from the outside?" A timid little boy asked. "It's death, Misaka Makoto, yes. Do you have a ship?" The black-haired little girl asked excitedly. "Shirai Kuriko, Toxic Island Seiko, of course we do. Why? Please save us." "That's right, please save us." The six exchanged glances, and the children continued. "We're better now. We want to go home. Please, we beg you. Save us." The group of children cried out, leaving the six women stunned. "Toxic Island Seiko. Kocho, Shinobu, you were sick? Tell me what happened." As the ship's doctor of the Gale Pirates, she was very sensitive to the word sick. "We found them. The pirates are in the cookie room." Just then, shouts from the PH troops echoed outside the door, and the six members of the Windstorm pirate crew quickly turned around to see the troops in protective gear closing in. "Seiko, Butterfly Ninja, I'll check on these kids first. The rest is up to you. Akame, Istef, leave it to me." It's a perfect opportunity to test the physical capabilities of the Night Raid assassin. "Butterfly Ninja, Akame Istef, don't mess up my body." A flash of blades flickered. Even though Istef was using Akame's body, the instinct to fight remained, combined with Akame's already perfect physical condition, and with the Imperial tool, the one-hit kill. Mirasame. They instantly annihilated the entire PH troop. Amazing big sisters. But just now they said you were pirates. Some kids began to show fearful expressions. But Seiko, Butterfly Ninja, was still inquiring about the illness of the black-haired girl. "What illness do you have?" "We have to eat candy every day. Otherwise, we become extremely violent," the black-haired girl said weakly. "We really want to go home. We haven't seen our parents for a long time." "Me too." The children's sorrow began to spread, and one by one, they started to cry. "I know the reason for this." Just then, the figures of Lingfeng and Luo appeared outside the cookie room. "Lingfeng, wait, who are you?" Lingfeng looked at the six crew members in front of him, and the sounds coming from each person's mouth did not belong to their bodies. "Hey, Ro, hurry up and return them." "Got it." Ro glanced at the six women before him. Aside from Misaka Makoto, Shirai Kuriko, the others all had eyes filled with killing intent. Cough. Ru. Chaotic space. Six heart-shaped symbols emerged from within, spinning continuously before returning to their original positions. Chapter 170. Lingfeng versus Caesar. That bastard actually treats these kids as experiment subjects? Shinobu Kocho, having restored her soul form, said angrily after listening to Lingfeng and Ro's explanation. "And he makes them addicted to drugs? That scumbag?" Misaka Makoto's eyes flickered with coldness as she looked at the group of poor children, reminding her of her clone sisters back in Academy City. "So Lingfeng, are you sure you want to just kill Caesar?" Ro's tone remained very cold. He still thought it would be better to bind the mad scientist Caesar. "Trust me, even if we bind him, Doflamingo won't be constrained by you just because the production of artificial devil fruit stops." Lingfeng looked at the cold Luo and said again, "And look at my group of partners. Do you think Caesar can survive? However, to relieve these kids' drug addiction, we must create an antidote." Butterfly Ninja looked at Lingfeng, who then glanced at Luo. "All right, come with me to the main laboratory. In the main laboratory, there are only Caesar and another woman. If you deal with them both, this ship's doctor can investigate the drugs." Luo's tone remained very steady, as if he had already devised a plan. "Okay, Sister Ninja, you go with him." Lingfeng nodded at Butterfly Ninja. "I will help you get your heart back, but be careful yourself." Lingfeng reminded Luo, who was about to set off. "Huh." Luo snorted coldly, and a blue spherical light curtain appeared. Butterfly Ninja followed him, and the two instantly disappeared. "Ru." Luo used his ability, and with Butterfly Ninja, they prepared to head to the main research room. "Then let's go find Caesar to play." Just as Lingfeng finished speaking, the telephone bug in his arms rang. "Bururu, bururu, bururu, bururu. Kaga." "Hello, Lingfeng. Can you come back for a moment?" "What's wrong?" The voice of Rem came through the telephone bug, and Lingfeng hurriedly asked, "Two Navy warships have discovered us, and there's also an admiral. Although we can hold them off, the windbreaker can't escape. If we continue fighting, our ship is probably not going to hold up." Rem spoke extremely quickly, clearly indicating that they were in the middle of a battle. "Admiral, is it the previous Green Bull?" "It should be. That guy can use plant abilities and has absorbed all the troops on the island. I'll let the others return first." "Okay." Lingfeng hung up the phone and turned to Esther, saying, "Esther's cannon sister, Heizi, you three go back first. Toxic Island Senior and Akatomi, follow me. After I meet with Butterfly, we'll come back right away." Lingfeng had no choice but to pull back his main forces. If his ship were sunk, it would really be a bit of a problem. All right, be careful. Isdeath nodded and didn't say much. Heisey used his ability and directly took the other two away from the research institute with teleportation. Senior, you take the kids to the ruins of the other research institute first. Here are some cold-resistant clothes. I'll come to meet you later. Lingfeng took out a large pile of clothes from his system backpack. The children, hearing that they could escape, had their eyes shining with excitement. Don't cause trouble for your sister, okay? Lingfeng looked at the group of children who had been experimented on and sighed helplessly. Let's go, Red Eye. Your devil fruit is coming. If possible, I hope it doesn't taste too bad. Lingfeng grabbed Chi-Tong and flew away with her. Let's go too. Everyone quickly put on their cold-resistant clothing and followed. Doku Island Siko distributed the clothes to the children and shouted loudly. But sister, this clothing is too small, said a little girl with black hair. It's okay, there are plenty. Just stack a bunch of clothes together and make do for now. All right. Outside the Research Institute, Shirai Kuriko had already taken Railgun and Queen Isdeath to quickly use their powers to head to the location of the gale. What is that? Isdeath frowned slightly as she looked at something mountain-like in the distance. Is it a monster? Misaka Mikoto also saw that red object in the distance. A slime? Shirai Kuriko kept flashing the air with Isdeath and Railgun. Hey, is it as cute as Frogda? Railgun's eyes turned into stars. Sister, can slimes be the same as Frogda? Shirai Kuriko retorted helplessly. It doesn't seem to be a simple slime. Isdeath's gaze sharpened as she looked at the huge slime in the distance. The enormous red slime seemed to be continuously erupting, scattering smaller slimes all over the ice peninsula. There seems to be a navy over there. Misaka Mikoto spotted a group of navy-clad in furs fighting against the slime duplicates. Let's go take a look. Isdeath gave the order directly. Seriously, I'm not your transportation. Shirai Kuriko said helplessly, but despite her words, she still took the two of them to flash to the location of the slime. Shu Luo, how is it? Monet, this is the H2S poison gas I compressed after invading Punk Hazard, turning it into the current poison gas monster, the Death Realm. Caesar shouted excitedly in the main research room, but Monet, wearing round glasses, completely ignored him. And with my great technology, I made it consume the hexapod devil fruit of the salamander type. Now it can be said to be Punk Hazard's greatest killing weapon. Shu Luo. Caesar's loud laughter was full of pride, completely satisfied with his masterpiece. It seems you have high hopes for your work. At that moment, Lingfeng's voice sounded from outside, and soon, the main research room's door was sliced in half by Lingfeng's blade. Shu Luo. I didn't expect you to come here directly. I really can't underestimate you, Lingfeng. Caesar looked at Lingfeng and Chi-Tong, while Monet also took off her glasses and carefully examined Lingfeng. Are you the one who killed Gladius? Monet's eyes held a killing intent. She had long wanted to kill Lingfeng for opposing the Don Quixote family. You mean that useless explosive-headed guy? Ah, yes. Lingfeng shrugged, speaking nonchalantly. Shu Luo. Your tone is really arrogant, Lingfeng. Caesar interrupted the confrontation between Lingfeng and Monet, still laughing arrogantly at Lingfeng. Your laughter really makes me want to vomit. Lingfeng was not polite. He found Caesar annoying. What to do if you're annoyed? Just take a knife and cut him. Chi-Tong, I'll leave Monet to you, and Caesar will be mine. Lingfeng drew the Mingyan demon blade, and a green wind trace was constantly drifting around his body. Chapter 171. Two natural fruit in hand. Whoosh. You seem very confident. Caesar clenched his fists and spread his arms, but Lingfeng did not give him the chance to use the Void World. This move would absorb the surrounding oxygen, causing all living beings except Caesar to lack oxygen and be unable to breathe, with severe cases leading to shock or even death. Breath of Wind. First form, Dust Whirlwind, Cleaving Slash. Lingfeng's body quickly transformed into a green shockwave, rushing towards Caesar at a speed that the naked eye could not capture. Gas Spray Gun. Caesar unleashed a linear gas laser cannon, colliding with Lingfeng's straight thrust slash. Bang! A purple poisonous mist spread out, colliding with Lingfeng's blue whirlwind. Poison? Lingfeng narrowed his eyes and quickly floated upwards. Breath of Wind. Fifth form. Cold Autumn Mountain Wind. Lingfeng spun the demon sword, creating a massive wind blade around himself. Whoosh, Qingyan sword. Caesar drained all the oxygen around him and gathered it at the specially crafted hilt of his Japanese sword. The straight flames emitted from the uniquely designed triangular hilt ignited the oxygen, forming a flame, sword burning with blue flames. Burning Slash. Caesar swung the Qingyan sword violently upwards, and the blazing flames erupting from the place where the slash cut through devoured Lingfeng's wind blades. Whoosh, is that all you have, Lingfeng? Turns out you're just a waste. Caesar laughed triumphantly, realizing that Lingfeng was no better than this. What are you talking about? Just then, Lingfeng's figure appeared behind Caesar, and the Mingyan sword in his hand was burning with eerie black flames. Breath of Mist, 7th form. Haze. Pucci. Caesar's body was suddenly cut open with a massive wound, blood gushing out. Impossible. When did this happen? Shadow Flame, Ming Explosion. Lingfeng turned his back to Caesar, slowly raised his left hand, and a surge of black flames suddenly exploded within Caesar's body. Bang! Caesar's body burst open like a balloon, and everything around turned into toxic gas. Oh, as expected of a scientist, very clever. Lingfeng waved his hand casually, and the blue wind blew away all the poisonous gas in the surroundings. Previously, Caesar discovered the presence of shadow flames within him and directly elementalized it to ignite and explode. He probably escaped a disaster with his main body. You bastard. You've completely angered me. Above Lingfeng, Caesar was still considering what techniques to use, but Lingfeng just smiled. Kaleidoscope, Amaterasu. Lingfeng's pupils suddenly changed, and the kaleidoscope Sharingan appeared. A wave of black flames engulfed Caesar's entire body. Hot, hot, hot. What is this? Senjutsu. Wind release. Spiral. Shuriken. Lingfeng gathered a shuriken in his left hand and threw it directly at Caesar above. Bang! The black flame Amaterasu combined with the spiral shuriken technique, and Caesar met his end, getting crushed by the two skills. Lingfeng looked at the exploding ceiling above, quickly entering the demon mode, and soared towards Caesar using the moon step. Demon hunting. Lingfeng used the ability of the dark fruit, and a black energy in the palm of his hand continuously absorbed Caesar's corpse, directly extracting a devil fruit from Caesar's body that had already exploded into pieces. System prompt. Devil hunting skill activated successfully. Gas fruit obtained. Lingfeng put away the gas fruit and looked to the other side. It must be said that after Qitong learned to use armament hockey, it was truly terrifying. The imperial weapon in his hand was simply a killing machine. Monet was lightly grazed by a blade and was now covered in black curse marks all over her body. Her eyes rolled back, and she was spitting blood. She probably wouldn't last much longer. Good job, Qitong. Lingfeng fell from the sky and flew to Monet's side again, slicing off the latter's neck with a single blow. System prompt. Demon hunting skill activated successfully. Snow fruit obtained. Lingfeng threw the devil fruit to Akatsuki and asked her to eat it directly. Can I not eat it? Akatsuki began to act cute. Of course not. Eat it down hard. Lingfeng said fiercely. All right. Akatsuki closed her eyes and swallowed the snow fruit. Can't you at least take a bite? Lingfeng said irritably. Ugh, it's so disgusting. Akatsuki covered her mouth, looking a bit pale. Just bear with it. Where are Butterfly and Law? Lingfeng asked. Boss, you. Law and Butterfly walked in from outside, and when they saw Lingfeng and Akatsuki easily defeating Caesar and Monet, their eyes were filled with shock. He regretted being so aloof just now. They were definitely big shots. Then, after eating it, let's study the antidote. Lingfeng threw the gas fruit to Butterfly Ninja, who made a face and glanced at Aikido, who was covering her mouth. Can we not eat it? Butterfly Ninja also acted cute. Just eat it fiercely, you guys. Lingfeng shouted helplessly. Luo was even more shocked. What the hell was this about taking the devil fruit? He was starting to doubt his life, feeling as if he were dreaming. You don't need to be afraid, Luo. Your fruit is useful, but I'm not interested. Lingfeng looked at Luo, who was dumbfounded, and directly comforted him. Is that so? Anyway, let's leave here first. Caesar is dead, and I have no reason to stay. Luo was also a bit speechless. He had come here undercover to take down Doflamingo, and after much effort in drafting a series of plans, everything was thrown into chaos with Lingfeng's arrival. Hey, Caesar, that smiley you mentioned seems pretty average. Yeah, he couldn't even handle 2 women? That seems like the Wind Pirate crew, right? Just as Butterfly Shinobu was still researching the drug, several shadows suddenly appeared on the monitor in front of them. Hello, everyone. I'm Lingfeng. So where's Caesar? He.S. dead. From now on, don't think about making artificial devil fruits. Lingfeng spoke directly and straightforwardly, not caring about the reaction of the person opposite him. What a joke. I've already paid the deposit. What does it have to do with me? Lingfeng said irritably, disregarding the reaction from the opposite side, and continued speaking to himself. In any case, I am here to inform you that your business with Don Quixote Doflamingo will soon be handled by me. Don't worry, everything will remain the same. It will just be me trading with you instead. After Lingfeng finished speaking, he hung up the call without giving the other party a chance to respond. How is it, Sisterin? How is the research going? Well, after looking at it, I still need to slowly formulate the antidote. Is that so? Then let's leave for now. We still have a general to deal with. Lingfeng's words immediately shocked Luo. General? Yes. When we formed an alliance. Why didn't you say anything? You didn't ask. Chapter 172. The Power of the Magma Fruit. Just as Lingfeng and the others were preparing to leave the main research room, the snail phone on Monet's corpse rang. Bururu, bururu. Lingfeng glanced at the phone bug and directly picked up the phone to connect. Monet, we are getting ready to come over. What's the situation? The voice of Doflamingo came from the phone bug, clearly indicating that he was ready to go to Punk Hazard to settle the score with Lingfeng. Unfortunately, your little Monet is already dead. Lingfeng let out a cold laugh and said to the phone bug. Silence, a long silence. Is that so? You little brat have provoked me once again. Doflamingo's voice was very calm, but Luo, who was nearby, sensed a terrifying pressure in that voice. Don't rush. Just stay in your dress, Rosa. I will come to find you soon. Lingfeng hung up the phone directly after speaking. Is it really okay for the head of Lingfeng to provoke him like this? Luo asked with a cold expression. It's not a big deal, just destroy Sad later. Then shake off those navy and send the children away. Lingfeng shrugged indifferently. Currently, the Don Quixote family was facing the Don Quixote pirates, and it was clear that the latter had a greater chance of winning. After all, with a bunch of natural-type devil fruits, he could easily take them out with large-scale attacks. All right, then let's hurry and gather those kids. By the way, have you got my heart? Law looked at Lingfeng, but the latter shook his head. I just checked Caesar's body, but didn't find it. This means he must have put your heart somewhere else. What? Law was a bit surprised. Could there be unknown figures on this island? I can roughly guess who it is. Let's go find those kids first. Okay. Punk Hazard. Ruins of the first and second research facilities. Doflamingo Seiko was waiting here with the large children for Lingfeng and the others to arrive. Seriously, why are they so slow? Doflamingo Seiko glanced at the shivering children, her tone a bit anxious. Just then, one of the children suddenly curled up, holding his head and falling to the ground in pain, letting out a low moan of agony. The other children were startled by this and cautiously tried to approach him, but he waved them away ruthlessly. Doflamingo Seiko frowned slightly, noticing that the largest children were also holding their heads in agony. What's wrong? Are you all okay? Doflamingo Seiko rushed to the side of the pained children, asking with concern. Candy, candy! The children cried out in pain, appearing to have lost their sanity. Saliva and mucus uncontrollably flowed from their mouths and noses, their eyes devoid of the usual sparkle, instead starting to rampage and smash things. Candy! Give me candy! The large child began to scream in anger, even picking up nearby building debris and violently smashing it towards Doflamingo Seiko. That Aster really deserves to die. Doflamingo Seiko quickly dodged an attack, using the ability of the transparent fruit to temporarily hide. Some of the other children also began to become violent, and Doflamingo Seiko didn't dare to act recklessly, fearing that she might hurt them. Just as the ruins of the research facility were about to be completely destroyed by the group of children, Lingfeng and Butterfly Shinobu finally arrived late. Sleep gas. Butterfly Shinobu initially used the ability of the gas fruit to make the group of children quietly fall asleep. After a while, the gas dispersed, blown away by a gust of blue wind, and the pirates lay twisted on the ground, no longer exhibiting their previous violence. I'll take them away. Lingfeng looked at the sleeping children. For now, only he could use his abilities to fly them out. What about the Admiral over there? Luo was very concerned about the actions of the Navy Admiral. If there was a conflict with the Navy here, his warlord status would temporarily be revoked. Although he didn't really care, if the plan was exposed prematurely, it would be very detrimental to them. It's okay. I'll trust my partners. Lingfeng smiled at Luo, believing that the Red Count and his death would have no problem dealing with the Green Bull. However, if we go directly to the Navy, I won't be able to concoct my antidote for the time being. The timeline is too tight, Butterfly Shinobu said, while looking at Lingfeng. It's okay. We can just negotiate with the Navy. Otherwise, wasting time with the Navy Admiral here isn't a solution either. Lingfeng can only use the children as leverage. After all, the Green Bull General is pressing in step by step. If he continues to be entangled by him, it will be really difficult to implement the plan. As for killing the Green Bull, it's not impossible, but this group of children must find someone to escort them. Lingfeng saved these children, but that doesn't mean he is their babysitter. He still needs to take them to another safe place. Handing them over to the Navy outside is the best choice. Let's go. Take this group of little ones to negotiate. A gust of wind lifted the children gently and flew them to the place where the gale was originally docked. In front of the main entrance of the research institute. Bang, bang, bang. Two men's figures flickered rapidly, turning into several black lines in the air, their fists and legs continuously making astonishing collision sounds. I didn't expect your armament hockey to be quite good, able to hold out for so long against me. The slashing army leader looked at Virgo, who indeed had some skills. Call me Lord Virgo. Virgo shouted angrily, his body covered in black armament hockey, charging again at the slashing army leader. Forget it. I'll use my Devil Fruit ability to finish you off in one go. After saying this, the slashing army leader's body began to emit swirling white smoke, with intense heat waves sweeping out, and then his arm transformed into black-red magma, punching out directly. Sizzle. The magma arm extended over the snowy ground, continuously melting the white snow. The look in Virgo's eyes behind his sunglasses changed slightly as he used shave to dodge past. Lava explosion. The slashing army leader revealed his white teeth, a confident smile at the corner of his mouth, and the magma arm suddenly exploded. Boom! 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 Streams of scorching magma stones transformed into countless fiery fists, continuously erupting around. Moonwalk. Virgo used Moonwalk to leap into the sky, activating observation hockey to barely evade numerous red magma fists. Volcanic eruption. The slashing army leader punched the ground, instantly melting all the surrounding snow, and the ground suddenly rose, forming a volcanic crater, which then erupted with massive magma. What? Virgo was taken aback as the enormous red magma completely engulfed his body, even with his whole body covered in armament hockey. He couldn't withstand the terrifying temperature of the magma. Super strong punch. The slashing army leader concentrated magma on his right fist and then punched out, generating a powerful shockwave with his strong swing, causing the magma to extend outward, resulting in a massive magma explosion. Chapter 173. Law's hockey. Just as Virgo's body was about to be simultaneously exploded by the enormous shockwave and magma, a blue circular light curtain appeared. Rue. Law's voice came, and he saved Virgo. A new enemy? The slashing army leader watched as Law took Virgo to evade his attack, and muttered to himself. You almost got me killed. My heart is still with him. Law said irritably to the slashing army leader, who looked completely baffled. Heart. The slashing army leader scratched his head, while Law ignored him and directly scanned Virgo's body. Suddenly, a pink heart appeared in Law's hand, still beating and making a loud noise. Wow, what ability is this? So amazing? The slashing army leader watched the heart in Law's hand, and then stared as he put the heart back in his chest. Seriously, the Gale Pirates are all a bunch of reckless guys? Law looked at the somewhat chaotic battlefield around him, combined with the continuously burning flames of magma, and said helplessly, It seems you are not the enemy? Although the slashing army leader was hot-blooded and a bit delusional, he wasn't stupid. He did not sense hostility from Law. Law, you traitor. Virgo struggled to stand up, clearly still wanting to fight for a while. He's mine now. Your captain urgently calls you back to the port you came from earlier. Law said to the slashing army leader, intending to destroy Virgo, and sat here. All right, I'll trust you this once. The slashing army leader clearly did not doubt Law's words and directly left. Seriously, a bunch of Na'vi guys. Law turned his face, watching the slashing army leader leave, and complained helplessly. Law, what are you, a traitor, trying to do? Virgo looked at Law in front of him, who sneered coldly. Mr. Virgo, I will send you off this world. Law's smile was somewhat sinister, as he could no longer contain his hatred for the Don Quixote family. All these years of patience were for this moment of revenge. Rue. Law drew his sword, the Anaheim, and activated the blue surgical field around him. Law, I won't let you go. Slaughterhouse. Law immediately slashed several times, turning Virgo into countless fragments. Let this research institute disappear along with you. Law's hat brim concealed his expression, and then he tightened his grip on the sword and swung it horizontally. Buzz. The sound of space being sliced echoed. Just one slash, just one slash. Law not only cut the research institute in half, but even sliced the mountain of Punk Hazard in two. One slash cut the island in half. 2 years had passed since the war at the top. Those who did what, like you people and Don Quixote, were just keeping calm. The upper half of the island was still floating, but Law's voice continued to echo faintly. Whitebeard merely punctuated the era, while the Navy headquarters consolidated new forces, and the big shots made no moves, as if preparing for something. That war was just a prologue. Law maintained the posture of the slash, as if time had slowed down. The new era of heroes was about to arrive along with the helpless giant waves. The gears had already been destroyed by me and the Gale's master. Law raised his head, his expression under the brim filled with bloodlust and excitement. a cold glint flashing in his eyes. No one could turn back now. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, the island that had been cut in half crashed down heavily onto the remaining part of the island, causing a massive explosion. Farewell, Virgo. I will soon make Don Quixote accompany you. Law sheathed the Anaheim and turned to leave. Punk Hazard, Ice Peninsula. Isdeath and Misaka Makoto had already frozen Smiley and turned him into fragments with electricity. Let's go, Kuriko. Hurry back to the gale. Misaka Makoto clapped her hands, as if she had just done something trivial. If the T-Beard and the others knew that Smiley, known as the weapon of the land of death, was instantly killed, their eyes would probably pop out in shock. So boring, I thought there would be some powerful enemies after coming to the New World. Isdeath stomped her long leg, crushing the frozen slime block beneath her feet with a disdainful expression. Isn't there an admiral over there? You can exchange a few moves with him. Misaka Makoto looked at Isdeath, shrugging helplessly. I hope so. I fought with that so-called admiral 2 years ago, and their strength was average. Isdeath exuded a queen-like demeanor. But what she said was also true. After mastering armament hockey and observation hockey, plus now mastering conqueror hockey, with her abilities, dealing with an admiral should be relatively easy. Sigh, I really envy people like you who are strong in physical skills. Misaka Makoto walked to Shirai, Kuriko's side, and sincerely admired Isdeath, saying, "Oh, it's rare to hear you say something like that." Isdeath looked at Misaka Makoto with a smile that was neither here nor there, causing the latter's small face to flush slightly. I'm not praising you just because you're strong. I just think I need to work hard on my martial arts," Misaka Makoto said, her face red and a bit tsundere. "If you want to learn, I can teach you the Empire's combat techniques," Isdeath said gently as she looked at Misaka Makoto. The two of them seemed relatively normal when they weren't at odds. Of course, that was because Isdeath was very lenient with her subordinates. Really? Misaka Makoto suddenly seemed a bit excited. "Of course, if you're willing to be my subordinate," Isdeath said naturally. "Huh? No way." Misaka Makoto stomped her foot, steam rising from her head. "Then forget it. A poor girl like you should just honestly use your skills from distance." "What? Isdeath?" Sparks of electricity flickered around Misaka Makoto, clearly infuriated by Isdeath. "Calm down, One-isama." Shirai Kuriko shook her head helplessly, feeling quite exasperated by how easily Misaka Makoto got angry. "Let's hurry back, otherwise, our ship will suffer." Isdeath smiled, suddenly realizing that bantering with this group of companions on the Shippuden was quite enjoyable. I'll drive the Navy back later and make you my subordinate," Misaka Makoto said defiantly. "If only your confidence could be used in some other areas," Isdeath retorted mercilessly. "Isdeath, I can hear you. You don't need to be so loud." Well, both of you, don't get too worked up." Shirai Kuriko quickly teleported them away, hoping they would take out their anger on the Navy. Chapter 174. Navy Admiral and the Shippuden Pirates Punk Hazard, Frontport. At this moment, Navy Admiral Greenbull was leading the Navy as they continuously clashed with the Shippuden Pirates. "Forbidden Forest," Greenbull shouted from the island, extending his hands to create a mass of plants that transformed into a giant tree ant, which then turned its fists into shapes and began to pummel the Shippuden Pirates. "Is that all you've got?" Red Count Baloric Redfield sneered, transforming the long bat-handled umbrella in his hand into a sharp sword, slicing through countless trees in front of him. "That's Red Count Baloric Redfield, the criminal who broke out of Impel down LV6. That man actually joined the Shippuden Pirates." The G5 Navy widened their eyes in disbelief. Now's not the time to be shocked. Smoker blocked Little Kong's armed color staff with his cross, while Rem used Soru to bring her meteor hammer down hard on this Navy Vice Admiral. Soru. Smoker also used Soru to leave his original position, his body transforming into white smoke and rising continuously, while Ram cast wind magic from a distance, a blue whirlwind sweeping towards Smoker. "You are Euphura, white smoke launcher." Smoker transformed part of his body into smoke, using the explosive reaction from the smoke to fly quickly and dodge Ram's whirlwind magic. "Vice Admiral Smoker." Clang, Daz Bones shouted, wanting to support Smoker, but just then, Hashiyuki's sword slashed in, and Daz Bones blocked it with his Shea, colliding with Hashiyuki's strike. "A shrine maiden? Is your Shinku country really going to oppose the Navy?" Daz Bones' eyes behind his glasses were filled with anger, not understanding why a sacred shrine maiden would join a pirate crew. "I owe a debt of gratitude, and it's only natural to repay it, don't you think, Glasses Girl?" Hashiyuki and Daz Bones exerted force as their blades clashed, shaking continuously, and then Daz Bones quickly retreated, escaping Hashiyuki's attack range. "In that case, don't blame my subordinates for being merciless." Daz Bones raised her Shea, covering it with armed color hockey, and then quickly charged forward, executing a lightning-fast slash. Slash Shea. Hashiyuki's expression slightly tightened, raising her famous sword Yukizakura, bending her knees slightly, and directly advancing for a horizontal slash. Sakura, fall, snow, moon, and flowers. Hashiyuki's slash seemed to carry falling pink cherry blossoms, silent and without a sword's chant, giving a sense of tranquility. Puff! Dazbone's shoulder was slashed, blood immediately spraying out. Dazbones-chan, what's wrong with these pirates? Are all their crew members this strong? The G5 Navy shouted in fear. This was still the situation without Lingfeng and the others. If the rest returned, the battle would clearly be unfavorable for the Navy. Damn it! Dazbone's legs weakened, half squatting on the ground, her right hand covering her injured left shoulder, her face filled with unwillingness. Your strength is quite good. Hashiyuki glanced at the sleeve of her shrine maiden outfit, one part already slashed by Dazbones. If it had been a bit closer, Hashiyuki would have been seriously injured. Just a bunch of pirates. Don't get too cocky. Balin shouted angrily. The Shippuden pirates were her creation, and she couldn't help but feel furious. Explosive flame paper. Balin's body continuously dispersed red paper, each with a fuse, floating toward the Shippuden pirates. Miss Navy, we have no intention of underestimating you, Karina said, holding a sniper rifle, gathering air bullets at the muzzle, her left eye slowly closing as she shot through all of Balin's explosive papers. Balin's eyes narrowed, then snapped her fingers. Those explosive papers exploded in the air with a series of booming sounds, dense smoke and explosions engulfing the rest of the Shippuden pirates. Uncle Linus, it's up to you, Karina shouted. In the thick black smoke, a pair of laser eyes flashed red, followed by a burst of light. A massive steel robot appeared before G5 and Balin, shocking everyone as they stared in awe at the giant robot. Super Hurricane, it's my turn to make an appearance. Inside the robot's control room, Linus said excitedly. He then maneuvered the robot, its huge arms spinning like giant propellers, creating a powerful hurricane that blew away the explosive papers and smoke in front. Alala, it seems there's no need for me to step in. Yo-ho-ho, sure-ho, shouldn't we stay away from the battlefield? Brooks suggested with a smile. Looking at sure-ho, Siki's back. No need, I feel those guys are coming back. Shihoin Saki brushed her golden hair lightly, her starry eyes lazily opening. She sensed the annoying electromagnetic smell, which meant that Misaka Makoto and the others had returned. Oh ho, what a lively battlefield, I want to join the fight too. Brooke looked at the situation ahead. Although he wanted to join, he and Shihoin Saki took on the responsibility of guarding the ship. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several shells flew from the other two warships, the black shells whistling through the air, constantly heading towards the Thousand Winds. Soul of the Lost Sword. Brooke drew his slender sword, his light body leaping up, the cold spirit aura of the sword swirling as he swung it, freezing all the black shells in the air. Ghoul, ghoul, ghoul. The shells turned into ice blocks and fell into the sea, creating waves on the otherwise calm surface. Not bad. Skeleton, very impressive. Shihoin Saki praised as she watched Brooke descend from the sky. Oh ho ho ho. Miss Shihoin is too polite. I wonder if I could take a look at your panties. Before Brooke could finish, a blue electric spark fell from the sky, charred to black. Brooke, don't say such things. Misaka Makoto and Shirai Kuriko landed steadily on the deck of the Thousand Winds. Misaka-san is back? Shihoin Saki pursed her lips. Although she and Misaka Makoto were rivals, there was an indescribable feeling between them. If I hadn't come back, you'd probably be scared silly by the shells from afar, you athletic idiot. Misaka Makoto smiled. It was a rare opportunity to strike at Shihoin. How could she miss it? What a pity, I'm not flustered at all. I thought Misaka-san had frozen to death on this island. Huh, you think I'm like you? With no cold resistance at all, wearing white stockings in this weather. This is called fashion style. Sweet young ladies dress like this. Yes, 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 young lady. Can you guard the ship? Haven't I been guarding it all along? I saw that it was Brooke who was guarding. Chapter 175. The pressure of the Thousand Winds pirates, Shirai Kuriko watched her sister and the queen of Shihoin arguing again, helplessly shrugging her shoulders as she looked at the battlefield not far away. Esters was already eager to join the fray, battling against the legendary new Marine Admiral, Green Bull. So you're the new Admiral? You seem a bit weaker than Akiji and Kizuru. Esters assessed the giant tree-like Green Bull and said, with some disappointment, could it be? Did Admiral Akainu also fight you? The giant tree-like Green Bull looked at Esters, speaking with great excitement. Well, I kicked him away with one kick. Esters replied calmly. That was 2 years ago, the Ice Queen who caused a ruckus at Marine Ford, a terrifying woman with powers equal to Akiji. She asked back. Could be that Lingfeng is nearby too. Admiral, Smoker-san, we should retreat for now. G5 and the Marines were already feeling the urge to withdraw. If they delayed any longer and Lingfeng returned, it would definitely be hard to escape. Oh, there are indeed a lot of Marines here. That guy in T lied to me. Just then, a passionate male voice echoed from the sky. Shaveboard soldier fell heavily from the sky, creating a cloud of dust with a bang as the ground shattered upon his landing, demonstrating the force of his descent. An admiral? Huh? He should be a man of spirit. Shaveboard soldier slowly stood up as the smoke dissipated, looking at the Marines and Green Bull with fervor, his neck cracking as he twisted it. Why did you come back alone? Esther's turned to look at Shaveboard soldier, asking curiously. I got temporarily separated from Lingfeng and the others, but a guy in a hat told me that support was needed here, so I came back first. A guy in a hat? Are you talking about that guy with the sword? Esther's gaze turned cold. She was quite displeased with Luo for having swapped souls with her before, a dark history she did not appreciate. Yes, that guy seemed to have cut the island in half. Shaveboard soldier pointed to the distant ice peninsula. From afar, one could still see the massive island cut in two. When he comes over, I'll settle the score with him. Esther's took a long step forward, her ice blue hair flowing behind her, a wave of freezing air sweeping out. Esther's wait. Just then, a voice echoed from the sky, belonging to Lingfeng. Everyone looked up to see a blue whirlwind descending with a group of giant children and several remaining members of the Thousand Winds Pirates. Marines, hold on for now. There are quite a few children here. Lingfeng carefully placed the group of sleeping children down. Those damn pirates, using children as hostages. Green Bull shouted. Just as he was about to make another move, he saw Lingfeng wave his hand. I'm not here to fight you. These children were brought to the island by a madman for experiments. If you continue to fight, these children will inevitably be involved. Is this how you Marines operate? Lingfeng looked at General Green Bull, as well as Smoker, Tashiji, and Bellin. Bellin looked at Lingfeng with a complex expression. His growth had been too rapid. 2 years ago, he openly attacked Judicial Island and challenged CP0. Not only that, but he also live-streamed the execution of a celestial dragon in Sabeti Archipelago. It was said that the celestial dragon was now tortured to the point of insanity, sometimes exhibiting uncontrollable fits of madness. In the end, he released a bunch of criminals from Impel Down and caused chaos during the Marineford War. He killed Admiral Akainu and seized Blackbeard's dark fruit powers. It can be said that Lingfeng is currently the most terrifying figure in the era of great evil, and the biggest headache for the Marines. Not only is the Marine headquarters wary of Lingfeng, but the celestial dragons and the stars are also constantly monitoring him. However, the 4 emperors remain inactive, as if they are brewing something terrifying. Green Bull looked at the group of children in front of him. Although they were massive in size, they still appear to be children. You want to take this group of children as hostages and then escape, right? Green Bull released his planned transformation and disdainfully said to Lingfeng, Do you think I need to do that with my strength? Lingfeng smiled, but he wasn't angry. If it weren't for his companions wanting to save these children, he wouldn't bother talking to this group of Navy officers. What a brazen brat. Smoker grunted, holding a cigar. However, General Smoker, the children are indeed in the hands of the pirates. We should prioritize those kids. Das Bonez said, covering his injured arm, his tone somewhat strained. General, what do you think? In response to Smoker's question, Green Bull also looked at the Storm pirate crew in front of him. As expected of the legendary Super Rookie pirate crew, when all members stood in front of the Navy, a terrifying sense of oppression overwhelmed everyone, making it hard for them to breathe. Gulp. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive, and the G5 Navy personnel were sweating coldly, watching the standoff between the Navy generals and Lingfeng and others. Ru. At that moment, a cold voice of a man echoed, and under the blue circular light, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Trafalgar Law, made his appearance. Law, what are you doing here? Smoker looked at Law in shock, unable to believe that Law would appear here. Smoker, is that the new Navy general? Law teleported to Lingfeng and the others, casually asking the latter. Yes, we are in negotiations. Lingfeng looked relaxed, clearly not taking Green Bull and the others seriously. Luo, have you joined the Windstorm Pirates? Green Bull asked, looking at Luo, who remained cold and silent, standing beside Lingfeng. Clearly, his attitude indicated that he no longer cared about the position of the 7 warlords of the sea. All right, let us take these kids away, and I'll let you off this time. Green Bull spoke the usual formalities, making it sound as if Lingfeng and the others were afraid to confront the Navy. What did you say? His death was about to erupt, but Lingfeng stopped her. I have another condition. Why are you in such a hurry? Lingfeng said leisurely. Don't push your luck. Green Bull shouted angrily, very displeased with Lingfeng's contempt. What are you talking about? I'm saying that only my ship's doctor can help these kids temporarily suppress the toxins in their bodies. For now, we can agree to a temporary truce. Lingfeng shook his head helplessly. No wonder that Green Bull only played the role of a clown in the original work. It seems that he really is the type who lacks a few screws in his head. Let's leave it to my ship's doctor and temporarily cease fire. After we get the children to a safe place, we can fight later. Chapter 176. A brief banquet. Punk Hazard, Train Port. The red-haired pirates and the Navy had a brief ceasefire, and everyone temporarily set aside their animosity toward each other. The gentle Rem even pulled her sister to start a fire, preparing to cook a delicious meal. Butterfly Shinobu and Law temporarily checked on the children's condition and were working on an antidote. Bellin stood quietly beside Lingfeng, both of them silent, not breaking the atmosphere of silence. I didn't expect that in just 2 years, you would have so many companions and such powerful strength. Bellin lit a cigarette and took a slow puff. After 2 years, this short-haired girl looked even more mature and attractive. Your strength has also increased a lot. Haven't you been promoted yet? Lingfeng lazily leaned against the wooden box behind him, using his observation haki to sense Balin's formidable strength. Compared to you, I'm quite lacking, he said. Balin exhaled a puff of white smoke, recalling the scene from years ago when she saved Lingfeng on Bellamy's ship. With such powerful abilities, why don't you join the Navy? Balin placed the cigarette between her red lips and took a deep drag. You should know that even if I became an admiral, I'd have to protect the celestial dragons. Do you really think someone with my temperament would do that? Lingfeng certainly wouldn't say it's because of the main quest of the system, but even without the system, he would still become a pirate, after all. The celestial dragons are the existence he detests the most. Is that so? So in the Sabati archipelago, you weren't just acting to attract the admiral's attention, right? Beryl took her last puff of smoke, extinguished the cigarette butt, and said in a low tone, "What happened to that celestial dragon? Can you share any details?" Lingfeng smiled, looking at the distant G5 and the windstorm pirates. Because of Rim's warm and delicious cooking, those guys had actually mingled with some members of the windstorm pirates. There was nothing inconvenient to disclose. He had already been expelled by the other celestial dragons. As a celestial dragon, he had lost all face in front of the world's eyes, so naturally, they wouldn't let him stay any longer. Balin looked at the distant G5 Navy and sighed helplessly. Those kids are in your hands now. There shouldn't be any more problems, right? Lingfeng watched as Balin took out another cigarette, the kaleidoscope Sharingan appearing. A black flame flickered at the tip of her cigarette. Yeah, don't worry. Balin was startled by the black flame, but she felt even more that Lingfeng was becoming stronger. Your abilities seem to be getting more powerful. It's okay. Lingfeng smiled faintly. He too wanted to know where his limit strength lay now. Clearly, someone like Caesar, who relied solely on his devil fruit ability, was not enough to be his opponent 2 years later. After saying this, the two fell silent again, with only the white smoke from Belin's cigarette slowly rising. In the distance, the rest of G5 and the Wind Pirates were conversing together. Even after this group of kids is safe, our Navy will still not continue to fight you, Smoker said, holding a cigar, addressing Shao Kong and Remington. Rem smiled slightly and handed a bowl of soup to the Marine Vice Admiral. It smells really good. Smoker frowned slightly, but this proud man was too shy to compliment the pirates. Eat more. Those kids will need to take good care of them later. Rem smiled gently, and under that smile, the G5 Marines began to whistle, their eyes turning into hearts. Remchan, one more bowl. This dish is too delicious. Hey, finish eating and scram. Ram looked around at the G5 Marines with a face full of disdain, wishing she could kick them all away. Ram's look of disgust and tone also made it hard for us to resist. Oh, you're right. Ramchan, glare at me fiercely with that kind of look. Smoker looked at his shameless G5 subordinates, speechless. You all better tone it down. They are enemies. Not far away, Marine Admiral Green Bull sat on a wooden crate, his gaze from under his sunglasses fixed intently on the Wind Pirates. He didn't expect someone as significant as Baroque led Field to join the Wind Pirates, and he had heard that the World Destroyer Waldo also had many pacifists from the Navy by his side. Could it be? Green Bull's pupils slightly contracted. He had a bad premonition. You were quite right. I didn't expect you to be quite clever. Baroque led Field sneered from the shadows, clearly having read Green Bull's thoughts with his observation haki. Are you going to challenge those 4 emperors? Marine Admiral Green Bull let out a cold laugh, though his tone was somewhat disdainful. He believed that Lingfeng currently had no chance against the 4 emperors. Even if the Wind Pirates were on good terms with the remaining Whitebeard Pirates led by Ace, the other three emperors were not to be underestimated. Whether it's Big Mom, Kaido, or the most mysterious red-haired, they were all opponents Lingfeng would find difficult to handle. You Marines shouldn't be responsible for such matters, right? Baroque-led Field snorted, scoffing at Green Bull's question. Baroque-led Field. Although you are strong, following this kid will eventually cost you your identity. Green Bull sneered, but beside him, suddenly two violent auras, one hot and one cold, surged towards him. Our captain is not someone to waste like you can discuss. Isdeath glared at Green Bull from under her hat, her words carrying endless coldness. That's right, Admiral. Discussing others behind their backs is quite cowardly. Don't let me look down on you. The shaved board army commander crossed his arms over his chest, his expression unusually serious. We will meet again sooner or later. After sending this group of kids away, I will take your captain's head at the first opportunity. Green Bull snorted coldly, a small flower blooming behind him, then slowly flew up towards his warship. Clearly, he was the least welcomed person by the Wind Pirates here, especially since Lingfeng had killed Akainu. So in Green Bull's eyes, the Wind Pirates were definitely enemies. I really want to take him out now. Isdeath looked at Green Bull, who was slowly flying in the sky, a chill gathering around her, eager to take action. Forget it, Isdeath. Let him go. We still have plenty to do. Lingfeng walked over and looked at the remaining navy and the Surefoam pirates. At that moment, the children who had been put to sleep by the sleeping gas seemed to be waking up one by one. It seems our journey is about to begin again. Next, we need to deal with the biggest enemy of the Surefoam pirates. Chapter 177. Target Dressrosa. Butterfly Shinobu was guarding the awakening of the children. And when the black-haired little girl woke up, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Is this great? Luo, your ability is really useful. Butterfly Shinobu smiled at the black-haired little girl and turned to praise Luo. Luo gave a cold snort. Although he didn't express it outwardly, he actually hoped to cure these children. After all, he had suffered from an incurable disease himself back then, and if it weren't for Corazon and the handwriting fruit, he would have died long ago. Sister, am I okay now? The black-haired little girl slowly sat up and weakly asked Butterfly Shinobu. Yes, by the way, are you called Mocha? Butterfly Shinobu smiled and asked the black-haired little girl. How does sister know? Mocha asked in confusion, and Butterfly Shinobu replied with a smile. That's because everyone else has woken up, and you were the only one still asleep. Butterfly Shinobu packed up her medical supplies, and the last child woke up. The Surefoam pirates were also ready to leave this place. Will I be okay from now on? Mocha still couldn't believe she was fine and repeatedly asked Butterfly Shinobu. Of course, this big brother is very amazing. You should thank him properly. Butterfly Shinobu said with a sly smile to Mocha. Really? That's great. Thank you, big brother. Mocha excitedly jumped up and held Luo in her hands. Hey, don't touch me. Luo's cold demeanor cracked, and he shouted in a bit of panic. Oh my, Mr. Luo can have this kind of expression too. He was so cold-hearted when we swapped our bodies and souls before. Although Butterfly Shinobu's smile was very beautiful, it always carried a hint of slyness. Luo, being held by the excited Mocha, shouted with an expression of losing control. Damn it, Lingfeng, you need to manage your people. After the brief ceasefire banquet outside, the Navy began directing the children to board the warships, preparing to leave. When Mocha and the other children happily leaned over the ship's railing to say goodbye to the Surefoam pirates, they were stopped by the Navy. Don't talk to those guys. Understood? Pirates. Those guys are all pirates, all bad people. Don't look into their eyes or remember their faces. Got it. If any of the little kids misbehave, we won't let them go home. The Navy was shouting about how just they were and how evil the pirates were. They will bring countless disasters to this world. So absolutely ignore them. They were clamoring about the Surefoam pirates, using the Navy flags to block their figures. Enough. Don't embarrass yourselves. Shut up. Dasky, who was also standing on the ship, suddenly shouted, interrupting this farce. The G5 Navy was taken aback, and then they weakly lowered the Navy flags in their hands. These usually rough and bold Navy members suddenly shed tears, their faces showing expressions of reluctance. But, Dasky-chan, if we don't do this, if we don't force ourselves to speak ill of them, we might actually come to like these lawless and gentle pirate sisters. Dasky was taken aback, not expecting that these usually impolite guys would have a sensitive side. Indeed, within the Surefoam pirates, there were not only ruthless characters like Lingfeng, but also gentle sisters like Butterfly Shinobu, Misaka Mikoto, and Remington. There were also cool older sisters like Poison Island Siko, Isdeath, and Akame. Although Lingfeng looked fierce, the pirates temporarily ceased fighting with the Navy for the sake of a group of unfamiliar children, and even reconciled with the G5 members for a while. Balan was smoking, watching the G5 Navy members cry. Her feelings were complex. What kind of existence are you? Sure phone pirates? Smoker, with a cigar in his mouth, remained silent. This scene reminded him of that straw hat-wearing kid. Clearly a pirate, yet sometimes doing things that don't seem like a pirate. Admiral Greenbull had already left with his subordinates. He really didn't want to see Lingfeng and the others and instructed Smoker to take the children to a safe place. Smoker looked at the sure phone pirates and then at another warship leaving in the distance, his emotions very complicated. What is true justice? What kind of justice do Admirals Akiji, Akainu, Kizaru, Fujitora, and Greenbull represent? As Lingfeng led the Sherphone pirates onto the Sherphone ship, everyone waved at the distant G5 warship. Karina was about to ask where the next island was, but Luo spoke up directly. The next destination has already been decided, right, Captain Lingfeng? Luo said coldly while shouldering the demon's sword. Onakiri. Yes, our enemy. It's time to deal with him. Lingfeng nodded. His goal was the same as Luo's, which was to deal with Don Quixote da Flamingo, the warlord of the sea. Let's go to Dressrosa. Lingfeng watched as Punk Hazard gradually receded into the distance. Not only had he obtained 2 natural-type devil fruits, but more importantly, the destined master of Wano and his subordinates would forever remain asleep there. That is to say, Momonosuke and Kinemon. Their lives and deaths had nothing to do with him. Perhaps later, Luffy and the others would pass by here. But Kinemon was unlikely to survive. After all, his lower body had been completely destroyed by the Navy's admiral. He was probably already dead. As for Momonosuke, it would be better if he died sooner, that kind of useless thing. If Lingfeng, the head of the family, was like him and also needed to deal with Doflamingo and Kaido, there was one thing he must do before heading to Dressrosa. Luo's words made Lingfeng nod. Of course. He knew what he was referring to. You mean the Sile factory, right? After Lingfeng finished speaking, Luo was taken aback, not expecting that the former also had intelligence on Doflamingo. Although the sad materials were destroyed, the factory for creating artificial devil fruit, Sile, is still operational. And Kaido currently has about 500 devil fruit users on his territory. More than 500 devil fruit users? Brook exclaimed in surprise. Are all 500 of them devil fruit users? Misaka Makoto was also surprised, not expecting that the subordinate of that Yonko would have so many users. They're just artificial, which is somewhat different from the authentic devil fruits. Lingfeng signaled not to worry, as they were just a bunch of small fry. Let's go and destroy the Sile factory in Dressrosa that is still manufacturing and storing devil fruits. This way, Kaido's combat power will be weakened. Then we will erase Doflamingo from this world. Chapter 178. Birdcage the Grand Line, New World. As the Wind Rider approached Dressrosa, Shao Kahn signaled everyone from the lookout. Everyone gathered on the deck of the Wind Rider, looking at the distant island. It's finally time to settle this. Lingfeng looked at the distant Dressrosa and said with a hint of emotion, I hope we encounter a strong opponent this time. Isdeth also expressed some anticipation, as apart from Greenbull, she hadn't faced any powerful foes in the past 2 years. Doflamingo is up to me? Lingfeng looked at Law, but the latter slowly shook his head. I want to witness all of this with you. Law's words were filled with determination, and Lingfeng nodded in agreement. Once we reach the island, you all need to take it seriously. Blowing up that factory is a crucial step. If we fail, all subsequent plans will face some obstacles. So, Law hadn't finished speaking when the members of the Wind Rider pirate crew eagerly started approaching the shore, ready to disembark. Law's brow twitched continuously, and the veins on his temples bulged faintly, looking quite speechless. Don't worry, Law. I've already had a word with Doflamingo before. He must be well prepared for our arrival. Lingfeng patted Luo on the shoulder, signaling him not to be too nervous. Well, it's best this way. Since Caesar has been killed by you, there is no need to implement the series of plans I had devised earlier. Let us go straight to war with them. As Luo made his entrance with the members of the Windstorm Pirates, he initially wanted Lingfeng to send someone to Zou Island to meet up with his companions. But it seems that it's unnecessary now. We can go straight to the final battle with the Don Quixote family, since we VE landed on the island. The main character will be handled by you, Siko Tokisaki. Lingfeng quietly brought the members of the Windstorm Pirates to the island and then discussed for a moment. The little girl named Sugar, right? Poison Island Siko inserted her knife into her waist and confirmed once again. That's right. Although the tragedy of Dressrosa was orchestrated by Don Quixote da Flamingo, a significant reason for it was the existence of the little girl Sugar. Lingfeng nodded slightly, feeling a bit wary of Sugar's fruitability. They didn't have a god like Usopp on their ship, nor any luck-based children. If they accidentally encountered sugar and ended up turned into toys, it would be quite embarrassing. Your transparent fruit ability can allow you to approach her quietly. This toy fruit is indeed very strong. Are you sure you don't want to eat it, Heizi? Lingfeng felt a bit regretful. If Shirai Kuriko were willing to eat this childlike fruit, with her teleportation ability, she would be invincible. The childlike fruit could turn anyone who touched it into a toy that the user desired, and the type and style of the toy would be entirely determined by the user's preferences. The size of the target turned into a toy would be proportional to their height before transformation. Moreover, people related to the target, such as relatives or friends, would lose all memories of the time they spent with the object that was turned into a toy. It could be considered a bug-level devil fruit, but someone with strong observation haki, like Shirai Kuriko, probably wouldn't be able to touch it. No, that kind of fruit you mentioned is just too inhumane. I suggest we let it disappear as soon as possible. Shirai Kuriko clearly had her principles, and Lingfeng was unwilling to force her. Well, the Don Quixote family has quite a few devil fruit users, especially Doflamingo's fruit power, which is fairly good. Is there any need for that? Lingfeng confirmed once again that if his companions wanted the devil fruit, he would have to set a target and kill the devil fruit user together with them. Otherwise, if they took too long, they would be unable to seize the devil fruit ability. Lingfeng, is your ability really that powerful? Luo furrowed his brows at this moment. Lingfeng's ability was indeed too formidable. Seizing the devil fruit ability was simply unheard of. Your fruit ability is the real abnormal one, okay? The surgery fruit is worth at least 5 billion berries. Lingfeng let out a bitter laugh. This is a fruit with the ability of immortality, the very ability that Brother Ming desires the most. 5 billion berries. Karina's eyes sparkled, as if she really wanted it. In any case, the Don Quixote family's fruits include the string fruit, sticky fruit, stone fruit, flutter fruit, swim fruit, art fruit, childlike fruit, spin fruit, ton fruit, weapon fruit, and stare fruit. Lingfeng finished speaking in one breath, leaving Luo beside him in a state of shock. Those who didn't know would think Lingfeng had previously worked under Doflamingo, rather than being on his own. Well, the only ones here who haven't eaten devil fruits are me, Misaka Makoto, Shirai Kuriko, Xingyue, Ram, Rim, and Shihoneski. Isdef pondered for a moment. She didn't have any devil fruit she wanted to eat and shook her head immediately. I don't need it either. I don't want to be a landlubber. Misaka Makoto also declined. I don't need it, just like my sister, and besides, these fruits don't sound that great. Shirai Kuriko shrugged and said nonchalantly, Huh, why are you looking at me? I'll let you know when I want a fruit. Xingyue stared blankly at the sky. The two sisters, Rim and Ram, also shook their heads, indicating they didn't need it for the time being. However, when it was Shihuin's turn to refuse, Lingfeng interrupted her. Shihuin, I've already reserved your devil fruit for you. You have to eat it whether you want or not. And it's the one that suits you best. Lingfeng smiled mysteriously, leaving Shiho Suki momentarily stunned. So Brook, Count Red, Shao Kong, Karina, and Shiho, you stay here to guard the ship. The rest of you come with me directly inside. As everyone slowly walked into the city kingdom, an enticing floral fragrance wafted through the air continuously. Dressrosa is a very romantic country. It is rich in various vibrant flowers, and the climate is always warm and suitable. At the same time, the unique variety of delicious food is also a highlight that attracts many tourists. The dance here is a well-known aspect of the national culture, with beautiful women dressed in colorful dance skirts, gracefully dancing to passionate music. Thus, this island is also known as the land of love and passion. Originally, this country was very welcoming, with various toy puppets walking around the streets. However, today the atmosphere on the island is quite heavy. All the residents are staying indoors, tightly shutting their doors and windows, and there is not a single pedestrian or toy in sight on the streets. Just as Lingfeng and the others entered the city, countless threads suddenly appeared in the sky, then fell like a meteor shower, enclosing the entire island. A birdcage? Lingfeng let out a cold laugh. It seemed that Doflamingo was prepared for a deadly fight with him. Is he planning to lock us up here? Isdef looked at the threads behind her. They appear to be quite sturdy. When he could no longer hold on, this thing called a birdcage would close in. Let's go meet this warlord. Chapter 179. The deadly battle with the Don Quixote family Dressrosa at the very top of the palace. That little brat has brought people here. Doflamingo sat on the balcony, a sinister smile on his lips. I say, Doflamingo, is it really okay to use the birdcage now? Tori Pole said with a disgustingly snotty smile. Finally, the grudges of the past can be resolved today. I must kill that little girl. Pika emitted a sharp sound that did not match his appearance. nearly causing Doflamingo's subordinates to burst into laughter. The smile on Doflamingo's face suddenly vanished as he stared at the pirate lackeys, unhappily asking, "Do you have families?" "Yes." Faced with Doflamingo's questioning, the pirates nodded in fear. "Then you better not mock my family. My companions are all my family, understand?" Doflamingo sat down heavily on the sofa, waiting for Lingfeng and the others to arrive. "Tory Pole, take sugar and hide. Senor and Jorah, you two go to the factory to help keep an eye on the prisoners, just in case." "Yes, young master." Several cadres replied respectfully. They felt a bit of pressure facing the Windstorm pirates. "Violet, Diamante, you go to the bullfighting arena and keep an eye on those swordsmen. Don't let them cause trouble." Just as Doflamingo finished speaking, Diamante refused. "I can't do it, Doflamingo. My ability isn't suitable. This job is for you alone. I still can't do it. No, it has to be you. Since you say so, I'll accept it." Diamante moved his slender legs and left with Violet. Not long after several cadres left, under a terrifyingly quiet atmosphere, Doflamingo suddenly raised his head and looked into the sky. Is it coming, Lingfeng?" A gust of blue wind brought a group of people to hover above the palace, and members of the Windstorm pirates landed heavily in front of Doflamingo and the others. "Yo, Doflamingo, waiting here to die?" "Lingfeng, you little brat, don't be too arrogant." Pika shouted loudly, but his voice was so funny that several members of the Windstorm pirates were left speechless. "Ha ha ha ha. This big guy's voice is hilarious. I can't take it anymore. I'm dying of laughter." Xingxue clutched her stomach, tears streaming from her laughter. "Bastard, don't laugh at me." Pika's forehead bulged with veins, but his voice was still amusing. "Ha ha, this guy's voice is funny too. He really has no backbone at all." The shave-board army boss also laughed heartily, showing no signs of restraint. "Shut up, brats." Doflamingo's expression turned a bit sinister, and then a wave of Conqueror's Haki was released. The one who should shut up is you." Lingfeng stepped forward, blocking the crowd, and a wave of Conqueror's Haki swept out as well. The red and blue auras collided in the air, even generating terrifying black lightning. "Wow, Conqueror's Haki. That guy's indeed a monster." Durlinge covered his mouth with his right hand, a playful smile on his face. "Doflamingo, leave it to me." Pika shouted loudly, his body sinking into the ground, but Misaka Mikoto, with a confident smile, extended her arm forward and unleashed her railgun. Boom! The rooftop of the King's Plateau was instantly blasted open, interrupting Pika's attempt to become the stone giant. "Last time, there was no clear winner. Shall we continue this time?" Misaka Mikoto walked to Lingfeng's side, wearing a confident smile. Quite the bold words. Just as Doflamingo was about to use the abilities of the string fruit, Lingfeng charged straight at him with his sword drawn. "Stop messing around with those strings, Doflamingo. Let's make this quick. I have a lot to take care of." Lingfeng transformed into a blue whirlwind and appeared in front of Don Quixote Doflamingo, directly slashing down with the sword. Poochie! Doflamingo's head was instantly severed. But Lingfeng remained unfazed, searching for the location of the latter's true body. Shadow Rider line. Huh? Lingfeng, holding the demon sword Mingyan, was using observation Haki to search for Doflamingo's figure. "Is he up there?" Lingfeng captured Doflamingo, who was constantly changing positions in the air and transformed into a hurricane, flying directly upward. Who will be my opponent?" Shave-board Junba clenched his fists and smiled at the other cadres. "Little brat, come with me if you have guts." Raoji directly made a provocative gesture towards shaved-board Junba, who charged forward. "Pika, let's go." Misaka Mikoto looked at Pika in the distance, preparing to settle the previous grudge. "Eek, that woman, where are you looking?" Direnji looked at Xingxue, who laughed out loud at the former's bizarre outfit. "Ha ha ha, are you a man or a woman? And wearing high heels, ha ha ha. Eek, damn it, go die." Xingxue's taunt was quite on point, and Direnji angrily rushed forward. If I defeat you, I can officially join the Doflamingo family." Bellamy looked at the Windstorm pirates, filled with hatred for them, as Lingfeng was rescued from his ship. "Is that so? Then you are destined not to join." Aikido drew the Muramesa sword, looking indifferently at Bellamy. "Funeral." At this moment, in the Dressrosa arena. You are one of the cadres?" Istef looked at Diamante, who was still playing rock music. "All sword fighter slaves, listen to me. Kill this woman, and you will be free." Diamante looked at Istef and directly released all the sword fighters in the arena. "How interesting, it's rare to start a massacre." A bloodthirsty light flickered in Istef's eyes as she drew her rapier and charged out. "Dressrosa, factory. Is this the factory that Rosso mentioned?" Linas looked at the huge factory in front of him and asked Butterfly Ninja behind him. "It shouldn't be wrong. Lingfeng described the appearance of the factory. Butterfly Ninja nodded, and then saw Senior Peak and Jorah, two cadres, walk out, followed by the factory guard Chinin. It must be here. Butterfly Ninja smiled, drew the Nicaran blade, which shimmered with a hint of purple gas poison. Dressrosa, underground trading port. Those guys will definitely not find us here. Torpole smiled at the sugar behind him, who was eating grapes by herself. It's better to be careful. Buffalo and Baby 5 follow behind them, always on guard. It seems Lingfeng was right. This little girl would appear here. Behind them, the figures of the sisters Rem and Ram emerged, while Siko Tokisaki quietly hid in the corner, ready to strike. This deadly battle in Dressrosa, accompanied by the arrival of the Windstorm Pirates, was about to begin. Chapter 180. The Maid Sisters and the Invisible Senior. Dressrosa, underground trading port. I didn't expect you guys to find this place too. Torpole looked at the twin sisters Ram and Rem in front of him, hiding Sugar's petite figure behind him. Sister, I'll leave those two to you. Rem looked at Buffalo and Baby 5 and said to Ram, Okay, be careful yourself. Ram wasn't worried about her sister getting into trouble. After all, Siko Tokisaki was hiding in the corner, always ready to cover them. Sticky chain. Torpole shot out a thick, brown, slippery liquid from his body at a distance, forming a spherical sticky chain that stuck to a small boat in the port, then swung heavily towards Remington's sticky meteor. Using the inertia from swinging the chain, Torpole smashed the stuck target towards Rem like a meteor. However, the blue-haired maid Rem was not flustered at all. Her white little hand raised, and a transparent barrier appeared in front of her. Shuma, the boat that Torpole had stuck, was directly blocked by Rem's magic, while Sugar was in a shadowy corner, preparing to escape at the right moment. Toys, go catch them. As Sugar tried to escape, she also released all the humans that had turned into toys, attempting to control Rem and Ram. Ram easily handled 2 opponents, but Buffalo could fly, and with Baby 5's ranged attacks in the air, she couldn't easily gain the upper hand. Moreover, with the obstruction of the toy soldiers, Ram couldn't use her whirlwind magic casually. Leave it to me. Just as Ram and Ram were in a stalemate, Siko Tokisaki's voice quietly came, and a slight dust rose from the ground. Sugar instinctively felt a gust of wind coming from behind her. Clang! The sound of a blade being drawn came, and Sugar felt a chilling, killing intent coming from behind. However, she ultimately lacked the assistance of observation haki and could only be cut down by the invisible Tokisaki Siko. Pucci! Sugar's body was sliced in half. Siko Tokisaki was not one to show mercy, especially not to a disgusting ability user like this childlike fruit user. Sugar, Torpole, and Buffalo exclaimed, while Baby 5 gritted her teeth and continuously fired at Ram. Fura. Ram raised her hand to slash out a wind blade, using observation haki to block all the bullets turned from Baby 5's firearms. Damn it. Sticky cannon. Unfortunately, before Torpole could shoot out the sticky liquid, a knife struck from behind, and the long knife, covered in armament haki, directly cut his huge sticky body in half. Siko Tokisaki's eyes were indifferent, with a bloodthirsty smile at the corner of her mouth, as the long knife continued to slash, making Torpole's massive body an easy target for slicing. Torpole let out a scream, and Rim used Shave combined with Moonwalk to jump up, kicking fiercely with her white-stockinged legs. Bang! The body of this sticky fruit user immediately flew back like a cannonball, and Rim swung her meteor hammer from a distance, perfectly smashing down on the flying Torpole. Poochie! Torpole's body instantly turned into a pile of blood, and Rim slowly retracted her meteor hammer, which sparked numerous sparks as it scraped against the ground. Not good, Baby 5. We need to retreat for now. Before Buffalo could finish speaking, he felt a knife humming beneath his belly, and with a Poochie sound, his massive belly was directly sliced apart. Buffalo let out a painful scream, his body suddenly falling, and Baby 5 on his back lost her balance and fell from the air. Alshuma, Yarfira, Rem, and Ram, the 2 sisters, used ice and wind magic, instantly freezing Buffalo and Baby 5, who were then blown into the bay of the port by the wind. Poochie Poochie. 2 splashes appeared as their bodies sank into the sea. Magic really is convenient. Siko Tokida's body returned to visibility as she smiled and sheathed her sword, praising the maid twins. It's not too bad, if it weren't for you. Siko-ne, we wouldn't have had it so easy. Rim smiled gently, as Siko's transparency ability made it too easy to deal with opponents lacking haki. Combined with Siko's swordsmanship, combat instincts, and strong physical abilities, she was practically an invisible killer. If my horn hadn't been broken, I could have handled this group by myself, Ram said proudly. Though she spoke the truth. Toribel and Sugar were relatively weak in combat, and not considered fighters at all. However, their devil fruit abilities were quite powerful, especially the toy fruit. Bang, bang, bang. Just as the three were talking, all the toy soldiers around them transformed back into humans. Great, finally, we're back to normal. Ugh, I no longer have to work for Doflamingo. Yeah, those dark days of working to death were worse than death itself. Don't even mention it. My wife has completely forgotten about me. The humans embraced and wept, feeling the pain of being forgotten and trapped in dark corners. Working day and night for these people. Those days were worse than slavery. By the way, King Riku is innocent. That's right. We must clear King Riku's name. Exactly. They looked at the three beautiful girls in the distance, their eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you. It's all thanks to you that we were saved. Rem gently waved her hand, indicating they didn't need to thank them. No need to thank us. I was just doing what I should have done, not for you. Ram's words were quite proud, but when she saw the pitiful expressions of the crowd, her heart was still somewhat moved. I remember Lingfeng wanted us to find a guy named Kanjuro, right? Siko looked around for that man, as Lingfeng specifically instructed her to kill him. I heard that guy is at the underground junkyard. Let's go find him. Ram recalled Lingfeng's instructions and said to Siko, there should be quite a few people there who need rescuing as well. Ram looked at the still crying and hugging crowd around her, feeling somewhat touched. Let's go. That guy was originally an undercover samurai from Wano country, and what he did was particularly disgusting. Siko flicked the blood off her sword, and a semicircle of blood appeared on the ground around her. Have you seen a big pit around here? Rim asked the toy soldiers who had transformed back into humans. Yes, not far from here. If you head that way, you'll see it quickly. There are quite a few people trapped there too. Okay, thank you. You're too kind, beautiful and lovely maid. Those words should be ours to say. Chapter 181. Isdeath and the Arena Dressrosa. Arena. How is it possible? I've been a commentator at the bullfighting arena for so many years and have never seen such a powerful and terrifying woman. And such a beautiful yet cruel woman. It's simply unheard of. Mr. Gaz, please don't add your personal feelings. Lord Diamante will be furious with you. The beautiful announcer in a daring outfit quickly stopped Gaz's commentary. Meanwhile, the onlookers who had initially prepared to watch the members of the Wind Pirates get slaughtered were now all dumbfounded, staring at the woman before them. Queen Isdeath, reigning over the arena. At the queen's feet lay countless swordsmen, their bodies covered in crisscrossed, fine wounds, blood flowing like rivers across the arena floor, ultimately draining into the surrounding pools. The arena's large screen displayed Isdeath's stunning beauty. Her icy blue eyes were mesmerizing, and her sexy, perfectly curved figure made it hard to look away. Even as an enemy, Queen Isdeath was the center of attention. Initially, the crowd was supporting Diamante and the others. But suddenly a wave of non-existent memories began to emerge in their minds. They seemed to recall memories of former lovers and family, leaving them in disbelief. At this moment, those sealed and deceived memories surged forth like a tide. Go, Isdeath. Defeat the Don Quixote family. For King Riku. In the arena, only a pink-haired female swordsman and the officer Diamante remained. Rebecca, right? Lingfeng specifically instructed me to let you leave. This isn't a place for you. Faced with Isdeath's mercy, Rebecca stood still, remembering the one-legged soldier, who turned out to be Gildarts. How could this be? Tears filled Rebecca's eyes as she weakly sank to the arena floor, realizing that the soldier who imparted all his skills to her was actually her biological father. Meanwhile outside, Gildarts, who had been watching over Rebecca, returned to his original form. Rebecca, the man's rough voice shouted. Even a man as tough as Gildarts felt despair facing a lost country and his inability to protect his daughter. Now, having regained his human form, Gildarts, the once undefeated warrior with 1,000 victories, returned to Dressrosa. He slashed through the arena's railing with his sword and jumped in on one leg, his concern for his daughter moving anyone who saw it. It seems your opponent has arrived. You're too weak, not worth my effort. In the astonished gazes of everyone, Isdeath turned on her long legs and left the arena. The arrogant and brash Diamante didn't even have the courage to throw insults as he let Isdeath leave. By the time the Ice Queen completely exited, Diamante was already drenched in cold sweat. Diamante, your opponent is me. Now that I have returned to my human form, I will never let my daughter raise that blood-draining sword again. Gildarts shouted angrily at Officer Diamante while supporting Rebecca. The once silent crowd, who had been spectating, suddenly felt ashamed of their behavior. They had long suppressed their dissatisfaction, anxiety, and anger, as well as their sadistic tendencies, enjoying watching the slave swordsman battle it out. Especially Rebecca, who had been cursed to death by them. However, now that the truth was revealed, despite their desire to remain silent, seeing that man's figure reignited their inner passion, they wanted to cheer for this legendary warrior once more, to defeat the dirt and ugliness of this country. Gildarts, go for it. Defeat Diamante fiercely. Gildarts, you are our legend. The deafening cheers once again echoed around the arena. But this time, they were not for their own inner dissatisfaction and sadistic tendencies, but for true justice and freedom. Don't get too cocky, you bunch of worthless fools. Diamante snapped back to reality, cursing inwardly. Had Sugar been defeated? These toys actually regained their freedom. A worthless man who can't even protect his own daughter dares to fight me? Diamante mocked as he drew his long sword, pointing it at Cyrus. Diamante! Cyrus roared, his voice like thunder, filled with 10 years of anger that he poured into his sword. Thunder Destruction Sword. With a roar, Cyrus leaped into the air, his sword descending like divine punishment from a thunder god, enveloping Diamante within its strike. Go! Defeat him, Cyrus! Our warrior, charge! The crowd shouted hoarsely, and the weight of this strike carried so much meaning. Cyrus roared as he brought his sword down. Diamante's eyes widened in disbelief. Facing such a divine strike, he found himself without the courage to resist. How could a man who once achieved 1,000 consecutive victories withstand a strike filled with 10 years of fury? Bang! With a single sword strike, the arena's ground was cleaved in two, the commentator and surrounding spectators' eyes bulging in shock, while the terrifying lightning sent waves crashing into the pools around the arena. A massive wound was carved into Diamante's chest, and he fell to the shattered arena below, directly devoured by the sharks in the pool. The victor of the arena has emerged. The winner is... The name of the once invincible legend is Cyrus. Accompanied by the passionate commentary of the announcer Gaz, the crowd erupted into deafening cheers. Oh! Cyrus, with a stern expression, returned to the safety of the spectator stands with Rebecca. At this moment, Isdef had already exited the arena, her back turned to the bloody battleground, a hint of a smile at the corner of her mouth beneath the brim of her hat. This country still has quite a few commendable individuals. A gust of wind blew, lifting the ice-blue hair of Queen Isdef, who did not linger, leaving behind a solitary figure. The cheers behind her, though unrelated to her, made her feel as if she had experienced the most meaningful battle. A new world? It's becoming more interesting. Chapter 182. The tough guy duel Dressrosa, the factory. A fat man with a big belly, wearing a pink baby hat and sucking on a pacifier, stood in front of Linus and Butterfly Ninja. Beside him was a stout woman with curly hair, wearing glasses with triangle frames and gloss on her lips. Behind the three was a plump woman holding a vacuum cleaner. These three were, of course, Don Quixote family Say or Pink, Jorah, and Doflamingo. What do we do about these three, Uncle Linus? Butterfly Ninja asked with a smile, holding her Nicaron blade. Leave that man to me. The other two are yours. Linus replied, gripping his hammer as he looked at the trio. No entry here, Say or Pink said, waddling towards them, his belly jiggling, while behind him, bikini-clad Beauty screamed. Say or Pink. So manly. I'm gonna faint. The Bikini Beauty screams came in waves as Linus swung a heavy hammer, which was blocked effortlessly by Say or Pink's right hand. With such heavy attacks, a real man can't just back down. My important comrades are behind me. Though Say or Pink looked ridiculous, his words were filled with masculinity. Your tone doesn't match your appearance. What's going on with you? Linus asked, puzzled, as he lowered his hammer. Men's survival paths are varied. I suck on a pacifier and wear this bib. Say or Pink said, popping his pacifier, his tone filled with determination. This appearance is my survival path. All the Bikini Beauties around fainted, looking at Say or Pink with infatuated expressions. Is this your survival path? Linus squinted, putting away his hammer, recalling his days on Tess Fire Island, shouldering everything for the sake of the civilians. That dark time, even if no one knew, he still pushed forward alone. I see. I acknowledge you as a man. Linus smiled, his eyes shifting from a perverted gaze to a serious expression of recognition towards his opponent. In that case, a real man will settle this with fists. I won't use weapons, how about that? Facing Linus's acknowledgement, Say or Pink's eyes, hidden beneath his glasses, glistened. If only his wife could wake up to see him being recognized like this. Butterfly, You must not interfere in this battle. Linus took a boxing stance, speaking firmly. Huh? Are you sure? Butterfly Ninja had already dashed out to fight Jorah and Doflamingo, but having acquired the gas fruit and combining it with the insect breathing technique, she quickly overwhelmed them in just a few moves. The natural gas fruit, paired with her dazzling insect breathing, left Jorah and Doflamingo unable to catch Butterfly Ninja's small and agile figure, and they were taken down in 2 strikes. Realizing he couldn't block everyone, Say or Pink could only plead with Butterfly Ninja, if possible, please spare their lives, thank you. For this man to say such words was indeed not easy. Don't worry. I only put your subordinates and these 2 plump sisters to sleep with poison. The dosage isn't fatal. Butterfly Ninja sheathed her Nicaran blade, preparing to watch as the 2 men prepare to fight, while several female cheerleaders outside ready to support Say or Pink. Looks like your family's influence is waning. Linus took a boxing stance, stepping forward slowly. Not necessarily. The young master won't lose. Say or Pink popped his pacifier again, speaking confidently. Is that so? Then let's see who comes out on top. Linus charged forward, his muscular arms bulging as he threw a punch. Bang! To his surprise, Say or Pink did not dodge at all, letting the punch land on his face while he swung his own fist back. Bang! Linus, seeing this, did not evade either. Taking the punch head-on, the 2 exchanged blows to each other's faces, with no intention of dodging. It was a contest of who would fall first. Lord Senior, Linus is also doing great. The speed of their punches is getting faster and faster, with both of them covered in wounds. They step back, panting heavily as they look at each other. The sound of fists hitting flesh has been echoing between them. Both are gasping for breath, their bodies marked with dark bruises. Fresh red blood flowing from their wounds, looking shocking. Why don't you dodge my attacks? Linus charges again, landing a punch squarely on Senor's face. Aren't you doing the same? Senor replies calmly, biting on his pacifier. In a man-s fight, there are no whys. Senor snorts coldly and starts swimming on the ground. Senor surfaces from behind Linus and wraps his arms around his waist. This move is called the back bridge slam. Like a perfect back slam from a wrestler, Linus is slammed hard into the hard ground, creating spiderweb-like cracks around him, with dust rising all around. Uncle Linus, why don't you dodge? Butterfly Shinobu can't help but ask from his side. In a bar, when someone offers you a drink, as a real man, can I just take the cup back? Of course, I'll keep drinking. Butterfly Shinobu is stunned. Even the beautiful cheerleaders nearby are shocked. You mean yes? This man does not dodge my attacks, so I will not dodge his moves and attacks. That is how a man-s victory is determined. I will definitely win. Linus stands up again, blood dripping from his forehead, but his tone is still filled with determination and manliness. I really don't understand you, man. Butterfly Shinobu shakes her head, wondering what Lingfeng would say if he were here. Cat back bridge, slam baby, surprise slam. Senior charges from a distance, slamming Linus against the wall, quickly swimming up along the wall while holding on to him, then performing a high-speed back slam from behind in midair. The 2 fall from a height, plummeting straight down to the street, finally crashing heavily onto the ground. Bang! The ground vibrates violently with a cracking sound, and the surrounding smoke envelopes the entire street. Uncle Linus, Butterfly Shinobu exclaims. She is the ship's doctor and cannot bear to see her crew get hurt. It's okay. I haven't given up yet. Linus stands shakily in the smoke, looking as if he could fall at any moment. But he still stands in the arena with sheer willpower. Now it's my turn. Chapter 183. A True Man's Memory. Blood keeps flowing down Linus's forehead, even getting into his eyes, but his gaze is still filled with fighting spirit. Forged iron fist. I lost. Senior murmurs as he watches Linus charge towards him. Yet his tough guy demeanor remains, not dodging, just like Linus, taking the latter's moves and attacks head-on. I'm sorry, young master. Bang! Linus's arms condense like iron blocks, and his hard fists rain down on Senor's face like a storm. Such a violent attack reminds me of that day, Lucian, the day we met, and the day you lost your smile. I like the rain. How about you? Memories flood back, the freckled girl smiling as she asks the dapper, handsome Senor in a suit. You like the rain too? This handsome man seems to have a crush on his job. Really? That's great. The sweet moment between the man and woman has come to an end. Lucian, Senor, the tough guy, can no longer hold back, and tears begin to flow uncontrollably from his eyes. The toys of Dressrosa have regained their freedom when Poison Island Seiko killed Sugar. The tears of the ordinary people and the tears in Senor's eyes form a stark contrast. Clearly, he is the one doing the plundering, yet his family has caused everyone to lose their loved ones, even taking away their memories. Cyrus is also in a corner of the arena, crying out loud, while tears flow from Senor's eyes. Really, what memories made a man like you shed such tears? Linus sits down beside Senor, retracting his iron fist, speaking leisurely. When we meet again in the future, let us have a drink together and chat about the story of that woman named Lucian. Linus stands up, swaying as he walks over to Butterfly Shinobu, who smiles helplessly. It feels like I missed out on a wonderful story, Uncle Linus. Butterfly Shinobu takes out a syringe and injects it into Linus's muscular arm. Ah, it hurts. Please be gentle with the injection, Sister Butterfly Shinobu. Oh, aren't you very manly? Now you're afraid of injections? Butterfly Shinobu says, half amused and half exasperated, recalling who was acting tough earlier, now acting like a child. Let us go. Let us destroy the factory. Linus grins, then uses the ability of the forged fruit to summon a giant robot out of thin air. So if you had used this earlier, it would have ended sooner. Butterfly Shinobu smiles helplessly, feeling a mix of emotions about the camaraderie between men. It's okay. It's the same now. Linus controls the robot, and from its mouth, a beam of laser emerges, and with a bang, it explodes the factory into pieces. Mission accomplished. Dressrosa, Central Street. Pika, the highest-ranking officer of the Don Quixote family and a stone fruit user, has transformed into a giant stone giant, facing off against Misaka Makoto's lightning giant once again. This time I have a new move to deal with you. Misaka Makoto stands atop the head of the lightning giant, smiling, as the residents of Dressrosa begin to flee, given that Pika has turned the ground into his stone giant body. You little brat, last time you were lucky. Do you think you can win against me again? Pika's sharp voice comes through, and Misaka Makoto almost bursts out laughing. Well, this time my attack is covered with armament hockey. You should be unable to withstand it, right? Misaka Makoto's expression grows serious, as there are many ordinary people around, and she must end this quickly. Otherwise, her kind nature would not want to involve innocent bystanders. Then take this move, Pika. I call it Black Lightning Electromagnetic Cannon. Chapter 184. The Evolution of the Cannon Girl on the Edge Streets of Dressrosa. All the residents stared in shock at the giant of lightning controlled by Misaka Makoto. The deep blue lightning giant had thick arms gathering black lightning, and the concentrated electromagnetic cannon roared like a thunder dragon, ultimately releasing a furious blast towards Pika's body. Boom! All the residents of Dressrosa widened their eyes and mouths, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. The black electromagnetic cannon charged towards Pika like a black magic dragon from the abyss. Pika, frightened, immediately burrowed into the ground. However, the speed of the electromagnetic cannon was incredibly fast, and with a flash of lightning, it shattered his massive rocky body into pieces. But Pika was clever, directly burrowing into an untouched part of his rocky form. Moving stones and immobile stones. Misaka Makoto squinted, activating her observation hockey, as iron sand in the air continuously gathered before her. Finally, a flash of blue light passed through her pupils. Pika, stop hiding, Misaka Makoto shouted, her arm concentrating the electromagnetic cannon, and the giant of lightning did the same. Bang! Another burst of electromagnetic cannon shot out, and under the astonished gazes of the residents, the remaining stone body of Pika was blasted into fragments. Damn little girl. Pika abandoned his rocky giant form, directly emerging from the stones, wielding a massive katana. You want to fight up close? Misaka Makoto wore a confident smile, forming a black iron sand sword in her hand. She manipulated electromagnetic force to gather all the iron sand in the soil within a 200-meter radius, using magnetic power to move the iron sand according to her will, forming an iron sand sword. However, the iron sand sword, while appearing as a long sword, could freely change its shape and length like a whip, extending dozens of meters in the air, producing a sound amplified hundreds of times like the buzzing of a bee. Moreover, the vast amount of iron sand, controlled by electromagnetic energy, vibrated, resembling a high-speed electric chainsaw. The high-speed vibrating iron sand could cut through objects like an electric chainsaw, usable for both offense and defense. Moreover, manipulating the iron sand to rise from all directions, she could turn it into a storm of high-speed, vibrating assassination needles, launching terrifying attacks at opponents from all 360 degrees. And now, Misaka Makoto had also learned armament hockey, making this iron sand sword something that even an imaginary killer like Kamijitoma would greatly fear, let alone a large and slow opponent like Pika. Misaka Makoto dismissed the giant of lightning, using electromagnetic force to perform moon steps in midair, quickly charging towards Pika. It's death. I'll show you my close combat strength. While moving, Misaka Mikoto spotted his death on a rooftop somewhere down the street, watching her with interest. Don't underestimate me. Pika's sharp voice came, and the formerly serious Misaka Mikoto instantly broke into laughter, nearly falling from the air. Just fight, can you stop talking? Huh? Pika's face grew even angrier, his entire body covered in armament haki, transforming into a black skin form. This move could greatly enhance both his defensive and offensive power. Misaka Mikoto's body flickered like lightning, and she swung the black iron sand sword down. Pika raised his sword to block, but the iron sand sword transformed into a flexible steel whip, wrapping around him. Zzzzzzzzz. The harsh electromagnetic sound rang out, and Pika's body was suddenly enveloped by a huge current. Ah! A sharp scream escaped Pika's mouth as Misaka Mikoto pointed her left hand at the paralyzed figure, her hand forming a gun surrounded by electricity, firing a blast. Bang! Pika spat blood, flying backward like a cannonball. Misaka Mikoto swung the iron sand sword forward, and the black iron sand sword immediately extended like a high-speed electric chainsaw, covering Pika's armament haki black body entirely. Goof! Pika spat blood, his eyes rolling back, this scene leaving the onlookers on the street dumbfounded. They could hardly imagine how a weak girl could quickly defeat a high-ranking member of the family like Pika. And what about that giant? Misaka Mikoto looked at the charred and blasted Pika, quickly descending. Not bad, little cannon girl. Istetha's voice came, and Misaka Mikoto's head was immediately filled with anger symbols. What kind of nickname is that? Ice Queen. Oh, then I'll call you Lightning Girl? Isteth retorted without backing down, the two truly being at loggerheads, with Istetha's arguing skills surpassing that of Shokuho Misaki. Damn it, you just sit there and watch the show. Has your opponent finished? Misaka Mikoto stomped her foot in annoyance. While Isteth claimed she had already dealt with it. That kind of waste isn't worth my effort. I left it to someone else. Istetha's nonchalant words left Misaka Mikoto stunned. Huh, are you sure that's all right? Shouldn't you have a family member over there too? Misaka Mikoto looked at Isteth, questioning with some skepticism. Are you doubting me? Isteth shrugged, provoking Misaka Mikoto. That's right, I am doubting you slightly. Misaka Mikoto could feel the strength and aura of the people around her. Isteth strode towards the direction of the Royal Hill. I just came down from over there. Misaka Mikoto sighed helplessly, watching the distant sounds of explosions from the battle. Over there is where Akame and the Jaeger Corps are fighting. At this moment, Akame was confronting Bellamy, who was constantly adjusting his position on the surrounding buildings using his spring-like legs. What's wrong? Little girl, can't keep up with my speed? Bellamy asked Akame with a wild grin. Sending you off. I'm just looking for the best moment to take you down. Chapter 185. Akame versus Bellamy at this moment. In the flower fields of Dressrosa, Akame and Bellamy were engaged in a duel. Bellamy's spring fruit worked quite well in practical combat. However, as an assassin, Akame didn't care for flashy moves. What she wanted was a one-hit kill. Moreover, as long as her Muramasa blade struck the opponent once, she could easily deal with them. Boasting. Spring Death Fist. Bellamy's legs transformed into springs. After a brief buildup of energy, he turned his right arm into a spring, compressing it towards his elbow to store a large amount of elastic potential energy. At the moment he released this energy, he threw a powerful punch. This punch was enormous, and combined with his haki, if it hit Akito head-on, given the latter's physique, he would definitely be unable to withstand it. However, Akito possessed an agile body and, coupled with a strong battle instinct and the current observation haki, a flash of red light appeared in his red pupils. He swiftly sidestepped, avoiding the heavy punch. A good attack, but unfortunately, it took too long to charge. Akito drew his sword and slashed, but Bellamy quickly transformed his legs into springs, narrowly dodging Akito's strike. Burial. Akito missed with his slash, quickly stepping on the ground and using Soru to disappear in a few black lines, instantly appearing behind Bellamy. Damn it! Bellamy gathered his spring-like arm, covered it with haki, and barely blocked Akito's slash. Fortunately, his haki was not weak, and he managed to avoid a wound from Akito's strike. The haki was still quite decent. Akito continued to comment, looking like a teacher. Shut up, little girl. Akito's expression remained unchanged as he slightly bent his body, stepping sideways to dodge, the sword light flashing. Bellamy first transformed both his calves into springs, then pressed his spring-like legs against the ground, storing a large amount of elastic potential energy in his feet, and quickly leaped, evading a deadly slash. Burial. Akito stepped lightly, keeping up with him. In midair, Bellamy gathered his spring-like iron fist, aiming directly at Aikido below with a punch. Too slow. Aikido slightly turned his face, the sword in his hand grazing Bellamy's spring-like arm, sparking as it made contact. Clang! Aikido agilely flipped in midair, his black hair flying, and the Murakumo in his hand transformed into countless shining sword lights, rapidly slashing through the air. Don't underestimate me. Bellamy's fists were covered with haki, his arms leaving afterimages as they clashed continuously with Aikido's sword light. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed as the two exchanged blows in midair, quickly descending. After a brief build-up on the ground, kicking up a cloud of white dust, they charged at each other again. What's wrong? Little girl, is this all the strength you have? Bellamy taunted. But Aikido concentrated energy in her right leg and directly thrust the Murakumo forward. What? Bellamy couldn't dodge in time, his face slightly grazed. It's over, burial. Aikido stepped back, drawing her sword for a slash. Show me the power of the snow fruit. A chilling aura flashed over Aikido's Murakumo, white snowflakes falling as Bellamy's body seemed to freeze for a moment. Burial. Aikido rapidly slashed, the snow-white blade light combined with the effect of the snow fruit, completely covering the surrounding golden flower field in a layer of white snow, making it seem like an icy landscape. No. Impossible. This is Monet's fruit. How could it be in your... Bellamy clutched his chest, retreating step by step, blood spilling from his mouth, his face filled with disbelief. Sorry for stealing your team's devil fruit, but you have taken away too many people's freedom. Aikido sheathed her Murakumo, but she did not use the blade to strike Bellamy. After all, Lingfeng had told her that this poor soul was merely deceived by Doflamingo, ultimately just an honest person. Moreover, Lingfeng specifically instructed that without Bellamy's ship, there would be no beginning to his journey, so it was rare to spare his life. The person you idolize has only deceived you, yet the one who opposed you from the very beginning left you with a life. How ridiculous! Aikido's tone was filled with sorrow, reminiscent of her previous empire. The nobles enjoyed everything while the commoners were oppressed, and some were even deceived in the valleys. Next, you should watch closely the future of that Doflamingo. After she sheathed her sword, Aikido did not even look back at Bellamy and left without a word. Bellamy clutched his chest, blood flowing from his mouth, before collapsing to the ground. The first person Bellamy recalled that night, the man like a hurricane who appeared on his ship. Then, it was as if he rose like a comet, one significant event after another happening to him. It reminded him of that straw hat kid he had laughed at in Magic Valley Town. It seems the most useless one is just a waste like me. Bellamy let out a heavy sigh, as if he had come to terms with it. He no longer sought to board Don Quixote Doflamingo's ship. Perhaps it was time to create his own path, just like that hurricane-like man. What remarkable guys they are. I really want to see what kind of spectacle it would be if those two ever clashed. A relieved smile appeared on Bellamy's face as he slowly closed his eyes. Meanwhile, in the palace of Dressrosa, bang! Two figures flickered like afterimages. Lao Ji and the slicing army commander continually engaged in battle, relying purely on their physical skills and haki. Old man, you're still quite fit. After exchanging a punch with Lao Ji, the slicing army commander quickly retreated. If it weren't for my age, I could easily deal with a brat like you in no time. Lao Ji smirked, forming 8G gesture with his hands. Waist pain style. Ice type. Lao Ji bent forward, his hands forming the letter G, adjusting his entire aura, and with a speed beyond human dynamic vision. He began to attack the slicing army commander's arms while spinning. Are you giving me a shoulder massage? The slicing army commander did not dodge, allowing the attacks on his shoulders, though his coat seemed to be directly shattered by Lao Ji Brad. Don't underestimate old folks. I'm not underestimating you. It's just that with this kind of attack, I can easily take it on with some guts. The slicing army commander turned his head, grabbing Lao Ji's arm and violently throwing him out. Show me more guts, and let's have a good fight. Chapter 186, One Punch and One Slash. Brat. You don't know how to feel sorry for an old man in battle at all. Lao Ji posed in the shape of G, slowly emerging from the smoke. Enough talk. Let us settle this quickly. Don't disappoint me, old man. The slicing army commander stepped forward, colorful smoke of red, blue, and yellow erupting from his back. Then show me what you've got, kid. The Earth Grandfather Fist's ultimate secret technique, Battle Protection Fist. Lao Ji suddenly let out a loud shout, and his body began to rapidly expand. At this moment, Lao Ji's physique and size would increase to several times their original state, and his muscles would explosively grow, with strength and technique returning to their peak era. Oh, Now, that's a bit of spirit. The Shredder King saw his opponent's appearance and was not afraid. Instead, he became even more excited. This is a type of Qi Gong technique where I have stored and preserved the strength of my youth within me, kid. The peak state of me is not something you can easily face. Lao Ji, full of confidence for some unknown reason, believed that by regaining his peak state, he could confront the Shredder King head-on. Let's see about that. The Shredder King was eager to try, charging forward. Bang! The two rushed forward at high speed, with Lao Ji delivering precise strikes to the Shredder King's joints. The Shredder King wore a confident smile, his fists turning into afterimages as they collided repeatedly with Lao Ji's. The flurry of punches left spectators dazzled, with bursts of air explosions occurring around their colliding fists. TCH, this kid can really take a hit. After a punch exchange, Lao Ji quickly retreated. Let me use my strongest move to deal with you. Lao Ji knew he couldn't maintain this form for long and had to end it quickly. Oh, let's see what you can do. The Shredder King did not plan to use the power of the magma fruit. He intended to quickly enhance his own martial arts instead. Ji's imprint. Lao Ji posed with his hands in the shape of the letter G and charged forward, using his palms to deliver a swift Qi Gong palm strike to the opponent's abdomen. This blow sent the Shredder King's body flying, leaving a G-shaped imprint on his abdomen. Bang! The Shredder King flew backward, crashing into a wall. As he flew, white smoke billowed up, ultimately embedding him into the wall, breaking through the palace wall. Oof, you boastful little brat. Lao Ji maintained the posture of his Qi Gong palm. Just as he was about to release the ultimate technique of the Earth Wung Fist, Combat Protection Fist, he saw the Shredder King's body slowly emerging from smoke. Not bad. That attack managed to make me bleed. The Shredder King wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Despite some dirt on him, he looked completely fine. Impossible. That kid's domineering power shouldn't be that strong. Lao Ji looked in shock at the Shredder King, who had taken his strongest move in peak state and only suffered a minor injury. It seems your vision is limited. No wonder you're already old. The Shredder King shook his neck, the bones cracking, his iron fists clenching, then he vanished like a ghost. Super strong fist. The Shredder King unleashed his strongest move, but did not use the magma fruit's ability. He simply infused his armed color hockey into his punch. With his punch, Lao Ji, in his inflated form, was sent flying, creating a massive explosion, and the surrounding air pressure destroyed the palace. Following the explosion of the punch, Lao Ji's body turned into a black dot, continuously flying backward until disappearing from the Shredder King's line of sight. The armed color hockey coverage is indeed powerful. This was the first time the Shredder King combined his superpower with armed color hockey. The immense power was simply unbelievable. If I also covered the magma fruit, it would probably be even stronger. The Shredder King retracted his fist, clearly satisfied with his power increase. Bang! At this moment, two figures fell from the ceiling above. The Shredder King looked up and saw the silhouettes of the priestess Xing Xue and Dilinger. Hey, do you need help? The Shredder King asked, looking at Xing Xue's back. Of course not, Xing Xue said arrogantly, while Dilinger covered his mouth with a mischievous smile. Oh my, you really are weak. Dilinger continued to taunt his opponent. But Xing Xue was even more formidable. You and your ambiguous gender. How dare you say that to me? Xing Xue retorted disdainfully, causing Dilinger to explode with anger. Who are you talking about? Whoever responds, I'll call them out. Xing Xue waved her knife, calmly replying. Is that so? I'll show you how powerful the bloodline of the fighting fish is. Handgun high heels. Dilinger kicked his right leg back and struck towards her head with the speed of a gunshot. This move, while powerful, was difficult to retract once executed, and the biggest flaw was the vulnerability behind it. Xing Xue's expression became unusually serious, reminiscent of when she slaughtered the blood demon 2 years ago in Flower City, filled with a murderous aura. Too slow. The famous knife in Xing Xue's hand blocked Dilinger's attack, as if it were a mirror in the air. Oh, observation hockey? Dilinger thought, realizing that Xing Xue could perfectly block this move, feeling a sense of dread. Chaotic snow moon. Xing Xue slowly waved her knife, appearing as if she were dancing. Although her movements were slow, Dilinger found himself unable to evade. Oh, returning to the original position after high-speed movement, the Shredder King, watching from the side, immediately recognized the move, secretly admiring Xing Xue's incredible speed. To execute this move so perfectly, speed was indeed of utmost importance. Don't underestimate me, Dilinger shouted, extending the fins of the fighting fish from his back to accelerate, then charging towards Xing Xue at high speed, aiming to strike her neck with his right leg. However, Xing Xue had already been moving continuously, making it difficult for Dilinger to catch her figure. Snow hidden. Clang. The bright blade light flashed, and Xingxue slowly sheathed her knife, causing Delinger's eyes to roll back, blood spurting out. Chapter 187. The Evolution of Shirai Kuriko. Delinger's right leg was severed, and he fainted from the excruciating pain. Xingxue's strike was simply too fast. Delinger maintained the kicking motion even as he was cut. TCH, the bloodline of the fighting fish. I have the bloodline of the priestess too. Xingxue returned to her mischievous demeanor, sheathing her knife and making a face at Delinger. I said, "You shouldn't become so cute after such a brutal battle." The Shredder King, sweating on his forehead, complained to Xingxue. What? Who told him to be so cocky first? Xingxue huffed, seemingly still upset about Delinger's earlier boast about his bloodline. Ugh, I really don't understand you. Shebon Junba scratched his head. These two could be considered the most playful members of the Gale Pirates, and they were actually preparing to roast each other. You fought with an old guy, and it just ended now? Xingxue glanced at the ruined surroundings and asked Shebon Junba. I just let him strike first. I didn't go all out from the start. Shebon Junba shrugged. He enjoyed the thrill of battle. Oh, are you sure you weren't beaten up by that old man? Xingxue covered her mouth and chuckled. Do you think that's possible? Shebon Junba was speechless. After all, he was a combatant of the Gale Pirates. How could he lose to an old man? But after this, we won't have anything to do with it. Xingxue looked at the damaged wall, but she seemed to see something moving in the distance. Look, the birdcage is starting to move. Oh, Shebon Junba and Xingxue looked through the hole in the wall into the distance. With a birdcage in the sky, seemed to be continuously closing in. Poor Doflamingo. That thing can be moved away by Shirai Kuriko at will. Shebon Junba chuckled, feeling quite sorry for Doflamingo. Kuriko's ability is indeed handy. It's really like a mode of transportation, Xingxue said enviously. At that moment, Shirai Kuriko, who was being discussed by the two, flashed to the very top of the birdcage. She stretched out her palm and moved the top of the birdcage a little further away. Shirai Kuriko's spatial movement ability originally had its limits. In the past, within Academy City, her ability's limit was a distance of 81.5 meters and a mass of 137 kilograms. However, there was no relative relationship between distance and mass in that value. A lighter mass couldn't be moved further, and as long as she approached the limit distance, the accuracy would definitely drop regardless of how light the object was. Shirai was least adept at moving large and heavy objects far away, within the meter range. The error would be at most a few centimeters. The basic principle of spatial movement is that the object being moved will displace the objects at the target location, unaffected by the material of the object. Theoretically, Shirai could use paper to cut through diamonds, but she had never tried it. Since she could only move objects she touched, she couldn't bring distant objects close to her. However, there were also drawbacks. Due to the calculation method being more complex and unstable than other abilities, the effectiveness of the ability could fluctuate based on her mental state, so she couldn't use her ability when she was unfocused. The principle behind spatial movement is to first escape three-dimensional thinking, find one's coordinates in 11-dimensional space, and then calculate the movement vector. This calculation process is incomparably more complex than the simple command sentences constructed in the minds of ordinary Esper users. Therefore, once one falls into a state of intense pain, anxiety, or confusion, and cannot maintain a calm mind, the user will lose their ability to calculate and thus be unable to use spatial movement. However, since coming to the pirates, not only had she bound herself to Lingfeng's system, but with the assistance of observation haki, the limit of coordinates she could move was getting further and further away. It seemed she had surpassed her previous limits of distance and mass. This time, Lingfeng specifically assigned this task to her to let her test her limits. Really, this kind of hard labor is always given to me, Shirai Kuriko complained, as she had to not only maintain movement in the air, but also completely move the birdcage elsewhere. No, I have to calm down, otherwise, I won't be able to maintain my calculations. Shirai Kuriko took a deep breath, her eyes filled with seriousness. Previously, Lingfeng had told her that if the birdcage couldn't be stopped before he defeated Doflamingo, if the birdcage shrank, the innocent residents here would definitely be affected, and innocent lives would be lost. Shirai Kuriko, having been a member of the disciplinary committee, could not allow such a thing to happen. So after Lingfeng persuaded her a bit, she took on this hard task. With observation haki and my mental calculations, can I also break through my limits? Shirai Kuriko closed her eyes, her calculations never stopping. As she calculated, her body seemed to transcend the realm of spatial movement, and the birdcage of Doflamingo gradually crossed into a higher dimensional space within her white palm. Just a little more, just a little more. Shirai Kuriko tightly shut her eyes, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her expression somewhat pained, but she still did not stop her calculations in her mind. Buzz! A strange sound came, and Shirai Kuriko touched the very center of the birdcage, where all the white lines seemed to bizarrely begin to shrink. Around those white lines, it seemed that black, pitch-dark cracks were forming. I understand. Shirai Kuriko's eyes suddenly opened wide, recalling the feeling she had when she was summoned by the spatial rift. So that's how it is. If I place the object I want to move into the dimension I have crossed, then as long as I keep it in that dimension, not letting it come out or go back, it will be fine. Shirai Kuriko seemed to have figured something out, her expression filled with excitement. All right, let this birdcage disappear completely. In her palm, it seemed that black, pitch-dark cracks appeared, and those cracks completely devoured the birdcage above her head, until all the white lines disappeared, and only then did Shirai Kuriko put away the cracks in her hand. I did it, sister. Sister dear, I succeeded. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness hit Shirai Kuriko, and she could no longer maintain her spatial movement in the air, falling rapidly. Well done, Kuriko. Just as Shirai Kuriko was continuously falling through the air, her body seemed to fall into a soft embrace. Sister, dear, Shirai Kuriko's eyes slowly closed, and the last face she saw was that familiar one. Misaka Mikoto stood on a piece of iron plate, holding Shirai Kuriko in her arms, gently descending to a certain place. You're really amazing, Kuriko. Now you're not just an LV4 anymore, right? In the future, in Academy City, the 8th LV5 will be none other than you. Chapter 188. Lingfeng versus Doflamingo. It seems the birdcage has completely disappeared. Isdeath looked at Shirai Kuriko, who had fainted in Misaka Mikoto's arms, then raised her head to look at the sky. I didn't expect Kuriko to achieve this. Misaka Mikoto gazed gently at Shirai Kuriko. If Kuriko's infatuated sister dear looked at her like that, she would probably be so excited that she would faint. All right, she already fainted. Next, it's time to watch Lingfeng. It should just be that warlord left, right? Misaka Mikoto carried Shirai Kuriko on her back and asked Isdeath, It should be soon. Isdeath's gaze narrowed slightly as she looked into the distance, where Lingfeng and Doflamingo were fighting in the sky above the king's heights. Let's go find the king of this country first, but I don't want to be treated as a hero in this country. Isdeath turned around and led the way towards the location of the gale. Isn't it good to be a hero? Misaka Mikoto chased after Isdeath and asked in confusion. Did you forget that Lingfeng is going to take over the underground business? Isdeath retorted, and Misaka Mikoto nodded in realization. All right, then we need to negotiate with the king. I hope he agrees easily. Otherwise, I'll make him suffer a bit. Can you not be so brutal? Are you complimenting me? Not at all. In Dressrosa, above the king's plateau, Super Whip, Doflamingo's palm stretched back, and an orange rope shot out from his palm, with dozens of transparent, thin threads entwined together. The thick whip was swung out directly, aiming fiercely at Lingfeng. Isn't this kind of attack a bit childish? Lingfeng smiled and casually waved the long whip, using the power of the hurricane to blow it all away. Lingfeng directly drew his sword and flew towards Doflamingo, the demon sword Ming Yen slashing towards the latter. Breath of wind. Sixth form, black wind smoke storm. Lingfeng swung out a blade of wind from bottom to top, simultaneously unleashing black sword energy that spread out. The armed color hockey surged forth like a tangible force. Doflamingo's clone stood in front of his main body and was directly struck by Lingfeng's blade of wind. The clone, without any armed color for defense, was sliced in half by the wind blade, with the thin lines being burned by black flames, emitting a foul smell. What a troublesome little brat. Doflamingo retracted his other fingers and raised his index finger to aim at Lingfeng, who also raised his index finger, with blue wind continuously gathering at his fingertip. Bullet line. Wind spirit finger. The fine lines created by Doflamingo from his fingertip shot out at high speed like a machine gun, with countless white line bundles cutting through the air, heading towards Lingfeng. Lingfeng's hurricane strike gun also deflected all of its bullets, and a series of explosive sounds echoed through the air. Is that all? Lingfeng looked at Doflamingo, whose forehead was bulging with veins. Don't get too cocky, brat. Doflamingo jumped high, using the clouds in the sky to move back and forth, continuously shooting out strings. The domain of the wind. Lingfeng was too lazy to confront him directly and simply blocked all his long-range attacks. In the air, Doflamingo saw this scene and shot out a thicker line from his palm, swinging it towards Lingfeng. It surpassed the string whip. This move was similar to the overheat string whip, but could be considered a smaller version of it. The gesture was also different. as it shot out a thicker line from his palm, which could be wielded more flexibly than the overheat string whip. Lingfeng gently slashed down with a knife, the black Amaterasu flames spreading over the demon's sword, burning away all its coarse lines. Don't waste time. Doflamingo, hurry up and awaken your fruit, so I can take a reference. Lingfeng was not in a hurry to act because he wanted to see the power of the awakened devil fruit. He. Ha 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 ha. You little brat, you're really arrogant. Doflamingo let out his signature laughter, the veins on his forehead bulging, indicating that he was extremely angry. Although I don't know how you knew about the awakening of the devil fruit, it seems I have to unleash this move as well. So watch carefully. The power of the awakened devil fruit. Doflamingo descended from the air, touching the floor with his hand, and from his palm, the floor transformed into white silk threads, spreading outwards, looking from a distance like a field of white snow. Breath of wind. 8th form, initial gale slash. Lingfeng quickly rushed in, using the speed of a fierce wind to circle around Doflamingo's body and deliver a series of slashing attacks, while simultaneously summoning powerful spiral wind blades around him. Oomph. Shield white line. Several huge lines emerged from the ground beneath Doflamingo's feet, defending against Lingfeng's slashes. Black flames burned against the white lines, creating a striking contrast. You little brat, die for me. Wild wave white line. Doflamingo arranged thousands of transparent white lines horizontally, forming a wave-like torrent of attacks that surged up from beneath Lingfeng's feet, gradually sharpening into pointed tips aimed at Lingfeng. Lingfeng uses observation haki, his body elementally transforming in advance to dodge the white lines that flowed like continuous seawater. Lingfeng is the boss. In the distance, Luo, who was watching the battle, felt incredibly anxious. After witnessing Doflamingo's immense strength, he realized his own inadequacy. Don't worry, I'm just playing with him. Lingfeng smiled, indicating that he did not care about Doflamingo's attack. Is the awakening of the devil fruit just the ability to affect the surroundings? Lingfeng remembered the awakened abilities of several devil fruit users in the original work, and each awakened fruit had its own unique and bizarre powers. He wondered what his 2 awakened Logia-type fruits would be like. Lingfeng skillfully dodged Doflamingo's attacks while secretly pondering. Kid, take me seriously. Sea of white waves. Doflamingo transformed the entire ground into a white ocean made of strings, with rolling giant waves of white lines wrapping around Lingfeng's body. Now you can't escape, can you? Doflamingo smirked, then raised his hands, causing thousands of entwined armed color lines to rise from the ground in the shape of flamingo wings, with the front part of the white lines covered in armed color haki, completely surrounding Lingfeng's body. 1,000 arrows piercing the heart, feather strike line. Countless sharp, thin lines, with their pointed tips entwined in armed color haki, continuously shot towards Lingfeng's body. Hurricane dance, surged into the sky around Lingfeng, centering on him and blocking all the surrounding white threads. Within the whirlwind, armed color haki covered everything, shredding the white threads into fragments. Minggu, unleash your strongest move. Otherwise it will be too boring. Chapter 189, Slaying the 7 Warlords. Lingfeng was speechless in front of Doflamingo. What was the point of holding back his strength? Did he think Lingfeng wasn't worth using his full power? If it weren't for wanting to see the power of the awakened devil fruit, he wouldn't bother with this arrogant warlord. Doflamingo now seemed to think that everyone except Kaido was trash. In the original story, he was beaten badly by Luffy in Gear 4th, having no ability to fight back at all. If it weren't for the time limit on Luffy's Gear 4th, he could have killed Doflamingo outright. This warlord believed that having a bunch of subordinates and seizing a country, along with his former celestial dragon status, made him incredibly arrogant. However, he was still just Kaido's dog and couldn't even compare to Luffy and the others. Hurry up, or you'll die. Lingfeng squinted his eyes, feeling a bit impatient. His tone left Luo, who was watching from a distance, utterly stunned. It was as if he didn't take Doflamingo seriously at all. Luo, just watch. The future you will be much stronger than this useless one. Lingfeng's words left Luo momentarily stunned, while Doflamingo was seething with rage. You little brat, just because you had a bit of success during the Marineford War, do you really think you're impressive? Doflamingo began, and Lingfeng wanted to tell him that Akainu was much tougher to deal with. If it weren't for him obtaining the darkness fruit, he might not have been able to defeat Akainu at all. Moreover, in the original story, Doflamingo even said to Akiji that he didn't intend to fight him. In the end, he couldn't even defeat Luffy. He was nothing but a complete waste. At this moment, Luo was not worried at all. Instead, he felt that Doflamingo might die a terrible death soon. After all, throughout the fight, Lingfeng hadn't been serious at all. You watch closely, Luo. Being with this little brat is just seeking your own demise. Doflamingo shouted angrily, then summoned 16 strands of entwined, high-density armament hockey, shooting them towards Lingfeng at incredible speed. 16 holy death bullets. Divine execution. Lingfeng finally became a bit interested. This was Doflamingo's strongest move. However, it seemed like it was just that, nothing special. Well, forget it. I'll just wait and research the awakening of the fruit myself. Lingfeng entered the Demon Man state, activating the pattern in transparent world. The ghostly blade, Void Moon, was enveloped in armed color hockey, and the power of the dark fruit unfolded. Breath of the Moon. 14th form, fierce change, full moon of the sky. Lingfeng swung his ghostly blade, releasing countless massive crescent-shaped blades, accompanied by numerous giant circular moon blades. This skill was simply explosive in its coolness. Even Lingfeng himself felt very impressive. The huge crescent-shaped blades were covered with circular moon blades and infused with armed color hockey, turning the bright white moon into a black moon. The black lines collided with the black moon blades, creating a tremendous explosion and roar in the air. At the point of their collision, there were also countless booming sounds of thunder and lightning. Shoo! Doflamingo's 16 holy death bullets were directly severed by the black moon blades. Lingfeng strikes again with the blade. Breath of the Moon. 9th form, descending moon, triple face. Lingfeng continuously executed chaotic and intertwined random slashes in the air, generating multiple intersecting blade winds. Doflamingo's movements were completely sealed off, and countless crescent blades emerged within the blade winds. Such a massive area of effect left Doflamingo with no way to evade. No, it's impossible. Ch. 2. Doflamingo's body was enveloped by countless blade winds and crescent blades. The strong physique of a powerful being in the pirate world was truly formidable. Otherwise, this strike would have killed him instantly. Blood spewed from the mouth of this Shichibukai, and Lingfeng had witnessed the power of a devil fruit awakening. Lingfeng looked at the fallen Doflamingo, whose face still bore a defiant smile. I really didn't expect to lose to a little brat like you. No need to flatter me. You can hand over your business to me now, right? Lingfeng walked up to him and asked Doflamingo, who was still clinging to life, what do you think? It doesn't matter. I have companions who can read what's in your mind. I see, cough cough. Doflamingo's laughter was mixed with coughing, and he kept spitting out blood, looking as if he was about to die. Then I really can't tell you. Is that so? Lingfeng didn't care and directly took out the phone bug, asking someone to bring Honeybee and Oki here. Just wait. Lingfeng, the head of the family. At that moment, Luo walked over. What's wrong? I have a request. Kill him, right? Luo's tone was very firm. Ever since Corazon was killed, he had been thinking about revenge. You're already a doctor. It's better not to get your hands dirty. Just leave killing him to me. I'll keep him alive for a while longer. Lingfeng was persuading Luo, but Doflamingo began to mock him. Weaklings don't even have the chance to choose death. Luo, are you just a puppet who listens to others now? All right, shut up. Save your energy for this kind of mockery. Lingfeng kicked Doflamingo unconscious, and Luo looked at the latter's face, which changed between dark and light. Don't let hatred blind your eyes, Luo, Lingfeng said earnestly, and Luo glanced at him. The ghost cry in his hand ultimately did not stab down. The two fell into silence for a while. When members of the Windstorm Pirates approached with Shihuan-esque key, Doflamingo was almost out of smoke from his memory retrieval. It was unclear whether he knew about the secret of the celestial dragons. Lingfeng was a bit curious, wondering if this unruly man knew the biggest secret of the celestial dragons. All right, Hosaki nodded and accessed all of Doflamingo's memories. How is it? It seems that part of the memory is missing. I'm not sure what's going on. Hosaki opened her starry eyes and said to Lingfeng, Is that so? That's fine then. Lingfeng glanced at the still silent Luo and went up to put his arm around his shoulder. Brother, I'm here to help you. Lingfeng lightly pointed with his finger, and the black flames, like the fires of hell, completely engulfed Don Quixote Doflamingo's body, ultimately reducing it to ashes. The warlord, Don Quixote Doflamingo, was left without even a corpse in Lingfeng's hands. Luo's deep-seated hatred was avenged, but he still felt that it wasn't so easy. After all, that gentleman would never return. Corazon, in the end, I didn't avenge you with my own hands. Luo looked at his own hands. Perhaps if Corazon were alive, he wouldn't allow him to be stained with blood. Lingfeng, not far behind, Misaka Makoto and the others brought Violet and King Riku over. A group of small dwarves also came along with the crowd. The battle with the Don Quixote Doflamingo family finally came to an end at this moment. Chapter 190. Target. Golden City. Dressrosa, inside the palace. That's how it is. For now, I trouble you to help me manage the business. When the time comes, I will borrow your port, and I will move to the largest entertainment city in the Golden World, Gran Tesoro. Lingfeng has taken over Doflamingo's business, but it seems a bit inappropriate in this newly liberated country. No problem, I will have Violet take care of this matter. I will clarify this small issue with the people, and I'm very grateful for your help in clearing the Don Quixote family from Dressrosa. To be honest, I don't even know how to thank you properly. King Rikun nodded at Lingfeng, who clearly had powerful strength but still consulted him about this matter, which was a clear show of respect. He knew that if he didn't recognize the situation, the Doflamingo pirates were not to be trifled with. The Tontada tribe nearby was also happily cheering, especially Princess Mancheri and Leo, who looked sweet and thankful. King Riku was a bit surprised, but Lingfeng waved his hand. There is no need to thank us. We are not heroes, just fulfilling our own needs. Lingfeng turned around and left with the Windstorm Pirate Group. And at that moment, the system notification sound, which had been absent for a long time, finally came through. System notification: defeated the Don Quixote family, achieved the accomplishment of defeating the 7 warlords, and received 1 chance for a system lottery. System notification: do you want to draw a character? Once drawn, the system will bind it, and it cannot be refunded. As the system's notification sound echoed, Lingfeng had not yet opened the lottery. Baloo Baloo. Kaga. Hey, is that Karina? Yes, Lingfeng. Vardo has sent news that he has found a location of Gran Tesoro. All right, wait for us. We'll be back soon. Lingfeng hung up the phone, looking a bit excited. This golden ship is truly a great thing. When the time comes, merging Doflamingo's business with the Soros will surely allow him to develop into a massive force. Gran Tesoro, the Golden City, the largest entertainment city in the world. And this ship belongs to the Golden Emperor. Lingfeng has finally found his position. However, besides being the largest entertainment city, Gran Tesoro is also a country recognized by the world government, known as an absolutely neutral zone, where the world government won't take action against the Golden Emperor. After all, who can blame this man for being rich? How rich is he? He actually owns 20 of the total currency circulating in this world. Although it's just the circulating amount, it's still a significant figure. It's even said that there are billions of berries in Gran Tesoro's secret treasury. Tesoro possesses 20 of the world's circulating berries, playing both sides of the law, freely manipulating the celestial dragons with the power of money, and even being able to utilize the strength of the world government. In the underground world, he is the Golden Emperor who controls the dark world with money. His influence spread all over the globe. I really look forward to facing this Golden Emperor. I didn't get a chance to meet him on God Sakura Island, but this time I can finally confront you head on. A gust of wind swept up, carrying Lingfeng and his companions toward the location of the swift wind. Days later, the Grand Line. New world. New Marine headquarters. Akiji, let me take a few days off. In front of Marine Admiral Akiji, a tall and slender, beautiful woman lazily spoke to him. Ah, does an admiral still need a vacation at this time? Momonosuke? Akiji, with his legs crossed, spoke to the woman in a somewhat teasing tone. Obviously, the tall woman with a famous sword in front of Akiji was none other than the new Marine Admiral Momonosuke Shigure. What else? I need a break too after chasing pirates every day, okay? Momonosuke sat on the sofa, her long legs crossed, sipping a cup of hot tea. Well then, I recently received news that the man known as the World Destroyer has appeared near Gran Tesoro. If you want to take a vacation, you might as well go there. Akiji tossed a confidential document to Momonosuke Shigure. Why is there a trace of CP0 there? Momonosuke frowned as she looked at the confidential document and asked Akiji. It is said there are rumors that Vardo has joined the Swift Wind Pirates, so the leader of CP0 went there to lie in wait. Akiji explained to Momonosuke, referring to Anna from CP0. However, 2 years have passed, and Rob Lucci and Kaku, who were defeated by Luffy, have become Anna's new partners and members of CP9. Geez, even a vacation isn't peaceful. You really know how to give me work. Momonosuke threw the confidential document back, uncrossed her long legs, stood up, and then picked up her famous sword and walked out. Here, take this. Akiji threw her a pointer and a golden ticket, which Momonosuke caught without looking back. Chibuta will go with you too. Momonosuke, who was already at the door, stumbled slightly upon hearing this news. Looks like it's going to be an unpleasant vacation. Don't say that. Chibuta will be very sad to hear it. Akiji smiled lazily and then picked up the latest newspaper to read. Momonosuke waved her hand and left his office. Akiji remained silent, staring at the newspaper. That guy, has he gone to Dressrosa again? The newspaper prominently featured the news about the destruction of the Swift Wind pirates by the former warlord of the sea, Don Quixote da Flamingo. Because Admiral Green Bull had previously reported on Punk Hazard, combined with the news of the Swift Wind pirates reviving on the Sabati archipelago after 2 years. This had become the hottest news headline. It seemed that the situation in the New World was about to become tumultuous. Akiji put down the newspaper, rubbing his head in annoyance. Just the Swift Wind pirates alone was already a headache, and the Straw Hat pirates were also a hot topic. Seriously, such troublesome newcomers. Akiji stood up and looked out at the distant blue sky. What worried him the most was another man. That was Douglas Bullet, once a member of the Roger Pirates, known as the successor to the Demon. Recently, there were rumors that he was preparing to plan a secret operation. Bullet was also a criminal who had escaped from Impel Down, and he was a notorious criminal from Level 6, suspected by Magellan to have been released by Lingfeng himself. This meant that not only Vardo, but also Bullet and that former Red Count had intricate ties to Lingfeng. Truly a troublesome presence, much like rocks. Chapter 191, The Golden Emperor. Grand Line, New World. After leaving Dressrosa, Lingfeng piloted the Swift Wind, following the instructions of Vardo and Karina, and finally witnessed the legendary Golden City. It was a ship 10 kilometers long, shining with golden brilliance, with 2 extremely long flagpoles extending from the bow of the giant ship, alongside 2 chains with 2 ancient sea turtles at the ends. These massive sea turtles were responsible for pulling the golden giant ship, allowing it to navigate without being affected by weather or ocean currents, enabling the Golden City to travel the world. Below the bow was a passage, marked by several signs above, although the entrance of the passage looked quite narrow. Once the ship was navigated in, it would be found spacious enough for many ships to sail side by side. On this golden ship, one could also see a gigantic tower rising into the sky at the back. Compared to this floating city, the Swift Wind looked like a tiny speck in the vast ocean, hardly noticeable. Wow, such a big, beautiful ship. Xingqiue's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at the golden ship. Indeed, compared to that gigantic, terrifying 3-masted ship, it appeared even more grand and splendid. Xu and Yuki nodded in agreement. This golden ship finally brought back some semblance of a modern urban atmosphere. Are we going to go in openly? Karina asked Lingfeng, who nodded. What about Vardo's message? Why haven't we received anything recently? I don't know. I haven't heard from him since yesterday. In response to Lingfeng's inquiry, Mikoto Misaka answered. Could it be that he was captured by this golden emperor? Lingfeng was somewhat speechless. Waldo has some spirit. Several powerful auras could be sensed on the ship. Isdetha's observation haki was becoming stronger, as she could actually feel the auras of the strong beings inside the golden ship from its exterior. Is this the special skill of a battle maniac? Let's go and take a look at this largest golden city. Lingfeng gave the order, and Karina understood. The Swift Wind entered the pitch-black tunnel entrance, but this darkness was soon replaced by a golden light. Above everyone, a golden glow illuminated the entire passage. Countless particles of golden powder, like fireflies, emitted a golden light in the dark tunnel, falling from above the Swift Wind. I already knew this trick. Lingfeng smiled, and a blue wind began to swirl around his body. As the golden powder fell from above, it was all blown away by the blue wind before it could settle on the gale. Suddenly, a golden dust storm was stirred up in the passage. Let's go. Keep moving. The gale continued its voyage, crossing the passage and arriving at a golden water area ahead. It was a circular region, like a stage, surrounded by many golden lion fountain sculptures. Outside this area, numerous modern high-rise buildings encircled it, while inside the region, several ships were docked. Within this water area, there were many golden platforms moving around, each with several women dancing on them. At the highest point ahead, a tall man with slick back hair, wearing a gold and white coat, with green hair and purple sunglasses, was also dancing elegantly. That guy must be the Golden Emperor, Guild Tesoro, Isdeth said indifferently, looking at the somewhat unruly man. Yeah, I've fought him before, but he didn't use his full strength back then. Mikoto Misaka stared at Guild Tesoro in the distance, her expression eager, clearly wanting to battle the Golden Emperor once again. That guy's companion, the singing woman, isn't that impressive. She doesn't even look as good as me, Karina commented, looking at the beautiful singer next to Guild Tesoro. That was originally your spot. Lingfeng really wanted to say this, but the sound of cannon fire interrupted their conversation. Whoosh! A black cannonball came roaring from another passage. Boom! It stirred up huge waves in the surrounding waters. The ship, Windbreaker, was protected by Lingfeng's wind domain, making it impossible for any cannonballs to hit it. From another passage, a very strange pirate ship slowly emerged. This ship had no second deck, but it looked very long, with a mast standing straight up on it. And at the bow, there was a super long cannon launcher. "We're the Long Long Pirate Crew." At that moment, a rough man shout came from that ship. "Hand over all your valuables. We lost all our money at the amusement park." The pirate captain with a strange mustache shouted confidently from that ship. "Huh? Why should we give you our money?" Karina yelled back at them with an annoyed expression. "Isn't this a neutral zone? Can we fight?" Butterfly Shinobu curiously asked Lingfeng, who shrugged his shoulders in response. "That guy wishes it could be this lively every day." Lingfeng pointed to the distant Gilder Tezelo, who, upon seeing this scene, was clearly very pleased. With a hint of a smirk, as if he was watching a good show. "Lord Tezelo, there's a disturbance at the entrance. Should we take care of it?" A voice from his earpiece asked. No. The guests love this kind of thing. Turn the spotlight over here." "Yes, Lord Tezelo." Tezelo snapped his fingers, and the lights in other areas dimmed, leaving only a few beams of white spotlights shining on the windstorm and another pirate ship. "Want to watch a show? Then I'll give you a show." Lingfeng let out a cold laugh and snapped his fingers. A blue hurricane suddenly swept out from around the gale, transforming into a water tornado that enveloped the long ship. The violent water tornado shattered the ship into pieces, and the pirates on board were swept away by the raging hurricane. The massive water tornado shot up into the sky, startling all the onlookers around. "That guy, could it be?" Taizolo's expression changed as he stared at the gradually disappearing water tornado in the distance, his gaze fixed firmly on the gale. Lingfeng noticed Taizo's gaze and also smiled, waving at him. "Golden Emperor, we came to play with you." "Humph, the one who defeated Rocks on Sakura Island?" Taizo snorted coldly, feeling somewhat displeased. "However, this guy actually dared to come to my place. It's simply looking for death." Taizo revealed a sinister smile. He planned to turn every member of the Storm Pirates into works of art. Welcome to Golden City, Storm Pirates. Chapter 192, Lottery. The Akatsuki organization appears. Lingfeng and others docked the Swift Wind, and then logged into this giant golden city. Although it is called the world's largest entertainment city, it actually feels more like Las Vegas in the real world. Everywhere, there are visible gambling machines and entertainment facilities, and there is even a racetrack, just like the car races before Lingfeng's time travel. Although Lingfeng and others came to cause trouble for the Golden Emperor, there are still many slaves oppressed by Taizolo here, forced to pay off their debts after losing all their money. Moreover, they have golden powder implanted in their bodies, and anyone who dares to betray Taizolo will face severe punishment. Welcome, everyone. Just as the members of the Storm Pirate crew logged in, a tall woman with red wavy hair approached them. "Hi, everyone. I didn't expect to encounter the legendary and famous Storm Pirate crew here. Nice to meet you. I'm Bakara, and it's an honor to host you." Bakara was dressed in a sexy black gown, adorned with earrings, and despite her revealing outfit, she wore black gloves on her hands. "Be careful. If that woman touches you, your luck will be taken away." Lingfeng gently reminded the others, and everyone nodded in agreement. "Who would have thought we were so famous?" Lingfeng smiled at Bakara and said, "Of course, whether it's high-ranking government officials, famous Navy officers, or various pirates with high bounties, we have records of them here. These people are our VIP customers. Not to mention the well-known existence of the Swift Wind Pirate crew. I'm sure many people here recognize you." Bakara smiled, her sexy figure stepping aside as a convertible sports car drove up beside her, accompanied by various muscular turtles. With a commanding muscular turtle at the front of the car. "Everyone, how about I take you for a ride?" Bakara said with a smile. Fully aware of the conflict between Tetsolo and the Swift Wind Pirate crew, yet she chose not to address it directly. This is why Tetsolo is known as the Golden Emperor. He can joke and laugh with you, but when it matters most, he delivers a fatal blow. "Oh, this is the car from the Flower City." Xingxue finally realized, having to admit that this fool was getting slower. This turtle slice, powered by elite muscular turtles, is a high-end sports car. "Please, everyone, get in the car, and I'll take you to tour this largest entertainment golden city." Bakara smiled at Xingxue and then extended an invitation to everyone. "You all go ahead. I have some matters to attend to." Lingfeng greeted the others, and what he was referring to was naturally the system lottery. "Oh, Captain Lingfeng, aren't you going to join me for a round?" Bakala's smile was somewhat enticing. Clearly a woman who knew how to tempt men. "It's okay. I'll come find you later." Lingfeng smiled, transformed into a gust of green wind, and flew forward. His speed was very fast, directly crossing the street and casually finding a hotel to check in. "Welcome." Lingfeng took out the Bailey, opened a room, and then closed the door, preparing to start the lottery. The system prompted, "Would you like to draw a character? Once drawn, the system will bind, and it cannot be refunded." As the system's prompt sound came, Lingfeng eagerly clicked yes. After all, it had been a long time since he last participated in a lottery. Over 2 years had passed. Ding! Starting to draw the 8th companion. Accompanied by the system's prompt sound, countless anime characters flashed through Lingfeng's mind. Unlike before, this time the images that flashed through his mind were familiar male anime characters, still leaving Lingfeng dazzled. Soon, the system quickly focused on one image. System prompt. This lottery has been completed. The next lottery will be for female anime characters. Lingfeng was slightly surprised to see the image and the system's prompt sound. He didn't expect it to be this man, and the system actually started to let him spin the lottery. At this moment, the system's pointer stopped on an image of a man with a deep blue pompadour hairstyle. This man had a face resembling that of a shark, with a skin tone and sharp teeth, and his golden pupils were chilling. A flash of blue light passed, and a tall man walked out from within. He was dressed in a black and red robe, with a massive blade wrapped in bandages on his back. "Welcome, welcome, Kisame Hashigaki." As the light faded, Lingfeng greeted the man with a smile. This time, the lottery was none other than one of the members of the Akatsuki from Naruto, Kisame Hashigaki. Kisame possessed an astonishing amount of chakra within him, known as the Tailless Tail Beast. Moreover, when he realized he could not escape death, he chose to summon a summoning beast to kill himself in order to protect the information about the Akatsuki. In some ways, this man is definitely commendable. Oh, is this the new world of death? Lingfeng was somewhat surprised, not expecting that the timeline where Kisame was located was actually after his death. "You've already committed suicide? Then where did your Samahata come from?" Lingfeng was a bit surprised, but Gue Jiao had already grabbed the big knife behind him. "Who knows? When I appeared, this old buddy suddenly appeared behind me." Gue Jiao drew out the shark skin. This knife had once betrayed him, but it was still very handy to use. Since there was a weapon, that was even better, so welcome to my world. Since the system helped Gue Jiao restore the big knife shark skin, he couldn't be bothered to dwell on these matters anymore. "Your world?" Lingfeng followed the usual practice and informed the system of everything about the pirate world. "So, not only have I been resurrected, but I've also arrived in a world full of oceans." The ghost shark smiled. The pirate world was like a boon for a water-style ninja like him. "You remind me of a powerful blue fat fishman. I wonder who would be stronger between you two in the sea?" Lingfeng is of course referring to Jinbei, who is a member of the Fishman tribe and has a natural advantage in the water. "So, I'll leave the helmsman position on my ship to you." Lingfeng slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the familiar kaleidoscope Sharingan reappeared before Kisame. "These eyes really remind me of an old friend." Kisame stared at Lingfeng's kaleidoscope Sharingan, which was the same as Itachi Uchiha Sharingan. "It's a pity I can't summon that guy. If I get the chance, I might give it a try." Lingfeng knew who Gai Xiao was referring to, the man who was once a partner of Gai Xiao in the Akatsuki organization. And Gai Xiao respected him greatly. "Since you summoned me here, and with those eyes of yours, let me accompany you to explore this world." Chapter 193. Conflict of Three Forces. While Lingfeng and Gai Xiao were discussing some matters, the rest of the Storm Pirates had already followed Bakara to the central area of Golden City. "Everyone, in front of you is the high-level area of Golden City. Why not take my hand and enter together?" Bakara squinted and smiled at the Storm Pirates. "No need. We know your Devil Fruit ability," Isteth ruthlessly pointed out, leaving Bakara momentarily stunned. "Impossible. How do they know my ability? Could there be a traitor?" Bakara's mind quickly flashed this thought, but she soon dismissed it. Her Devil Fruit ability rarely got exposed. Even with some lucky guests, she only needed to lightly touch them to ensure they lost. Those who resisted were turned into slaves by Tezelo, the Golden Emperor, and she had never revealed her Devil Fruit ability. "What's wrong? Not letting us in?" Isteth's tone was very indifferent, and it seemed that if Bakara made any slight move, she would immediately resort to violence. However, Bakara was a professional hostess, and after a moment of panic, she quickly regained her composure. "Haha, it's fine. Since you all don't want to hold my hand, then hold the hand of another person and go through directly." Bakara smiled and walked to a sealed golden door ahead, knocking twice with her hand. Bang bang. Before long, the Storm Pirates saw a large-faced man dressed similarly to a ninja come out from the golden door, almost causing Karina to exclaim. This man's head was incredibly huge. Although his body appeared quite normal, his head looked disproportionately large, resembling a big balloon. Moreover, his lips were thick like sausages, giving him a very odd appearance. This is Mr. Tanaka, who is also the head of security. He will lead you inside shortly. Bakera introduced to the group. Welcome, everyone. I will lead you into the high-level area of Golden City shortly. Mr. Tanaka respectfully placed his right hand over his chest, appearing very knowledgeable about etiquette. Come, everyone. Hold my hand, and I will take you through. The group did not hesitate. The head of the Storm Pirates grabbed Mr. Tanaka's hand, and the others followed suit, one by one placing their hands on the shoulders of the person in front, using their combined strength to pass through. After passing through the giant golden door and taking the elevator, they quickly arrived at the second floor. Below on the second floor was a gigantic casino, and as they looked down, they could see two giants dressed in sumo attire sitting cross-legged on either side, with a massive black giant bell placed between them. Everyone, this is the VIP exclusive area. Bakera introduced to the Storm Pirates, while the others surveyed their surroundings. Storm Pirates, I didn't expect you to actually come. At that moment, a tall, leggy beauty draped in a cloak approached Esteth and the others. Behind her was a lecherous-looking man with his hands in his pockets and wearing a hat. The Navy? Esteth glanced at Peach Rabbit and T-Pig, her ice blue eyes narrowing slightly. Are you Esteth? Peach Rabbit frowned, staring at the Storm Pirates. Where's your captain? Peach Rabbit slowly placed her hand on the famous sword at her waist, while Esteth revealed a cold smile. With just the two of you, do you think you can fight against so many of us? Esteth did not look down on Peach Rabbit. After all, everyone from the Storm Pirates was present except Lingfeng. If a fight broke out here, Peach Rabbit and T-Pig would be no match. Everyone, please remain calm. This is a neutral area, specially approved by the world government. Neither pirates nor the Navy are allowed to make a move here. Just then, a tall man descended from the grand staircase on the opposite side. It was Golden Emperor Tezelo. The Golden Emperor was adorned in gold and silver, wearing a gold necklace around his neck and gold rings on his fingers, looking like a nouveau riche. Oh, did someone just attack us? Are you blind? Esteth certainly would not give this Golden Emperor any face. Her words were extremely blunt. This beautiful lady, it was just a small mistake earlier. I believe the Storm Pirates would take a small pirate seriously, right? The cruelty in Tezelo's eyes flickered. It had been a long time since anyone had dared to speak to him like that. Oh, then what I just did was also just a small mistake. Esteth took a long stride, and the power of ice instantly swept across the second floor, freezing the ground and the railing completely, causing Bakera and Peach Rabbit to retreat immediately. No one expected that Esteth would turn hostile so quickly, ready to fight at the slightest disagreement. In an instant, the members of the Storm Pirates began to spread out. The head of the Storm Pirates, the lightning-flickering Misaka Mikoto, the blade-wielding Butterfly Shinobu, Akito, Shingo, and Siko Tokisaki all prepared for a confrontation. Behind them, Shirai Kuriko stood beside Shoko Misaki, while Red Count remained silent, and Brooke let out a faint laugh. In front of Karina, Little Kong played with a black iron rod, and Lina stood at the back of the group, his strong and sturdy body resembling a mountain, overshadowing the others in front. Faced with the overwhelming pressure from the Storm Pirates, even the Navy's Peach Rabbit and Golden Emperor Tezelo felt a terrifying atmosphere. Bakera took a few steps back, her business smile completely gone. Mr. Tanaka was sweating profusely. If a fight broke out here, it would likely lead to destruction. Tezelo had a wealth of information, and each of the Storm Pirates was a formidable opponent. Even the weakest among them was not easy to deal with. On the Navy's side, Peach Rabbit was extremely worried. If the Storm Pirates all turn against them, the two of them would definitely not be able to hold them off. Everyone, it was my mistake earlier. In light of my initial oversight, I can offer each of you 100 million berries as compensation. Just enjoy yourselves here. Tezelo gestured to Peach Rabbit, though he was very angry inside. Now is not the time to tear their faces. Hope you all have a good time. Bakera, Mr. Tanaka, come with me. I have something to discuss with you both. For now, let these few enjoy themselves in the city. After Tezelo finished speaking, he left without looking back, and Bakera and Mr. Tanaka exchanged glances with the Storm Pirates before hurriedly following Tezelo. We'll see you later, Esteth. Peach Rabbit dropped a harsh remark and left with T-Pig. Esteth looked at the backs of the two groups with a cruel smile on her lips. It seems that this place won't be called an entertainment city for long. Chapter 194. CP02 years later, Tezelo returned to his exclusive VIP room with his men, then sat in the topmost exclusive seat. The woman who had sung earlier carefully brought over a cup and wine, helping Tezelo fill a glass to the brim. After pouring the wine, she obediently sat beside Tezelo, looking very quiet. However, Tezelo, the Golden Emperor, had a gloomy expression and all the subordinates in the VIP room fell silent, not daring to speak loudly. Patia, what do you think the Gale Pirates will do? Tizolo elegantly swirled the red wine in his glass and asked the woman beside him. Patia had nearly been sold as a slave at the human auction on Sabati Archipelago, but fortunately, Lingfeng destroyed the auction, allowing her to escape amidst the chaos. With her talent for singing and dancing, along with her high looks and sexy figure, she was discovered and recruited by Tizolo. This former dancer became the hottest diva in Gold City, taking over Karina's original position. Patia, with her long purple hair, smiled and respectfully replied, Lord Tizolo, they must be coming for you. That guy earlier seemed to have some connection with them. Ha ha, that is true. How could those guys not have their eyes on me? Tizolo chuckled softly, a hint of ferocity flashing in his eyes, called the Celestial Dragon's dogs over later and negotiated cooperation. Seeing Tizolo proudly down his glass of red wine, Patia nodded and skillfully refilled it. Ha 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 ha, Lord Tizolo, how could those kids be your opponents? As long as you get serious, the Gale Pirates are nothing but trash. Ha 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 ha. Hey, you're drunk, come back. At that moment, a drunken subordinate burst out laughing and was flattering Tizolo, but his companion immediately reacted and tried to stop him, though it was too late. Tizolo's expression suddenly became serious, and the earlier smile vanished. He pushed his sunglasses up onto his forehead, his cruel gaze fixed on his subordinate. Who allowed you to laugh in front of me? The subordinate sobered up significantly and stammered, Lord Tizolo, I didn't. Tizolo watched as the subordinate kept retreating and took off a gold ring from his finger. Lord Tizolo, I was wrong. Please, don't. Tizolo casually threw the gold ring, and it flew through the air, then grew larger, transforming into a golden liquid that coiled around the subordinate like a soft snake. Until I give permission, no one is allowed to laugh, understood? Tizolo pointed casually, and the golden light fixtures on the ceiling suddenly transformed into golden liquid, dripping down onto the man, completely covering him. The man's face and chest were entirely solidified into gold, and his legs and arms immediately stopped struggling. Ha 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 ha. Look at him, how ridiculous and funny he is, ha 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 ha. Tizolo suddenly covered his face and started laughing madly, causing Patia to shrink back, not daring to say a word. This horrifying scene made the hall fall silent, no one daring to speak or look up. Only Tizolo's crazy laughter echoed. Lord Tizolo, the CP0 people have arrived. At that moment, Mr. Tanaka entered with Bakara and several individuals in white suits, breaking through the wall. Everyone else, leave. Patia, go check on the situation outside. Tizolo ordered, and Patia respectfully stood up while the other subordinates shrank their necks and followed her out. Is the gold ready, Tizolo? Lucci, now a member of CP0, with his hands in his pockets and dressed in a white suit and hat, asked Tizolo in a calm tone. CP0, why are you in such a hurry? I have matters to discuss with you. Tizolo smiled, looking at the 6 members of CP0 in front of him. You're not in a hurry, but we are indeed quite anxious. If there's nothing to discuss, we'll leave first. Kaku's eyes under his hat were icy, clearly reluctant to get too involved with Tizolo. Gentlemen, I know you have work to do, but as agents, you need money, right? Tizolo said confidently, after all, money could buy anything, though not everything in the pirate world could be bought with money. However, without money, it was absolutely impossible. Are you trying to say you want us to deal with the Gale Pirates? At that moment, a woman from CP0 spoke. She was tall, her white suit pants hugging her long legs, with short hair and sharp eyes, exuding a powerful aura. Indeed, Miss Anna, you guessed right what I was going to say. Tizolo smiled more broadly, knowing from his intelligence that Anna had some considerable grievances with the Gale Pirates. Humph, those pirates again? Lucci snorted, having heard about the Gale Pirates causing a ruckus on Judicial Island. However, at that time, he was still CP9, and, after being defeated by Luffy on the sea train, he had gone through many twists and turns to join CP0. Lucci, Kaku, Bruno, and Califa had all become CP0 members. It was unknown if it was due to Lingfeng's rampage on Judicial Island. Except for Gabra, who was killed by Lingfeng, all other CP9 members had become CP0. Although their feelings for each other were not strong, they had to avenge their former colleague who died at Lingfeng's hands. However, besides Anna and the 4 of them, the last member of CP0 was very mysterious, wearing a mask and a loose white robe that made it impossible to discern their identity or gender. Fine, but if the higher-ups don't agree, we can't make decisions. Anna, with her hands in her pockets, looked cool and stylish, unlike Califa, who used to wear a black secretary outfit and had now changed into CP0's white uniform. Califa wore a white off-shoulder long-sleeved mini dress with a daring design on her chest, tied with a pink tie around her neck. Her signature, long legs clad in white knee-high heel boots, looking very sexy. Furthermore, due to Lingfeng's use of the devil's sacrifice skill, both Califa and Kaku coincidentally obtained the bubble fruit and giraffe fruit. If Lingfeng knew about this, he would probably be speechless. Ha, don't worry. The celestial dragons have a grudge with that kid too. They would love for him to die here. I've already discussed this with the celestial dragons. You just need to help me deal with those guys. Chapter 195, Multiple Forces, and a glance at Lucci and the others. Feeling quite curious about the storm pirates 2 years later. If you break your ship, don't blame us. Taizolo, however, paid no attention to Anna's words. In this city, those who are deceived and defeated are the losers, and money can buy some things. Let's go all out. CP0 members, I believe in your strength. Additionally, I will prepare a big gift for those little brats. Taizolo suddenly clenched his fists tightly, looking as if he wanted to grasp the entire world in his hands. Anna remained non-committal and left with Lucci and the others. Taizolo watched their retreating figures, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Come on, storm pirates. Let us start a grand performance. At this moment, Lingfeng and his companions had also met up, gathering in a restaurant and introducing Guijiao to them. The newcomer is actually a man. Lingfeng, are you okay? Butterfly Shinobu pretended to be very concerned and asked Lingfeng with a sly smile. I'm Phoenix. Isn't it good to have one more man on our ship? Lingfeng was speechless, but the next lottery would be for a woman again. Your clothes are so cool. I heard you're a ninja. Can you perform hand seals? Xing Shui leaned in front of Kisame, examining him from all angles. I don't know some ninjutsu, but it's probably not suitable to use it here. Kisame looked at this rather exaggerated person and asked, Do you mind if I study you a bit? Lino stared at Kisame's back, fixated on the great sword shark. That guy is alive. I advise you not to study it. Kisame discouraged Linos, but the latter seemed even more excited. Alive? Isn't that better? Kisame helplessly looked at Lingfeng, who was smiling at him. You'll have to get used to it. While some of our crew are quite lively, the rest are more reliable. As soon as Lingfeng finished speaking, Shirai Kuriko sneakily approached Misaka Mikoto from behind, then wrapped her arms around the railgun's waist, rubbing her little face against her back with an infatuated expression. Misaka Mikoto was startled, dropping the food in her hands, and then her face turned bright red. Quickly realizing what happened, she zapped Shirai Kuriko until she was charred black. Next to them, Shokuho Misaki kept teasing the railgun, and the two began bickering again. Meanwhile, the Red Count sat alone, holding a glass of red wine, looking isolated from the world as he elegantly savored his drink. What you call reliable is this? Ahem. I mean others. Look at that cold queen over there. She's the most serious person around. Lingfeng was just about to point at his death when the latter took 2 bottles of wine from the waiter. Her face was slightly flushed as she sliced the neck of the red wine bottle with her palm, then pulled Lingfeng to her side. Darling, let's have a couple more drinks tonight. Wait, it's death. We still have serious matters to discuss. Lingfeng was forcefully fed red wine, while his death looked at him with a satisfied expression, as if she was very happy to do so. Is it too late for me to leave now? Guijiao shook his head. The atmosphere of this team was too different from what he had experienced before. When he was a ninja, he was always in battles or killings, or with a group of brutal teammates. The only relatively normal one was Itachi Uchiha, but he was a doting brother. Don't worry, newcomer. You'll get used to it eventually, Siko said, just as Brooke sat down beside Akatsuki with a serious expression. Arno, Akatsuki-san, can I see your panties? Funeral. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Miss Akatsuki is also incredibly cold today. Brooke made his signature sound, while Akatsuki helplessly shook her head and continued to eat grilled meat. Hey Sora, I heard there's 500 billion berries sleeping in the treasury of this ship. Really? Then let's go steal it. We could buy a lot of bananas. Idiot, forget about bananas. You could buy a whole country and fill it with bananas. We must steal it. Karina, take me with you. Sora and Karina were conspiring to seize Tezulo's golden treasure, and the two of them clicked instantly, their eyes shining with the glimmer of money. However, it seemed that Waldo had probably already been captured by Tezulo, right? Shinobu brought the topic back, and everyone else returned to the main subject. Indeed, that guy brought so many pirates, and even with a pacifist, he still lost? Lingfeng squinted his eyes. After all, Taizolo was an awakened fruit user and had an innate advantage on this ship. As for that guy Valdo, he probably had gold dust infiltrating his body. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so easily captured. Lingfeng remembered the trick that Taizolo had set up at the entrance of the passage. as long as the infiltrated gold powder was used. That guy Taizolo could turn that person into gold, hardening his body. Although we will eventually seize this ship, we also need to rescue Valdo. After all, he is already one of us. When Lingfeng was speaking, the others were listening to him very seriously. What about the Admiral? I think she is already calling for help. Isdeth downed a glass of red wine in one gulp. The Kaido pirates are a thorn in the Navy's side. Now, aside from Drake who went to Wano, and the alliance with Trafalgar Law who went to Zoe, the rest of the members are all here. Oh, and there's that Barrett who hasn't been subdued yet. Lingfeng hasn't gone to find him. There is probably more than just the Admiral in this Golden City. Those CP0 agents are likely here as well. After Lingfeng came aboard the ship, he sensed the presence of several strong individuals with the help of the Hurricane Fruit and his observation hockey. It's possible that Taizolo has gathered quite a few pirates, so we need to be careful. After all, this is his home turf. Misaka Mikoto said with a somewhat serious tone, noting that the enemies the Gale pirates currently face are not just Taizolo and his crew. By the way, Captain, if we seize this ship, will we have to explain to the Navy and the Celestial Dragons that this is a neutral area? Karina suddenly recalled this question, but Lingfeng just smiled. Am I supposed to pay the Celestial Dragons gold from the sky? No way. Besides, how could the Navy just let me off the hook? Karina nodded in agreement. The Gale pirates and the Navy are like water and fire. After all, the former Admiral Akainu was killed by Lingfeng, and even if the latter controls the giant ship, the Navy would never allow this place to become a neutral zone. Lingfeng glanced around at everyone, took a deep breath, and slowly said, well, next, it's time to assign tasks. Chapter 196. Freedom and Money. Uncle Linus and Heisey went to the very bottom of Golden City to swap the fireworks passage with the seawater pipeline. Although I can also lift the seawater, the commotion would be too great, and Taizolo would definitely be on guard. Heisey's ability, combined with Linus's forging fruit ability, should make it very easy to complete this task. Lingfeng nodded to Shirai, Kuriko, and Linus, and continued, as for Admiral Peach Rabbit and her pursuer, T-Pig, I'll leave them to you too. Lingfeng looked at Isdeth, smiled, and said, Isdeth was certainly very willing to fight against the Admiral. Mr. Tanaka and Bakera will be left to you. Lingfeng said to Poison Island Siko, who gently nodded in response. As for the vault, Karina, you and Shao Kong handle it. Even if you can't complete it, it's fine. After all, we are going to seize this ship. Lingfeng smiled at Karina, and then there was Taizolo himself, along with a few members of CP0. I could sense the presence of about 6 strong individuals. Lingfeng squinted his eyes, and the range of his observation hockey silently expanded. As for these 7 opponents, we'll handle them ourselves when the time comes. Lingfeng took a deep breath, realizing there were still many enemies to face. Let's go, action. Although the Golden City appeared magnificent on the surface, it also hid dark places. It looked vibrant and colorful from the outside, but in unknown areas, there were various shady corners. The members of the Stormwind pirate crew had already scattered, and Lingfeng walked down the spacious commercial street with Xing Shui, Cannon's sister, and the maid twins, surveying the crowd around them. Wow, that looks so fun. This must be delicious. Buy it. The shrine, Maiden Xing Shui, acted like a child, running here and there, holding a large pile of food. Xing Shui, how come I never noticed you had this side of you back on Shining Island? Lingfeng looked at Xing Shui's back with amusement, while the latter replied without turning around. That was when I was stuck on the island with nothing to do and had to fight against vampires, so I was in a bad state. Xing Shui stuffed her mouth full of food and directly threw the things she couldn't hold on to Lingfeng. I was always curious, wasn't Xing Shui different before? Misaka Mikoto looked at the pile of things in Lingfeng's hands and asked with a smile. She really wasn't. At first, she was very aloof. Lingfeng recalled the aloof demeanor of Xing Shui in the flower capital of Shining Island before, and now she seemed like a completely different person. By the way, why aren't you guys going out to play? Lingfeng looked at Misaka Mikoto, Rem, and Ram, and curiously asked. Rem said she wanted to see if there were any new ingredients here to cook for him. Ram, not very pleased, said to Lingfeng, my sister here seems like she won't be able to stay unmarried for long. Oh, really? Rem, it's okay. I appreciate the dishes you make. Lingfeng replied meaningfully. As long as you like it. Rem's smile was very gentle and sweet, making Lingfeng almost mesmerized. Next time, can you teach me how to cook too, Rem? Misaka Mikoto looked at the somewhat ambiguous interaction between Lingfeng and Rem, feeling a bit sour inside. Sure, if Mikoto wants to learn, I can teach you anytime, Rem said with a smile to the railgun, clearly not overthinking it. Unlike the railgun, who stubbornly refused to admit her feelings for Lingfeng. Big brother and big sisters, can you buy a bouquet of flowers, please? While the group was wandering around, a group of children surrounded Lingfeng and the others. One snotty-nosed child, leading the group, raised a nearly wilted red flower high and shouted at Lingfeng, "Big brother, buy a bouquet of flowers for your girlfriend, just for a penny. If you have many girlfriends, you can buy a few bouquets, and I can give you a discount." Lingfeng was stunned. "What you said is really misleading. Bailey, so expensive." Rem exclaimed in surprise upon hearing the price. As a professional maid of the Gale Pirates, she naturally was careful with her spending. Moreover, even if she wasn't frugal, Karina wouldn't let the others spend money recklessly. "It's too expensive, little brother. How about lowering the price?" Misaka Mikoto couldn't stand this kind of situation. Being kind-hearted, she really wanted to help them. "Mikoto, you're so easy to talk to. This group of little ones is clearly trying to extort money." Ram's tone was somewhat unfriendly, and her words caused one of the girls to take a few steps back in fear. Meanwhile, the boy wearing a hat, who had a few missing teeth when he opened his mouth, shouted loudly, "You all seem so wealthy. I just saw you walking with Taizolo's subordinates. So you must have a lot of Bailey. Please buy a flower. We need money." The boy's words were very assertive, surprising even Misaka Mikoto. Lingfeng knew the reason why the children were being so demanding. It all had to do with the Golden Emperor, Taizolu. All right, just go away." At that moment, Peja came over with a group of men in black suits. The men in suits looked very arrogant, wearing expressions of superiority. "You little brats, get lost and don't disturb our esteemed guests," the leading man in black said with a mocking smile, shooing the children away. "Brother, let's go." The previously timid little girl pulled the gap-toothed boy and said weakly, "TCH. Got it." The boy glanced at his sister, and although he was somewhat unwilling, he still led the other children away. "Wait." Mikoto Misaka spoke up. She was known as a warm-hearted citizen in Academy City, and seeing the situation, she definitely wouldn't stand by. "Why do you need money so badly?" Mikoto asked, voicing her inner doubts, while Lingfeng looked at the little boy. The boy glanced at the men in black behind Peja, lowered his head, clenched the flower in his hand, and finally said with resentment, "Only with money can we have freedom. Otherwise, we have nothing." The men in black quickly prepared to stop the boy's words, but Lingfeng summoned a gust of wind, sweeping all those men in black away. "In debt, right?" Lingfeng smiled at the little boy, while the little girl tightly gripped her brother's shirt, looking at Lingfeng with some fear. The little boy, looking at Lingfeng's smile, found a burst of courage from somewhere and boldly asked him, "Can you give us freedom?" Chapter 197. Silence versus darkness. The little boy's courageous words drew the attention of some passers-by, but he kept his gaze fixed on Lingfeng, who remained silent with a smile. "As long as you have courage, freedom can be found anywhere." Lingfeng drew his knife, and behind him, Pashia looked at him with a face full of terror. "The parents of these children, and many others, are all despicable debtors, right?" Lingfeng turned around and walked step by step to face Pashia. Tezolo made them incur huge debts and then forced them to work to death. Here, there was indeed no freedom, only endless debt. Lingfeng's tone was extremely indifferent. Pashia looked at the man in front of her, too scared to even have the courage to run away. "Get Taizolo to come out. Since we have already tested each other, why hide so coyly?" As Lingfeng spoke, all the lights in Golden City dimmed. Everyone turned their attention to a spotlight, where on the highest stage, a tall man was trapped against the wall by countless gold, part of his body seemingly eroded by it. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to tonight's special program, the execution of the Gale Pirates." Taizolo stood at the center of the stage, snapping his fingers, and everyone in Golden City looked at the center of the stage and the massive electronic screen in the middle of the city. "These so-called pirates dared to offend me today, so I have specially prepared the most perfect special program for you tonight." Taizolo spread his arms wide, as if a grand performance was about to begin. "Now!" Taizolo snapped his fingers, and all the pipes around began to erupt. They were supposed to shoot out huge fireworks, but there was no movement for a long time. "Huh? What's going on? Report to me," Taizolo asked through his earpiece, but there was no response. Bang, 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 bang. At that moment, countless blue seawater gushed out from the pipes, bringing with it a cool and briny smell, causing the faces of everyone in Golden City to light up with joy. "Seawater! It's seawater! Ha ha! Liberation! Liberation! Freedom! We're free!" Countless people wept tears of joy, running wildly in the rain of seawater, and the gold dust that Taizolo had sprinkled on them was all washed away by the seawater. After all, the power of the devil fruit fears seawater the most, and those who owed massive debts had now escaped Taizolo's control. In this city, those who are deceived are the losers, right, Taizolo? A gentle breeze surrounded Lingfeng, isolating the seawater completely. He slowly ascended into the air under the gaze of countless people, looking as if he were a deity. Lord Taizolo, be careful. At that moment, Des used his massive body to shield Taizolo, while Bakala quickly raised an umbrella to cover both herself and Taizolo. Who told you to laugh in front of me? Shut up. Taizolo's expression suddenly twisted, and as the seawater washed over him, the gold on Waldo's body began to gradually dissipate. Come on, Taizolo, let's settle this once and for all. Lingfeng floated in the air, his left hand outstretched. A gust of swirling around Waldo and finally tossing him next to his teammate. He, little brat, pay attention. Taizolo suddenly burst into wild laughter, and when the seawater rain in the air stopped, he was just about to awaken the golden giant. Sorry, the seawater has been requisitioned by me. Lingfeng smiled. Around the golden city, a towering wave surged like a dark cloud, completely engulfing the city. Let's see whose power is more useful, yours or mine. Lingfeng squinted his eyes. In the battle on the sea, facing a devil fruit user, he had a natural advantage. Whoosh! A towering wave came crashing down, and Lingfeng manipulated the hurricane, swirling the seawater into a water dragon that charged directly at Taizolo. However, at that moment, silence fell. A gray barrier appeared, blocking everything around Taizolo. Not only that, but the barrier continued to expand, dissipating the water dragon entirely. CP0? Lingfeng squinted his eyes, looking at the woman in a white suit in the distance. Long time no see, red-hair pirates. Anna shouted loudly at Lingfeng, who was in the air. Huh! I never thought there would be a day when I would be saved by CP0. Taizolo was startled by Lingfeng's move just now. If the seawater had rushed over directly, he really wouldn't have had any time to react. Leave Lingfeng to me. You're not his opponent. Anna said ruthlessly to Taizolo. Huh? Are you underestimating me? Taizolo was very displeased, but suddenly, within his time limit, a giant with a blue electromagnetic storm appeared. TCH, that little girl. Taizolo looked very unhappy. Clearly, his opponent was no longer Lingfeng. Moonwalk. Anna slightly charged her legs in high heels and flew out using the moonwalk. Shave. Anna quickly charged up in the air and disappeared in an instant. Lingfeng swung his sword to the side, only to find that Anna's arm was covered in armed color hockey and iron, perfectly blocking his strike. Inside the gray barrier, even the sound of metal clashing did not escape. My fruit ability has actually been sealed. Lingfeng was about to use the power of the Hurricane Fruit, but he found that he couldn't use it. At the same time, Anna swiftly threw a punch directly at his face. Demon State. Lingfeng quickly activated his second state, raising his ghost blade, Void Moon, to block Anna's punch. Anna swiftly flipped in the air, her straight, long leg sweeping horizontally, the high heel resembling the sharpest hidden weapon. Lingfeng drew his blade to block, but he felt his arm go numb, and his whole body was sent flying backward in the air. What terrifying power! This woman's strength is almost on par with my ghostly state. Lingfeng used the moon step in the air, reducing the backward flying buffer. But Anna flashed in front of him again. Since that's the case, let's have a real showdown with martial arts. Lingfeng put away the ghost blade, Void Moon, with the power of the dark fruit gathering on his arm. What? Anna's voice suddenly came out, and the dark fruit could indeed absorb the power of the devil fruit. Didn't expect that, right? Lingfeng condensed black elements on his arm and directly punched Anna in the stomach. Boom! It seemed that a small hole was torn in the gray barrier, producing a sound, and Anna's body was sent flying by Lingfeng's punch. The silence fruit, huh? Truly troublesome. Lingfeng watched the dust in the distance as Anna's figure quickly leaped out. The dark fruit is not bad either. I didn't expect you to be able to eat 2 fruits. Anna wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said to Lingfeng with a serious tone, Then let's see whose physical skills are superior. Chapter 198. Physical Skill Duel. Oh? Are you sure you don't want to use swordsmanship to fight me? Anna sneered and continued. I've heard that your swordsmanship is quite mysterious, with an endless variety of slashes, yet now you choose to duel with me in physical skills? As she spoke, Anna stepped out from the smoke. Although she had taken a punch from Lingfeng, her strong physique made it seem like she had not suffered any serious injury. The 6 styles of CP0 are indeed good things. Being able to duel with you in physical skills will greatly help my improvement. Lingfeng didn't mind expressing his inner thoughts. He was about to go recruit Barrett and cause trouble for Kaido, so he needed to strengthen himself in every aspect. Upon hearing this, Anna smiled and said, You have so much confidence in yourself? Your silence fruit should have awakened by now, right? Lingfeng did not answer Anna's question, but instead retorted, Indeed, the silent fruit originally only had the option to eliminate sound, but under my research and development, Its ability can also neutralize a portion of the powers of devil fruits and various enemy techniques. Isn't that quite useful? Anna took off her gloves and discarded her white suit jacket, revealing a fitted white shirt underneath, looking very dashing. Moreover, combined with the armament hockey, it produced unexpectedly astonishing effects. As Anna spoke, the gray barrier continued to compress, and the black armament hockey covered it, finally condensing on her fists and legs. At that moment, her pupils turned gray, and a terrifying power emanated around her body. What was going on? Lingfeng watched with great interest as Anna utilized her fruit abilities, mentally noting everything for his own future learning. It must be said that the development of devil fruits is truly diverse. Some people can make wonders out of seemingly useless fruits, while Lingfeng had not yet developed much himself. Therefore, he decided to take this opportunity to temporarily set aside his swordsmanship and breathing techniques, fully utilizing his fruit abilities along with his physical skills to thoroughly develop the two fruits he had. So, Lingfeng, I hope you won't disappoint me. Whoosh! Just as Anna finished speaking, she quickly flashed away, so fast that even the sound of her movement was barely noticeable. Lingfeng used his observation hockey to try to capture his opponent's movements, but it felt as if his hockey was blocked. However, Lingfeng also possessed the ability to see through the world, and he caught sight of Anna's figure with his eyes. He gathered darkness in his right fist and punched towards the side front. The speed of this punch was very fast, and Anna's figure appeared ahead. However, she did not dodge. Instead, she blocked Lingfeng's punch with her left arm while her right fist charged straight towards Lingfeng's face. At that moment, Lingfeng was in a state of heightened awareness, and with his pattern activated, his physical abilities were exceptionally strong. He directly covered his forehead with armament hockey and fiercely collided with Anna's fist. Boom! An invisible shockwave swept out, even shattering the edges of the surrounding buildings. Extinction finger gun. Anna rapidly pointed her fingers, gray light gathering at her fingertips, while Lingfeng similarly shot out his finger gun. Dark extinction finger gun. Black elements gathered at Lingfeng's fingertips, and their arms seemed to blur into afterimages as black and gray collided continuously, generating massive dark lightning upon impact, looking terrifying. Shave! Shave! Their figures quickly vanished from the spot, then continuously flashed in the air, pausing occasionally as their fists and feet collided repeatedly, producing a spine-tingling sound of impact. Boom! Another fierce collision caused both bodies to retreat, and they executed moonwalk in midair to reduce the impact force before flipping and landing on the ground. Your 6 forms are quite good. If it weren't for your pirate identity, I would have thought you were from the Navy, Anna said, looking at Lingfeng with a tone of admiration. You're the impressive one. It's rare to see someone who can perfectly combine fruit abilities with physical skills. Lingfeng sincerely admired that Anna's compressed barrier could offset his attack power and fruit abilities, and it also eliminated sound, making it impossible for observation hockey to capture her attack trajectory. To be honest, if it weren't for the system helping him level up, he might not have been Anna's match. Anna, with your strength, why be a dog for the celestial dragons? Why not become pirates together, free and easy? Wouldn't that be better? Lingfeng greatly admired the woman in front of him, so he tentatively extended an olive branch to her. If I casually betray the world government, wouldn't that mean betraying you as well? Anna was taken aback, not expecting Lingfeng to make such a request. Do you think the brutality of the celestial dragons is worth you sacrificing your life for them? Lingfeng sighed. The celestial dragons claim to be the gods of this world, and they have a powerful force at their disposal. It seems that their lofty demeanor is justifiable. This is not something I can consider. I was trained by the world government, and obeying orders is my instinct. Anna's tone was emotionless, and Lingfeng could only sigh helplessly. After all, as an assassin trained by the organization since childhood, how could one surrender due to a few words from the locals? Did Taizalo join forces with you because of the celestial dragon suggestion? Lingfeng could guess, but still wanted to ask. No comment. Anna's expression was cold, and she quickly gathered her strength, charging towards Lingfeng. Sigh, that's why the celestial dragons deserve to die. Lingfeng finished speaking, and his entire being transformed into a black line, disappearing from the spot. On the streets of Golden City, Taizolo transformed into a golden giant, confronting Misaka Mikoto's lightning giant. Little girl, I spared your life last time. You don't think you're my opponent, do you? Taizolo laughed loudly from the control room of the golden giant, addressing Misaka Mikoto. Enough of the talk. You, a scum that deceives others, don't disgust me here. Misaka Mikoto's expression was cold, standing atop the lightning giant, her hair blown by the fierce wind, with a terrifying electromagnetic cannon gathering energy on her arm. Taizolo, your golden ability is simply seeking death here. What? Taizolo, inside the golden giant, looked at the thick black-blue electromagnetic cannon in front of him, his eyes filled with disbelief. Boom! A lightning dragon flashed by, but Taizolo's shock transformed into a sinister grin. Just kidding. Golden divine fire. Using his domineering aura as energy, Taizolo heated the energy through mechanical transmission within the giant's body, generating high-temperature, high-density energy that rapidly expanded, then utilized the giant's eyes to fire a massive laser beam. Bang! When the two beams collided, a dazzling white light illuminated the night sky, lighting up the surrounding pitch-black sea. Ha, little girl. Your domineering aura is still far from enough. Taizolo continued to laugh in the control room of the golden giant, while Misaka Mikoto remained calm, seemingly unfazed by Taizolo's attack. Zzz. Around Misaka Mikoto's body, numerous electromagnetic sparks flickered. Stop talking nonsense, Taizolo. Let's settle this once and for all. Chapter 199. The scheming butterfly Shinobu inside the building of Golden City. A large group of black-suited thugs had already rushed out. This group of thugs surrounded Xingyue and the others, all wearing sinister smiles, their knives and swords glinting coldly, looking quite imposing. You guys don't leave my side, Xingyue said to the group of children who had been selling flowers, then quickly drew her knife and stood in front of the kids. Brother, did you see that? They are so powerful. The little girl selling flowers excitedly said to the toothless little boy. Yes, sister, I saw it. We are saved. The boy with missing teeth grasped his sister's hand, also joyfully tearing up. In this city, having lost their freedom and being forced to work by Taizolo, facing an enormous debt that could never be repaid, these children's hearts were already filled with despair. The little boy looked at the lightning giant and the distant black figure, his eyes filled with admiration. Pirates. Do pirates have justice too? No matter who it is, it turns out that to regain lost freedom, one must become strong themselves. I also want to be like you. At this moment, Xingyue had already taken down all the black suits around, and Ram also used magic to protect the children in the middle. So amazing. The maid's sister is so powerful too. The little girl cheered, saying it was the happiest day ever. In the future, I also want to become a maid. Why not a shrine maiden? The brother curiously asked the little girl. Shrine maidens are too fierce. I'm not suited for that. After Xingyue took down an enemy, she almost fell after hearing this. Hey, you little brat. Where am I fierce? Look, you really are fierce. Whoa. Xingyue was extremely frustrated and had to continue killing enemies to vent her anger. Meanwhile, on a rooftop, Rob Lucci, dressed in a white suit, looked at the figure of Shiabana, both of their white capes fluttering in the wind, looking quite handsome. So, the fruit of Akainu was eaten by you? Lucci, with his hands in his pockets, coldly asked Shiabana. Well, to be honest, I initially refused, but I can't defy the captain's orders. Shiabana showed his white teeth, clenching his fists with a passionate expression. Let me tell you, the Logia-type fruit is nothing compared to the Zoan-type. Rob Lucci seemed very confident, immediately transforming into a leopard form and charging toward Shiabana. Is that so? Compared to wide-range attacks, your Zoan-type fruit seems to only enhance physical strength, right? Shiabana also stepped onto the ground, disappearing from his spot with a bang. The two exchanged punches in midair, but Lucci's leopard form was huge, far larger than Shiabana's boyish stature. However, as their fists collided, Lucci's eyes widened in shock as a tremendous force came from his arm. Whoosh! Shiabana's immense power sent Lucci flying, the latter's leopard body soaring backward like a cannonball. Bang! Lucci's body embedded itself into a wall, spiderweb-like cracks constantly appearing on the wall. Impossible! That kid's power is actually this terrifying? Lucci broke free from the cracks, his leopard eyes filled with disbelief. However, he had underestimated his opponent. Shiabana was a man who could swat away lightning with his bare hands. Even back in the Academy City, now that he had come to the pirate world, not only had he trained for 2 years, but he had also mastered Haki and the magma fruit, making his personal strength naturally rise to another level. Hey, big cat. You won't just have this little strength, right? Shiabana tilted his neck, the bones cracking loudly. Kid, don't get too cocky. Shave. Rob Lucci used Shave to appear right in front of him, and Shiabana, with a passionate smile, charged straight at him. This is a duel full of spirit. In a certain ruin, Bakera and Mr. Tanaka surrounded Poison Island Siko with a group of black suits. Little girl, your devil fruit ability seems very impressive. Bakera looked at Poison Island Siko whose figure flickered in and out of visibility. Without the surveillance snail, it would be impossible to find her. Is there really no one with observation hockey? Poison Island Seiko's expression was cold, clearly dissatisfied with her two opponents. Yohoyo hoyo, Poison Island-san, how about I take care of this? Brooke, holding a thin sword, asked Poison Island Seiko. Leave that big-headed one who can move around to me. I have no interest in dealing with that woman. Poison Island Seiko drew her blood dance knife and said to Brooke, as for Bakara-san, I wonder what kind of underwear she wears, yohoyo hoyo. Bakara and Mr. Tanaka looked at Poison Island Seiko and Brooke, their expressions slightly tense. Looks like I need to take away some luck. Bakara took off her black gloves and walked towards the black suits. In the Golden Tower, VIP room. Are you alone? Peach Rabbit looked at his death in front of her, then specially used observation hockey to scan the surroundings. Jiyuan, be careful. This woman is not easy to deal with, said the serious-sounding Keiki, known as T-Pig, by her side. I know. Peach Rabbit drew Kinpyra, vigilantly staring at his death. A new Marine Admiral? Finally, I can fight someone of Admiral level again. Isdef hadn't settled her score with Green Bull last time, and she had been feeling quite dissatisfied. I hope you two can hold out a bit longer. In Golden City, Racing Zone, there are so many girls from the Hurricane Pirates. Califa and Kaku looked ahead at Aikido and Butterfly Shinobu, grinning. I really don't want to fight girls, Kaku said, pressing down his hat, seemingly wanting to leave and find someone else to battle. Oh, Mr. Kaku, right? Butterfly Shinobu smiled at Kaku, who stopped in his tracks. You know me? Of course I do. Our captain has informed me about your unique, long-nosed appearance. Butterfly Shinobu smiled, but her words were still quite sinister. Damn it, is having a long nose a crime? Kaku's expression darkened as he drew his sword and looked at Butterfly Shinobu. Funeral, Butterfly, it seems you've angered him. Aikido, standing aside, drew Muramasa, speaking in a flat tone, who told her to look down on us. By the way, should we try out our new fruit abilities? I can do it. Aikido nodded, while Butterfly Shinobu looked somewhat excited. After all, they had just obtained the gas fruit and snow fruit, and hadn't really developed their use yet. Butterfly Shinobu wore a cute smile, but her words made one's scalp tingle. Then, Aikido, let's use Mr. Long Nose and Miss Glasses to experiment. Chapter 200. Gas and snow fruits. Kaku's eyes under his hat were extremely cold. He quickly used shave, his feet creating a sharp, piercing sound as they scraped against the floor, and white smoke began to rise from the ground. His terrifying speed was like teleportation, appearing in front of Butterfly Shinobu. And he quickly reversed his body to execute Gale Foot, White Thunder. That light blue slash, as sharp as the finest blade, rushed towards Butterfly Shinobu. Oh, Mr. Long Nose seems angry, Butterfly Shinobu remarked, drawing her Nicaran blade, as purple gas spiraled like two snakes, coiling around the slender blade and eventually materializing into a substantial purple venom. Butterfly Shinobu quickly leaped, transforming into countless butterflies and disappearing from her original spot. That movement was truly elegant and filled with danger. Kaku's Gale Foot slash missed Butterfly Shinobu, who then quickly flew through the air and turned into countless butterflies. Heading towards Kaku. Butterfly Dance, tease. Kaku's eyes widened as he saw Butterfly Shinobu transform into countless pink butterflies, slowly surrounding him. Is this an illusion? Kaku calmed down and activated observation hockey, but suddenly a cloud of purple smoke floated around him. Gas. Kaku quickly used Moonwalk, but Butterfly Shinobu's slash and speed were simply too fast. Fortunately, he instinctively used armament hockey and iron body to defend. Otherwise, with the breath of the insect and the addition of gas and the venom configured by Butterfly Shinobu, Kaku would likely have been instantly defeated. What a troublesome ability. Kaku leaped into the air, looking at the agile Butterfly Shinobu, transforming into a giraffe form. Oh, I didn't expect you to dodge that slash. Butterfly Shinobu smiled at Kaku, her Nicaran blade continuously spinning. The next slash won't be so easy to dodge. Meanwhile, as the two fought, Califa was closely watching Aikido. Funeral. Suddenly, a white blizzard erupted around Aikido, and the temperature in the air dropped sharply. What is this? Califa looked at Aikido, realizing she had a Logia-type fruit ability. Snow Tornado. Aikido's Muramasa continuously gathered cold air, spinning at high speed, and forming a massive snow tornado that rushed towards Califa. Shave. Seeing this, Califa quickly used Shave to change her position. Otherwise, being trapped in the blizzard would perfectly counter her bubble ability. Spiked Whip. Califa swung her iron-spiked whip toward Aikido. Snow Concealment. Aikido, being the most powerful night raid assassin, although she had only recently eaten the snow fruit, was already able to apply it in combat. She perfectly concealed her body within the surrounding blizzard, causing Califa to lose her target. TCH, Logia-type abilities are so troublesome. Califa activated Observation Haki, searching for Akito's figure. Butterfly Snow, White Moon. Akito imitated Butterfly Shinobu, perfectly transforming her body into a white snow butterfly, and her blade slashed towards Califa with an undetectable speed. Moonwalk, Thorny Path. Califa quickly used Moonwalk to create distance from Akito and swung her Thorn Whip in the air, blocking all of Akito's movement paths. Boom! At the moment the blade and whip collided, a shockwave erupted, and the clash of their weapons created a terrifying wind that cracked the ground and expanded outward like a spider web. In front of Akito's slash, the buildings were sliced open, and the terrifying slash cut all the houses in half. On the trajectory of Califa's whip, those buildings were also struck with countless marks, looking as if they were constantly hit by the hardest whip. The surrounding structures couldn't withstand the heavy blows and shattered instantly. What a terrifying killing intent. This girl is even more terrifying than Lucci. Califa slowly descended in the air, staring at the black-haired girl within the blizzard, her heart filled with astonishment. Akito silently stared at her, her blood-red pupils resembling those of a demon. The blizzard around them grew thicker, and Califa, dressed lightly, began to feel a chill. Not good. Dragging this out will be very unfavorable for me. Califa thought to herself, realizing her bubble fruit ability couldn't be used. Once she did, it would feel completely countered by the snow fruit. It was better to fight Akito directly with physical skills. Release bubbles. Califa released countless white foams and bubbles around her, but the blizzard ahead blew them away instantly. Your ability seems to have no effect on me. Akito flicked her long knife and stepped closer to Califa. Damn it. Califa's gaze behind her glasses showed some anxiety. Her devil fruit ability was countered, significantly reducing her combat effectiveness, especially with that long knife in Akito's hand. It gave her a very uneasy feeling. Well, it's about time to end this. Funeral. The blizzard around them was intensifying, and the gas poison that Butterfly Shinobu had previously deployed was spreading at this moment. On the side of Butterfly, Shinobu, and Kaku, the blizzard was quietly approaching, intertwining with the purple gas poison. It seems it's over, Mr. Long Nose, Butterfly Shinobu said with a smile to Kaku. Huh, it's just beginning, what are you talking about? Kaku's expression froze as he realized that Butterfly Shinobu and Akito had combined their two natural abilities together. From now on, you'll have to hold your breath to fight. As Butterfly Shinobu's words fell, the white blizzard swept all the purple gas, poison, towards Califa and Kaku. Califa, I know. Kaku and Califa shouted in unison, using Shave and Moonwalk to distance themselves from the terrifying domain in front of them. What a convenient ability. It seems much easier than close combat. Butterfly Shinobu held her Nicaran blade. If she had this ability before, it would have been much easier to kill those demons. It's just that it lacks the feeling of a single blow to the death. Akito flashed to Butterfly Shinobu's side and said with a hint of regret, but I don't think those two would be easily repelled by this devil fruit ability. Butterfly Shinobu placed her white little hand on her forehead, gazing into the distance. She saw Califa and Kaku continuously using Galefoot to blow away the poison mist and snowstorm ahead. See, I told you so. Butterfly Shinobu smiled. While Akito didn't mind, she actually hoped to directly cut down Califa in one blow. Let us go. When facing a master of martial arts, we naturally need to develop our natural abilities more. Butterfly Shinobu bounced forward, her petite figure looking very cute. Not necessarily. I feel that if you suck the air around them, even if they are strong, they would still fall. Akito recalled some of the techniques related to the gas fruit that Lingfeng had mentioned, but Butterfly Shinobu gently shook her head. That would be too boring. Chapter 201. Mysterious CP0 at this moment, in the spiral staircase inside the Golden City building. Is that really Tizolo's treasury? Karina asked Little Kong. It must be. That's the most mysterious place. Let's go take a look. Little Kong excitedly replied to Karina. Seriously, we don't even have a key. I should have brought Heisey along. Karina said somewhat dejectedly. Generally, a treasury definitely requires a key, but she didn't have one now. If Shirai Kuriko were here, she could have directly flashed them in. You two, I don't think you're going anywhere. At that moment, a deep voice emerged, startling Little Kong and Karina, causing their bodies to tense up instantly. They followed the sound and saw a tall man with horned hair walking out from a strange door. What kind of ability is this? Karina looked curiously at Bruno, whose ability was incredibly convenient. Compared to her own devil fruit ability, she wanted Bruno's door-opening ability even more. Do you really want that kind of ability? Little Kong directly teased Karina. Karina immediately nodded, her eyes shining with the light of money, looking greedy. The ones with the lowest bounty in the Gale Pirate crew? Bruno looked disdainfully at Karina and Little Kong, his tone full of contempt. Huh? Who are you calling a horn freak? Karina stomped her foot, looking displeased. Horn freak? The corner of Bruno's mouth twitched, and his eyes instantly turned cold. Hey, being so rude to a lady is not a good thing. Little Kong stood in front of Karina, holding a black iron rod, staring intently at Bruno. I'll beat you two up, and then take you into that so-called treasury to take a look using my ability. Bruno's expression was indifferent, and he quickly flashed using Shave. Karina, provide long-range support for me. Little Kong shouted and charged forward. Okay. Karina took up the sniper rifle from her back, and air bullets began to gather, tracking Bruno's figure. At this moment, Shirai, Kuriko, and Linas, who were on Karina's mind, were emerging from the underground of the Golden City with a group of people. Thank you, this little poor girl. A short uncle wearing a hat and glasses thanked Shirai Kuriko. Huh? Who's poor? Seriously, watch your words, writes Max. Shirai Kuriko said to writes Max with annoyance. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to be a member of the Revolutionary Army. Linas looked at writes Max, surprised that the latter was actually a warrior of the Revolutionary Army. He was clearly known as the legendary super gambler, yet his true identity was that of the Revolutionary Army. Now is not the time to discuss that. It seems this golden ship is very chaotic now. Writes Max, and the others looked at the surrounding black-suited men and spoke with a serious tone. Just a bunch of small fries. Shirai Kuriko said proudly, clearly not taking these people seriously. It's up to you, Uncle Linas. I don't want to use my ability anymore. Let me take a break. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Linas smiled with a sunny expression, taking out a mysterious can from his belt. Oh, could it be the transformation from earlier? Writes Max, and the people around suddenly had their eyes shine. Men just can't resist transformation stuff. Shirai Kuriko looked expressionlessly at this group of older uncles around her and sighed helplessly. A bunch of idiots. Bang, 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 bang. So comfortable. In a certain area, surrounded by ruins, the large figures of Days and Waldo clashed. Both of them could cover their bodies with armament hockey, and Waldo was holding back a breath, channeling all his strength into his fists, launching a storm of attacks against Days. I didn't expect to fall into your hands. It really makes me unhappy. Waldo, once known as the World Destroyer, was now being stopped by such small fries. With his proud personality, how could he let it go easily? But Days was a masochist. He enjoyed defending against others' attacks. Waldo, covered in hockey, jump high, you little fry. Get away from me. Double 50 times speed. Waldo directly used the Momo Fruit's ability to double his speed and then punched Days in the face. Bang! Days' massive body flew out like a cannonball. This accelerated punch causing him to faint immediately. What's wrong? Can't shout now. Waldo looked at the unconscious Days with disdain and spat. Seriously, let us just destroy this city next. As Waldo was about to do this, he suddenly heard a voice in his mind. Hey, Mr. Waldo, don't do that. Huh? Waldo activated his observation hockey and noticed two figures approaching in the distance. Is that Shihoin Yuki? Who's the other one? Waldo looked at Shihoin Yuki, who was playfully waving at him. If it weren't for Lingfeng, who could also read minds, Shihoin Yuki would have altered Baloric Redfield's memories a long time ago. All right, what should we do now? Waldo scratched his head, as he was not particularly clever and didn't know Lingfeng's plan. Come with me to find the celestial dragons. I'm too scared to go alone. Shihoin Yuki pointed to her lips with her finger, looking like a pure-hearted girl. Then let's go find them. Just then, Baloric Redfield suddenly lifted his head and looked at the last mysterious CP0 in the distance. Looks like your job is here. It was rare for Baloric Redfield to speak. Behind Shihoin Yuki and him, the tall figure of Jinbei slowly emerged. Leave it to me. From today on, I'm a member of the Gale Pirates. Please take care of me. Chapter 202. The Assassin in the Dark looks like you're a newcomer to the Gale Pirates. The last CP0, wearing a white mask, said to Jinbei, an organization like yours is pretty much the same as the Dark Faction, right? Jinbei, carrying his large sword, shark skin, fixed his shark-like eyes on the CP0 in front of him. Fishmen, huh? I didn't expect fishmen and humans could coexist peacefully. CP0 looked at Jinbei, while the Red Count and Waldo watched the show from the side, with Shihoin Yuki even taking a seat. Go for it, Mr. Jinbei. Shihoin Yuki cheerfully waved her hand, while the other two big shots protected her, indeed giving off a queenly vibe. I didn't expect the Gale Pirates to have so many terrifying characters. CP0 clearly had some knowledge of Waldo and Baloric Redfield, and now seeing them all gathered, he naturally sensed something was off. You talk too much. Do you want to fight? Jinbei said impatiently, looking at the CP0 in the white suit. Facing so many tricky enemies, I don't think I'm your match. Although his vision was obscured by the mask, it was still possible to see the somewhat gloomy expression of this mysterious CP0 beneath the mask. Not to mention the mysterious Jinbei, there were also the powerful Red Count and Waldo. It was impossible for him to take on 3 opponents alone. Don't worry, those 2 don't plan to make a move. Jinbei directly addressed the white mask CP0. Oh, you think I would believe that? The CP0 in the white mask was clearly very suspicious, but Jinbei couldn't be bothered with him. Water release, water shark bullet technique. Jinbei formed hand seals with both hands and directly used water release ninjutsu, gathering chakra to form a shark-shaped water bullet that flew straight towards CP0. Moonwalk. CP0 exerted force under his feet and leaped into the air, dodging the attack, and began to change position continuously in midair. If you want to find the celestial dragons, I can't back down. CP0 lifted his cloak and removed his mask, revealing an ordinary man's face. Iron block. CP0 gathered armament haki and threw a heavy punch at Jinbei. Isn't he a devil fruit user? Waldo observed from the sidelines and realized that this CP0 was not a user, but his martial arts seemed quite good. Yet why do I feel such a sense of incongruity? Valoric Redfield narrowed his eyes and glanced at this CP0, who gave him an inexplicable sense of mismatch. Water release. Great exploding water shockwave. Jinbei violently spat out a wave of water, instantly forming a huge oval-shaped water prison to trap this CP0, merging with shark skin. As shark skin fused into his body, Jinbei transformed into a half-mermaid form, allowing him to soar freely within the water prison. Moreover, CP0's moonwalk and shave became difficult to execute. That guy. Why can't I sense his breathing? Valoric Redfield's powerful observation haki unfolded, and he eerily sensed that this CP0 seemed not to be human. Because in this water prison, Jinbei, transformed into a half-mermaid, could breathe, but that CP0 remained unfazed, even not rushing to escape the water sphere, instead calmly facing Jinbei's rapid attacks with an indifferent expression. Is this a puppet? Shiho and Yuki also noticed something unusual, clearly realizing that this CP0 was just a doll, not the real person. To be able to remotely control haki? What kind of person is this? Valoric Redfield was also somewhat surprised. Have I been discovered? At this moment, standing in a dark corner in the distance, a woman with a cruel smile pulled out 2 curved daggers. Looks like it's better to retreat for now. It's a pity that the guy with the vampire fruit is quite strong, otherwise I would really want to gut him. This woman had rare black hair that cascaded down to her waist, tied like a braid, and possessed translucent, fair skin. Although she appeared to be a quiet and beautiful woman, her words were chilling. This woman had a slender figure, but still had curves in certain places, making her look quite sexy. If Lingfeng or Ram and Rem were here, they would surely recognize who this woman was. Looks like I have to temporarily abandon my identity as CP0. These guys are truly not to be trifled with. This assassin-like beauty in black smiled charmingly and quietly vanished into the darkness. At this moment, Jinbei had already defeated the puppet CP0 in the water. He was like a tiger with wings, easily defeating the puppet after sealing its 6 styles. So easy, it's really boring. Jinbei dispelled the ninjutsu, and the water prison immediately turned into a pool of water, flooding the surrounding ground. Where's the red count? Shiho and Yuki suddenly noticed that Valoric Redfield was missing and hurriedly asked Waldo. He seems to have sensed a kindred spirit similar to himself and temporarily disappeared. Waldo replied, "That guy, seriously, we're about to go to the Celestial Dragons, and he just vanishes." Shiho and Yuki was somewhat speechless, as he had clearly said before that he didn't want to make a move. That guy doesn't seem to be human. Jinbei approached, having already realized that his opponent was not a real human, but merely a manipulated puppet. Well, let's go find the Celestial Dragons first, if they're still on a ship. Sure Hosuki stood up and said to Kyuka and Waldo. The 3 of them moved toward the port. As long as the Celestial Dragons were not foolish, they would definitely be preparing to board the ship and escape at this moment. Just then, Valoric Redfield, having mastered observation haki to its utmost, finally caught the woman who had been stealthily moving in the darkness. Stop right there. Valoric Redfield elegantly flashed in front of the woman in black. Supporting himself with a bat-handle umbrella, his blood-red eyes fixated on her. I didn't expect you to find me. The woman in black smiled seductively, but her expression was serious. Facing such a formidable opponent, she had to be cautious. Mr. Red Count, wait a moment. At that moment, Rem and Ram rushed over, And when the maid sisters saw the woman in front of them, their eyes widened in surprise. Elsa Gransealt! Rem and Ram exclaimed in unison. They had sensed a trace of Roswell's aura earlier, but they didn't expect to actually encounter someone from their world. So you're Roswell's mates? I've been wanting to meet you for a long time. Elsa Gransealt, also known as the Devourer, smiled charmingly as she addressed the twins. Chapter 203. The Navy's Proposal Bang. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, explosions were constantly erupting on the battlefield between Rob Lucci and the Shaving General. Both of their physical techniques and abilities were incredibly strong. However, the Shaving General had yet to use the power of the magma fruit, instead relying solely on physical skills and armament hockey, in addition to his own superpowers to clash with Lucci. I didn't expect this little brat to be so powerful. Lucci looked at the hedgehog-haired boy before him, which reminded him of that straw-hatted kid from before. Aren't you strong too, Uncle Leopard? The Shaving General took up an attack stance, not wanting to prolong the fight any further. Well then, I'll use my devil fruit powers next. You'd better be careful. The Shaving General had a certain admiration for Lucci and even kindly reminded him. Oh, is that so? Lucci, transformed into a leopard, fixed his gaze tightly on the Shaving General, who turned his fist into magma and moved at supersonic speed. Magma's strong fist. The scorching waves, terrifying fist winds, and the boiling temperature of the magma all indicated the Shaving General's immense attacking power. Paper drawing. Lucci's massive and powerful leopard body swayed like a fluttering sheet of white paper, dodging all the attacks amidst the storm of blows from the Shaving General. However, while evading, the terrifying temperature of the magma ignited his clothes, and a wave of scorching heat brought immense pressure to Lucci. Hey, not bad, huh? The Shaving General, while swinging his magma fists, complimented Lucci. Iron block, finger gun, barrage. Lucci shot out countless finger guns with both hands, transforming into a flurry of shadowy arms attacking the Shaving General. Let me give it a try too, iron block. The Shaving General imitated him, covering his psychic powers with armament hockey, perfectly blocking all of Lucci's attacks. Damn it! Lucci watched as the Shaving General's defenses flawlessly countered his finger gun assault, immediately retracting his finger guns and positioning his fists one above the other in front of him. Six-style secret technique, Six-King Pistol. A terrifying shockwave rushed toward the Shaving General, who merely smiled indifferently and unleashed a super strong punch, combining the volcanic eruption of the magma fruit and his psychic explosion, directly shattering the Six-King Pistol. Lucci spat blood, his body flying backward at high speed, continuously penetrating through several buildings. It wasn't until he crashed into the wall at the far edge of the golden ship that he finally came to a stop, his entire body embedded in the wall. His eyes rolled back, his robust chest caved in, revealing a prominent burn mark that looked alarming and emitted a puff of burnt white smoke and scent. Phew, the guy can really fight. The Shaving General breathed a sigh of relief. Lucci's physical techniques were indeed powerful. If he hadn't used the magma fruit, it would have been difficult to determine a victor. What should we do next? The Shaving General looked around the Golden City, observing that many innocent people were fleeing and several buildings were collapsing. Let's go help. It seems things have gotten too out of hand. The Shaving General gathered his strength beneath him and quickly dashed toward the crowd. Meanwhile, in the VIP area inside the Golden City, Isdeth looked at the panting Peach Rabbit and T-Pig, her fine sword glinting coldly as she stepped toward them in high-heeled boots. Wait, how about we discuss terms? T-Pig suggested hastily, seeing Isdeth's bloodthirsty demeanor. Oh, the Navy is also going to negotiate with us? Isdeth stopped, looking at him with great interest. Khaki, do you know what you're talking about? Peach Rabbit shouted at T-Pig, clearly not wanting to die kneeling. I don't want you to die here. T-Pig yelled back at Peach Rabbit, clearly feeling helpless. Isdeth was far too powerful, so much so that T-Pig felt she was even more terrifying than Lingfeng. A touching scene, but I'm not interested. Speak, what are your terms? Isdeth asked coldly. Does your Wind Pirate crew want this golden ship? T-Pig, being a Navy candidate, was perceptive enough to read the situation. He could see at a glance that the Wind Pirate crew definitely had a purpose for coming to this golden ship, and they had all arrived. If these pirates were just here for fun, there would be no need to conflict with Tezelo. Heh, so what? What do you want to say? Isdeth retorted. Just guarantee that I and Cheyenne can leave, and we can negotiate with the Navy to keep this place a neutral zone. Your Wind Pirate crew has taken control of the Golden City. You wouldn't want to be constantly hunted by the Navy, would you? T-Pig had no choice but to say this. If he kept his mouth shut, both he and Cheyenne would end up frozen into ice statues by his death. If I let you go, and you go back on your word, wouldn't that mean I've been played? Isdeth was a person of great stature, a former imperial general, who was not only powerful but also well-versed in various schemes. At this moment, T-Pig was essentially writing a blank check, which was unlikely to make her agree easily. I can become your hostage. You let Cheyenne leave, and the Navy will naturally come to negotiate with you. T-Pig's expression was serious. Clearly, for the woman he loved, he was willing to risk his life. Heh, your proposal is not bad, but neither of you will be leaving. I will keep both of you here, and then you can tell the Navy to send someone to negotiate with us. His death wouldn't let them leave. Whether it's Tao Tu or Cha Tun, both are excellent hostages. Moreover, one of them is a Marine admiral. No matter what, the Navy would have concerns and negotiate with her. Good. As long as you spare our lives, I will naturally contact the Navy and temporarily become your hostage. Although Cha Tun's actions are somewhat inappropriate, negotiating with pirates when one's life is in danger is not a big issue. After all, aren't those warlords of the sea just negotiating conditions with the world government and the Navy? Furthermore, Taizolo, the Golden Emperor, is not a good person either. Doesn't the Navy just turn a blind eye? To quote a classic line, with such little money for a month, what are you playing with your life for? I can't accept this. I want to negotiate with pirates. At this moment, Tao Tu still refused to yield, but his death had already made up her mind. Even if Lingfeng were present, he would agree. His proposal is quite good, isn't it? Moreover, our storm pirates have important matters to attend to. This negotiation with the Navy is very necessary, so just obediently accept it. Chapter 204, Black Blade Dark Moon. Bang! At this moment, on another battlefield, Lingfeng's figure appeared in midair, and a punch infused with dark elements was blocked by another fist, creating a terrifying shockwave. Anna blocked Lingfeng's punch, sweeping her long leg, but only hit Lingfeng's afterimage as he continuously used Shave to create countless afterimages. He then appeared behind Anna, with dark power continuously gathering on his right fist. Anna directly performed a split on the spot, her straight and long right leg kicking backward, colliding with Lingfeng's fist. A tremendous force came, and Lingfeng quickly retreated, using Moonwalk to buffer the impact. Your physical skills are indeed impressive. It seems that without using swordsmanship, it'll be difficult for me to win against you. Lingfeng looked at Anna and slowly drew out the ghost blade. Suyu. Heck, come on. Anna assumed an attacking stance, her eyes fixed firmly on Lingfeng. If Lingfeng only used ordinary fruit abilities and physical techniques, Anna could handle it with ease. But when it came to Lingfeng with a sword, it became somewhat tricky. Breath of the Moon. Second form. Pearl Flower playing with the moon. Lingfeng turned his body and simultaneously unleashed two blades of wind, each carrying many crescent blades. Oblivion Shield. A gray shield emerged around Anna, allowing the crescent blade-laden wind to strike against her gray shield. However, the crescent blades carried by the wind were sharp, and Lingfeng had infused them with the power of the dark fruit. The moon's breath in front of them resembled a black moon. SSS. Anna clutched her shoulder as a trickle of red blood flowed from the wound. Iron Block. Anna shouted softly, seizing the moment Lingfeng executed the moon's breath. She directly raised her fist to strike, catching Lingfeng off guard and sending him flying with a punch. Bang! Lingfeng's body shot toward a nearby building like a cannonball, kicking up a cloud of gray dust. However, he slashed through the smoke with a single stroke of his knife and walked out from the ruins, the small wounds on his body healing rapidly. Your body seems quite peculiar, Anna remarked as a gray barrier enveloped her snow-white fingers, eventually covering her own wound, which surprisingly healed as well. It seems to be about the same as yours. Lingfeng smiled slightly, secretly noting that the damage from the fruit would be doubled. But the physical quality in the demon state would be very strong, and the self-healing ability would be the same as that of a blood demon. So they would just cancel each other out. Anna tilted her head to glance at the wound on her shoulder. A gray light flashed, and the wound actually disappeared quickly. Beneath the torn clothes, that snowy white shoulder was completely unscathed, as if it had not been struck at all. Is this the power of awakening? Lingfeng squinted his eyes as Anna used the power of the silence fruit to directly erase the wound. This fruit's awakening was unexpectedly terrifying. Anna did not respond, but instead raised her fair palm, and gray light continuously extended, ultimately transforming into a gray light blade that stretched out from her palm. Her gaze turned cold as she brought the light blade down with a fierce slash. Lingfeng quickly dodged, only to see the gray light blade slicing through the ground of the Golden City like the sharpest edge. Moreover, the surrounding ruins turned to dust and vanished without a trace. What terrifying power! Lingfeng's pupils suddenly contracted. He sensed something unusual about this strike, so he did not take it head-on. Indeed, its power was extraordinary. Heh, but Lingfeng's mouth curled into a cruel smile as he slowly clenched his palm. Anna's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at her already healed wound. Impossible, You clearly erased the wound, right? Lingfeng smiled. After all, he was a user of the dark fruit ability. No matter how powerful your silence fruit is, once I absorb your fruit ability, how can you heal yourself? Lingfeng specifically covered a trace of dark elemental power on the blade, hoping it would have a slight effect at this moment. Such details can often play a crucial role in life and death battles. Don't underestimate the natural-type Devil Fruit. Lingfeng's figure appeared before Anna at lightning speed, and the ghostly blade, Suyu, suddenly slashed down. The power of the dark fruit, combined with the breath of the moon, had given him a new understanding of the abilities of the Devil Fruit. With the coverage of armament-He and the absorption power of the dark fruit, it seemed that Lingfeng had captured something in this battle. Especially the legendary Black Blade had always been on his mind. At this moment, he seemed to understand something. As the Black Blade descended, Anna's expression remained unchanged. Years of fighting had left her numb. Now, her left hand was covered with iron and armament-He, with her black left hand enveloped in a gray glow, successfully blocking the strike. However, Lingfeng had already grasped a hint of the threshold. Originally able to withstand this strike, Anna was broken through by Lingfeng, and a massive wound was slashed across her palm. So this is how it is. Although Anna was injured, Lingfeng did not pursue. He firmly grasped the thought in his mind. To sever all things in the world, armament-He forever covering, the black element absorbing everything, my black blade. Is it really like this? Lingfeng looked excitedly at the ghost blade, Void Moon, in his hand. On its blade, black, domineering aura and dark elements constantly intertwined, eventually slowly covering the knife. A terrifying sharpness emanated from the body of Void Moon. Just placing a finger next to its blade felt like it could be severed at any moment. A black blade? Huh. Then I shall call you Dark Moon. Lingfeng swung the new black blade, utilizing the powers of the dark fruit and armament-He to form his black blade, which was finally completed at this moment. System prompt. Blood Demon technique upgrade successful. Ghost Blade Void Moon evolved into Black Blade, Dark Moon. It seems you have grasped something. Anna wanted to erase the wound on her palm, but a force of dark elemental power clung to her like a festering sore, preventing her from using the powers of the silence fruit. I must thank you for this. Your earlier hand blade and the development of the silence fruit inspired me. Lingfeng carefully examined the black knife, Dark Moon, in his hand, unable to put it down. So to thank you, let this latest black knife accompany you on your journey. Lingfeng swung the black knife, the tip pointing diagonally to the ground. Ha, what a monster! I didn't expect to enhance my combat ability in such a short moment. Anna tore a piece of her clothing and tied it around her palm to prevent excessive bleeding that might affect her attack. Bang! The ear-piercing sound of Anna's high heels scraping against the ground echoed again as this stunning woman quickly flickered her figure. The gray-black domineering aura and her devil fruit ability merged together, transforming into that swiftly slashed down towards Lingfeng. Come on, pirate, let me see your true strength. It will surely be as you wish. Chapter 205. The Power of the Hurricane Buzz. Anna's hand blade slashed directly through Lingfeng's body. But the latter had already evaded using observation-He in the transparent world, his body turning into an afterimage and disappearing from the spot. The gray light blade sliced down straight, creating another deep trench in the ground, and all the buildings in front were cut in half. Not bad in power, but too slow. Lingfeng's voice sounded from behind Anna, and a terrifying blade intent also came from behind her. Breath of the Moon. Earth-style, Eternal Night's solitary moon, no boundaries. Lingfeng's black blade focused on a specific spot on Anna's back, executing a rapid series of intersecting slashes while releasing multiple blade winds accompanied by countless black crescent blades. This scene was simply breathtaking, with a massive area of effect slash that instinctively prompted Anna to use the silence fruit's annihilation. The gray barrier was shattered, and Anna used Shave to escape, stepping through the air with Moonwalk, distancing herself from Lingfeng's attack range. This guy's slashing range was too vast, without a weapon to block, and with my fruit ability being countered, I could only create distance to dodge. Anna quickly retreated in the air using Moonwalk, constantly pondering her countermeasures. No, this guy excels at AoE slashes. If I keep retreating, I'll eventually be killed by him. Rather than that, it would be better to fight desperately and take him down with me. Anna briefly paused on the wall of the building and then shot forward like a cannonball. Huh, Let us see how you dodge this. Lingfeng's arms danced rapidly, creating residual shadows as he unleashed a series of chaotic, interwoven invisible slashes in the air, generating multiple intersecting blade winds that completely blocked Anna's movement trajectory. Among these slashes, countless black crescent blades emerged once again. Moon-breathing, ninth form. Fallen moon, continuous face. From above, this technique appeared as a dazzling array of slashes and crescent moons, making it impossible to evade. Who? Lingfeng's mouth curled with a hint of white mist, clearly preparing for the next strike. As expected, I could no longer dodge and had to take the initiative to attack. Paper drawing. Anna watched as Lingfeng continuously unleashed AoE wide-range slashes, and she made up her mind. Her body was as light as paper, and with the moonwalk and observation haki, she barely dodged many of the crescent blades from Lingfeng's strikes. However, she was still wounded by several moon blades, her clothes tattered and torn. But her gaze was resolute. She was determined to take Lingfeng down with her, as long as she could land a hit. What did it matter if she was injured by those slashes? Covered in countless bleeding wounds, Anna charged towards Lingfeng. The gray-black light gathered in her fists, launching a torrential assault directly at Lingfeng. Breath of the Moon. 14th form. Fiendish change, celestial full moon. Lingfeng's gaze sharpened, and with a single strike, he unleashed countless enormous crescent-shaped blade winds, determined to sweep away everything in front of him. Accompanying the slash were numerous giant black circular blade winds. Annihilation Meteor. Countless gray-black lights gathered in Anna's fists as she let out a reluctant roar, quickly rushing towards Lingfeng's head. However, this celestial crescent moon was not something she could withstand, and before she could break through this move, Lingfeng's strongest killing move is already waiting for her. Hiss! Hiss hiss! The sound of countless cuts filled the air, and blood appeared at the corner of Anna's mouth, her eyes showing despair for the first time. Goodbye, CP0. Against an opponent like Anna, Lingfeng could not hold back. It was not only an insult to her, but also an irresponsibility towards his own members. Breath of the Moon. 8th form, Moon Dragon Tail. This strike was not only fast, but also accompanied by countless giant crescent blades. Simple and brutal, it covered a vast area and could sweep away everything in front of it. Splurt. Farewell. After Lingfeng executed this slash, Anna's body could be seen split in half, directly severed at the waist. Thud. The two halves of Anna's body fell to the ground, and the surrounding buildings were completely destroyed. The area of effect of moon breathing is indeed too vast, not only magnificent but also extremely deadly. What a pity it would be if your fruit ability could join us. Lingfeng slowly sheathed the black knife, his tone full of regret as he spoke. Anna's body was cut in two, still bearing an unwilling expression in her eyes. Lingfeng sheathed his sword and sent Anna off on her final journey with the black flame Amaterasu. He turned around and looked at Taizolo, who was still fighting Misaka Mikoto in the distance. It was really annoying. Lingfeng looked at the golden giant of Taizolo. His hands suddenly clenched tightly. A terrifying strong wind blew around, and, at that moment, the sea surface surrounding the golden ship was stirred up into towering waves. Let you witness the power of the hurricane. Lingfeng's eyes were fierce, and the hurricane generated inside the golden ship was like the most terrifying natural disaster. This was also the first time Lingfeng unleashed the full power of his fruit ability. At this moment, everyone on the golden ship saw this scene and all fearfully hid in the corners. It was simply the force of nature's calamity. Lingfeng slowly floated up, and a green storm continuously gathered beside him. That little brat. Taizolo looked at the distant green storm and the terrifying giant waves surrounding the golden ship. Everyone present watched this scene as if the world was coming to an end. Taizolo, die for me. Lingfeng clenched his palm, and a blue storm continuously transformed into a tornado beside him, sweeping directly towards Taizolo's golden giant. That guy, I'm still here. Misaka Mikoto shielded her eyes from the strong wind, and Shirai Kuriko instantly appeared beside her. Sister, let's leave first. Okay. Lingfeng took action personally, which means she no longer needs to fight. Little ghost, what are you so proud of? Taizolo roared inside the golden giant, then gathered several golden pillars into a missile head and infused it with extremely strong armed color haki, charging towards the blue hurricane. However, in the face of nature's disaster, the hurricane, this power seemed far too weak. Goodbye, Golden Emperor. Lingfeng's expression was cold, his palms slowly clenched. A terrifying tornado suddenly ignited with a burst of black flames, which then melted the golden missile head. What? Taizolo looked at this scene in shock, as the golden giant was instantly sliced and melted by the hurricane and black flames. No, impossible. The golden giant of Taizolo was instantly dissolved, and he was swept away by an astonishing whirlwind, then carried into the sky. Meanwhile, in the Golden City, the violent whirlwind finally came to a stop at this moment. People slowly emerged from their houses and corners, only to see a figure in the sky, slowly falling to the ground. Bang! The man's massive body crashed to the ground, and he rolled his eyes back, fainting. Taizolo has been defeated. Freedom. We are truly free. Chapter 206. The golden fruit in hand finally. It's over. Lingfeng sighed, glanced at the nearby, shattered remnants of buildings, and saw signs of collapse everywhere. The once prosperous entertainment Golden City was no longer in existence. It seemed that it would take a lot of time and effort to restore it. Lingfeng walked in front of Taizolo, who was deeply embedded in the ground, his massive body covered in burn and laceration scars. I'm sorry, Golden Emperor, but I will ensure that your legacy continues to thrive. Lingfeng spread his hands, activating the demon hunting skill. System prompt. Demon hunting skill activated successfully. Gold fruit obtained. Lingfeng put away the golden devil fruit and placed it in the system's backpack. Lingfeng, Misaka Mikoto, and the others came to his side, and he asked, "What about the others?" Shinobu Kocho and the others have already subdued CP0, and Isdeth also contacted us, saying she has dealt with the Navy. That's good. But Misaka Mikoto hesitated, and Lingfeng frowned. What's wrong? It's about Rem and the others. It seems they just said they found people from another world in the same universe. What? Lingfeng's pupils instantly dilated. This news was truly shocking to him. After all, this meant that the spatial rift of the system had appeared again. If some troublesome character crossed over, it would be a big problem. Where are they? Take me there. All right. At this moment, the Red Count, Baloric Redfield, had already subdued the beautiful assassin, Elsa Glanster. After all, Elsa Glanster possessed a physique similar to that of a half-vampire and was quickly overpowered by Baloric Redfield and the maids. Be honest, or I'll drain all your blood. Baloric Redfield said coldly to Elsa Glanster. Hell what? Do you still want to treat me as captive? Elsa Glanster retorted without showing weakness, still smiling at the Red Count. Just then, Lingfeng arrived with Misaka Mikoto and others, and the former realized, "Isn't this the hunter? It's actually you?" Lingfeng curiously stared at the hunter, who was not weak in strength but still seemed lacking when facing the Crimson Count. "Is this your new master? Ram?" As Lingfeng observed Elsa Grandstilt, the latter was also sizing him up. Just in time for some extra hands, she would have Sherholm modify her memory later, and the guard and assassin tasks on this ship would be entrusted to her. Lingfeng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If those witches had come, it would have been troublesome. Fortunately, Elsa Grandstilt is not a particularly powerful opponent, which eased Lingfeng's anxious heart. Are you two okay? Lingfeng looked at Rem and Ram, knowing that they would definitely miss their former world. It's okay, Lingfeng. Since we are here, we won't hold on to the past. We came here out of curiosity to find out why Roswell's presence is here. Rem smiled gently and waved her hand to explain. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a series of dense cannon fire rang out outside the golden ship. Lingfeng squinted his eyes and saw through the gaps in the wreckage of the surrounding buildings that there were warships outside firing artillery towards this direction. It was obvious that the Navy had arrived here, probably summoned by the celestial dragons. Boom, 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 boom. The sounds of dense cannon fire kept coming, and the area outside the golden ship was filled with dark cannonballs. This is really troublesome. Lingfeng raised his hand, enveloping a domain of wind around the outside of the golden ship. Those guys were summoned by me. Just then, Isdeth appeared behind Lingfeng and the others, accompanied by Peach Rabbit and T-Pig. This doesn't look like they're here to negotiate. Lingfeng turned back to look at the trusted general, Peach Rabbit, who had a look of reluctance on her face, clearly unhappy about being captured. What should be done? Should they counterattack? Not only did Isdeth arrive, but Akame, Shinobu Kocho, and Karina also came here. They had already subdued several members of CP0 and planned to have Queen Sherholm modify their memories so that this group of agents could serve Lingfeng on the golden ship. It's probably Carp coming, as I'm most familiar with that guy's presence. Barolik Ladefield spoke up at this moment. His observation hockey had already sensed Carp's aura. That legendary rear admiral came alone? No, there's also Lady Tsuru and Sengoku. Barolik Ladefield sensed several familiar auras and said to Lingfeng, "It seems they still give me quite a bit of face." Lingfeng squinted his eyes. These were all veterans of the Navy, so he couldn't be too careless. Let's go and welcome this group of Navy officers and see if they have any sincerity. Half an hour later, Golden City at the harbor docking area. Kapu, try to control your temper. Jiuin and Kaki are still in their hands, Sengoku said to the furious Kapu. I'm just here to see how the guy who saved my grandson is doing now, Kapu replied. However, he was still very concerned about the safety of his colleagues. That little brat, I didn't expect him to become such a tricky character now. Sengoku also recalled Lingfeng from 2 years ago during the Marineford War. Back then, he was already capable of defeating Akainu. Now he was further stirring up trouble in the New World, having even killed the warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo, and was now coming to cause trouble in Golden City. Oh, you two, long time no see. Behind Lingfeng stands the entire Swift Wind pirate crew, with Peach Rabbit and T-Pig captured by them, just waiting to negotiate with the Navy. Go ahead, what do you want? Miss Crane asked Lingfeng calmly. I don't ask for much either. In the future, our Swift Wind pirate crew will take over this golden ship, and you Navy will still make this a neutral zone. The celestial dragons cannot come here, and I will not hand over the gold in the sky either. Lingfeng drew his sword and pointed the blade at the Peach Rabbit, slowly addressing the three from the Warring States. Such a big appetite. Aren't you afraid of choking? Warring States coldly snorted, clearly dissatisfied with Lingfeng's demands. Don't say that, Mr. Warring States. You should know that ever since Doflamingo fell, the big shots in the underworld have been quite restless. If you let me handle them, I can ensure that ordinary people won't be too effective for the time being. Lingfeng knew that in the original work, after Doflamingo's downfall, the world underwent tremendous changes. Many countries experienced turmoil due to the lack of weapon support. And coupled with some dealings in the dark world, various painful changes had occurred in different nations. How about it? Admiral Carp, you say something too. Chapter 207, Reaching an Agreement. Lingfeng looked at Carp's silent and stern face, feeling a sense of vigilance in his heart. Despite Carp's age, he was definitely a top-notch expert in the Navy. Especially in terms of his mastery of hockey, he was truly one of the strongest among the strong. This matter needed to be discussed with the world government, and it might not be easy to negotiate with the celestial dragons. Carp clenched his fist, glanced at the captured Peach Rabbit and T-Pig, and ultimately set aside his desire to fight. No problem, but I suggest you hurry, otherwise I can't guarantee the safety of these two Navy officers. Lingfeng slowly put away the knife in his hand, and the threat in his words was very apparent. Don't worry, since we are here, it represents enough sincerity. Oh, your sincerity is to randomly fire at us first. Lingfeng smiled and retorted to Warring States, saying that countless shells had just bombarded them. Who knows if you have an ambush? I was just being cautious. Carp clearly couldn't contain his anger earlier, so he just threw all the shells over. It's fine. Since you're willing to talk, I'll let one go first. I'll let you take T-Pig away. As for General Peach Rabbit, let's temporarily keep him here. Lingfeng gently pushed the T-Pig forward with a soft breeze, then led Taodu and the members of the Wind Pirate crew towards the center of Golden City. I'll only give you one day. Lingfeng waved his hand and, under the watchful eyes of Carp, Sengoku, and Lady Crane, took Peach Rabbit away. Gion, Carp shouted, his iron fists clenched, ready to charge forward. Carp, don't be impulsive. Sengoku yelled, pressing Carp down to the ground. We should go back immediately and discuss the issue of the Golden City with Akiji. As for the Celestial Dragons, we can only consult with the Gorosei, Lady Crane said calmly. That's right, Carp. Right now, keeping the hostage safe is the priority. And there are certainly many innocent people on this ship. We can't act recklessly. If we provoke these vicious pirates, the Navy will bear the consequences, Sengoku advised earnestly. Got it. Carp seemed to relax, letting go of his tension, but his eyes remained clouded. Let us go leave this place. Mariehua. Inside the Pangu Palace of Power, the Gorosei maintained their respective poses, but no one spoke, seemingly enveloped in silence. Report. At that moment, a subordinate walked in, kneeling on one knee to report to the Gorosei. Tezelo has been confirmed killed by the Gale pirate crew, and CP0 has been completely wiped out. One of the Navy admirals has also become a hostage. What? How is that possible? The curly-haired Gorosei spoke in shock. Although they had received news of the Gale pirate crew heading to the Golden City, they did not expect CP0 to be completely annihilated. The Navy is contacting us. The captain of the Gale pirate crew, Lingfeng, requests to maintain the neutrality of the Golden City, but speak quickly. The subordinate hesitated, and the long-bearded Gorosei grew impatient at his demeanor. Lingfeng said that the Celestial Dragons are not allowed to enter the Golden City, and after they take control, the heavenly gold will no longer be offered. He really knows how to make calculations. The glasses-wearing Gorosei snorted coldly, clearly displeased with Lingfeng's conditions. "We understand this matter. Let us agree to him for now. We can't let the Navy lose heart." The blonde Gorosei pondered for a moment. After all, with an admiral as a hostage, they could not afford to have too much conflict with the Navy. "Yes, understood." Golden City, one day later. When the Navy stepped onto the giant ship again, many people had already begun to repair the city. However, unlike before, these people were doing so voluntarily, not under oppression. Lingfeng promised them that as long as they worked seriously here, he would provide corresponding benefits and salaries and would not blindly oppress them to work. Moreover, some of the entertainment facilities above have been restructured. Those who want to play can play, and no one will force those who don't want to. The various areas inside have been replanned, and Lingfeng has truly put a lot of effort into this. When Admiral Akiji personally arrived at the Golden Ship, Lingfeng finally got a chance to take a break and catch his breath. "Ah, long time no see. You're doing better and better," Akiji said in his usual lazy tone, but his voice was very cold, seemingly dissatisfied with Lingfeng. "Fortunately, if certain aspects get out of hand, it won't be good." Lingfeng subtly hinted at some things, and Akiji snorted coldly, taking back Peach Rabbit. "The Navy won't interfere here, but if we discover anything out of the ordinary, we will send someone to clean this place up at the first opportunity." Akiji left with Peach Rabbit, and before leaving, he handed Lingfeng a stack of documents stamped by the world government. Now it's time to get down to business." Lingfeng quickly skimmed through the documents before placing them into his system backpack. By the time he returned to the Golden Building, the members of the Storm Pirates were already waiting for him. "So, Captain, did the Navy agree?" Karina asked immediately, as she really loved this city filled with the scent of money. "Of course, this place is already our territory." Lingfeng took out the documents and handed them to his partners for a look. Phew. Finally, he didn't have a hide on the sea anymore. Misaka Mikoto stretched lazily. After all, she was a good citizen, and now she could finally relax again. "Lingfeng, these people have been taken care of." Shokuho Misaki snapped her fingers, and several CP0 members, including Lucci and Kaku, respectfully stepped forward, each with a fleeting sparkle in their eyes. Not only that, but Elsa Granseeld also respectfully bowed to Lingfeng, clearly having had her memory rewritten. "By the way, have you found Kumamoto Zune? I was just about to talk to you about him." Misaka Mikoto exchanged glances with Waldo, who looked somewhat guilty. "What's wrong?" Lingfeng's heart sank. Could there be a problem? Waldo told me that previously, Tezzalo had controlled the bear with gold powder and then handed it over to the celestial dragons in exchange for gold from above. Misaka Mikoto's tone was somewhat heavy. She didn't expect that her former companion had actually been captured by the celestial dragons. Could it be Charlo and his family? Lingfeng recalled that in the original work, the self-aware Bartholomew Kuma had fallen into the predicament of being an invincible slave rented by the celestial dragons. "What should we do? When will we rescue him?" Shinobu Butterfly asked, to which Lingfeng took a deep breath. "We don't need to intervene in this matter. Sabo will handle it. Next, I have something more important to discuss with you." Chapter 209, Pirate World Expo. "Are you in such a hurry?" His death seemed surprised, and the others also came to their senses, looking at Lingfeng. "Well, after all, that guy is about to participate in the Pirate World Expo. I need to go find him there." Lingfeng recalled that unruly and powerful man who would never easily submit to him, only by defeating him with the strongest power and making him convinced could he persuade this former pirate king's formidable crewmate to willingly join the Gale Pirates. After all, Roger was the only person who had ever defeated Barrett, and Barrett greatly admired Roger. His efforts all this time were to show Roger the strongest version of himself. But Roger had died, leaving him to aimlessly wreak havoc to vent his anger. This powerful man had now lost his purpose, and his only thought was to use his strength to destroy the things around him. Lingfeng wanted this man to know that there are still people who can defeat him and make him submit. "So, for now, the Golden City is in your hands. I will bring him back, and as for Shurho, hurry up and eat." Dozens of days later, in the seas of the New World, on a mini pirate ship, Lingfeng held an invitation. It read, "Dear pirate comrades, this time, let us set aside our differences, drink freely, and revel in joy. All are welcome. None will be pursued. Let us enjoy this feast to the fullest, the world's greatest feast, the Pirate Grand Festival. We sincerely invite you to participate. Not only will there be various delicacies, but also exciting treasure hunts. Yes, it's the treasure of that former pirate king." On the back of the invitation, the emblem of the Celebration pirate crew was engraved, and the signature on the invitation was Buena Fiesta. It is no wonder that such a grand celebration in the pirate world occurs only once every few years. Ships, food, weapons, and intelligence will gather here, and it is said that treasures from all over the world will converge. Lingfeng looked at the invitation in his hand and smiled, saying, "So it's just the pirates' black market, right?" Dry Persimmon Kisame was steering the ship, and Lingfeng had already taught him how to operate the pirate ship, which had given this ninja quite a headache these past few days. Fortunately, with the system in place, it was quite simple for Kisame to master sailing. It said there would be fine wine and various delicacies. Rem was grilling on the deck, and the aroma of roasted meat wafted from the barbecue. The pirate celebration had an eternal pointer included in the invitation, pointing to the island, which looked like a trap from every angle. Karina looked at the recording pointer in her palm and scoffed. "By the way, who is this Buena Festa?" Butterfly Ninja twirled her purple hair by her ear and asked Lingfeng. "That guy is not only the world's #1 celebration organizer, but also has close ties with information brokers and arms dealers, making him a pirate with a lot of negative rumors." Lingfeng explained to Butterfly Ninja, "However, there are rumors that that guy's been dead for a long time." "Oh, so it seems that from the outside, it's a man who is already dead and the treasure of the Pirate King." That's really too enticing, Butterfly Ninja realized. They had Lingfeng who knew the inside story, but the other pirates had no idea. Surely all the pirates would come here to get a piece of the pie. After all, the treasure of the Pirate King is very attractive. Although this World Expo is very lively, the most famous recently is still U2. Misaka Makoto was holding a newspaper, looking at the news on it with great interest. Without looking up, she continued, "The 5th and 6th Emperors of the Sea. Captain Lingfeng of the Gale Pirate Group, and Luffy of the Straw Hat Pirate Group." Lingfeng smiled. It was clear that Luffy had already defeated Katakuri in Whole Cake Island, and by now, his bounty should have reached 1.5 billion. The wanted poster read Monkey D. Luffy, with a bounty of 1.5 billion, and the newspaper reported that he had infiltrated Tato Land, defeated Charlotte Katakuri, one of the Sweet Commanders, and escaped from Whole Cake Island unscathed. That guy Morgan's added some embellishments, claiming that the Straw Hat Kid had defeated Big Mom and thwarted her army. As for the content about Lingfeng, it was even more exaggerated. They spoke of the Dark Wind who had slain the 7 warlords, the man who returned from hell, now stirring up storms in the New World. Not only had he seized Golden City, but he had also defeated a Marine Admiral, making him comparable to a new captain among the former Yonko. Lingfeng felt embarrassed just reading it himself. It's really too much flattery. I guess now Charlotte, Lingling, and Kaido are laughing at this newspaper. These 2 young kids are making a big fuss over their slight achievements. However, next time, many pirates will have their eyes on me. Lingfeng smiled helplessly. Those pirates would either come to find trouble with him or seek to ally with him. In any case, it was quite troublesome. Moreover, to become a true emperor of the sea, he needed to defeat one of the older emperors. Currently, Ace, who was referred to as one of the emperors, was probably the weakest, as their leader wasn't very strong. However, they had many pirate crews under them, and the captains of each division were experts. Furthermore, Lingfeng still had some respect for Whitebeard, so he didn't plan to cause trouble for Ace and the others. As for why he sought Kaido, it was because Wano Country was not only a production site for sea stone, but, more importantly, the legendary ancient weapon, Pluton, was buried beneath Wano. If he could defeat Kaido and claim Wano as his territory, his influence would receive a significant boost. At that time, the mainline mission of the system would also be completed. Lingfeng, there seems to be an island ahead. Karina's voice interrupted Lingfeng's thoughts. He stood up and looked ahead. At that moment, a vague outline of an island appeared in the ocean. The island looked quite peculiar, with its center rising up, and the front part split open to form a wide waterway. In the center was a hollow, large circle, and a straight waterway led through it, splitting into a 3-way waterway on either side. From above, it looked like a pizza divided into 3 pieces, with a large circle in the very center. At this time, on the rooftop of a tall building on the island, in a room filled with screens of surveillance monitors, a short man with sunglasses and curly hair downed a glass of red wine in one gulp. "This is fantastic." The man pushed his sunglasses up to his forehead, looking at the images on the monitors, where many staff members were manipulating various buttons. Next to him, a maid was pouring him more wine, and the table in front of him was filled with fruits and various drinks. This man was Buena Festa, sitting in his exclusive high seat with a cold smile on his lips. Now, the actors are almost all gathered. Chapter 210, The Pirate King's Treasure Whoosh. Bang! Fireworks exploded, and at this moment, Lingfeng and the members of the Windstorm pirate crew had already sailed their ship into the waterway, entering the interior of the island. The sides of the waterway were lined with ports where many pirate ships were docked, and people were milling around the nearby shops. Various commercial vessels also rested on the waterway. There are so many people. Those things are so beautiful. Look at this ship. It's so strange. This really is very odd. What kind of ship is this? Why is it so bizarre? Lingfeng stood on the deck of the mini pirate ship, observing the surrounding environment, while Misaka Makoto, Shinobu Kocho, Rem, and Karina excitedly looked around. There were quite a few pirates this time, and all sorts of strange pirate ships were everywhere. However, Kisame Hashigaki remained at the helm, silent and taciturn. Let's log in early and not draw too much attention, he suggested. Lingfeng deliberately did not put the Jifeng Pirates flag on this mini-boat, but the appearance of the few of them had long been made public by the bounty notices, so it attracted a lot of attention from pirates. After all, Lingfeng and those with bounties over 100 million were not common. Well, as you say, Makoto Misaka nodded. Then, Lingfeng ordered the helmsman, Kisame Hashigaki, to steer the ship away from the dock area and head deeper into the island. Although it was called an island, the space on the island was quite vast. Besides the dock area, there were 3 sea routes leading to the outside world. The most eye-catching part of the island was its central location. At this moment, Buena Festa was sitting in the control room, listening to his subordinates' hurried reports. What? The Jifeng Pirates have also arrived? Buena Festa looked at the monitor showing the login of the Jifeng Pirates, his tone filled with excitement. In his control room, bounty notices were plastered everywhere, including those of notorious figures from the worst generation like Monkey D, Luffy, Eustace Kid, and Trafalgar Law. The bounty notice of the Jifeng Pirates was prominently displayed in the center, right next to that of Luffy. At this time, within the central circle of the island, several ships had already entered, surrounded by a crowd of spectators, while the host's voice spread loudly through the broadcast. Are all you pirates having fun? I think you all know very well that at this Pirate Expo, there are no taboos regarding robbery, deception, and trickery. However, there is one rule that cannot be violated. Absolutely do not let the Navy know about this grand event. The host said, his mouth curling into a sinister smile. Anyone who dares to report will be hunted down to the ends of hell by the other pirates. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. I am the host and master of ceremonies, Donna Modelat. The host, dressed in a pink suit, introduced himself loudly. Next up is our special guest, everyone's favorite singer, Annie. The host introduced the singer Annie, who had green hair. The atmosphere in the central area seemed very lively. Lingfeng and the others also arrived at the central position of the island, and he knew that Annie was a devil fruit user who had eaten the mirage fruit, which allowed her to project images she came into contact with in a phantom form. Ladies and gentlemen, the Pirate Expo, which has been revived after 20 years, chose this island as the venue for a reason. The host, Donna Modelat, explained loudly. At the dawn of the great age of pirates, the Pirate King Joel D. Roger discovered this island and buried extremely valuable treasures here. The atmosphere at the scene heated up, and everyone held their breath, listening to the host's words. And that Pirate King also left behind this message. Buried in the deep and high darkness lies our answer. All right, pirates, this is the challenge set forth by the Pirate King. Let's unravel this mystery and seize the treasure. Oh! The atmosphere at the scene was very enthusiastic, and many pirate ships had already headed toward the central position, soon to be swept into the sky by the currents, creating huge bubbles, within which there would be a gigantic island. Soon, Barrett would make his appearance from there, and Lingfeng would engage in battle with him. Lingfeng was also impatient. He drew his demon sword, Mingyan. This sword had not yet been forged into a black blade, and Lingfeng was determined to upgrade it to a black blade during his battle with Barrett. At that moment, a sudden sound of footsteps approached, and a group of pirates surrounded Lingfeng and his companions. No way. Are there still people trying to target us at this time? Misaka Makoto sighed helplessly. Who says otherwise? Shinobu Kocho drew her Nicaran blade and smiled at the surrounding pirates. I just forgot to buy ingredients. Rim suddenly recalled that she seemed to have passed by a stall earlier without buying anything. Can't you guys have a little sense of urgency? Karina said irritably to the others. Captain Lingfeng, do you want me to handle them alone? Kakashi Kaijin asked Lingfeng. No need, since they are looking for death. Then let us fulfill their wish. Lingfeng said indifferently and then stepped aside. Haha, since you want to seek death, then don't blame us. The surrounding pirates sneered and drew their weapons to attack. In the next moment, Kakashi Kaijin instantly moved in front of a pirate and easily crushed the pirate's throat with his hand. So weak. How is that possible? What speed is he at? As expected of the swift wind pirate crew, seeing Kaijin kill several pirates as if chopping vegetables, the surrounding pirates began to retreat. You should be grateful that I'm not in the mood to waste time with trash like you. Get lost. Lingfeng stood lazily at the front of the line, while the others jumped directly into the water. When the island rises, I'll use my abilities to take you all up. I'll have some fun with Barret, and the rest of those supernovas will be left to you. Lingfeng did not look at the fleeing pirates and watched the soaring sea current, saying, "Boom!" The vortex in the center suddenly shot up a massive pillar of water, shattering the pirate ship that was first caught in the whirlpool into pieces. Moreover, within that water column, a huge bubble gradually rose, and inside the bubble, an island. It's an island, the host shouted, truly deserving of the title of Master of Ceremonies. In the soaring sea current, there was a bubble, and inside the bubble was an island. The island containing the treasure of the Pirate King has appeared, and thus the treasure hunt officially begins at this moment. Lingfeng looked at the soaring sea current and summoned a gust of wind for his companions, flying into the sky with his crew. Barret, I wonder how your strength has progressed. Chapter 211, The Hunter with a Blade. Wow, is this the soaring sea current? It looks so dangerous. Misaka Mikoto said excitedly. The treasure of the Pirate King must be filled with gold coins. Karina's eyes sparkled, her pupils turning into the shape of berries. By the way, does this count as cheating? Shinobu, who was already petite and light, was wrapped in a gust of blue wind, and the few of them were slowly rising. Compared to this, I hope Captain Lingfeng doesn't blow my clothes up. Rem's face turned slightly red as she said to Lingfeng, "It's not me. It's the wind, really not me." Lingfeng explained that it couldn't be blamed on him. After all, anti-gravity skirts certainly didn't exist. Meanwhile, Dry Persimmon Kisame was watching the massive upward ocean current ahead with great interest, thinking it would be great if it could become his ninjutsu. They were being supported by a gentle breeze, and at this moment, Lingfeng could do this without elementalization. His physique had already become very strong, and if he were to use elementalization, the speed and explosive power would definitely be unbearable for ordinary people. However, Lingfeng had already developed many techniques with his Hurricane Fruit, but he didn't want to reveal too much at this time. Oh, it seems the first person to land on the island has already arrived. Let me see, did they really manage to do this without a boat? The host's voice was filled with surprise, clearly shocked by the scene of the Kaze pirates and others not needing a ship. At that moment, in a dimly lit secret room, a tall and burly man stared at the many pirates appearing on the screen, and when he saw Lingfeng's face, he crushed the gravel he was playing with in his hand. A sinister smile crept across his lips as he spoke in a chilling tone. "They've arrived, huh?" With the Kaze pirates logging in, the remaining pirate ships began to land on the island as well. Most of the pirate ships didn't land in the lake, but directly on the ground, and the ships couldn't withstand the impact, shattering into pieces. A few powerful pirates managed to safely land their ships and then charge towards the area filled with gold and treasures. Let's hurry. This area already has many pirates. Although our goal isn't that legendary treasure, Karina will definitely want the treasures over there. Karina nodded repeatedly upon hearing this, and Lingfeng and the others exchanged smiles. Lingfeng led the group towards the nearby mountain range. Soon after, Lingfeng arrived at a clearing near the mountains, stopped, and turned to his companions, saying, "I'll go pick up those treasures first. Barret will appear soon." Lingfeng transformed into a gust of wind and flew towards the location of the treasure. However, a group of powerful pirates had already begun to form small factions. They intended to gather together, eliminate the strong pirates, and seize the treasure. Meanwhile, at the wrecked ship near Cape Yajiao, Lingfeng climbed onto the cape, getting closer to the treasure's location. After all, in the elemental form of the Hurricane Fruit, his speed was unparalleled. He could avoid entanglement with those pirates and directly take the treasure. While those pirates fought among themselves, the first to arrive at the treasure site was still Lingfeng. Lingfeng stepped forward and stood on a pile of gold coins, where there was an old wooden chest. He knew what treasure was inside. To him, this treasure was not as tangible as the pile of gold coins outside. Lingfeng was just about to put all the gold coins into the system backpack, when suddenly, all the hairs on his body stood on end. His observation haki was activated, and from beneath the island, a violent aura swept through the wind. Is it finally coming? This aura was clearly that of Barret. Just as Lingfeng was about to put away the wooden box and gold coins, a strange black shadow suddenly zipped past him. The speed of the shadow was like lightning, disappearing in an instant, and even Lingfeng's observation haki couldn't catch a trace of it. Who was it? Lingfeng frowned slightly. Although he was not afraid of Barret, the sudden attack made him a bit alert. This was what he hated the most. No matter who it was, he did not want enemies lurking around him without his knowledge. This was the thing that made him the angriest. Lingfeng stood up, drawing the demon blade Ming Yin from his waist with his right hand. Whoosh! Another attack appeared, and Lingfeng swiftly swung Ming Yin to strike, clashing with the attack and sending sparks flying. Humph! The owner of this attack was forced to retreat a short distance, letting out a muffled grunt. This surprised Lingfeng. The figure and strength of the person who ambushed him felt weaker than Barrett. Moreover, judging by the aura emitted by the opponent, they did not seem like a righteous navy. Who are you? Why are you blocking my way? Lingfeng coldly snorted. He didn't recognize this mysterious figure. As the saying goes, one should always be wary of others. So Lingfeng decided to test the waters first to see whether this mysterious person was a friend or foe. Hee, I didn't expect to have such luck. Encountering a prey with decent strength like you. It was worth all the trouble I went through to find this place, the mysterious figure said with a grin. However, Lingfeng truly sensed that this person in front of him was a dangerous character. So what do you plan to do? Lingfeng noticed that he didn't intend to act immediately, so he asked, what do you want? The mysterious person chuckled and said, I want the knife in your hand. Huh. Lingfeng was taken aback. Although the world of pirates had the profession of bounty hunters, it was the first time he had seen someone wanting to snatch swords. You don't want all this treasure, but instead want my sword? Lingfeng looked at the mysterious person with a smile that was not quite a smile. This guy should be the type of pirate who specializes in collecting famous swords. I'm very familiar with the aura emanating from your sword. This one is a demon sword, right? And your other sword seems pretty good too, a black sword. Isn't it? I definitely won't sense it wrong. The mysterious person stated the levels of Lingfeng's two swords, and Lingfeng understood that the other party had already been keeping an eye on him. Since you already know my strength, you should know who I am, right? Of course I know, captain of the Gale pirate crew, Lingfeng, now known as the man referred to as the Sixth Emperor. In that case, how should I address this blade hunter? Lingfeng glanced at other places, and that guy Barrett surprisingly wasn't ready to act yet. It seemed he wanted the pirates to kill each other for a while first. I am a pirate who specializes in hunting swords and knives. My name is Jax the Blade Hunter, the mysterious person said softly. Oh, that works perfectly. Lingfeng grinned. What do you want to do? Lingfeng's actions puzzled the hunter. It's nothing, my knife just needs some sharpening. Lingfeng tightened his grip on the demon sword Ming Yin. Boom! At that moment, a violent and fierce killing intent enveloped the entire island. Barrett could no longer hold back and was ready to strike. Chapter 212, Illusion Fruit. It seems he finally couldn't resist making a move. The mysterious hunter Jax let out a cold laugh, then fixed his gaze firmly on the two fine blades in Lingfeng's hands and at his waist. From the tone of your voice, are you in cahoots with him? Lingfeng squinted, a hint of vigilance rising in his heart. After all, pirates who could join forces with Barrett were not simple characters. It seemed he had to deal with you first before going to find Barrett. Lingfeng looked at the hunter Jax in front of him. He wasn't worried about Misaka Mikoto and the others, as they had Shinobu Kocho's gas fruit. They just needed to clear the rest of the people or temporarily avoid Barrett. Your knife is mine for the taking. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged at Lingfeng. Although he wasn't very large, his speed was extremely fast, even much quicker than the pirates Lingfeng had encountered before. This surprised Lingfeng. He had thought that a hunter would be the type with a muscular build and skilled in using heavy weapons. But this hunter was clearly different from what he had expected. Such powerful physical qualities and speed beyond the ordinary could not be possessed by an average pirate. Could this guy also be a devil fruit user? Lingfeng frowned slightly, while tightly gripping the demon sword Ming Yin. Are you a devil fruit user? Jax did not answer and had already approached his attack range. He did not pause and launched his fastest attack directly. The blade-wielding Jax swung his arms, creating a sound of breaking air, as if turning into countless afterimages slashing towards Lingfeng. Lingfeng's gaze froze. He could sense from the opponent's attack that their swordsmanship was quite proficient, even reaching a peak level. With his current swordsmanship stats and breathing techniques, he could also achieve this, but relying solely on physical speed to create the scene before him was clearly a bit challenging. An illusion. In just a moment, Lingfeng realized the true ability of his opponent's devil fruit. It was an illusion technique. The opponent's figure changed in an instant, creating a sense of confusion for Lingfeng. In his line of sight, several tall Jacks appeared, all raising their swords to slash at him. An illusion technique, huh? Lingfeng secretly remained vigilant, activating his observation haki, and a cyan hurricane swept around his body. Breath of wind. 6-form black wind smoke. Lingfeng slashed out a black sword energy, sweeping towards Jax's phantom. Bang! Jax's illusion vanished under Lingfeng's sword energy. However, Lingfeng did not relax. Instead, his expression became even more serious. This time, the opponent was the real body, but their combat skills were far superior to those of the Devil Fruit users he was familiar with. He even felt that, even if his observation haki were to fully explode, he might not be able to detect the exact location of this guy in front of him. The source of all this was that strange ability of theirs, the illusion technique. This ability is truly troublesome, but I also have my own ways. Lingfeng's gaze was as cold as ice, and the power of the Hurricane Fruit was unleashed with the breath of the wind around him completely under his control. Hurricane Dance of the Underworld. Lingfeng slashed out with his sword, and the surrounding violent wind pressure quickly gathered, forming a massive tornado. The ground beneath his feet was also swept by the raging winds, causing it to explode, and the gold coins were swept up as well. As the tornado rampaged, the figure of the hunter, Jax, appeared. How could this be? He wore an expression of disbelief on his face. His illusion had actually failed. At that moment, the violent winds were already sweeping towards him. Phantom Clone, a dazzling red light, flickered on Jax's body. Boom! The enormous tornado engulfed him. Lingfeng's lips curled into a smile. It seems you can't hold on any longer. Little brat, don't think I've lost just like that. Jax's furious shout came from within the whirlwind. Although his illusion had been broken, it didn't mean he had lost, because he still had his trump card. Buzz. Suddenly, Lingfeng felt a subtle ripple beside him. This ripple spread out like water waves, and it seemed like a distortion of space, but upon closer inspection, it didn't quite look like a distortion. It was just a strange feeling. Another illusion? Lingfeng's pupils contracted sharply, but it was already too late. A pitch-black gun barrel was pressed against his forehead. Oh, aren't you a knife hunter? Now you're actually using a gun? Lingfeng glanced at the black firearm emitting a ghostly blue flame and said mockingly, "This is my specially designed gun for armed color hockey. I developed this gun myself. Your fruit ability and swordsmanship are indeed impressive, but this is where it ends." The corner of the hunter, Jax's mouth curled into a cold smile. Bang! The next moment, the gunshot rang out. Lingfeng's head was shot through. Then, Lingfeng's head quickly restored to its original state, as if nothing had happened. How is this possible? Jax exclaimed in surprise, clearly having used bullets covered with armament hockey. Yet Lingfeng still managed to dodge them. This is called pre-elementalization. Nature-type ability, users can act as they wish like this. Lingfeng slashed down with his sword, instantly unleashing an 8-hit combo. Breath of the Mist. Second form. 8-fold mist. Swish, 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 swish. Jax was unable to dodge in time, and his left shoulder was directly severed. The intense pain caused him to scream, but he still maintained his composure. Whoosh! In the next moment, Jax transformed into a cloud of white mist and instantly moved several meters away. However, just as he took a step back, he saw Lingfeng's blade turn and slash directly towards him. Clang! Jax blocked the strike with the short sword in his right hand, simultaneously retreating to create distance. Most of his clothing was shredded, revealing the bandages underneath. He actually managed to withstand the encroachment of shadow, flame. Lingfeng frowned. It was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Little ghost, I admit I underestimated you. Barrett once told me that you were the mastermind behind the Impel Down incident, and at that time I scoffed at it. Jax wrapped the bandage around his severed arm, his eyes fixed intently on Lingfeng. I didn't expect the user of a natural-type fruit could possess such outstanding swordsmanship and martial arts skills. I was careless. Lingfeng, however, did not pay him any mind and directly used the shave to disappear from the spot. With a single slash, Jax blocked with his remaining right hand. Clang! Sparks flew. Jax was sent flying. However, the moment Jax landed, he rolled away. Boom! The ground collapsed, creating a long ravine, and his figure had already vanished. Did he use an illusion to conceal his presence? Unfortunately, a flash of red light flickered in Lingfeng's eyes as he unleashed his observation haki, exhaling wisps of white mist from the corners of his mouth. Breath of the wind. Form of the earth. Illusion of the moon. The demon's sword Mingyan radiated rays of light, delivering wide-range slashes ahead. At that moment, Jax's figure slowly materialized, his grip loosening as a dagger fell to the ground. Countless lines of blood appearing on his body. Chapter 213, All-Star Lineup. An illusion fruit? It's just SOSO. Lingfeng put away the thought of hunting this devil fruit, holding the demon sword Mingyan, and turned to look at the center of the island. This treasure hunt game did not feature the notorious figures from the movies. In fact, none of them showed up. After all, according to the current storyline, The Straw Hat crew had just escaped from the land of Wano. Law had formed an alliance and gone to Zou, and Drake had already been dispatched by Lingfeng to Wano. As for Kid, Hawkins, and Apu, the former was presumably captured by Kaido, while the latter two had allied with him. The remaining Beiji and Bonnie were also unlikely to appear here, and the strange monk was still recovering from injuries. So the pirates currently present were mostly unfamiliar to Lingfeng, but that did not prevent him from preparing to confront Barrett. I wonder how many members of the Navy came this time. Lingfeng recalled the likes of Smoker and several Shichibukai from the Fervent Action, who had all made appearances before. Whoosh! From the ground, something shot up like a cannonball. Except for Lingfeng and the Swift Wind pirates who were already prepared. The thing had already rushed up to the island covered in bubbles before anyone could react. Bang! The bubble enveloping the island was destroyed, and the bottom of the island was blown open with a loud explosion. Boom! The bubbles surrounding the island suddenly disappeared, and the island quickly shattered, causing the entire island to drop from above. The thick water column couldn't withstand the island's descent at that moment and was directly dispersed. Boom! The island landed in the central ring below and shattered, immediately turning into a mess with debris scattered everywhere. The fearsome Barrett had punched through the island. Amidst the dust and silence, footsteps gradually sounded. A tall, strong blonde man emerged from the smoke. Lingfeng quickly descended with the members of the Swift Wind Pirates, while the blonde man wore a black military uniform and white gloves, holding a pirate's head in his hand. What's going on, Lingfeng? Do you need to waste so much time on trash like Jax? Barrett tossed the pirate in his hand away, and the thrown figure flew past Lingfeng like a cannonball with a whoosh. That is the pirate, Douglas Barrett. How did that monster end up here? The surviving pirates cried out in terror, because the man before them was the legendary monster, known as the inheritor of the ghost, Douglas Barrett, a man who had once single-handedly slaughtered a nation and was a member of the Roger Pirates. You've finally shown up. Lingfeng looked at Barrett. He hadn't seen him since he was released in Advanced City 2 years ago. I've been looking forward to fighting some strong opponents. You know, the so-called era of extreme evil. Barrett revealed a grim smile, but this time he was destined to be disappointed. Those dazzling guys didn't come. And this time I will have a good fight with you. Lingfeng slowly walked up to Barrett. The height difference between them was considerable, but their momentum was equally matched. You want to join your pirate crew, do you? Too bad your ship is filled with such useless trash. It's really too weak. Barrett glanced at Misaka Mikoto and the others behind Lingfeng, a sinister smile on his lips. Including you, a caged stray dog. How dare you say my companions are weak in front of me? Lingfeng's gaze gradually turned cold. His reverse scale was the members of the Storm Pirates. Barrett could insult him, but if he dared to insult his crew, there would be a price to pay. On this point, I must thank Shave. Before Barrett could finish his words, Lingfeng wielded the demon Sword Mingyan, which was engulfed in pitch-black flames, and struck down with a single slash. Ha! Barrett grinned, stretching his arms outward as a blue light flashed instantly, blocking Lingfeng's demon Sword Mingyan. Lingfeng's expression remained unchanged, while Barrett's armed color hockey was like a deep blue, looking incredibly powerful. The speed was good, but the strength was a bit lacking. Barrett clenched his fist, covered with blue hockey that swirled like the wind, and threw a punch that struck like lightning. Lingfeng quickly retracted the demon's sword and raised it to block. Bang! Barrett's punch struck Lingfeng's demon sword, and the latter only felt his arm go numb as he was blasted away several hundred meters. Ha ha ha! Can't handle it like this? Barrett laughed as he chased after Lingfeng, followed by another heavy punch. This guy's strength is indeed formidable. Lingfeng frowned slightly, while Barrett shouted excitedly, "Come on, Lingfeng, if you can defeat me this time, I will join your pirate crew. Otherwise, you'll die here." Barrett's loud shout shocked the nearby pirates who had yet to flee. Lingfeng, the Storm Pirates? Damn it, that brutal and vicious pirate is here too. Let's go. Don't get caught up in these two guys' battle. The pirates disregarded the one-piece treasure and fled one faster than the other. Stormfoot, as Lingfeng retreated. Land's feet kept kicking out, while Barrett, with a sinister grin, covered his arms with armament hockey, blocking all of Land's slashing attacks. At this moment, not far away, several warlords and Navy vice admirals watched coldly, observing the scene before them. The Navy? The warlords? Barrett sensed the powerful auras of those strong individuals, and his excitement only grew. It should be like this, it should be like this. That's right, all of you will be my stepping stones. Ha ha ha. As Barrett roared, a short man appeared on the adjacent high platform. That's right, Barrett, keep fighting for me. Buena Festa laughed maniacally, his face twisted with a sinister smile. Roger accomplished the world's greatest celebration by himself. Although I lost back then, I won't lose forever. After Roger's era of great pirates, a new pirate era will be established by me, Lord Buena Festa, with a new great celebration. That is the era of war. I will surpass Roger. Ha ha ha. Boom. A blue light suddenly flashed, and Buena Festa was directly obliterated by a shot from an electromagnetic cannon. The one who was just so proud now reported to another world. Seriously, we are all watching a good show. Why are you making noise over there? Misaka Mikoto said irritably as the battle between Lingfeng and Barrett was tense, but this guy was shouting and yelling beside them, which was very distracting. Speaking of which, quite a few Navy members have come as well. Shinobu Kocho narrowed her beautiful eyes, looking at the Navy in the distance. It seems we also need to stop them, Rem said, looking at Lingfeng fighting alongside Barrett, addressing the rest of her companions. Karina picked up a telescope and looked, her tone somewhat shocked. The Pirate Empress. The Great Swordsman Mihawk Crocodile. What an all-star lineup. Chapter 214. The Power of the Dark Fruit and the Hurricane Fruit. Boom. The seawater around the island was quietly gathering and swirling. At this moment, Lingfeng was dodging Barrett's attacks while using the power of the Hurricane Fruit to condense a water tornado. Is that man planning to take down everyone here in one fell swoop? Mihawk, the hawk eyes, raised his cold gaze, sensing the sea water in the distance, forming a water tornado. Has that guy really become this strong now? Beside Mihawk, Perona said in surprise. Earlier, on the thriller bark, she hadn't felt Lingfeng was this powerful. She didn't expect that now, with just a gesture, he could unleash such a terrifying attack akin to a natural disaster. Similarly, watching from a distance, Boa Hancock, with her long legs crossed on the ship of the Kuja pirates, looked at the continuously forming water tornado, her beautiful eyes flashing with a hint of seriousness. That man will definitely be Luffy's strongest opponent. Boom! Splash! The seawater near the island rolled open and then surged skyward, forming a massive water tornado. It looked as if the sky was sucking up the water. The pirates on the island, who had not yet escaped far, raised their heads and looked at the terrifying scene around them, trembling in fear. That is, a hurricane. It's a hurricane. The hurricane swept the sea water. The pirates shouted in despair. This scene was like the end of the world. At this moment, the enormous water tornado and the raging hurricane were gradually approaching the entire island. The sea water, condensed by the hurricane, formed monstrous waves resembling a dragon. If this water tornado were to engulf the island, it could be said that most people would not survive. The seawater is the natural enemy of devil fruit users. Even if one is not a devil fruit user, being caught in such a hurricane tsunami, unless one is a top-tier powerhouse, there would be no chance of survival. Interesting. Barrett looked at the water tornado surrounding the island, his lips still curled into a sinister smile. The fierce water tornado encircling the island approached quickly as Lingfeng extended his hand, causing the surrounding area to immediately start raining. The terrifying scene was truly chilling. The water tornadoes around seemed alive, rapidly approaching the island, and Lingfeng once again extended his hand to protect his companions with a domain of wind, finally pressing down heavily. Boom! The waves roared like the howling of a hurricane, and amidst the ravaging sea water, some weaker pirates on the island had already been swallowed by the water tornado. Hurry! Run! Where can we run to? The whole island is surrounded by these terrifying things. It's over, we're going to die here. The pirates were in despair, and the Navy held their weapons tightly, with some cowardly soldiers even starting to tremble. At that moment, they realized just how terrifying the man who could control the hurricane was. On this scattered island, surrounded by sea water, at this moment, the calm sea had become the most terrifying natural disaster. Countless water tornadoes swept at high speed, continuously converging towards the center of the island. Lingfeng aimed not only at the Navy, but, more importantly, sought to defeat Barrett in one blow. I wonder if he could stop it. Lingfeng looked at Barrett, who showed no signs of fear, but was instead very excited and eager to try. Barrett had hardly ever lost in his life. Apart from defeats to Roger and Garp, his failures were few and far between. Now, facing an opponent like Lingfeng, he felt a long-lost surge of adrenaline. Since you've used the power of a devil fruit, I'll play along with you. Barrett smiled ominously, then clenched his massive fist and slammed it hard against the ground. Boom! The ground cracked under the force of his punch, the fissures spreading outwards, and the earth shattered, revealing a submarine made of steel. The submarine rose from the ground, and Barrett stood on it, smiling ominously. This is the ship I meticulously designed. Over the past 2 years, I've collected various steels and weapons for this day. A purple, mosaic-like object emanated from his body, spreading outwards towards the submarine beneath his feet, quickly enveloping it. I am a fusion person who has eaten the fusion fruit, capable of merging with anything and then transforming, just like now. Armor fusion. The devil fruit power erupted into a purple unknown substance, enveloping him as well. After a writhing motion, Barrett transformed into a gigantic steel giant. But that's not all. Barrett's voice came from within the mechanical giant, and a torrent of purple unknown substances surged out from his body, continuously flowing towards the ground. This is the power I've gained after awakening my devil fruit. The entire island will merge with me. However, Lingfeng remained expressionless, watching this scene. First, gather the hurricane, and then use the dark fruit to nullify his devil fruit ability. Lingfeng smiled faintly, sweeping away all the water tornadoes. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of the sea roared endlessly, and those pirates were instantly engulfed. The Navy had various powerful figures present. Mihawk drew his black sword, and directly sliced through the water tornado that covered him. Crocodile, on the other hand, was somewhat speechless, but thankfully, Mihawk showed him some respect, and the Navy was temporarily unharmed. Empress Boa Hancock also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, she was a devil fruit user, and she really had no way to deal with such a tsunami and water tornado. Thank you, Mihawk, Hancock said, rarely putting away her proud expression and expressing her gratitude to Mihawk. Mihawk did not respond, but instead she drew, his gaze still fixed on Lingfeng and Barrett. At this moment, Barrett had not fully transformed yet, but with a punch covered in hockey, the terrifying shockwave scattered countless water tornadoes. Ha 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 ha, is this all you've got? Barrett laughed continuously, his fruit ability still activating, as he aimed to condense the entire island together. At this time, Lingfeng directly entered his demon state, black smoke rising from his back, and darkness spreading out from beneath his feet. Dark Meridian. Darkness continuously spread beneath Lingfeng's feet, quickly enveloping the entire island in shadow. When Barrett's fruit ability encountered the dark fruit, those purple unknown objects were instantly dissolved, and the entire island, which Barrett had just merged together, was completely dissipated by Lingfeng's fruit ability. The once prosperous island had now turned into a desolate and barren wasteland. The darkness relentlessly surged towards Barrett's body, and the giant form he had just conjured disintegrated instantly. What? Impossible. For the first time, Barrett displayed a shocked expression, unable to believe that his fruit ability had been nullified. What's wrong? Barrett, is this a bit unexpected? Chapter 215, let's settle this. Although Barrett was shocked, he quickly regained his composure. The dark fruit, huh? Lingfeng has developed the ability of the dark fruit to the point where he can directly nullify an opponent's ability the moment they make contact with it. However, if the opponent directly touches him, the nullification won't be in time. In short, he has a skill that can erase the opponent's ultimate move. It must be said that he has developed his 2 devil fruits quite well. Although he hasn't awakened yet, he is currently using them quite skillfully. It seems that a showdown is about to begin. Mihawk stood up, drew the black sword from his back, and leaped onto the desolate island. The world's strongest swordsman. Hawkeye Mihawk? Barrett's transformation was cancelled, and he looked at Mihawk, his mouth still wearing a ferocious grin. At that moment, a long-legged woman in a cheongsam was also spinning and falling rapidly from the sky. She landed beside Mihawk, her head tilted upward in a proud manner as she gazed at Barrett. Let me also experience this former Pirate King's crew. The Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock. Barrett was clearly very familiar with these people. Instead of being afraid, he became increasingly excited. I said you all. Lingfeng hadn't finished speaking when a sharp scream echoed from the sky. Oh no, I'm going to fall, quick, save me. A man in a robe with a red nose was falling from the sky. It was the clown Buggy. Buggy? What are you doing here? Barrett was taken aback, not expecting to encounter an acquaintance here. I'm a warlord now. Barrett, don't underestimate me. Buggy forced himself to say with a tone that showed no weakness, although his legs were trembling a bit. You? A warlord? Barrett fell silent for a moment. The excitement and fighting spirit he had suddenly seemed to diminish. These two had once been crew members of the Pirate King's ship, but back then Buggy was just an intern. What a luxurious lineup. A cloud of dust and sand rose as the old Shichibukai crocodile also approached. This lineup reminds me of that great war at Marineford. Crocodile said, puffing on a cigar with a sinister smile. I came here to find something, but it seems someone got there first. Crocodile looked at Lingfeng, knowing that the latter had already obtained Roger's treasure. Don't get me wrong, that wooden box was thrown away a long time ago. I didn't find it. Lingfeng spread his hands, and what he said was indeed a fact. Just now, during the battle with Jax, that wooden box was blown away by the hurricane to who knows where. Oh, since it's not here, then Just as Crocodile wanted to retreat, Barrett suddenly vanished and appeared directly in front of the sand crocodile. Bang! Barrett's fist was covered with dark blue armed hockey, and he directly punched Crocodile's body. But the latter transformed into sand and flew backward, eventually turning back into a human shape. After coming out of impel down, Crocodile had indeed trained his armed hockey and observation hockey quite well. Just now, his observation hockey allowed him to elementalize in advance, surprisingly dodging Barrett's thunderous strike. What do you want to do? Crocodile said with a shadow over his face, his tone unfriendly. Of course, I want to take you all down. Although Barrett's abilities had been neutralized by Lingfeng, his physical skills, strength, and hockey were still intact. To pursue the strongest, I must defeat all of you. At this moment, Lingfeng flashed in front of him and directly slashed down with a knife. Breath of the Moon. First form, Dark Moon, Night Palace. Lingfeng activated the pattern and, combined with his cutting speed, approached Barrett directly. Then, using the moon breathing technique, he executed a draw slash so fast that the blade was almost invisible. Countless crescent blades were left along the trajectory of the slash. Barrett raised his hand to block it, and surprisingly, his hard arm, reinforced with armament hockey, managed to withstand strike. Not a bad reaction, huh? Lingfeng, holding the black knife Dark Moon, spoke to Barrett in a calm tone. Heck, kid, your opponent is me. The rest of you, step aside. Lingfeng spoke with indifference, not taking the other warlord seriously. Arrogant guy. Hawkeye's gaze was cold, and just as he was about to draw his sword, a tall man in a black robe, holding a large sword, stood in front of him. A swordsman? The world's #1 swordsman. My name is Kanjuro. Nice to meet you. Kanjuro, wielding the large sword Samahata, stood before Hawkeye. Ah, Empress Hancock, shall we fight for now? Butterfly Shinobu drew her Nicaran blade, standing in front of Boa Hancock. That sand uncle, please play with me. Misaka Mikoto stood in front of Crocodile, lightning flashing from her arms. This bald guy, let me be your opponent. Rem stood in front of Daz Bones, who, despite his poker face, couldn't help but twitch his mouth at the mention of bald guy. Ah, that clown warlord wants me to fight? Are you sure? Karina looked at Buggy, who appeared confused, staring back at her. Are you sure you have the qualifications to fight me? Buggy looked at Karina, who seemed not very strong, and immediately felt relieved, restoring his smug expression. Freeze! Karina directly raised her sniper rifle and fired a volley of air bullets at Buggy. Puffed. It hurts. Buggy raised his hands, his body covered in dents. Meanwhile, the other Navy members were just about to rush forward to capture Barrett and Lingfeng, but, get lost, you trash. Lingfeng and Barrett suddenly exclaimed in unison, their pupils contracting sharply as the surrounding air transformed into a storm of substance, filled with dark blue and dark red hues. The two of them erupted with an overwhelming aura, a clash of dark red and dark blue conquerors hockey continuously colliding, eventually enveloping the entire island. Under this terrifying storm of power, the Navy and the remaining pirates trembled, their eyes rolling back, mouths agape, as they helplessly collapsed to the ground. Even the Navy vice admirals swayed unsteadily, half kneeling on the ground, unable to muster any strength, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. Their legs had lost all power, leaving them unable to stand, let alone participate in the battle. It was an aura as terrifying as a demon. Hawkeye Mihawk resisted the encroachment of the conqueror's hockey, his tone serious as he spoke. The other one exuded an aura that was like that of a hellish demon, truly chilling. Crocodile looked at Lingfeng, a natural swirl of dust forming around him, his expression grim and his tone very low. Well, the weak have all fallen, and there are hardly any left to disturb us, kid. Yes, finally, I can have a proper one-on-one with you. Lingfeng and Barrett put away their conqueror's hockey and calmly looked at each other. Then their bodies suddenly surged with energy. Let's settle this once and for all. Synopsis: Lingfeng has crossed over to the world of pirates and has eaten the Logia-type Devil Fruit, Hurricane Fruit. He initially intended to join Luffy's Straw Hat Pirates to embark on adventures together. But the system informed him that he must form his own 10-member pirate crew to create his own legendary adventure. Reluctantly, he began recruiting crew members and preparing to set off on his adventure.